I took Hu Tao, who is 4 months older than me, as a child husband, but Hu Tao always wants to use her own means to win me over. Every day she finds reasons to help me grow with all sorts of strange methods, and when no one is around, she forces me to kiss her, which leads me to have to supplement a lot of nutrition every time I see Hu Tao. On the day when Walnut was 5 years old, "Grandpa, I'm leaving," before the crisp voice had faded, a small walnut, carved like jade, sprang out from the hall of the deceased and immediately ran towards the Jade Capital platform without stopping. At that moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and little Walnut, carrying a small cloth bag on her back, nimbly weaved through the crowd like a fluttering butterfly. Soon, she arrived at the foot of the Jade Capital platform, facing the steps that were as high as her bottom. Little Walnut showed no fear and lifted her short legs high to climb up. Halfway up the stairs, Xiao Hu Tao could no longer contain her excitement and shouted towards the Yujing Terrace, "Get up!" After shouting, she didn't care whether Mao Mao heard her or not and continued to climb the stairs, even speeding up a bit. When she finally reached the Yujing Terrace, panting, she rushed into the Mao family's courtyard, then skillfully ran to the door, pushed it open, and excitedly called out, "I'm here!" Inside the house, a little boy named Mao Mao, called by Walnut, was getting dressed under the service of a maid when he turned around upon hearing a sound. Mao Mao's full name is Manhwa, and he is a time traveler, now the third son of the Mao family, one of the 7 stars of Liyue. Although he has just turned 5 and has a chubby face, one can already see a hint of extraordinary handsome features from his brows and eyes. "I know you're here." I looked at the sweaty little Hu Tao speechlessly, with that shout she just made on the stairs. "I'm afraid everyone at Yujing Terrace knows she's here." When little Hu Tao saw me, her eyes lit up, and she ran up to me, getting close to my face. Hey, don't! Go wash your face first and wipe off the sweat." I pressed her forehead down, pointing disdainfully at the prepared hot water and towel. Little Hu Tao chuckled, turned around, and casually dampened her face, then ran back in just 2 seconds. "Mao Mao, Tai. This time I didn't stop her, allowing Xiaohudo to press her hot little face against mine, because I knew there was no way to avoid it. This has been our daily routine for 5 years. Hey, Mao Mao's face is soft and cool. Hey, it feels really good." Little Walnut hugged me and made a satisfied sound. All right, it's so hot." I leaned back to avoid the little Walnut's clinginess. "This girl ran all the way here and is now so hot. You wash your face more carefully. It's all sweat, and I'm still getting dressed." Little Walnut, who had completed the good morning task, no longer acted perfunctorily and obediently went to wash her face. My maid Xiaoye watched the young master and little Walnut interact with a satisfied expression of shipping on her face, continuing to assist me in getting dressed. Before long, I got dressed and tucked the worldly lock necklace, the size of a pigeon egg, inside my clothes, watching Xiao Walnut seriously wash her face. My fateful connection with Walnut began from the very first hour of my birth. 5 years ago, on the deep night of the Lantern Festival, I was born in the Hall of Rebirth and was then placed next to the little Hu Tao, who is 4.5 months older than me. According to what Mr. Zhengli said that night, I needed to stay in the Hall of Rebirth for a full 49 days, then could not leave my home for 5 years, could not leave Yujing Terrace for 10 years, and could not step out of Liyue Harbor until I turned 15. Thus, during the first 49 days of my life, I spent an unforgettable and torturous time with little Hu Tao. The 4.5-month-old Hu Tao weighed a full 4 pounds more than me, and every hug she gave to express her affection felt like a burden that my fragile self could not bear. I often wake up struggling to breathe because the little Walnut always sleeps on me. In order to survive, I had to start exercising my limbs early, and within a month I was able to crawl to avoid attacks. Looking back now, I feel that it is a miracle for me to be able to return home alive from the Hall of the Dead. However, after returning to the Mao family, my faithful connection with Xiaohudo still did not end. I heard that on the day I was taken away, Xiaohudo woke up and, upon discovering I was gone, cried heartbrokenly. So she was sent to the Mao family by her grandfather and lived with me day and night for another year. During that year, I learned to walk in 3 months and could run by 7 months. There was no way around it. It was all because Xiaohudo forced me to. This little tiger girl was too much to handle. It wasn't until Xiaohudo turned 2 that she was taken back to the Hall of Rebirth to live. As soon as she got home, she kept asking her grandfather, Master Hu, to take her to play with me. After being taken to my house a few times, Xiaohudo remembered the route, and later, one time, she secretly ran to the Mao family by herself, startling everyone. After that, little Walnut became more and more skilled, and the adults gradually relaxed, instructing some acquaintances to keep an eye on the road, allowing little Walnut to run around on her own. Since then, little Walnut has come to find me every day, rain or shine, until today. It's been 5 years in a flash, and this girl is getting cuter and cuter. I looked at the cute little face of Zayahuto, which was clean and delicate after washing, and couldn't help but feel happy. I couldn't resist pinching her face, which was very bouncy. "Don't pinch," Zayahuto said with a mouthful of words, and then she also reached out her hands to rub my chubby cheeks non-stop. After playing for a while, I couldn't take it anymore. My face was red from being rubbed, and I grabbed Zayahuto's hands and said, okay, if we keep playing, we'll be late." "Oh right, today is the first day of school." Zayahuto finally remembered what day it was. "Today is the first day of school for Yujingtai Primary School, the first government-run primary school in Liyue." Little Walnut took her hand away from my face, hugged my arm, and dragged me outside. Let's go. It's time to go to school." "What's the rush? School starts at 9. It's only a little past 6. Let's have breakfast first," I said, stopping Little Walnut's actions, feeling speechless. As a disciplined child, I usually wouldn't get up before 8 in the morning to ensure I have enough sleep for growth, but because Little Walnut's shout woke me up, I knew I probably couldn't go back to sleep, so I just got up. I also understood Little Walnut's excitement. After all, I was the one who told her that there are many kids and fun things in elementary school. The Yujingtai Primary School was proposed by me 2 years ago. I suggested it to the contemporary Tianquan Star, and it was executed by the newly appointed Tianquan Star Secretary, Ningguang, until it was completed last month. And today, on February 1st, 3705 of the Liyue new calendar, is the opening day of Yujingtai Primary School. When I mentioned breakfast, Hu Tao suddenly realized she was hungry, and her stomach started growling, turning her little face red. It's strange that she ran from the Hall of Life to Yujingtai early in the morning and wasn't hungry. "Let's go have breakfast." I rubbed the Little Walnut's head with my left hand, pulled my right hand out from being held by the Little Walnut, and took her small hand with my other hand. Little Walnut chuckled shyly and then happily held my hand. "Eat breakfast, and after breakfast, go to school." He, swaying back and forth, humming, extremely excited. I feel like my hand is about to break from being shaken, but this is the hand I brought up myself, so I can only walk faster towards the dining table where breakfast is already set, with tears in my eyes. Slow down. There's still plenty of time. Watching Little Walnut devour a bird egg in 2 bites, then gulp down milk and rice porridge, I felt a headache coming on. Little Walnut is great in every way, but she's just too noisy. A 5-year-old child is at the age of boundless energy and rampant curiosity, not listening to anyone, and Little Walnut's mischievous ideas are as numerous as the stars in the sky, constantly emerging. Flooding ant holes and throwing stones at ornamental fish are child's play for her. When she gets wild, she plays by herself. Last time, when no one was paying attention, she climbed to the top of the bamboo in my yard and swung back and forth like it was a swing, making everyone who saw it gasp in fear, worried that she might fall off. After that, I severely criticized Little Walnut, making her realize her mistake deeply by not speaking to her for 3 days, so that she would no longer engage in such dangerous actions. But even so, Little Walnut still has endless ideas, constantly busy all day long, leaving the adults with headaches. Only someone of my age can keep up and watch her. I think that as an ordinary human, being able to have such physical fitness at the age of 5 is all thanks to Little Walnut's contribution. So I propose to establish a primary school, not only to improve the education level in Liyue but also with the idea of finding some peers to support each other. I hope those bigger kids can withstand the antics of the Little Walnut and help share some of the pressure. Thinking this way, I unexpectedly developed some anticipation for the upcoming school life. Mau, hurry up and eat. Little Walnut looked at me eating the bird egg slowly, and feeling anxious since she had already finished her breakfast. She said, "I'll feed you." Saying this, Little Walnut picked up my milk and poured it into my mouth after I took a bite of the bird egg. Cough. I felt like my nose was full of milk, and I started to cough. Little Walnut saw that I was uncomfortable and realized she had made a mistake, quickly apologizing. "I'm sorry, Mau. I didn't mean to." Seeing that I kept coughing and couldn't recover for a long time, Xiao Hu Tao panicked, tears streaming down her face. Mau, please don't die. I don't want to see you taken away by Grandpa." Woo. It took Manhwa a long time to get over it. His nose was still a little hard, but he could finally breathe normally. Looking at Little Walnut's pearly appearance, the trace of resentment in his heart instantly dissipated. What bad thoughts could the Little Walnut have? She was just trying to help with the feeding. "Come on, don't cry. I can't die yet." The one who was choking was Movise, but he had to turn around and comfort someone else. "It's so hard for me." "Forget it. I'm used to it. What's the point of getting divorced?" This kind of life-threatening moment has been experienced by Manhwa too many times in these 5 years. That is, he is hardened. For others to have been pulled to fill the performance of the Hall of the Living. Okay, I'm really okay. Stop crying. Ow. Mobai sat down next to Little Walnut and wiped the teardrops off her face with his hand. Really? Little Walnut asked, deflating. True. Okay, stop dawdling and hurry up and go to school. Seeing that Manhwa was really fine, Little Walnut immediately turned from cloudy to sunny, and before the tear stains were even wiped clean, she took Manhwa's little hand and walked outside. Yay, off to school. Wait, wipe your face again. At that, Little Walnut stood obediently and tilted her little face up so that Mobai could wipe away the tear tracks on her face, as well as the milk that remained above her lips. Okay, go. Manhwa put down the towel and led Little Walnut out the door, and Little Walnut hurriedly backed up his short legs to catch up, grabbing Manhwa's small hand before going out the door. Chapter 3, Who is the cause of the ripples? As soon as he went out, Manhwa saw two people sitting at the stone table by the pond, obviously waiting for him. Father, Mother, good morning, Manhwa said respectfully as he walked over with Little Walnut, who followed suit with a wave of greeting. Good morning, aunts and uncles. Oh, good morning, Hwar, Peach, Manhwa's father. The over 100-year-old Master Mao cheerfully responded. Manhwa's mother, Mrs. Manhwa, on the other hand, tenderly stretched out her hands and gathered the two children into her arms. Good morning, all little ones, together early in the morning. Hey, today Walnut is going to school with Momo. Little Walnut leaned into Mrs. Mao's arms and looked up with an excited face as she explained. Well, not bad, this time when you go to school, Hwar, you have to study hard. The few teachers in the school are very good. Hwar will definitely be able to learn a lot from them. Elder Mao stroked his beard and said, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped by Mrs. Mao, who was on the side. What are you talking about? Old man, you don't know how smart our Hwar is. Why do you need to teach him? And it's not easy for Hwar to leave the house at the age of 5, so just let him have some fun. Elder Mao was scolded without any temper and could only cover his arm and mutter woman's opinion in a low voice, picking up his teacup and drinking tea in silence. After Mrs. Mao finished lecturing her husband, she turned around and stroked Manhwa's head again. Hwar, you go to school this time. Don't think about anything, just have fun. It doesn't matter if you learn or not. Having fun is most important. Enjoying his mother's caresses, Mobai nodded without retorting. Mrs. Mao happily praised her son for being a good boy, and then instructed Little Walnut. Peach, you're the older sister. You must protect your younger brother when you go to school. Auntie, don't worry. Walnut will definitely protect Momo. Little Walnut smiled at the sense of responsibility instantly burst. Bam, patting his chest. Looking at the corner of Manhwa's eye twitching, he felt it was necessary for the nutrition of his offspring that he should correct the bad habits of Little Walnut. But not now. Well, you guys go to school and be safe on the way. After bidding goodbye to both Master Mao, Little Walnut carried herself as a sister, holding Manhwa's hand as she walked ahead, turning back from time to time to make sure. Manhwa let Little Walnut pull and fulfill Little Walnut's desire to be a sister. Along the way through the Mao family compound, the relatives and servants on the road all showed their auntie smiles when they saw the two little ones and greeted them cordially. Finally, Little Walnut led the way to the front door of the Mao house. By this time half the sun had already floated over the sea, and the warm morning light slanted onto the Mao family fence, casting a long shadow in front of the Mao family gate. This side of the shadows is inside the front door of the Mauve house, where Mauve is standing, over in the shadows, one step ahead of the Little Walnut bathed in the morning light. Originally, a month ago, on the second day of the Sea Lantern Festival, Manhwa had turned 5 years old and could step out of the door of the Manhwa family. But Manhwa did not come out. His mind was calm. He felt that he had been homebound for 5 years. There was no need to rush these days, so he calmly waited for the opportunity to go out. And today, that opportunity arrived. Manhwa thought that today he could also be very calm. After all, it was just a trip out of the house. When he turned 10, there was the first time he went down to Yujingtai. When he turned 15, there was the first time he left Ryu Harbor. There was no need to make a big fuss about it, but when it came down to it, he suddenly noticed a ripple inside, but he didn't know what it was because of Mamoru. A soft call brought Manhwa back to his senses, only to see Walnut looking back at him in the morning sunlight, his eyes curved into a crescent moon, grinning with dazzling white teeth. The rag sucks. What are you waiting for? Let's go. In a flash, Mobai was pulled by the Little Walnut and crossed from the shadows to the outside world. The sun was warm on my body. It was the first time that Little Walnut had gone out with Mobai, and she was so happy that she took off. Woohoo, yeah. Then he spread his hands and backed away while turning toward Mobai. Mamoru, come and chase me. Woohoo. With that, Little Walnut turned and ran. Mobai looked at Little Walnut swaying twin ponytails with an involuntary childlike smile on his face. Then without hesitation, he chased after them. Just come. The waves turned into larger ripples that rippled through his chest. What exactly is the cause of the waves? Mobai doesn't care anymore. The playful sounds of Walnut and Manhwa resounded on the Yujing terrace, drifting off into the distance before merging into the early morning hustle and bustle, together witnessing the slow awakening of this thriving city. Chapter 4, The Attack of Walnut Moors. Yujingdai Elementary School, as the name suggests, was built on Yujingdai, located in the northeast corner of Yujingdai. The main staircase up to the right turn less than 500 meters you can see the gate. The entire elementary school covers an area of about 2.5 hectares, with 2 3-story school buildings, a 3-story complex, and a soccer field large martial arts field. In accordance with the planning recommendations given to Tianquanquan by Manhwa, Yujingdai Elementary School is divided into 2 school divisions. One is a short-term school division for working adults, which is not currently enrolled. The other is the normal elementary school that Manhwa and Little Walnut will be attending today. In the first year of the school's establishment, Tianquan Pavilion was still conservative, only enrolling more than 50 people and setting up 1 class. These students are mostly children from the Yujingdai and Hemunpo areas, mainly between the ages of 6 and 10, with a few slightly younger toddlers. Xiao Yuan, how long do you think we'll have to guard this elementary school? It was just before 7 in the morning, and a Qian army man was leaning against the gatepost at the front entrance of Yukio Terrace Elementary School, whining. When Shoujen heard the words of his fellow recruit Ikkyo, although he shared the same concern in his heart, his sense of duty made him stand up straight and advised Ikkyo instead. What's the point of thinking about that? Just carry out the orders. Captain Feng Yan said that security here is very important, and there's no room for sloppiness. Oh, of course he's afraid. I heard that all the young masters and young ladies who go to school here are rich and noble, and if any one of them stumbles and trips, or if something bad happens to them, he'll be done for as a captain. Those of us down here don't expect to be off the hook. That's why we're watching. Alas, there is no problem half of the benefits cannot get. Out of the problem is a big pot. I would not have known that I would not take this job. Even to patrol the streets are good. Ikkyo finished with a deep sigh and Xiao Yuan fell silent at his words. Xiao Yuan's childhood wish was to join the 1,000 Rock Army to defend Ryu and protect his wife and children. Thousands of rocks are solid, and the heavy roach is unshakable. Though he couldn't recognize more than a few words, the words were etched into his mind the first time he heard them. Now that he finally got what he wanted and became an honorable 1,000 Rock Army soldier, he didn't expect to be given such a job as a gatekeeper. Although a little disappointed, the thought of his hard-working wife and son, Jian, at home, Xiao Yuan's spirits were lifted. Alright Ikkyo, cut the crap. Since the mission is assigned to us, we have to execute it properly. Someone's coming, stand up. Xiao Yuan heard a playful noise from afar and immediately warned. It's just 2 little kids. I think they're here for school. Just let them in. Don't worry about it. So saying, Ichikaku took a step forward anyway. Standing crookedly, Xiao Yuan didn't say anything else, but stood ever more upright, and after looking around, his eyes were firmly locked on the direction from which the voice had come. Just 2 kids running after each other in a chase. When he got closer, Xiao Yuan realized that the one running in front of him was a cute girl with a pair of plum blossom eyes that attracted extra attention. He recognized this child, for he had often seen her on the streets of Crimson Cloud Slope, equally windy and fiery, as if she were the granddaughter of the master of the Hall of the Past Life, called Hu Tao. Uncle Chienjin, Shigeru and I are here to go to school. Let's go inside. Bye. Little Walnut said as he swept through the school gates like the wind, leaving behind only a small back. Movies followed closely behind, but stopped when he reached the school's entrance. What's your name? Malwa's questioning voice was milky, but his tone was serious, making Xiao Yuan a little unsure for a moment if he was talking to him. Are you asking me? Xiao Yuan, who was 8 heads taller than Movies, asked hesitantly, pointing to himself. Yeah, that's you. For some reason, the tone of the young boy in front of him reminded Xiao Yuan of his captain, so much so that he unconsciously stood at attention and replied. Report, my name is Xiao Yuan. Manhwa froze slightly at the name before nodding his head in praise. Very good, very spirited. He also wanted to pat his opponent's shoulder as a sign of encouragement, but the height difference was too great, so he could only withdraw his hand behind his back. Good job, keep up the good work. With that said, Manhwa walked through the door and took a few steps to rush to the side of the small walnut that was waiting for him. It was only after Manhwa left that Ichikaku, who had just been completely ignored, turned around and looked at his colleague with wide eyes. No way Xiao Yuan? I didn't see that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would not even spare children when it comes to kissing ass? No, it's not. Xiao Yuan's dark face reddened. I don't know why. Unconsciously, looking at his contemporary's best friend's embarrassed look, Ikkyo didn't press the issue and casually exclaimed. Maybe this is the child of a big man's family, who grows up with an aura. Aha. Responding, Xiao Yuan no longer took the matter to heart and focused on standing guard again. On the school's martial arts field, Manhwa and Little Walnut were walking side by side, and the latter asked curiously, Mamoru, do you know that Uncle Chianjin who was just there? Manhwa pondered for a moment and shook his head. Not recognizable. Perhaps this Xiao Yuan was the father of the left-behind demented child, Xiao Jiang. In the game he used to play, and then came here because he, a tiny butterfly, had stirred his wings. But none of it matters. I just saw his serious work ethic, thought he had a future, and chatted a bit, because whether he's the same Xiao Yuan from the game or not, his fate has changed. Movies felt that, as one of the founders who proposed the establishment of the school, his evaluation was still qualified to influence the appointment of personnel for the school's guards. Observe for a while longer, and if there is no problem with the ability, mention it to Ning Su, and let this Xiao Yuan be the school's guard leader alternate. Movies mused darkly. Little Walnut sniffed and lost interest in the matter, looked back and realized that the school building was already close at hand, so he immediately and excitedly took Manhwa's hand and ran. Come on, we have to be the first ones there. Movies ran after Little Walnut, and having a mind to tease her, said, generally speaking, only one of the two can come first. Approaching the school building, the Little Walnut froze, as if she had encountered a life problem. First, naturally there is only one, and there are two of you and me. Ah Tao. So of course only one of us can take first place, Movies explained in a serious manner. He was going to wait for Nutmeg to understand before telling her that there was such a thing as tied for first place. Little Walnut cocked his head in thought, his eyebrows bunched together. Finally, her eyes lit up and she clapped her hands together. Then wouldn't it be better if Mamoru and I became one? After saying that, Little Walnut passed his hands from under Manhwa's armpits and hugged him from the front. Then his stomach was pushed forward and his body was leaned back, and with a very laborious movement, he lifted Manhwa up, and then moved forward step by step. As he moved, he also struggled to explain. That makes us, well, alone. Manhwa was touched in his heart, but physically he was in great pain. His armpits were diaphragmatically raw from being pressed against Little Walnut's arms, while his entire body was pulled into a line by gravity. Has anyone tried lifting a cat upright? Now Movies is the cat. His body is really ringing. His body was screaming, but Movies didn't want to let Walnut's genius idea go to waste. So, he could only hang on in an unusually dainty position with his arms wrapped around Little Walnut's neck and his legs lifted and clamped around Little Walnut's buttocks. Make yourself comfortable while saving Walnut some effort. Movies even tried to bury his face in Little Walnut's shoulder in case the others saw the social death. As long as I can't see anyone else, I'm not considered seen. But he held back, because he realized in the back of his mind that if he did, he would lose something important. For example, dignity as a man. And so it was that the real Siamese twins, Walnut Moors, headed for the reported school building with the goal of being number one. Continued. Chapter 5, The Precocious Little Kakuharu. Walnut Moors didn't get first place after all. When Little Walnut jumped into the first classroom on the first floor with Manhwa in his arms, he realized that it was already occupied. Kakuharu got up early today. No, it's not that I'm looking forward to school life. It's just that as class president, for now, myself, I have to set an example by being the first to arrive at school. Restraining her inner excitement, carving Haru, who had just turned 5, put on her best little dress, then asked her mother to tie her favorite cat ear hairstyle, and then went out. Mom, don't follow me. I'm afraid my classmates will see. I'm the class president. I'm going to school alone. After spotting her mother stalking her for the third time, Kakuharu finally convinces her. Then, Kakuharu went on the road to school alone under the tearful gaze of her mother. Since it was really too early, Carved Haru didn't see a single person along the way from the school entrance to the classroom. When they arrived at the classroom, Kakuharu took the first seat near the front door. Even though the sun had slowly risen and the classroom was gradually becoming brighter, Kakuharu felt scared as time passed by, sitting in the empty classroom. No, it's fine. I'm the class president. There's nothing to be afraid of. In between her rambling thoughts, Kakuharu suddenly heard heavy footsteps coming from outside the classroom, each step spaced out over a long period of time. It's not some giant demon, is it? Carved Haru immediately shrunk under the desk, leaving only half of her head above the desk, staring intently at the classroom door. An oddly shaped shadow was slowly approaching the classroom door. Then suddenly, a mass of shadows violently appeared in front of Carved Haru. Scary. The last little bit of distance from the classroom door, Little Walnut hugged Movies and jumped hard. Clank. The first. Little Walnut was just halfway through his declaration of victory when he was interrupted by shrieks from the classroom. Movies whipped his head around at the sound, only to see a purple, weeping cat's head behind the desk in the doorway. Isn't this the future Yu Hong Xing Q Ching? At this moment, Haru had tears in his eyes and looked at Manhwa and Little Walnut without speaking, obviously frightened. Movies let go of his seatbelt and jumped off of Walnut, and was about to calm down the future Kakuharu-sama. when he realized he was being pulled by Walnut, only to see little Walnut looking at him with tears in her eyes as well, whimpering in aggravation. Mao Mao. Our first. Gone. Oh, she obviously tried so hard to hold Maui over, but she still couldn't get first place with Maui. Why is this side crying too? Now that's a tearful cat head asterisk too. Manhwa cried and laughed, lifting his hand to the little Walnut's head and gently rubbing it, saying, "Don't worry, first place is still ours. We were the first to jump to class. Everyone in the world can be number one if the qualifier is long enough." However, little Walnut didn't understand this now, and only knew that he and Malwat were number one again, and was instantly beaming with joy, pressing Malwat's hand with both hands, and happily twisting his head back and forth and rubbing it, coaxing little Walnut. Movi's turned to look at the other little carving harvest had realized that she had scared herself and had stepped out from behind her desk, and was now looking at Movi's and little Walnut a little sheepishly. "Cookie, why do I always see you crying when I come here?" "I'm not crying," Kokoharo answered in seconds. Including this time, she had only seen Manhwa twice in total. The first time was at Manhwa's birthday party a few years ago, when she tripped and fell on the floor as she entered, and when she cried out in pain, she was pulled up by Manhwa, who also wiped her tears. Little Carving Haru still remembers how she felt at that time. Mauve's tiny fingers were as slippery as milk, and her face was warm from where Mauve had rubbed it. After answering, Xiao Kei-ching regretted a little and wanted to change her words, but she couldn't say I even after half a day. "Children are not allowed to lie. Oh, little moment, look at you. There are still tears on your face." Mobi's reached out and wiped the teardrops off Kokshiru's face to show her. Little Carving Harvest was happy in her heart, but she was too embarrassed to show it, so she stiffened her mouth. "I'm just scared, not crying." Manhwa, on the other hand, felt amused as he looked at little Kerching, not realizing that after a few years of not seeing her, this girl had become so haughty. "And don't call me that. I'm obviously bigger, and the name Kotaku sounds silly, so I don't want it." "And call you what? Master Carver?" "No, Carve Boss? Ta-ba, what's with all the weird names?" Kokiharo refused, finally squeezing her fingers shyly and whispering, "Haru, what? You obviously called me that before." Little Carving Harvest exclaimed delicately, her little face red with shame. Seeing this, Manhwa stopped teasing her and called out in a loud voice, Okay, Haru, Haru." At those words, little Kakuhara finally got what she wanted and a frankly happy smile appeared on her face. "That's what I'm talking about. Why do kids need so many twists and turns?" Looking at the frankly smiling face of the little Carving Harvester, Manhwa also smiled contentedly. As far as he understood, Xiao Kei-ching's family was considered to be a great family with a bookish background. Her grandfather was a famous land tycoon in Ryu and a scholar who loved collecting ancient books. But wealth without the support of power is just a castle in the air, and the sense of crisis has made the Kakuhara family always want to cultivate a high-powered member of the clan. Kakeru is the focus of this generation, but even with a family behind her, for Carved Clear to be able to become a Jade Balance star at such a young age, she had definitely paid a sweat and price along the way that was unimaginable to ordinary people. One of the costs, perhaps, is early maturity and loss of childhood. Of course, this was Manhwa's speculation based on the original game's plot. Now, it's up to him to decide whether or not little Kakuhara's childhood is a happy one. Oh, and little Walnut. Chapter 6, Mr. Ganyu is not good at being sneaked up on. Xiao Kei-ching looked at little Walnut, who had a face of enjoyment under Manhwa's caress, and couldn't help but feel a little envious in her heart. But it was only envy until it was, and Kotahara knew that she wasn't the same as Walnut. Just then, the sound of footsteps outside the classroom door caught the trio's attention, and they saw a blue-haired big sister with two horns running in. Manhwa, they all know this big sister. Running water 7 stars, Iron Secretary. Grunt rolled down the mountain. True ruler Ganyu is also. A month ago, Ganyu was appointed as the homeroom teacher for the new first graders, and although she didn't know why she, a secretary, was assigned to teach, she was already used to being assigned odd jobs. Ganyu was in the office on the first floor last night sorting out the new student enrollment information until late at night, and then he just fell asleep on his desk. This morning, in a daze, she heard a scream and instantly woke up, running to the sound to see what was going on. "Sister Ganyu." Little Walnut was the first to call out when he saw the visitor. "Ah, Ms. Ganyu." Carving Haru had come to the school a few days ago to help out, and that was also when Carving Haru was appointed acting class president by Ganyu. "Ms. Ganyu." Young Master Shigeru. Manhwa and Ganyu first met 4 years ago at a weekly banquet, and both of them left a deep impression on each other. Seeing that the 3 children in the classroom were all safe and sound, Ganyu put his heart down a little, then looked at Carving Harvest, who was the most familiar in the room, and asked, "Kakeru, I just heard screaming. What happened?" Kokiharu responded with a clear articulated reply. "It's nothing, I was the one who was taken by surprise. I'm sorry to have worried you." "Phew, it's good to be okay." Only then did Ganyu feel completely at ease, covering his chest and letting out a long breath before saying, "You three are early. Sit in the classroom for a while I get the registration and textbooks." "Ms. Ganyu, let me help you get it too." The eager little squad leader, Kakeru, is on the line. I'm coming too. A little walnut with nowhere to spend his energy raised his little hand, then held Movai's hand and raised it too. Mao, you come too. Manhwa was self-evidently unavoidable, and although he and little walnut were only 5 years old, they were not small in strength. "Thank you then." Ganyu smiled and agreed. After all, there was really quite a lot of stuff. Soon, the four of them made 2 trips to carry the textbooks and materials from the innermost office on the first floor to the classroom. Ganyu put down the last stack of exercise books and sat down next to Kajikyo, putting a checkmark after the names of the 3 Manhwa people on the check-in sheet. "Well, we'll wait for the rest of the class to arrive next, so feel free to take a seat." The tables and chairs in the classroom were arranged in 8 rows, of which every 2 rows were side by side, divided into 4 groups, each row having 8 seats. The group number and column number increased in order from the classroom door to the window, and now Carving Harvest and Ganyu were sitting side by side in the first row of the first big group of 1 or 2 columns. At the same table, Carving Haru small on his left, he probed at the list on Ganyu's desk. Behind Kakeru's little brain were 2 black slimes about the size of her head, whose owners were patiently explaining to little Kakeru the key checking information on the list. "I never thought I'd see the willingness group in this form, so it's a real treat for the eyes, isn't it?" Unfortunately, there is no photo machine, so Manhwa could only record the image with his eyes for the time being, and then was dragged by little walnut to the row behind them. Here. Little walnut sat on the seat against the wall, touching the floor of the white legs swaying. Small hands slapped next to the bench to indicate that Manhwa sit down. When Manhwa sat down, he looked up and saw a white, smooth backside that nearly blinded him. "It's a shame you don't use such a nice back for fire cupping." Movai thought darkly and moved away to look at little walnut and ask, "Ah Tao, have you thought it over? Do you really want to sit here?" Can't you Mamoru?" Little walnut asked with a wink, and Ganyu and Kakeru perked up their ears. "If you sit this far ahead, you won't be able to talk or move around when class starts," Manhwa said in a serious manner, as if he was telling some philosophy of life. Little walnut sniffed and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, jumping out of his seat and holding Manhwa's sleeve in a serious manner. "Mamoru, let's move quickly then." Good, that was what Manhwa was waiting for. As a person who spoiled his sister, of course he had to satisfy all the reasonable requests of little walnut law. "Back row by the window, home of the king, here I come." Wait. At this point, Ganyu finally couldn't sit still and turned around to press down on Manhwa's head, who was about to get up. As the class teacher, she couldn't pretend she didn't hear what she just said. "Young Master Shigeru, Ms. Ganyu might as well call me Manhwa, Xiao Mao is fine." Ganyu let go of his hand. "Okay, then move eyes. Where are you going?" "There." Manhwa pointed to the window seat at the back left of the classroom, then immediately picked up. "Don't worry Mr. Ganyu, when we get to the back, Tao and I will definitely study hard and won't let teacher down." Ganyu said that if she hadn't just heard what he said, she would have believed it, but after staring at Manhwa for a few seconds, Ganyu only felt that Manhwa, who was only 5 years old, had firm eyes, as if there was light in his eyes, and he couldn't find half a bit of timidity in them. Could it be that little Movai's is serious? Manhwa saw Ganyu's hesitation and decided to zoom in. He gave her a slight crooked smile and said in a crisp voice, "Sister Ganyu, you have to believe me." Hiss. Ganyu felt like he was hit by a warm current. His entire body became warm, and all that was left in his mind was the little boy's budding smile and echoing voice. "Ms. Ganyu, let's go over there then." Well, Ganyu responded with a mesmerized gaze, actually not understanding what the other party said at all, and Movai's went off to his homeland in glory, pulling on the little walnut. Chapter 7, Liyue's car king hurts a lot of people. Oops, one big move and it's all or nothing. I'm a damn charmer. Thinking despondently, Manhwa walked to the back of the classroom, but suddenly realized that the force coming from his hands was not right. Looking back, great guy, little walnut was crouching on the ground with a bulging face, sliding along as he dragged him along. The little walnut with the angry face is so cute too. "What's wrong Momo?" Movai's asked, crouching back down, and the little walnut answered in a muffled voice, Mao hasn't even kissed Tao yet, and he's kissing another woman." "What kissing?" I was whispering to Ms. Ganyu. "Any whispers you want to keep from Momo?" Manhwa found that little walnut's focus-grabbing ability, language organization, logical judgment, and articulation clarity were all at least 3 times higher than usual. He gets it. The average single friend might go ahead and explain what words need to be kept from them at this point, but the truth is, that's not the point at all. Although Manhwa had also been a maternal single so far, it didn't stop him from knowing these operational points, and the notes he had memorized for so long were finally going to come in handy. So Manhwa likewise came to Little Walnut's ear and said softly, "How could I possibly have something to hide from you, Tao? This is a lie." In fact, Movies hid the real reason for the partial change of seats. The Little Walnut is naturally gifted. The little bit of elementary school is definitely not enough for her to learn. Plus she is naturally lively and active, so she absolutely can't sit still in the classroom. That's why in order not to affect the other students inviting boredom, Manhwa pulled Little Walnut together to sit in the back row. Manhwa didn't want to say these words. What if it hurt Little Walnut's pride? Although the chances were slim, Movies didn't want Little Walnut to get hurt at all. As for getting Little Walnut to take it in stride, that's even less likely. As long as it doesn't involve a matter of principle, Manhwa won't interfere. Isn't it good to let Little Walnut grow up happily and without restraint? Thoughts flashed through his mind. Under Manhwa's sudden attack, the unhappiness in Little Walnut's heart had already disappeared, but she still pouted in feigned anger. "I don't believe it. Unless kissing." Yet the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. "Come on, Les." Movies reached up and clamped his hand over the Little Walnut's lips in curiosity. "Where did you learn these strange sayings?" The Little Walnut with his mouth clamped shut gave a burst of explanation, but alas, it was an encrypted transmission, and not at all understandable. "Speak properly." Movies let go of his hand, and the Little Walnut rubbed his mouth, disgruntled. "It's what Sister Inger said. She said a kiss means she likes it." "Which Sister Inger?" "Just the one in my neighborhood. By the way, she's coming to school today too." "Inger? That Liyue car king? How old are you now? You can't even spare a 5-year-old? Movies' head was full of questions. Mao, you don't even kiss Ah Tao. Do you not like Ah Tao anymore? What else is there to say? It's not like we haven't kissed before. Who can say no to a kiss with a Little Walnut?" Movies darted in and muad the Little Walnut's face. Little Walnut instantly smiled and hugged Movies' head back. Okay, stop it and go to your seat." After stopping Little Walnut from getting the better of him, Manhwa took Little Walnut to finally sit in the lead exclusive seat. That's when Movies saw Kakeru walk over with her book bag as well and take the seat in front of him. "Ha, Kakeru, you came over too?" Little Walnut said happily. "Ahem, let's get this out of the way first. I'm here to supervise your good studies in place of the teacher." "Ah, downright arrow. Don't worry, she's just talking," Movies explained to Walnut in a whisper. A few minutes ago, Ganyu had been sitting in his seat in a daze, both ears under his hair so red they looked like they were dripping. She couldn't say what it felt like, because she'd never experienced it before, and it felt comforting, yet strange. "It's too much." At that moment, Kukiaro tapped the table, waking up Ganyu, who was in a daze. "Ah, what's wrong? Ms. Ganyu." Little Carving Harvest looked at Ganyu and righteously said, "As class president, I voluntarily apply to sit at the back and supervise Manhwa and the others to study well." Ganyu heard it, didn't think anything was wrong, and praised it gratefully. "Kakeru, you really know what you're doing. You deserve to be my class president, so go ahead." Soon Carving Haru packed up her things and went to the back, leaving Ganyu sitting alone in the first row. Looking at the scene of the 3 children talking behind him, Ganyu suddenly had the feeling that he had been excluded. "What are you thinking? I'm a teacher. That's normal." Ganyu returned to his senses and sat up straight waiting for his next classmate to arrive, but since he slept too late last night, Ganyu actually got a little sleepy after sitting for a long time. Duck, Ms. Ganyu? Ganyu, who was performing a little chicken pecking, woke up with a jolt and realized that Xiao Mohua was standing in front of her, with Kakeru standing to the side. "Movies? What's the matter with you guys? We took our seats and are here to help the teacher." "Oh, no, but Ganyu-sensei, you look sleepy, eh?" Manhwa didn't wait for Ganyu to refuse and said, "Why don't you go to my seat and rest for a while, teacher, and we'll keep watch for you and call you when someone comes." Ganyu hesitated for a moment. It was indeed still early and he was in dire need of recovering his condition, so he finally nodded his head and agreed. "I don't know why, but young Master Shigeru is obviously very small, but he gives people a very peaceful feeling." Thinking so, Ganyu came to Manhwa's seat and sat down, and the small walnut on the side said seriously, "Don't worry about sleeping, Ms. Ganyu. I'll keep an eye on you." "Then thank you, Walnut." At the front of the classroom, Manhwa gave Little Walnut a nodding look, and when he saw that Ganyu had fallen asleep when he got down on his stomach, he sat down in Ganyu's seat himself and flipped through the list. "Let me conk. What old friends are there? And Inger, teaching my Little Walnut bad. See if I don't put you in the opposite corner of the Little Walnut." "Movies, what are you looking for?" Kakeru asked curiously as she sat down next to Movies. "Nothing, just looking at the names of my classmates." "Oh." Carved Haru sniffed and suddenly remembered the rumors about this third Duke of the Mao family in front of him. "I heard that his mother had a difficult labor on the day he was born, and he ended up being born in the Hall of the Living God. and then lived in the Hall of the Living God for a while. When he returned home, he was grounded again and didn't leave the house until he was 5 years old. Kakura thought back to the gentle little Manhwa she had seen at the weekly feast 4 years ago. So kind little children, who have been at home for 5 years, must be looking forward to meeting their new classmates, and are now trying desperately to memorize their classmates' names, right? Feeling that she had seen the truth, Kokiaro instantly watched Manhwa's movements as he flipped through the list tenderly. Manhwa's afterglow detected a hint of something wrong and twisted his head to glance at it. Haru, what's wrong with you? A look that says he's going to cry. It's nothing, go ahead and read it. Is there a word you don't know? I'll teach you. Although he found carving Haru a bit baffling, Movies did have words he didn't recognize. There were all kinds of strange words in this world, so many he had never even seen before. Who can tell him how to pronounce the 4 horse words? How much do you want to ride a horse? And this one that looks like a rock element symbol. Is that a word? Can it be in a name? Manhwa's head was so big that he was happy to have someone to teach him at this point. So Manhwa began to recognize the words on the list with Kakuharu. Chapter 8 is up, and school is finally starting. Ujingtai Primary School, as the first elementary school established by the official Liyue 7 stars, not only attracted the attention of many sensitive families and businessmen, but also the publicity advertisement of free private school, which made many common people with school-age children in their families to be moved. Whether or not you can learn anything is up in the air, but at least there's a safe place to host the bears, isn't there? Therefore, there were not only the children of the world's families on the check-in list, but also many children from the people's families from all parts of Ryu Harbor. Movies then saw a number of familiar names among them. Rowdy Autumn, 6 years old, first class. Shigeon, 6 years old, first class. Shannon, 5 years old, first class. Yun Sumi, 5 years old, first class. 7-7. Ha, age, class of 1. Inga, 7 years old, first class. Night Orchid, 7 years old, class 1. Good lord, this Lizuki golden generation is all here, right? Seems like there's a strange guy mixed in though? Movies grew to look forward to the classmates who were to come. As soon as the time passed 8 o'clock, one after another, parents sent their children to Ujingtai Elementary School, and there were still a few who came by themselves, like Manhwa Walnut carving Haru and the others. Manhwa and Kokoharo moved the tables to the corridor outside the classroom, where the parents and students who had come to check in lined up to sign in to receive their textbooks, and then the parents were allowed to follow the signs to the auditorium and the complex first. Students will then need to go into the classroom and wait to go over together, but there are still a lot of children who are afraid to stay alone, pulling their parents to prevent them from leaving, and the parents can only make every effort to either reprimand or promise all kinds of benefits. One of the most effective techniques is other people's children. Look at other people's younger siblings. Not only do they come to school on their own, but they also help the teachers. Are you, as an older brother/sister, not as good as your younger siblings? Obvious provocations such as these are most effective for children who already have a certain amount of self-esteem. Only suffering Manhwa and Little Carving Harvest, pulling in a wave of hatred before school has even begun. But neither one cared about that is all. Sending in another pupil, Mobize looked to the next. He recognized her just as she arrived, though the other woman was not wearing the iconic double-ringed flying bun, but rather a plain drape. Your name is Shannon, isn't it? Do you know Shannon, brother? Little Shannon asked curiously, holding Master Ushio's index finger in one hand and a lunchbox in the other. I've heard Tao talk about you. Ha, are you Mamoru? When Xiao Shangling looked at Manhwa with wide eyes in surprise, as if she had seen some rare ingredient. No, I should say that Movize himself has become rarer than the average rare ingredient. Every time Little Shannon and Little Walnut met, there wasn't a time she hadn't heard Little Walnut mention the name, and had long been curious about the name herself. That's right, as in fake. Movize expected this. Tao is in the classroom. Xiangling, you get the textbook and go in. Can you hold it? No problem. Little Shangling also understood that Manhwa was still busy, so she said goodbye to Master Mao and grabbed her textbook and excitedly went inside to find Little Walnut. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Movize realized that Kukiaro was sneaking glances at him again. Kokoharo, you keep peeking at me. Do you like me? What the hell? No, it's not. Who likes you? Kakaru made a blush. So you're admitting to spying on me? Kuketsu Haru stammered. She was indeed secretly observing Manhwa. It was because she realized that Movize often called out the names of new classmates with a single breath, knowing that she had never met them before. This made her more and more certain that Movize had done his homework ahead of time in order to impress his classmates and make new friends today. If you want to make friends, just say no. How dishonest. But it's also really cute. Little Movize. But she would never admit to peeking at Manhwa at this moment. It's too shameful. I didn't peek at you. Yes. No peeking. Fair and square observation, right? Yes. Yes, just observe. Where did Manhwa know that little Kei Ching had brainstormed so many things? He only felt that this child was so hard-mouthed that he couldn't help but turn around and give her a brainbuster. Ah, why are you flicking me? Oh, tearful cat head reappears. Sorry, didn't hold back. Wanted to see if it stayed cooked. Movies apologized for his impulsiveness and reached out to rub Kakuharu's forehead. Xiao Kei Ching didn't understand. Her forehead didn't hurt anymore. Instead she was rubbed comfortably, and suddenly her little face reddened. Xiao Kei Ching didn't expect to get what he envied before in this way. Maybe this was the providence of the underworld. What time is it? Since it felt a bit better in his hands, Movies rubbed it for a bit longer before withdrawing his hand and asking. Kotoharu felt a small twinge of loss, but quickly forgot about it and replied. The bell tower just rang twice short. It should be 8:30. School started at 9 o'clock, by which time people had pretty much arrived. Manhwa glanced back at the rowdy classroom. There were those who gathered to play together and those who were afraid to sit obediently in their seats by themselves. Little Shannon sat back in the seat in front of Little Walnut and happily chatted with him. Ganyu was still slumped over in his seat sleeping soundly. Xiao Xingqiu and Xiao Chongyuan were not yet acquainted with each other, but they had already begun to chat after being placed at the same table by Manhwa. Nearby, Inger, who had placed herself in the opposite corner of the small hutong, the doorway to the classroom, spotted Manhwa and waved her hand, spreading her face in a flirtatious smile. Hi. Movies returned a wide smile and then immediately turned back. Damn, why would I find a 7-year-old girl a little flirty? Shaking off the strange thoughts, Movies set his sights on the list. There's one last one left. Chi-Chi. I didn't realize she was sent to school too. As far as Manhwa knows, Chi-Chi is the medicine-picking boy of the undiscovered lodge, who is actually a zombie with a bad memory. Will she be able to remember what her teacher taught her? Movies was already starting to feel the coconut milk pain for Mr. Ganyu. Joy. Speak of the wife, speak of the devil. From a distance, Manhwa saw a green-haired man leading a small zombie from the martial arts arena. Good morning, young Master Shigeru, and this little friend. Morning, little one. Movies looked at the green-headed man and the little red-eyed white snake on his shoulder and smiled back. Good morning, Dr. White, Nagisa. The man with the green hair is called Baijutsu, a great doctor from Bubulu who is known for his medical skills. On his shoulder was his pet. No, companion. Named Everlasting. It was obviously a snake, but it could speak, and its voice was as clear and pleasant as a child's. Manhwa was familiar with them because Dr. Baijia was often invited by Master Manhwa to his home for medical checkups, and Manhwa didn't know how many bitter and astringent Chinese medicines prepared by Baijia he drank. Knowing that Dr. Bai's home visits were not cheap, one could only say that Master Mao was precious to his talented son. Thoughts flashed through Manhwa's mind, and Kokuharu finished greeting Shiratsu. It was as if Nanashir, who was being held by Baijutsu, had been wound up with a delayed clockwork, and only then did she speak quietly. Ah, good morning, this is Chi-Chi, thinking of letting her make some friends her own age. I sent her here, and I hope young Master Xiao Mao will look after her. Baizhu often saw Manhwa, so he was well aware that the 5-year-old child in front of him was gifted and far more mature and understanding than the average child. Are you sure Chi-Chi can make friends his own age here? Movies smiled politely and agreed. Chi-Chi, this is Manhwa. From now on you'll listen to him at school, remember? Manhwa, listen to him. Chi-Chi, remember. With that, Chi-Chi pulled out a small notebook and wrote it down as she spoke. This kid has a bit of a bad memory. Young Master Xiao Mao, take it easy. Ha ha. Dr. What, are you sure you're not here to babysit? Movies mentally spat, but agreed. You're welcome, Dr. Bye. Just don't give me medicine that's so bitter in the future. A good medicine. After chatting a few more times, Bai Jiao was relieved to leave Chi-Chi behind and took Changsheng to go ahead. Manhwa glanced at the list of names that had all been ticked off, jumped out of his seat, took Chi-Chi's hand, and said to Kokoshinaru, okay, let's go inside. The students were finally all here and the first semester of Yukiundi Elementary School was about to begin. Chapter 9, Nimbus or the Little Secretary. Mobize and Kokshera put back the table and chairs, then dragged Chi-Chi over to Little Walnut. There are now people in all 4 positions in the corners, spread out as Ching Ching, Xiang Ling, Mawat, Ganyu is sleeping, Walnut. Manhwa pondered for a moment. Now that Little Walnut had not yet taken over the business of the Hall of the Living Past, he should not be thinking of burying Chi-Chi all day long, so he let Chi-Chi sit on the seat to the right of Little Walnut. Ah Tao ah, this is Chi-Chi. In the future you have to help her more. Oh. Little Walnut had long been curious about the little loli that Manhwa had led over, and immediately greeted her after sniffing. Hiya Chi-Chi. I'm Walnut. You. Hello. Chi-Chi had no shadow over Little Walnut at this point, and greeted him nicely before jotting down Little Walnut's name in her book. Movize probed to see that the names were surprisingly written correctly, including the name of Movize that he had just memorized. so it seems that Chi-Chi's literacy rate is quite high. I guess it's the result of years of learning to memorize the names of herbs. By the way, the pencil that Chi-Chi uses to write is a new style recently introduced by the manga trading company. Hexagonal with an eraser. A simple innovation but very practical, and also a style purchased by schools. Settling Chi-Chi down, Movise walked behind his seat, standing with his sight a little higher than the tabletop. At this moment, Ganyu was lying on the table, his head buried in the crook of his arm, sleeping soundly, and the two black slimes were squashed flat, as if they would burst out of the slime gel at any moment. There was a desire to let the harried Ms. Ganyu sleep a little longer, but now that the students had arrived, she was needed to organize the next steps, so Manhwa stepped forward and called softly, "Mr. Ganyu, wake up, Mr. Ganyu, wake up." Sleeping Ganyu wooed, as if resentful of being disturbed from her clear sleep. "Mao Mao, are you going to wake up Sister Ganyu?" A little walnut stepped forward. "Let me do it." Apparently Little Walnut was very skilled at the wake-up service bit, all practiced on Movise. I can't count how many mornings Manhwa was woken up by pressure, strangled, kissed, and woken up in the cold by jerking the covers off all at once. Oops, too much to say. Okay, you do it, but you have to keep it down. Tao. After all, there was a need to ensure Mr. Ganyu's majesty in front of a large crowd. "Don't worry." Little Walnut patted his chest in assurance and probed closer to Ganyu, then drilled his little hand against the black slime, groped for a moment, and pinched Ganyu's nose. Soon, Ganyu, who couldn't breathe normally, raised his head and opened his mouth to breathe, and then his eyes opened, filled with confusion. "Who am I? Where am I? What's happening? Mr. Ganyu." Offense. Manhwa made a sound to attract Ganyu's attention and then said, "The students have all arrived." "Ha? Already here?" Mr. Ganyu then reacted and looked around the classroom that was already seated. "And the textbooks were handed out?" Sent. Ganyu couldn't help but be a little confused when he realized that he already had nothing to do after just sleeping. Witnessing Manhwa giving a wink to Kukuharu, the latter understood and spoke out. "Ms. Ganyu, next, isn't it time to go to the auditorium?" Yes. That's when Ganyu finally came to his full senses and remembered the process that was to follow. "What time is it?" "Just after 8:30. Phew, that's okay." Realizing that there was still time, Ganyu was relieved and got up from his seat, embarrassed. Thank you, Movise, Carving Haru, and of course, thank you, Walnut." Kokiaro replied that this was what the class president should do, while Kowotuko had a happy look on her face. "Ms. Ganyu, you're welcome." Manhwa gave Ganyu a friendly smile, and Ganyu returned the slight smile, taking a liking to the precocious 5-year-old in front of her. Ganyu then moved to the podium to organize the students to go to the auditorium. The No. 1 school building, No. 2 school building and the comprehensive building are in a U shape together, and the comprehensive building is the horizontal one below. The auditorium that Manhwa and the others were going to was on the east side of the complex, and inside it was an oversized space with 3 floors punched through, similar to Manhwa's latter classroom in his previous life, which was used for all sorts of large group activities. Ganyu led the new students, who were lined up according to the large group of seats, into the auditorium, and once inside, the children were shocked by the large space and exquisite decoration. At this time there are already many people in the auditorium. In addition to groups of students' parents, the most attention is the first row of the auditorium in the middle of a few powerful aura of the Big Brother. Manhwa took a closer look and realized that they were all acquaintances. Most of them have met in person at the anniversary banquet. The kindly old woman in the center with white hair was the contemporary Tianquan Star, and next to her was Ning Shuang, who was currently still just Tianquan Star's secretary, dressed in a dark cyan patterned secretarial uniform. But no one dared to underestimate the secretary because everyone knew that she was a strong contender for the next generation of heavenly power stars. The arrival of the new students also attracted the attention of the people in the auditorium, and with a sweep of her eyesight, Ningguang spotted Manhwa in the crowd, and her eyes immediately lit up as she walked in style. "Ms. Nimbus, the students are all here." Ganyu greeted him and reported. Both Ganyu and Njekwang were currently secretaries of the 7 stars with equal status, but Njekwang was the head of Yujingtai Elementary School, similar to a principal, as personally designated by the heavenly power star. So Ganyu, a teacher, needed to report to Njekwang. "Okay, thanks for the hard work Sister Ganyu, take the kids to sit down." At this time, Ningguang had not yet developed the powerful aura of a future heavenly power star, and was more like a shrewd and capable big sister. Ganyu nodded in response, and then greeted the freshmen behind him as they went to their seats in the back. Movise and Little Walnut followed behind Kakaru, and as they passed by Nimbus, Little Walnut greeted them meta as always. "Hello, Narama-san." Little Walnut liked this sister quite a lot. because she brought a lot of good food and fun every time she came to see Movies, and little Walnut dabbled a lot after her. "Good morning, ya Walnut sister." Ningguang smiled back, like a gentle neighborly big sister, but her eyes were staring straight at Manhwa. Manhwa's face did not change, and with a slight nod of his head as a greeting, he was about to take a step to follow the large group, but Movies only felt a tightening of his neck as Nimbus pulled him by the back of his collar, speaking in a gentle tone to little Walnut. "Sister Walnut, there's something I'd like to talk to Manhwa. Can you lend me your Manhwa for a while?" The art of language. Aha! Little Walnut gave a happy little wave of his hand at the expense of the others, so Movies was sold. Watching the hordes go away, Manhwa knew that he could no longer hide, so his mind was leveled, and even though he was being lifted up by the back of his fateful neck, he maintained his poise and spoke in a calm tone. "Okay, put me down." Seeing that there was no one else nearby, Ningguang let go of her hand and looked at Manhwa, who had turned around, with a bigger smile on her face and just a hint more of a grudge. "I haven't seen you for a month, and now you don't even want to say hello when you see your sister, so she's going to be sad." There were hidden lines of sight coming from the surroundings, and Manhwa didn't want to dwell on it for too long and look too abnormal, so he could only satisfy the big sister in front of him first. He knew what she wanted. Movies threw back his head and grinned, barking like a true 5-year-old. "Sister Nimbus." The crisp sound was like cracking a honeypot over the heart, and the sweet honey instantly filled the whole heart. With a stuttering breath, Ningguang was about to put Movies in a hug, but Movies reached out and blocked the way. "It's not appropriate in public," but Ningguang didn't put the surrounding gazes at ease in the slightest, saying, "Sister hugging her brother, what's inappropriate? Let them come to the Heavenly Power Pavilion and mention it if they have any comments." When he said that, he defiantly swept over Movies and hugged him tightly in his arms. "It's been a month, and I finally got to see the little guy again." At the moment Nimbus felt immensely satisfied. Chapter 10, that 16th year, the Mao family feast. Standing as a minion, Ningguang looked down at Manhwa in his arms, as if he saw the little baby who hugged his thigh 4 years ago again. "You've grown to the height of your stomach in the blink of an eye." Nimbus sighed as his thoughts traveled back to 4 years ago once again. She was 16 years old and had just become a clerk in the General Affairs Division. It coincided with the Mao family's third son's weekly banquet, and Mr. Mao Kai had invited a wide range of guests. She stood in the corner of the party like a minion, unattended, looking at the hall full of big shots talking and laughing. It was as if everything was back to when she was a child. Dressed in rags, she stood at the pier, looking at the high Yujing platform, vowing to climb up to the Yujing platform and build the highest and tallest attic. She wanted to take one step at a time, and stand on the highest point of the Liyue harbor. Ningguang knew that it was a difficult path, and it had taken her nearly 10 years to ascend to the Jade Capital Terrace, but she would be determined to continue, even if it took her another 10 years or two. Just firm conviction aside, Ningguang at that time cannot help but feel the corner of the eye for their own uninvited situation. It was at this time that Movies walked through the crowd and hugged her in full view of everyone. As a result, Ningguang entered the eyes of the bigwigs, and a year after that, her keen sense of business and excellent working ability was recognized by Tian Quanxing, and she became Tian Quanxing's secretary, and began to assist in handling Liyue's affairs, both large and small. In just 3 years, she had become a popular person under Tian Quanxing by her own ability, and she could be considered as one person and 10,000 people, her wishes being realized at a rate she didn't even expect. And it was all brought about by this little guy in front of me yet. The two figures gradually rejoined in front of them, and the gaze of the condensed light was like water. Manhwa didn't know that Ningguang had thought so much. His face was pressed against Ningguang's warm and soft stomach, and he only felt his cheeks burning. Hey, it's still thin-skinned in the face of a big sister, but shy as he was, Manhwa was still touched in his heart. In the beginning, he only moved his lips and pen to propose the establishment of public elementary school and compulsory education, and as a result, Dalian hard to build the elementary school in more than 3 years, the workload of which is so large and cumbersome. Ningguang has not had much rest for the entire year recently, and the 2 months before and after the Sea Lantern Festival are even more continuous. Even though it's a win-win situation, Movies is aware that Nimbus is working so hard for him as well. So Movies said heartily, "Tough on you, Nimbus-san. The school is beautiful." After saying that, Manhwa thought of patting Ningguang's back, but even after straightening his hand he could only reach a little below his waist. Ningguang's heart warmed, only feeling that a year's worth of effort was worth it, saying, "Count on your brother to have some conscience." Still, Ningguang hugged Manhwa and didn't let go because she was a little red in the face now and didn't want to be seen. After a while, Ningguang finally let go of Manhwa and took his hand instead. "I'll get back to you for favors. Come on, go say hello with me." Movies nodded. Benefits and all that come afterward. Greetings are still necessary. After all, they are elders who have met before. Manhwa was forced to sit in the first row and greeted Tian Quanxing and other elders one by one. coping with all sorts of parental conversations and questions about the school's recommendations, not treating him like a 5-year-old at all. After all, Mobise is a genius, especially in the eyes of adults. Soon the time came to 9 o'clock, Tian Kwangsing representing the official Liyue 7 stars, and Ningxuan representing the school side came on stage to give their speeches, which was a bit formalized, but it was necessary. It's not about how much the new students will understand, but about giving parents clarity and peace of mind. The 7 stars controlled the pace of the speech as well, and the content was concise. And soon the commencement ceremony ended with the announcement of Nimbus, as Tian Quanxing and the other guests left the room one after another. Ganyu took the new students back to the classroom and spent the rest of the morning allowing the students to introduce themselves. Ning Su still had a lot of business to take care of, so he could only fondly rub Manhwa's head. Brother Manhwa, wait for me to come to you to collect favors yo. I can go out now. Let me find you later. Sister Nimbus, you have time to rest more. Manhwa knew that Ningxuan usually worked at the Heavenly Power Pavilion and ate and lived there. Little one, you're so cute, your sister won't be able to leave. Ningguan hugged Manhwa for a little while longer before she was satisfied and left. Manhwa looked at Ningxuan's shapely back as she walked away, and couldn't help but sigh a little. In the beginning, he just wanted to hug the thighs of the future Heavenly Power Star, but in the end, he didn't expect to hug a big sister who regarded him as her own brother. Manhwa didn't have a sister in his previous life, and this feeling of being pampered and spoiled by his sister was something he had never experienced before, and he enjoyed it. Mao. Little Walnut settled down for the morning, and when the commencement ceremony finally ended, the first thing she did was run from the freshman line to Manhwa and threw her arms around him. Manhwa rubbed Little Walnut's head favorably. He didn't have a sister in his previous life either, and this feeling of pampering and doting on his sister was something he really enjoyed as well. Always alone, he has everything he used to envy after being reincarnated into the world of the original gods. Therefore, even without the system or the eye of God, he must live well and protect those who love him and those he loves. Mobise touched the earthly locks on his chest and swore darkly. Chapter 11 Emperor, throwing a gun to save mother? Hello everyone, my name is Ganyu. I'm your homeroom teacher and I'm in charge of everything while you're at school. Back in the classroom, Ganyu stood on the podium, looking at the pairs of innocent and bright eyes below the stage a little nervous. We're all going to be spending the next couple years together, so let's all introduce ourselves one at a time, giving our names, ages, hobbies, etc. Let's start here with this woman. Please come to the podium. The female student in the first column of the first row sniffed and walked over to the lectern and dropped down. Hello classmates, my name is Inger, this year 7 years old, should be a little older than most of the classmates. Hobbies, I prefer to do handicrafts, eat tiger rock. That spring incense kiln is my mother opened. Welcome to Experience O. After saying that, Inga smiled cheerfully toward the stage. No one in the room felt that there was anything wrong with Inger's words. After all, including Ganyu, everyone was still a child. Sitting in his seat, Manhwa knew that Inger's Chunshan kiln was a proper place, and what she said about making crafts was certainly proper crafts. But why did he just feel like Inga was driving? Is it a yellow mirror looking yellow? No. He, Mobise, is a decent man. It's all Mihalyu's fault. That big sister who just brought Inger here is her mom? She's so well maintained. Manhwa sighed and silently added Chunshan kiln to his list of places he must visit after he turns 10, which is currently at the top of the list. By the way, Tao, have you ever been to the spring fragrance kiln? Manhwa suddenly remembered that Little Walnut and Inger knew each other, so he twisted his head and asked, Been there? It's fun in there. Somewhat? Hey, keep it a secret for now. Little Walnut held his index finger in front of his lips and smiled wryly. What the hell are you up to again? Mobise was alert. You'll know in a couple days Mau. Little Walnut takes Mobise's hand and shakes it, in an attempt to budge out. Okay, I'll wait. Mobise knocked Little Walnut's head, and the latter covered his head with an hey. So being cute is an inherent talent of people in this world? At this point Inga returned to his seat and the next male student came on stage. My name is Zheng Tai. My family is an ironworker, and I love ironwork. Inger's generous self-introduction got off to a good start, and the next students came on stage one by one and introduced themselves smoothly. My name is Tian Shu. I'm 6 years old. I love to listen to stories, and in the future I want to tell books in the tea house like my grandfather. My name is C, and I'm, 6 years old this year. I like to watch the ships in the harbor. My name is. One student after another came on stage, some generous and cheerful, some shy and scared, and some as cold as ice, such as the one on stage now, who said 4 words and got off the stage. Night Orchid, age 7. Mobise could tell at a glance that she wasn't human. Not just any human, because she already had picks and dyes at a young age. My name is Xingqiu. I'm 6 years old and I like to read. Well, capturing a juvenile water god one. I wonder if going to elementary school will make his handwriting better. My name is Heavy Cloud. I'm also 6 years old, and I don't have much of a favorite. Shagun seems like a very Buddhist child, but Movies knows that's only on the surface. Hello everyone, I'm Sim Yen. Love all kinds of music, opera, rock, I love it all. Xin Yen is a cute little janky loli with a bobbed hairstyle this time of year, and Manhwa totally didn't recognize her when she signed in earlier. And Xin Yen came with Yoon Sumeyer and looked like he knew each other before. At this point Yoon Suinxian then followed onto the stage, introducing herself with a sweet voice. Good morning everyone, I'm Yoon Sumi, I'm 6 years old, I love to sing songs, and I welcome all of you to hear my family's Yunhan Society's drama. As soon as the words fell, Xin Yen, who hadn't gotten off the stage next to him, immediately coaxed. Come one, Little Walnut is also a restless master. Sniffing immediately followed, and then the other students also followed the coaxing up. The classroom was filled with a quick and happy atmosphere. Good lord, is this a social cow? Mao Mao. She's the Yoon Sumeyer sister I was talking about before. She sings so beautifully. Little Walnut highly recommended it. She'd heard it before in the tea room at Crimson Cloud Slope, and had been reciting it to Manhwa for days at the time. Of course I know, it's the goddess of mercy. Mobai smiled without saying a word and looked at the stage. The still young Mr. Yoon was a bit shy under the coaxing of his classmates, but as Gon Yu nodded his head, Yoon Suinxian racked her shoulders, and the aura on her body changed precipitously. Then the voice as sweet and pleasant as an aureole unfolded. The classroom fell silent, and everyone was immersed in Mr. Yun's opera. Snapdash. When the song ended, the classroom rang with thunderous applause. Probably many students didn't understand what Yoon Suinxian was singing, but it didn't stop them from thinking that Yoon Suinxian was awesome. Says you, Little Walnut, do you applaud when you understand? Got it. The look on Little Walnut's face that he took for granted startled Mobies. Seriously? So tell me what she sang? Isn't the song about the Emperor's mother being imprisoned in the Lonely Cloud Pavilion by the demon god, and the Emperor throwing his rock lance to split the mountain and save his mother? Little Walnut finished smoothly and looked at Manhwa with an expression that said, it's so simple that you don't understand it. What, kids, do you have a lot of question marks? Movies was shocked. Are you sure you're not confusing the story I told you earlier about Sinker? Manhwa seriously suspected that Little Walnut had only understood keywords such as Emperor, Lonely Cloud Pavilion, and Rock Gun, and then combined them with the stories he had heard from him to make up a whole bunch of nonsense. Think about it again? Little Walnut sniffed and was not confident, looking at Manhwa a little confused. At this time, the little carving clear in the front row couldn't listen anymore and turned his head to explain to the Little Walnut. Just now Yoon Sumeyer sang about the Emperor sealing the demon god in the Lonely Cloud Pavilion. It took a moment for the Little Walnut to realize. Right. Sorry, I got it wrong. He. After saying that, Little Walnut looked at Manhwa with some embarrassment and smiled. What's there to be sorry about? The story you just told, Ah Tao, was not bad either. It was very creative. Really? Movies nodded, and the Little Walnut was happy to see it again. Ahem. At that moment, Manhwa suddenly heard a cough from behind him. As far as the theory of universality is concerned, there are no ancient texts that have recorded anything about the Emperor's mother. Cold sweat began to break out on his forehead, and as Manhwa slowly turned around, he saw Zhongli standing behind him in his brown tang uniform, with Grandmother Ping and Smokin next to him. How many of you were attracted by Mr. Yun's singing? Manhwa secretly speculated, greeting with a harmless childish smile on his face. Mr. Zhongli, Grandmother Ping, Sister Smoky him, good morning ah. Little Walnut also turned around when she heard Manhwa's words and saw her family's guest minister from the Hall of the Past Life. Mr. Zhongli, Chapter 12, Hello, World. So the Emperor he popped out of a rock too? Little Walnut blinked curiously at the guest minister who seemed to know everything. Too, Zhongli was stunned at his words, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of a deceased person. However, before Zhongli's thoughts drifted away, he heard Little Walnut follow up, just like the Monkey King, Sun Wukong? That's rare. Is there anything Mr. Zhongli doesn't know? Little Walnut came to life and told the story he had heard from Momo earlier, pouring out the beans. Yeah, the Monkey King is awesome. He's a monkey who popped out of a rock. He can do 72 transformations, and he has fiery eyes and somersault clouds. Why monkeys? Zhongli frowned. He hadn't heard of the name Sun Wukong. Was it made up in a novel or talk book somewhere? Where did you hear that? Although Zhongli was asking Little Walnut, his eyes were fixed on Manhwa, knowingly belonging is. Manhwa met Zhongli's gaze without any ripples in his heart and returned a smile. Mobies isn't worried about the question of where the story came from. For one thing, you can use that ancestor of the ancient books to excuse the past. After all, No one dares to say that they have read all the world collection of books. Secondly, Manhwa very much suspected that Zhongli had already known about the fact that he was actually a celestial visitor for a long time. So Manhwa didn't stop Walnut from giving him up. Mao told me Shi Tian de Shang made a fuss in the heavenly palace and the four masters and disciples went to the west to get scriptures. It's so interesting. Little Walnut shared happily. Sounds like fun. Right. Then let Mamoru tell it to you. I want to hear it again too. Egu. Speak for yourself. Manhwa gave Little Walnut a handful of blows, and Little Walnut covered his forehead and looked at him blearily, pouting. I need to hear more. With 45-degree upturned eyes plus a sappy tone, Y walks peacefully. Okay. Later, still introducing myself. Mamoru, you're the best. Little Walnut was instantly beaming with joy, knowing that Mao would definitely say yes. The genus is taken to belong to be. Remember to call me when you need to speak. Zhongli decided to make a nice pot of tea then. Take me one. Smokeheim, who was on the sidelines, also picked up with interest. The whispered conversation that the three had just had was not hidden from the people around them, and a sea of expectant gazes instantly focused on Manhwa's body. Come on, all of them. Yeah. Manhwa realized that his plan had gone a bit awry. He himself had intended to let his peers consume a little of Walnut's exuberant energy so that he could have a respite and steal a few moments to himself. As a result, this is going to be a book talk for people, including their own teacher, before the class even starts. Manhwa guessed that the adults in the row behind him were the very good teachers that his father spoke of. This is more than good? Gods, immortals, half-immortals, and 7 stars. Is this classroom lineup really something an ordinary elementary school deserves to have? But no matter what they were teachers when they got to school, and Manhwa was still skeptical of their teaching abilities. The vignette in the corner came to an end, and the introductions of the students had come to the large group next to them. My name is Chi-Chi and I'm a zombie. Chi-Chi finished his speech and cocked his head at Ganyu. At this point some of the frozen students on stage finally reacted. Did I hear you right? She said she was a zombie? You haven't seen her? She's a child who doesn't know her place? Ooh-hoo. In the middle of the discussion, Ganyu let Chi-Chi down, and Chi-Chi returned to her seat and sat down. The order of self-introductions follows the large group S shape, so the next person is the little walnut next to Chi-Chi. Oh you, it's my turn to step up. Miso got up and Manhwa took her hand. You're normal, he was going to say. He was afraid she'd pull some kind of stunt, but looking at little Walnut's adorable face, Manhwa swallowed his words back and turned. Go for it. Never mind. Blame it on me. I like it anyway. Manhwa decided to let little Walnut have a free hand. Little Walnut nodded perkily at his words, then took a step toward the podium. Hello everyone, my name is Walnut. Who as in eating and drinking, and Peach is not Peach as in naughty. Little Walnut introduced herself in a brittle voice. I'm 5.5 years old, and my favorite is, Mao, said the little Walnut, puffing out his chest with pride, as if he were showing off something great. I'm done talking. He. Little Walnut bounced back to his seat and hugged Manhwa's arm invitingly. Manhwa rubbed her little head with his other hand, feeling happy inside. Little guy, I guess I didn't hurt you in the past for nothing. Following after Little Walnut was the introduction of Shannon. My name is Shannon and my favorite thing to do is cook. The Ryu kitchen goddess has already made a name for herself at a young age. Welcome to Manmin Hall when you have time. After Shangling got off the stage, the rest of the students went forward to introduce themselves in turn, and after rounding a corner they soon arrived at the small carved clearing in front of Manhwa. My name is Carved Haru. I'm 5 years old and I'm currently the acting class president, so if you have any difficulties you can talk to me and I'll do my best to help you. Well, a very positive self-introduction, worthy of the future Lord Yu Hongxing. Only after seeing Cookie Haru back to his seat did Manhwa stand up and straighten his clothes. Go for it. Little Walnut clenched his fists and gave him a pep talk like he did. Manhwa smiled slightly and steadily walked to the podium. Manhwa looked down the podium. There were familiar expectant glances and strange curious eyes. There are people who look almost exactly like they do in the game, as well as familiar and unfamiliar juvenile bodies. 5 years after coming to this world, he was influenced by the people of this world, and he knew, and only he knew, that he was also influencing the people of this world, if not the world as well. It may not be obvious now, but something is bound to change in the future. He hopes that it must be a change toward good and hope. In his last life, he was born defenselessly and abandoned defenselessly, kicked into the muck of existence before he could properly say hello to the world. He managed to survive and grow up, but he was accidentally infected during a disaster relief effort, and was given a cushion of time to say a solemn goodbye to that world. As it turned out, he didn't realize that God had given him a second chance. This time he has a beautiful and wealthy family, a lively and lovely childhood friend, a stable and happy childhood, infant, life, and he has many things that he didn't have in his last life. For once, he'd been conscious since birth, but 5 years on, he hadn't seemed to have officially said proper hello to the world of the original gods. So the teacher and classmates looked at Manhwa, who looked ahead and spoke solemnly in his still tender voice. My name is Manhwa. Hello, New World. Chapter 13 Today's Winners and Losers, Manhwa's Defeat. My name is Manhwa and I just turned 5. Hobby. Manhwa thought hard for a moment that there really wasn't anything he particularly liked to do. In the 5 years since his reincarnation, at first he could not run or talk, all day long, except for eating, drinking, sleeping and playing survival challenge with Little Walnut. When he got a little older, Manhwa started to look for books to read in the study at home, not because he liked them, but just to learn more about the world and pass the time at the same time. Incidentally, the script in this world was similar to the small seal in his previous life, which Manhwa happened to know about. So with reading and learning at the same time, he quickly familiarized himself with the commonly used characters. However, because the small seal script was just too complicated, Manhwa still used simplified characters when he wrote things himself. Most of the time other than that was spent teasing Little Walnut and playing with her, which was kind of painful and enjoyable. All in all, Manhwa doesn't have any special hobbies at the moment. He just lives a leisurely life, doing whatever he wants to do. Salty fish for short. Manhwa is very satisfied with this state of life and intends to continue to live the rest of his life so peacefully. It is true that the end of life is salted fish. At a young age, Manhwa has already realized the true meaning of life. You know, it took hundreds of years for the few gods of the Tibet continent to understand the truth. With a flash of thoughts in his mind, Manhwa swept across the stage and saw the expectant eyes of Little Walnut, and realized what to say. Well, hobbies. Favorite pecans. Little Walnut smiled at the news and was so happy that he gave Manhwa, who had returned to his seat, a firm hug. Some of the other students laughed out loud, thinking that Manhwa was still too young to understand that hobbies referred to things he liked to do. Some of them looked confused. Some of them are expressionless. The older ones were smiling and envying the two young childhood friends, as were the adults in the back of the room. After Manhwa stepped off the stage, the students in the class then all introduced themselves, followed by the adults in the row behind them. Sure enough, they're all teachers. Manhwa sat up straight and stared intently at the podium. Then I'll have to keep a close eye on what subjects Nimbus gets these bigwigs to be teachers of. Several teachers took the stage in turn and wrote their names on the board. I'm Smokey Heim, teaching everyone arithmetic. Do legal experts still teach math? On second thought, Manhwa thought that the lawyer's logic skills were strong, while his arithmetic skills must not be bad in order to solve the most common economic dispute cases in Ryu. Well, pass. I'm John Lee, and I'll be in charge of teaching the subject of history in the future. Is there anyone in Rizuki who knows more about history than this one? Qualified. No, overqualified. This one is more than qualified to be a teacher of anything. My words are not only everyone's homeroom teacher, but also the language teacher responsible for teaching everyone to read and write. The most part-time jobs, the most overtime shifts. Not worthy of you, Mr. Gon Yu. But will the body really hold up like this? Manhwa was vaguely worried. Even if Gon Yu was a half-immortal body, he would still feel tired, right? Let's watch it for a while. TBD. Gon Yu finished the subject he was teaching and turned his head to look at Grandma Ping by the podium, who waved her hand and said, I'm just here to get along and help out. Not teaching anything, just call me Grandma Ping, everyone. Grandma Ping has white hair and kind eyes, but Manhwa knows that she is also an immortal and is very powerful. Grandma Ping's shockwave is no joke. Manhwa thought she'd be a gym teacher teaching marksmanship or something, but it seems to be going the sweeper route. Sneak in for advice later. Manhwa is still quite interested in juggling guns. Also, there's a martial arts god hidden in this group of teachers, and I wonder if there's a chance to learn from him. There are a few other teachers who aren't here, so we'll all get to know each other when class starts. With this, the introduction session was finally over. The bell rang and the time had come to 12 noon, which meant that the last session of the morning was over and it was time for lunch. Okay, I'm going to take you to the cafeteria next, so please line up in groups. Yeah, eat. A whole morning passed. A number of students have long been hungry, so soon the queue was lined up. Dozens of people hustling to the cafeteria behind the complex. Along the way, the students who had just met each other were very excited and chattering, and the distance of a few hundred meters was soon reached. The cafeteria at Ujingtai Elementary School is only one floor, about half the size of the complex. At this time, the smoke rises and the aroma of the meal wafts from the cafeteria, making your mouth water. Little Walnut, who was at the end of the line, couldn't help but swallow his saliva and twisted his head to look at Manhwa and pouted. Mamoru, I'm hungry. Normally at this time, Manhwa would have immediately pulled some snacks out of his room, but now that he wasn't at home, Manhwa could only be placated. It's almost our turn, so bear with us a little longer and eat more later. Little Walnut answered. At that moment, Xiangling, who was in front of her in line, turned around and said, raising the lunchbox she was carrying in her hand, Walnut, are you hungry? I brought buns. Do you want some? As soon as Xiang Ling's words fell, little Walnut agreed with both eyes glowing. Wanted. Ouch. Why are you knocking me again? Mao Mao. Movies gave her a no-nonsense look. Did you have this idea from the beginning? Hey. Little Walnut gave a giggle. And it seemed so. Xiangling saw this and hurriedly said, It's fine. I was just going to share it and try to give everyone a taste of my handiwork. Did you make this yourself? So awesome. Manhwa was a bit surprised. Xiangling was only 5 years old. Right. And already able to cook by herself. Truly worthy of being the Liyue kitchen god. Yeah. Shannon was also a little proud of herself, saying that she opened the lunchbox, revealing the white bun still steaming inside. Taste it. After saying that, little Walnut reached over and Manhwa saw it and tapped the road. There are chopsticks on the side. Ow. Little Walnut reacted that you can't just take something and eat it without washing your hands, or you'll get sick, which is what Mao Mao told her. Little Walnut obediently took her chopsticks and picked up a small bun, probably as big as her fist, and ate it into her stomach in 2 or 3 bites. How was it? Was it good? Shannon looked at the little walnut expectantly. Yummy. Mao Mao, you try it too. It's really delicious, said little walnut. Clip a bun handed to Manhwa's mouth. Manhwa no can't avoid. Obediently bite. Freshly stuffed with a rich gravy, served with crispy cabbage and a delicate bun skin. Very tasty. Movies was even more surprised that this was a normal bun. It seems that little Shannon is still in its infancy and not yet on the path to original cooking. Shannon, who was very happy to receive a positive comment, proceeded to address the students around her. Carving Haru, Chi-Chi, Yoon Samayer, Xin Yen, you guys try it too. In no time at all, the lunchbox was swept away, and everyone was raving about the buns. It's just that by the time they hit the meal, they realize they can't eat much anymore. Mao Mao, I can't eat anymore. You can't waste food, oh Momo. Manhwa narrowed his eyes and stared at little walnut. Just now this girl ate 3.5 meat buns in one bite. The one he took a bite of was also eaten by little walnut. She still felt that she was not full at the time of the meal and asked the aunt of the meal to make more. This will be a lesson for little walnut to learn, and we'll see if she dares to eat that much before her next meal. Mao Mao, come on, I'm not going to help you eat. Mao Mao, ooh-hoo, okay, Mamoru, just a bite for you. I'll feed you, okay, 1 bite, stop. Silly of me, really, I thought I'd teach little walnut a lesson. I should have thought that I'd end up footing the bill as well. At last, a large bowl of rice was finished by Manhwa and little walnut, both of their little bellies bulging. Today's winners and losers. Manhwa loses. Chapter 14, Little Walnut wants to be class president. After lunch, Ganyu took the students for a brief stroll around the campus, then led them back to the classroom for a lunch break. According to the schedule, fellow teachers have an hour lunch break at noon, including meals. Classes begin at 1 p.m. With 2 55-minute classes and a 10-minute recess, so afternoon dismissal is usually at 3 p.m. Sharp. By the way, Yukiyoungdi Elementary School uses a 24-hour time system with Fontaine-made clocks hanging in each classroom. Since today was the first day of school, there was no scheduled instructional program in the afternoon, only one class session. During the class meeting, Ganyu announced the election of class officers in a week's time, a suggestion in the booklet of teaching management suggestions that Manhwa had provided to Ningxuan during the school's preparations. The aim is to increase student responsibility, so that students can learn to control themselves and reduce the teacher's workload, although it may also be an increase in workload. When Ganyu got the brochure, he stared at the words reduce workload for a long time. Most of the elementary school students in the class had dumbfounded expressions after Ganyu gave a detailed introduction about the requirements and duties of each class cadre. Mao Mao, what's the use of all these what class members? Little Walnut twisted his head and asked. Movies nodded in contemplation. Increasing responsibility, gaining experience and all that is still too abstract for 5-year-old Walnut. It has to be put in a different way that she understands. Simply put, when you become a class officer, you become the 7 stars of the class and everyone has to listen to you. 7 stars? Sure enough, little Walnut's eyes lit up with interest. What about the squad leader? Manhwa was going to compare it to the emperor, but thinking that the old man was in this school, he changed the expression. The squad leader is the boss of the 7 stars. Then I want to be class president. Movies sniffed and looked up in front of him. Xiao Kei-ching had been listening to the conversation between the two behind him with her ears perked up, and at this moment, she couldn't help but turn around and say, squad leader isn't something you just want to be. Why? Because, due to his family, Kokoharu was born with a strong sense of responsibility. She didn't think it was appropriate to be too casual about the whole being class president thing, but little Kerching stammered for half a day without finding the right way to express herself, and her kitten face was suffocating red. Because if you want to be the boss, You have to put in the work to make people convince you that you're good, Manhwa helpfully explained. And Kokoshinaro nodded his head hastily at his words. Right. Oh, Little Walnut nodded plausibly, then asked, does everyone who can't beat me get to be class president? Manhwa thought about it. In the world of children, fists are indeed the simplest and most direct way of communication. Is not that how Fat Tiger became the king of children? It's not even just the children's world, it's all over the world. Well, that's certainly one way to do it. Movies nodded. Then the words changed. But that doesn't make people obey you all the time. When one day someone comes along who's better than you, you'll be replaced. The only way to gain hearts and minds is to be competent as a boss for a long time. So complicated. Little Walnut had gotten a little misty-eyed. Movies turned back to make sure no one was there and continued to explain. Just like the Emperor. Think about it. If one day he was defeated by anyone, would you think he wasn't great? Little Walnut subconsciously shook his head at the words, then returned to his senses. I see. Seeing that Little Walnut understood, Manhwa smiled in relief. Little Carving Harvest also nodded thoughtfully along with Little Walnut, but she immediately reacted and said sharply, nope, how could the Emperor be defeated? He's a martial god. Yeah, Prince Rock is invincible. Little Carving Harvest's tablemate, Little Shannon, also joined the vocal army. I'm talking about ifs. It's hypothetical. Assumptions don't cut it. Manhwa was dumbfounded as to how all of a sudden they were all in a hurry. Oh, so this is Liyue. Then it's okay. This is the per capita imperial kitchen. Yes. The Emperor is invincible. When the Emperor is assassinated in a few years, let's see how you guys react. Wait, that seems to be the Emperor directing himself as well. Movies reacted. So, is the Emperor really invincible? Turning the topic of the Rock King Emperor for the moment, Manhwa asked Little Walnut, so are you still going to be class president? Tao? Inappropriate. Little Walnut didn't think she could do anything as awesome as the Emperor, so she very decisively scratched out this desire to be class president. Although the refusal was dry, Little Walnut was still very sorry in his heart. Unfortunately, several people in Manhwa were a bit curious. Unfortunately what? Too bad I can't be the boss and have Mamoru listen to me. Movies sniffed and gave her a handful of knives without a second thought. You should die while you're ahead. Movies knew what Nutty wanted. Why? It was clearly agreed that I would be the father and Mao Mao would be the mother. Why don't you wear my dress? Mao Mao. Little Walnut was very angry, as if he had been betrayed. I didn't say you had to change your clothes to go through the house. Movies also stays true to his bottom line. Women's clothes? There's no way in this life that you'll ever be able to dress in women's clothing. There was no black history allowed in my childhood. No one can do it. Little Walnut began to wipe her eyes. The eyes around her began to focus, and Movies panicked. Stop. I said stop. Seeing that Little Walnut showed no signs of stopping, Manhwa had to compromise. Okay, I promise. Really? In my dress? Really? Great. Little Walnut looked up, but where could he see a single tear? Mom said that pretty girls are born to deceive, and it's true. Ma's expression was wooden, as if he had pledged his soul to the devil. Then next time we play house, I'll still be daddy and Mama will be mommy and wear my little dress. Well, next time for sure. Chapter 15, thinking of a way to trick Ganyu into going home. Ice making. Okay, those with parents coming to pick them up will wait in the classroom for a while. Those who go home on their own don't stay out. Go straight home, at less than 2 p.m. As Ganyu announced dismissal, the classroom was suddenly noisy. It seems that no matter what world it is, whether it's the first time at school or not, everyone is happy with the words school and vacation, because today's school is relatively early. Most of the children's parents have not yet come, so the trend of gathering together in the play on the classroom instantly noisy 8 decibels. A few, like Yun Suanshan Xinyan and Xing Xiuchongyan, left on their own in pairs. Movies craned his head to his side, and Little Walnut locked eyes with him. But Movies wasn't looking at her. He tilted his head, his eyes circling around to the small zombie that was an aisle away from the little Hulk. Chi-Chi, is someone coming to get you? Little Walnut followed and looked over, only to see the latter froze for 2 seconds before noticing that someone was calling out to him, which made him look up at Little Walnut, his pink eyes blank. Is it calling? Chi-Chi? Little Walnut nodded and jumped off the bench to make way for Movies at his side. Mauve is calling you. Manhwa finally locked eyes with Chi-Chi as he repeated the question he had just asked. Chi-Chi shook her head at the words, then replied in a slow voice. Chi-Chi can get back on her own. That's right. Chi-Chi was able to run to the mountains alone to collect medicines. The distance from the district Yujing Terrace to Bubulu was not much of a problem, I thought. But one size does not fit all. But Manhwa had promised Dr. Bai that he would take care of Chi-Chi, so he too jumped out of his seat and walked over to Little Walnut. Tao, I'll give you a task. What the what? Ah Tao was interested in the quest that Manhwa had posted, because it meant she could get a reward from Maui. How about you take charge of delivering Chi-Chi to the Unabomber's lodge later? Movies added after a moment's pause. Same old rules. Little Walnut's eyes brightened even more as she held up her right index finger and said, then I'll have 10 ice creams later. Ritsuki originally had only popsicles, and ice cream was invented by Moa last summer. At first it was just plain creamy ice cream. Little Walnut only tasted one bite and fell in love with the feeling. Cold and delicious, sweet and soft, one bite down the whole person is permeable. Afterwards, Manhwa continued to add material to improve on this foundation, and Little Walnut liked it more and more. But one day, Little Walnut slipped into the Mao family's ice cellar when Manhwa wasn't looking, ate a small half-barrel of ice cream in one gulp, and then had a tummy upset for a whole week. During that time Little Walnut's face was all white, and when put next to Chi-Chi, it was expected that everyone would just think that the former was the zombie. Since then, Manhwa has been strictly controlling Walnut's ice cream intake, and has posted a sign at the entrance of the ice cellar saying no Tao allowed, with an illustration of Walnut crouching on the ground in pain with his stomach covered. It can be very alarming. So when Manhwa heard Little Walnut's request, his face darkened. 10 more? You're just getting over it, aren't you? 1, 9, 1, those 8, only 1. Little Walnut's mouth pouted to the sky, but this time Movies was hard as nails and wouldn't eat it. 1 for 1. Little Walnut still compromised. Then I'll have the deluxe supreme giant hazelnut colorful fruit sundae. Little Walnut pronounced the name of the newest ice cream in one breath. Ha, the name sticks. Movies smiled darkly and nodded in agreement. Yeah, deluxe supreme jumbo hazelnut colorful fruit sundae? What's that? It sounds delicious. Little Xiangling, who had no resistance to food, turned around and looked at Manhwa and Little Walnut with glowing eyes. It's the latest ice cream made by Mao Mao. It's delicious. Can I taste it? I'll trade you Dad's signature dish. No need to be so polite. Welcome to my home for a taste. Manhwa said to Xiangling with a smile. I thought to myself that I might be able to improve on it by the Ritsuki kitchen god, provided I don't put slime gel in it. You can follow Tao to my house later. Little Shannon did a double take. Oh wow. Mamoru, you're such a good person. Ahem. The good guys don't need to be told. At that moment, Manhwa saw that Kukiaro on the side looked like she was about to say something, so she smoothly invited. Haru, you come too. Who's going to your house? Unaccustomed to being favored by others, Kukiharu's first reaction was to refuse, but the yearning in her heart made her unable to say no. Well, it's also the class president's responsibility to make good relations with his classmates. Yes, it's work. Okay, thanks. Xiao Kei-ching's face turned red again under Manhwa's line of sight, and she gathered her courage and glared back fiercely. Of course, in the eyes of Manhwa, it is cute. Afraid of ruffling this arrogant little girl into a frenzy, Manhwa averted his eyes and looked at Chi-Chi. One coconut goat is a herd, and a herd of coconut goats is a herd. Chi-Chi, why don't you go to my house first? There's good food, his cellar is quite large, and the stock of ice cream is more than enough to serve friends and classmates. Speaking of ice, Manhwa suddenly remembered that Chi-Chi had the ice attribute God's Eye. He was making ice from saltpeter before. Saltpeter absorbs heat when it meets water. Just prepare a 2-layer container with saltpeter in the outer liner and water in the inner liner. When water is poured into the outer liner, the water reacts with the saltpeter and absorbs heat, and the water in the inner liner will turn into ice. However, the cost of making ice from saltpeter is high, and 1 kilogram of ice requires 1 kilogram of saltpeter. At that time, Manhwa wondered if having the Eye of the God of Ice attribute would make it possible to realize the freedom of eating ice cream. Now, the user of the ice attribute God's Eye was right in front of him. No, there was one more. Manhwa suddenly reacted, turning his head to look at Ms. Ganyu on the podium, his eyes locking onto the black silk thighs, the Eye of the Ice attribute God above. Gotta figure out a way to trick the coconut goat into coming to the house. Ice making. Ganyu was guarding the podium, saying goodbye to the departing students in turn, when he turned his head and realized that Manhwa was looking straight this way. Is it looking at me? Then Ganyu saw little Manhwa smiling sweetly and waving his little hand at her, which was very cute. She then moved to the back of the classroom and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. It's just that I think you're working hard, Mr. Ganyu." Standing all the time. Ganyu's heart warmed. She never thought she could hear such compassionate words from a 5-year-old. She kind of appreciated the joys of being a teacher. It's okay, it's all what teachers are supposed to do. Then, Sister Ganyu, do you want to come to my house? I'll treat you to ice cream. Ganyu was a bit hesitant. She still had some piled up matters to take care of at hand. Teacher has other things. Manhwa guessed at a glance what Ganyu was hesitating about. Apart from working overtime, didn't this half-immortal have anything else to do? Sister Ganyu, work can't be done. Proper rest can increase work efficiency. After Manhwa finished speaking, he made a wink at little Walnut. 5 years of tacit understanding hadn't been cultivated in vain, and the latter immediately understood, pulling on Ganyu's hand to be pampered. Ganyu-san, come on, he, now I can get Mao to share more of my ice cream again. I'll eat it faster then, and then I'll let Mr. Ganyu share it with me. Hey, I'm such a genius. Little Walnut's hands didn't stop moving as he was doing what he wanted to do. Ganyu's body was shaken, and the black slime swayed along with it, and his brain was dazed by the little Walnut's sappy screams. Okay. Ganyu also felt that Manhwa had a point. Combining work and rest was more efficient. Seeing that Ganyu agreed, Manhwa and Little Walnut both smiled happily. Little Walnut's pampering tactics are truly unbeatable, myself included. Take a pinch. Chapter 16, Becoming the Richest Man in Ryu starts with selling ice, fog. Ice cream is really simple to make. Prepare the egg yolks first, just the yolks, and whisk well. Then pour in the fresh milk as you go, stirring well too. You can add some juice or something to change the flavor in this step. Then put it in a pot and bring it to a boil. Finally, just put it in the freezer to freeze. It usually solidifies into ice cream after an hour. So ice cream is cooked? Amazing. You're great, little Movies. While waiting for their parents to pick them up, Mao explains how the ice cream is made, drawing a sea of adoring stares and a sea of gulps. So eager to eat. I'll go back and make Mom do it. But what if I don't have an ice cellar in my house? The students who hadn't left yet discussed it in a chorus of voices. It's okay to use ice. Prepare a thicker wooden bucket or tub, break up the ice and put it in there. Pour some cold water over it. Then just pour what you cooked earlier into a ceramic bowl. Put it in there, cover it with a quilt and put it in a cool place. Manhwa took great pains to explain. Even if most of the children didn't understand at all. Won't the ice melt if you cover it with a quilt? Some big smarts questioned it. When the ice melts, the ice cream is ready. Oh, the questioner nodded plausibly. But, there's no ice anymore? Finally, someone asked the question, and Manhwa replied with a smile. Yes. Zhangmao Trading Company can now buy ice directly. Good value for money. Is the cooling and preservation of freshness, summer cooling essential? Retail and wholesale are both available. Oh, that's right. Manhwa said all that with the purpose of advertising the new products of the family business firm. The rich people in Liyue have always had the habit of building ice cellars to store ice for summer heat relief. The main source of ice is to store ice to the ice cellar in the winter, and the second is to dig and freeze ice directly from the Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain and transport it back to Liyue. The former was limited by time, the latter by space, and it cost more. So ice in the summer was a luxury for rich and commoners alike. But it was different now. Ice could be made quickly by utilizing saltpeter. And saltpeter was something that was available as much as you could get in the Layer Rock giant abyss, and the cost was greatly reduced. The ice factory, built as a joint venture between the Mao family and 7 Stars, was also officially put into production at the beginning of the year, and is currently only available for sale by the Mao family's Zhangmao Trading House. The reason why Manhwa advertises this group of children is also to indirectly inform their parents through them, knowing that all these little guys are more or less from the same background. Someone with a bit of vision will certainly not let go of the business opportunity of ice cream. But to make ice cream, ice as a direct means of cooling is indispensable. Wouldn't that open up local sales of ice? The 5-year-old Mage, too, is working hard today to create wealth for his family. Hey, let's hope this can earn some more of the old man's charity fund. And by the way, ease the financial pressure brought about by the 7 Stars' 2 years of vigorous development of education. Manhwa felt like he had worked his ass off for this family. Well, let's hope the ice cream industry rolls with it and makes more whole delicious ice creams. It took a moment for the little ones to digest the information in the Manhwa advertisement, and then little Shannon opened her mouth to ask, Zhangmao, Merchant Bank, where is it? Manhwa was really puzzled at once. Zhangmao Merchant, where is it? Manhwa had not left Yujingtai, so naturally he was not sure of the exact location, and could only look at Little Walnut. It's at the Liyue Harbor Pier. The biggest store is. Little Walnut replied instantly. She knew that it was the Mao family's merchant house, so she had purposely been there a few times and memorized the location. Yes, right there, Movies echoed, then smiled and rubbed the Little Walnut's head. Plus half an ice cream for you. Yeah. After continuing to answer questions about ice cream in the classroom for a while longer, the students were finally followed one by one. It's up to the parents as to whether they'll go back and make ice cream. Phew, it's finally over. Ganyu, who had been busy all day, sat down in the seat at Chi-Chi's table and took a long breath. Then suddenly remembered something. And a little cleaning, he said just as he was about to get up. He was pressed down on the thigh by Movies, who was walking over to him. Sister Ganyu, take a break. We'll help. I'm coming too. Little Walnut has always acted after Movies. Kokiharu also assumed the responsibility of acting class president and said, You've worked hard. Teacher, leave it to us. Little Shannon and Chi-Chi naturally joined in the cleaning. Ganyu of course couldn't just watch, and after sitting for a while he also got up to help. It was only one day into the school year, and there wasn't much trash in the classroom, so in just a few minutes, a few people finished cleaning the classroom, and by the way, they also arranged the desks and chairs neatly. That's okay. Mobize clapped his little hands together. Oak, what is it? Ganyu was a little confused, and the other children cast puzzled glances. I know. That's when Little Walnut positively raised his little hand. That's a question she would. I saw Little Walnut's index finger and thumb in a circle, and the other 3 fingers standing up in front of his eyes in an okay gesture. It means well it's Fontaine's dialect. Oh, Oak. It dawned on the crowd to repeat afterward. For her part, Little Carving Harvest couldn't help but ask, how do you know everything? Mobize? Where? Mobize waved his hand at his words and said calmly, I only know what I know. However, at this time Manhwa's heart was not at peace. Finally said it. The 10th most popular line in his top 100 lines I'd like to say in my life. By the way, number 9 is you're not even close. 11WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. Guess where there's only one truth comes in. Just as Manhwa was secretly excited, the crowd that heard this had mixed reactions. Little Walnut's eyes lit up, thinking that was kind of cool. This little girl was getting more and more in tune with Mo's airwaves. The questioning Little Carving Ching is more and more tasted the more sense, realized a little no as to no meaning, and even have the impulse to take it as a life motto. Little Shannon looked uncertain. Chi-Chi is completely out of condition. Ganyu then exclaimed. Little Mobize is really modest. Although Manhwa was only 5 years old, his intelligence had spread throughout Ujingtai 4 years ago. In the past 4 years, there were even rumors that Manhwa had long ago read all the books in the Mao family's collection. You have to know that the Mao family is a 1,000-year-old family. Its collection of books countless, but the Mao family 3 male son can be at the age of 5 years old to read all the books. Can be seen that his talent is extraordinary. The entire Jade Capital Terrace knew about it, which also meant that Liyue Harbor knew about it. As a result, Manhwa's reputation as the star of literature has spread. Oh, slightly. Manhwa has never tried to hide his talent in his mind, which is far beyond that of his peers. Life again, to their favorite world, naturally, how to live as comfortable as possible. He is not afraid of being looked at as a monster, because his own father and mother did not say anything, only feel that their own family was blessed by the emperor. Late in life got a proud son of heaven, proud and happy cannot wait, which is the turn of other people to say something. He is not afraid of what trees attract the wind, would show in the forest wind will destroy, not only the confidence of the traveler, but also the courage given by the family. The Mao family is big, backed by the 7 stars, and powerful. He was now even hugging the thighs of the future Heavenly Power Star and had become a classmate of the future Jade Balance Star. What could possibly blow him over? Taking a step back, there was still the Rock King Emperor behind him. He was delivered by the Rock King Emperor, Fog. It's really just that Zhongli was there when Manhwa was born in the Hall of the Living Past, and he delivered a lock at the time. As for being discovered as a traveler, it's nothing to be afraid of. Manhwa is a reincarnation. From his mother's womb, 5 years of life, every bit of it, all his personal experience, will never be changed because he is or is not a traveler. Mobize was him. He was Mobize, and he had long ago become fully integrated into the world. In addition, although there was no direct evidence, Manhwa highly suspected that Zhongli had known about his birth from the beginning. Mobize and Little Walnut and the others walked across the drill ground toward the school gates. Mobize touched the small, earthly locks around his neck through his shirt. Suddenly, Manhwa turned his head back as if he had a feeling, and vaguely saw a silhouette flash by on the comprehensive building. What's wrong, Mamoru? It's nothing. Let's go. Then hurry up. What's the hurry? You'll get less. Wait. Slow down. Ha ha. Let's race to see who gets there first. Mao is going to give the winner an extra ice cream. I lose any way you look at it, right? Let's go. Ice cream. Hey, kids. Very spirited. Grandmother Ping walked out of the office and stood at Zhongli's side, the bell at her waist making a sound. She sighed as she looked at the children running and playing in the martial arts arena. Just looking at it makes me feel younger too. You can be young too. As he spoke, Zhongli picked up the Gaiwan tea that was sitting on the drawbar, gently blew on it, and then took 2 small sips. Oh, old age is not young. Without changing her face, Grandma Ping continued. Mr. Zhongli's earthly locks were given to that doll from the Mao family, right? It's more interesting than expected. Translation, he has the lock of the dusty world on him. I can't see through it. What's so special about him? I'd like to ask the Emperor Sama to enlighten me. Zhongli's eyes looked into the distance. The sea and the sky were connected in a line. The times are about to change, and men and fairies and gods are all variables in it. And allow the constant of 10,000 changes, and then watch the world go by. After saying that, Zhongli carried a covered bowl in one hand behind his back, and leisurely walked away. living like an old man who was about to retire. Author's translation, all get out of the way. No one stops me from retiring to tea and theater. Chapter 17, Little Walnut swinging to the sky beyond the sky. The actual size of Ryu was at least 10 times larger than the game map that Mobize remembered. The territory of Yujingdai in the game is just 2 squares, and there are only a handful of buildings. And in fact, the Yujing Terrace Elementary School alone covered an area as large as a square in the game. And this was only the tip of the iceberg of the entire Yujing Terrace. As far as the eye can see, all kinds of carved beams and paintings, the grandeur of the building wall into a building. The Mao family compound is one of the ground occupying the second, but the decoration of the most low-profile one. Manhwa led his group to the front door of his house, where Mrs. Mao, who had gotten the news early, was already waiting. She had promised Manhwa that she wouldn't transport him to and from school, but that didn't mean that she wouldn't send someone to protect him. "Mother, I'm home." Mrs. Mao greeted her, squatted down and put her hands on Manhwa's arms, full of concern. "It's good to be back." After saying that, Mrs. Mao got up and looked at Little Walnut and the others behind Manhwa. "Hello Auntie, Mrs. Auntie." Several people greeted at the same time, and then Mrs. Mao warmly invited. "Hello guys, come on in. You're all Hwa's classmates, right? MS. Ganyu too?" Ganyu blushed at his words and quickly waved his hands. "Ma'am, I am Lord Shigeru's teacher." Oh, sorry, my Hwa is indebted to Mr. Ganyu for taking care of her." Where? Ganyu's face became more and more blushing. As the day went on, rather than caring for Manhwa, she was helped a little more by him, and was now invited to tag along as a guest. Ganyu suddenly had the feeling that a teacher was out of order. "Okay mother, let's go in first." Mobize interrupted the infinite politeness between the adults just in time. Yes, come in first." The structure of the Mao family compound is a 5-entry courtyard. The main gate is 1 entry, and after entering the main gate, there is a wall with a cloud pattern called shubi, which serves to block the view from outside the gate. Around the photo wall is an open space and then another door. This is the 2nd entry. Inside was the outer courtyard, inhabited by household servants. Then forward through the 3rd gate is a small garden in all directions, the equivalent of the home staging area. Continuing on from there is the main house of the Mao family's inner courtyard, where Master Mao and Mrs. Mao live, and where meals and deliberations usually take place. To the left of the small garden is the yard of Manhwa's elder brother and second brother, and to the right is the big garden, and Manhwa's yard is right next to the big garden. This is my little compound. Wow, Mobi's house is so big. The crowd followed Manhwa into his courtyard, and Xiao Shangling let out an exclamation, rather like a stroll through the grand view garden. Little carved Haru also looked around with marvelous eyes and found many contraptions that he had never seen before. "What's that one?" Kukiharu pointed to something in the pond that was assembled from several sections of bamboo. I know. Once again, Little Walnut raised her hand. Mao always managed to make some weird contraption that she couldn't understand every time, and now it was finally her turn to introduce it to the others. It's called the frightened deer, and when the vertical piece of bamboo is filled with water, it falls down and makes a thunk sound. When Little Walnut finished speaking, the startled deer dropped down very cooperatively, hitting the green stone with a crisp sound, frightening the ornamental fish in the pond to scatter in all directions at once. "What was that one again?" "That's a swing. It's fun." Little Walnut led Little Carving Harvest and the others towards the swing in the bamboo forest. Mobize shouted at the sight. "Ah Tao, I'll leave this place to you. Entertain the guests well. I'm going to make ice cream." "Good," Little Walnut responded crisply. Seeing this, Manhwa turned his head to look at the 2 maids he had just met on the road. "Sister Little Red, I'll trouble you to look after this place for a moment or two. Sister Xiao Sakura, come help me." "Yes, young master." *2. By the way, Mrs. Mao left midway to send someone to inform the parents of Kukiharu and the others that their children were guests in the Mao household. Xiao Hong led the way into the courtyard and went to her room to prepare tea. At that moment, Ganyu, who was on the side, spoke up. "I'll help too." Ganyu felt that as the biggest here, he should do something. "Yeah." Seeing Manhwa nod, Ganyu sighed in relief, then asked, "What do you need me to do?" "Follow me." With that, Manhwa walked towards the bamboo forest. Ganryo followed, finally stopping in front of 2 chairs. "I had the carpenter make 2 rocking chairs, so please help Sister Ganyu try them out." Ganyu then realized that the 2 chairs had different legs, 2 curved wooden sticks, but she was even more confused. "A trial? I don't know anything about woodworking." "It's okay, Sister Ganyu, all you have to do is lie on it for 10 minutes and tell me how it feels," Mobize explained with a smile. "That's it?" "Aha!" Ganyu felt something was wrong, but nodded anyway. "Leave it to me then." With that she walked over to a rocking chair and then sat down, her soft shapely body fitting perfectly with the upholstery of the rocking chair's backrest. The rocking chair shook, causing Ganyu to be startled at first, and after he adapted, Ganyu felt like he had returned to his childhood. Being held in the arms of true Lord Liyue borrowed wind to lull him to sleep. So cozy. Manhwa looked at Ganyu's relaxed expression and smiled proudly at his own invention. Staying at home for 5 years, not to mention the quality of life, Manhwa took the piece to death. Get a good night's sleep, stay up late and work overtime. Jun. Exiting the bamboo forest gently, Movies looked to the other side. Xiao Keqing and Chi-Chi sat on the swing, while Xiao Wadao and Xiao Shangling stood at the back and pushed respectively, playing happily. It was the first time his yard had been so busy. Movies withdrew his gaze and spoke to the little maid who followed him. Let's go Sakura-chan. To the ice cellar. Yes, young master. Chapter 18, Sleepless girls don't dream of black one-piece teachers. What a beautiful thing to eat ice cream on a sunny winter afternoon. It's like being in an air-conditioned room with a quilt in the summer. They bring not only sensory comfort, but also a sense of fulfillment that comes from bucking the seasons and conquering nature. Manhwa stood on a stool in front of the ice cellar's operating table, and Sakura-san together neatly made the deluxe supreme jumbo hazelnut colorful fruit sundae. The ice cream is all pre-made and stored in the freezer, and the fruit, jam, and nuts are all readily available, so it's quick to make. Just as Manhwa made it to the third deluxe supreme jumbo hazelnut colorful fruit sundae, Sister Xiaohong walked in and went to Manhwa's side and said, "Young master, Miss Walnut and the guests are asleep." 10 minutes ago, the Manhwa small courtyard. Little Walnut a few people swing enough. Looking around for the figure of Manhwa, young master went to make ice cream. Right. It was only after Sister Hong reminded her that Little Walnut remembered what Mao had just said to her. Then Little Walnut saw Sister Ganyu who was lying on the rocking chair in a deep sleep, and that serene and satisfied expression induced Little Walnut to start getting sleepy too. Yes, after waking up and fussing from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m., 5.5-year-old Walnut finally felt sleepy. Ah Ching, Xiangling and Chi-Chi, this is a rocking chair. It's very comfortable. Before, Mao laid down on it every day to take a nap. Little Walnut climbed into the other rocking chair, which had plenty of room for Little Walnut, so she patted the vacant seat, not forgetting to greet her 3 little friends. You guys, up, too, who? The raging sleepiness flooded her mind in the middle of Little Walnut's sentence. Ding! Little Walnut shutdown speed beats 99% of users on the Tibet continent. Little Carving Harvest and Little Shangling looked at each other in shock. Is it really that comfortable? Looking at Little Walnut's sleeping form, the two of them also developed a trace of sleepiness. As for Chi-Chi, she obediently had climbed into the rocking chair, the Ganyu one. Phew, same with falling asleep in a second. Little Carving Harvest and Little Shannon once again glanced at each other. Then we too, kind of sleepy. Hoo. When Movies returned to the yard, this was the sight that he saw. Under a lush bamboo forest, several little girls lie in rocking chairs and cuddle up. The warm winter sun shines dapplingly on them through the bamboo leaves, adding a touch of warmth and vitality to this quiet space. Chi-Chi was lying on her side next to Ganryu, one hand resting on the latter's stomach and the thumb of the other hand in her mouth, and wondered if she would dream of coconut goats and eat coconut milk in her dreams. On the other rocking chair, Xiao Keichang and Xiao Xiangling slept on both sides of Xiao Wutao, who embraced his left and right with an expression of enjoyment as the three of them hugged each other. Aren't you really afraid of overloading? Movies spat darkly, but had to admit that he was sleepy too. Young master, you should take a nap too. Sakura could see how sleepy Movies was, and this was also the time of day when her own young master took his nap. Well, these 2 ice creams are yours. Please Sakura-san and Red-san watch over us la. Movies pulled out 2 servings of ice cream from the ice-filled, quilt-covered thermos. Thank you young master, it's what we should do. Little Red sister and Little Sakura sister replied joyfully with their ice creams. The young master was really nice. Not only was he smart and cute, but he was also especially gentle, never treating them as subordinates. Instead it was more like treating them as sisters. How nice it would be to really have a brother like that. The two thought for I don't know how many times. Both rocking chairs were occupied, and instead of trying to force his way in, Manhwa walked over to a bamboo with a hammock tied to it, which Manhwa had tinkered with in his spare time. Tying the other end of the hammock to another piece of bamboo, Movies lay down on it. It's really cozy. No wonder they all fell asleep. With his eyes closed, the breeze caressing him, and the rustling of bamboo leaves in his ears, Manhwa went to sleep before he had time to think much. One last thought flashed through Manhwa's mind before he fell asleep. From now on, this bamboo forest will be called Sleeping Bamboo Forest. Chapter 19. Can I touch your God's eye, Sister Ganyu? Movies awoke to a familiar crushing sensation. Without opening his eyes, he knew what was happening. It must be the girl Atao coming on top of him again. Manhwa calls this phenomenon peach pressure bed. Open your eyes, and there it is. Little Walnut's head was pressed against Manhwa's chest, huffing and puffing, crystalline drool moistening a small piece of his shirt. Aren't you in the rocking chair? Why are you here? Manhwa vaguely heard the sound of talking, so he turned his head to look around, and saw his mother sitting at the stone table by the pond, happily watching Ganyu Kakeru and the others eating ice cream. "You're awake, young master." On the other side, Sakura, who had been on guard, spoke with a fan in her hand. "Well, thanks Sakura-chan. What time is it?" "Just after 4 in the afternoon. That means an hour of sleep." "What's going on?" Mobize asked again as he gently stroked the little walnut's head. "Ms. Walnut said she came to wake you up and—" "Oh, got it." Mobize drifted off, as if he had seen the scene where little walnut had climbed into the hammock to try to wake himself up, only to fall asleep just as he got down. "Little girl, is my body that hypnotic?" Manhwa pinched little walnut's nose in no good humor, and after 10 seconds or so, little walnut felt unable to inhale and woke up, calling out with a minute of waking up pout. "Mao Mao, up for ice cream." "Ow." With an upturned ow in his voice, Walnut perked up, then saw a wet patch on Mamoru's chest and reached up to wipe it off in embarrassment. "Okay, it's a lot cleaner than bedwetting." "Mamoru, didn't we agree to forget about this?" Little Walnut blushed, slapped Manhwa's chest and screamed, making a thud sound. Manhwa immediately begged for mercy. "Ahem, forgot. I forgot. I'll stop." Waking up from his nap, Little Walnut's energy is back to 100%, and Manhwa is a bit overwhelmed. "What am I doing with her? It's fun." After playing around for a while, Mobize and Little Walnut jumped out of the hammock and went down to the pond to greet their mother first. "Mother, Huar and Xiaotao are here. Come and have a drink of hot water first." The two of them gulped it down and said hello to the rest of the group. "Isn't the school lunch break too short? Should we talk to Nimbus about extending it?" Mrs. Mao asked, startled to find a yard full of children asleep when she returned. "No, it's fine the way it is now. School gets out early. A half-hour nap on your lunch break is about right. Today this is a special case." Manhwa, small walnut, small carved clear belongs to us too early to get up. Ganyu is to stay up late to work overtime plus, all sleep deprived. As for the little zombie Chi-Chi, she can sleep if she wants to. "Okay, Mrs. Mao sniffed and said no more. Then rose. "Now that you're awake, it's up to you to entertain your little friends. Mommy's going to get busy first." "Well, bye Mom." "Okay, Aunt, Auntie, Ma'am, bye." After Mrs. Mauve left the room, Mobize looked over to the table, where a few people hadn't eaten much of their sundaes, names omitted for being too long, and appeared to have just woken up as well. Incidentally, after a few people had fallen asleep, Red had put the finished sundaes back into the ice cellar for storage, and had only just retaken them. Mobize grabbed a sundae from the warmer for Little Walnut and himself as well, then asked the guys, "Well, this sundae, it's delicious, delicious, yummy, it's so delicious, it's simply the perfect flavor. Can I learn this?" Mamoru, faced with Xiao Shangling's request, Manhwa readily agreed. "Sure, bring you next time you do it." The results of the user satisfaction survey were favorable. While the crowd was enjoying the food, Malva sat down in the seat her mother had just taken, right next to Ganyu. "Sister Ganyu, what do you think?" "It's delicious." Ganyu felt that she was really happy today. Not only did she catch up on 2 sleeps, but she woke up with such a delicious dessert. "Thanks Shigeru." "You're welcome." Ganyu's approval made Manhwa feel very happy as well, but happy as he was, he hadn't forgotten his purpose at the beginning. He looked to Ganyu's waist and asked, "Sister Ganyu, this is the Eye of God?" Regarding the Eye of God, Manhwa could be said to have been curious for a long time. The God's Eye, a product unique to the original God's world, was an external organ capable of sensing and manipulating elemental forces. Those with the Eye of God are already considered creatures of another latitude compared to ordinary people, although they are not reproductively segregated, because they not only possessed powers unrivaled by ordinary people, but also opened the way to become gods. That's why they were called original gods. As for the method of obtaining the Eye of God, Manhwa couldn't find one that could make it clear even after reading books for several years, and there was only a vague and ambiguous saying that was widely circulated. When someone's desire or will is strong enough, the gods cast their sight and the Eye of God appears. How strong must the desire and will be enough? Which god is the god who casts his sight? At that moment, Manhwa didn't want to explore how to obtain the God's Eye. He was just curious, because with or without the Eye of God, he believed he could live. Yes, this is the Eye of God of the ice attribute. Of course, Mobize knew that it was the Eye of God with the attribute of ice, and he also knew that Ganyu's Eye of God had been acquired when her desire to help immortals and humans coexist peacefully had risen. He was more interested in knowing how the thing worked. Ganyu looked at Manhwa's curious gaze and suddenly had a wonderful feeling in his heart. So little Mobize has his moments of curiosity. How cute. So ghostly. Ganyu spoke up. "Want to touch it? May I?" Mobize didn't realize that Ganyu had invited himself first. He was still trying to figure out how to ask. After all, it was someone's unique organ. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to speak, he was not polite. Manhwa stretched out his hand and approached the diamond-shaped eye of God above Gonyu's thigh at a speed of 0.5 centimeters per second, fearing that a tang would give a poke. Finally, Manhwa touched Gonyu's eye of God. Manhwa's first sensation was cool, and he didn't know if it was a characteristic of the ice attribute God's eye or if it was all like that. Then a soft touch on his fingers took him by surprise. He had expected it to be as hard as a glass ball like the one sold around the neighborhood. It turned out to be soft when he touched it, but not the jelly kind of soft. More like a human eyeball. Don't ask him how he knew the touch of a human eyeball. It's a tear to say more. Not to mention, it's cool, soft, and strangely comfortable to touch. Manhwa couldn't help but spread out his small palms, barely covering the eye of God, and rubbing them back and forth. May I? Gonyu lightly bit her lower lip and asked out loud. The eye of God is an organ that manipulates the elements and only reacts to them, so it is not tactile itself. But for some unknown reason, when little Movies touched the eye of God, the ice element became unusually active, so much so that the temperature of the metal bezel in which the eye of God was embedded plummeted, and even the edges condensed with frost. The cold sensation passed through the clothes, causing Gonyu to shiver. Okay? Gonyu asked out loud again, and only then did Manhwa snap out of the marvelous experience. Why is it frozen? Movies looked at the ice crystals on the rim in surprise. I don't know. Gonyu's pretty face was slightly red and she twisted her head in some embarrassment. She couldn't say that she didn't control the element, could she? She was at least someone who had been using the ice element for thousands of years. She couldn't say such a thing. Sister Gonyu, can I touch your God's eye too? That's when little Walnut finished his sundae and came over to ask. At that moment, little Kei Chang and little Xiang Ling also looked over. There was no ordinary person in this world who wasn't curious about the eye of God. Why don't you guys touch Chi-Chi's? Gonyu wanted to ask, but didn't have the heart to ask out loud, thinking that little Manhwa had touched all of them, so it wasn't too bad for the three little girls. So she nodded her head in agreement, and little Walnut and the others happily went up. Strangely enough, Gonyu realized that when little Walnut and the others touched them, they weren't as comfortable as little Manhwa's touch. No, it was the ice elemental that wasn't responding anymore. At this point, little Walnut stated her aftertouch. Wow, it's soft, like most eyes, but it's cold. At once, all the gazes in the room focused on Manhwa, and everyone couldn't help but reveal a hint of pity. Manhwa didn't say anything, but just wiped a tear in his heart. Chapter 20. Ah Tao, are you the worm in my stomach? Chi-Chi, can I touch your God's eye too? Movies moved next to the little zombie who was silently eating ice cream and asked. He mainly wanted to compare them, but unfortunately there were no other attribute God's eye possessors around yet. Ah, good. Despite the reaction, Chi-Chi agreed painfully. Chi-Chi's eye of God was set into the hat, and Movies was able to reach it with his outstretched hand. Well, the touch is the same as Gonryu's. Movies proceeded to cover the God's eye as if he had just touched the sweet rain, and before long Frost appeared next to Chi-Chi's God's eye as well. Cool. At this time, little Walnut and the girls also came over to touch Chi-Chi's God's eye. Strangely enough, no new frost appeared near the God's eye. Simple control variables allow Movies to spot the difference. So, is it just me, or are all ice attribute God's eyes like this? Manhwa thought darkly, and for a moment he didn't know why, so he put it aside. Now that the ice cream has been eaten and the eye of God has been touched, it's time to get to the point. Manhwa sat back down next to Gonyu again and spoke. Sister Ganyu. Gonyu's body trembled. What is it? Can you make the water freeze? Gonyu sniffed in relief and nodded. Sure. Manhwa's eyes lit up and he gave an inch. Can you demonstrate? Just use the water from this pond. Eat your heart out. Just satisfy your child's curiosity, and it's not that difficult. Thinking so, Gonyu nodded, turned to face the pond, and extended his right hand. Straight up? No weapons? Movies was a little surprised and stared. Only Gonyu made little movement. The eye of God at his waist suddenly lit up, and a vague ice mist drifted towards the water. In an instant, ice crystals appeared in the water close to the shore and then spread outward, quite rapidly, in hot pursuit of the fleeing ornamental fish. Is this the power of the eye of God? Manhwa was stunned, and for the first time truly realized what power was beyond the reach of mortals. How powerful of an ice maker does it have to have this effect? In just one wobbly moment, the entire pond was on the verge of being completely frozen, and Manhwa hastened to call a halt as the ornamental fish shrank and shivered in the only corner of the pond. Sister Gonyu, Movies asked, swallowing. How much water can you freeze at once? I don't know. Never tried. Gonyu shook his head, and Manhwa saw this and asked a different question. And how much elemental power did you consume just now? Well, a little bit, nothing consuming. Manhwa sniffed and felt his lips dry a little, once again realizing the gap between mortals and the original gods. He even had a moment to think. Ice factories still use what saltpeter. Lock a Ganyu into it is not good, but immediately he dismissed this idea. There were only a handful of God's Eye possessors, and it would be too much of a waste to enter the factory as a factory girl. It's cold. At this time, Little Walnut on the side held her arms and said, she had just looked dumbfounded as well, not expecting Sister Ganyu to be so powerful, but now a pond of ice plummeted the temperature of the space here. Oh, sorry, Ganyu sniffed and apologized, and then Manhwa saw her wave her hand, and the ice of the pond began to melt, and in no time at all it turned into water, and the temperature went back up. Can this be done too? You can't do any of this in the game. Manhwa's eyes widened. This was completely inconsistent with his perception. According to the physics knowledge he had learned in his previous life, being able to make ice and melt it, this was completely controlling the temperature and mastering the heat. What use of that alone wouldn't be better than you putting an ice lantern ball in there? Of course, these were Manhwa's perceptions after being indoctrinated by modern science, and applied to the world of ordinary people, but not to those who possessed the Eye of God, because Movies knew nothing about what elemental forces were or how they actually worked. This is the sad barrier between ordinary people and God's Eye possessors. As Manhwa shifted, he suddenly felt his hand being held and squeezed. Fixing his eyes, Little Walnut was looking at him with concern. Mamoru, what's wrong with you? Ah Tao, are you the worm in my stomach? I just emoed for a second and you realized it. Manhwa immediately did not emo. As long as there is a small walnut company, God's Eye or anything else does not matter law. So Manhwa backhanded Little Walnut's little hand and guffawed. It's okay. It's just that I was taken by surprise. Sister Ganyu was really great. I was taken aback too. Sister Ganyu was so awesome. Little Walnut repeated. And then as if he had triggered a hidden switch in the human, Little Shannon followed. Me too. Was taken by surprise. Sister Ganyu is so awesome. Is this the power of the God's Eye? Sister Ganyu is so powerful. Ganyu. Awesome. Well, I'm not that good either. Ganyu was haunted by the repetitive quips of a group of children and humbly said, it's all the power of the Eye of God. Movies didn't believe a speck of it. God's Eye aside, Ganyu must also have extraordinary power as the descendant of the Qilin. The attention of several people in Little Walnut was suddenly diverted. Eye of God. That's awesome. *3. 5. I wonder if I'll be able to get the Eye of God in the future. Little Walnut looked at Manhwa full of innocence and anticipation. Mamoru, what attribute of God's Eye do you think I'll get? Manhwa's heart trembled at his words. In the game, Walnut was given the Eye of God at the age of 13 after unsuccessfully searching for his grandfather's departed soul on the delusionary slope and penetrating life and death. But before that, the cutting pain of losing the only person close to him was real. So from the bottom of his heart, Manhwa didn't want Little Walnut to go through this. But life and death have their own destinies, and Little Walnut's grandfather will always have a day when his destiny runs out. All Movies could do was let that day come later and stay with her then, I guess. With a flash of complex thoughts, Manhwa looked at Little Walnut without changing his face and replied, well, it depends on what attributes you want. Ah Tao. Little Walnut sniffed and fell into deep thought, then clapped his hands. Then I want the fire attribute. That way I can help Grandpa. Hey, it seems that there is a destiny in the underworld. After Little Walnut finished speaking, Little Shannon and Little Carving Harvest naturally took turns voicing their opinions. I also want the fire attribute God's Eye, so it'll be easier to make fire and cook. I want the rock attribute. What's wrong with you, Ching? You're not going to shave? Kokihara felt that Manhwa had a strange look in his eyes, so he glared back fiercely. What's going on? Do you have a problem with that? No. Movies shook his head decisively. Mauve, what about you? What attribute of God's Eye do you want? With Little Walnut's question, several people present looked over, and they were curious as to what attribute of God's Eye this amazing little guy wanted. Is this something I can have if I want it? Movies secretly spat out a sentence and began to think seriously for the first time about what attribute he wanted for the God's Eye. Chapter 21, the first ice cream tasting conference comes to a successful end. What would be a good Eye of God to have? Fire attribute? Jailed with Ah Tao on the delusional slope, forming a Liyue pure fire team? Water properties? Help Ah Tao hang water and fight evaporation? Rock properties? I wonder if you can make a hand puppet out of a rock creation. Ice? I've already achieved the freedom to make ice, so it's good to help Momo with the melting. Wind attribute? Become a wind-chasing teenager in Liyue? Grass? What's that for? Can it ripen watermelons? And what's another attribute to come? Oh, the thunder attribute. If only I could generate electricity with the thunder element. As Movies thought about it, he realized that each attribute had merit. It's so hard to choose. If only I could have them all. Mauve, you're so greedy. There can only be one Eye of God per person. Little Walnut told Movies the common sense of the world. I'm just thinking about it. Can't I just think about it? One must always dream. Then Movies said to Little Walnut, and to himself, but things like the Eye of God are all about destiny, so there's no need to force it, lest it affect your mood. Little Walnut nodded plausibly. Ganyu, who was on the side, repeated softly afterward as if she had something to say. It's in the nature of things. Well said then. Feeling that the atmosphere had inexplicably become a bit heavy, Manhwa digressed. Alright, the ice cream is almost melted. Hurry up and eat it. By the way, Sister Ganyu, can you just make these ice creams re-solidify? Sure. As Ganyu spoke, he lightly mobilized the ice element, and the melted ice cream instantly solidified as before. It seems that anything that is liquid can freeze. Manhwa had given up using his science mind to think about where the heat released from the solidification of the liquid went. Perhaps it was consumed by the elemental force? Just as the big guys were about to continue the sundae they were enjoying, Little Walnut, who had already finished his share of the sundae long ago, twisted his head and looked blearily at Manhwa. Mau. Without Little Walnut having to open her mouth, Manhwa knew what she wanted to say. He pushed his portion of ice cream toward Little Walnut. Here, I promised you a reward. Wait and send Chi-Chi back properly. Oh. Instantly happy, Little Walnut pried a banana off a sundae with all his might and shoved it into Mof's mouth. Aha! Mamoru eat it together too. Ah, so icy. The moment the banana entered his mouth, Manhwa felt like his entire mouth had lost its senses, and when he looked down to spit it out, he realized that the iced banana had already stuck to his tongue. The icy chill irritated Manhwa so much that he jumped in place. Little Walnut and the others were taken aback by Manhwa's reaction. Mamoru, what's wrong with you, Little Movies? Young master. In the midst of the crowd's hand-wringing, Manhwa himself took a teacup from the stone table from who knows who, tilted his head back and took a sip of the warm tea wrapped in his mouth, spitting it out a few seconds later for another sip. After several repetitions, the banana stuck to his tongue finally detached, and Movies spat it out in one smooth motion. Then he immediately warned, "Don't eat the ice cream yet, it's very icy. Be careful of sticking to your tongue." Manhwa's presentiment impressed Little Walnut and the others, and they were suddenly afraid to speak. Mamoru, are you okay? Little Walnut asked. It's okay. Movies slammed his mouth gradually gaining sensation. Xiao Kei-ching looked at Chi-Chi, who was eating with great relish, and then looked at Manhwa, and wondered, what's going on? It should be too cold for the ice element to freeze directly. Recovering his ability to think, Movies voiced his suspicions. Ganyu sniffed with an apologetic face and lowered his head, reaching out to touch Manhwa's still somewhat cold cheeks as he apologized. I'm sorry, I really only used a little bit of ice element. It's not your fault, Sister Ganyu. In the middle of Manhwa's words, in his afterglow, he saw Little Walnut's little mouth pouting in a very self-condemning manner, as if he was going to cry out in the next second. So Manhwa hastened to add, it's not your fault either. Momo-o, it's a good thing too. It's a good thing you let me try it first or everyone would have been in trouble. Mau. At those words Little Walnut's little mouth pouted even higher. She felt even harder inside and leaned forward to hug Manhwa. Okay, don't be sad. I'm fine, aren't I? Manhwa patted Little Walnut's back to soothe him for a while before the latter slowed down and said quietly, I don't like ice cream anymore. Manhwa cried and laughed, thinking what does this have to do with ice cream? But his mouth still obeyed the Little Walnut's words. If you don't like it, don't eat it, I'll eat it all later. No way, no more ice cream for Mamoru either. Fine, I won't eat it then. When summer comes see if you can still remember today's words. Ah Tao. Movies thought silently. And with that, the first ice cream tasting at the Movies house was over, though there were twists and turns and even a life-threatening crisis at one point, leading to a hasty conclusion. But the complete relaxation during the nap in the bamboo forest and the amazing taste of the first bite of ice cream left a lasting impression on Kokeshi Haru and the others. The entrance to the Mao family compound. Thank you Little Movies for the ice cream. You're welcome to visit Manmin Hall in the future. Little Shangling doesn't yet know the restriction that Manhwa can't leave Yujingtai until he's 10 years old. No problem, I'll definitely come. Manhwa happily agrees and adds Manmin Hall to his #1 list of places to visit after age 10, bumping Chunhyang Kiln into second place. Thanks for the hospitality this time, Kota Haru thanked, then stammered, next time, come to my house and play. After saying that the little face became red in the light of the setting sun. No problem, I'll definitely come. Let's put Haru's home on the second place on the list of places I want to go after I turn 5. Little Movies, next time you make ice cream, can you call me? Ganyu's face was also illuminated red. I wasn't in control this time. Next time it won't be like today. Of course, I trust Sister Ganyu, because he was afraid that Ganyu would find it too big for him. Manhwa had already given up on letting Ganyu help him make ice cream, but he didn't expect it to be brought up by Ganyu himself at this point. It's really a stuffed up old man. So, it's still thanks to Little Walnut? Movies rubbed Little Walnut's brain dumbly, and the latter twisted his head to look at him quizzically. Mamoru? Ah Tao, after you send Chi-Chi home later, remember to supervise your grandfather to drink his medicine on time. Manhwa asked Dr. By a year ago to prepare a pair of herbal medicines for Grandpa Xiaowudao to clear away heat and dampness, nourish the body, which can regulate the body of people who often stay up late. But according to Tao, her grandfather often refused to drink it because of its bitterness, and he also resented Manhwa's broad control, thinking that Manhwa was looking down on his hard body. Hearing this, Little Walnut rarely showed a bitter face. Mao, don't fight with Grandpa, okay? She was afraid that Mao wouldn't be able to beat Grandpa. We didn't fight, we just had some clash of ideas. Manhwa was thinking of helping Hall Master Hu to condition his body to prolong his life. However, Hall Master Hu was somewhat prejudiced against him because his precious granddaughter had been abducted early. It's obviously you, old man, who are too busy to get out of your own way and put Little Walnut up at my house. Okay, if Hall Master Hu was here, he would probably jump up and give Manhwa a bit when he heard Manhwa spouting off. How could he think that a few-year-old doll could abduct his precious granddaughter? In short, the communication between Manhwa and Hall Master Hu now relied solely on Little Walnut to pass on the message. Just tell your grandfather that if you don't drink it, only your precious granddaughter will. Scared? Ah Tao doesn't want to drink. Don't worry, your grandfather will drink it. That's good. Ahem. This cotton jacket is a bit of a black heart haha. Manhwa was kind of sympathizing with the old man. But why? Just wanted to laugh. Well, I'll see you all tomorrow. Finally, Manhwa and a few people waved goodbye in turn, and the usual tranquility returned to the front of the Manhwa family compound. Chapter 22, Sister Nilite, I'm here to see you. Before Movies could turn to go back to the house, however, the little walnut in his field of vision froze in its tracks as he walked. She was seen standing still, digging into the small cloth bag she had been carrying all day, then turning around and darting back towards Manhwa with something in her hand. Mamoru. Only when Little Walnut ran closer did Manhwa see what she was holding. Look, a purple unicorn. Isn't that Inazuma's ghost doodle bug? The ghostly hooded bug, about the size of Little Walnut's hand, was lying sickly on its back at the moment, with only the occasional wiggling of its unicorn horn to prove that it was still alive. Where did this come from? Movies asked curiously. It was Tao who caught it in a tree by the side of the road yesterday afternoon. Little Walnut replied, then lost it. I meant to show it to Mao this morning, but I forgot. Now he's all out of it. Full of ghosts. Good lord. This has been stewing in a book bag for a day, and it's not even dead. Amazing vitality. Movies identifies with it now. That's okay, you feed it some leaves, maybe it'll be in good spirits tomorrow. Aha! Little Walnut is back in good spirits. Then I'll bring it over tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Momo. After saying that, Little Walnut waved her hand and hopped up to join up with Little Shen and Chi-Chi, who was waiting for her in the distance. This time, Manhwa watched Little Walnut and the others' backs disappear completely from view before turning around to go home. Mom, I'm going out. It's all about dinner. Where is this going? I'm going to pay a visit to Sister Nimbus. Can you find your way? Do you want Mommy to stay with you? It's okay, I'll have Sister Red take me and be back soon. Well, then be safe on your way. It was nearing the end of the day, and people were still coming and going in the Yin Hall. As the center of Liyue's power, the matters to be dealt with every day were piling up, and it was considered a blessing to be able to 99.6. At this time, Ying Guang was reporting the recent progress of the work at hand to the contemporary Tianquan Star. Himunpo and Eat Tiger Rock area of the elementary school construction progress has been completed 80%, is expected to be able to complete the acceptance in August this year, into the full enrollment stage. Next year the opening of the school year. The compilation of the new Lizuki dictionary has been completed, and it is now in the proofreading stage, and is expected to be ready for promotion to the community this week. The preliminary preparations for the Ryu newspaper and the Ryu Daily News have also been completed, and the contents of the inaugural issue are being solicited, and are expected to be put on sale at the same time as the invitation to the Immortal Ceremony in May. The Cold Sky Ice Factory is now officially in production, and so far, in addition to local orders from Liyue, large orders have been signed by the Mon Morning Glory Winery and the Inazuma Universal Chamber of Commerce. After finishing in one breath, Ningguang's face was as normal as if he was eating and drinking. Tianquangsing was quite satisfied with Ningxuang as a secretary, keen business sense, rich grassroots experience, and strong executive power. Nimbus had almost all the best qualities and abilities in one, and Tianquan Star was completely grooming her as a successor. I'm relieved to leave things to you, Nimbus. Tianquan Sheng laughed cheerfully and then joked. I'm especially put out of my mind by these programs proposed by the Mauka boys. For the work of this job, Nimbus will aim to perform at 100%, and for the programs proposed by Manhwa, Neurolite always pursues the degree of completion beyond the limit. This was not only because these programs were indeed very beneficial to Ryu's development, but more importantly because these were what Manhwa wanted. Being told what was on her mind, Ningguang's calm face finally changed as she helplessly called out, "My lord, okay, no more." Tian Quanxing waved his hand and began to drive people away. "Today is the first day of school, so I'll give you a vacation. Hurry back and rest. Then properly prepare for the immortal invocation ceremony in 3 months." "Yes, my lord," Nimbus promised and exited the office of the Heavenly Power Star, but did not go back to rest as she had said she would. Instead, he went back to his office, took out the half-written Yujingdai Middle School planning proposal from his drawer, and continued to amble around perfecting it. She wants to complete this planning proposal in the first half of this year, and then start the construction of the secondary school building and the compilation of teaching materials in the second half of the year, to be completed in 3 years, just in time for Manhwa's graduation from elementary school. You can't leave a child without a book. A smile appeared on Ningguang's face at the thought, as if she could see Manhwa happily hugging her. MS. Nimbus, someone is looking for you. Could it be that the little guy is here? Ningguang remembered what Manhwa had said in the morning about turning around and coming to find her, and she didn't expect this to come. Count on this little brother having a conscience. Ningguang's heart leaped with excitement. Her face looked as normal, and she quickly organized her grooming. Let him in. A few seconds later, a speech full of bravado came first from the doorway. "I say Nimbus, it's so hard to see you." Then a woman with one eye patch strutted in. "Why you?" Nimbus was greatly disappointed and leaned back in his chair. The visitor's name was Beidou, an old friend that Ningxuang had known since he was a child. She owned her first ship last year and currently does some sea trading. "So I go?" "Never mind, come what may." "What's up?" "You say that, can't you be approached if there's nothing wrong?" Hokuto grinned broadly and walked over to a side seat and sat down. "Got some Inazuma specialties, brought you some." Nimbus sniffed and held up 2 fingers. "2 questions. What? First, as far as I know, your ship didn't report that it was going to Inazuma, so how did you get the specialty? You're kinda paying attention to me." "Okay, I confess." Halfway through his words, Hokuto was stared at with a blank expression, then said, "Actually, it was a few days ago when I met a group of pirates and I hijacked them with a cargo of rice wives on it." Beidou finished, poured himself a cup of tea to drink, for a while did not wait for a reply, looked up and found that Ningxuang gazed a little oddly at this side, so she laughed. "Hey it's just a blackout. What's all the fuss about? Were there ghost-hooded insects in that shipment?" "Yeah, how did you know?" "Huh?" Hokuto was halfway through his sentence before he reacted to the fact that it wasn't Nimbus who had asked. She whipped her head around to see a small doll standing silently behind her. Now Beidou understood why Gelding Light's gaze was odd. "Little waif? Aren't you here to find your sister? Why are you following me?" "Yeah, I'm here to find Sister Nimbus." The little waif, also known as Manhwa, answered as a matter of course. He met Beidou at the entrance of the Ian Hall. When he was still handing out candies to the young lady who was watching the door, Beidou went inside with a big grin, and was stopped and told to inform. The two then chatted briefly at the door before Hokuto was called in. Manhwa recognized Beidou, and he guessed that Beidou was also here to look for Ningguang, so he secretly followed him in. After listening to Hokuto and Nimbus chatting outside the door for a while, Mobai swaggered through the door Hokuto had pushed open and walked in. Nimbus saw him the first time, and it was just Hokuto who had been talking to himself, not realizing that there was someone standing behind him until Manhwa spoke up in question. It turns out that the ghost doodlebug that Atao caught was brought back by Hokuto. Manhwa suddenly realized, and then looked at Ningxuang, smiling and greeting to, "Sister Nimbus, I've come to see you." Chapter 23. Manhwa, face swollen by mosquitoes. At first, Nimbus thought he was hallucinating when he saw Mauve walk behind Hokuto. It wasn't until Manhwa opened his mouth to greet her that Naruma confirmed that it was true, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. Beidou, who was on the side, looked back and forth at Ningguang and Manhwa, then suddenly realized, "Oh, little waifu, you're that Mao family kid that Ning Su always talks about," said Hokuto as he raised his teacup. "My name is Hokuto, long time no see." Seeing this, Manhwa busily put down the thermos basket he was carrying in his hand, poured himself a cup of tea, and raised his cup in an arching manner. "I don't dare to dare. It's the kid who's heard of Sister Beidou's great name for a long time. I am Manhwa. Ha 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 ha. Funny boy." Hokuto smiled broadly and clinked glasses with Manhwa and took a sip before saying, "It's a pity that you can only drink tea instead of wine. And you're still young, or I would have had a few drinks with you. Then Hokuto-san can store my wine for now and come back to you when I can drink." Wonderful. The more Hokuto thought about it, the more he thought it was a good idea, so he slammed his thigh and said, "I'm going to stock up on a few jars of fine wine, so I won't get drunk then." "Who are you not drunk with?" At that moment, Nimbus came from behind his desk and plucked out Hokuto. then knocked on the table and said, "Do you have anything else? Go if you don't have any more. Good for you. Ning asterisk 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 Su. You have a younger brother and you're kicking out your sisters?" Hokuto's eyes widened in disbelief at his words. "Didn't you just say 2 questions? How about one more?" Nimbus shook his head, not wanting to go around in circles with Beidou. "You actually have something you want me to look at for you, don't you? Otherwise, by your nature, you just send the stuff straight to my house. Ha ha, still can't hide it from you." Hokuto laughed and patted his head as he explained. "There's a device in the shipment we got from this heist. Ahem, and I don't know what it's for, so I'm here to palm you off. Hokuto-san, you don't have to go through this effort to change your mind. I've heard all I need to hear." Manhwa spat darkly, while Nimbus raised a hint of interest. "It's not often that you get something that Hokuto can look at but can't hold. Where's the stuff?" Hokuto had both hands in the air. "That thing can't be brought to you, Jingtai. It's still on the ship. There is a security check at the Jade Capital Terrace, and things and people of unknown origin will be stopped by the Thousand Rock Army, so you'll have to come with me," Hokuto added. Ningguang sniffed and looked at Manhwa, and without waiting for her to speak, Manhwa knew what she wanted to ask and said directly, "I'm just here to drop off the ice cream, and I'll be right back for dinner. The implication is don't worry about me. You have something to take care of first." Who could not love such a well-behaved and considerate little cutie who is not clingy? Ningguang only felt her heart as joyful as a small sparrow, and let out a chirp. She couldn't help but crouch down and hold Mobai's head and sip hard on his cheeks. Hokuto watched the scene with dumbfounded eyes, then spat out with disgust covering his face. "Nimbus, do you realize that right now? You're like a weird A." Before Hokuto could finish her words, the gaze of Ning asterisk 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 Su blaring over made her realize that she was the one who was now begging, so she immediately folded her hands and bowed her head. "I'm sorry I got carried away, please forgive me." Ningguang lazily ignored her livewire old friend and turned back to Manhwa, her pretty face slightly flushed as she reached up and wiped the drool from his face. She was still broken by Hokuto's words. "What weird aunt? Is it really weird? Besides, I'm only 20. Ningguang bit her lower lip, feeling her face getting hotter and hotter. "Where's Manhwa? What's Manhwa doing?" Mauve was still calm when Nimbus kissed him. After all, he was used to it. Instead, it was the red-faced look of Ningguang afterward that made Manhwa look away. What's the saying? Most of all, the tenderness of that bowed head, like a water lotus flower does not win the cool wind shyness. This phrase could not be more appropriate for the Nimbus light at this moment. White hair and red pupils rushing the country special offense. The imperial sister bowed her head and did not win the shyness. Genius is hard to top, but this was no time to gawk. Manhwa looked at Ningguang, who was about to transform into a steam girl, and knew that it was time for his gentle and considerate young groom to step in. Mobius poked his head out and sloppily pecked Nimbus on the cheek before grinning. "Sister is not to blame. Sister. No offense. Right, she is the sister of Manhwa's younger brother. As long as her brother doesn't think she's weird, then she's not weird, so why should she care about other people's eyes?" Ningguang was enlightened. The depression in his heart was swept away, so he happily hugged Manhwa a few more times. "Stop, stop. I said stop, stop." Mobius fought back, but in vain. Beidou, who was watching the scene, opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say, and only felt some acidity in his mouth. She wasn't sure if she was envious of Manhwa or Ning asterisk 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 Su at the moment. A few minutes later, Mobius ducked his head to avoid the sight of the others and followed Gelding and Hokuto away. Halfway there, Manhwa suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Ha, little Mobius, why are you here?" Manhwa looked up, only to see Ganyu walking headlong with a large stack of papers in his arms. Yes, Ganyu is also the secretary of 7 Stars, and Moon High Pavilion is right next door, so it's normal to come to this side of the office. "But I was just going to ask, are you putting in the work too fast?" Before Manhwa could answer Ganyu was surprised again. "What happened to your face, little Mobius? Did someone hit you?" Manhwa hurriedly covered his red face at the words and stammered an explanation. "No, it's fine, I got bitten by a mosquito." "Mosquitoes? Why are there mosquitoes here?" Ganryu was confused. "Put." Beidou on the side held back his laughter, while Ningxuan opened his mouth with a darkened face. "Ms. Ganyu, we still have things to do on our side, so we'll leave first." "Oh, yes, Ms. Nimbus." Ganyu nodded and moved out of the way of the aisle, keeping his eyes on Manhwa's face. As the two men crossed paths, Mobius said goodbye. "Ms. Ganyu, don't be too busy too late. Oh, you have class tomorrow. Bye." Bye. After Ganyu watched Manhwa and the others leave, his mind was still a little puzzled as to how mosquitoes could appear in the land of the 7-star office. After walking out of the Yen Hall, Beidou finally couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter. "Mosquitoes, ha ha ha, bitten by a mosquito, ha ha ha." Hokuto laughed while pointing at the mosquito. Narimitsu, Ningguang, on the other hand, blackened his face and pinched Manhwa's face. So in the eyes of my brother, my sister is a mosquito? What can I do? I can't say that my face was swollen by Ningguang's kiss, right? It's too shameful for me to say. Ningguang also knew that it was actually her own fault. She didn't realize that Manhwa's face was so delicate that a light inhalation would leave a mark. But being described by Manhwa as being bitten by a mosquito, Ning Su couldn't stand it a bit. Then don't blame your sister for not only stinging but also sucking blood in the future. After making a scene for a while, Ningguang finally lost his temper and let Manhwa go. Then he couldn't help but painfully rub Manhwa's red and swollen face again. It's okay, it'll go away in a little while. It goes away fast. Manhwa enlightened Naked Light. He is also familiar with this matter. The little walnut did not sip him. Before the age of 1 year is usually small half an hour to reduce the swelling. After 2 years of age is even faster. Nimbus sighed in relief. Ningguang and Hokuto dropped Manhwa off at the door of his home. And as they parted, Hokuto extended an invitation to Manhwa. Boy, you're right up my alley. How about coming to my fleet? I'll make you a captain. In response, Movai said, I've not only been a captain, I've also been a governor. Eventually Manhwa agreed to visit Hokuto's fleet when he grew up. Chapter 24, The Mao Family's Matters. As the sky darkened, the hall of the Mao family's main residence was exceptionally lively. Today was Manhwa's first day of school, which was considered a memorable day. So old Master Manhwa called both of Manhwa's oldest and second oldest brothers back for dinner. At this time the hall's four-sided table is full of meals. Mao old man sitting in the main seat. Mrs. Mao sat with him on the side in order to take care of Manhwa. Manhwa's elder brother, second brother and second sister-in-law were seated on the other two sides. Manhwa elder brother named Mao Feng, hobby military martial arts, serving in the Thousand Rock Army, 30 this year, still single, let Mao old master and Mrs. Mao very headache. Manhwa's second brother's name was Mao Kai, 21 years old, and he was actually the Mao Kai Gong in the game, when he inherited the position of the head of the Mao family, before he was given the title of Gong Master, shortened to Mao Kai Gong. However, he is still a young man. It is said that in the early years is also considered a flirtatious male, all-day loitering teahouse listening to music. Until some years ago, Manhwa was born to collect the temperament, began to learn to manage the business, and now is already in charge of not to mention, but also in the last year to marry the second sister-in-law. A small life is very good. The second sister-in-law's name is Margaret, 19 years old, from Mund, which brings us to the story of I Tricked Mon's Little Stepford Wife with a Glass of Ice Water again, original submission by Ergo, rejected. The general content is that last summer, came to Ryu to take a break. Margaret passed by the Zhangmao Trading Company entrance, because of heatstroke face a little pale. The second brother saw it and gave her a cup of ice water. The two people so they know each other. After that it's the same old storyline of meeting, falling in love and getting married. The entire novel is 300 pages long, 200 of which are devoted to the heroine's appearance, and the remaining 100 pages, in describing the hero's appearance. Although the submission was rejected, the life-winning story of the second son of the Mao family, who returned from his prodigal life to inherit the family business and marry an exotic white rich and beautiful wife, is still enjoyed, cynical, jealous, dead, by the people of Liyue. Yes, Manhwa's second wife is a rich white woman. At first he thought the name Margaret was familiar, but it wasn't until her father came to the Mao family last year on the day of the Sea Lantern Festival that he remembered who she was. If it isn't the proprietress of the Cat's Tail Tavern. As it turns out, Margaret just didn't want to inherit the tavern by the book, so she came to Ritsuki for a break. She didn't expect to meet her real man, so she stayed directly without telling her family, to which Movies called out the good guys straight away. Liang Shanbois and Juliet? How do you guys get on the airwaves when one of you is a prodigal son and inherits the family business and the other one doesn't want to inherit the family business and runs away from home? Is it really all in the face? Regardless of how the two men looked at each other right in the eye, the entire Mao family was supportive of this. Upon learning that Margaret was not an orphan as she claimed, the Mao family offered to pay the bride price and send Margaret's father back to Mund, and it promised to make up for it with a Mon-style wedding at the Mon Church at this year's Windflower Festival. This was being discussed at the table at this time. Big brother, you'll come along then. You be the best man, maybe even get me a sister-in-law back. Manhwa's second brother, Mao Kai looked at his elder brother, Mao Feng and said, this old man Mao and Mrs. Mao agreed. The oldest of these are 30, has not yet started a family, but they are worried to death. That is, in recent years there is Manhwa, the second also married, otherwise the two oldest want to tie the eldest home to force arrangements. Mao Feng sniffed and swallowed the rice in his mouth quickly and said stoically, I won't be going this time. There are some matters in the army that I can't get out of. Upon hearing this, old man Mao immediately became furious, slapping the table and shouting, who do you think you are? Can't you quit when the Thousand Rock Army leaves? You have to go. I'll personally go to the head instructor tomorrow to ask for your leave. When Pops gets angry, Big Brother doesn't dare to make a sound. At this time, Mrs. Mao came out to sing the white face. She sat down next to Elder Mao, reached out and patted the latter's back, saying, "Okay, old master, calm down. Fomer, this is also for the sake of Liyue, this big person." She then looked to her oldest son. "Windy, you too. You're not so young anymore. It's time to think about your own affairs, and let us worry less." The atmosphere eased a little, and Big Brother Mao Feng mumbled in a small voice, "I'm not trying to stay with my little brother." Manhwa can sort of see that this big brother, who has only met a few times, looks honest and his emotional intelligence is really low. It would have been easier to just shut up and eat honestly and get over it. It had to be right a mouthful. "No!" Master Mao blew up again, pointing at his eldest son with hatred. "You still have the nerve to talk about your little brother. Does your little brother need your company? If you had Hua a costly affair, we both wouldn't have to worry so much." Master Mao just don't understand. The youngest son at the age of 5 already have a childhood friend. The eldest son 30 years old has not brought a girl home. This genetic gap, how so big? Even if we don't talk about Hua, even if you inherited half of your old man's skills from me. Elder Mao suddenly stopped talking, only to see the movement of Mrs. Mao patting her back on the side suddenly slowed down. Her hand slid to Elder Mao's waist, and she sneered, "What if it's half as good as your old man?" "Ha, you tell me?" Master Mao was in a cold sweat and in a hurry. "Isn't that what I'm good at, chasing you down, ma'am? Not bad for you, bull." Manhwa admired the ginger. After this interruption, Master Mao's sermon could not go on. Grunting and glaring at his eldest son who was buried in his food, Manhwa suddenly reacted to the situation. "Wait a minute, Big Brother didn't say that on purpose, did he? Could it be that Big Brother is actually on the 5th floor and I'm in the basement?" At this moment, mentioned a mouth began to watch the drama of the second brother. Mao Kai suddenly could not help but burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" His second sister-in-law, Margaret, poked him with her elbow. She could already speak Lizuki fluently. "Nothing." Ergo shook his head. It was when he heard Pop say that if Big Brother was half as capable as Little Brother, he would be able to worry less, that he suddenly thought of the scene he had seen when he passed by Manhwa's yard on his way home in the afternoon. "Pops, I'm afraid you're going to have to worry a lot about my little brother from now on. I just thought of something funny." Ergo pursed his chopsticks and shook his head again, burying his head in his food. Manhwa withdrew his gaze suspiciously. He always felt that his second brother had a strange look in his eyes. Burying his head and eating a few mouthfuls of rice, Manhwa suddenly reacted again at the time of the Wind and Flower Festival. Old dad and old mom, Big Brother and second sister-in-law all went to Mond. So wouldn't he be the only one left at home? I'm sure you all know what it's like to have the house to yourself, right? That's the smell of freedom. Although Manhwa had gathered 1,000 favorites since he was born, and was clothed and fed with whatever he wanted, he had never had much say because he was too young. The ecosystem of the Mao family looks like this. Master Shigeru, the old man, the boss most of the time, says it all. Mrs. Mauve, the uncrowned king. Mao Feng, Big Brother, the object of the urging, persecution. Mao Kai, second brother, turned back prodigal son, rising in popularity. Note, just married. Margaret, second sister-in-law. Amand, the first daughter-in-law of the Mao family, a rare character. Movies, the family pet, not very nice. Scratch that, the group pet. Walnut, group favor pendant. So, faced with the opportunity at hand to get out of the way, Movies said, "No, I can't laugh. I can't let anyone see that I'm looking forward to it. Otherwise send someone to stay and watch over me and it's over." So Manhwa buried his head and ate one by one. For a while, all 4 of the Maos at the table ate with their heads buried in their hands, each with their own agenda. Mrs. Mao and her second daughter-in-law looked at each other, both seeing doubt in the other's eyes. Chapter 25, Who writes a diary as a proper person? Manhwa, I write too. When Movies returned to his yard, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Just as he walked into the courtyard, Sister Sakura greeted him. "Young master, the bath water has been put on." "Oh, okay, thanks Sakura-chan." Movies nodded and took a step toward the bathroom. As he passed the pond, he remembered that he didn't seem to have fed the fish today, so he pulled a bag of fish feed made mostly of shrimp and breadcrumbs from a drawer in the stone table. "Ah, young master, just now Sister Hong fed the fish," Sakura warned out loud, fearing that the fish would hold out. Movies moved, grabbing a little less fish feed and tossing it into the pond anyway. "It's okay, they've been freezing and consuming a lot today, so they'll eat more to replenish themselves." At those words Sakura-san was touched. "Ah, young master, he's really gentle. I'm crying my eyes out." I don't know what Manhwa was thinking at this time. If there is really a stupid fish to eat to hold up, then I can only tearfully eat 3 big bowls. Tomorrow I want to eat sauerkraut. Yes, young master. As he spoke, Manhwa had arrived at the bathroom door. he blocked the door and turned around. Okay, Sakura-chan, you don't have to follow me. I'll wash myself. At those words, Sakura was lost beyond words. Whenever this time comes, she misses the time when she helped her young master bathe 2 years ago. At this point, she could only nod tearfully. Okay, young master, then I'll wait for you at the door. If you need anything, just ask. Mobius closed the door and stripped off his clothes, then quickly drenched them in hot water, soaked them, and washed them. By the way, the soap was also pounded by Mobius as one of the 3 essential tools for travelers to make a fortune. Soap is made in a very simple way, by reacting quicklime with alkaline minerals to get caustic soda, then boiling it with lard, and cooling it down to get soap. Add some spices and perfume in the middle and that's soap. Mao family in the past few years is to rely on the sale of soap and patent share earned a lot of mora. The exact amount of Manhwa do not know. He doesn't care about business. He just wants to improve the quality of life for himself and his family. After cleaning his body, Manhwa stepped into the bucket of hot water, and after the warm bath water roamed over the necklace of earthly locks and completely submerged his chest, Manhwa only felt soothed and refreshed, as if the day's fatigue had been swept away. It is said that the fact that humans like to take baths is engraved in their genes, due to the fact that the sensation of taking a bath is very similar to the sensation you feel in your mother's womb before you are born. That's why soaking in a bath subconsciously relaxes human beings, as if they were back in mom's arms. Phew, young master, little young master, are you asleep? Better go back to your room and sleep. Sakura's yell came, and the soaking, drowsy Mobius was suddenly jolted. Manhwa looked for the sound, only to see Sister Sakura standing outside the door, with only a head poking in, looking at him with concern. Mao was heart-warmed. After 5 years of living together, the 2 maids had long been like his own sisters. It was just a bath. What was there for him to let go of? So Mobius said to Sakura, Sakura-san, please help me get dressed. It was also true that Manhwa was a little sleepy, and according to his biological clock, which was active for up to 12 hours a day, he should have been lying down by now. Sakura's face instantly lit up at the word, and her feet flew in. No trouble, no trouble, serving the young master is what I should do. While saying that, Sakura took the bath towel. Is young master sleepy? Let Sakura give you a massage to relieve your tiredness. Sakura knew that the young master was usually busy for a little while longer before he went to bed at night. Sure enough, Mobius didn't refuse and let Sakura give him a neck and arm massage. A few minutes later, Mobius changed into his pajamas and returned to the bedroom. At this point he was feeling so refreshed that if he was given another smartphone with internet access, he would be able to play until 12 before going to bed. Too bad it can't be given. With a slight sense of regret, Mobius sat down at the desk by the window in a raised, padded chair while he was still conscious. By now it was completely dark outside the window, and looking down from this window through the moonlight, close by was the grand staircase of the Yujing Terrace, the place from which Little Walnut had climbed up. In the distance were the 10,000 lights of Ryu Harbor, and I wondered where the Hall of the Past Life was one of those lights. Mobius withdrew his gaze to the desk. On the tabletop were several pieces of tourmaline polished into different shapes, and several carbon wires of varying thicknesses. Manhwa's recent research project to make a tourmaline light bulb. I say recently, but the subject has actually been going on for 6 months, but it's been slow to catch on. It was easy to make a generator, but what Mobius was more interested in experimenting with was whether or not he could convert the elements of this world into something he knew well. Mo's initial thought was to get a few thunder slimes back, but he was harshly rejected due to his young age and the fact that slimes are, after all, dangerous magical creatures, so he retreated to tourmaline. But Mobius could never get the tourmaline to discharge. He has tried to stimulate tourmaline in various ways and make it into various shapes, but has failed. And this afternoon, the scene of Ganyu using the ice elemental made Manhwa vaguely grasp something. He felt that if he pulled this out and figured it out, he might break new ground. Mobius clutched a black box from under his desk that contained his biggest secret. Then Mobius felt for the key in the secret compartment at the top of the second drawer on his right hand and unlocked the lock on the black box. Well, the ritual pulls full circle. The box was opened and contained a number of papers and 2 notebooks. On the paper were fragments of inspiration and memories that felt like they might be useful, recorded by Manhwa in simplified characters. It's funny to say that on one side, Manhwa is thinking of fully integrating into this world, but on the other side, he's thinking of leaving some evidence that he doesn't belong to this world. It's very contradictory. 2 notebooks, one a journal and the other also a diary. Of course there is a difference. A table diary, recorded in Ritsuki's script, is filled with daily routines of little nourishment. The other is a re-diary in simplified Chinese characters, mainly used for recording odd thoughts during the day. By the way, the record time for keeping this biggest secret in Mobius is half a day. The black box was hidden in the afternoon, and the secret was discovered by Little Walnut that evening. In that case, it seems that the 100-day period is almost up. Looking at the diary, Manhwa suddenly remembered the 100-day appointment with Little Walnut. At that time, the black box still only had the diary on the inside, and Little Walnut found it and clamored for it. But is something like a diary something you can just show to anyone? So in order to stall for time, Manhwa made a 100-day promise with Walnut. To be fair, Little Walnut must exchange her diary for her own, and Manhwa doesn't bully her. 100 days of diary will do. After that, there's the table diary. Mobi's turned to the latest page of the table diary. 90th day, January 31st, 3705 years. There is nothing to do today. Resting in the bamboo forest, and Tao hit the pond with 10 splashes of water. 9 days to go. Manhwa thought, putting pen to paper. 91st day, February 1st, 3705. On the first day of school, I shared a table with Tao, who ate 3.5 meatloafs and a sundae. After writing, Mobi's flipped back to the diary. Day 90, January 31st, 3705. Electrical bulbs remain fruitless. Number of crises today, 1. Almost got his head blown off by a tile that Tao hit with water. What's Tao doing now? Manhwa looked at the contents of the diary and thought, and suddenly lost the nature to continue to study the electrical bulb. So he made a couple of cursory strokes. Day 91, February 1st, 3705. So much has happened. But sleepy, more tomorrow. Number of crises today, 3. Choking on food fed by Tao. Women's club death crisis. Frozen tongue on ice banana fed by Tao. Better hurry up and go to sleep. Maybe tomorrow Tao will come to wake him up more early. Manhwa dropped the pen and stowed the black box before lying down nimbly on the bed. Sleepiness quickly drowning his consciousness. One last thought flashed through Manhwa's mind before he fell asleep. I wonder if Tao is asleep now. Meanwhile, the second floor of the Hall of the Living Future. Little Walnut lay on her side in the already somewhat smaller double crib, sleeping serenely. Suddenly, the sleeping Little Walnut didn't know what she had dreamed of, and smiled dementedly and dreamed. Had ha, Mao Mao. It's chapter 26, and it's finally day 2. Grandpa, I'm leaving again. Bye bye. On a new day, Little Walnut left the Hall of the Past Life early again and ran toward the Jade Capital Terrace. Today's Little Walnut is still in the classic brown long-sleeve and lantern pants look. Little Walnut hoofed it all the way to the bottom of the grand staircase. Hey scare! Little Walnut fought his way backward on his short legs, and in no time at all he had climbed to the center platform. She turned around and was about to call out to Mamoru when she saw the familiar figure appear in the familiar window and wave at her. Mamoru! Little Walnut gave a surprised yelp, then scurried out with a swoosh. In less than 5 minutes, Walnut broke in and then shouted at the first opportunity. Mao Mao! Sticky! Aha! Before Little Walnut could say anything, however, her face was covered by a warm towel. Then Little Walnut's little face was rubbed and contorted over and over again until all the sweat was wiped from his face and the towel was removed. Little Walnut's eyes were suddenly opened, only to see that it was indeed Mao Mao standing in front of her with a towel. Ow! Little Walnut pounced on Manhwa with a hungry tiger pounce, hooked her hands around his neck, then rubbed her face back and forth against Manhwa's, feeling extraordinarily satisfied. Ha ha! Letting the Little Walnut slip and slide with himself, Manhwa fell into deep thought. Today he woke up a little after 6 in the morning, and after dressing and washing he stood at the window, waiting for Little Walnut to come over. So have I affected Atsushi, or have I taken the shape of Atsushi? After the daily posting, Mobi's and Little Walnut sat down at the table for breakfast. At that moment, Little Walnut suddenly remembered something and fumbled for a while from his book bag. Little Walnut held out his hand and spread it out, and on it was the very same ghostly hooded bug from yesterday. Momo, look, Doodle has really gotten refreshed after eating the leaves. Doodle, is that its name? It sounds pretty good. Movi's nodded in approval. It's already shaking its wings, and it does have a lot more spirit. As soon as the words fell, the movement of Little Doodle's shaking wings steeply accelerated, driving itself to fly high up. Seeing that Xiaodo was about to fly away from the clutches of the devil, when it was too late, Little Walnut instantly flipped and swung his palm, and his arm brought out a residual shadow. With a loud pop, the little pocket was slapped into the bowl full of milk in front of Manhwa and Little Walnut, and both of them were splashed with milk as a result. Only then did Walnut let out a surprised ah. Little Walnut looked down and over, only to see Pocket flopped over and floating on the milk, not moving a muscle. Manhwa's eyelids fluttered at the sight, as if he had seen his own misery yesterday morning. Doodle, were you the one who protected me? You're so gentle. Don't worry, I'll remember your contribution and give you a generous burial, right next to Little Kim. By the way, Kogain used to be an ornamental fish. Manhwa was thinking with a sense of solidarity, when Little Walnut suddenly tugged on Manhwa's sleeve and said, Doodle is still alive. Look, Mao Mao, it looks like he's drinking milk. Movi's looked over in response to the sound, only to see that half of Doodle's body was submerged in the milk. his mouth parts opening and closing to absorb the milk. You can't even die. Are you the reincarnation of Little John? And can you drink milk with Ghostbusters? As far as Movies knows, the ghost-hooded bug generally feeds on the sap of tree wounds or ripe fruits, and mostly lives on tree trunks and rotting wood. While Movies was puzzled, Little Walnut pinched the horns of the bib and raised it out of the milk, then waved his arm and very kindly shook the milk from it. Ha, Doodle's not moving, probably passed out. Movies watched sympathetically as Pocket was tucked back into his bag by Little Walnut, secretly cheering him on. Come on Doodle, don't you die. At that moment Sister Red came over with a fresh bowl of milk and collected the milk from the little bib's bath. Today it's Sister Hong's turn to be in charge of the young master's upbringing. After breakfast, Movies tugged on Little Walnut's shirt and looked at it. With that slap down on Little Walnut just now, both Manhwa's and Little Walnut's clothes were covered in milk, and after wiping them off there were still white spots left behind, with Little Walnut's brown clothes being especially obvious. So Movies said to Little Walnut, "Ah Tao, go change into a tunic." "Oh," Little Walnut responded crisply. Then just by grabbing the hem of her shirt with her small hands and pulling it upwards, her little head shrank, and she took off her top, leaving her with only a thin white undershirt lining. The two white arms were naked and exposed, like put-together white carrots. How did that thin arm just whip out a stump? Manhwa curiously pinched Little Walnut's delicate arm, and Little Walnut felt a little tickled and giggled as she twisted her body. "Yeah, watch, don't pinch the nest." He said that he was going to come and tickle Movies. "Stop it, hurry up and change your clothes, don't catch a cold." Manhwa slapped away Little Walnut's clutches and dragged Little Walnut to the closet, opening the innermost closet door. It's full of Little Walnut's clothes. After all, in the first 2 years this girl lived in the Manhwa house for longer than she lived in her own past life hall, and after that she also stayed over every now and then, leaving many household items behind over time. The clothes in this closet were partly brought over by Little Walnut himself, highlighting a plain and durable. Another part was made by Manhwa's mother, highlighting a delicate and good-looking, but in Movies' opinion, Little Walnut was very cute, whether she wore a plain tunic and lantern pants or a delicate little high-fashion dress. So Movies left the dilemma of choice to Little Walnut himself. "Take your pick." "Ow," Little Walnut responded, picking out a little red dress. A question mark popped up on Manhwa's head. Little Walnut didn't get milk on his pants. Moreover, Little Walnut was never a fan of skirts. She preferred lantern pants, shorts and the like, as these were more convenient for moving around and going down to the river to catch fish. "Why did you change your mind today? Is it, Mamoru, didn't you promise Momo you'd wear a skirt?" Little Walnut stomped his foot in a hurry, afraid that Manhwa had forgotten. Yesterday you said that." Manhwa's head was spinning, and he knew that there was something wrong. "Ahem, I said next time, not today. So which one is next?" "Next time is, anyway, not today. Later, I'll definitely wear it later." "Ah Tao, have I ever lied to you?" "Well, then next time you can't say next time. Say yes-o?" Well. Movies was good enough to finally muddle through again, wiping the sweat off his face. "Strange, why is this girl so obsessed with putting a dress on me?" "Well, Ah Tao, you hurry up and put on your coat. Your arms are getting cold." Eventually, Little Walnut chose a brown tunic jacket of the same style and put it on with Mo's help. Mao, you change your clothes too. I'll help you." "Aha." Red, who was on the sidelines, retreated silently. "Oh, obviously it's not easy for me to take my turn to serve the young master personally." Chapter 27, Rejecting Inside Scrolls. "Starting with me." "That's right, Mamoru. Grandpa asked me to bring you a message." Walking down the road, Little Walnut suddenly remembered his grandfather's request. "What?" Manhwa twisted his head to look at Little Walnut, who said with a solemn face and oppressed voice, "Brat, I drank the medicine your grandfather, so don't threaten me with your granddaughter in the future." After saying that, Little Walnut immediately resumed his native voice. "That's what Grandpa said. Good Lord. This imitation can't be described as identical, only unrelated. The sugar content is seriously off the charts alright." Manhwa couldn't help but rub Little Walnut's budding little face and said, "It's a good imitation, so don't do it again. I'm afraid I'll bleed to death." Well, it was agreed that only older sisters would rub their younger brothers, all the way to class with a lot of jostling. The time was just past 7:30, and little Kakoharu was already there again. "Haru, what time did you get here?" "Almost 7. So early." Manhwa and Little Walnut were surprised, and that was when Little Walnut had just arrived at his house, and class doesn't start until 9 o'clock, so it's not like we have to check in today. "Is it early?" Kukiaro said with some embarrassment. "As acting squad leader, I deserve to be the first to arrive, but 7 is too early." "Wait," Mobai suddenly discovered Wapoint. "Haru, you're not thinking of getting to school before me and Momo, are you? If Kotabukio has to be the first to arrive, then she has to be earlier than the second to arrive." And the second one to arrive in the last 2 days, wasn't it him and Little Walnut? Little Carving Harvest sniffed with a red face and didn't say anything, but the meaning was already obvious. So they were the real culprits that caused Cookie Haru to come so early? Haru, discuss something. Cat wondered. How about we all come in later starting tomorrow? Big sister, class at 9 o'clock, sleep until 8 o'clock to get up, wash, eat and drink for half an hour, go out at 8:30, walk leisurely to the school and still catch the preparatory bell. Such a day it does not smell good? Refuse to involute. Start with me. So, what time are we coming? We'll observe again today to see what time the next student arrives, and after that don't you just need to be ahead of him? That's right. Kokoharu was relieved so she wouldn't have to get up so early. When I woke up at 6 a.m. this morning, I even worried my mom about how sleep deprivation can turn you ugly. Seeing that Kajukiyo had agreed to the anti-involution agreement, Manhwa was relieved that he would have to sleep until 8 o'clock tomorrow, so he said to Little Walnut, Momo, come back tomorrow and call me after 8. Little Walnut cocked his head a little in surprise at his words, but I'm going to sleep with Mamoru today? Oh, that's okay. Movise already foresees how he'll wake up tomorrow. On the side, Xiao Kei-ching was in a state of shock. SH. What? They actually slept together already? Just as Cookie Haru was in a trance of consciousness, light footsteps came from outside the classroom, and then Ritsuki's little cook jumped into the classroom carrying a lunchbox. Good morning, Carving Haru, Walnut, and Little Movise. I didn't expect you guys to be here so early. Why are you here so early too? Shannon, what's the matter? Little Movise? Anti-involution protocols understood. Omega what? The anti-involution protocols eventually went into effect, and after Shannon, footsteps didn't sound outside the front door until 10 minutes past 8. Movise and the others stared at the classroom door with bated breath, trying to see which student it was. A few seconds later, the light dimmed and the doorway appeared a stack of sacks. Ganyu didn't hear the sound and thought that no one was in the classroom, but she was startled when she inclined her head and saw 8 eyes staring straight at her. The stack of cloth bags in his hand jumped with him, then lost his balance and fell to the ground. Only then did Manhwa see that the visitor turned out to be Mr. Ganyu, and he hurriedly brought someone up to help. Excuse me, Ms. Ganyu. Kotoharu apologized. I'm fine. What are you guys doing? We're waiting for the next student to come. So it is. What is it? Little Walnut lifted a cloth bag and opened a slit to look inside. It's a school uniform. Ganyu took out the clothes inside and unfolded them before a few people got a full view of the school uniform. The school uniform of Ujingdai Elementary School was designed by the 7 stars themselves. The whole thing was a long robe with a white base. A few strands of golden color that could best represent Ryu were embellished on it in an extremely designer way. Not much, but it made the clothes instantly look high class. There aren't any school badges or logos because they aren't needed. Manhwa was sure that it wouldn't be long before everyone in Ryu Harbor would know what this outfit represented. It's so pretty. Unfortunately, my design was shot. Manhwa sighed darkly with regret. The wide and ugly uniforms were one of the most important memories of my school days. Look good. A couple of the little girls' eyes were glowing and they couldn't wait to put them on. Then please help hand them out by name to all the students in their seats. Aha! Chapter 28, Walnut. It was the quintet that made the first move. Class, rise. Hello sensei. Hello class, have a seat. After 2 rehearsals, the first-year class of Ujingtai Elementary School successfully completed a class ceremony and officially began their elementary school tutorial. This is not a formality, the main purpose is to get students to develop a reflex of awe. It's time for class. The first lesson is a language class with Ganyu, teaching the first few rhymes of pinyin. Ms. Ganyu stood on the podium, trying hard to liven up her expression and voice, but the performance still looked ancient. Everybody repeat after me. Aowa yelpo woo. Aowa yelpo woo. Luckily, the students in the first-year class were relatively simple and followed the reading very obediently. Then, Ganyu began to teach one sound at a time. Ganyu's mouth fell open. Whoops, that O-shaped mouth looks like a red cherry. The corners of his mouth widened slightly, as if he were smiling. Watching Ganyu's ever-changing mouth shape, Manhwa realized that this kindergarten-level class wasn't as boring as he thought. Manhwa turned his head again, only to see Little Walnut earnestly following Ms. Ganyu, still bobbing his head with each reading. Cute and cuddly, no head. Noticing Manhwa's gaze, Little Walnut twisted his head and blinked. What are you looking at me for? No why. You go on. Movise tilted his head slightly. Well, Mao, you be serious too. Little Walnut beamed and frowned. Good. The two completed an encrypted call, while Manhwa's mouth began to chant after Ganyu. His head began a free exploratory brain-opening exercise known simply as days. Pinyin. When did I come from? After Ningguang started to prepare for elementary school, Manhwa was also involved in part of the development of teaching materials. One of the pinyin rules was the one he had directly carried over. Not a single word had been touched, but it magically adapted perfectly to the Liyue text system. It was all MHY's doing, but he clearly couldn't even remember what the kindergarten teacher who taught him phonics looked like. Yet he still managed to memorize the rules of phonics in their entirety. That's what they call wear and tear, isn't it? Some memories fade in the long river of time, but others shine more and more under the scrubbing of the years. One's own memories of less than 20 years were already like this. I really didn't know what kind of memories Zhongli's kind of thousands of years had worn out into. Are the stories he left behind the tip of the iceberg of his remaining memories? Or is it all that's left? And how important are the memories carried by the earthly lock to Zhongli? Manhwa pressed the necklace of earthly locks on his chest, suddenly feeling a little heavy. Hey, what's the point of thinking about this? Lord Emperor, he must have his reasons for doing this. I'd better do what I have to do. Touch the fish and tease the little walnut every day. Doesn't it smell good like this? Movai shook his head, putting all the tumultuous thoughts behind him and returning his attention to the classroom. At this point Ganyu's lead reading came to an end, and he began to explain the pronunciation standards one by one. Everyone opened their mouths wide and vocalized directly. Like this. Just dash. Hearing MS. Ganyu's explanation. Little Walnut looked to Manhwa, who nodded knowingly. Well, it's A as in peach. Little Walnut instantly smiled and narrowed his eyes, wanting to call out Mao Mao, but when the words came to his mouth, he remembered that this was Sister Ganyu's class, so he was too embarrassed to speak. Movai saw the way Little Walnut was trying to say something, and it dawned on him. He also thought about how Little Walnut, who had obviously learned pinyin ahead of time, Manhwa asked her to test it out, was still so serious about learning it again. So it turns out that Tao isn't a convert today, but he's embarrassed to desert the class because the teacher is someone he knows well. Innocent and simple Little Walnut. Oh, let me tell you the joys of touching fish in class. Movai pulled a notebook from the belly of the table, took out a pencil, and wrote on it in the simplified characters that only the two of them recognized for the time being. What are you trying to say? Omega. Little Walnut's eyes lit up as she took Movai's pen and wrote one of the few words she knew on it. Mao Mao, smiley face. Then Movai began to draw tic-tac-toe squares on the back of the book. Little Walnut, it's really not that I don't want to listen to the lesson. It's Mao Mao and Gajira who tempted me first, Omega. Chapter 29. Shocking. The two children went behind the teacher's back to do this kind of thing openly in the classroom. Mao Mao, we should listen carefully to Mr. Ganyu. After class, Little Walnut looked at Movai with a serious face. The black and white pieces already drawn on the book that lay in the center of the table. They sneaked in a game of futsal for most of the class period with Ganryu at their backs. This sense of backstabbing made the two feel a little ashamed of Sister Ganyu at this point, even though Ganyu didn't notice and left the classroom after class law. Tao, you're right. Manhwa was also reflecting on whether he shouldn't have brought Little Walnut down. The child had been quite serious in class. Next class, let's listen well and watch each other. Aha! Little Walnut nodded vigorously. Little Shangling in front of her turned back at the sound of her voice, saw the 5 pieces chess set on the table, and asked curiously, what is it? Little Walnut said immediately and enthusiastically, it's backgammon. It's easy. I'll teach you. Shannon. After saying that, the two of them started playing chess with great interest, with Chi-Chi on the side at the edge. Movai invited as he realized that Kukiharu was also secretly looking at them. Haru, do you want to try? I wouldn't. What's the point? I'll teach you. Well, Little Carving Harvest nodded her head in agreement with a slight blush on her little face, but instead of sitting straight back like little Shannon Ling, she turned sideways. Then please. So just like that, 10 minutes between classes. Gone. By the time the preparatory bell rang, Smokeheim had already made her way to the podium, and Manhwa and Kokoharu were only halfway through their first game of futsal. Movai poked Kokoharu, who was still thinking about his next step. Don't think about it, Haru. It's time for class. Get off later. Xiao Kei-cheng woke up as if from a dream, turned around and saw that the teacher had already arrived. Slightly panicked, as if she had been caught doing something wrong, she turned around in a hurry and sat upright, turning back to Movai at the end. Then don't move the chess piece. Keep going down later. No problem. Manhwa mentally added the second half of the sentence for little pride, then agreed, then reminded the 2 female students flagging down next to him. Well, don't get off. You too. Class is in session. On hearing this, Little Walnut and Little Shannon could only pause reluctantly and make an appointment to continue fighting again next recess. The formal bell rang just in time, and Smokeheim called out in a voice full of genuflection. Class. The first arithmetic lesson was fairly simple, recognizing numbers from 0 to 9. Many of the students in the class actually knew the 0 through 9 in reused text, but now they were just corresponding with the numbers. So the class was pretty easy. By the way, not only the little Kerching, Xingqiu, Chong Yun, and Night Orchid who had some family power. Most of the children in Liyue, under the influence of their environment, had actually learned some knowledge of arithmetic to a greater or lesser extent. After all, this was the commercial capital of Tibet, the origin of Mora, and if you couldn't even count money, wouldn't it be a shame to say so? As a result, the atmosphere of the classroom was quite relaxed. The students learned easily, and Smokim taught easily. It was the little walnut that suffered. We agreed to listen carefully, even if you already know how to do it. You can't desert. I'm a child with self-control. Little Walnut couldn't help but turn his head to see what Mao Mao was doing. We said we'd listen to each other. We said we'd watch each other's backs. Liar. I can't believe you didn't call on Ah Tao and sneak off to sleep on your own. Ah Tao was furious, so she secretly reached out and poked Manhwa in the face when Smokim wasn't looking. Seeing that the sleeping Manhwa was completely unresponsive, Little Walnut gradually let loose. He. Cute Mao Mao. Soft face. So nice to poke. Little Walnut also fell down on the table, looking at Manhwa sideways, and just gently poked Manhwa one by one, accompanied by the background sound of the teacher's lecture. Without realizing it, he himself fell asleep. Smokim from the podium took it all in. You two little guys, you're too reckless just because you're cute, aren't you? How about a little FaceTime for the first class? You guys are in trouble, you know that? So the classroom suddenly went quiet, and the eyes of the students moved with Smokim to gather on the two students sleeping in the corner of the classroom. Movies was pinched awake by Kokoharu. The first moment Kokoharu came over to Smokim, she pretended to pick something up and pinched Maui's thigh hard enough to pull Maui back from dreamland. Manhwa didn't actually want to sleep. He was just going to laze around and touch the fish to muddle through. But the dead memories suddenly attacked Movies. The voice of Mr. Smokim lecturing suddenly made Manhwa feel as if he had returned to his discreet math class many years ago. I remember that it was also a clear morning, and the oriole outside the window sounded good as Smoky Himes. The teacher at the podium kept hypnotizing him using Taylor's formula so that he would never reach the reality of sobriety, until someone pinched his thigh. After Manhwa opened his eyes and saw Smokim who came over, he understood what the situation was now, and after glancing at Little Walnut who was still asleep, Manhwa stood up and took the initiative. I'm sorry teacher, I was wrong, I won't next time. You. Smokim's words were immediately stifled, and looking at the sincere-looking Manhwa, she didn't know what to say for a moment. The first time he showed his attitude of admitting his mistake, Manhwa followed up with an explanation. It's mainly because Sister Smoke Crimson's voice is so beautiful, like a beautiful deer drinking by a stream under the morning sun. It's crisp and moving and reassuringly sensual. I fell asleep while listening to it. When he finished, Movies scratched his head in due time and smiled nervously. Is it really that good? Beautiful deer or something? Smokim expressed her doubts, but the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. The originally prepared words of criticism couldn't be said this time, and finally left a sentence. Young man, take care of your rest. After that, he went back to the podium and resumed his lecture. Well, it's 7 now. A crisis dissolved into nothing. The students' jaws dropped, thinking that this little child was so powerful. To this Manhwa said, all sit down. Base do not 6. Chapter 30, It's wrong to whore for nothing. The first thing Little Walnut did when he woke up was to look for Maui. This time too, as usual, it was as if he was always by her side, and she saw Mamoru when she opened her eyes. Whenever this happens, Little Walnut feels especially relieved and happy, followed by a sweet purr. Mamoru. Ah Tao you're awake. Mobai snapped out of his dazed state and twisted his head to look at Little Walnut in a serious manner. It's 10 years later now. Ha, did she even sleep this long? Little Walnut giggled, then asked dully, but why? After 10 years have passed Mamoru hasn't gotten any bigger? Manhwa, who was desperately trying to hold back his laughter, completely couldn't hold it back at this point and reached out to rub Little Walnut's face and laughed. Why are you so stupid? Cutie pie. You're so cute. Wei will die again. It was then that Little Walnut finally reacted to the fact that she had been tricked, and was so mortified that she puffed up her cheeks and her face felt better in her hands. Mao Mao. Bad, said the man as he began to pinch each other's cheeks with Movies. Okay, I was wrong. After a bit of drama, Manhwa surrenders, which is usually how it ends. Hurry up and eat in the cafeteria. It's noon. Little Walnut slept from Smokim's arithmetic class to the end of school at noon. The other students went to the cafeteria to eat. Manhwa waited specifically for Little Walnut to wake up from his nap. Little Walnut sniffed and looked around before realizing that the classroom was deserted and only the two of them were left. Come on, I'm starving. Movies jumped out of his seat and walked over to Little Walnut, holding out his hand. Naturally, Little Walnut put his hand on it and jumped off the seat as well. Aha! On their way to the cafeteria, the two met students returning from dinner. Some of them went straight back to their classrooms. Some went to rest under the big banyan tree in the atrium, and others went to look around the campus. Little Carving Harvest, Little Shannon, and 7 walked up to them, and little Shannon asked, "Oh, Walnut, you're awake." At those words little Walnut blushed slightly and nodded, thinking of what Mao Mao had just lied to her about. Her grip on Manhwa's hand couldn't help but be slightly stronger than this one you guys take. I tried making ice cream at home yesterday. It's a little melted though. Little Shannon handed over the lunchbox that had been set aside especially for the two. Thanks. Movies took the lunchbox without being polite. Well, we're off to dinner, so I'll see you later. See you later. Then let's go eat first. After that, Manhwa and Little Walnut said goodbye to the three. Arriving at the cafeteria, there weren't many students inside at this time, but there were two unusually eye-catching adults sitting in the corner of the cafeteria, which Manhwa saw at a glance. Oh, good afternoon, Mauka boy. Hokuto, who was facing the cafeteria's main door, also saw Movies and was the first to wave and greet him loudly. Nimbus followed suit when he saw this and turned around, spotting Little Manhwa, who was holding hands with Little Walnut. Only when Movies and Little Walnut approached did Nimbus make a sound of greeting. The little ones are still so affectionate. Just coming to dinner? Good noon, Sister Nimbus. *2. The two men greeted each other together, and Little Walnut then added cheerfully, "And this big sister, ha ha, just call me Hokuto. Little sister, you're Walnut, right? So cute nah." Walnut's name was one she had only just heard from Nimbus. I really let Nimbus guess. You two will definitely come to the cafeteria together at noon. Hee, is there any need to guess? Well, since we're here to eat, let's sit down and eat together. The table was set with 2 meat, 1 vegetarian and 1 soup, and a small pot of wine, plus 2 children to eat more than enough. Manhwa wasn't at all polite either, pulling Little Walnut to sit next to Nimbus. With the ice cream in my hand, this lunchtime meal was all for nothing. It's so fragrant. After sitting down, Manhwa took advantage of getting the dishes to ask about his doubts. Are you a teacher at the school too, Hokuto-san? Hokuto didn't expect Manhwa to ask that. She thought the kid would just ask her how she got here. What an interesting little guy. But as a teacher? Sounds like it would be good too. Hokuto pondered for a moment, then asked, "Kid, what kind of teacher do you think I'd be good for?" "Oh, then it's not a teacher yet." At that Manhwa understood, but answered cooperatively. "Hokuto-san runs a boat, so she should work out a lot, right? It shouldn't be a problem to be a gym teacher then." Beidu's eyes lit up and she turned her head to look at Ningxuang. Yet before she could say anything, she saw Ningxuang say with a smile on her lips, "You're fit to be a janitor in a restroom." Hokuto didn't get angry when he sniffed and laughed along. "That's not bad, at least it's more stable than the sea." "I agree. When do you come to work?" "You're thinking about peaches." "What do you mean?" Hokuto didn't understand and was confused. A question mark slowly popped up on the head of the Little Walnut on the side. Ningguang skimmed the Manhwa at his side, who returned a smile and was silent. "It means you don't daydream." "Short how?" Hokuto sniffed and bickered like a small child, and finally dissolved into one action, drinking. "How about some, kid? It just so happens that I didn't get a drink yesterday." "Don't be a maniac here." Ningguang immediately stopped Hokuto's attempts to bring up the minors, and then said to Manhwa, "Let's eat first, and come with us later. There's something for you." Movi's heart jumped at his words. "Come on, principal. I just took a nap in class. I don't need to be called in for a private talk, do I?" He then dismissed the idea. Nimbus said we, meaning there was still the matter of Hokuto, and Movies and Hokuto only had one contact yesterday. "So, it's that rice wife shipment thing?" Movies settled down with a guess. "Okay, no problem." After saying that, Manhwa began to eat, and in passing, he gave Little Walnut a piece of chicken. "Aren't you going to ask?" Hokuto wondered. "Won't we find out later?" "Good boy. Open." Chapter 31, Straight Broadcast Opening Inazuma's Goods. After lunch, Manhwa and Little Walnut followed behind Beidu and Naked Light and headed in the direction of the complex. "Mamoru, what does a peach have to do with daydreaming?" This question had plagued Little Walnut all the way, and at this point she finally couldn't help but ask Malva. Well, Movies was a little hesitant to tell Little Walnut the truth outright. The Fontanian word for peach is peach, which is pronounced like fart eater, and when taken together with the previous sentence, it means you're thinking of fart eating. This was accidentally exposed by Movies during one of his previous deliberations with Nimbus. At that time, Ning Su made a proposal to lock Manhwa up in a small dark room in the Yin Hall to drain him dry, which was rejected by Manhwa on the spot. "Are you kidding? He doesn't want to be locked up in a cell. He wants to be free." Also, just to be clear, draining means draining those weird and wacky ideas from Movies' head. If you want to face the wall, do it yourself. To cut to the chase, Manhwa didn't want to tell Xiao Hutao the truth because he was afraid that Xiao Hutao cared about the peach sound, and it would be a sin if Xiao Hutao hated her own name because of it. So Movies started to bull ********. Ah no, tell a good lie. "Well, think about it, Peach. Doesn't peach give off a nice feeling? For example, peaches are delicious, peach blossoms are pretty, and ah Tao is cute. Little Walnut's eyes brightened the more he listened, and realization dawned on him when he heard the last sentence. Ah Tao knows, because peaches are wonderful, just like daydreams. That's why wanting to eat peaches is the same as daydreaming. Ah yes. Ah Tao, you're so smart. It's all up for grabs. No need to make up. Manhwa sighed in relief, and Beidou in front of him listened with a look of realization, seemingly agreeing with Little Walnut's explanation. On the side, Ningguang gave Manhwa a blank look. You just spoil her. In the midst of their banter, the four of them arrived at the corner where the comprehensive building and the No. 2 teaching building met, where there was a warehouse for storing some of the school's supplies. Nimbus took out the key and opened the warehouse door. In the dimly lit warehouse, the midday sun shone a column of light through the skylight. Come in. With that, Nimbus took the lead and walked in. A few people walked to the corner of the warehouse, and Hokuto dragged out a plain square wooden box from the bottom of the shelves, which looked exceptionally clean compared to the dusty shelves. The wooden crate was about half a meter tall, level with Movai's waist. What's in here? Little Walnut asked curiously, and Manhwa also cast a curious glance at the Nimbus Beidou duo. Hokuto didn't sell himself short and explained directly. This is the Inuyasha's goods I mentioned yesterday. I went to see Nimbus yesterday to get her help in seeing what value this stuff has. At the end Hokuto marveled again. I didn't realize that even Nimbus Light couldn't decide on the value of this thing. That last sentence is redundant. Nimbus returned Beidou's words without looking back. So you moved it to the school because you wanted me to appraise it? Manhwa's face was odd, even if he usually had more ideas and acted older. But on the surface he was just a 5-year-old with little experience. Looking for me to appraise something is too much to look down on me, isn't it? You're well read, so maybe you've seen it in some ancient book. Oh yeah, I still have that persona. Hearing Ningxuang's words, Manhwa remembered his reputation as the star of literature and music, and his scalp immediately went numb. The persona is all fake, but it's not a bad thing to come and see. Isn't it normal for him to be a 5-year-old and not be able to see what this thing is and what it does? Movai's doesn't have much idle baggage. Besides, isn't there a knowledgeable old man at school? If he can't recognize it, then no one will know about it. So, Manhwa nodded in response. Okay, that makes me con. Boy, come on look. After Hokuto finished speaking, he started to open the box by the light of the skylight, and on the side of the small walnut also shook his fist and encouraged. Go Shigeru. It's not like you can tell this stuff by adding gas. Movai spat darkly. Soon, the wooden box was fully opened and its contents were fully exposed to the light, and Manhwa got a full view of it. It is a stone platform about half a meter high with a square stone top and a cylindrical base that is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. Why does this thing look so much like the base of a challenge mechanism in a game? And it's not like it's a rare thing, is it? At least there were several around Ryu Harbor. Movai's voiced his question, and Nimbus replied. At first we also thought it was just a base for a challenge organ, but not until we saw this. With that said, Nimbus and Hokuto combined their efforts to lower the stone platform on its side, revealing its underside. What are the organs that are required to be powered by the Eye of God? Only the center of the bottom of the stone platform was actually inlaid with a piece of white Eye of God, and in the center of the Eye of God, a Ba ripple was faintly visible. This is the Eye of the Thunder attribute god that lost its owner? Manhwa's first thought was of Manabe's friend, but he quickly dismissed that guess, because right now, Inazuma hasn't even issued an eye hunting order or closed the country. Manabu is still a little kid, and as for his friend, he probably hasn't even gotten the Eye of God yet, so there's no way to talk about imperial duels or anything like that. But now was not the time to explore the origins of this Eye of the Lordless God. Now it needed to be figured out first what kind of device this stone platform was that was equipped with the Eye of God. Chapter 32 Zhongli, what are you doing? Because the space in the corner of the warehouse was too small, several people worked together to move the stone table to the open space outside the warehouse. The little walnut who had just used all his strength was now leaning against the crate, panting. She was simply trying to do her part to make things easier for Manhwa, so that she could save her strength to crack the problem. Where Manhwa could not see Atao's thoughts. Somewhat touched, he reached out his hand and smoothed the hair of the little walnut that was wetted by sweat and pasted on his forehead, and said with a smile, tough on you, Momo. It's not hard. Go Mamoru. Aha! Movai's nodded and looked to the device. In the sunlight, Movai's could clearly see the lines on the exterior of the device and wondered what purpose it served. At market prices, this Eye of God alone is worth a fortune. At that moment, Nimbus spoke her earlier judgment from the sidelines, but the fact that the group of pirates didn't just dismantle the god's eye to sell it suggests that they knew or thought the device was worth more than a single god's eye. Didn't pry anything out of those pirates? Movai's couldn't help but ask, looking over at Hokuto. The latter scratched his head and laughed awkwardly twice to explain. I was soft and left them tied up and thrown on an uninhabited island. Mainly I didn't know at the time that there was such a big fish hidden in that shipment. At the end of the story, Hokuto was also a bit mad. Had he known that he would have captured a live one and returned? Sister Hokuto, are you sure that what you're hijacking is really just a bunch of pirates? Movies expressed skepticism. How can a pirate run around with a device that has the Eye of God in it? The guys did dress as pirates, but they spoke in heavier to winter flavors. Hokuto said contemplatively, then responded with a correction. What's robbing or not robbing? We were acting in self-defense. Okay? Fine. Self-defense. Manhwa nodded perfunctorily and agreed, and for a moment could not think of any relationship between this thing and the Winter Kingdom. Better take a closer look first. Thinking so, Manhwa walked to the stone platform and reached out to touch the Eye of God. Soft. Same feeling as yesterday when I touched Ganryu, but it doesn't feel cold. Is it because it's not an ice attribute? The Eye of God. This Eye of God. What role does it play on this device? Provide energy? Movies thought of the scene yesterday when Ganryu used the Eye of God to freeze the pond. Movies had cared last night, and now he finally realized what he cared about. At that time, there was ice mist in the air flowing from the eye of the ice god to the pond. Was that a visual representation of the process of utilizing ice elemental power? So this thunder attribute god's eye is supposed to provide this device with the element of thunder? From the Eye of God, Mao's fingers moved along the shallow texture, eventually touching a bump at the junction of the upper and lower modules. Is this a switch? Instead of hastily flicking the switch, Manhwa told Nimbus and Hokuto about his discovery. That one. I pressed it and it didn't respond. Hokuto snaps, and Nimbus hasn't heard of this either, glancing at her at the words. Not sooner. Hey, I forgot. Movies stared breathlessly at his big sister who was scratching her head and giggling. That's pretty big and unconventional. But since Hokuto had said that she had pressed it without response, Manhwa felt relieved to try pressing the button a few times. Well, sure enough, no response. Could it be broken? Recovering a bit, the little walnut asked. That's possible too, but I have a feeling it might be dead, so I can try charging it. Out of battery? Charging? 2 large and 3 small girls were puzzled. This white god's eye was different from the one that had lost its owner, and it had the symbol of the thunder element in it. Comparing it to Ganyu's blue ice attribute god's eye, this white god's eye was like a flashlight without electricity. There's just no energy left, Movies explained, then added. Now it's time to give the device a try at recharging, preferably with a thunder attribute. Manhwa looked to Hokuto. He remembered that Hokuto was the eye of the god of thunder attribute to come. Oh, she hasn't gotten the Eye of God yet. That's okay. Hokuto was puzzled by the slightly disappointed look in Manhwa's eyes. Kid, what are you looking at me for? Nothing. Manhwa hastily shook his head and turned to Ningxuan, saying, Sister Nimbus, does the school have electrical crystals? Nimbus nodded at his words. Yes, it's in the warehouse. Because of the course on minerals in the history and general studies of Lazuki class, the school had prepared a sample of minerals for this purpose, among which were electrical crystals. Are you going to charge this Eye of God with an electrical crystal? Nitsuko asked, using the word created by Moa. I don't know if electrical crystals can energize the Eye of God. Try it. Maro is actually selfish. He has been trying to use the world's thunder element to generate electricity, but his electrical light bulb is stuck in a bottleneck, unable to find a breakthrough. So much so that he wondered if picking the electrical crystal as a power source was a bad decision. Now that it was so hard to come across the eye of the thunder attribute god, of course he had to seize the opportunity. Soon, Beidou followed Gelding Light out from the warehouse carrying a box of ore samples, among which were several electrical crystals, and lifted his weight onto the ground. You're so strong, Hokuto-san. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Looking at the laughing Hokuto, Manhwa also showed an innocent smile. Let's lay it out first so we can ask to borrow this for a few days to go back and work on it later. Ningguang couldn't look away and interrupted the silly GU's giggling and asked Manhwa, how do I charge it? Manhwa also curbed his smile and picked up a prismatic electrical crystal, half as long as his arm, that looked like a dagger in his hand. Try direct contact first. With that, Movies leaned the electrical crystal against the Eye of God. Manhwa and Little Walnut were crouching. Nimbus and Hokuto were half-crouching, and the 4 heads came together to stare at the Eye of God. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 10 seconds passed. There was no response. The 4 of them just stared in awe for half a day. If a 5th person had been there, they probably would have thought there was something wrong with them. Now, a 5th one is coming. What are you doing? A calm voice sounded from behind, and several people hurriedly got up to look, only to see not far away. Zhongli had one hand behind his back, as if he had wandered here for an after-dinner stroll. Mr. Zhongli. Chapter 33, The 3 Gods Can't Put Together One God's Eye. After introducing Beidou and Zhongli to each other, several people briefly explained the situation to Zhongli. and then the first words of the bell came in a big way. First of all, this thing is not the eye of God. Ha! Manhwa and the others were confused. So wouldn't they be working blindly for half a day? Zhongli continued to explain. The eye of God will not fade except in one case, the loss of its owner. Meaning that the depth of color of the God's eye has nothing to do with the amount of stored elemental power? Manhwa raised his question, to which Zhongli nodded. That's right, the color of the eye of God only represents attributes. Then this false God's eye is a complete look-alike. Manhwa felt some regret. It seems that the eye of God is really rare. But speaking of fake God's eyes, Movies remembers that the three God's eyes in the game were all fake to begin with. Movies came to a realization. No wonder Zhongli could tell it was a fake at first glance. At that moment, Zhongli spoke again. However, your guesses just now were not wrong. This false God's eye is the energy core of this device, and is currently in a state of energy deprivation. Replenishing the energy may be able to reactivate the device. Zhongli paused and continued. The electrical crystal does have lightning elemental power in it, and the idea of using it to energize it is correct. The problem lies in the fact that after the electrical crystal is removed from the mineral birth point, the internal thunder elemental force will stabilize, and the thunder elemental force will then not easily overflow. That means to recharge it, you have to find a way to stimulate the electrical crystal to release the lightning elemental force? Exactly. Little Walnut was so dizzy from listening that his eyes curled into mosquito eyes, when he was suddenly slapped on the arm by Manhwa. Mao. I'm sorry Tao, I got carried away. Movies apologized and rubbed Little Walnut's arm. I've been studying electric light bulb for half a year. From the beginning of boredom to the later I don't believe it. It's like playing a certain Souls game after being repeatedly rubbed by a boss n number of times. The nature of things quietly changes. Now, Zhongli's words were like an enlightenment, becoming the last key clue to break the bottleneck of the electric light bulb. How could he not be excited? On the sidelines, Gelding Light asked, instead of following the conversation between the two. So what's it going to take to stimulate the electrical crystal? Zhongli didn't answer directly, but looked at Manhwa. What do you think? Manhwa sniffed and fell into deep thought, having a breakthrough that had opened his mind. Stimulate electrical crystals? In the game, collecting electrical crystals requires overloading with fire. So can you use fire to stimulate it? Wouldn't the overload just consume the thunder element though? And there's a danger of explosions. So what if the fire is kept small? You can give it a try and keep it. In addition to fire, the element of ice can also react with the element of thunder in a superconducting reaction, which sounds like it could increase the conductivity of a conductor. So try that as well. The water and thunder elements reacted to the sensing of electricity. Not quite working like that, so let's put it aside for now. Wind, skip, rock. Manhwa glanced at Zhongli. Skip, 2, grass, referring to the elements, not sure how it reacts with ray yet. Manhwa suddenly remembered the two items refined with electrical crystals in the game. One is the thrilling thunder essential oil that adds lightning attribute damage, and the refining materials are electrical crystals and frogs. The other is a sandy sugar's opie. No, it's a portable nutrient pouch, which allows you to shortcut to eat food, and requires electric crystals, lizard tails, and one-eyed little treasure's blue material. Both formulas involve animal material, suggesting that the electrical crystals can react with some kind of biomass in the animal material to provide ray elemental activity, and the grass element is usually found on plants that also contain biomass. Does this mean that the grass element can be used to activate electrical crystals? Manhwa made a bold guess, but unfortunately the conditions at the scene were so limited that many ideas could not be verified immediately. Well, let's try the fire first. There should be matches in the cafeteria. With that in mind, Movies spoke up. I want to try heating it up with fire. Can I trouble Sister Nimbus to go to the cafeteria and get some matches and firewood? And yes, there are also burning pokers. No problem. I'm going to help too. I'm going too. Not a moment later, the three of them, Nimbus Beta Little Walnut, returned with something. Then, several people, including Zhongli, stood aside to watch Manhwa operate. Manhwa used the iron ore in the box to build a simple stove about 30 centimeters high, and then placed a piece of electrical crystal horizontally on the stove, and finally stuffed it with dry wood and lit the fire. There wasn't much dry wood, and the fire that sprang up only reached half the height of the stove. What Manhwa wants is this slow heating effect. Otherwise, what if it explodes too violently and directly? Little Walnut wrapped his hands around Manhwa's arm and stared silently at the flames, thinking of his grandfather and the Hall of the Living Past. Zhongli stood as steady as a mountain, as if he would pull out a cup of tea and take a sip the next second. Hokuto had the presence of mind to ask what was going on now, but glanced at the equally quiet Nimbus and had the good sense to keep his mouth shut. The firelight wavered, and the firewood made a snorting sound from time to time. If Movies had had elemental vision, this would have been the scene in his eyes. The red flames fluttered, and on top of the two stacks of white iron ore, The surface of the electrical crystal, which originally looked like it was covered with a layer of hairy glass, gradually turned into a bright purple color. Suddenly, the electrical crystal on the iron or stovetop jumped a little. Manhwa's face was happy to see this, and he hurriedly took the burning poker with both hands to clip the electrical crystal. The moment the iron burning poker touched the electrical crystal, the sensation of electrocution made Manhwa subconsciously throw away the burning fire to play. Mamoru, are you okay? What, kid? It's fine. It was just a shock. In the face of the worried little walnut and condensed light Beidou, Manhwa waved his hand repeatedly, but instead was somewhat excited. That just happened to be about as much damage as static electricity in winter, and instead confirmed his suspicions. Fire did indeed stimulate electrical crystals to discharge. It's not the weird XP system that's awakening. Manhwa pulled his sleeves long to wrap his palms and picked up the burning poker again. This time he managed to clamp the heated electrical crystal, and there was a faint arc of electricity pulsing between the iron poker and the electrical crystal. The crowd watched with bated breath as Mage took control of the electrical crystal and slowly leaned into the eye of the false god at the bottom of the device. Only when the heated electrical crystal was still a centimeter away from the eye of the false god, several arcs of electricity emerged from the surface of the crystal like tiny tentacles and connected to the surface of the eye of the false god. It's become? Mage looked at the fading electrical crystal as if there was light in his eyes. Zhongli, who had been as steady as a mountain, finally reacted, his gaze lifting slightly as he swept a glance at Manhwa intently. Before a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, the locks of dust were still on, and while isolating the breath, they shouldn't be able to sense elemental forces either. So this is what he's, to harness the power of the elements in a mortal body? Interesting. Zhongli was getting more and more excited about the changes this little guy would bring to Liyue. P.S. Regarding the theory of elemental force, I'm basing my reasoning, on the existing game settings, so I'll try to make it as self-explanatory as possible. The last few chapters have had to spend more time on this kind of theoretical stuff because the plot needs to move forward, and I've tried to add as much character interaction as possible to enrich the content, but I don't know how it reads to you readers. If you have any comments and suggestions, please put them forward, and I will adjust the relevant pages as appropriate. Chapter 34, Silly Girl, that's called security. After only a few short seconds, the arc of electricity between the electrical crystal and the eye of the false god dimmed and disappeared after a few more moments, and the color of the electrical crystal turned off-white. That's all you've absorbed? Mage put down the burning poker, and Little Walnut followed suit, looking at the eye of the false god, whose color hadn't changed much. Manhwa tentatively pressed the switch. Only the eye of the false god on the base emitted a lavender light, and purple lines centered on the eye of the false god, gradually spreading in all directions and upwards until it gradually dimmed when the lower portion of the base intersected with the upper portion of the square. It seems like there's not enough energy? Mage made a guess, and a small walnut sniffed and cocked his head. Wouldn't that be a good idea to burn a few more purple stones? That's right. Tao is smart. Ha. Mage cheerfully scratched Little Walnut's nose and got up to get busy again. Not bad, kid. You really got it started, Hokuto quipped as he helped pass the electrical crystal. Luck. Mage said modestly. It's still not clear what this thing does, though. Does Mr. Zhongli see anything? Speaking later, a few people looked at Zhongli. Well, I don't know much about the art of organs, but I do have a friend who has studied this path quite deeply. She might be able to tell a thing or two directly. Is it a hot woman? Too bad she's not around right now. Mage regretted it, and he really wanted to talk to the hot woman to see how good she was at talking. That being said, right now Zhongli couldn't even see how the device would be useful, so it seemed that the only way to try it was to activate it after it was completely recharged. This time, Manhwa put 3 electrical crystals directly on the stovetop, looking at the electrical crystal constantly being licked by the tongue of the fire. Aside the small walnut thought of the New Year's Manhwa made that barbecue, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Mao. I'm craving for barbecue cordial. It was only after Manhwa sniffed that he realized abruptly that if he brushed this electrical crystal with oil and sprinkled it with salt and chili powder, goodness gracious, the kids next door cried with gluttony. That being said, it's really been a while since I've had a barbecue, Mage thought and nodded. Yes, we'll mess with it today when we get back from school. Yeah, Little Walnut was happy. Then Mage extended an invitation to others in the audience as well. Sister Ning ******** Sue, Sister Hokuto, Mr. Zhongli, why don't you guys come to my house for a barbecue after school too if you're free? It's decided that today is the barbecue tasting conference. Upon receiving the invitation, Hokuto was the first to ask, barbecue? Is it a grilled tiger fish kind of thing? Well, almost. Sister Beidou, not only are there grilled fish, there are also grilled meat skewers, grilled chicken wings, grilled scallops, grilled potatoes, grilled corn, The little walnut as if the name of the dish is a series of names. Children Hokuto was craved straight drooling. Then I'm going. Ningguang gave her a blank look, then said to Manhwa with some regret. Sorry brother Movise. I have to get back to work this afternoon. After coming out for such a short time at noon, work is expected to have accumulated quite a lot again, and if I don't deal with it urgently, I will have to work overtime, but I don't have the leisure to attend a barbecue party. It's okay Sister Nimbus, I'll bring it to you tonight. Movise smiled faintly, and Nimbus felt his heart hit again. Ha, you're not going, Nimbus? Then I'm not going either. I'll wait in your office to follow the rubbing point. Hokuto hemmed and hawed, then said to Manhwa, Kid I won't eat you for nothing, what kind of seafood do you want? I'll ask my brother to send it to you this afternoon. Manhwa was not polite and replied, let's have some scallops and oysters then, just 10 pounds of each. It's no big deal. I'll take care of it. With both Hokuto and Nimbus out of the way, Manhwa turned his attention to the last of the invitees present. Putting aside the emperor's hidden identity, Zhongli had saved the lives of both Manhwa and his mother. On the day of the Sea Lantern Festival 5 years ago, Mrs. Ma was late in giving birth to Manhwa. At the critical moment when the Baijiu doctors were at their wits' end, Mr. Zhongli appeared and advised Mao's mother to go to the Church of the Living God to give birth, and only then was Manhwa able to be born successfully. All of this is what Manhwa heard from the people around him. 5 years ago, the night of the Sea Lantern Festival in the Hall of the Past Life was very lively, and now the city is still often talking about it in the neighborhood. Therefore, all of the Mao family respected and appreciated this guest minister of the Hall of the Living World. Barbecue? Kinda interested. No money, Bushi. Zhongli pondered for a moment, and then thought that the storytelling in the tea house yesterday had just come to an end, so he nodded. That's a nuisance. Seeing that Mr. Zhongli agreed. Manhwa laughed. I'm sure father and mother would have been pleased if they had known that Mr. Zhongli was coming as a guest. Little Walnut is also happy to be eating delicious barbecue again. What a beautiful thing it would be to have another Sunday. During the banter, the 3 electrical crystals also finally jumped, indicating that they were all heated into place. Manhwa charged the 3 crystals into the false god's eye in turn, and realized that there was an additional faint purple mist within the false god's eye. That's all you get for 3? How many crystals does it take to fill that up? It wouldn't take 648, would it? Movise mentally spat, but decided to try with 3 crystals first. After all, the lunch break was almost over and it was too late to heat up more crystals. After charging the energy, Manhwa was about to press the switch when a faint sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart, a feeling that was honed by 5 years of spending time with Little Walnut. Very metaphysical, but very accurate. Everyone back off. Although they didn't know why Manhwa suddenly demanded this, Ningguang and Beidou cooperated by taking a few steps back, while Little Walnut grabbed Manhwa's sleeve and hid behind him. As for Zhongli, Zhongli had been standing at the back and hadn't even moved. After Movise voiced a reminder, he himself picked up the burning poker again, ready to remotely activate the switch. He is not afraid of any danger. For one thing, this kind of faint sense of crisis is at most a LV1. The Little Walnut are giving him a LV2 from time to time. He is still not good. Secondly, just kidding, Zhong Rock King Emperor Solid Gold Soup Scrapper Breeder Li was there. What could hurt him? Translate. What does it mean to feel safe from the Emperor-sama? Tactical backward glance. So Manhwa, like a bear of a child who orders 2 kicks to fry cowdung on New Year's Day, stretched out his burning poker and stabbed down the device's switch from a long way off. The pattern lit up again, this time managing to spread from the lower base to the square above. Gradually, when the entire square was covered with purple lines, the square unexpectedly unfolded and levitated. Why does this look so familiar? It is. The moment he recognized the device, Mo's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that it might be something like a relay stone or a decryption square tablet or something like that on Inazuma's side, but only he hadn't thought that it would be it, the Anti-Lightning General's special training instrument. And here's what it does, it simulates Thor's attacks. The lines on the cube brightened steeply, and the sense of crisis rose steeply to LV4. Manhwa couldn't think too much. He only shouted be careful, and subconsciously turned around and swept Little Walnut into his arms. With that, a lightning light chopped out from the Anti-Lightning General's special training instrument. Not long, just about 10 centimeters, but extremely fast. It was pointed straight at Manhwa. Almost instantly, the lightning arrived behind Manhwa. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Zhongli gave a slightly surprised eh? With a slightly surprised eh? His eyelids were slightly raised, and a thin, invisible layer of golden light appeared behind Manhwa. Afterwards, that thunderbolt was like a mud cow entering the sea, instantly gone, as if it had never appeared. That Anti-Lightning General's special training instrument ran out of energy after chopping out a single blow and returned to its previous form. It all happened so fast. From the moment Movise shouted watch out to the moment it was over, It was only a second, which took him over half a second to turn around and hold little Walnut. In short, except for Zhongli, the rest of the people at the scene didn't notice what was happening at all, and only saw a flash of purple light, and it was gone. Little Walnut was startled when she was suddenly hugged by Movi's, and then she completely relaxed when her whole head was pressed against Movi's chest. She didn't know how to describe how she felt at that moment. Probably like staying under the covers when you wake up on a winter morning, don't want to get up. Chapter 35, Sister. I don't want to work hard anymore. Nimbus watched Manhwa's action of using his back to act as a shield to protect little Walnut, and silently retracted the foot he had just taken a step with, a hint of sourness flickering inside. Ningguang also had the luxury of hoping that her brother Manhwa would leave the most important place in his heart to her, just like her. She had already put this little nobleman as her own brother on the tip of her heart. It's not about male/female love. It's simply about human instinct. But in the end, it's just a luxury. Slightly emo for a second, Nimbus quickly adjusted his mind. What more do you need if your brother is cute and understanding and loves you, and your career is booming and you're making a lot of money? Thinking so, Ningguang took another step and walked to Manhwa's side in concern. Brother Manhwa, you're not hurt, are you? But she had seen the thunderbolt fly directly towards Manhwa's back, and although she didn't know why it had suddenly disappeared, she was still worried. The condensed light's words were like hitting the play button on a still space, and everything began to flow again. The little Walnut in Manhwa's arms immediately woke up from the winter's quilt and pressed her hands on Manhwa's chest to support her body, tilting her head and asking with concern, Mamoru, are you hurt? Due to having his back turned, Manhwa didn't see the scene of the lightning being engulfed by the golden light, but he saw the reaction of Zhongli standing behind him, and he knew that 80% of the time, this was the one who had struck. Raised his eyes. LV4 crisis. That's it. Ha, it's okay. False alarm. Manhwa patted little Walnut's back and released her, turning to look at the anti-lightning general special training instrument, which by now had fallen silent once again. Manhwa walked slowly over to him, while little Walnut took his hand, and Nimbus spoke up to warn him. Be careful. It's okay, it's dead, Movi said soothingly, once again approaching the anti-thunder general special training instrument. He was really very curious. Wasn't this thing kept by that bad woman Yakamiko? How did it end up on the sea? Hokuto saw that Manhwa had a look of interest on his face, and combined it with his warning just now. He opened his mouth to ask, Manhwa boy, you recognize this thing? Manhwa was a bit hesitant. How was he going to explain that he knew this anti-lightning general special training instrument? This is something related to Inazuma's god. At this time, Zhongli came forward and said in a deep voice, that strike just now had the shadow of Inazuma's Raiden Shogun. How do you know? Hokuto asked curiously. I've seen a record of it in an ancient book by chance, Zhongli replied without changing his face, and seeing this Manhwa decisively followed. Well, I also read in an ancient book that this device should mimic some of General Thunderbolt's martial arts techniques for special training. As soon as Manhwa's words left his mouth, the small little Walnut who had been pulling on his little hand asked suspiciously, Mao, Mr. Zhongli, are you reading the same ancient book? Why haven't I seen it before? Zhongli didn't answer and just glanced at Manhwa. Ahem, maybe? I saw it a long time ago, too. Well, the same book without words that referred to a previous life a long time ago. Sister Ah Tao, I'm not lying. Oh, little Walnut answered. On the other side Beto sniffed with a sudden realization, finally figuring out what this thing does, then asked with some puzzlement, so is it worth anything? Previously, I thought I was going to make a fortune with the Eye of God on it, but I didn't realize it was just a look-alike. Seeing Beidou's expression of the cooked duck has flown, Ningxuang joked, it's not worth much, I'll give you a mora. How about selling me? A mora? Hokuto's eyes widened as if to say, are you kidding me? Nimbus returned at just teasing. The light laugh. No kidding. Gel Light steps to that anti-thunder military instrument. The words turn, said, the value of anything that has anything to do with God cannot be assessed by common sense, so how much is this worth? Can I trade it for a warship? Knowing that it was useless to talk to Hokuto about anything else, Ning **** Su sighed and then said with a straight face, I'll give you 3 ships, sell them to me. Deal. Hokuto nodded decisively. 3 warships. Fixed assets quadrupled instantly. How many trips to the merchants do we have to make? It was as if Hokuto saw the door to a new world opening to her. Witnessing a great human transaction, Manhwa looked at Hokuto and then at Nimbus. This thing belongs to Nimbus now? Then it should be easier for me to come and study it, right? Manhwa was about to speak, but I didn't expect Ningguang to speak first, only to see her speak to Manhwa. Brother Manhwa, my sister's dormitory can't fit this stuff. Why don't you help my sister keep it? Be careful and safe? She had long seen that Manhwa's brother was interested in it. Since my brother is interested, naturally I have to buy it for him. Nimbus looked gently as if he had bought a toy for 3 mora. To this Manhwa just wants to say, sister atmosphere. Sister, I don't want to make an effort. Well, I'll be safe. Thank you, Naruma-san. Movise gladly accepted. On the side, Little Walnut thought of the scene just now when Ning ****** Su asked if Maoma was hurt, and tugged on his hand with some worry. Mamoru, danger. Movise smiled as he squeezed the Little Walnut's hand. Don't worry, Momo. I've got it covered. Now that he knew what it was and had a defense, Manhwa was confident that he could study it while keeping himself safe. If it's a big deal, I'll call Mr. John Ayel as a guest when I'm conducting dangerous experiments. Seeing the confident smile of Shigeru, who can do anything, Walnut also put down his heart and giggled along with him. Ningguang also smiled heartily as she watched the harmonious scene, and she naturally believed that Manhwa could grasp it. In fact, Ningguang bought this anti-thunder general special training instrument. Besides fulfilling his brother's wish, he had another consideration. She wondered if the Inuyasha officials who had followed the Universal Chamber of Commerce to Ryu a few days ago could have something to do with this thing. You know that Inazuma only comes after Ritsuki's invocation ceremony. Nimbus wasn't sure what the hidden agenda was in there, but in any case, he ambushed a hand first. The Anti-Thunder General Special Training Instrument is eventually obtained by Manhwa, and Nimbus promises to deliver it to Manhwa's home in a few moments. So he and Hokuto leave. It was time for Manhwa and Little Walnut to go to class, and the lunch break was almost over, so they joined Zhongli and headed for the school building. Speaking of which, isn't the next class Bell's Rurani History and General Studies class? Manhwa looked at the two-handed Zhongli, a little curious as to what the scene would be like when he was in class. I'm going to the office to get some things, so you guys go ahead and head to class. When passing by the administration building, Zhongli stopped and said to Manhwa Zaiwahodo, I'll see you later, Mr. Zhongli. Little Walnut was excited, and she was curious to see what her family's pastor's hall guest minister would look like in class. Well, see you later. Chapter 36. Morax is very Mora. Perhaps not having formed the habit of taking a nap, when Manhwa and Little Walnut returned to the classroom, it was noisy, and the students, who had just known each other for not more than 2 days, chatted in twos and threes, talking about marvelous sights and sounds. When they returned to their seats, Kokiharu and Shannon looked over. Oh, you guys are back. Well, thanks for the ice cream. It tasted great. Movise returned the lunchbox to little Shannon and complimented her. It's a little melted, but it doesn't take away from its sweet, buttery, soft and silky texture. It's not that great. Little Shannon is embarrassed by the compliment, and Little Walnut gives a favorable review. Yummy. 2 words, plain and unadorned, but full of true feeling, made little Shangling show a silly smile. Oh yeah, Movise. Suddenly, Xiao Shangling thought of something and asked Manhwa, my father, he wants to sell ice cream at the store and asked me to ask if it's okay with you. Of course. Manhwa waved his hand without a care in the world. He didn't think of being a treasured one. Good things were meant to be shared out. Not to mention it was a request from her father, the future Ryu kitchen god. Of course, it's best to make money. Too good. Little Shannon was happy, and so was Little Walnut. Xianling, then I can come to your house for ice cream from now on. At those words, Manhwa's eyelids jumped. This girl, she must have forgotten the pain just now, thinking of going to Manman Hall to eat ice cream and have a good time. So Manhwa spoke out to remind Little Fragrance. But be careful. Remember to warn your guests ahead of time so they don't get diarrhea from eating too much. Aha! Xiao Shangling thought it made sense. If the guests ate bad food, it would be bad if it affected the reputation of Wanmin Hall. Little Walnut, on the other hand, recalled the fear of being dominated by diarrhea and her little face went white. Mao Mao. Little Walnut shook Movise's hand and pouted. What for? What's the best way to eat a lot of ice cream without getting diarrhea? Little Walnut thought that the omnipotent Mao Mao must have a solution. Movise was unmoved. The way to do that is to not eat so much. A downright arrow. Little Walnut was greatly disappointed, and the movement of his hands stopped. Suddenly, she had a flash of insight that people get diarrhea because the ice cream is too much and too cold. So, wouldn't it be better to cook the ice cream and eat it warm so you don't get diarrhea? You're a real smart ass. Manhwa nodded her head, and Little Walnut was happy when Little Shangling, who had been listening, mercilessly punctured her fantasy. But then it wouldn't be ice cream, would it? Yeah. Little Walnut was startled. Then the aura flashed again. What about if I take a bite of ice cream and a sip of hot water first? Then there's a good chance you'll be your grandfather's client the next day. Manhwa replied in a cold voice. Clients? What do you mean? It's that you'll have diarrhea until you die. Ha! Little Walnut was shocked. The last time she had diarrhea for a day it was hard enough. Pulling it to death. How hard would it be? Thinking about it, Little Walnut felt as if his stomach was hard again. No more times. No more times. I'm not subbing ice cream. Manhwa looked at Little Walnut's cupped appearance, amused and distressed. reached out his hand and gently rubbed her stomach and said, "Ice cream is still okay to eat occasionally and sparingly. Take it easy on yourself when I'm not around, okay?" Little Walnut only felt the warmth of Mao Mao's rubbed tummy, and it instantly stopped hurting. Hearing Mao Mao's words, she nodded vigorously. Aha! It didn't take long for Manhwa and Little Walnut to sit down before the class bell rang, and the next thing he knew, he saw Zhongli walk in from the front, holding a teacup in both. "Oh, hands, so you just went back to get a cup of tea? Are you here for a lesson or a book?" On second thought, Manhwa thought that perhaps for Zhongli, telling history really wasn't too far from telling a book. It's all hands on years after all. Bell was so tall that he took a few steps to the podium and the desk could only reach the top of his thighs. But strangely enough, the students didn't feel any oppressive force when he stood so tall on the podium. Zhongli placed his teacup on the lecture table and looked around the classroom for a week before speaking in a deep voice. "Take a class. Rise. Hello sensei. Hi guys. Sit." After the students were all seated, Zhongli looked at the podium with a pair of eyes full of curiosity and innocence and narrated. The history of Lizuki begins more than 6,000 years ago. In the beginning, the Rock King descended to live, ebbing the sea tide, establishing the heavenly balance, and suppressing the tidal current. What a story to tell from here. I wonder what kind of mood he's in to tell it now. Manhwa looked at Zhongli, who had really entered the storytelling mode, and his thoughts swirled. Liyue's history, or the Rock King Emperor's history of Long Aotian. Manhwa had read quite a lot in the past few years. The Rock King was born more than 6,000 years ago, and used his divine power to force back the tides of the sea, moved to Tianhong Mountain, and led the people of his time to establish the original Liyue civilization. The Rock King then met Ge Yuan and led the people to the northern part of Tianhong Mountain, the plain that Ge Yuan later named Ge Liyuan, to build Ge Liyuan together with the demon god of the stove, Nabata. 700 years ago, after the fall of Gue Liji and the fall of Gue Feng, the Liyue people moved to the south of Tianhang Mountain and established Liyue Harbor. In the defense war that followed, the heavenly guide of the shifting heavens was sacrificed, and Zaoshan lost his divinity. Subsequently, Liyue Harbor continues to this day. This version is by far the most mainstream and recognized by the majority of the people of Lizuki. Of course, this was only the simplest of the main history of the Liyue, and over the past 6,000 years, countless stories worthy of being remembered had occurred in the land of Liyue. Some of them were recorded in books and passed down through the ages. Some of them became word-of-mouth legends that were passed down in folklore. Some are lost to history. The point of having a history class is to engrave the stories that deserve to be remembered on the memories of every generation of children, and to pass them on from generation to generation, right? And the point of remembering history is to remember how our forefathers and foremothers built this prosperous land under our feet step by step. Of course, there are some false rumors that should be corrected in history class, such as, Morax is very Mora, that kind of thing. Chapter 37, Weaving a Big Lie for Her. In the first lesson, the bell only talks about him. No, the Rock King who first built Lizuki in the pre-6000 period. It wasn't that he didn't want to make it quick, but the kids were asking a lot of strange questions. What? How old was the King of the Rock 6,000 years ago? What was Ryuki like then? How much does Tianhong Mountain weigh? How did the Rock King hold back the tide? All sorts of fine and weird questions come up, and the point is Bell is still aware of all of them. Between the questions and answers, the teaching was dragged out extremely slowly, but no one cared. After the bell rang, many students could not get enough of it, and they exclaimed that Mr. Zhongli knew so much, and his lectures were even better than the storytellers, and they looked forward to the next history class. Rock King, that's awesome. Little Walnut leaned over the table and sighed. The small carving of Haru in front of Manhwa twisted his head at the words and nodded approvingly. Yes, the Rock King is not only able to move mountains and reclaim the sea, he can also lead his people to live in peace and happiness. It's really too great. The admiration in Xiao Kei-Qing's eyes was overflowing. It seems that as a child Kajihara was still a blatant T-Gene chef, unlike when he grew up in the episode, where he was ostensibly a T-Gene blackhead, but turned out to be a twisted chef who secretly powdered his nose in the shadows. I don't know how this twisted nature was formed. Movai spat darkly. At this time, Little Walnut suddenly braced himself and looked at Manhwa with bright eyes as he asked, Mao Mao, who do you think is more powerful compared to the great sage of Qitian and the Rock King Emperor? Manhwa shuddered and stared wide-eyed at Little Walnut, who blinked her big, budding eyes with an innocent expression. Ah Tao, do you realize that you're starting a war? Where is this place? This is Liyue. Whose turf is Liyue? The Rock King Emperor's. In the land of the Rock King Emperor. You're comparing a foreign god from nowhere to him? And you ask me who's better? The Emperor himself was still in the classroom and hadn't left. Ah Tao, you are provoking the people of this land. As expected, before Manhwa could reply, Kokuharu raised an eyebrow. The great sage of Qitian? The one you were talking about yesterday? Yeah. It was obvious that little Walnut really liked the Monkey King, and she was excited and seriously amped up. He can be harmful, using a Rui weapon that weighs so much as 180,000 pounds as a weapon, and it can also become bigger and longer, softer and harder. And the somersault cloud, a heel of 18,000 miles. So awesome. Little Shannon felt that 180,000 was a very big and impressive number, and marveled at it. For her part, Little Carving Harvest said with some disbelief, "What's wrong with that? The heavenly Hangshan mountain is much heavier. An emperor could even lift it." That makes sense. And the emperor is awesome. Little Shannon nodded in agreement. Little Mushroom is quite good at serving water. Left and back, Little Carving Harvest sits to the left of Little Shannon. Little Walnut is behind her. Manhwa silently watched as a few of the children compared their battle prowess across dimensions, not daring to make a sound. The Monkey King also knows 72 changes. The Emperor is able to illuminate jade and create a dragon's eye. The great sage of Chi Tian he made a scene in the Heavenly Palace. The Emperor has suppressed many demon gods. Chi Tian de Shang, Emperor. The two little girls just climbed back and forth, gradually attracting the attention of nearby students. A few moments later, Little Walnut mouthed a shocking statement. The great sage was crushed under the Five-Finger Mountain by Buddha Rulai for 500 years. Emperor. Ha! Little Carving Harvest froze. Being suppressed for 500 years? What's so great about that? Little Walnut also reacted when he finished, and was stumped for words. For some reason, even though the great sage of Chi Tian was crushed under the Five-Finger Mountain by Buddha Rulai, she still thought that the great sage was very powerful, but she didn't know what to say. So Little Walnut twisted her head to look at Movies for help. Mao. Being left alone to live for 500 years by the wind, rain, and sun is pretty impressive, isn't it? Manhwa felt that even if he was given a cell phone with unlimited power in traffic, he wouldn't be able to stay for 500 years. Yeah, that's what it means. Little Walnut sniffed and nodded like a chicken pecking. So what does he eat? Little Shannon Ling asked curiously, and Little Carving Harvest stopped arguing with Little Walnut about who was more powerful. She was also curious, as much as she didn't want to admit it. What Little Walnut had said about the great sage did pique her interest during the argument just now. This I know. Sun Wukong he just waits for someone to come along and asks them to pick peaches for him to eat. Just peaches? Little Walnut looked at Movies again. He doesn't really need to eat to live. He just eats peaches to quench his thirst. It feels kind of pathetic. Little Shangling felt that the Monkey King, who couldn't eat properly for 500 years, was too pitiful. And what happened then? Was he released? Kotoharo couldn't help but ask out loud. Aha! The Monkey King's master rescued him, and then they set out to get scriptures in the West. Upon hearing this, Little Walnut immediately answered happily, forgetting to the skies what the two had just been arguing about. The West for the scriptures? Unconsciously, this corner of Manhwa had already gathered quite a number of students. Xingqiu Chongyun, who was sitting 3 rows in front of Chi-Chi, Tianshu at that end of the classroom, and others leaned over. They couldn't help but make a curious noise when they heard it. They thought the story was done here, but they didn't realize there was more to come, and it sounded so interesting. Tell us about it. Little Walnut, what happened before? Why was he crushed under the mountain? Who is the Monkey King? Is it a demon god somewhere? At once, the surrounding students asked questions, and Little Walnut was a little dazed by the questions, but answered one of them. It's the great sage of Chi Tian. He's not a demon god either. He's a monkey that popped out of a rock. Little Walnut kept emphasizing the point of popping out of the stone, and Manhwa couldn't help but remember the reason why he first told Little Walnut about the journey to the West. It was 2 years ago. One night, not long after turning 3 years old, that Little Walnut first became interested in the question. Where did he come from? She asked Movies why she didn't have a mom and dad, only a grandpa. Manhwa didn't know how to answer this question, so he told the story of the Monkey King. After that, Little Walnut didn't ask that question again, instead thinking that she, like the Monkey King, had sprung from a rock. Manhwa doesn't know if this is good or bad, and how is he going to explain it when Little Walnut grows up and learns the truth? Hey, we'll see about that when the time comes. While Manhwa's thoughts were racing, Little Walnut was trying to tell his classmates the story of the journey to the West. What about in the beginning? After the Monkey King popped out of the rock, he went to the, East Kingdom, Bodhi Temple to learn from his master. However, Little Walnut realized that she found it interesting when she listened to Mau Mau, but when it came time for her to tell it herself, she didn't know how to speak, and the story she told was dry. So once again, Little Walnut looked instinctively toward Movies. Shageru. Movies laughed softly and rubbed the Little Walnut's head. I'll do the talking. It just so happens to be my class next period. A bunch of question marks popped up on the heads of the surrounding students. Movai said as he jumped out of his seat and stood up straight. I forgot to introduce myself last time, but the teacher of the next natural science and practice class is none other than myself. Manhwa, who was at the bottom of his class in terms of height, seemed to be taller than all his classmates at the moment. Several of the students were wide-eyed. I thought we were all classmates, but I didn't realize you were actually undercover and your real identity was a teacher? Little Walnut, on the other hand, didn't think about it so much, but instead screamed with excitement and joy. Mao Mao is awesome. A little something, Manhwa replied back, then walked up to the podium from the path that the onlookers had made way for, jokingly speaking to Zhongli, who had lingered on after class to eavesdrop. Mr. Zhongli, next period is my class. Oh, you're out of class. Oh, please, Mr. Manhwa, I'll sit in. Zhongli didn't mind, holding a cup of tea and walking down the podium in a graceful manner. He came to Manhwa's seat and sat down. The story of the journey to the west, he kinda wanted to hear it. Manhwa directly plopped down on the lecture table, facing a piece of crowed brats and yellow-haired girls, not the slightest bit of stage fright, said, Class, let's start the class early ha. This class will tell the story of Qi Tian de Shang Sunmyukong. Regardless of whether they were interested in the great sage of Qi Tian de Shang or not, the students subconsciously sat back down and waited curiously for the third son of the Mao family, who had become famous at a young age and was known as the literary star, to give them a lesson. Manhwa's eyes swept over and finally met with a smiling little walnut in the corner of the classroom, and he returned a smile. People always call growing up the process of shattering one's innocence and simple fantasies as a child, but Movai felt that one could also grow up with innocent fantasies. Therefore, he is willing to guard all of Walnut's fantasies, including the fact that he popped out of a rock. Even if this fantasy will be shattered sooner or later, Manhwa is willing to put in the effort to make that day come later. If the story of the Monkey King was more widely known, would more children believe that he sprang from a rock? Combined with the true story of the emperor in this world who transformed jade, hey, maybe some adults are going to believe that people can be born from stone. Movai thought happily in his mind. In order to protect the innocence and naivety of the little walnut, he did not mind weaving a big lie. Chapter 38, Nothing Today. Listening to music in a tea house. The course, Natural Science and Practice, was initiated by Movai who requested it from Gelding. The content of the course depends on Moa's mood to decide, and the main purpose is to bring the children of Ryuki to play, and by the way, to share and spread the childhood fun of the original world. For example, paper airplanes, gyroscopes, marbles, chess, and so on. The frequency of the course was tentatively set at one session per fortnight, and Manhwa felt that almost half a semester down the line, his mind would be emptied of play. He'd been worried about it before, but now he realized he didn't have to if he ran out of ideas. He could just tell stories. Although it didn't have anything to do with natural science and practice, it didn't matter. Manhwa was sure that the students and teachers in the classroom didn't care right now. I don't know who went and shouted, but Don Yu, Smoke Him, and Grandma Ping all came, and they sat in the last row of the classroom, listening with great interest. Manhwa is talking about the 86th version of the TV series Journey to the West, which is shown on TV anytime and has left Manhwa with indelible childhood memories. Plus, he had spoken to Little Walnut many times, so Manhwa spoke with ease. Manhwa begins his story with the appearance of the stone monkey, telling of its arrival at Mount Huagua to unify the monkeys, appointing itself the Monkey King, and discovering the waterfall cave behind the waterfall. It is also told that the Monkey King suddenly feels that monkey life is short, so he goes overseas to seek the immortal method of longevity under the guidance of the old monkey. In the end, Manhwa goes all the way to the story of the Monkey King, who worships at the Bodhi Temple, gets the name Sun Wukong, learns all sorts of magical techniques, and is ultimately expelled by Bodhi Elder for being too stubborn and unruly. Within seconds of Manhwa's words, the students couldn't wait to follow up. And then what? Where will the Monkey King go next? What about down there? Mr. Moa, keep talking, teacher. Manhwa kind of realized the hard work of the teacher. Moment by moment for more than 40 minutes, his voice is almost smoke. No wonder so many teachers hold goji berry thermoses in class. Manhwa spat in his mind while opening his mouth to explain. I can't, my voice will be ruined if I keep talking, and then I won't be able to hear the rest of the story. At that the students stopped pursuing the plot and moved on to the next class time. The next one is in 2 weeks. That's too long. How did this happen? The students said it was hard to accept that it was too cruel to let the Monkey King kneel for 2 weeks in front of the Bodhi Temple. Manhwa also felt that the interval was a bit too long. Once every 2 weeks. How long would he have to talk about the journey to the west? Once a week is about right. And the voice recovers. With that thought, Movai spoke again. Tell you what, I'm going to try to get a natural science and practices class once a week with Principal Gaze. Yeah, the students cheered at once. Seeing the situation, Manhwa cannot help but sigh. Skylight effect is not to deceive me. The so-called skylight effect, or the housebreaking effect, refers to the fact that a very large and unacceptable request is first made to the other party, followed by a smaller request, so that the other party will be more likely to accept the latter request. It's a negotiation technique that's practical, but when used incorrectly it becomes an accomplice to the PUA. Manhwa shook his head and retrieved his fugitive thoughts, looking at Ganyu, who was sitting next to Chi-Chi, and said, "My class is over. Does Ms. Ganyu have anything else to say?" The bell had rung several minutes ago, and Movies had dragged out the class for a while, and now it was time for school to end. Ganyu, who was named, was startled for a moment, then stood up like a student and answered, "Mr. Movies, I'm fine." "Ganyu, you're substituting too much for this character. Don't tell me." "Student girl Ganyu sounds quite sensual, but aren't you forgetting something?" Movies pointed to his clothes and made a school uniform gesture with his mouth. Ganyu froze for a moment, then said as if in a dream, "By the way, students, remember to go back and try on their uniforms and let me know tomorrow if they don't fit." After Ganyu finished, Manhwa asked helpfully, "Did the guys hear that?" "Hear that? Well, school's out then." After Manhwa's announcement, the classroom immediately erupted into a hubbub, with many students feverishly discussing the story that Manhwa had just told, especially the magical spells that the Monkey King had learned. Manhwa moved his disc-numb legs, and only after regaining a little bit of consciousness did he carefully jump off the desk and landed firmly on the ground. Then he heard a pleasant sound. "Mr. Manhwa, what a hard day's work." Manhwa searched for the sound and looked, only to see that Xiao Yunxian, who was sitting in the first row, was at that moment covering her mouth and laughing softly. Apparently she was the one who had just been speaking. "Yeah, it's a whole class, so the teachers are working hard." Manhwa sighed, and then thought of lecturing and speaking and singing, all of which are occupations that waste the voice. So he added, "Mr. Yun sings opera so well, I'm sure it's the result of hard practice. It's admirable." Little Yun Sumayer was very flattered by what she heard, and the corners of her Danfang eyes curved out into a nice arc, but she was still very reserved and held in a smile as she returned, "Sir, Manhwa is flattering. Just call me Yun Sumayer." "Then Yun Sumayer, you can call me Mao or Mao as well. It's always Gungzi, and it makes me feel like I'm going to get beaten up at work at the gold room next." Movies said, greeting Xiao Xian, Xiao Yun Sumayer's tablemate, as well. "Hello Simien." "Hello. Xiao Xian, who was still a bobble-headed white girl at the moment, responded excitedly, and in the next moment asked as if pouring beans, "You just spoke so well. Is it true that a somersaulting cloud can make a somersault of 108,000 miles? That's great. I want to learn this spell so I can travel the world." "That's if you don't know about the anywhere door. That thing is much more convenient if you're traveling." Mobai smiled and didn't tell her it was all made up. At that moment, Yun Sumayer fished out a candy from her bag and handed it over to Mobi's. "I have throat lozenges here. They can moisturize the throat and stop coughing. I always take one when my throat is tired on weekdays. It works well." Little Cloud Sumayer was suddenly dumbfounded in the middle of his sentence. "I almost forgot. This throat lozenges are sold by your family's trading house in Manhwa. Isn't she the equivalent of giving Morex Mora?" Manhwa didn't care about that. He was in need of it, so he nonchalantly took the lozenges and stuffed them into his mouth. "Very useful. Thanks." Manhwa gulped down his throat lozenges when he suddenly saw Little Walnut at the back of the classroom waving frantically at him with a happy face and at a rate of 5 cuts a second. "This girl, she doesn't know how to be reserved, but that's cute just the same. I'll go first then. Thanks for the candy." Little Cloud Sumayer sniffed and returned with a flourish. "There's no need to be polite. Elder Mao has taken care of Yunhan society quite a bit in his day-to-day life, so I'd also like to trouble Elder Manhwa to greet the elder on behalf of Yun Suanshin." Saying that, Little Cloud Sumayer put his hands to his waist and made a salute. The old man's recreational life is quite rich. "Is there nothing to do today to listen to music at the tea house?" Manhwa smiled darkly at his words and suddenly thought of the first barbecue tasting conference this afternoon. So he invited, "Choose your day. Are you two free to visit my humble abode this afternoon?" Chapter 39, Ornamental Fish Are Just for Watching. Master Mao was listening to a book at the Wei tea house when he was captured. Ahem, and found by the house guests. After the family man whispered a few words in Elder Mao's ear, he immediately stood up. The familiar guest next to him saw this and instantly teased, "Old Mao, is this Mrs. Checkup coming? This is leaving? Go. I'm still afraid of her checking in? I'm walking the talk. Why would I be afraid of checking up on her?" Elder Mao blew his beard and eyes out. "There are honored guests at home, so I'll take my leave. Old Tian, next time you come you'll go on. Let's go. Master Mao, you go well." After Master Mao left, the joyful atmosphere in the Liyue tea house did not diminish at all. Who doesn't know that Master Mao is the most fearful of his family in Liyue Harbor? what an honored guest, but just an excuse for the old man. Dare I ask why you call this old man Mao a great benefactor? Ooh, there's really someone who doesn't know. Brother, you've only just come to Liyue, right? Precisely. I still hope that the old brother to mention a word. Also lest the little brother unknown to offend people is not it? Hey, I don't need to tell you that. The man who spoke grinned, then rushed at Tian Tizui on the stage. Old Tian, since Master Mao is gone, let's not talk about that old story he ordered and tell it to this new brother. At Tivet, giving newcomers science, taking newcomers on adventures, and watching newcomers step in the pits are the favorite things that many people who have come through the process love to do. Laughs. The man's suggestion was immediately met with enthusiastic approval from the other guests. Tian Tizui is also this intention. Some do not understand but embarrassed to speak newcomers at this time also took the opportunity to prick up their ears. Let's say that the Mao family is a 7-star family with a 1,000-year legacy, with 2 generations of 7 stars in their ancestry, and the family's heritage is so thick that those who can surpass the Mao family on the Yujing Terrace are only a few fingers out of 10. However, more than 10 years ago, that is, the current Mao old master as the head of the family, there have been more than 100 years have not produced 7 stars of the Mao family, showing signs of the decline of the family. The old man has worked so hard, but it is still difficult to save the Mao family from falling. Suddenly, one day, the old man seems to have been instructed by an immortal, no longer obsessed with revitalizing the glory of the family, but instead began to spread money for charity. 3 days a small charity, 7 days a large charity, relief of children, donations for disaster relief. After that, guess what? The old men held back their answers, and the newcomer replied tentatively. He made money? Tai, do you think Master Mao is the kind of villain who amasses wealth in the name of doing good? He's spreading real money. So what happened? Hey, not long after Master Mao performed his great act of kindness, he was nearly half 100 years old when his old tree blossomed and he was blessed with a unicorn child in his old age. But the third son of the Mao family, the one who descended from the star of literature? Exactly. But about the Mao family's third son, that's another story. Let's get back to the story. Master Mao has been doing good deeds more and more since then, and in the past few years he has created charitable foundations, donated to the construction of several orphanages and hospitals, and his family's business is only sold at cost price within the Liyue harbor. So their family isn't broke? It's not still. Thinking that there were many foreign businessmen present, Tian Tizui swallowed back the second half of the sentence earn foreigners money and said instead, the heritage of the 7-star family is not something you and I can imagine. In short, over the years, old Master Mao has done good deeds and saved an unknown number of people, deserving the name of a great benefactor. I see. Thanks, man. At the same time, with the good people Mao old man to go to the ice factory after a big circle, finally with the family members in a hurry back to the home. Where the hell have you been? Now you're back, Mrs. Mao said as she patted the ice shavings that had almost melted on the old man's clothes. Ahem. Went to the ice plant to check on production. Elder Mao replied without changing his face, then immediately changed the topic. Where's Mr. Bell? Has he come? How did he come? Master Mao was also quite curious. Although he and Zhongli often met at the tea house and were invited many times, they were politely declined. So today was the first time in 5 years that Zhang Ayel had been a guest in the Mao household. Incidentally, Zhongli's last visit to the Mao family was exactly 5 years ago on the day of Mao Hua's birth. Wall invited them, and is having a barbecue in his yard, along with a couple of female classmates. It's still Huire who has the ability to invite back in one go. That's true, and it doesn't depend on who gave birth. Mrs. Mao made a narcissistic remark before slapping Master Mao on the back again. Don't interrupt. Hurry up and change your clothes. It's all water. Don't neglect our mother's benefactor. You're obviously the one interrupting. Elder Mao held his words in his mouth, but in the end he honestly changed his clothes and rushed towards Manhwa's courtyard with Mrs. Mao. When the two men arrived, the yard was abuzz with activity. Master Mao made a cursory sweep inside and saw several familiar faces at once. Yo, isn't this the girl from the Unham Society? Oh, Master Mao's daughter is here? Ha, why is the medicine boy from the Unabomber's lodge here too? Ha, the secretary of the 7 stars is even free? Ooh, isn't this girl the precious granddaughter of old Lee's Stinking Rock? How come you're willing to let her out to play? Well, there's a girl doll I don't recognize, and she's quite well behaved, referring to Xianyan. Well, old whose girl is really here too. It's strange if she's not. Several girl dolls are grilling barbecues under the guidance of Little Red Sakura, and Little Shannon, who is the fastest out of the gate. Where's the kid? Elder Mao's eyes swept over and found that on the edge of the pond. The two men, Manhwa and Zhongli, were seated at the two ends of a stone table with a plate of roasted barbecue and tea on the table. Gee, why is this kid sitting still like a grandpa? He's not manly at all. Master Mao decided to go and teach his own boy a lesson. Until then, though, The proper etiquette had to be in place. Mr. Zhongli, a rare guest. I apologize for the delay in welcoming you. Elder Mao and his wife walked over to Zhongli and warmly welcomed him. Elder Mao is polite. It's my sudden visit. I hope Elder Mao and Mrs. Mao will forgive me. No way. Mr. Zhongli, you are our family's benefactor. Our home is your home. What's so strange about going back to your own home? Then in that case there's no need for old Mao to say anything about having missed a distant welcome. Elder Mao sniffed and tapped his head. It's my old age. Ha ha. After the two parties had finished their courtesies, Mrs. Mao went to help with the barbecue over at the girl doll's side, while Master Mao stayed behind to accompany the conversation. Father, you sit. Father, you drink tea. Manhwa poured tea and served it at the right time, and Master Mao smelled the tea and his heart was dripping blood. This is to invite the immortal ceremony on the supply of the Rock King Emperor's superb green tea. Each year can only share a few money. They simply cannot afford to drink. This kid is so out of the hospitality of the people. Manhwa looked at the corner of his old man's twitching eyes and knew that he was in physical pain. Father, I'm doing this for your own good. The Emperor? Isn't this being offered? At this time, Zhongli picked up his teacup and sighed after taking a small sip. A good tea, fresh and fragrant in the mouth, with a lingering aftertaste. Ha ha, it's good that Mr. Zhongli likes it. Master Mao smiled and said, the second half of the sentence, if you like it, take some away, but how can not say? Manhwa spoke up at the right time. Dad, come and have a kebab. Good son, you know to leave 2 bites for Dad. Mr. Mao thought, biting off a piece of roast meat with some relief. Well, it's a potato baked by Ah Tao. Potatoes? This black thing is a potato? No wonder this was the only string left on the table. The old man's mouth crunched as Manhwa and Zhongli simultaneously lifted their teacups to drink tea and looked at the ornamental fish in the pond. Ornamental fish are supposed to be useful at times like these. Fog. Master Mao had the intention to spit it out, but his afterglow saw the expectant eyes of little Walnut not far away, so he had to bite it and swallow it with the tea. Well, it's pretty good. The fire is old-fashioned, said Master Mao as he put back the remaining piece of the roasted potato skewer. Save a bite for your second brother. He's almost off duty. Movai sniffed and nodded. Aha, ergo it's really hard to work a day shift too. Not far away. A smile surfaced on little Walnut's face as he watched the actions and expressions of Manhwa's father and son as they nodded their heads in agreement. At this time, Manhwa's second brother, Mao Kai's figure appeared at the entrance of the small courtyard. Sure is grilling barbecue. Ha, I came by the smell. Ha, the number of female students has changed? He breezed into the yard and saw Pops waving at him from a distance. Eldest, come over and say hello to Mr. Zhongli. Ergo obediently went over to say hello, then saw the kebabs on the table. Ooh, for me? I'll take care of it. This is what you're going to eat yourself, ha. No one stopped him. Crunch, crunch, crunch. 3 gulps of water. Ornamental fish, spitting bubbles. Little Walnut, stare at. Yummy. It's so good. Mao's eye covered his mouth with his hand and nodded repeatedly. So what I remember, I haven't reconciled my accounts for today, so I'll go first, ha. Excuse me. After saying that, second brother only left behind a falling back. Chapter 40. A woman is too old to be left behind. It's lucky that my family has a son. The first barbecue tasting conference was also a success. A few of the female classmates had a great time grilling, and Manhwa and the others had a great time eating. Well, bingo, sure. Familiar dusk, familiar front door of their own house. Manhwa and Little Walnut send off their guests. Zhongli and Ganyu went ahead, so there were only a few female students present. I really didn't think that ingredients like cordial squash and cauliflower could be so delicious through simple grilling. Little Shannon sighed, feeling that she had learned a lot, and it seemed that deliciousness shouldn't be limited by ingredients. The corner of Manhwa's eye twitched slightly at his words. Shannon's idea of marvelous cooking didn't start sprouting from this barbecue, did it? Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Movais. It has been a very enjoyable day. Mr. Yoon is too polite. Little Yoon Sumayer froze for a moment when she heard Manhwa call her Mr. Yoon again and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She thought back to her conversation with Manhwa today. Every time she called him sir, he had to call back Mr. Yoon with the same politeness. Well, Movais, you're really more serious. Please call me fair and square. Just have fun and welcome to the next one. Next time for sure. See you tomorrow then. Yoon Sumayer, bye bye. Little Walnut waved his hand. Then, the two of them greeted Cookie Haru and the others, and only after their figures had disappeared from view did they return to the courtyard and take a barbecue and deliver it to Nimbus. The little carving Haru twisted a few skewers of barbecue he had grilled and happily headed for home. She fluttered her little hands together, her steps so light that she seemed on the verge of jumping. She's going to give her mom and grandfather the kebabs she grilled with her own hands. From afar, Xiao Kei Ching saw her mother standing in front of the house. and immediately ran over as fast as her little legs could pound. "Mom!" Little Kokoro called out excitedly, but didn't get a response from her mom. When she ran closer, she realized her mom was looking at her grimly. The smile on Xiao Kei-ching's face faded away as she called out in a jittery, soft voice, "Mom!" A trace of intolerance flashed in Mother Carving's eyes, but she was still ruthless and snapped, "You still know to come back. What time is it? Yesterday was the first day of school and I didn't say anything about you playing so much every day. Do you still do your homework?" "I didn't play. I made barbecue for my mom and grandfather, and I'll get my homework done on time." Xiao Kei-ching thought in his heart in aggravation. She was about to explain when a tall figure suddenly materialized in the doorway behind her mother. When he saw the silhouette clearly, Xiao Kei-ching immediately fell into an ice cave, and all the grievances in his heart were gone, leaving only the fear that was carved into the marrow of his bones. "Ancestor, grandfather, back?" It was clearly a flat and incomparable tone, but it made little Kajihara feel that it was 10 times harsher than her mother's scolding. Xiao Kei-ching tightly clutched the bag in his hand. A trace of heat wafted out from the bag, letting Xiao Kei-ching's heart also gave birth to a trace of courage. "Grandfather, I have grilled some barbecue and would like to invite you and mother to try it." With one sentence out of the way, Kakuhara leaned on what little courage he had left to look at his grandfather and wait for his answer. Grandfather, however, just scanned the bag and ground out, "Go wash up when you're back. Dinner will be ready soon." After saying that, grandfather went into the house without looking back. Little Carving Harvest was instantly bloodless, losing the gleam in his eyes. "Okay." Carving Mother was heartbroken at the sight. Twisting her head to look at her father who had already walked away, she went forward to receive the barbecue with one hand, and held her daughter's head with her other hand, gently patting it. "Mom will try it later at dinner. Go back inside first." Manhwa didn't know about what was happening on Kokiaro's side. He and Little Walnut stayed at Nimbus for a while after delivering the takeout. By the way, Hokuto, who said he'd dabble, wasn't there, saying he had something to do back at the dock. By the time the two little ones got home, it was almost 7 in the evening. The small yard had been cleaned, but the faint smell of barbecue lingered in the air. Mobice picked up his collar and sniffed it. "It's all barbecue flavor. I smell." Little Walnut's eyes lit up at his words, and with that, he lowered his head to Manhwa, starting from the clothes on his chest and sniffing with his nose ever upwards. Sniff, chest, neck, chin, stop. Mobice pressed down the little head that was still going to arch upwards in time. Little Walnut tilted his head back to look at Mobice, a question mark floating above his head. Seeing this, Manhwa pinched her little cheeks and asked in a nonchalant manner, "Do you think I'm cured bacon?" But Mamoru just smells so good." The pinched face of the little walnut slurred. Then she broke away from Manhwa and directly reached out and sucked the flesh of Manhwa's face, then pulled it out like a shivering noodle, and finally let out a clear boo. "Good times, ha 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 ha." Little Walnut loved to play like this. She thought that Manhwa's face was fleshy, creamy and delicious. There it was again. This looked like he was going to eat himself. Mobice flashed back to the fear of being dominated by the little walnut. He rubbed his face, which was a little sore from the suction, and changed the subject. "Don't talk about me. Tao, your hair smells like barbecue all over it too. Hurry up and take a shower." "Bathing." Speaking of which, Little Walnut wasn't sleepy anymore and pulled Manhwa in the direction of the bathroom. "What are you doing?" Mobice planted his feet and yanked on Walnut Jr. Little Walnut was confused. "Not a bath?" Mobice understands, takes a deep breath, and tries once more to change Little Walnut's mindset. Tao, you're already an elementary school student. You should learn to bathe alone." Little Walnut instantly furrowed her eyebrows and pouted as she asked, "Why do elementary school kids have to shower alone?" "Because you're a grown-up, and grown-up girls can't just shower with boys." "Why can't grown-up girls just shower with boys anymore?" Little Walnut asked rhetorically, repeating rapidly as if on a repeater. Manhwa was a bit dumbfounded. He didn't know how to explain to Walnut that there was a difference between men and women, but he knew it was important. People must have a sense of honor and shame, and the two qualities of knowing honor and shame and knowing right from wrong are the basic qualities for people to establish themselves in society. When girls are growing up, it is usually the female elders who teach them about it, but Little Walnut is basically surrounded by rugged old men who don't know any better. Just as Manhwa was scratching his head, the savior appeared. After Mrs. Mao heard the conversation between her youngest son and Little Walnut outside the courtyard, she hurried over at a quick pace. Mrs. Mao first stroked her youngest son's head in relief, then tenderly hugged Little Walnut's shoulders and said, "Little Peach, Mommy Mao take you to take a bath, okay?" Little Walnut's eyes immediately filled with tears and cried sadly, "Why don't you let me take a bath with Momo anymore? Oh, didn't we agree that I would be Mama Mao's daughter-in-law? Oh, do you guys don't like Otto anymore?" "Ooh-hoo." Mrs. Mao cried and laughed. "If I let you guys continue to get along like this, I'm afraid you'll get along as buddies. Looks like it's time to start slowly teaching little Walnut a few things about girls. Although Mrs. Mao is the mother of 3 boys, she hasn't forgotten what her mother taught her back then. Mrs. Mao coaxed as she thought, how could you not like Ah Tao? We all love Ah Tao the most in our family. Mao Mao, what do you say? Manhwa sniffed and hastily nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, I like Ah Tao the best. Really? Little Walnut stopped crying, tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. Really? Then why can't we shower together? Little Walnut broke off and huffed. Mrs. Mao wiped her tears and explained. Can't let the boys know. I'll secretly tell Ah Tao when I take a bath later. Okay? Little Walnut deflated in thought before finally nodding. Well, it's still Mom who's giving it a go. Mauvaise breathed a sigh of relief and said to the little Walnut, Tao, I have a surprise for you when you get out of the shower. Really? Really? Immediately the little Walnut clouded over with anticipation on his face. Mrs. Mao secretly rolled her eyes on the sidelines. Coaxing so many phrases could not withstand her son's words. It's really a big girl. It's a good thing the son is in my family. Chapter 41, I'm gonna dye this thing white. Mao, I'm done. Where's the surprise? After taking a shower and changing into her pajamas and wearing her hair loose, Walnut pushed open the door to Mauvise's bedroom as soon as she could. She had been so preoccupied with Moa's surprise in the bath that before Mrs. Moa had a chance to teach her anything, the little Walnut had already jumped out of the tub to indicate that she was done. Forget it. I'll teach it some other time. Mrs. Mao, who was following far behind, held her forehead as she thought. In the front, the little Walnut did not get a response, then realized that the house is dark. Only the door has a little moonlight. Little Walnut was not afraid of anything. It was much darker in the hall of the living than here. She called softly, Mamoru? This time there was finally a response, and Mo's voice rang out in the darkness. Tao, close the door. Oh, little Walnut obediently turned back and closed the door. And Mrs. Shigeru in the hallway was bewildered. The house was really dark now, and little Walnut couldn't help but call out to Mao again. At that moment, a sudden sound of a match being struck rang out in the darkness, and then a bit of firelight flared up, reflecting Mao's dim outline. Shoo! Manhwa index finger in front of the lips to remind. Little Walnut will cover the mouth. A pair of big eyes in the weak light fluttering, intently watching Manhwa operation, only to see Manhwa lighting the oil lamp and placing it behind a wooden board. The room darkened again. Shortly afterward, Walnut suddenly saw the slightest flash of electricity behind the boards. In the darkness, a flash of dark red suddenly appeared, and then spread out quickly along a thread, outlining a pattern on the surface of the wooden boards. It's a butterfly. Despite the simple lines of the pattern, Walnut recognized it, and the moment the butterfly pattern closed, it was as if the butterfly came to life, and the dark red silk thread steeply brightened into a dazzling orange-red color. But after a few seconds, the butterfly darkened and the filaments turned back to a dark red color. After a few more seconds, the dark red became intermittent, like the remaining ashes of a burned-out fire. Mauvaise asked with a smile as he moved the oil lamp out from under the electrical crystal and walked over to the dazed little Walnut with the lamp in his hand. How's it going, Ah Tao? Surprised enough? Little Walnut came back to his senses and instantly grabbed Manhwa's arm in excitement, asking in a succession of questions. Nice-looking butterfly. Mao, you're awesome. How did you do it? Do you have one already? Any more? What's with or without? What kind of strange questions are you asking? Ah Tao! The scent of little Walnut's body continued to pour into his nose, and Manhwa held the oil lamp high above his head for fear that it would be shaken and spilled by little Walnut. Wait. Be careful with the oil lamp. Ask slowly. I'm not going to run. A few minutes later, the oil lamps were placed on the lampstand, and Sakura, who had been watching from the corner, came over and lit the other oil lamps, and the room became bright again. Little Walnut squatted in front of the board and looked curiously at the butterfly on the board, which had turned gray. To put it simply, when the thunder element released by the electrical crystal passed through this bamboo carbon filament, it reacted with the organic material in the carbon filament, and the energy of the thunder element was converted into light and heat energy. Manhwa had simplified the principle as much as he could, but little Walnut was still clueless. Just think of it as the same as burning coal. The thunder element is fire. This carbon filament is coal. When you burn coal with fire, doesn't the coal turn red? Oh, little Walnut came to a realization and then said, wouldn't it have been nice to say that in the beginning? Mamoru, I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous. I can't believe I tried to teach Ah Tao. This wave is mine. Manhwa decisively took the blame and then asked, so what did you mean when you just asked me if I had it? Little Walnut sniffed and giggled as he scratched his little brain. I just thought that Mauve already had the eye of the fire god. The moment the fire butterfly lit up, little Walnut thought it really was a miracle. How can it be that easy? Manhwa shook his head. He also wanted to get a god's eye to study and research, but his fate was shallow. He wondered if he dyed his hair white, would Zhongli send him a rock god's eye? Seeing Malwat's shaking head and lost look, Little Walnut went forward and held his hand, cheering him up. It's okay, Mamoru will definitely obtain the god's eye in the future. Looking at Little Walnut's expression of confidence that was more than his own, Mal was heart-warmed and he spilled out a smile, pinching Little Walnut's tender face. It didn't matter to him if he had the eye of God or not. What mattered was having the ability to protect those he cared about. The eye of God is just one of the abilities. Mamoru, that one just now, can you perform it again? Little Walnut asked again. I can't for now. I've run out of materials. Just this palm-sized butterfly had burned up all the remaining bamboo charcoal filaments of Manhwa. Bamboo carbon wire this thing, making too much trouble, but also not good control. Manhwa did not do much. Half a year has been consumed. But Mobius had found a replacement material, the same kind of paint that graced the top of the anti-lightning general's special training instrument. He had specifically asked Zhongli what that was this afternoon, and the Emperor had not disappointed him by telling him the answer. The name is familiar to all of you, powder from the earth's veins and branches. Manhwa decided to have his family visit the Adventurers Guild tomorrow and collect some of this stuff back. Some other time I'll show you one in a different color. Yeah, Little Walnut jumped up and down, and Mobius smiled at the sight, then said, I'm going to take a shower, so you can play by yourself for a while. After saying that, she looked to Sakura-san, who nodded knowingly, saying leave it to me. Aha! Mamoru, you go. Wash up and go to bed together. Mobius stumbled over his feet at Little Walnut's words. Good. Hopefully, I'll get a good night's sleep tonight. After Mobius left the room, Little Walnut hopped onto Mobius' bed under Sakura's loving gaze, then buried his head in the pillow and rolled around in his arms, hugging the covers. Mau flavor, creamy and milky. He. After just a few minutes of rolling around like that, Little Walnut suddenly remembered that she hadn't written her diary for the day, and jumped out of bed by sheer force of will. Little Walnut came to his desk and pulled his journal out of his little book bag, when a purple blob fell out after him. Ha, Doodle, you're alive. Shadow was lying on his back with his 7 feet on the ground, his thin legs twisting unconsciously. Thinking it was probably thirsty, Little Walnut grabbed a cup of water and doused it with some water. There should still be something to eat, right? So Little Walnut went to the yard and picked up a few more bamboo leaves and covered Little Doodle. Eat and go to sleep and sleep. Humming and happily arranging her little pockets, Little Walnut began to put pen to paper to write today's diary entry. Today is the second day on Ku. In the morning, Mau dang me at the entrance of the Chuang. Mau. Accidentally freezing Mau. Ah Tao. I didn't get to wash Zayo with Manhwa at night. The Mobius Zunbei was shocked 11. It was a fire hoopoe butterfly. Very nice looking. Tonight Nung Shui sleep with Mau again. Happy. Little Walnut bit the tip of his pencil and recorded the events of the day in glazed moon characters, simplified Chinese characters, and pinyin. When the last sentence was written, Walnut immediately put down her pen, closed her journal, and got up and ran all the way to her bed with a flying leap. Well, why isn't Mamoru done washing? Little Walnut lay on his back, his head buried in the pillow, kicking and thrashing his little legs. Suddenly, Little Walnut heard footsteps coming down the hallway, and she immediately sat up and stretched her neck to look at the door. Within a few seconds, Mo's figure did appear, and Little Walnut clapped her little hands excitedly on the bed, calling out, Mau come on, wait, I haven't written in my diary yet. Oops, I'll write it tomorrow. No, today is the day, even if it's just a few words. Said Mobius had walked over to the desk and then was startled. Doodle's dead? No? Then this bamboo leaf. I'm afraid he'll catch a cold in his sleep at night. Little Walnut said as he jumped off the bed and walked over and hugged the freshly bathed in tender mauve. Ah Tao, you're so sweet. Ha. Well, I'm going to write in my journal, so go to sleep. Don't. Cuddle up then. Mobius gave up, letting the Little Walnut hold his waist and pulling out the journal. One of the journals, in the black box in front of her. At this angle Little Walnut can't see another copy in the black box. It's called lampooning. Manhwa probably opened the table diary and wrote straight away. This one was going to be shown to Atao anyway, so there was no need to hide it. 92nd, February 2nd, 375. I have nothing to do today, and I'm sleeping with Atao. The whole thing didn't take a minute, and Mobius put away the black box. Well, go to sleep. Yeah, this time Little Walnut let go of Manhwa, and she went ahead and lay down on the bed, pulling back the covers and patting them. Mau, go to sleep. Mobius sucked in a cool breath as he looked at the ghostly black comforter and the Little Walnut's glittering eyes. I hope you really want me to sleep. Chapter 42, The Walnut with a Demon-Level Slime. After some tossing and turning plus a bedtime story, Little Walnut finally fell asleep. Mau. In the darkness, the sound of Little Walnut's dreamy voice came to his ears. Mobius craned his head to look, and little Walnut's lovely sleeping face looked more and more serene in the dim light. Cute little girl. Movies tucked her in, then went to sleep contentedly. Get up, Mau Mau. In a haze, Movies felt someone riding on top of him, calling his name. Is it morning already? I'm so sleepy, I didn't wake up. Let me sleep some more. Tao. No, don't go to sleep, wake up. We've got work to do today. What is it? Ah Tao, isn't it just school? With his body being shaken incessantly, Manhwa slowly opened his eyes helplessly. Wow, just opening his eyes, Movies was startled. Ah Tao, how you've grown. Only to see that the Ah Tao riding on his own body had a slender figure, wearing a Chenkuan Taigua hat and a brown Chinese long coat with floral patterns. It was clearly the appearance of the game's Hu Tao. Am I crossing over again here? Movies put his hand in front of his eyes, and to his eyes was a wide, slender palm, no longer a small, fleshy hand. What's grown up or not? Mamoru, you're so weird. Big Walnut looked at him quizzically, then grabbed his shoulders again and shook them. Get up. It's time to fight Deep Realm Spiral today. It's due if we don't fight. Deep Realm Spiral? Why do you even have to fight this thing when you've traveled across the world? Sensing a hint of something amiss, Movies fixed his eyes on the large walnut and scrutinized it. Suddenly, he finally noticed the violation and asked sternly, Nope, you're not a walnut. How can walnut slime be at the demon level? Who the hell are you? The great walnut sniffed and pulled out a staff of protecting Mo from somewhere, smiling sweetly as she asked Mauve, Mau Mau, which one do you choose? The 328 package or the 648 package of the past life church? I don't choose. I'm wrong. I'm not choosing any of them. Don't you come over here. Up. A fire butterfly lit up, but the pattern of the butterfly is not the beautiful stickers in the game, but the surprise he prepared for Ah Tao last night. Last night? Movies found the Wa point, and at the same time Big Walnut whirled Agui. Eat and drink. Have a good trip. A flash of firelight turned Manhwa's field of vision into a white blur. Mau Mau. Get up. Ah. Movies opened his eyes abruptly, the familiar ceiling in his field of vision and a familiar feeling of oppression coming from his body. Mau Mau, did you have a nightmare? Manhwa looked over at the sound and Ah Tao was sitting on his stomach looking at him worriedly. A small, saintly level slime. It seems, is not a dream. Movies breathed a sigh of relief and craned his head to look out the window. It was already wide open. I'm fine. It was a nightmare. A dream about a female ghost. Maybe if he doesn't break up the big walnut, there's a chance it could be a beautiful dream? No, 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 even if you didn't break it down, you must have been tortured like crazy when you went to fight the abyss afterward, right? Yes, it's a nightmare. Sure, Mau Mau, don't be afraid. There's Ah Tao. Ah Tao will help you fight off the female ghost. Ah Tao, you're so reliable. Ha ha. Well, it's time to get up. Momo, you come down. Sticky. Okay, post. The daily sticker reaches the point where Manhwa calls in Sakura to help little Walnut dress and wash while he takes care of it himself. After the two of them had washed up and eaten breakfast, it was just under 8 o'clock, and according to the anti-inward volume agreement, Movies and the others were allowed to leave the house only at 8:30, so Movies planned to catch up on yesterday's re-diary. Ah, Doodle's gone. Little Walnut walked over to the desk and realized that there were only a few bamboo leaves left on the desk, and the little pocket had disappeared. Don't worry, the window was always closed. It should still be in the house. After saying that, Manhwa, Little Walnut, and Sakura searched the house together and finally found it on the oil lamp. Is this so hungry that he started drinking lamp oil? Looking at the little Walnut's happy face when it was lost and found, Manhwa mourned in silence. Ah Tao, take little Doodle to the big garden to find some leaves to feed. He should be hungry. Good. Little Walnut nodded in response, then asked, what about Momo? I'll do some writing. Don't mind me. Ow. That's what's so good about Little Walnut. Obeying. After Little Walnut left, Manhwa pulled out his diary and put pen to paper. Day 92, February 2nd, 3705, 2. 3. Early replacement. The final piece of the electrical light bulb puzzle was found. The electrical crystal's thunder element requires other elements to be energized. Note, the thunder element is not equal to current, but there is a similar concept of potential difference, to be further verified. Currently electrical crystals can be used directly as dry batteries. The following combinations can be tried. Water plus electrical crystal, powder, electrolyte. Biomass, lizard legs. Frogs, plus electrical crystals, biological batteries. Boilers plus electrical crystals, thermal power plants. Ice plus electrical crystals, making superconductors. Newly discovered luminescent and energy conducting materials. Earth vein dead branch. New sprout. Source abyssal mage. First, have someone check out the Adventurers Guild. Newly acquired equipment, anti-thunder general special training instrument. Pending test entry. Minimum, large, startup energy. Minimum, large, attack power. Range, enemy solicitation mechanism. Unstarted state energy reserve time versus energy. Startup state standby time versus energy. Also, can the eye of the false god be keyed off? It feels like it could be used as a battery. After confirming that there were no new ideas for the time being, Manhwa put down his pen. Unsurprisingly, that anti-thunder general special training instrument would be his toy for a long time to come. Of course, be prepared for safety before that. Movies wouldn't joke with his life. Mau. Look! Manhwa sniffed and looked over as little Walnut ran in, a pile of green leaves in his arms, and little Doodle lay right in the middle of it, sucking the sap from the leaves. It would be heaven for Doodle. Are you keeping Doodle as a pet? Manhwa remembered the game's Walnut, who as a child had called the stone lions Omajimi as pets, but after 5 years together, Manhwa realizes that Tao didn't do this, and wonders if it's because of him. Little Walnut nodded vigorously after hearing Movi's words. Aha! Little Doodle is my pet. With that, Little Walnut took the book bag on the desk and stuffed both the leaf and the bib into it. Bring it to the class later. Good man, you're using your book bag as a pet bag. You don't have your diary loaded? Manhwa has long found the diary of the Little Walnut. He did not go through it. Anyway, in a few days will be the 100 days of the appointment. Or leave a little sense of anticipation. Right, let's put it here with you first. Momo, Little Walnut said reassuringly. All right, Movies nodded, then got up. It's almost time to go. Any later and we'll be late. Let's go. To school. Chapter 43, Night Orchid lies listening to the wind blowing rain. Homework? What's that? The time is 8:40 a.m. And the place is in the classroom. A question mark popped up on the head of the supreme version of Little Walnut, who had put on his school uniform, as he faced the outstretched hand of the supreme small carving harvest. To the side, Jijin Manhwa also froze. Those two words are a little familiar and a little strange. How long has it been since he did his homework? Manhwa's gaze began to drift, memories of the past about to awaken, before she was pressed back by Kokoshinaro as she spread her hands. Homework, homework, both MS. Ganyu and MS. Smoke him assigned homework yesterday near the end of class, as Manhwa tried to remember. At that time, it seemed like he was either playing backgammon with Tao, or watching Tao sleep. Haven't really noticed the teacher assigning homework. As for Tao, she was not expected to hear it. Transmigrated to another world. I forgot to do my homework on the first day of school. Please Haru, please just give us 10 more minutes. No 5. Movies folded his hands together please. Koketsu Haru was startled by Manhwa's sudden movement and replied somewhat at a loss for words. Okay, be quick about it. Haru, what are you calling her for again? Kokiaro saw Movies keeping his hands together and blinked up at her. Homework, is it okay if you copy it for me? Kokaharu was dazed by Manhwa's wink and nodded in a daze. Good. Little Walnut looked at Manhwa and Little Kakoharu in a daze the entire time, not understanding what this was all about. So what is homework anyway? Stop gawking Tao. Hurry up and catch up on your homework. You don't want to stand in class later, do you? I don't know what it is, but let's do what Momo says. Manhwa flipped through Little Carving Harvest's workbook and instantly realized what kind of homework had been assigned yesterday, copying the newly taught pinyin and numbers 10 times each. It's okay. It's not much. With that, Manhwa and Little Walnut made up their homework in the classroom. While Manhwa's hands were working mechanically, his thoughts were drifting back to the early morning many years ago when he was copying his homework on the stairs of the school, the time of his lost youth. I didn't realize that I would be able to experience it again when I came to Lizuki. The assignment was turned in without incident, and it took Movies and Little Walnut less than 3 minutes to get it done. In the morning, it is 2 language lessons in a row, aiming to let the students master pinyin and Chinese characters as soon as possible to facilitate the teaching later. Manhwa sweated over Ganyu's voice and felt the need to prepare a batch of lozenges for the teachers. Today, instead of luring Little Walnut into desertion, Manhwa is in human observation mode. Most of the children were attentive in class and followed Ms. Ganyu's pronunciation of pinyin. Movies tried to close his eyes to separate the voices of his classmates. Little Walnut's voice was the most familiar. Little Carving Harvest and Little Shangling's voices were clear because of their close proximity, and the one who was half a beat slower was Chi-Chi. There was also a particularly prominent and nice voice that should be Yun Sumeyer's. The rest of the voices Manhwa could distinguish some, but not the right people. I don't know when, but some of the students, including Little Walnut, ignited an inexplicable desire to win, competing to see who could recite pinyin louder, each shouting with a red face and neck, and only calming down after Ganyu warned them through tears and laughter. Well, Little Walnut won, because it was her that Ganryo had warned. It meant that her voice was the loudest and most prominent. Movies gave a thumbs up to Little Walnut, who was delighted. The lesson continues, and Movies continues earthly observation. Male student A secretly tugged on the hair of female student A at the front table, who glared back at male student A. Inger at the door, although her mouth was following the chanting, was actually looking at the door in a daze. Zhang Tai, who likes to pump iron, is sleeping. Tian Shu, who loves stories, is writing and drawing something. Xingqiu and Chongyun are following along carefully. I wonder if Xingqiu's handwriting will look better after studying in elementary school. And Chongyun, how's his pure yang body doing? I wonder if eating ice cream will help. Malwa's eyes swept across the room, and suddenly met a line of sight. It's that Pikandai girl. What's her name? Oh, Night Orchid. Sayurin sat in the penultimate row of the second column of the first large group. Sayurin didn't want to come to school at first. She felt that what was being taught in school was too easy and that she might as well stay home and do something else with that time. But his father told her that if she could get to the bottom of all her classmates in one semester, his father would allow her to come and go as she pleased to the Iwakami tea room. The tea room on the rock was located between the tiger-eating rock and the crimson cloud slope. At first glance it was a tea room, and at a closer look it was a casino, but in reality, it was an intelligence center run by the Night Orchid family. The Iwakami tea room was a complicated place with a mix of people from all three religions, and her father had previously not allowed her to go inside. And now, the opportunity to come and go as you please to the Iwakami tea room is right in front of you. This meant that as long as Sayurin could prove herself, she could begin to access the core power of the family. The bottom line, as my father said, included character, ability, interpersonal relationships, family background, etc. To get to the bottom of the entire class, the amount of work involved could be imagined. But Sayurin didn't find it difficult, rather she found it simple. There are 56 people in the class, 26 boys and 30 girls, 11 of whom have homes in Ujingtai, 28 of whom come from Himyunpo, and the remaining 17 of whom have homes in Tiger Rock. After 2 days of observation, Sayurin realized that most of the students in his class were simple-minded children who could be seen through at a glance, and that it would be enough to leave these students to his father's men to check their backgrounds. My father didn't say I couldn't get help, and being good at utilizing resources wisely is a form of competence. The rest will require further observation, and the individuals may have to get a little closer. And Movise is at the top of her watch list, although there were already many rumors about the three gentlemen of the Mao family in Ryu Harbor. After 2 days of observation, Sayurin found that these rumors were still one-sided. Sharing how to make ice cream for free, becoming a school teacher at the age of 5, unheard of and rare stories. In just 2 days, so much had happened to this little boy that she couldn't understand. Moreover, Sayurin believed that what Manhwa had shown in the past 2 days was just the tip of the iceberg, and as long as he continued to observe, he would surely make more interesting discoveries. No, just observing isn't enough. Maybe I should find a chance to try and get up close and personal with him. And as far as Ran observes, Mauve is still the center of his corner group, and being close to him is also good for observing the others in the group, who are also on the key watch list. Sayurin stared at Movise and thought, when suddenly the other looked over as well and locked eyes with her. The target spotted. Sayurin's heart fluttered and she was about to avert her eyes as if nothing had happened, but she saw the other party smile and wave at her. What a coincidence. You're touching fish too? Movise thought so. Chapter 44 Doodle collapses. Sad. Just as Sayurin was still struggling with what way to penetrate the inner workings of Move's little gang, the morning session came to an end. As soon as Gon Yu announced the end of class, the students in the class got up and either called their friends or left the classroom alone to go to the cafeteria. Naturally, Manhwa called on Zayawa Howodo Chichi and the others to go to dinner at the first opportunity. Dry meals are not active, and there is something wrong with your mind. Dry rice people, dry rice souls, dry rice are all people. Now that they were the only class in the school, there were still too few people, and I wondered when they would be able to recreate the scene of an army of students beach landing in the cafeteria. Movise thought so as he stood in line for his meal. The school food is not bad. 2 meat, 1 vegetarian and 1 soup. The big sister of the meal has not mastered the secret of shaking the spoon. Each spoon reveals the honesty. After the little carving of Haru in the front of the line had finished typing the food, Manhwa walked up and smiled brightly. Sister worked hard. Sister looks so pretty today. At the smell of the big sister happy, Manhwa dinner plate of meat piled up into a small mountain, followed by the little walnut sea. Also I've learned to follow the example. Queued up is not at all hesitant. Also happy to obtain a meat mountain. Wow, why are you guys so meaty? Waiting to sit down. First hit the dishes, little Shannon Ling asked in surprise. Hey, slight compliment to the sister who beat the food. You're okay. Manhwa, this is to make a good relationship with the big sister of cooking in advance. Otherwise when the cafeteria is more crowded in the future, this trick will not work well. Little Shannon nodded plausibly, then took her own lunchbox. I tried to make the barbecue myself. You guys try it. Chi-Chi, you try it too. It's such a blessing to have a classmate who loves to cook, and always has extra food. Manhwa and Little Walnut tasted it. The ingredients were still normal, and the flavor was good. It just didn't have the same flavor as when it was just baked after it had been sitting for a long time. That means that the barbecue still has to be grilled on the spot. I see. Little Shannon accepted the advice with an open mind, but it's been baked to perfection. Little Walnut ate her mouth full of oil, and Manhwa wiped it off for her while nodding. That's right, thanks for the hospitality. Hey, you're welcome. Xiao Shangling laughed, then looked at Xiao Kei-chung, who hadn't said anything. Kakaru, what's wrong with you? It's okay, it's delicious. Xiao Kei-chung was remembering last night's dinner when grandfather didn't have a bite of barbecue until the end, and it was a little hard on his heart, but she didn't want to say any of this to little Shannon and the others. Mobize looked on and didn't probe anything more. After lunch, a few of us took a walk outside the classroom to cool off, and when we walked to the atrium, we suddenly realized that there were a number of students gathered under the big banyan tree in the center. What are they looking at? With curiosity, Manhwa and Little Walnut walked over. Just as he approached the big banyan tree, the sharp-eyed Little Walnut exclaimed, "Ah, it's Doodle." Manhwa looked in the direction of Little Walnut's finger and saw a purple ghost-hooded insect lying on one of the branches of the banyan tree. At that moment a male student, whom Manhwa remembered was called Jihwa, peeled himself against the trunk of a tree and cautiously approached the ghostly hooded insects. He's going to get Doodle. Little Walnut was in a hurry and was about to rush over when Manhwa grabbed her by the back of her collar. Wait Momo, that's not Doodle. If you look closely, this ghost doodlebug is a little bigger than the little doodle and has a different white pattern on its back. Little Walnut sniffed and knocked carefully, and found that it was true. At this point, the tree had entered the most critical moment. The students under the tree held their breath and quietly watched the tree. Jihwa reached out little by little closer to the ghost pocket bug. Yeah, gotcha, awesome. A cheer came from the crowd as Jihwa held the ghost doodlebug aloft like a hero, receiving the adoring gaze of his classmates. How could Little Walnut stand the sight? She brought Little Hoodoo to school just to show off to her classmates. Now that she was robbed first, Little Hoodoo couldn't stand it at once. Manhwa watched her wind up running back to the classroom, and within 30 seconds ran back with her book bag before pulling out her little pocket and shouting with it held high in the air, "So have I." The eyes of the class were drawn to the little pocket in Little Walnut's hand and they let out a gasp when they saw it. Walnut has purple unicorns too. It's called a ghost doodlebug. It's Inazuma's unicorn fairy. And this one of mine is called Little Doodle. So it's Inazuma's unicorn fairy. It's awesome. It's called a ghost doodlebug. Walnut knows a lot. The classmates were talking, and Little Walnut was proud of himself. Jihwa was still in the tree when he was robbed of the limelight, and called out in defiance, "Your ghost, our bugs, not as big as mine." The students looked from side to side and realized that it was indeed Chihuahua's ghost doodlebug that was bigger. So what if it's big? Big doesn't necessarily mean great. Little Walnut's words had the class nodding in agreement. We'll know if it's awesome or not until we compete. Do you dare to let your little doodle fight my ghost doodlebug? Just compare. Little Walnut wasn't the least bit vain. She was very confident in her little pocket. And so, under the big banyan tree, there was a ghost doodlebug showdown. Red side, Summoner Walnut. Contestant Doodle. vs. Blue side, Summoner Chihuahua. Contestant Big Doodle, tentative name. Referee, Carve Clear. Why do I have to be the referee? Kukiara was confused. A bug fight was just a bug fight. Was it necessary to have a referee? Haru, you're the class president. Well, everyone trusts you to be fair. Mobize laughed from the sidelines, having been offered to be the referee for this one. However, the blue side was worried that he would blow the whistle because of his good relationship with Little Walnut, and the red side also said that they didn't need to fall in line. So in the end, the referee position was given to the acting class president, Carving Haru, to serve as the referee. Alright, both players are ready. Referee, hurry up and get in the ring, Mobize reminded. And only then did Kauketsuhara walk to the center of the two contestants, a stone table, with Little Walnut and Jihwa standing on either side of it, cupping their ghostly hooded insects. Ready, Kokiaro raised her hand with a red face, then waved it down. Begin. The game is on. With the referee's order, both summoners release their players into the ring. The blue side Big Doodle, tentatively named, has a size advantage and is imposing at first glance, while the red side Little Doodle is not as fit as his opponent. But bugs can't be made to look like bugs, and may be hiding a powerful force. Well, as we can see, both players were very cautious after their entrance, and their first reaction was to stay in place and observe the environment and their opponents without showing a single break. It's moving. It's moving. I didn't realize it was the red side that made the first move. The red side of the pocket. It took a step back. Is this to bait the enemy? Nope. It opened its wings. Pocket moved. Doodle took off. Doodle heads to the outside of the ring. Little Doodle. Little Doodle was slapped back by its summoner. Doodle is down. Wait. Little Doodle hits Big Doodle, tentative name, and Big Doodle goes down. Both players are now unable to get up again. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 0 seconds. The match is over. This match ended in a draw. All of the above. Manhwa's own commentary in his head. In fact, it was after Little Walnut put down Little Doodle that Little Doodle's attempt to escape was slapped back, hitting Big Doodle at the same time, and both ghost doodlebugs went down before they could even fight. Both Little Walnut and Chihuahua were unhappy with the result, as were the audience, and decided to compete again. Manhwa stood behind Little Walnut and watched as she rebuked Little Doodle's proclivity with a look of indignation, only to find Little Walnut's seriousness somewhat adorable. The match started again, and this time the two ghost doodlebugs didn't make a mess and started fighting normally, and the scene became lively. Even the teachers in the office could hear the shouts and cheers from this side of the atrium. The originally quiet campus has added a touch of life because of this corner of the hustle and bustle. A sight like this should be a regular occurrence in the days to come. Movi's thought. Chapter 45, Don't Stop. The game ended up being a no contest because class was in session. However, the students' enthusiasm was ignited by this competition, and many of them discussed catching unicorns after school and bringing them to school for the competition as well. I don't know if Beidou's batch of ghost-hooded bugs have been sold yet. If he can take this opportunity to start a wave of bug-fighting fever, he might be able to make a profit. Movi's, who was running laps in the afternoon gym class, thought in boredom. The physical education class of Ujingtai Primary School, compared to the physical education class of ordinary elementary school in the previous life. In addition to the educational goal of strengthening the body, students were also taught some self-defense techniques. Of course, in the lower grades, it's still all about exercise. Both classes this afternoon were physical education, and after warming up, the main activity was running, and after 5 laps, you were free to move around. 5 laps. 5 laps of 400 meters a lap. You're kidding. I haven't run that far in 5 years combined. Movi's thought he was pretty much nessied after the baptism of Little Walnut. But alas, just as one can't generalize from person to person, physical defense and endurance don't mix. The 5 years that Manhwa stayed at home, the range of activities was very limited. Even if he chased and played with Little Walnut, running around the house a few laps was only a few hundred meters, and this was very rare. Movi's was worked on more or physical resistance, reflexes, and resistance to blows, not related to physical strength or endurance. So it's understandable that at this moment, Manhwa is already dying after only 2 laps, right? Movi's adorned behind the group of girls, thinking openly of his own crotch-pulling performance at the moment. Shigeru, come on, Shigeru, come on. Little Walnut's voice rang out rhythmically, one moment behind, one moment beside, like a butterfly fluttering up and down around a neon flower. Little Walnut ran around Manhwa while bringing a full range of 4D immersive incentive services. I can't thank you enough, Ah Tao. Movi's had the presence of mind to speak, but his body wouldn't allow it. It's because of the act of running around me with ease when you've clearly completed 5 laps. Ah Tao. That made me realize in a profound way, I'm crap. Good thing I'm not the only one who's wasted. Manhwa thought inwardly with relief, using his afterglow to look behind him at the other young lady. Oh no, the young master. Come on, second Miss Xingqiu. Oh no, second young master. Don't fall down. If you don't stop, the road will keep stretching. Believe in yourself. I'm so envious of Chi-Chi. You can't run. Manhwa felt that he was also quite powerful in a sense. Obviously his body was already pineapple, but his mind was able to juggle so many thoughts. Is this what they call physical hardware that can't carry software? Hey, it's time to get in shape. This weak flesh is not enough to meet the next challenge of survival. Manhwa suddenly developed a sense of crisis and made up his mind. Tomorrow, starting tomorrow, I'm going to get up early. I'm going to run in the morning and be a real self-disciplined boy. At that moment, Manhwa felt a sudden surge of new strength in his body, and his legs, which were originally heavy as if they were filled with lead, became as light as a feather. The pole, broken. It's getting faster. Come on, Shigeru. On the side, Little Walnut also got excited and encouraged as he ran, looking at the back of Manhwa gradually far away. About to be exhausted down row autumn inside is collapsed. We agreed to swing together, and you snuck away. Did your childhood friend put you up to this? 10 minutes later, in a corner of the martial arts arena, there were 2 children paralyzed on the ground like dead fish. Ha hoo 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 hoo. Movi sucked in a big breath. His throat felt like it was on fire. Little Walnut gasped slightly and crouched down beside Movi's, gently poking him on the ground. Mamoru, are you okay? Mo's body moved like a slime, and he twisted his head to look at Little Walnut, whose cheeks were flushed at the moment, with a few strands of hair dampened by sweat plastered to his forehead, followed by 4 laps. That's a total of 9 laps. Ah Tao. Movi's didn't have the strength to say anything more, so he had to reach up and run his hand through the hair on her forehead. Little Walnut smiled cheekily, tilted her head and clamped her face onto Manhwa's palm, and a hot touch came from her hand at once. So hot. However, Manhwa did feel a little more strength bubbling up in his body and opened his mouth. Pull me up, Tao. Aha. Manhwa's right hand was grabbed by both of Little Walnut's hands, and the latter shifted his body weight down and back, pulling him up with all his strength. Movies got up and stumbled a couple of steps before he was able to get back on his feet. Phew. Thank you, Tao. He. At that moment Little Chong-yin came over, holding 2 jugs of water, and handed one to Manhwa. Thanks, Shai-chun. You're welcome. Manhwa didn't make himself polite and took a small sip of the water. Then both strands warily turned around and looked at Xingqiu lying next to him, who was currently breathing heavily with his eyes closed and mouth open. It's not a good idea to lie down after a strenuous workout. Pull him up and walk him around. With that said, Manhwa and Shai-chun together extended their hands to Xingqiu, who opened his eyes to look at him before laboriously raising his hands. Movies grabbed his left hand and froze for a moment. Tao to help. A few minutes later, the two of them, Manhwa and Xingqiu, sat paralyzed against the tree next to the martial arts field, watching speechlessly as the other students played. Manhwa took 2 steps and really didn't want to move, so she let Little Walnut go and play by herself, and now she was racing the other students in a race. That's a lot of energy. Manhwa felt more and more that it was urgent to exercise. The two of them sat like this for 10 minutes or so before Xingqiu finally slowed down enough to have the desire and strength to speak. Movies, is it okay to call you that? Of course, Water God. Water God? Rowdy Autumn's face was puzzled. And no, I mean, any time. Oh, you can call me Xingqiu then. Anyway, thanks for today, Manhwa. A little something. Movies waved his hand and added. However, Xingqiu, your physical fitness really needs to be improved. I guess the two of us would be considered half and half. I'm different. Manhwa looked away, his gaze drifting. I'm already preparing to improve. Want to go for a morning run together starting tomorrow? In the end, Xingqiu did not explicitly reply to Manhwa's invitation. He was not sure if he had the time. Actually, because I can't spare the time to read a novel. Laughs. After gym class was over, school was out for the day. When the physical education teacher announced dismissed, the students immediately scattered. By the way, Movies and their gym teacher was Fengyan, the junior captain of the Thousand Rock Army. Manhwa remembered that in the game, he was the chief instructor of the Thousand Rocks army to come. Even though he didn't have the eyes of God, he was still considered to be a big man. On the way back to the classroom, Little Walnut bragged to Movies about the battle he had just raced. I'm first if you run a lap. I'm second if we run just one straightaway. And Sister Night Orchid is the fastest. I think Walnut, you are consuming too much energy in front of you. If you rest well and then compete again, you will definitely be number 1. Little Shannon, who had been watching the entire battle, fought for Little Walnut. Little Walnut sniffed and said with fighting spirit as well, I think so too. We'll win next time. Tao, you're amazing. Weakling Movies can only call the shots from the sidelines. Just as a few people walked into the classroom, Ying-er, who was sitting in the doorway, called out to Little Walnut, Sister Peach. Wait, Sister Ying-er, what's wrong? What you made? It's ready-o. Ying-er was clearly speaking to Little Walnut, but Manhwa always felt that she was looking at him. I forgot. Little Walnut let out a gasp of surprise at his words, then turned his head to look at Manhwa. Mao, why don't you go home first? I'm going to Sister Inger's house to get something. Is that the one you were talking about the other day? It's so mysterious. Manhwa knew that Little Walnut was selling the story, so he asked cooperatively, what the hell? I won't tell you yet. You'll find out later. Little Walnut winked playfully, then took Chi-Chi with her, and left with Little Shangling Inger. Movies returned to his seat and helped Little Walnut put away his book bag. Well, doodle rations are plentiful. There weren't many people left in the classroom by this time, and Kokiaro had left at some point. Well, it looks like we won't be able to have the first blah 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 conference today. Well, a day off is fine. I can't do it every day. On the 3rd day of school, Manhwa walked home alone for the first time, and Mrs. Manhwa, who was guarding the door when she arrived home, was taken aback. Where's Peachy? She went back to get her stuff. Oh, Manhwa returned to the yard, put down Atao's school bag, looked at the empty yard, and for a while he was in a trance. After exerting a lot of energy in the afternoon, the sun was just right for sleeping. With this in mind, Manhwa lay down on the rocking chair and fell asleep in the sleeping bamboo forest. Chapter 45. 5 Little Walnut's Amazing Birthday Adventure. This happened half a year ago, on July 15th, 3704 of the new glazed moon calendar, the day of Little Walnut's 5th birthday. Peachy, happy 5th birthday. Little Walnut received birthday wishes the first moment she woke up. Thank you, Grandpa. Hallmaster, who happily stroked his beard, thinking that this birthday he was one step ahead of that boy from the Mao family again, and he had one again. Get up and eat your long life noodles. I added 2 eggs for you today. Yeah. After Grandpa left the bedroom, Little Walnut dressed nimbly and headed to the kitchen for breakfast. Io Xiao Tao. Eat slowly, don't choke. Hallmaster, who watched with both delight and trepidation as little Walnut quickly shivered his noodles, then picked up a bowl larger than his face and drank all the soup. I'm done eating. Walnut put down his bowl with a pop and licked his lips contentedly, then said to his grandfather, Grandpa, I'm going to find Momo. After saying that, little Walnut jumped off the stool, ran over to Grandpa and barfed on his face, leaving a grease mark. The longevity noodles are so delicious. Thank you, Grandpa. Short oil, all oil, go go go. Hallmaster, whose mouth was disgusted, but in reality, he was already smiling all over his face. So naturally, he didn't mind if his good granddaughter went to play with that boy from the Mao family. Then I'll go. Don't work too hard. Grandpa, bye-bye. Take care on the road. Momo, aha. Little Walnut responded crisply, running down the stairs without looking back and rushing out of the hall of the past. Based on last year's and the year before that, Mauve must have prepared something good waiting for her this year as well. Little Walnut thought so, his heart filled with anticipation. Just after running out of the alley where the past life hall was located, Little Walnut saw a familiar figure and immediately called out in surprise. Sakura-chan. Good morning, Ms. Walnut. Little Walnut asked as he ran over to Sakura. Could it be that Shigeru was here? Where is he? Where is he? Little Walnut asked while standing on her tiptoes and looking around with her palm outstretched in front of her forehead. Sister Sakura replied with an anti-smile on her face. Miss, have you forgotten? The young master can't leave Jade Capital Terrace until he's 10 years old. Oh, downright arrow. Little Walnut was slightly disappointed, then asked curiously, then why is Sakura-chan here? Well, Sakura sniffed as a look of pain suddenly appeared on her face, and Little Walnut was shocked at the sight. Sakura-chan, what's wrong with you? Actually, I was being entrusted by the young master to deliver this urgent letter to the Zhangmao Trading House store, but I just suddenly got a stomachache and wanted to find a place to rest for a while. But this letter is urgent. Hearing this, Little Walnut immediately interrupted. Sakura-san, you hurry up and rest. Let Ah Tao deliver this letter. I know where the Zhangmao Trading House is. Sakura was touched by that look of obligation and surrender. That's very kind of you, young lady. I couldn't agree more. Agree? Little Walnut felt that Sister Cherry's words were a bit strange. I meant to approve of you delivering this letter for me, Sakura explained, then rushed. Well, miss, you'd better get this letter over there. Are you okay, Sakura-chan? Do you want to go sit in the hall of the living for a while? No. Sakura quickly waved her hand. I'll just rest here for a while. So I'm leaving? Aha, really? Don't worry, I'll be fine. Alright then, I'm off. Bye, Sakura-chan. Seeing that Little Walnut had finally left with the letter, Sakura patted her stomach in relief, where there was still a hint of pain on her face. On the other end, Little Walnut was lightly weaving her way through the crowd while thinking that when she saw Mao later, she would have to persuade him not to oppress the maids. Soon, Little Walnut breezed over to the store of Zhangmao Trading House in the port of Liyue. Ah, ergo. Little Walnut glanced over to see Maui guarding the doorway and waved his hand to call out. It's Peach. It's. A look of puzzlement duly appeared on Makai's face. This is what Mamoru asked to be sent, saying it's urgent. Little Walnut said in an anxious, sweaty voice. That's right, Peach, don't be in a hurry. Come in and have a drink. It's quite hot this early in the morning, said Maozai. Took the envelope and welcomed the Little Walnut into the store. Little Walnut took small sips of the ice water, which cooled him down. At that moment, she saw Malwa's second brother's face suddenly change after opening the envelope, bean-sized beads of sweat running down from his forehead, and then cupped the envelope and walked toward her. Peachy, what's wrong, ergo? I have a bit of an emergency here that I need to attend to. Could I trouble you to watch the store? Little Walnut is eager to help. But I don't know how to sell anything. That's okay. You just need to watch the store from the front desk and deal with customers as they come in. I'll be back when I'm done. Well, looking at the anxious expression of Malwa's second brother, Little Walnut thought that she could give it a try. Great, Peach, I'll leave this place to you. After saying that, Maokai left in a hurry. Little Walnut moved a chair to the front desk and stood on it, managing to show his head. Caretaker, Little Walnut is online. Pedestrians passing by have a 100% turnaround rate, and some even come up to ask what's for sale here, to which Little Walnut's answer was always, Toward the stars, the owner is not in. Please come back later. Thank you. Toward the stars was something I learned from Shigeru once, although Walnut never understood which star Toward the stars was. Not long after Maokai left, Little Walnut saw an older sister who didn't look like a Ryu person approaching with a pale face. Oh, kind and beautiful little girl. I feel like I'm getting a bit of heat stroke. If you could you please get me a glass of ice water? I will offer you my sincere thanks on behalf of Lord Barbados. Little Walnut felt something strange in the accent of the pretty big sister's speech, but was more than happy to pour a glass of ice water. Who let people say that she is beautiful and kind girl? Please use it, pretty big sister. Oh, thank you so much. you're such a little lady. Mon's big sister covered her mouth and took a sip of ice water, then pulled out a brooch and said, kind and beautiful little lady, please let me put on this brooch for you that holds the blessing of the wind god. With it you will gain a wonderful memory. Thank you, pretty big sister. I'll treasure it. Little Walnut said happily, touching the brooch on his chest. I'm glad to hear you say that. I wouldn't mind even if you traded it for something else, as long as it works. Well, little lady, I'm off to catch a big party. We'll see you later. Bye. Little Walnut waved goodbye to her big sister, then repeated in a somewhat strange whisper, goodbye? After another 10 minutes or so of dealing with a few customers, Little Walnut saw a familiar figure. Sister Nimbus, why are you here? Nimbus, who was wearing a navy blue secretarial uniform, came over with a smile and greeted Little Walnut before explaining, I've come to the dock to confirm the clock sent by Fontaine. Peachy, are you watching the store for Brother Movies? Little Walnut sniffed and nodded, then shook his head. Aha, I came to deliver a letter for Mau Mau, and then second brother had a temporary thing and asked us to watch the store Tata. Oh, Peachy is so awesome. Hey, not really. The two of them chatted for a few moments, and Nimbus suddenly let out an eek. Peachy, can I have a look at this brooch? This? Here. Nimbus turned out the brooch and scrutinized it for a moment, then said, this should be a brooch that has been christened by the Church of Monsi Winds, and is quite rare in Liyue. I'm very interested. Sister Peach, is it okay if I trade this jade trigger with you? Little Walnut thought about the last words of that big sister just now, plus the fact that the other party was Sister Nimbus, so she nodded her head in agreement without hesitation. No problem, Sister Nimbus. Peachy's sister is such a blessing. Ha ha. After Ning Wang left, and after a while, Manhwa's second brother finally came back. Good job on your hard work, Peach. Good job. Being praised, the little Walnut was very happy. She took out the jade trigger finger to tell the Origin was going to hand over to Mao Kai, but heard Mao Kai said, this is a reward for your kindness from T. Ahem. Peach, no need to give it to the store. Take it for yourself. Mao's eye secretly sweated, almost exposed. Seeing that little Walnut withdrew his jade trigger finger, Mao Kai said again in a hurry, by the way, Peach, this bottle of soy sauce was ordered by Master Mao. Can I trouble you to help deliver it to Manmin Hall? No problem. Leave it to me. Little Walnut patted himself on the back, took the soy sauce and was off again. In the stall directly across from Zhang Mao Merchant House, Xiao Hong, who had been observing this side, immediately summoned a family member when she saw this. Quickly go and inform the Manmin Hall side that they can start cooking, so they can serve the food as soon as Ms. Walnut arrives. Chapter 45. 75 Little Walnut's wonderful birthday adventure continued. Master Mao, your soy sauce has arrived. Yo, it's Walnut. Thanks a lot. It's just about dinner time. Why don't you sit down and have a meal? But I don't have any money. Hey, what's the point of talking about money? You're Shannon's best friend, so consider this my treat. If you're still over it, stop by and deliver a takeout for me later. Little Walnut sniffed no longer politely and returned with a big grin. No problem. I'll treat you too sometime. That won't be necessary. A treat from the Hall of the Past. Doesn't sound too eager to accept. When Little Walnut walks into Manmin Hall, the child labor attendant Little Shangling immediately sees her and happily greets her. Happy birthday, Walnut. Thank you, Shannon. Little Walnut was very happy to receive his friend's blessing. After a hearty lunch, Little Walnut grabbed a takeout lunchbox from Manmin Hall and headed toward her next destination, the Wei Tea House. When Little Walnut left Manmin Hall, he didn't forget to pack a spicy nesting worm, which he brought to Mau Mau. Carrying a stack of lunchboxes, not too heavy, Little Walnut bounced all the way to the Wei Tea House. As soon as she went upstairs, she saw her guest minister sipping tea without any hesitation. So it's here. I mean, I didn't see anyone downstairs this morning. Mr. Zhonglei. Oh, it's Walnut. Is this the takeout you ordered? Zhonglei sniffed and nodded in amusement as he remembered the request in the letter from the little guy he hadn't seen twice. Exactly. Your takeout has arrived. Please check. Little Walnut wanted to deliver the takeaway and leave. Hurry to Mau Mau's house. But at this time Tian Tizuir was talking about Mao Gong's spreading of wealth and good deeds to be happy to get a unicorn child. Hua Gongzi's ingenious wisdom to salvage the declining trend. She accidentally immersed herself in it. Some parts of the story are fictionalized and conjectural, and some parts are true, such as several best-selling products invented by Mau Mau, which Little Walnut has personally tested beforehand, so it sounds extraordinarily immersive and cool. Foreknowledge of what kind of treasure the third son of the Mao family has made from this lard. Let's hear the next chapter. Tian Tizui's fan closed, ending the conversation. Little Walnut knew the follow-up, so unlike the out-of-town guests present, he eagerly waited for Tian Tizui to start the next one, so she stood up and was about to leave, but was stopped by Tian Tizui. Little Miss Walnut, please stay. What's wrong? This jade trigger finger of yours looks quite extraordinary. Can I lend it to Tian Mao for a look? Little Walnut, since no one cannot, take the hand on the jade trigger finger to give Tian Tizui. Tian Tizui pretended to take a look around before spreading the folding fan in his hand and said, "This object I quite like. I don't know if Miss Walnut can love it. I'll use my walking fan to exchange with you. My walking fan has 8 walking shrimps painted on it. From everyone's hand. As the saying goes, the sword is given to the hero. I think this fan is quite compatible with Miss Walnut. I don't know what you think." Little Walnut was lulled into a double take, but she wasn't stupid. She twisted her head to look at Zhongli, wanting to ask this knowledgeable guest minister for his opinion. Well, these two things, their value is quite comparable. If you like it, Walnut, then you can change it. Well, none of it's worth much. Zhongli wasn't lying. With the expert appraisal, small Walnut put down the heart, happy with the jade trigger finger in exchange for the chivalrous fan, and then carry the lunchbox. Shaking the fan left the tea house in you. Little sister over there. Wait, passing by the Star Lodge, Little Walnut was called by the boss's wife. Little sister, is that the legendary walking fan in your hand? Legendary? That good? Little Walnut was taken aback. Of course it's awesome. I've been searching for this thing for a long time, and today I finally got to see its true appearance, so I'm really excited. Do you want this fan? Little sister is really understanding. I really want this fan so much. I have an item here that is on par with this fan. I'll trade it with you. What is it? It is called the battle stick, and is made of the finest wood, making it perfect for either a weapon or a walking stick. Weapons. Little Walnut's first thought was of the weapons in the journey to the west that Mao Mao had told him about. No child can say no to a straight stick, unless she hasn't heard the story of Qi Tian de Shang. So 2 minutes later, Little Walnut was happily carrying the battle stick over his shoulder, one end pressed down by his hand and the other end picking at the takeout he'd brought for Mao Mao. You're carrying a load. Humming a song of unknown significance, Little Walnut headed for Yujingtai, but as she passed a sparsely populated alley, she saw a scene that enraged her. Tai, let go of that cat. Little Walnut pointed his battle stick at a group of kids who were bullying the cat and shouted, "Who are you? Mind your own business." However, the other party didn't care, and Little Walnut was completely enraged at the sight, and rushed forward with the battle stick. With a beating of the dog stick, a few brats fled crying and screaming, leaving behind a dirty, blood-stained civet cat. The civet cat was lying on the ground, and when he saw Little Walnut approaching, he limped backward. "Cat, don't be afraid. I'm a good person," Little Walnut said softly, as a gesture of goodwill. Little Walnut took out the nest egg she had brought for Mauve and broke off a bit and threw it in front of the cat. "I don't think Mao Mao would mind," Little Walnut thought. At that moment the civet cat tentatively fiddled with the piece of litter and took a big bite after realizing it was okay. "Don't worry, there's more." Little Walnut fed little by little, and soon the nest in his hand was finished. "Your leg is bleeding, I'll take you to the doctor, okay?" Little Walnut tries to cuddle Civet, but Civet backs away, but it didn't leave. Instead it barked twice at Little Walnut before heading deeper into the alley, taking 2 steps and stopping, turning its head and barking twice at Little Walnut again. "Is it telling me to keep up?" Curious, Little Walnut followed the civet cat into the alley and eventually found a kitten behind a box with its eyes unopened. Eventually, Little Walnut loaded both cats, large and small, into takeout lunchboxes and picked them up with a battle stick and headed for the Unabomber's lodge. Following the whole thing, Red, who had seen it all, turned into another path and hurried at a quick pace to the next point of incident. She said to Changhu, the houseboy, who was practicing his limping walk, "There's been a change in plan. Old cripple can't be used anymore. So go stand by at the Unabomber's lodge. The action code is changed to Kitty. You will find a way to use the brocade bag to exchange for the cat. Oh, do you understand? Repeat the operation code. Little Kitty. Okay, take your makeup off and go." Chang, who led the way and turned to limp out the door, when Xiao Hong saw him and gave him a slap. "No need to play the cripple. Hurry up." Little Walnut picked her way up the stairs of the unobtrusive lodge in one breath with her cat, and after a couple of slight gasps, she stepped into the store. "Is Dr. White here?" "Little girl, Dr. Bai is not here today. May I ask what's the matter with you?" "Okay." Little Walnut sniffed as he removed the lunchbox from the battle stick and opened it. "So can you heal cats here?" "It has a broken leg." The mate looked at the injured cat in the lunchbox and hesitated. He'd healed a lot of patients, but he'd never really healed a kitten. Little Walnut saw this and thought it was a matter of money and spoke up. "Don't worry, I'll pay for it. Look at this battle stick. It's made of fine material. I'll pledge it." The little dude took the battle stick and got even more confused. "Isn't this one of those sandy wood things you see everywhere?" But looking at the Little Walnut a piece of sincere gaze, The little fellow gritted his teeth. Can't hit the money for herbs themselves pad, can't fall the signboard of the boo-boo hut. So he nodded. It can be cured. Thanks, you're good. Little Walnut was overjoyed. At this time Chang, who just arrived, not a moment. See that the prop wooden stick has been mortgaged out. A moment, do not know how to change the young master's brocade bag out. Code name of operation, Kitty. Looking at the kitten in the lunchbox, Chang, who had a flash of light in his head. MS. Walnut. Ha, your uncle. Chang, who from the Mau Mau family? It's a brother. I'm just more mature looking. Chang, who didn't dare to correct himself and nodded his head to continue. It's like this. There happen to be kids over at the orphanage who want to get pets. Can these 2 cats be given to the orphanage to keep? A good thing. Of course. Little Walnut agreed readily, but Chang, who was embarrassed. He was supposed to be the one who pretended to be a cripple and traded the brocade bag for the battle stick after he met Little Walnut. But now what can he do? Whatever. The brooch must be delivered. MS. Walnut, please accept this. It's a thank you gift on behalf of the children in the orphanage. There's a thank you gift? Yes. Please ask MS. Walnut to open it once you've ascended the Yujing platform. Yujingtai? Little Walnut felt it getting stranger and stranger, but took the pouch anyway. Little Walnut watched over the fellow as he treated and bandaged the big cat's wounds and watched Chang, who leave with the 2 cats before she turned and ran towards the Yujing platform. Well, it's almost evening. I wonder what Manhwa is doing and if he's waiting impatiently. Inside the small courtyard of the Mao family, Manhwa was lying on a hammock in the bamboo forest, boredly counting the number of bamboo leaves floating down. 777, 888, 999. Why hasn't Ah Tao come over yet? Is there too many events set up? When Little Walnut ascended the Jade Capital Terrace, he opened the pouch, and inside was a piece of paper that said, "Today, you have used your kindness, courage and wisdom to help many people, and this is your reward for what you have done today. Grab this coupon and head over to Mau Mau to get your mystery birthday present. /*o/. Restricted to use by July 15th for Ah Tao. Finally, happy birthday, Tao." Chapter 46, Trust in the Light. Mamo. Manhwa opened his eyes between half sleep and half awake, and the orange sunset shone through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, causing Manhwa to squint his eyes. Immediately afterward, Walnut's little head suddenly emerged from below the field of vision, a sly smile on her face as she blinked at him. "It's Ah Tao. Did you get your birthday gift redemption coupon?" Movies asked, yawning. "Birthday gift exchange coupons?" Little Walnut sniffed. Her 5th birthday was already half a year past. Manhwa snapped his head back at the sight. He was in a sleep trance and thought he was in a dream. I remember the evening of Ah Tao's 5th birthday, the same sunset, when Ah Tao shook him awake with the same fluttering smile. This moment is just like the other moment. Movies couldn't help but laugh. I was the one who was sleepy. So what surprise have you brought me, Ah Tao? I'm looking forward to it. Walnut hemmed and hawed. His hands, hidden behind his back, raised to his chest. Dang 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 dang. All that could be seen was Little Walnut holding what looked like a badminton ceramic doll in each hand and wiggling it around. "It's both of us?" "Nah." Little Walnut nodded vigorously, then introduced each. "This is Mamoru." Little Walnut raises his left hand, holding a doll with a smile painted on its face, smiley face. "This is Tao." The right hand one has the same face painting, smiley face, but the difference is that this one has 2 more horns on its head, which is supposed to represent Walnut's double ponytail. Movies took the 2 ceramic dolls and surveyed them. The workmanship was quite good. "Did you make this yourself?" "Aha! I made it at Sister Ying's house." A question mark popped up in Movies' head as he sniffed. "Is there still a hand-kneading business at Chunyang Kiln?" "I was going to make 2 cups, but halfway through the cup collapsed. And then you just went along and squeezed them into little figures? Also drew expressions in hair with brushes." Movies drifted off. Ranya. Walnut tilted his head in triumph, as if praise was written on his face. Since he was holding the ceramic doll in both hands, Movies used both wrists to hold the little Walnut's cheeks, rubbing them and laughing at the same time. "My Tao is awesome. He. After playing for a while, Manhwa put these 2 cute badminton on the windowsill in front of the desk, facing out the window. In the setting sun pulled out 2 long, leaning together in the shadow. Well, at this angle, you can see the stairs of the Yujing Terrace, and with Tao's eyes, you should be able to see these 2 dolls when climbing the stairs as well." Manhwa nodded in satisfaction and turned to Little Walnut, to thank Momo for the surprise. "Let's make a super class Sunday today." "Yeah." With that, the 2 of them, Manhwa and Little Walnut, spent a leisurely afternoon. Little Walnut ate his ice cream and watched Movies tinker with the strange things, one asking and the other answering, as he had done hundreds of afternoons the 2 had spent together before. There will be many such days going forward. Movies is a firm believer. Little Walnut is also sleeping with Movies tonight. According to her, It's fair to sleep at home for 2 nights and then at Movi's house for 2 nights as well. Movi said it was fortunate that little Walnut went back to the Hall of the Living to meet with her grandfather yesterday afternoon when she went to get her ceramic doll. Otherwise, he seriously doubted that hall master who couldn't see his precious granddaughter for 2 days, would carry the staff of protecting Mo to pay a visit to his door. The next day was Thursday, and early in the morning, Malwa's plan to run in the morning was declared a failure. His limbs were so sore that he couldn't even get out of bed. I'm sure all of you who have taken the physical exam know how sore you feel when you go down the steps. Ah Tao, are your legs really not responding at all? Walking to school, Manhwa asked as he walked with his hand trembling on little Walnut's shoulder. No Little Walnut answered in seconds as a matter of course. It must be that Mamoru has been at home too long and his body has deteriorated, right? Manhwa was full of internal cows. He didn't expect the gap between people to be so wide. The endurance piece has to be brought up, or how else are we going to hold down the grown-up little Walnut later on? Next Monday. No, as soon as I recover, I will definitely start my morning run. Failure to do so punishes me for taking a big bailout every time. Movi swore a vicious oath, slowly pressing his way to the school. Malwa's tragic condition didn't surprise his classmates too much, because before him, the second young master of the Flying Cloud Merchant House had just been carried to his seat by the house servant. Under the simple and rough schedule of math lunch break language math history language class meeting, Manhwa dazed, paddling, teasing the little Walnut. 2 days passed quickly. Incidentally, the final results of the election of class officers at the end of the class session are as follows. Class president, carve clear, a position that none of the students in the class questioned. After a week's time together, everyone recognized the acting shift leader who was the first to arrive every day and took his responsibilities seriously. Vice class president, Night Orchid. She was the only one running for this position, so naturally she was elected. This made Ganyu secretly feel pity. She had wanted Manhwa to be the vice class president of this class, which was just the right match for Xiao Kei-ching's male and female, but I didn't realize that Movi's didn't mean it at all. If Manhwa had known about Ganyu's idea, he would have decisively rejected it as well. He's a lightweight without an official. If he becomes a class officer, how can he be ashamed to lead the class to touch fish in the future? As for why Sayurin wanted to be this vice class president, probably only she knew. Study committee, temporary vacancy, to be decided after the first exam. Life committee member, Xiangling, who bribed voters on the spot during her campaign speech, promising to cook lots of good food for her classmates in the future. Then there were so many little gluttons who believed, and Manhwa could only silently pray for them, hoping that they wouldn't regret it later when they remembered today. Literary member, Yoon Sumeyer. There's not much to say about this one. It's a popular choice. Little Sin Yen even competed with her for a bit down the line, but sadly, it was little Yoon Sumeyer who came out on top. P.E. Member Zhang Tai, because he's the biggest in the class, so everyone chose him. So why is it that people are under the illusion that bigger people are good at sports? Movi's was puzzled. And finally, the disciplinarian, CCC. Originally, little Walnut wanted to run for office as well. When Ms. Ganyu finished her speech about the duties of the position and little Walnut raised her hand to run for the position, Manhwa looked at her with wide eyes. Are you from series? That game choice true and Walnut is running for disciplinarian? Movi's knew the two pecans didn't mix, but he was still surprised. So Manhwa inquired about the reason, and little Walnut smiled wryly at his words and leaned over to whisper in his ear. If I become the disciplinarian, from now on Mao won't have to worry about being disciplined when he's goofing off in class. Good guy. Manhwa called out good guy, and immediately felt that his no official body light thinking is still low. There's another word in this world, and it's called a supervisor. Of course, a good boy can't do that. Trust the light. Manhwa wanted little Walnut to believe in the light as well, so he gently cupped little Walnut's little face and told her in a soft voice, "Thank you Momo, but you can't do that Odaba. If you want to be something, you have to have the awareness to take responsibility accordingly." Responsibility. Awareness? Little Walnut looked at Manhwa seemingly unintelligible. Seeing this, Manhwa continued to explain. Let's put it this way, if a classmate becomes a disciplinarian, and he himself sleeps in class but comes to mind when you desert in class, how do you feel at this time? Little Walnut sniffed and brought it in completely, her little face bulging. Well, no contest. Right, same thing. If you were a disciplinarian, Tao, would you do something like this? Little Walnut immediately shook his head, then responded, so that I can't. Harbor Mamoru? The words were used accurately, so don't use them next time. Exactly. And you can't desert class. Then I won't be a disciplinarian. Little Walnut instantly lowered her small, raised hand, confusing Ganyu at the podium. Chapter 47, Miracles and Magic Do Exist. This chapter is overloaded with secondary elements. Please read with caution. Things, precious because of their scarcity. People, they always cherish only after they have lost. After 5 years of long vacations with no school or work, Movies had his first weekend of his life. It's obvious that it's only been 5 days of school, so why does it feel like centuries have passed? Movies laments his lost unlimited vacation, but only just. For him, school days also have the fun of school, and he enjoys both. On the first morning of the weekend, the sky was overcast, and Manhwa felt that the soreness of his legs had faded quite a bit, so he went out for a morning jog, and in the meantime strolled around Yujingtai to familiarize himself with the terrain. After running for half an hour, he had only strolled through a small portion of the Yujing Terrace. When he returned home, Little Walnut had already arrived, and when he saw him return his mouth suddenly bulged with anger. Mamoru, you didn't even wait for Atao to join you. You're so cute even when you're angry. You're so mean, Manhwa thought, while his mouth decisively apologized. I'm sorry Atao. Tomorrow, I'll definitely wait for you. Let's go for a morning run together. Little Walnut was suddenly cloudy. Say yes yo, I'll come early tomorrow. In order to stay with his grandfather, for the past 2 days, Little Walnut had to go back to the Hall of the Living at night to stay there. Aha! Let's hook up. Pull the hook. Little Walnut happily hooked Manhwa's little thumb, shaking it as he did so. You can't change your mind for 100 years. If you change, then, on what? It's piggyback. Second brother, I can't thank you enough. After that the two of them ate breakfast together, and then Movies went to take a bath, while Little Walnut took the moment to go and say hello to Mrs. Mao. By the time Movies got dressed and walked out of the bedroom, she was just in time to see Sister Xiaohong carrying a small wooden box into the yard. Young master, this is what you asked to find at the Adventurers Guild. Great. Tough on Sister Red. Thank you. Movies happily took the small wooden box. For the sake of the young master, it's all as it should be. Red carried her maid's outfit in a maid's salute and retreated to the hallway, where Sakura enviously bumped her on the hip, earning a blank stare, before the two of them went to work together. On this side, Manhwa got the small wooden box and opened it, and his eyes lit up. Inside lay a straight branch with a few shoots on its trunk. No man can resist a straight stick, especially one that is naturally formed. Manhwa joyfully took the branch into his hands and scrutinized it. In the game, the Abyssal Mage drops a series of fodder in the form of old branches of the Earth's veins, dead leaves of the Earth's veins, and new sprouts of the Earth's veins. It is described that the Abyssal Mages rely on these branches from the Earth's veins to drive the power of the elements. Manhwa, who was holding the branch of the Earth Vein tree, didn't feel anything. Is it because I'm not from Choo-Choo? Movies waved the branch, and the air made a swooshing sound, so smooth that his middle-aged soul began to stir. Shoo 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 shoo. Expelliarmus. Except for your weapon. Shoo. Avada Kedavra. Avada demands life. Shoo. My magic will tear you into sorry. Shoo. Explosion. Explosion magic. Zero's envoy Louise. Blacker than black. Darker than darkness. Here it is. Well, I can't remember the back. Never mind, come straight to it. This is the strongest and most powerful means of attack for humans. And this is the inquisitive attack magic. Explosion. Explosion magic. Sukiyaki Megumi version. Shoo. Manhwa stepped forward, his right hand magic wand raised to the sky, his eyes full of invincible loneliness, as if the bamboo forest in front of him had been blown into nothingness by explosive magic. Mamoru, what are you doing? Suddenly, Little Walnut's voice came from behind him, and Manhwa seemed to be petrified, turning his neck stiffly. Ah Tao, when did you get here? Little Walnut cocked his head in thought and replied, well, I heard Mamoru apologizing. Why are you apologizing? Mamoru, isn't this basically the end of the watch? Looks like it's impossible to keep you. Ah Tao. Manhwa's face was calm and he coughed lightly before saying in a serious manner, I'm practicing my magic. Magic? Is it a spell? Little Walnut had heard his grandfather say that the immortals of Lizuki were all spellcasters. Ahem. Almost. Wow. Mamoru is awesome. Little Walnut's eyes were full of admiration. Worthy of being the anything goes Shigeru. Then Little Walnut grabbed Manhwa's arm and shook it. Mr. Mauve, I want to learn magic. Ah Tao, this is what you asked for. Oh, don't blame me for lying to you when you think of it later. Movies thought, turning to face the Little Walnut and righting himself. So, Momo, are you ready to become monkey shochu? Horse, monkey, soju? Manhwa noticed that Little Walnut's mouth was rounded when pronounced the monkey sound, which was very cute. It's Inazuma speak, which translates into Rizuki speak as magical girl. It's still a high-risk profession, and if there really are magical girls in this world, they'd probably be quality potential customers for Kagemusha. Speaking of magical girls, Movies also thought of Mon's Lisa, big sister. Is she still at the Sumeru Order House at this moment? So by becoming a horse or monkey shochu, you can use magic? Little Walnut asked expectantly, but Movies shook his head. To use magic successfully, You need to wait until the day you can actually sense elemental forces. And until then, only practice magic spells. Even so, do you still want to learn? Ah Tao sniffed and immediately replied firmly, I'm going to learn. I'm going to become a magical girl. Manhwa suddenly felt like that cute and deserving, by luring the ignorant girl into a contract. Well, since your mind is made up, Ah Tao, I'll teach you a magic spell first. Aha! Here, take the magic wand. Then follow my movements, and be careful to recite the incantation with gusto. Ready? I'm ready. Okay, then I'm going to start. When he finished speaking, Manhwa stood sideways and waved his arm out to point forward, and Little Walnut followed his example. My name is Megumi. My name is Megumi. Who is Megumi? Ahem. Here's the deal. Momo, I'm going to explain the contents of the spell to you first. There are some parts that need to be adapted to. Movies walked over to Little Walnut and the two gabbed about it. 10 minutes later, the two men talked it over and resumed their position under the bamboo forest. Begin! With a command from Movies, both men simultaneously stepped sideways on their right feet and swung their right hands in front of them, beginning a forbidden double chant. My name is Shigeru. My name is Walnut. As the wind picked up, the bamboo leaves began to flutter, and the two men's sashes fluttered in the wind. The number one magician and master of electrical magic in Yujingdai, the one magical girl of the Kajamusha Hall and master of bursting magic. The sky darkened, and great magic blotted out the sun. See my power well. Explosion. Asterisk 2. Before the chanting voice fell, there was a sudden burst of thunder and lightning in the sky. Then bean-sized raindrops fell, hitting the bamboo leaves with a snapping sound, and the pond continued to ripple as the ornamental fish swam around happily. Manhwa and Little Walnut instantly fled in disarray, clutching their heads and running down the corridor. Is this the power of magic? Although her hair was a little damp, Little Walnut's enthusiasm was undiminished and she was still very excited. Movies wanted to say that it was just a coincidence. It couldn't be that the first rain in Ryu 3705 was brought down by two children using magic, could it? I fooled Walnut into using a burst of magic to call down the wind in Rizuki? But looking at the sparkle in Little Walnut's eyes, Manhwa suddenly couldn't open his mouth. Whether miracles and magic existed or not, he didn't know, but believing in miracles and magic is a miracle in itself. So all that's left is to prove that magic exists, right? Movies thought so and nodded vigorously. Sure, miracles and magic, they exist. Chapter 48, Nimbus turn, draw card. The first rainstorm of the year came very suddenly and violently. Manhwa all but heard the cries of the household servants and maids outside the courtyard as they shrieked and collected their clothes. The bean-sized raindrops fell in sharp, dense drops, hitting the roof tiles with a crisp sound before gathering into streams running down from the eaves. The front of Maui's house was suddenly transformed into a waterfall. Little Walnut held his hands under the eaves, catching the water and then spilling it out, and so on and so forth, having a great time. Movies stood watching for a while and couldn't help but join in. Maybe that's a little childish for an adult, but it's just right for a 5-year-old like me. The two of them played like that for quite a while, until the rainstorm tapered off to a drizzle, before they wound up and went back to the house with a sense of purpose. After that, Manhwa continued to study his electric crystal battery project. With the branch of the earth vein, he would have a huge breakthrough in his project, and would be one step closer to magic. Little Walnut, meanwhile, sat down by Movies and took the Emperor's dust travels spread out on the desk, and instead of reading it, he recited the magic spell he had just used again. After practicing for a while, Walnut's attention was drawn to the ceramic badminton version of walnut mowers on the windowsill, and then to the rainy sky, mountains, and city outside the window, and his thoughts were gradually pulled away. Manhwa twisted his head and glanced at Little Walnut, who had launched herself into a daze, and gave a secret laugh, not disturbing her, and continued to bury his head in his research. The morning passed just like that, and at noon Manhwa and Little Walnut went to the main house to have lunch with Master Mao and Mrs. Mao, chatted for a while, and then went back to their rooms for a lunch break. In the afternoon, the drizzle was still falling, and Manhwa was playing a homemade version of Monopoly with Little Walnut, when Red knocked on the door and said, "Young master, Miss Nimbus is here." Little Walnut's eyes lit up at the words. She loved this beautiful and intelligent big sister who would bring her good food and fun. Movies was naturally happy, counting on it. It had been a while since Nimbus had been here because he had been too busy before. Manhwa and Little Walnut got up and went to fetch the people, and just as they stepped out of the room, they saw a shapely figure appearing at the door of the small courtyard, holding an oil paper umbrella as if she were coming from a painting. Turns out there really are lilac girls in the world. When Nimbus walked to the roof in style, Little Walnut ran over and hugged Nimbus's thigh. "Sister Nimbus, cute little guy, did you miss me?" Ningguang put away the umbrella and squatted down. The navy blue Cheongsam suddenly outlined the full curves. "Think, then kiss me. Muah, muah, so good." This is for you to eat. This is the newest plum cake from Crescent Moonshin. Oh, it's delicious. Thank you, Sister Nimbus. Little Walnut let go of her hand and beautifully accepted the plum cake wrapped in greaseproof paper. Ningguang smiled and touched her little head, then turned her head to look at Manhwa, who was standing aside, covering her mouth in surprise. Geez, there's another little one over here. I can't afford to be generous. Good man. You stick reading. You don't even act anymore, do you? Come over here and purr nicely. And my sister will give my brother a kiss as well. Naked light Sima Jarji was obvious, and Manhwa stiffened and walked over. No matter how many times his big sister's teasing made him blush and tense. Sister Nimbus, you're here. I'm so happy. Movise reads with the same stick, but Nimbus gets more excited and pulls the approaching Movise into his arms for a moa. It's so funny how the little guy, whenever he catches on, is so shy. Mo's face was just right for the little walnut as she was held and kissed by Nimbus, who blinked and looked at him innocently. Mamoru gets nervous every time he's kissed. He does the same thing with me. He's so shy. Little Walnut thought and decided that he would help Mauve exercise more in the future. After hugging for a while, Ningguang finally released Manhwa, and Manhwa felt a twinge of regret as she broke away from the feeling of being stuck in cotton. Only a drop. Really, Sister Nimbus, we're playing Monopoly. Come on, you two. Little Walnut sent out an invitation, completely forgetting how last time Nimbus finished off both her and Manhwa by himself. Yeah, Ningguang balked. She loved this game invented by Manhwa, buying land and collecting money, monopolizing wealth and full of variables. It coincided with a kind of chess that Ning Su herself had conceived in her own spare time before, and afterward she supplied many ideas and rules to Manhwa, and together the two of them continued to enrich the game of Monopoly. This version is now v2.8.02 and was last updated last November. I propose that we adopt the group mode this time. Manhwa pulled in Sister Hong and Sister Sakura, and a total of 5 people sat at the round table. In order to prevent Nimbus from bloodily abusing the entire field by herself, Manhwa decided to increase the difficulty of her game. Oh, how do you team up? I'll be on a team with Sister Red and Sister Cherry, and you'll be on a team with Ah Tao. When Manhwa finished speaking, Little Walnut suddenly shouted happily, "Yeah, team up with Nimbus, it's a sure win." The corner of Manhwa's eyes twitched slightly. His original plan was to issue a traitor identity card to Ah Tao, to have a wave of seemingly 3v2, but in reality 4v1 siege battle. He did not expect this girl to come up and rebel. There's no way around it, so it looks like we'll just have to use plan B. Game on. You think it's Rich Kid and his 2 maids braving a female capitalist and her henchmen? No. It's actually 2 maids help a villainous young man marry a civilian daughter and then get bankrupted by a young mother's revenge. Shortly after the opening round, Movise forced Walnut into his camp by using the Marry a Person of the Opposite Sex card from the Fate deck. Little Walnut hesitated for a moment at first, whether to stick to the morals of her allies or to chase after love, and in the end she chose the latter. But it turned out that even if there were 4 of them, Manhwa was no match for the god of commerce's condensed light. Under Galight's constant operation and pull, the Manhwa camp was broken down one by one, and in the end, 99% of the map became the golden power that Galight belonged to. Nimbus finally collected all 7 seal fragments of the green-eyed white dragon and unleashed a sacrificial summoning at the Dragon God Island plot. Summoned Deathwing emptied all of Mauve's possessions, hands and life points, giving him a top-spec way to die. Can you play when you get 4 kills on 4 hits and get 4 kills back? Movise was suddenly staring at the ceiling with his eyes blankly. What step went wrong? I'm sorry, little young master. We weren't able to protect you. Oh Mau. Our home. Destroyed. The aura of defeat loomed over the heads of the 4. Movise was the first to step out of the shadow of defeat, and turned to comfort the little walnut and the maid. It's okay, we'll find someone else to fight next time, and we'll surely win. Ah. Nimbus stretched his body and took a long stretch, all of his exhaustion released at this moment. That was painful. It's been a while since I played such a challenging game. Thank you, brother Movise. Manhwa laughed heartily as he watched Ning Su's relaxed demeanor. It's good that you're happy, Sister Nimbus. If you're feeling tired, please feel free to come and play with me. You're covered for relaxation. He also knew that Ning Shuang, as the soon-to-be appointed star of heavenly power, was putting in his best efforts to prepare for this year's immortal invocation ceremony. With the countless eyes of Liyue and even other countries staring at her, the pressure must have been immense. Movise believed that Nimbus could do a good job since she was already a celestial power star in the game, but that didn't stop him from worrying about his sister. What if she did fall ill from overwork? Ningguang was touched by his words and smiled as he pinched Manhwa's cheeks. That's what you said. I'm not going to be polite, my brother. After sitting there for a while, Nimbus, who had been replenished with Mauve energy, left to continue her battle. Movise's side of the family also began to prepare dinner, and a game of Monopoly was played all afternoon. As the rain became heavier again in the evening, although he could send someone to send little Walnut back, Manhwa was worried that it would rain in the morning as well, and didn't feel comfortable with little Walnut running over alone. So very decisively he sent a letter home to the Hall of the Living Past, which little Walnut had spent a minute writing. Grandpa, Ah Tao is in Mao Joshua today and won't be back. You have to be good Hiao, smiley face. Well, the last sentence was added by Movies letting it be added. Chapter 49, It's a pity it's not that Chow thief. A winter rain that stretched late into the night made the people of Ryu realize that it was still winter, and that the bright sunshine of the previous days seemed like an illusion. Ah Tao, wake up, get up. Already dressed, Manhwa stood by the bed and once again tried to wake up the still sleeping little Walnut. Didn't we agree to go for a morning run together? Little Walnut mumbled as he curled up in the warmth of his comforter with his thumb in his mouth, not raising his eyes. Sleepy. Well, it looks like it's really hard to get up. Little Walnut loves to stay in bed when it's cold. Manhwa could only give up the idea of waking up little Walnut helplessly. Okay, I'll go run by myself then. Don't make a scene when you get up later, oh? Well, go Shigeru. Ha, is this girl awake or not? Movies laughed softly and tucked little Walnut in before getting up and leaving. Manhwa just pushed open the door of the room. The cold wind suddenly came to his face, cold so that he shivered, and had an urge to immediately close the door and turn around to lie into the quilt. But Manhwa still resisted. He walked out of the room. The courtyard is wet. Bamboo leaves hanging dew. A new rain on the empty mountain, fresh breath to the spirit of Manhwa invigorated. Effort. Self-discipline. I want to go to Qingbei. After warming up in the courtyard, Manhwa greeted Sister Hong and Sister Sakura and went out to start today's morning run. Kakaru's house is located in the central part of Yukiodai, and is a large villa with a front and backyard, although the area was not as large as the Mao family compound. In the Yujing Terrace where every inch of land was precious, such a large villa was already a symbol of great power and wealth. At this time, before 7 in the morning, in a room on the second floor of the big villa facing the street, little Kei Ching was already studying for today's homework. Not school homework, but homework assigned by my grandfather, as far as Kukaharu could remember. From the time he could remember, about a year ago, he himself had been learning various things under his grandfather's arrangement, getting up early every day, not being able to play until you've done your homework, and having random tests from time to time, and being hit on the palm if you make a mistake. For all of this Kokoharu didn't have any complaints, but instead felt that it was the right thing to do. She is the hope for revitalizing the glory of the family. Grandfather always said that, had high hopes for little Kakuharu, and she believed it too, so she didn't want to disappoint him. There will be times when she feels tired, and that's when her mom will come over and gently hold her and let her rest. For more than a year, Kokoharu had lived like this, and she had become accustomed to it. Recently, however, Kokiharu has been unconsciously dazed when she sees children running past the window in a playful manner. Why is that? Kotobukiaki didn't know. Speaking of the children passing by, Carving Haru's eyes froze again as she read her book. She remembered yesterday morning, when she had been reading here too, and had happened to look up just in time to see a little boy run across the street outside her window, because there was also a small garden, about 20 meters, between the window and the street. So little Kajukiyo didn't see clearly who that person was at that time, and only felt that there was something familiar about him. After a while little Kakuharu looked up again and found that the little boy was back again, this time holding onto the wall and panting heavily. Xiao Kei-ching took a closer look. This little fleshy face, isn't it her classmate Manhwa in the back seat? Is this a morning jog? Xiao Kei-ching eyes lit up, wanted to wave and Manhwa to say hello, but was afraid if grandfather heard, had to cover the mouth, did not make a sound. Watched Manhwa rest will help the wall away. I wonder if Maro will pass by on his morning jog today. Kokiharu thought out loud as she looked out the window. Suddenly, the figure literally appeared from the corner of the street. Movies didn't run straight across the street today. After yesterday's morning run, Manhwa had learned that he had run almost to his limit here, and that it would be impolite to run any further. Slowly slowing his pace, Movies walked along the street, adjusting his breathing while his gaze went to the small garden enclosed by a fence on his side. I don't know what kind of small garden this is, and it's so nicely tended. Movies peered through the gap at the small garden. Although it was winter, the garden was still full of flowers, camellias, plum trees, and other flowers in staggered rows, full of beauty, and low down there were some greenery that hadn't come into bloom yet, all of which were well tended. At that moment, the side door on the first floor of this villa opened and a gentle, beautiful woman came out carrying a wooden basket containing a shower and cutting tools. The first thing the beautiful woman noticed when she walked into the garden was Movies, who was standing outside the garden and not yet as tall as the fence. Geez, little brother, running in the morning again today? It was only then that Manhwa realized that this beautiful woman was someone he had met yesterday on his way home from his morning run. He was sweating profusely but had forgotten his water and was thirsty when this big sister appeared and gave him a jug of water to drink. I didn't expect to see you again today. This must be a fateful reunion. Yes. Good morning, sis. Movies finished his greeting aloud and then added, this garden is so beautiful. Did you take care of it, sister? It's awesome. It was the first time that the beautiful woman had encountered a small child who complimented her on the beauty of her garden, and she was surprised and happy to cover her mouth and laugh. Thanks for the compliment, little brother. You still know about this? I don't get it. Oh, I just think it looks and smells nice. It's going to be even prettier when it's spring. You're right. It's enough to look and smell good. When the beautiful woman heard this, she felt happier than if she had received the highest praise from the master gardener, and she laughed with joy. After laughing, the beautiful woman invited the funny little brother. You're tired of running, little brother, aren't you? Would you like to come in for a cup of tea and help me with the garden? Just ask. When a big sister with a man-wife hairstyle, gentle, kind, beautiful, sensible, mature and generous invites you, do you choose to accept the invitation? Or do you accept the invitation? The answer is self-evident. Is it really okay? Thank you, sister. Little carving Haru watched the whole process of Manhwa chatting with her own mother, her mother laughing out loud, and finally being invited into the garden, when she finally couldn't help herself and yelled out at the garden. Mom! Chapter 50, Kokoharu's mother. Note, the family background of Kakeru in this article is private. A few minutes later, in the living room of Kakeru's house, Manhwa and little Kakeru were sitting on both sides of the coffee table, and the atmosphere was somewhat eerily serene. Today's Xiao Kei-ching did not wear that hairstyle with two cat ears, but naturally draped, more than usual, a minute more skillful temperament. Manhwa just did not recognize it at first. It was also through this stylized little Kakoharo that Manhwa could see that she had a slight resemblance between her eyebrows and that big sister just now. Hey! Manhwa was genuinely surprised that his sister, who looked so young, was already the mother of a 5-year-old child, and that this child was also the head of his class. Movies doesn't know what he's regretting. It's just a pity that one is not that chow thief. At that moment, Kakeru's mom returned with tea and snacks, and after placing them on the coffee table, she sat down between the two. I didn't realize that little brother was Duke Manhwa. I haven't seen you in a few years and you've already grown so big, Kakeru's mom said emotionally, and Movies sniffed and tried to remember, but couldn't recall when he had seen her. I remember when you were at your weekly feast. Ching fell down when she entered the door, and it was you, Prince Manhwa, who pulled her up. Prince Manhwa has been a kind and good boy since he was a child, Kakeharu's mother recalled, without hesitation, her daughter's black history, and little Kakeharu called out mom in shame. For his part, Movies regretted how he hadn't noticed Mom Kakeharu at the time, while saying, Auntie, you flatter me, just call me Malva. Shall I call you Awa then? And don't call me Auntie, my name is Li Shu Yun, call me Auntie Yun. Movies froze and nodded, his little mouth wiping honey. Sit and watch the tide rise and fall, the clouds roll in and out. Aunt Yun, your name is so beautiful, worthy of being the descendant of the Mandarin, so good at talking, carving clear mom. Aunt Yun smiled with her eyebrows and then added, recently, Auntie Yun has been hearing Haru talk about you a lot. Last week's ice cream and barbecue were all very delicious. On the side, the little carving clear was already too shy to speak, burying her head, her little ears becoming pink. If Aunt Yun thinks it's delicious, I'll have Chang bring back more next time. When Manhwa finished, Aunt Yun smiled happily and pushed the snacks on the table in front of Manhwa. Try it. I made my own flour cake. That's delicious. Can I take some with me later? Sure. Manhwa enjoys the flour cake made by his wife, and soon eats a big piece of it, then sips hot tea, and immediately feels like he doesn't even want to eat breakfast. Aunt Yun looked at Manhwa's well-fed and well-drunk appearance with satisfaction, and then looked at her own buried and silent daughter, and couldn't help but pat the latter on the shoulder. Haru, you eat some too. Come on, mommy will feed you. No, I'm not eating. Little Kakeru fought back. She had had enough of her mom's flour cakes, but nay, the lack of strength. She ended up with tears in her eyes as she was forced to stuff a piece of flour cake into her mouth. Only then did Aunt Yun nod in satisfaction. At this time, the door of the living room was opened. A hale and hearty, tall and thin old grandfather walked into the living room. The little carved Chung stood up at once and vaguely called out, Grandfather, don't talk until you've swallowed something in your mouth. Kakeru's grandfather just calmly looked at little Kakeru, and little Kakeru straightened up, hurriedly swallowed the flour cake, and called out grandfather again. Kakeru's grandfather then nodded before turning his head to look at Manhwa. Chapter 51. 3 words make the old man next door. Is this Kokiharu's grandfather? It's really oppressive. This kind of austere temperament formed by standing out from the business world and being in charge of the family for most of his life, as well as the kind of wisdom belonging to the old school. With just one glance, I'm afraid it would make the average person feel like they were being looked at inside and out. But Manhwa wasn't afraid. With calmness and confidence, he stood up and slightly owed his body, and in a tone that wasn't condescending, he took the initiative to greet him. Hello uncle, Kid Manhwa. This sudden visit to your residence. Please bear with me for my suddenness. Manhwa's words and demeanor were appropriate, so that carved Clear's grandfather could not pick any faults. How could that old man of the Mao family be so lucky as to get such a unicorn at his age? Although he was jealous in his heart. On the surface, grandfather carving Haru still maintained the majesty of an elder and said after a light cough, "No harm done. I've known your father for many years. No need to be concerned with the red tape. What uncle said is true. It's the kid who's raw. It's true that they've known each other for many years, but it's not clear if the relationship is good or not." Manhwa. His old man hadn't had much to do with grandfather Kakeru in the last few years, but he spat at each other a lot, for reasons Manhwa didn't quite understand. That said, Mobai suddenly found his generation a little amusing. His old man and Kakeru's grandfather were from the same generation, so it was logical that Manhwa would be from the same generation as Kakeru's mother and should be called sister. And in that case, wouldn't little Kakoharu be his niece's generation? Thinking about the scene where Kakeru's class president called him uncle, Manhwa was happy in his heart, but he was only thinking about it. It's better for everyone to call each other what they are when they are not closely related. The thoughts flashed through Manhwa's mind, and at that moment grandfather Haru spoke again. Kid, I've heard that you've perused your family's book collection at less than 5 years of age and are known as the literary star of the lower world? He was trying to find out whether the Mao family's youngest son was really as talented as rumored, and whether he could even compare to his granddaughter. Uncle is joking. It's just a rumor. Manhwa arched his hand, and the whole picture changed, only to see him say with a smile as warm as jade, the sea of knowledge is as vast as smoke, and the Mao family's collection of books is but a drop in the ocean. Late generation is only a latecomer on the long road to knowledge. Still need to boat in the sea of books, up and down to find out how to bear the name of this literary star. Grandfather carving Haru froze for a moment at his words, then laughed openly. What a backslider. What an up and downer. Good, Movais. You said it well. Kakeru's grandfather's full name was Li Jianshu. He had spent most of his life fighting in the real estate industry, expanding his ancestral family's business more than 100-fold, and springing onto the Jade Capital Terrace before he saw what the true heritage of a family was. So, in order to get rid of the hat of the profiteer, he collected ancient and modern books, and studied history to enrich his personal knowledge and that of his people. At first he was also learning with a modest attitude, but then as he got older and thought he knew enough, this mentality gradually disappeared and he became eager and headstrong. How long had it been since he had felt the satisfaction that comes with acquiring knowledge? Li Jianshu shook his head, not realizing that the one who woke him up was a 5-year-old child. Maybe he really is the literati star down to earth it. This learning mood, Li Jianshu self-sigh less than. Yuck, the more I think about it, the more angry I get. That old man Mao is so lucky. How nice it would be if he were his own son. Just as Carved Harvest's grandfather was sighing, the little Carved Harvest opposite Manhwa was looking at Manhwa with a strange color in his eyes. She had never seen her grandfather so happy, and Movais had done it in just 3 words. Carving Qing's mom, Li Shuyun, also looked at Manhwa with satisfaction, not knowing what she was thinking. In the face of Uncle Li's praise, Manhwa smiled and didn't say much, but in his heart, he was calculating about getting away and leaving. Nonsense. If you don't run now, are you really waiting for Uncle Li to test him? Manhwa wasn't being modest just now. Reading through the family's book collection is really a rumor. He spread it himself. He'd read a little more than half of it, I think, when he was bored, and then he'd told his old man that he was done, mostly to cover up the whimsical thoughts that had popped into his head. If someone were to ask him a question about a random book, he'd have to say he'd forgotten to put up a fight. So Manhwa spoke up. Uncle, the kid was out for a morning jog this morning, and if he doesn't go back home he should be anxious. I'm in a hurry today, so I'll come back to visit again on another day. Auntie Yun, I'll take this flower cake with no problem. Haru, bye. This name calling, what a mess. Manhwa secretly spat. Awa wait, Auntie Yun will go get a wrapped flower cake for you. Aunt Yun was the first to react and said she went to the kitchen. Then Uncle Li patted Manhwa's shoulder and laughed. Little brother Manhwa, since you and Ah Ching are classmates, you should come around more often during the week. Ching, you need to learn more from Manhwa. Got it? Xiao Keqing sniffed and answered looking at Manhwa. Manhwa seriously back to Uncle Li said. Wherever, there are also many things in Haru that are worth learning from me. Learn from each other, learn from each other. Ha ha, good, good. After some small talk, At this moment Haru's mom came back with a stack of flour cakes wrapped in greaseproof paper. That's too much, Aunt Yoon. It's fine. It's just sitting there anyway. Why you take more back to distribute to your family. It's a bit heavy. Aunt Yoon will give you a ride. Looking at the way Aunt Yoon seemed to have something to say, Manhwa didn't refuse anymore. Chapter 52. A run and you've raided a family of people? After saying goodbye to Uncle Lee and little Kerching again, Manhwa was sent all the way to the corner of the street by Aunt Yoon. Turning the corner, Aunt Yoon stopped, squatted down, and softly said to Manhwa, Hua, can Auntie Yoon ask you for something? Sure. Manhwa's decisive answer made Li Shuyun freeze. Then she laughed happily. He's such a cute little guy. She ruffled her hair around her ears, then asked with a dimpled smile, you don't even ask what it is. Aren't you afraid Aunt Yoon will make you do something bad? Manhwa smiled and pointed to the flour cake that Aunt Yoon was carrying in her other hand. It's not like taking a shorthand, and it's not like Aunt Yoon is going to harm me. What a talker. Aunt Yoon couldn't help but pinch Manhwa's fleshy face before explaining. Actually, Aunt Yoon wants to ask Ewa to come and hang out with Haru more often during the week. That kid, well, his schedule was jammed with all kinds of homework from a young age, so he didn't have many friends. Speaking of her own daughter, carved clear, Aunt Yoon's eyes instantly became incomparably gentle, but then her tone became melancholic. I've often seen her looking out the window and gawking at the children, so I suppose she wants to play with them too? Whenever this happens I feel overwhelmed. It was my selfishness as a mother, avoiding the responsibility that should have been mine, that made it all come to this. Perhaps it had been too long since she had confided in anyone, and in the face of the silently listening little boy, Aunt Yoon's floodgates of words opened up. After her father, carved Haru's grandfather, had established himself in the Jade Capital Terrace, he desperately wanted to raise an heir who could carry on the family's legacy and carry it forward. But because of the early death of his beloved wife, he was too spoiled with his only daughter Li Shuyun in the early stage, and by the time he wanted to cultivate her as an heir at high pressure, he could no longer change her uncontested, lukewarm and weak character. With the big one wasted, he had to pin his hopes on the little one, recruit a flunky and have a granddaughter. Fortunately, his granddaughter carved Xing talented. This time he was determined not to make the same mistake. Since childhood, his granddaughter's strict discipline, eager to instill all kinds of knowledge. I didn't want carving Haru's childhood memories to be nothing but endless books and homework, but being a failure couldn't change my father's stubborn mind. Mobai's appearance gives her a glimpse of a turnaround. Aunt Yoon spoke quietly, sadness showing in her eyes, but it was buried a moment later as she waved her hand and said, I'm sorry Ewa, Aunt Yoon didn't mean to say that. Don't worry about it. Li Shuyun just felt like a real failure. As a daughter she couldn't respond to her father's expectations. As a mother she couldn't protect her daughter's childhood. And now even as an adult she can't control her emotions in front of children. I really can't do anything, she thought to herself mockingly. Manhwa quietly listened to Aunt Yoon's words, looked at her beautiful face filled with guilt and inferiority complex, and took a deep breath before saying with a straight face, Aunt Yoon, you're not some kind of failure. You're just not living the way your father wanted you to live. In my opinion, the current Aunt Yoon is elegant and beautiful. A wonderful existence that one would aspire to. Mobais genuinely believed so. And no one could dictate that if one did not follow the path laid out by their elders they were failures. One can also live a great life for oneself. Aunt Yoon was stunned at the words, as her father had just done. The years of gloom in her heart had actually begun to dissipate because of the words of a 5-year-old child. It made her blush a little as she felt relieved. However, Manhwa hadn't finished, only to hear him continue. As to whether or not you are a selfish mother, Aunt Cloud, I don't think you can say for yourself. Aunt Yoon was dumbfounded at her words. If she didn't count when she evaluated herself, then who could count when she said it? Manhwa saw this and hemmed and hawed, revealing the answer. You'll have to ask your daughter what she thinks of her mother. Yes. Li Shuyun woke up as if in a dream. She had been blaming herself but never asked her daughter how she felt. Getting schooled by Ava again. Who's the adult anyway? Aunt Yoon felt depressed and vented as if she was holding Manhwa's face and rubbing it hard. Ewa, how do you know so much? Like a little adult. At this Mobais laughed it off without resistance. Aunt Yoon rubbed it for a while. The depression in her heart was almost vented, and she took Manhwa's head and embraced him hard into her arms. Thank you, little Mobais. Aunt Yoon said softly in Manhwa's ear. There's no need for thanks. I've already received my thanks, Mobais said in his mind. Cleanser. Very soft and fragrant. Chapter 53. Mao, you've changed. After saying goodbye to Aunt Yoon, Manhwa slowly returned home carrying the flour cakes. At this hour, Tao should be up already, right? Mobais thought, stopping at the entrance to his small yard and poking his head in, catching a glimpse of the little walnut. Wearing a thick cotton coat, she sat like a doormat outside her bedroom door, her feet half hanging, her hands braced on either side of her body, pouting and staring straight at the door to the small courtyard. Behind her, Sister Sakura was smiling as she combed her hair with a wooden comb, the little walnut's little head being pulled back a bit every now and then. Pathetic, but naive and silly. The first moment Mauvaise showed his head, little walnut's eyes locked onto him like a searchlight. Mao Mao, you're back. A smile spread across the little walnut's face. Nice guy. The mood switches pretty quickly. Mauvaise carried the flower cake and walked over to little walnut. Well, I'm back. Mauvaise and Sister Sakura looked at each other and handed her the flower cake, while they themselves took the comb and stood behind little walnut. Little walnut tries to turn around to look at him, but Mauvaise pushes down on him and twists back. Manhwa began to comb little walnut's hair. He had done it many times. It was a job he knew well. Little walnut's hair is lightly scented, brown in color overall, just past shoulder length, and has a fine, soft texture, as if it is a superb silk. The wooden comb across the encounter not half resistance, but also like a handful of fine sand. Just put in the hand will be able to slip away from the cracks between the fingers. Mauvaise combed his hair for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, "Ah Tao, what's wrong with you?" Although Ah Tao looked as if he had recovered his mood, Mauvaise still had to ask. Little Walnut was enjoying Mamoru's hair brushing service when she heard his words, and her thoughts went back to the morning. When she got up in the morning, she realized that Mao Mao didn't wait for her and wanted to be angry, but she vaguely remembered that in her confusion Mao Mao had called her, so she couldn't be angry with Mao Mao, and she could only blame herself for not being able to get out of bed. But looking at the empty bedroom and Manhwa's delayed return, Little Walnut suddenly began to worry if Manhwa didn't want her or wasn't coming back because she was sleeping in. The more Little Walnut thought about it, the more scared she became, so she moved a stool and sat at the bedroom door to keep watch, waiting for Manhwa to return. As Little Walnut spoke, his mouth puckered up again, as if he had really been abandoned. After listening to Little Walnut's intermittent explanation, Manhwa burst into tears and was about to say something to comfort Little Walnut, when the latter suddenly smiled cheekily, tilted her head back and rubbed against Manhwa's palm, and then laughed crisply. "But now I'm not afraid." Startled, then relieved, Mauvaise smiled and gave the young walnut a gentle hand to the head. "Nonsense. Ha ha." Little Walnut giggled, and suddenly twisted around to pounce on Manhwa's chest behind him, his entire upper body weight pressing up. "Mao Mao. Sticky. Wait. Don't. Danger." Maui's crisis radar went off. LV1. Fearing that the comb would hurt Little Walnut, Mauvaise held it high and shifted his weight back a bit, and Little Walnut sat on the stool, twisting her body, her weight basically all over Manhwa's body, all the while rubbing her face in Manhwa's face. And the consequence of this is, puff thud. Sakura, the maid standing aside, covered her red face with her open palms, her eyes looking at the two little ones lying on the ground, hugging each other, through the 5-centimeter wide finger gap. Today, another day of sugar intake overload. Half an hour later, in the bedroom, Mauvaise and the two little walnuts sat at the dining table. "Momo Ah Tao is wrong. Why don't I rub you again?" Little Walnut shook Manhwa's arm with a pleasing face, and said that his little hands were poking behind Manhwa. Mauvaise shifted his ass and his face darkened. The ass stopped hurting a long time ago. Reflect on it again. What went wrong? Because of the crisis warning, Manhwa had just fallen just a big buttock, and although it did hurt at the time, as if his buttocks had fallen into two pieces, it soon stopped hurting. Then Manhwa went to take a shower, and just as he was halfway through the shower and was applying soap, the girl, Little Walnut, pushed open the bathroom door, saying something about massaging his buttocks. At that time, that cold wind churned into the bathroom, and Manhwa was forced to experience the feeling of a chicken freeze at a young age. True physical cockamamie. As a result, Little Walnut was naturally kicked out by Manhwa with a black face. Mauvaise is educating Little Walnut at the moment. Little Walnut sniffed with big, pure, innocent eyes and tilted her head to ask, "What's wrong with Ah Tao?" Mauvaise breathed in, then said, "You can't barge in while I'm in the shower." "Why?" "Because you're a girl and I'm a boy. And there's a difference between men and women, just like I wouldn't barge in while you're in the shower." "Ah Tao, why is there a difference between men and women?" "Ah Tao just wants to take a bath with Momo." "No means no. Mauve, you're not being reasonable. You've changed. You weren't like this before." Little Walnut exclaimed excitedly, her expression milky and fierce. Mauvaise saw this and knew that the communication had failed. "Forget it, let mother teach Ah Tao." Fine. Let's leave it at that and have breakfast." Mauvaise rushed to distract Little Walnut. "This flower cake is delicious. Ah Tao, you'll never guess where I got it from." Little Walnut was really attracted at once, and watched with burning eyes as Manhwa opened the oil paper, and a fragrance of flowers filled the air. "Wow, it smells so good. Where did you get it?" "Mao Mao." Manhwa hemmed and hawed, and without selling the answer, revealed the answer and said, "This was made by Kakeru's mom herself." "Kakeru's mom?" Little Walnut's eyes lit up. "Mamoru, did you go to Kakeru's house?" Movise nodded. "Yeah, the garden at Carving Haru's house is beautiful." "Really da? Ah, Tao is going too." Little Walnut excitedly hugged Manhwa's arm and began to pout again. "Mamoru, let's go play with Kakeru." "Yeah." Movise was waiting for that. Chapter 54, Land Resource Planning and Real Estate Simulation. Movise has always done what he said he would do. Just half a day after agreeing to Carved Haru's mom's request, he took the little Walnut to the street in front of Carved Haru's house again right after lunch. "This is Carved Haru's home. Wow. Lots of plums." Little Walnut's plum eyes sparkled at the small garden. Movise told her, pointing to the second floor window, "Haru should be in that house." "Really? Then let's call Kakeru to come down and play." When Little Walnut finished speaking, he used his two little hands as a trumpet and put them to his mouth and shouted, "Carve, clear dash. Come down to play ya dash." The clear and long shouts echoed up and down the street, and the pedestrians on the road and the residents in the neighborhood smiled when they heard them, as if they were remembering their own childhood days. Most thoughts drifted for a moment as well. When was the last time you yourself called out to your friends downstairs at your little friend's house? He couldn't remember some of it, only memories from a very, very young age. Little Walnut shouted twice and realized that he was the only one shouting and that Mauve was fuming. So he pulled him. "Shige, you shout too." Oh. Movise returned to his senses, and following the rhythm of the Little Walnut, the two of them shouted out Carved Haru's name one after the other. Carved Haru actually heard Little Walnut's voice the first time, but at this moment, her grandfather happened to be quizzing her on her homework, so she could only forcefully resist the urge to respond and quietly wait for her grandfather to speak. "Carve clear, grandfather." Li Jianchu, holding a book, "Read to half of the topic, how to read, not go on. Told you usually more to walk around. You are really nonchalant. Turn your head to come." Grandfather cried and laughed, but after all, it was his own words, so he could only hold his nose and admit it. "Forget it, Haru. You go play with Manhwa and the others. Remember to come back for dinner." Carved Ching's face was joyful as she held back her excitement and nodded her head. "Okay, grandfather." After saying that, Kakeru slowly exited the room, then turned to a trot and rushed down the stairs. Carving Haru's mom in the kitchen poked her head out to look at it, her eyes full of smiles. "Ha, Haru's out," Little Walnut called out, and Manhwa also saw little Kerching Haru, who had come out of the house, and whose little face was at that moment filled with the joyful leaps of joy that should be seen in a 5-year-old child. "Finally, I have little friends to play with too." Xiao Kei-ching trotted up to the two Manhwa men and asked in surprise, "Walnut, Manhwa, what are you guys doing here?" "We came to play with you," Walnut replied as a matter of course, taking Carved Haru's hand. "So what are we playing?" Little Carving Harvest is extra excited and motivated today. Little Walnut sniffed and got into a tangle. There was so much fun to be had. Which one to play first? Not knowing what to play for a moment, she simply turned her head to Movise. "Mao, what are we playing?" Koketsu Haru followed suit and looked at Manhwa, who said thoughtfully, "Land Resource Planning and Real Estate Simulation." "What?" 6 question marks popped up in both heads. Movise replied, winking at the two little Lolitas. "Monopoly." What Manhwa had wanted to do was to find the lost confidence from yesterday's blood abuse by Nimbus while little Kajukiyo was still a novice who wasn't very good at playing, and to find it in her. But I don't know if it's because of the newbie protection mechanism, but Xiao Kei-ching comes with a lucky aura, and Manhwa has stepped on one of Xiao Kei-ching's few super crossbow plots countless times, and directly paid the tolls and went bankrupt. I'm so stupid. Really, why would I choose to play a game that's all about luck with Europa? After going bankrupt again, Movise stared at the clouds in the sky with his eyes blank. On the side, Little Carving Harvest and Little Walnut had divided his fixed assets and were counting their respective fortunes beautifully. In the end, the newcomer Little Carving Clear Asset's small victory over the Little Walnut took today's Monopoly title, and then reluctantly went home, and promised to fight again in the next day. After the Small Carving Ching left, Small Walnut in the house of Manhwa ate dinner, but also take advantage of the color of the sky is not dark to go back to the Hall of the Living, leaving Manhwa one alone in the empty room. Manhwa was also happy to be free and continued to study the characteristics of the earth vein tree branch. Day 97, February 7, 3705. Experimental Phenomenon 1. Upon contacting the heated electrical crystal with the cut surface of the geode branch, a purple spot of light is created on the geode branch, similar to the glowing of the ripples on the anti-raymaker device. Initial guess, some of the substances within the branches of the Earth's veins are the raw materials for the patterns on the device. Experimental Phenomenon 2. Intercept a small section of ground vein branches, ground into powder, dissolved in water and then drawn into 5 centimeters of straight segments, and then contact heating electrical crystal. No reaction. Initial guess, wrong choice of solvent. Try another solvent. Next experimental solvent, slime gel. Number of life crises today, 1. Also, Tao borrowed $2 million from me this afternoon while playing Monopoly and didn't pay it back. Chapter 55 Yujing Tai Elementary School Imperial Beast Master Competition. It's a new week. The weather is still cold and gloomy, and Movies has moved his wake-up call to 7 in the morning. Today, too, is a day of hope. After getting up and simply washing up, he went out for a jog and ran to the front of the small garden of the Carving Harvest House to say hello and chat with Aunt Jun, who tended the flowers and plants. At this time Kakaru, who was reading in the study, would also greet him distantly. After running back to the small yard, the little walnut also happened to arrive at Manhwa's house, the daily sticker to wash and eat. The two people will go to school in pairs. Last Monday there were no classes because it was the first day of school check-in day, and this week we started regular classes with a schedule of language arts and math class meetings. Well, 3 classes a day are all Ganyu's classes. Incidentally, yesterday evening when Manhwa went to see the condensed light, he met Ganyu again outside the Yin Hall. Do you really not rest at all? But Movies doesn't have the luxury of caring about Ganyu for a while. He's forgotten to do his weekend homework again. But it's okay, I'm not alone. Tao and I are like one and the same, and I'm sure I didn't write it either. As Manhwa thought this, he saw little Walnut take out his workbook and hand it in with a proud face. His eyes widened. When did you write that? Tao? Just last night when I went back. I didn't realize that you, a pretty little girl, had gone home and opened a book in secret, too, but it's okay, I've got an ironclad relationship with the class president, so it's not a piece of cake to make accommodations for this assignment. No, Movies, we can't do this. Xiao Kei-ching righteously refused, then added in a small voice with a slightly reddened pretty face. At most, I'll give you a copy of mine. Great, thank you, class president Sama. Manhwa was like grasping the last straw and was grateful. Don't call people class president at a time like this. Kokoharu felt a twinge of guilt, but she didn't notice it herself, and there was a vague hint of thrilling pleasure. The homework crisis was finally over, and Movies was relieved, even though the teachers wouldn't say anything about him even if he didn't do it, and he could prove that he didn't need to do his homework. He just didn't want to do it. Presumably, it's your own subconscious desire to find a class? Movies shook his head, and suddenly saw a strange pair walk into the classroom. Chi-Chi was being escorted to her seat by the vice-class president, Night Orchid. After Night Orchid sent Chi-Chi to the location, he didn't stay, just exchanged a glance with Manhwa, coldly nodded at him and left. What's that supposed to mean? Manhwa was a bit puzzled and couldn't figure it out, so he just put it behind him. The morning session passed quickly with dawdling, chess, and little note chats, and the classroom came to life. The heat of last week's hot-blooded battle between Little Doodle and Big Doodle had not yet dissipated, and a few students in the class used the weekend to get ghost doodle bugs from who knows where as well, with the ambition of taking the number 1 bug-fighting position in the first-year class. This is the kind of thing that little Walnut would naturally not agree to. Tao's little pockets are the strongest. For this reason, Tao has been letting Xiao Dui get better in the latter days of last week, feeding many leaves, not to mention that in the morning, he would also pour out a little bit of his own milk and share it with Xiao Dui. Movies is surprised by this. So the ghost doodle bug really does drink milk? So during the lunch break, the large banyan tree in the atrium of the teaching area became bustling with bugs, and no bugs coming here to watch the fun. Manhwa also felt interesting, and also for the sake of little Walnut's gaming experience, simply formulated a bug-fighting tournament system. The first is the elimination round, in which bug-fighting contestants are paired in pairs and win in 2 out of 3 rounds, with the winner advancing. Those who have no opponents advance directly through the rounds. The winner of the final competition is the initial champion of the S0 season of the Yukio Terrace Elementary School's first-year class Imperial Beastmaster competition. After this comes the qualifying rounds. Depending on the elimination rankings, those behind can keep adjusting those in front of them, and a victory will take their place and qualify them to continue climbing up the ladder. The initial champion is then required to defend the ring, and the initial champion only has to accept 1 challenge per day from the top 3 ranked players to successfully defend the day's title. Or if the champion player wants to play more matches, that's fine too. In short, the S0 season lasts for 1 month, and the person who is in the championship position after 1 month is the overall winner of the season. Manhwa, some explanation down. Some students understand. Blood boiling. Some students face blindfolded. Do not understand the fight, a wormhole so complicated for what? The deed is done. And with such a schedule, the race will be very exciting. Manhwa was startled and turned his head to see that Zhongli had come at some point and had even officially certified this insect fighting tournament on behalf of his teacher. Well, it looks like the bug fighting tournament has really hit the spot for retired bosses. With the teacher certified, this tournament format is kind of set. Little Walnut's expression was full of confidence and excitement. I don't know the rules of the tournament very well, but if I just keep winning, I'll take the title, right? It's okay, Tao. It's very spirited. Movies nodded his head in agreement with Little Walnut's will. So, the students who brought their bugs today participated in the draw, and the official tournament will begin tomorrow, with the initial champions expected to be competing a week from now. As for the rest of you who still want to participate, you'll have to start from scratch in the qualifying phase to punch your score. In addition, the referees were led by the class president, Xiao Kei-chung, who will supervise every game with absolute fairness and impartiality. After a tight arrangement, the competition system was clearly visible and the students' expectation was pulled up. Now that's a fun time on campus. Manhwa, the man behind making all this possible, thought with satisfaction. Chapter 56, The Walnut Diaries, X, The Manhwa Diaries. Once school is fun, time flies. Movies only felt that time had flown by and it was Wednesday. Today is a special day. At least it's special for Walnut and Maui. Today is the last day of the 100-day appointment. 100 days ago, Little Walnut accidentally found a diary written by Manhwa and clamored to read it. Movies made a reprieve because of a drop of shame. Little Walnut can read his diary, but only in exchange for her diary, and it must contain no less than 100 days. It's the 100-day appointment. When Little Walnut was writing in her journal last night before bed, she was surprised to find that the 100-day appointment had reached its 99th day. This meant that the next day, she could exchange journals with Mamoru. So early Wednesday morning, Little Walnut overcame the cold outside the covers and got up early to write his 100th day diary. 100 days. I can change days with Mao Mao today. Tao is so excited. Now Gio go out. Little Walnut ran all the way to Manhwa's house with excitement, holding the diary, and shook the sleeping Manhwa awake. It was not yet 7 o'clock. Movies opened his eyes in a daze and twisted his head around to see Little Walnut standing beside the bed, his hands holding the diary up to his little head. In her big watery eyes, a pair of plum blossoms seemed to be spinning, signaling how excited and expectant Little Walnut was at this moment. A hint of Mof's wake-up call was instantly swallowed up by the cuteness of the Little Walnut. Mamoru, diary. What kind of journal writes early in the morning? What you write in the morning is called a schedule. Movies sputtered, sitting up and reaching down to cup Tao's little face and rub it gently. Ha ha. Little Walnut just giggled as she felt Mof's little hands warm and rubbing her. Movies rubbed it for a while, the sleepiness finally receding, and said, okay, I'll get my journal. Movies knew this day would come sooner or later, and it's a good thing he was prepared for it. Yeah. Little Walnut topped off the diary and bounced to follow Movies to the desk. Movies took out the black box, looked back at Little Walnut, adjusted his position, stuck in the blind spot of her field of vision, opened the black box and took out the table diary, then immediately closed the box. Ahem. Movies turned, coughed pretentiously, and handed the journal out with both hands in a ritualistic announcement. Tao, my diary is hereby handed over to you. The appointment of 100 days is hereby brought to an end. Although she didn't know why Mao Mao was suddenly like this, Little Walnut cooperated and stood up in solemnity, imitating the movements and demeanor of her grandfather as he handed over the urn at work, and solemnly and sacrosanctly exchanged journals with Manhwa. Once the ceremony was complete, Walnut's serious expression seamlessly converted into an expectant smile as he sat down on the stool in front of his desk and flipped open his journal to read. Manhwa smiled softly at the sight and sat on the other side of the stool, with his back against Little Walnut, and also flipped through Little Walnut's diary from back to front and read it. 100 days. I can change days with Mao Mao today. Tao is so excited. Now Gio go out. Did the word journal in the diary change give it away? Today at noon Nansai fighting insects. Xiaodo did not make it to the ring. Mao Mao said it was good sure, but Tao is not too dong. But it was nice to have a sundae made by Mao Mao. Tomorrow Gio be the 100th day. Silly Tao. You're a lucky turn. School again. Mao Mao so lihai. All of a sudden Gio Xian well then sai. Tao and Little Do must be ing. Today with Mao Mao went to find Carved Ching played land something. Actually Gio is big fuon. Tao has saved another $2 million. Immediately Gio Nang bought Yu Jingtai. Mao Mao doesn't siang and Tao wash Zao anymore. Sad. So that's what Tao's idea was when you asked me to borrow money. No wonder there are less Monopoly bills every time I finish playing. Also the diary in this mix of 3 languages is the only one I can read. Mawat has been able to directly translate these pecan words in his mind. Today Mao Mao taught Tao magic. Tao has memorized it. My name is Walnut. One magical girl in the Hall of the Past and the controller of Bakudo magic. Behold my power. I can do all 4 of them. Tao, you are the first person with empty ears in the continent of Taiwan. Today Tao and Mao Mao went to school together. So happy. I accidentally choked on Mao Mao when I fed him milk. Sad. Ah Tao hit the water 10 times today. Mao Mao saw it too. He praised Ah Tao for being awesome. Happy, but almost hit Mao Mao. Not happy. School starts tomorrow. Ah Tao has to get up early and go to school with Mao Mao. On the first day of the new year, Mao Mao made a lot of delicious food, and asked me to bring it to Grandpa, but Grandpa didn't seem very happy. Why? Today is the Sea Lantern Festival and Mao Mao's birthday. We played Monopoly in the afternoon with Mao Mao's little red sister Sakura. There are so many fun and delicious things to do in Liyue Harbor at night, and the skylights are very pretty. It's a pity that Mao Mao couldn't come, but it's okay. Ah Tao will bring it to Mao Mao tomorrow. Ah Tao remembered. On his birthday Mao Mao prepared a birthday cake for Ah Tao. It was very delicious. Ah Tao is also going to prepare a birthday present for Momo. Today Mao Mao taught Ah Tao to write, so that's how Mao Mao and Ah Tao's names are written. Mao Mao. I'm going to start writing in my diary today. I'll be able to read Mao Mao's diary in 100 days. I really want to know what Mao Mao will write. Mao Hua was reading quickly, and when the journal reached the head, Little Walnut had only read a few pages of his diary, giggling with delight and wondering what he'd seen. Silly girl. Journals are for writing about your own experiences. How can you write all about someone else's? Mao Hua counted the number of times Mao Hua appeared in the 100-day diary. More than 200 times. Alas. Really convinced this silly girl. So it does not look like I prepared 2 diaries of people like a bad guy. Mao Hua spat in his heart. But he couldn't stop the smile on his face. He reopened the black box again and took out the diary, handing it to the little walnut. The diary records a lot of Mao Hua's thoughts, some of which don't even belong to this world, and can be considered Mao Hua's biggest secret. Now, Mao Hua has chosen to show this diary to Little Walnut. In doing so, Mao Hua's biggest secret will be known to Little Walnut. But so what? He just felt that when faced with a girl whose heart and eyes were full of himself, he should return all his heart. At this time, Little Walnut raised his head suspiciously and looked at Mao Hua and asked, "What is it?" Movies thought for a moment. "I suddenly remembered that I only wrote 99 days in the one you have. Not enough for 100, so I made it up with this one." Oh, Little Walnut took the diary in a daze, flipped it open and looked at it twice before getting teary-eyed. "Mao Mao, I can't read this one." "It's okay, you can read it slowly later. I'll teach you to recognize words, no matter what time of day it is." A gentle smile appeared on Movi's face as he thought. Seeing this, Little Walnut felt relieved for no reason at all, and returned to Mao Hua a smile brighter than the sunrise outside the window. Aha! The cloudy skies that have lasted for days have finally cleared up. The 2 ceramic figurines on the windowsill bathed in the morning sunlight and witnessed the scene. Chapter 57 Red Horn Triple. The days of pain are as long as years, and the hours of pleasure pass in a flash. The Relativity of Time Under the Duality of Grief and Joy by Shigeru Momo no Kokoro. Human Pillar Raiden Magic Researcher Sayu Storyteller Wa. Time flashed to the last day of February. This half-month, Mao Hua feel happy time or 90% of the time. The remaining 10% of the painful time, 90% came from the moments when running in gym class ran to the last few laps. A month had passed, and Mao Hua's stamina had only risen by so much as a meter. Still a weakling, but even so, he had also gotten out of the bottom group and progressed to the bottom 2. He could still recall the expression on Xingqiu's face when he finished running laps in the last gym class, propped up on his back, gasping for breath, wide-eyed, and pointing at himself, as if to say, "A traitor has come between us." Whenever I think of this image, Mao Hua's morning run is much lighter and more cheerful. By the way, the penultimate group has only one person. Ah no, a small zombie, besides Mao Hua too. That day in gym class, Mao Hua was in a state of confidence when he ran next to Chi-Chi. So he confidently invited Chi-Chi to have a race, and then there was no more. All Mao Hua could see was Chi-Chi spreading his arms, his little short legs inverted, disappearing from view like an airplane, and finally lassoing him once and Xingqiu twice. It turns out that it's not that Chi-Chi can't run fast, he just doesn't want to. And Movies is left with a question: can zombies get fit by running too? He decided to find a chance to ask later. And the remaining 1% of agonizing moments are the daily life crises brought on by Ah Tao. Movies said in response that this is already an all-time low. Okay. It is important to realize that this number can be as high as 10% between the ages of 5 and 1 year, and 30% by the ages of 1 and 49 days. And for the first 49 days after Movies was born and slept with Little Walnut in the Hall of the Past, the number was as high as 50%. He called it the 49 dark days of life. But that was all in the past. And now Little Walnut can provide Movies with at least 50% of his happy hours. Because Little Walnut is so cute. Mao Hua feels that just seeing her will put him in a good mood for the rest of the day. Speaking of Little Walnut, she's been making a big splash at school for the last half-dozen months, her and Doodle together. To be precise, in the Ujingtai Elementary School's Imperial Beastmaster competition, Little Walnut led Little Doodle all the way to the top. first taking the initial title of the elimination, positioning, tournament in a week of all victories, then went on to guard the ring for the next 2 weeks, not giving an inch, undefeated, like the archdemon. To this day, no brave man dares to challenge her and Little Doodle. Manhwa was also taken aback when he saw the result. Little Doodle looked so small, but in strength it was able to fight the ghost Doodlebug, which was twice its size, without losing. And what Doodle does best is speed, Manhwa said. Good for you, double A's, right? Why don't you try a red-angled triple? In addition to strength and speed, Manhwa felt that Little Doodle's intelligence had also improved. Little Walnut released Little Doodle and it didn't even run away anymore. I don't know if it's because it knows it can't run away or it's just craving the 2 mouthfuls of milk that Little Walnut feeds it every morning. In either case, the quality of the pocket seems a bit unusual. It can't really be the milk, can it? Movies had some guesses about that. The Saturday after the 100-day appointment, Walnut stayed at Manhwa's house. Movies got the slime gel during the day, so he used the slime gel and the powder of the earth vein tree branch to make a solution for the energizing experiment. The results of the experiment proved that Manhwa's choice was correct, and this newly concocted solution was indeed able to conduct the thunder element in the electrical crystal. Afterwards Manhwa, to test the rate of evaporation of this solution, put a small dish on his desk before going to bed. When he got up the next morning, Movies found Doodle lying on his back in a small dish, and the solution in it was gone. After that, Movies tried to feed Doodle that solution directly, and Doodle actually drank it. At this time, Manhwa also just thought that Shoto was greedy. It was what happened the second weekend after that really made Movies think that this little pocket might actually be something. That day, the well-prepared Manhwa was finally going to take on the Anti-Mine Army Special Training Instrument. He mixed Earth Vein Tree Branch Powder and Slime Gel Solution, hereinafter referred to as Earth History Solution, with electric crystal powder in the ratio of 10:1, then filtered out the residue and successfully made a solution he named Thunder Water. This ratio happens to be the ratio in which the Earth History Solution will not be activated to glow by the lightning element in the electrical crystal powder and result in a depletion of the lightning element, which can be directly understood as a liquid battery. As for the Anti-Lei Special Training Instrument, Manhwa, who cherished life, gave it full respect. Manhwa first made a wooden stand and had the houseguests hang the Anti-Mine Army Special Training Instrument upside down on the stand. Then another small shelf on the bottom false god's eye to hang the drip bottle of thunder water. The drip bottle is connected to a switch underneath. It is actually a dropper, which can be controlled remotely. Movies made a simple force transduction device that can be controlled by pulling on a fishing line that controls the air bladder of a wooden frame that clamps the dropper. The same remote control was done by Manhwa at the switch of the Anti-Mine Army Special Training Instrument, the difference being that the wooden clamps at the end were replaced by small wooden hammers. Finally, Movies placed the Anti-Mine Army Special Training Instrument at that end of the pond and sat himself down at this end of the pond. Then in front of the body stood a thick wooden board with a hole in the center, inlaid with 2 layers of convex lenses made in Fontainebleau, which could be adjusted for distance and zoom, making it easy for Manhwa to observe remotely. By the way, the droppers, glasses and other equipment used by Manhwa for his experiments are made in Monde. Anyway, save your life and pull it all together, okay? At the end of the day, Manhwa herded the curious family members and maids outside the courtyard, leaving Little Walnut alone with him behind the wooden shield. There was no way around it. The defense range was limited to just enough for 2 children to hide. Then Movies began to experiment. He took the remote switch for thunder water in his left hand and pulled it slowly. 1 drop. Okay, stop. Activate the device switch. Movies pulled the line in his right hand. The small wooden hammer fell, and for a long time the device was unresponsive. After waiting a few minutes to make sure there was no response, Movies continued. 2 drops, no reaction, etc. 3 drops, 4 drops. It was only then that the lines near the eye of the false god at the bottom of the Anti-Thunder Army Special Training Instrument began to spread, but only by a little distance. Is it activated by accumulating 10 drops? In this way, Manhwa cautiously repeated the test. Aside from the Little Walnut or waiting to fall asleep against him, originally wanted to watch the family also scattered separately. Manhwa had been testing like this for a day, with just a few random bites for lunch, and finally had the preliminary results of his experiments in the evening. Minimum energy required to activate Eye of the False God, 10 drops, thunder water. Minimum energy required for the Eye of the False God to activate again, 10 drops. Conclusion, every activation consumes all energy. Minimum energy required to activate the Anti-Mine Force Special Training Instrument, under test 999 current drops. This time the ripples were fully covered and the cube was fully levitated. And Movies had a feeling that something was about to come out next time. In order to avoid Little Walnut, who had gone to eat dinner during the experiment in a while, suddenly running in, Manhwa called her back in advance. and instructed Little Red and Little Cherry outside the yard to keep an eye on the door, and not to let anyone get close. Only then did Manhwa finally begin the final experiment, this time with 1,000 drops directly. Then, Manhwa had just pulled the right-hand switch when Little Walnut suddenly exclaimed, "Doodle?" Manhwa followed the sound, only to see that Little Doodle had flown out of the bedroom and was flying straight towards the Anti-Thunder General Special Training Instrument. Before Manhwa had time to think more, he saw a lightning flash, precisely hitting the small pocket in mid-air, sending it flying directly into the bamboo forest. "Doodle!" Little Walnut let out a cry of sadness, and was about to go to find Little Tout's body to give it a decent burial, when he was pulled by Manhwa, who pointed in the direction of the bamboo forest. Up! Little Walnut fixed his eyes on the little pocket, only to see it waddling and flying out as if drunk, and finally landing on the bottle of thunder water on the Anti-Lightning General's Special Training Instrument. Is this wanting to eat Ray? It was only at this moment that Manhwa finally realized this little pocket was not simple. This kid could probably be used as a target to test anti-Raytheon special training device attacks. Movies felt safer. Chapter 58, Ganyu. Let's include Night Orchid this time. Movies withdrew his eyes from the distant sky and his thoughts returned. It's time for the last class period on Friday. And the class is whole school cleanup. Since there was only one class of Manhwa and his group in the whole school right now, their class was out in full force at the moment, spreading out to all corners of the school to clean up. Little Walnut, due to her excellent physical strength, was arranged by the Life Committee member, Little Xiangling, to clean the martial arts field, while Ganyu took a few groups of students to the cafeteria, and Little Carving Harvest sat in the classroom. Manhwa's group was assigned the task of cleaning the large banyan tree area in the atrium, and he was joined by Chi-Chi, Xingqiu, and Chong-Yun, not to mention the large area of vegetation in this atrium. When the award ceremony for the Imperial Beastmaster competition was held at noon, a gust of wind blew through and rained down a very seasonal golden color. At that time, Manhwa was quite amused by it. But now, let's not talk about it. By the way, the overall winner of the contest, Little Walnut, received the following prizes: a certificate of appreciation and a workbook, kindly sponsored by the school. Back to the main topic. So during the big cleanup, according to Manhwa's proposal, the four of them divided up the work with the big banyan tree as the center of the circle, with one person being responsible for a quarter of the area. It took a little over half an hour for Movies to finish cleaning his area, accumulating piles of fallen leaves half as tall as he was. Manhwa walked over to the big banyan tree and stood with Chi-Chi and Chong-Yun, who had finished cleaning up long ago. Hey, it's good it's not the last one. Movies would have laughed and shouted. Way to go, second young master. Shut up, third prince. Rowdy Autumn over there, who still had a small half of the area left to sweep, called out without looking back. Right now, there's a kind of I can't be the best one rivalry between Manhwa and Xingqiu. Since last week when Manhwa surpassed Xingqiu in gym class, Xingqiu finally knew the shame and started running and exercising on weekdays, in order not to be surpassed by Manhwa, and then that rivalry extends to other areas. Like this sweep, relationships should sort of change for the better, right? The heavy cloud on the side was expressionless. He had gotten used to the way these two interacted. He had initially thought that they were not on good terms. Right now, Heavy Cloud was more concerned about another thing. Why had this female classmate named Chi-Chi been avoiding him since the beginning of the school year? Now it was even hiding directly behind Manhwa. Chong-Yun's loss was overwhelming, and Manhwa saw it and comforted him. Don't mind it. Chi-Chi is a zombie, simply afraid of the body of pure yang only, not hating you. Heavy Cloud was taken aback. So it was really a zombie? He thought it was a joke. So, that's good. Heavy Cloud breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly realized the blind spot. Ha! Manhwa, how did you know that I'm a pure yang body? Occasionally heard of. Manhwa's face was not red, and he even pursued the question. By the way, Chong-Yun, don't you have a sister-in-law? Heavy Cloud scratched his head at the words and shook his head after half a day's thought. I think so, but I don't remember much. It's been a long time since I've seen it. What are you asking for? Manhwa? The tragedy of the Shinhak family. It's already happened. A faint flicker of powerlessness passed through him, and Movies waved a hand to dismiss the subject. Nothing, I just heard something and asked. The past cannot be undone, but the present can be guarded and the future can be created. Movies won't dwell on the tragedy that he can't undo. He'll just do what he can to make sure that his family and friends around him can have a good time. For example, there were things that Movies could do about the other pitifully built possessor of the Ice God's Eye, who now stood behind him tugging at his coattails. Chi-Chi's birthday? That's right, March 3rd, which is next Monday, is Chi-Chi's birthday. When the cleaning was over, Movies purposely waited until all the other students were gone. At this point in the classroom, only the group of four in that corner of Manhwa and the class teacher, Ganyu, were left. Chi-Chi had left after Sayurin. Incidentally, the cold-hearted vice class president has been going to and from school with Chi-Chi a lot lately, but remains only a nodding acquaintance with Manhwa. So, Ma, what you want to celebrate Chi-Chi's birthday? Kodaharu was the first to ask, and Manhwa nodded at his words. Well, my idea is that this Sunday, we all get together and make a couple birthday cakes for Chi-Chi. Birthday cake? Asterisk 2. Little Walnut and Little Shannon exclaimed at the same time. On Little Walnut's 5th birthday, the mysterious gift Manhwa prepared for her was a birthday cake. Since that day, Little Walnut has been obsessed with the delicious birthday cake, and often describes to Little Shannon how delicious it is, which makes Little Shannon follow her craving. Little Carving Harvest and Ganyu, on the other hand, were a bit puzzled, so Little Walnut described it with her lifelong knowledge. Sweet, smooth and creamy, delicious. Manhwa thought that Little Walnut would definitely be able to make the kids cry when he went to work as a food broadcaster. Looking at the two of them, who were still looking confused, Gon K, Manhwa added, it's just something like longevity noodles to commemorate a birthday, using the cream from the previous ice cream. As soon as Manhwa said that, the remaining few understood. They had all had ice cream before, so they thought that birthday cake was something as delicious as ice cream. Is this birthday cake any good? Little Shannon asked because it was food for her friend's birthday celebration and she was afraid it wouldn't be done right. The others had the same doubts. It's not difficult. And whether it's well made or not isn't the most important thing. It's the thought we have as Chi-Chi's friends that counts. Mind. Several people repeated with approval. And Ganyu reacted with slow surprise. Am I a friend of Chi-Chi's too? Of course, Sister Ganyu. You're the coconut goat that Chi-Chi has been pining for. Then it's a deal. Meet in the school cafeteria at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. Good. Right, Sister Ganyu. Why don't you call Night Orchid the day after tomorrow as well? Chapter 59, Chi-Chi's birthday party. Early Monday morning, March 3rd. In the Unabomber Lodge. Chi-Chi is moving his body rhythmically. 1277, 2277, 3277. These are the soft gymnastics she needs to do on a daily basis to keep her body flexible. 10 minutes later, Chi-Chi finished her soft gymnastics and stood frozen in place. What's next? What's next? Chi-Chi rested one finger against her chin, pondering for a moment before realization dawned on her. Yes, going to school. Chi-Chi grabbed the small book bag beside the bed and walked out of the room. When she came to the front hall, Chi-Chi saw Bai Jiao counting the herbs and took the initiative to greet her. It's Mr. White and Everlasting. Good morning. Good morning, Chi-Chi. Bai Jutsu turned around and smiled in reply. And the little white snake on his shoulder straightened up and greeted Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, off to school. Well, go ahead and be nice to your classmates. Bai Jiao watched Chi-Chi walk out of the undoubtful lodge and suddenly opened his mouth. Chang Shang, have you noticed that recently Chi-Chi's memory has gotten a little better? Seems like don't even have to remind her to go to school these days. Nagisa twisted her body and spat out her snake letters in reply. Then the snake's body shook. I forgot to wish Chi-Chi a happy birthday. Hee. Changshang, are you not also suffering from forgetfulness? Let me prescribe you a dose of andrographus powder to cure it? If you want to die, just say so. Hahaha, just kidding. Bai Shu smiled, but his eyes looked in the direction that Chi-Chi left, not knowing what he was thinking about. Chi-Chi bounced down to the Unabomber's lodge, then saw a familiar face walking towards her. Night Orchid. Good morning. Morning, Chi-Chi. Little Night Orchid looked at Chi-Chi in front of her with a somewhat complicated mood. In the beginning, she used the position of vice class president to get close to Chi-Chi for two main purposes. One is to contact Chi-Chi herself directly in order to gather detailed information about her. But for most of the month, Little Night Orchid did not probe for more information except for knowing that Chi-Chi was a little zombie with a bad memory and a medicine picker boy who did not divulge a hut. Like, how did she get the Eye of God? Why did she turn into a zombie? And so on and so forth. Chi-Chi doesn't know a thing about it. Chi-Chi's own intelligence scouting work was bottlenecked on this. But it was the other purpose that took the lead in making a breakthrough. Yesterday afternoon, Xiao Yulin was invited to the school cafeteria to do with the birthday cake. Finally, for the first time, and that number one target Manhwa got on the line. When she asked him, why did you invite her? She was surprised by Manhwa's answer. You're a friend of Chi-Chi's. She should be happy you're here. Friends. At that moment, Sayurin felt her fingers being held. Cool. She looked over, only to see Chi-Chi looking up at her slightly and saying, Night Orchid. It's time for school. Well, go. Sayurin walked ahead as usual, only harboring a doubt in her mind. Do I really qualify with impure intentions? However, what Little Night Orchid hadn't realized at this point was that, regarding Chi-Chi, the information she wanted to know had already far exceeded the initial purpose. For this vice class president who often went to and from school with her, Chi-Chi's feeling was, like her, she was not talkative. walked quickly but would wait for her. So, like, 7-7 just followed little Night Orchid as she walked along. And for some reason, on her way to school today, she encountered an extraordinarily large number of classmates. Good morning, Chi-Chi. Good morning, Chi-Chi. Yo, Chi-Chi. Ah, it's Shannon. She always gives herself food. And seeing how happy the other students are, it should be something tasty. So, like, carve clear. Will remind myself to do my homework so I don't forget. So, like, ms. Gone you. Sleep on her and you can dream of coconut goats. So, like, well, walnut. It's hot and smells like death, but it plays and talks to Chi-Chi a lot and Chi-Chi is happy. So, like, Chi-Chi is here? Good morning. Manhwa. At school. Listen to him. Being near him gives you a warm and fuzzy feeling. Chi-Chi doesn't know if it's good. After greeting her familiar classmates one by one, Chi-Chi began to sit and wait for class to begin. The teachers all spoke slowly and carefully, and Chi-Chi was able to keep up. As the morning passed, Chi-Chi knew that it was time for lunch, so she followed the large group of her classmates towards the cafeteria. But there seems to be something different about the cafeteria today. When the students of the first-year class came to the cafeteria, they realized that the window of the cafeteria was not open. And just when they were puzzled, the door of the cafeteria and the windows were closed, and the cafeteria suddenly became dim. What's wrong? Why have we been locked up? I'm afraid of the dark. Oh. The dimness didn't last more than a few seconds, and before the students could panic, a bit of candlelight suddenly lit up and a face appeared abruptly in the darkness. Scary dash. A. Several timid girls screamed out in terror at once, and some of the male students followed suit. Slap. A crisp brain-crushing sound rang out, followed by a familiar conversational sound. Ouch. Ah, Tao, stop it. I'm sorry. Couldn't help it. Couldn't help it. The students then reacted to the fact that the face they just saw was that of student Walnut, who won the Beast Tamer competition last week, and immediately stopped being afraid and turned curious. What is this again? Ahem. Little Walnut pretended to clear her throat, then blurted out in her clear voice. Class, today is Chi-Chi's birthday. We've prepared a very delicious birthday cake. Let's celebrate Chi-Chi's birthday together. Okay? Chi-Chi's birthday? Everyone celebrates birthdays, usually with longevity noodles. What is this birthday cake? Just as some of the students were unsure, the TOs that Manhwa had prearranged in the crowd immediately cooperated and shouted back, yes. And so the birthday ceremony continued. Being the only one present who had experienced this birthday ritual, Walnut volunteered to officiate. She lit the other candles, and the class realized that there was a white cylinder sitting on the table. Chi-Chi, come sit here. Little Shannon and little Night Orchid pressed Chi-Chi, who was still out of condition, to the birthday cake as planned. Okay, everyone sing along with me next. Happy birthday. Where have the simple Ryuki children seen this scene before? I don't know what's going on, but since Mr. Cloud is singing along, let's do it. Soon after the birthday song was sung, little Walnut led the clapping and addressed Chi-Chi. Happy birthday, Chi-Chi. Here the students got the hang of it and spontaneously offered birthday wishes for Chi-Chi. At this time, 7-7 finally came back to her senses and looked at the happy little Walnut and the others in front of her in a confused manner, and subconsciously asked, birthday? Is today Chi-Chi's birthday? Chi-Chi's memory was only a few days old, and her last birthday was a year ago, so she had completely forgotten. Sorry, Chi-Chi forgot. Chi-Chi lowered her head in defeat, and little Walnut cheered at the sight. That's nothing to apologize for, Chi-Chi. You should be happy on your birthday. That's just it. It's okay if you forget this time. We'll help you remember. Little Shannon followed up. The other students on the sidelines followed suit and comforted Chi-Chi. Have a happy birthday, Chi-Chi. That's right, happy birthday, Chi-Chi. A word of blessing came. Chi-Chi felt as if her heart was filled with something, but she didn't know what expression to make in response to everyone. Okay, Chi-Chi, make a wish next. After you make a wish, you can blow out the candles and eat the cake. Make a wish? Wish for anything? Of course. So, can Chi-Chi give you guys a hug? Chi-Chi didn't know why, but she just subconsciously wanted to do it. As soon as Chi-Chi's words left her mouth, the nearest little Xiangling immediately hugged her. Chi-Chi, you're so cute. Ah, Xiangling, you're too cunning. Surprisingly, you jumped the gun. I want to hug Chi-Chi too. Night Orchid, can Chi-Chi hug you? Aha! Mobai stood at a distance, watching the girls lining up with Chi-Chi and stickers, while the boys happily ate their birthday cake, and sighed in relief. He had prepared himself mentally for some of his classmates not liking this birthday ritual, but now it seems that the children of Rizuki are still very simple, unseen, and kind, easy to deceive. You went to all that trouble organizing this birthday party? Aren't you going to go over and check it out? Manhwa twisted his head to look and found that it was the vice squad leader Sayurin, Her face was still a little flushed at this point, and he didn't know if it was shyness or heat. No need. I've served my purpose, Manhwa said with a shake of his head, his gaze going back to the front, where Ganyu was red-faced and being pulled by Little Walnut and the others to Chi-Chi's side, on the side of the little night orchid herd, constantly thinking about the purpose of Manhwa, but never have a clue, have the intention to ask, but embarrassed to ask. Movies felt a little amused when he saw Sayuran's lustful expression in his afterglow. He kind of saw this little girl on the surface of the cool. In fact, in the heart of the idea of a lot of it, is a little thin-skinned. So Movies turned his head again and asked, "What? You want to know?" "I'll tell you." Sayuran held back her red face, but in the end, curiosity won out and she nodded. Manhwa was not the kind of person who liked to do good deeds without leaving his name on the brocade, and since he was asked, he didn't hide it, so he opened his mouth and said, "You know what? Human death can be divided into two. One is to stop breathing and the other is to be forgotten." 7-7 She survived even though she turned into a zombie by using a secret method, but she has a poor memory, so she uses a notebook to write down what she has to do and looks at the notebook when she can't remember. Sayuran hadn't really learned about these things, and was mesmerized for a moment. But then, there's a chance that Chi-Chi might even forget about reading the notes, and at that point, she might just actually die for the first time, right? So I thought, if only I remembered to remind her to read her notes more often, this wouldn't have happened, would it? At this moment, Little Walnut put a piece of cream cake into Chi-Chi's mouth, and the latter's eyes flashed. Movies took in the scene and a smile spilled across his face. "I'm kind of making the future a little brighter this way, aren't I? 60th, I, Movies, am the master of the house for three things." A few days after this new and hilarious birthday party, another new and exciting experience greeted the students of the first-year class, the monthly exam. It is said to be a monthly test, but it is really only an accompanying mini-test for each subject, and the test is about what has been taught so far in the month. We have just finished teaching phonics and language arts and addition and subtraction within two-digit numbers in math. With such a simple test content, Manhwa felt that he could get a perfect score even if he took the test with his feet. There can't really be someone who can't even get a perfect score on such a simple test, can there? No way. No way. Mao. Little Walnut looked tearfully at Manhwa, a bright red X drawn on the language test paper in her hand. "No way, Momo? Are you just stupid?" Movies expressed disbelief. "No, Mao. Isn't this character the Ong is an Ong for Ong of great wealth?" Little Walnut asked accusingly, pointing to the word Wang on the test paper. "Sorry, it's my fault for not correcting you in time." Movies corrected with an apologetic rub of the Little Walnut's head. "It's pronounced Wang, so don't misremember. Ooh-hoo." After comforting the Little Walnut, Manhwa then realized that the little shangling in front of her was slumped over her desk with her eyes in a dazed state, as if little ghosts were drifting out of her mouth. The math paper sitting on the desktop had multiple forks in it. "Look at that. There's another little twerp in here." Movies fixes his eyes again and realizes that all the places where the forks are punched have a barbecue skewer? Good lord. Is this a dream about grilling a barbecue during an exam? Skewering the number 8 as an ingredient? Movies spat, and shifted his gaze right back to the front, where Cookie Haru, who was comforting little Shangling, noticed his sight and asked nervously, "What's Movies looking at me for?" "Haru, you wouldn't also." Before Manhwa's words fell, Xiao Kei-ching immediately raised her test paper to her chest and said in a petulant voice, "Full marks for me. That little expression, and a little pride. Good squad leader. You've done well." Manhwa was deeply gratified. It was not easy to come out with a perfect score in this little nook of theirs. Then Movies looked to his right again, casting a questioning glance at Chi-Chi, who was across the small walnut. "What about you, Chi-Chi? How did you do on the exam?" Chi-Chi didn't say anything, but instead directly expressed it with her actions. She picked up 2 perfect papers in her left hand and made a V with her right hand next to her ear. Coconut. As if an arrow had pierced their hearts, Little Walnut and Little Shannon were struck by a violent attack. The days passed in such a leisurely yet fulfilling manner, and the time soon entered the middle of March. At this time the temperature is warming up, everything is recovering, and spring has arrived. To say what's the best place to be at this time of year, any citizen of Mund will surely be very proud to tell you. Come to Mond's Windflower Festival. There's enough wine to go around. Lord Barbados can guarantee it. This March, the Mauer family is planning a Mond's tour. The goal was to make up for the Mond wedding of Movies' second brother, Motse, and his second sister-in-law, Margaret, and to experience the legendary Windflower Festival. Early Friday morning, March 15th, a number of people stood at the door of the Mao family's house, large bags piled up beside them. "Hua-ah, you're home alone. You must eat on time and be safe now. If there are strange people knocking on the door, you must not open it yourself. Tell Xiaohong and the girls to go check it out first. Mrs. Mao took Manhwa's hand and said with 1,000 instructions, her eyes full of worry and reluctance. With her favorite youngest son on one side and her second son's big life event on the other, it was a little hard for her to choose. Master, why don't I stay and accompany Huar? How does that work? Mauvaise rushed back to comfort him. Mother, don't worry, I'll be fine on my own. There are still so many older brothers and sisters in the family, so don't worry about going to your second brother and sister-in-law's wedding. Elder Mao on the side proceeded to advise in the original words of Mrs. Mao from before. That's right. It's not like you don't know how smart our Huar is. What are you worried about? But, alright, just relax. Let's go see if we left anything behind again. With that, old Master Mao pulled Mrs. Mao away, leaving only Manhwa, Little Walnut, and her grandfather at the door. Little Walnut took his grandfather's hand and stood in front of Manhwa, saying to him with excitement and anticipation in his eyes, Mao, just stay home. Ah Tao will bring back all the good food and fun. A few days ago, when Ah Tao learned that the Manhwa family was going to Mond for a wedding and a visit to the Windflower Festival, she said she wanted to go, too. She's never been away from home in her entire life. The Manhwas are not self-evident, and they have long regarded Little Walnut as a member of their own family. And although Manhwa was reluctant and a little worried, since Little Walnut wanted to go, he didn't stop her. Good, then I'll wait expectantly. Manhwa nodded his head in agreement, then couldn't help but add his admonition. On the road and when you get to Mund. Ah Tao, you have to stay close to your lord, don't run around aha! Little Walnut nodded vigorously. At that moment, her grandfather, the contemporary head of the Hall of the Past Life, who was standing behind her, spoke up, only to see him cheerfully say to Manhwa boy, you can keep your home in peace, I'll keep an eye on my granddaughter on the way. Hall Master, whose sideburns were gray, hale and hearty, and his face was even more full of smiles at this time, completely unable to see that he was an old man approaching the end of his life. After Little Walnut decided to follow him to Mond, Master Mao told Master Hu about it, and when Master Hu heard it he immediately said, I happened to have something to do that day. I had to make a trip to the Delusionless Slope, and it happened to be on the way, so how about traveling together? How could Elder Mao not see what he was thinking? Don't you just want to stay with your granddaughter? They're all used to seeing life and death, but I didn't realize they're still an old arrogant monster. As Manhwa looked at Hall Master Hu's smug little expression, there was some amusement in his heart and at the same time, there was also that drop of mimicry in his heart. Ahem, with Uncle Hu around, the kid is relieved. After the small Walnut grandparents and grandchildren finished chatting, Manhwa's elder brother and second brother and sister-in-law came to relieve Manhwa a few more times. Mauvaise maintained a confident, calm, and collected expression the entire time, and finally watched a large family disappear down the ramp in a horse-drawn carriage. Finally gone. Manhwa breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to look at the gate of the noble Manhwa house, his expression gradually letting loose. Now, I'm all alone in the house. I, Mauvaise, am in charge, and this freedom is there. I, Manhwa, came to be the head of this family for three things only. Freedom, and ing freedom. Wahahahahaha. Young master? Mo's expression steeped in emotion and looked to Sakura, the maid who was hiding behind the door. What is it? The little maid winced and whispered a warning. You should go to school. Chapter 61. Ah Tao, what would I do without you? Because of the delay in dropping off Little Walnut and the girls, it was almost 8:30 when Manhwa arrived at the classroom. Manhwa was so full of anticipation for the next free life that he thought the air in this school smelled sweet. Chi-Chi, good morning. Walking in through the back door of the classroom, Mauvaise greeted Chi-Chi as he passed behind her. Since the birthday party a week ago, Chi-Chi has become much more lively. Good morning, Mauvaise. Mauvaise walked to his seat and proceeded to say hello to the two little ones in the front row as well. Ha, Mauvaise, you look like you're in a good mood. Did something good happen? Little Xiangling asked curiously, then probed behind Manhwa, her eyes widening in surprise. Where's Walnut? You know, in the first-year class, within 5 meters of Moa, there will be walnuts is already a recognized theorem. What's going on today? I can't believe the little Walnut is gone. Ah Tao, she went on a trip with my family to Mond and just left this morning. After listening to Manhwa's explanation, Little Xiangling and Little Kei Ching on the side came to a sudden realization. They had heard Little Walnut mention it with anticipation a lot lately, but they didn't expect it to go away today. The Mond Windflower Festival. It's so nice. I want to go too. There must be so much good food. Little Xiangling flashed her starry eyes and said enviously. Mauvaise said with a smile at the sight, there's always a chance to go later. And Tao said he'd bring back the good stuff. That's great. Little Shannon was beginning to look forward to the day of Little Walnut's triumph. Right, Mauvaise, this is for you. At that moment, Kokiharu took out a greaseproof paper bag. What is it? Mom made new flour cakes and wanted you to try them. I was going to give it to you in the morning, but you didn't show up today. Made me wait at home for half a day for nothing. After Xiao Kei-chung finished, Manhwa took the flour cake, and sure enough, there was a faint fragrance, kind of like, is this made of neon flowers? Aha! Neon flower. Ah Tao should like to eat it, right? Thinking of this, Movies revealed a smile and said to Kokiharu, thank you Haru, and thank Auntie Yun for me, I'll be sure to savor it. Looking at Movies' cute smile, Kakeru Haru nodded happily as she felt her surroundings seem to get warmer. Mom's flour cake. It's so good. Well, Haru, you're biased, I want to eat the flour cake too. At this time, the side of the small Shangling suddenly pampered. Small carved Cheng smelled the face even hotter. Busy explaining, I didn't. I've brought other flour cakes. Join me. Hee hee Haru, you're so nice. Well, Movies watched with a light smile on his face as the beautiful young girls posted. We're all getting closer. And it should be a little more lively with Ah Tao around, right? Soon. The bell rang and Smokeyheim stepped up to the podium right on time. Class. Movies looked at the board and tried to start a freeform thought-provoking routine, but was slow to get into the swing of things. If it were usual, there would be a cute little walnut in the lower right of one's field of vision. Manhwa only needed to glance at her to see her pink-side face. If she noticed the sight, that's when she would turn her head and return a bright smile to him, but now the lower right corner of his field of vision was empty, which made him extraordinarily uncomfortable. Ah Tao, where are we now? Have you passed Tianhong Mountain? According to the actual experience of his family's merchant guild, it would take at least 5 days to make a round trip from Liyue Harbor to Mon City, and one way would be more than 2 days. You don't have to rush too much on the first day to be able to arrive at the Wangshuan in the late afternoon and rest your feet for the night. If you leave early the next morning, you will be able to cross the stone gate and enter the boundaries of Mon's land by mid-afternoon, and if you make good time to catch up with the night, you will be able to reach Mon City that night. If you don't want to rush that much, then you can rest for the night near the Morningside Winery and enter the city of Mond on the third morning. The Moor's plan was to spend a week in Mound City to fully enjoy the Windflower Festival, and with the round trip, it would be 2 weeks by the time they returned. 2 weeks, that's a long time. Although I took a leave of absence, I'm not sure if Ah Tao will be able to keep up with the program when she returns after a 2-week delay. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Even if she can't keep up, can't I still help her with her lessons? Well, 2 weeks, that's really long. In 5 years, he'd never been separated from Little Walnut for more than 2 days. The thought of being separated from her for 2 weeks at a time instantly made Manhwa feel like the air didn't smell as sweet. In this way, Manhwa muddled through the morning, and even at lunch, he was mindlessly picking at white rice. Movies' unusual state naturally drew the attention of his friends. Movies, what's wrong with you? Ha? Where is it? No, nothing, I'm normal. Movies shudders, then immediately comes in with a denial triple team. But you didn't even feed it to your mouth. Little Kerching and Little Shangling just watched as Manhwa held a rice ball and waved it back and forth around his mouth, but just couldn't put it in his mouth. Just got sidetracked for a moment. Minor problem. I'm done eating. Go back and rest. Movies ate the already cold rice ball in one bite, then picked up his dinner plate and left. The two of them, Xiao Kei-chang and Xiao Xiangling, glanced at each other worriedly. As soon as the bell rang for the first afternoon class, Manhwa collapsed onto his desk as if he had been drained of his skeleton. Suddenly, Manhwa felt the table beside him move, as if someone had sat down, so he hastily turned his head to look. Why you? It's me, what's wrong? Xiao Xingqiu wasn't angry and said to Manhwa with a smile. Seeing that you're in a bad mood, do you want to read this novel? This young master strongly recommends it. It's absolutely fascinating. Manhwa took the book from Xiao Xingqiu's hand and glanced at the cover. You supplement. Thanks. Watching Manhwa accept the novel, Xiao Xingqiu walked away satisfied. Manhwa flipped through the novel on the table for a while, but he just couldn't get into it. Suddenly there was another movement around him. Manhwa, do you have something troubling you? We've recently learned a new song. Why don't you help me here if there are any flaws, or change your mood? After Little Yun Sumayer finished speaking, Little Xin Yen, who was standing next to her, added, if you can't, I recently learned Fontaine Rock from a street vendor. Sing it for you. It's a guaranteed pick-me-up. Mobize was stunned for a second, then snapped back to his senses. Am I acting too obvious? Got my friends worried. Thinking of this, Manhwa sat up and took a deep breath, revitalizing his spirit and said, thanks guys, I'm really fine. Sing to me some other time. Take care. Okay. After Yun Sumire and Xin Yen left, Manhwa raised his head and said to Xiao Kei Chang and Xiao Xiangling, who had been secretly observing him, I'm much better. Thank you. After saying that, Movies felt a hand placed on his head, gently caressing it. Movies, be happy. Well, thank you too. Chi-Chi. Facing the concern of his buddies, Manhwa felt that at this time he was incredibly strong inside. Isn't Ah Tao just leaving for a while? What's the big deal? I'm not a clingy little kid anymore. A few hours later, in the Mao family compound, little red sister, the young master seems to be broken. And yes, only to see Manhwa hanging in the hammock of the drowsy bamboo forest, staring blankly at the setting sun, holding a small pocket in his left hand, his right hand unconsciously caressing its back shell. Xiao Dua, when will your mom be back? Ah Tao, don't go away. How can I live without you? I've turned into a big dummy who can't do anything without Ah Tao. Woo woo. Chapter 62, The Manhwa Family's Meal Today. Saturday, March 16th, 3705. The second day in charge and the day after Little Walnut left, was cloudy. Movies didn't know when he fell asleep last night, but he was still woken up by his biological clock at exactly 7 in the morning. Moderate exercise can transform your mood. With this purpose in mind, Manhwa changed his clothes and went out, running all the way to Carving Harvest's house. Aunt Yun's marvelous figure appeared in the small garden as always. However, unlike before, today's Aunt Yun wasn't watering the flowers and pruning the branches in the garden, but instead looked like she was specifically waiting for Manhwa. She leaned forward, her curves fuller as she braced her hands on the short fence. Good morning, Auntie Yun. Morning. Awa, come here, come here. Aunt Yun beckoned Manhwa's hand with a smile. What is it, Aunt Cloud? Manhwa asked as he walked over, and as soon as he reached the fence, he was picked up by Aunt Yun by the armpits and pressed into her arms. Awa doesn't seem to be in a good mood. I didn't. Movies' retort was only halfway through before it was swallowed up by the month-long washout. Still talking tough? Aunt Yun has promised your mother to take good care of you these 2 weeks. Over the past month, because of the classmate relationship between Manhwa and Little Carving Ching, Aunt Yun and Manhwa's mother, Mrs. Manhwa, had become much closer, and chatted often at the ladies' meeting. It was at the last ladies' meeting that Mrs. Mao asked Li Shuyun. Hearing that Aunt Yun was acting under orders, Manhwa gave up resisting and ended his thanks. Thanks, Aunt Cloud. I'm fine. I'm just not used to it yet. Aunt Yun was a little tickled by the vibration of Manhwa's speech and the hot breath she exhaled, and laughed straight. That's right, you're still a kid. It's normal that you'll be upset when you're the only one left at home. After a while, Aunt Yun felt her hands getting a little sore, so she set Manhwa down and rubbed his little head and added, Alright, Awa. Aunt Yun won't delay your morning run. Later on Aunt Yun will come and cook for you. That's not necessary. Then. Thank you, Aunt Yun, in advance. Aunt Yun smiled with satisfaction and waved her hand. See you later then, Awa. Well, later, Auntie Yun. After watching Manhwa's figure disappear around the corner of the street, Aunt Yun turned around and headed back to her daughter's bedroom. Mom, why are you hugging Movies? Just as she entered the door, little Kakaru beamed and asked. Her mom had never even hugged her like that. She hadn't hugged Movies like that either. Oh, silly girl, Kakaru's mom said as she took little Kakaru into her arms and rubbed her back. Mommy will always love you, yeah. Little Kakoharo sniffed and didn't get angry anymore, enjoying her mom's embrace at ease. After a while, Kakaru's mom let go of little Kakaru and said, Okay, Haru, hurry up and do your homework. Let's go visit the Shigeru family when you're done. Little Carving Harvest's eyes lit up at his words, and he nodded in response. Young master. Ahem. Sakura stifled a giggle, only to change her tone after being secretly slapped on the butt by Red next to her. Family Master-sama. We have a visitor. At this moment, the little young master was sitting on the noble householder's chair, topped with a fleshy and cute face, favoring a serious expression, which was full of incongruity any way he looked at it. Manhwa put down the novel given by Shincho yesterday in his hand, got up and straightened his clothes, and without asking who the guest was, said in a proper voice, Follow me to greet the guests. Who else could it be? Didn't Auntie Yun say she was coming this morning? Thinking so, Manhwa led the two young maids all the way through the doorway of the inner courtyard and arrived at the main entrance with great vigor. Manhwa crossed the threshold, looked out, and froze. Only on the open space in front of the Mao family's front door, Ningguang stood to one side carrying a delicate lunchbox. On the other side were Aunt Yun and Little Carving Harvest who were carrying baskets of vegetables. The two parties just fought against each other, and the atmosphere was a bit subtle. Sister Ningguang? Auntie Yun Qing? What are you guys? As soon as Manhwa arrived, the three people present immediately turned their gazes to him, and Ningguang and Aunt Yun spoke at the same time. Brother, Awa, Sister, Aunt Yun, is here to see you. After the two finished, they looked at each other with a tacit understanding, and their faces were filled with gentle and amiable smiles, while Ching on the side watched with a puzzled and dumbfounded expression. Manhwa's face did not change, and instead of answering either side hastily, he old-fashionedly clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed in a deep voice. I'm the head of the family now. However, no matter how deep Manhwa's voice was, his voice was the clear child's voice of a small child, and with the cute face of a pretender. Ning Shuang and Aunt Yun instantly felt like they had been struck. So cute. So much to hold in my arms. Rua. Ning Guang and Aunt Yun, who had originally held their own status and felt that each other was in the way, once again looked at each other in silent agreement, and briefly came to a consensus, stepping forward together and pinching Manhwa's cheeks on one side. Wait, what are you doing? I'm the head of the family. I'm the house. Movies threw a pleading look at Kukaharu, but the latter held her small hand in a leap of faith. Half an hour later, in the dining room of the Mao family's main house, Manhwa was sitting at the main seat of the dining table, which was filled with a sumptuous meal. Sakura-chan, why don't you eat with us? In the face of the young master's invitation, Sakura's face tightened and she was busy shaking her head. No, little young master of the house. I'm going to help Sister Hong in the kitchen. Even she could tell that the atmosphere at the table was a bit subtle, so she'd better hurry up and moisten up. With that said, the little maid slipped out of the restaurant at a quick pace. This side of the table. Brother, come. This golden shrimp balls is a signature dish that Sister brought from Crescent Moon Xian. Try it. Ning Guang held the golden shrimp ball in one hand and caught it underneath with the other, feeding it to Manhwa's mouth. At the same time, Aunt Yun also chucked a piece of braised pork into Manhwa's bowl and said without moving, wah, try Aunt Yun's handiwork. If it's not to your liking, Aunt Yun will improve it next time. Ning Guang sniffed his gaze, feeling that he had lost a step in terms of woman power. Seeing this, Manhwa immediately swallowed the golden silk shrimp ball and Ning Su's hand in one gulp and praised it. Fresh and crispy. It's so delicious. It's worthy of Sister Nimbus. She has such a good eye. Then without a moment's pause he picked up the braised ribs and popped them into his mouth. Aha! It melts in your mouth and is fatty but not greasy. Aunt Yun's handiwork is wonderful. Ning Guang and Aunt Yun simultaneously stretched their eyebrows, then glanced at each other for the third time, saying in their hearts, cunning little guy. At this time, Manhwa's operation was not yet finished. He swallowed the food in his mouth, and put another piece of golden shrimp ball into the bowl of Shao Kakuharu, who had been eyeing him since a while ago, and said, Haru, you try it too. Shao Kei-ching took a small bite of the golden shrimp ball, her eyebrows filled with smiles, and she didn't know if it was because the shrimp ball was too delicious or something else. Manhwa's heart breathed a long sigh of relief at the sight. A world where no one gets hurt. Done. Chapter 63 on the usage of the Anti-Mind Force Special Training Instrument. After lunch, Aunt Yun and Little Kerching took their leave first. Little Kerching still had homework to do in the afternoon. For her part, Ning Guang stayed for a while longer before returning to the Yin Hall to continue her busy work. In the blink of an eye the large Mao family became empty again, and Manhwa went back to his own small courtyard, trying to divert his attention by continuing to test the Anti-Lei Jun Special Training Instrument. Right now the Anti-Minecraft is still in the first phase of testing, and the current first phase test results are as follows. Attack power, 1+, number of thunder drops, 1000. Remark 1, the number of thunder water drops is less than or equal to 1200 drops, any more power is uncontrollable. Note 2, 1 point of attack leaves a scorched black mark on the wood 1 centimeter long. The mark grows 1 centimeter longer for every additional 10 points of attack after that. Claiming range, 20 meters. Priority of solving the enemy, Xiaodo Manhwa ornamental fish. Attack range, up to 1200 drops of attack power, up to 50 meters, with severe attack decay. Note, thanks to Doodle and ornamental fish for their hard work during this test. Respect. And now to test the. Manhwa didn't know what items to measure, but was simply looking for something to do. So he put the little pocket within the attack range of the special training instrument and began to test it. Manhwa had optimized the thunder water charge bottle, and was now able to pour 1000 milliliters of thunder water at once first, and then add it drop by drop. The usual rules apply. So let's start by posting the base attack power. Manhwa charged his left hand and activated his right. A lightning bolt flashed and slashed straight at the small pocket on the stone table. But Little Doodle was no longer the Little Doodle from a month ago. After a month of testing, training, it doesn't even bring a dodge for this kind of 1-point attack power attack. The lightning struck its back, and the little pocket just shook its wings as if it had done a horseplay. Not bad? Charge 1010. Attack. The little pocket stood firm. 1020. 1030. all the way up to 1080 when Doodle felt threatened and moved the moment the anti-lightning army special training instrument lit up and the lightning brushed his shoulders. 1081. Dodge. 1082. Dodge. Now Pocket is able to dodge attacks under 1100 attack power. Movies was going to play right on the range. I trained Doodle for the afternoon. This was to give Tout a stronger power to defend the title of the Imperial Beastmaster competition in March. When Tao comes back and finds out that Doodle has defended his title, I'm sure he'll be happy too. Tao. I think I rested at Wangshuan yesterday, right? If we had left early this morning, we would have passed through the stone gate and entered the boundaries of Mon by now, right? Well, it's been over 30 hours since I've seen her or heard her voice. Without noticing, Malwa's thoughts had drifted to the north, over Tianhong Mountain, and toward Mundong, wanting to catch up with his distant childhood friend. All the while, Movi's left hand recharged without stopping. 1097, 1098, 1099, 1001, 1002, 1099, 1001, 1099, 1100. Well, just about the limit of the little pocket. Anti-mine special trainer. Attack. Movi's pulled the right-hand switch, only to realize that the special training instrument didn't light up quite the same way this time as it had earlier. At the first moment, little Doodle flapped its wings at great speed and planted itself into the pond with a flutter, followed by a lightning blade close to half a meter wide that flashed past where it had just been before, and then disappeared through the sleeping bamboo forest and into the sky. A few seconds later, a couple of bamboos fell and landed behind the startled Movi's. The cuts charred and flat. How many drops of thunder water did I add to this? Malwa's eyes widened. Just now his sense of crisis lightning reached LV3 at one point, and that was without directly attacking him personally. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. It's better not to play with this in this state, Movi's admonished himself, making sure that the anti-mine army special training instrument had run out of energy before he stepped from behind his shield to the edge of the pond and watched as the little pocket escaped to the shore, chased by the ornamental fish, and scooped it up. Doodle, feel the jaggedness of the world? You're still far from it. Keep up the good work. Movi shook his finger against the little pocket's unicorn and decided to feed it a little more thunder water today. After this, Manhwa didn't have the heart to continue the test, cleaned up the small yard, and put the anti-Liyue special training instrument back to the trap position. This is the second use of the special training device. Manhwa let people pull a few fishing lines on the fence against the outside. The fishing line switch connected to the switch of the special training device. Once there are thieves over the wall will be triggered. But there shouldn't be any fools who dare to steal from the Jade Capital Terraces family, right? Let alone under the Emperor's nose? Manhwa put away the special training instrument and clapped his hands thinking. Then Movi's went back to the bedroom and sat down at the desk, trying to find something to read, but ended up staring at the two ceramic dolls on the windowsill. It's been 33 hours and 22 minutes since I've seen Tao. I wonder if Tao had a good time. Chapter 64, Grandpa. I miss Mao Mao. Time to go back to early Friday morning. The Mao family's convoy lined up in a long serpentine line, unhurriedly exited the gatehouse with the name of Liyue Harbor written on it, and drove down the mountainous road towards Tianhong Mountain. Little Walnut sat backwards at the end of the last carriage, her hands clasping the parapet, her two short lotus-root white legs hanging outside the parapet, swaying rhythmically with the bumps of the carriage. As the distance widened, a panoramic view of Lizuki Harbor gradually unfolded in Little Walnut's field of vision. The red walls and tiles of the buildings are scattered. The vast sea is constantly in and out of the ships. The harbor streets are crowded. From a distance, the entire Liyue harbor looks like a ruby inlaid between the green mountains and the sea. Magnificent and fascinating. Little Walnut, who had been in the city all her life, visualized her greatness for the first time. She unconsciously opened her mouth. Wow, the people in the city look so small. Like ants. Ahem. Sitting in the carriage, Hall Master who heard his granddaughter's long exclamation and thought she would say something amazing. But he didn't expect it to be so childlike. After giving his thoughts, Little Walnut took out the monocular in his little book bag and looked at it carefully. The binoculars were naturally given to her by Manhwa, initially intended for use on the road to see the scenery, and could be magnified up to 8 times. Yuki Odai, where are you? Little Walnut hummed a ditty of unknown significance as he kept searching for his target. Ah, found it. Zoom in. Walnut kept the binoculars still and put the magnifier to maximum. Whoa. I saw that. Little Walnut perked up. Not only did she see Mao Mao's house, she saw Mao Mao's bedroom window and vaguely saw the outlines of 2 ceramic dolls on the windowsill. This made Little Walnut so happy that she turned her head and danced around to her grandfather. Grandpa, I saw Little Mao Mao and Little Tao. Hall Master who didn't have the heart to think about who Little Mao Mao and Little Tao were. He reached out and grabbed little Walnut's empty little hand with a frightened heart and said, "You sit tight. Don't fall." Before Master Hu finished saying the word up, the wheel hit a stone, the body lurched violently, and little Walnut's body jumped, and the hand gripping the monocular couldn't help but loosen. Little Walnut froze and watched as the telescope flew off and hit the ground hard. Slap. Mirror dash. Little Walnut's cry of sorrow resounded through the hills at once. At this time, just walked into the door of the school. Manhwa turned his head to look at the northeast, then muttered illusion, right, and shook his head, continued to walk to the classroom. The telescope was retrieved, with the eyepiece at the near end intact, but the objective lens at the far end was shattered by a direct hit. The little mirror that Mao Mao gave to Ah Tao. It's become one-eyed. Oh. Little Walnut sat in the carriage leaning against her grandfather, whose comforting words and the ever-passing scenery outside the window gradually helped her recover from the sad fact that Mirror was blind in one eye. "Grandpa, you're right. You have to have fun when you come out to play. Mao must think so too." Little Walnut's little hands were clenched into fists, and he was back in his old spirits. At noon, the manga caravan stopped at the stagecoach stop at the Awagami statue to rest while settling for lunch. Little Walnut finished his lunch quickly, put his chopsticks down, and said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, I'm going to play. Don't go too far." "Got it." Little Walnut obliged and ran to the bottom of the rock god statue not far away, and Hall Master, who saw that his granddaughter was within view, and put his heart down a little. "Uncle Thousand Rock Army, is this man up there Prince Rock?" Little Walnut asked the Thousand Rock Army standing guard at the side of the road, and the latter smiled on his face as he sniffed at the words without moving his body. "That's right. This is the Emperor's idol." Little Walnut asked as his eyes lit up. "Can I see it then?" "Sure." When he finished speaking, the little Walnut circled the idol. Up. The Thousand Rock Army soldier standing guard smiled at the sight. His family's daughter was about the same age, and after holding out for another half a month, he would be able to go back on vacation to see her. The smile on his face grew more and more tender at the thought, and when he came back to his senses, the cute little plum-eyed girl from just now had suddenly disappeared. Strange. Where is everyone? The Thousand Rock Army was just wondering, when they suddenly heard a movement above them and looked up. "Little girl, it's dangerous up there. Come down quickly." Only to see that little Walnut had somehow climbed down the base of the idol to the thigh of the stone statue of the Rock King, where it was at least 4 meters from the ground. This fall was no joke. Hall Master, who was drinking tea and chatting with Master Mao, heard this side of the movement, twisted his head and looked at it, and immediately died, rushed to the statue of the gods. "Egu, my good granddaughter, you climbed so high, Pa? Grandpa, I think Prince Rock looks so familiar," Little Walnut said, pointing at the stone statue's face. "Familiar? Anyone from Liyue who looks at Prince Yen looks familiar." Okay. Xiao Tao, you come down first. Slow down. Ow." Little Walnut nodded obediently, then lay down on his back and hugged the thigh of the stone statue of the Rock King, stretching out his little short legs to reach the platform at the base of the statue, but the legs were not long enough to reach it. Little Walnut looked back at the location, then just let go and jumped. Ouch. Although Little Walnut stood steadily, Hall Master Hu, the Thousand Rock Army, and Manhwa's parents who rushed over still followed with their hearts trembling. Little Walnut shuttled down bit by bit as she did, and when she reached 2 meters off the ground, Hall Master Hu directly stepped forward and hugged his granddaughter. "Good granddaughter, you can't climb so high in the future. How dangerous." Hall Master Hu felt that his heart didn't even beat this fast when he fought with ghosts, and although her granddaughter is usually rowdy, she doesn't feel that she can be that rowdy, right? As Hall Master Hu wondered, Elder Mao and Mrs. Mao also came over, the latter saying to Little Walnut with a serious face, "Little Peach, have you forgotten what Huar told you earlier?" Little Walnut was shocked at his words, remembering Mao Mao's threat of not talking to her for 3 days, and immediately begged Mrs. Mao Mao for mercy with tears in her eyes. "Mom, Mao Xiao Tao knows it's wrong. Don't tell Mao Mao, okay QAQ. It's good to know it's wrong." Mrs. Mao held back her laughter. It was still Huar's words that were good. "Well, it's almost time to rest, so we should get going and try to stay at the Wangshu Inn before nightfall. We'll be able to get to Mon City by tomorrow into Mond and the day after that." After Master Mao finished speaking, Hall Master Hu hugged the frozen Little Walnut back to the car, and the caravan started dialing once again. "Peach, what's wrong with you?" After a while, the caravan drove into the returning plains, and Hall Master Hu finally couldn't help but ask. Little Walnut had been fidgeting since he got on the car, and from time to time, he was still breaking his fingers and counting something. Today, tomorrow, the day after. Little Walnut just suddenly realized that he would not be able to see Mao Mao for many days after this trip to Mundo. "Grandpa, I miss Mao Mao." "Good granddaughter, didn't you promise him that you would bring him back something fun and delicious from the road in Mond?" "Right-o. Chapter 65, a boat full of fresh dreams pressing down the river of stars. It was night, and the Wangshu Inn, draped in starlight, stood like a tree through the sky in the middle of the plains of Ajiwazu. Little Walnut and the Mao family caravan had already finished dinner and gone to bed at the inn. In the room of Little Walnut and Mrs. Mao was asleep, when Little Walnut suddenly got up slowly, and, barefoot, tiptoed out of the room. She can't sleep. For 5 years, she had either slept with Mauve or fallen asleep in the same crib where Mauve had lain in the hall of the past. She had long ago gotten used to falling asleep with his scent. Little Walnut hugged the pillow and went all the way to the platform on the highest floor of the Wangshu Inn, then sat down and stayed staring at the starlight in the sky. She suddenly thought of the story of the coward and the weaving maiden told by Mao Mao, and set out to find that Milky Way. Hall Master who noticed when his granddaughter left the room and naturally followed her up. Now he was afraid to leave his granddaughter by an inch. Watching his granddaughter's soul drift back to Liyue harbor, Hall Master who had mixed feelings. That brat Manhwa. What kind of bewitching soup did he put in my granddaughter's head? Since my granddaughter likes it, why should I, an old man, fight with a little guy? Peachy. Little Walnut subconsciously turned his head to look at his grandfather. Why don't I take you back tomorrow? Really? Hall Master who nodded. Little Walnut's instantly eyes bloomed with a luster brighter than the stars, and delight instantly overflowed his face. Grandpa, you're so nice. Ah Tao loves you the most. So which one does Ah Tao like better than Grandpa or Mao Mao? Well, like it. Oh little girl. He. Looking at his granddaughter's happy appearance, Hall Master who instantly felt that nothing mattered. As long as my granddaughter is happy and blissful, nothing else matters. Early the next morning, the returning heart of the Little Walnut knocked on the door of his grandfather's room. Then the two and old Master Mao Mrs. Mao explained the situation. In the eyes of the Mao family containing a smile embarked on the road home. Although it is the same route, along the way is the same scenery, but the mood of the Little Walnut and Cum has been completely different. Wow, what a big Wangshu Inn. Bye bye boss lady. Bye bye little meditation. Whoa, is this the return to the original? Hi, hello again, Uncle Chyanjin. You've worked hard. Your Excellency, Lord Iwami. I'm sorry for offending you yesterday. Ritsuki Harbor. Tao, am back again. As the silhouette of Liyue Harbor became clearer and clearer, Little Walnut deeply experienced what it meant to be more timid near the countryside, and could not wait to grow wings and fly back immediately. Finally, as the sun was slanting in the west, Hall Master who drove his car into the gatehouse of Liyue Harbor, the wheels grinding on the wooden bridge making a grounding sound. When Hall Master who drove across the bridge, Xiao Hu Tao looked at the Yujing terrace that was close at hand and could no longer hold back his excitement and shouted, Mao Mao dash. Tao's voice? Mao Hua, who was lying on his desk, was suddenly startled, and instantly stood up and took little hope to look down at the Yujing terrace. Within his limited field of vision, Manhwa saw the driving Hall Master who, as well as Little Walnut, who stood at the front of the carriage, also seeing him and waving his arms incessantly. It's really Ah Tao. How come she's back? A huge surprise filled Manhwa's chest, and he no longer cared to think about why as he turned and rushed toward the house. Young master, watch out! And the moment Manhwa's figure disappeared from the window, Little Walnut also jumped off the wagon and sprinted towards Yujingtai with his feet spread out. Slow down, girl! Manhwa rushed all the way to the top of the grand staircase of the Yujing terrace, and looking at Little Walnut, who had already run to the foot of the grand staircase and was sweating profusely, he hesitated only for a second before taking a step and stepping down the staircase. He didn't want to just wait. What Manhwa didn't notice was that the moment he stepped across the border and walked down the Jade Capital Terrace, a nearly transparent yellow curtain wall appeared on the border. At the same time, the lock of dust under his clothes flashed with a grayish glow, and an imperceptible transparent shield appeared on his body, shielding him through the curtain wall as if he were blowing out a soap bubble. Movies had just descended to the platform between the stairs when Walnut came up in a do high-legged exercise. Mamaroo! As if the milky swallows were returning to their nests, Little Walnut threw himself at Mao Mao, seemingly completely unconcerned about whether or not Mao Mao could catch him. And Movies didn't disappoint Little Walnut's trust, thumping back 2 steps, and then steadily embraced the hot Little Walnut. Mamaroo, I missed you so much. Ah Tao's head was buried in Manhwa's arms. Speaking of her pure longing, I miss you too, Tao. Manhwa also unabashedly showed his emotions. At this moment his heart, his mind had nothing but the person in front of him. He realized that he had never been able to leave her. After a long time, the depleted Mao Mao energy was replenished, and Little Walnut suddenly reacted. Mao Mao, why are you out of Yujingdai? Mr. Jonesy said it can't come out until it's 10 years old. Ha, I don't feel much. Before Manhwa could speak, Little Walnut broke free from his arms and pushed him sharply. Get up there. Hurry. Little Walnut was anxious. Seeing this, Manhwa didn't explain and cooperated by running up to the Yujing platform before saying, "Look, there's really nothing wrong, is there? Mr. Zhongli must have his reasons for saying that. Be good and obedient." "Mao Mao," Little Walnut said with a beak. She was afraid that something bad would happen to Mao Mao for breaking the rules, so she was especially stubborn in this matter. Manhwa sniffed and nodded his head in agreement, and only then did the Little Walnut put a smile back on his face. "Mao Mao, today's posting. Well, come on, daily posting and punching, and I didn't fall behind today, so how hard would it be to sign up for 5 years and then suddenly break off?" Both Mauvice and Little Walnut were contented, holding hands as they headed for Mao's house. "Mao Mao, I saw so many good things on the road." "What's there?" "Liyue Harbor is really big. Looking down from the hill, it's so big. The streets are densely packed with people. Does it feel humanly small?" "Yes, like ants." You're right, but next time don't say it." "And, the lookout in is so high up. It feels like you can almost touch the stars. Looking up 100 feet high, I can pick the stars with my hands. This is good, this is good. I'm going to write it down." Mauvice and Little Walnut just walked all the way to the small yard. One asking, one answering, one talking, one adding. It was as if the two had endless things to say. Little Walnut talks about how she didn't find the Milky Way or the Coward Star last night, and Manhwa says they were on vacation yesterday. Little Walnut talks about the new friend she made at the Wanshuin. Little meditation. And Little Walnut teaches her the ballad of Choo Choo. "The big Chow Chow is sick, the second Chow Chow look. Good man. So I learned it from you?" Red and Sakura looked at the two little ones sitting under the bamboo forest chatting, their faces filled with unstoppable anti-smiles. "That's the right flavor. That's the right flavor. That's what a young master should look like. That's what this little yard should look like. That's what makes a family complete. Walnut mowers, lock the old lady up." Right. Mao Mao, listen to me. I saw the idol of Lord Rock on the road. I thought he looked familiar." Doesn't that look familiar? That's the history teacher you see every now and then." At this time, the one that Little Walnut found familiar was sitting under the big banyan tree at the Ujingtai Elementary School, holding a cup of tea and looking distantly in the direction of Manhwa's house, shaking his head and sighing softly to himself. Just go with the flow. Just go with the flow. When he finished, he took a small sip from his teacup. Suddenly, a fresh breeze blew and lingered above the teacup. Windflower Festival? Jumbo cider. Well, it wouldn't hurt to go shopping. Chapter 66, Danger. Katerina Katia was supposed to follow her company on a mission to the layered rock abyss, but just after arriving in Ryu, another temporary mission was issued from above to find a strange-looking device. Being able to stay in Liyue City was naturally excellent. Not many people would be willing to go to that hellish place of the layered rock giant abyss if they had a choice. The company finally gave the task to Katerina, with the words, "You are the most careful and the best in the company for this task." But Katerina understood that they were taking care of her and didn't want her to suffer by following her to the layered rock abyss. Though she was strongly against it, she had to stay for the new mission as a result of the collective vote. Before the company left, her brother Nikolai promised her that they would go to Manmin Hall and have a big meal together when they came back from the mission. The super spicy, tender, peppery chicken with firewater is out of this world. Katerina was drooling just thinking about it. She hurriedly shook it off, still in the middle of her mission. From the beginning of February when she received the mission, to the 20th of March now, in the first month and a half Katerina had almost turned over Liyue Harbor, Tiger Eating Rock, and Crimson Cloud Slope, and hadn't seen the target of the mission. As a result, a few days ago, additional mission information was added to it, clearly identifying the precise location of the mission target, allowing her to find an opportunity to infiltrate and confirm the target. "I said, what do you need me for if you can do this?" Katerina spat viciously at the time. But seeing the executive seal, she could only swallow her words and continue with her mission. Katerina was hiding in one of the shadows of the Jade Capital Terrace at the moment, just observing the environment where her target was. According to the location identification, the target of the mission should be in the Mao family compound. She had been observing for several days. Over the past few days, the people who frequented this Mao family were mainly 2 children, a few housemaids and maids, and the adults in the family did not seem to be present. Combined with the information gathered over a month or so in Liyue Harbor, the entire Mao family had gone to Mond, and now only the Mao family's 5-year-old third son was in this Mao family, making it the perfect time to infiltrate. Katerina looked up at the cloudy sky and decided to make her move tonight. After Little Walnut returned, Manhwa's life resumed its usual rhythm. If there was any difference, it was probably that Little Walnut was stickier to him. Now Little Walnut is able to manage to get up and go for a morning run with Mauvice. Nope. Although it's a bit excessive to describe it that way, Mauvice really feels like he's walking a rowdy big blonde every time he goes for a morning run with Little Walnut. The students of the first-year class expressed their surprise and happiness at the early return of Little Walnut. Little Walnut is truly a bundle of joy, and with her in the classroom, there is never any shortage of laughter. It's March 23rd, another Friday, and after school in the afternoon, Manhwa and Little Walnut brought Little Carving Harvest, Little Shannon, and Chi-Chi back home for another barbecue party after a long time. This time, more students participated, because Manhwa said in the class the adults are not at home today. So the barbecue party became a class reunion. Luckily, there were still quite a few housemaids and maids in the Manhwa's house, along with Gon UNMS. Smokey him. The afternoon barbecue party was quite enjoyable for the guests and hosts. By the way, Manhwa had wanted to call on Zhongli, but that lord was surprisingly absent today, and he didn't know where he had gone to field a fish. After sending off his classmates and helping to clean up the mess, the sky was already dark, with overcast clouds covering the sky. Not a single starlight could be seen this night. After Manhwa and Little Walnut had washed up and played in the bedroom for a while, they went to bed early, having to get up early in the morning to walk Tao. Well, it could be that I'm being walked. Looking at the Little Walnut that was wrapped around him like an octopus and sleeping peacefully, Manhwa's eyelids began to fight as well, and finally sank into sleep as well. It was late at night, and the lights on the Jade Capital Terrace gradually went out, becoming dark and silent in the end. Katarina had changed into her laying warlock suit at this time, and carrying the misty void flower lamp, she quietly approached the northeast corner of the Mao family compound, which was also outside the walls of the Manhwa small courtyard. Come on out, little ones. Katarina gently shook the lantern and 3 thunder mosquitoes flew out of it. Go behind the wall and see what's going on. Katarina needed to sense if there was anyone in the courtyard through the elemental information that came back from the thunder mosquitoes. The thunder mosquitoes obediently flew into the courtyard, and then dispersed to explore. Thunder mosquito no. One flew straight towards the sleeping bamboo forest, and just as it flew over a thick bamboo, a sudden change occurred. The small pocket that was originally lying on the bamboo and sleeping violently sprang out, and its long unicorn horn directly pierced into the thunder mosquito no. One's body. The latter directly burst open, and the misty void nectar stored in its body and containing the element of thunder sprinkled on Xiao Dui, who was instantly shaken in spirit, and turned his unicorn towards the other 2 thunder mosquitoes in the courtyard. What's going on? Why isn't thunder mosquito moving? Is it dead? Katarina frowned tightly with both eyebrows. According to the information that thunder mosquito had just returned, there was no one in the courtyard, and the one that killed them was a unicorn? There's nothing to do but go in and see for yourself. Katarina made the decision to mobilize the thunder element in the lanterns and came 20 centimeters above the courtyard wall with a flash. It wasn't that she didn't want to flash right into the yard, but blinking could only flash as far as she could see. Katarina was just about to fall when she suddenly noticed a thin reflection on the courtyard wall. It was too late to think about it. The blinking was still on cooldown, and Katarina immediately adjusted her posture so that she landed in a position to avoid the reflective thin lines. Is this a trap? Luckily the misty void flower lamp shone it out. I really am the most careful woman in the company. Katarina inwardly flashed a flicker of amusement as she scrutinized the courtyard. She had special eye patches from the fools that allowed her to see in the dark. No one indeed. But where did that unicorn just go? Forget it, it's just a bug. No threat. Katarina continued to look around the courtyard and suddenly froze, then rejoiced. Found it. Mission objective. It's on the ground less than a few meters from this corner. I didn't realize it was just sitting there in the yard so openly. Aren't you really afraid of being stolen? Katarina thought, jumping gently off the wall without making a sound, then gingerly approaching her target again. Strange. What's this big bottle of water up here and why is it suddenly pouring out? Strange. Why did the mission objective suddenly light up? Aha! Katarina looked at the strange device that was getting brighter and brighter, and suddenly a bad feeling rose in her heart. Asterisk to winter country foul mouth asterisk. Katarina turned around and tried to escape. However, it was already too late. The moment she turned around, a burst of lightning engulfed her figure. The small courtyard of Manhwa was suddenly as bright as day. Chapter 67 Unexpected Visitors and Unexpected Visitors. Manhwa woke up when he heard the buzzing sound. There's no way. He already has PTSD on mosquitoes, both in real life and in the original God game. Movies gently peeled off Little Walnut's arms and legs that were wrapped around him, went to the bedroom door, pushed open a crack to look toward the source of the sound. Then he witnessed Kotaku triple kill Thunder Mosquito catch escape, female secret agent no infiltration, trap psychological warfare, Thunder light thousand paths, and female secret agent no defeat. How dare a thief come to the Jade Palace to break in? We haven't even finished the ceremony yet. Not giving face to the Emperor? Because it was so dark, Manhwa could only make out the dark figure on the fence was well built and couldn't see the other person's face. but based on Thunder Mosquito and her blink-like skill, it was hard not to guess the opponent's occupation. Yo yo yo, isn't this Warlock laying? Haven't seen you for a few days and you've pulled it off so well? After avoiding the traps on the fence, you forgot to be wary of the traps on the ground? Manhwa didn't expect the dual traps he had set up on a whim to really work. He had also pulled a few fishing lines on the floor near the corner. Once someone stepped on it, it would trigger the mechanism and 2,000 drops of thunder water would be poured into the funnel on the eye of the false god to recharge it. After 5 seconds, the time delay mechanism will activate the switch on the anti-lightning general's special training instrument. And the whole 2,000 drops of energy attack also startled Manhwa this time. It was no longer a normal chopping attack, but a target-locked strangulation. It's not going to cut someone up straight away, is it? Manhwa muttered in his mind, but didn't have the slightest idea of going up to confirm it. Mao Mao. Suddenly, behind Manhwa came the sound of Little Walnut's dreamy voice, and Manhwa turned around and whispered, "I'm here. Ah Tao, go back to sleep. I'll be back soon." I don't know if Little Walnut heard or didn't hear, but he rolled over and fell back asleep after a hum. That's so cute. Ah Tao. Mobai smiled softly and closed the door gently. After that, Manhwa found Xiao Hong, who was on night duty, and instructed her to go and call the Qian army, then woke up a few of the houseguests to go to the courtyard and tie up the thief, who was smoldering with charred aroma, but had only passed out, and escorted him to the front gate where he waited. By the light in front of the door, Manhwa finally got a good look at the thief. It was really Laying Warlock. I've always wondered what a Rying Warlock looks like before, but now I finally have the chance. But looking at her purple trench coat covered in scorch marks and the foaming mouth hanging from the corners, Mobai's hand reaching for the blindfold retracted. Never mind. Let's keep it a nice fantasy. As Manhwa was reminiscing about the past, he saw Ganyu and Xiao Hong rushing over with a group of 1,000 rock army. Sister Ganyu, why are you here? I met Xiao Hong on my way from work and looked so anxious that I followed her to the 1,000 rock army. After Ganyu finished speaking, Xiao Hong, who was on the side, also added, "It's thanks to MS Ganyu that we were able to find the 1,000 rock army so quickly." It was quick, and Mobai's felt like he'd waited less than 5 minutes. But it's 12 o'clock now, right? Ganyu just got off work? It's hard on Sister Ganyu. I'm still troubling you to make a trip at this late hour. Manhwa thanked sincerely. Ganyu smiled at his words and said, "A show of hands. But I didn't expect this to happen. I'll have someone do a proper interrogation of it." Jade Capital Terrace. As the place of power and wealth in Ryu Harbor, rarely had any ungrateful people come to cause trouble. Now there were actually thieves burglarizing their homes. The details of how the thief came in, what is behind it, and so on, must be interrogated clearly to ensure the subsequent security. That is to say, MS Ning Sue has rested. If she knows that a thief has touched the courtyard of Manhwa, it's been hard on Sister Ganyu. Remember to rest early, Manhwa said again, and Ganyu nodded. Well, I know. Manhwa, you go back to bed too. It's already late. Then, Manhwa watched Ganyu and the 1,000 rock army carry the Laying Warlock away before he said to Xiao Hong, "Sister Hong, it's been hard on you too. This is what I should do. Young master, you go back to rest early." When Manhwa nodded, he stretched and turned toward the small courtyard. After tossing and turning for a little over half an hour, sleepiness came back. Movies yawned, and his left foot, which had stepped over the small courtyard gate, suddenly froze. The dark clouds in the sky had dispersed a bit at some point, as if a skylight had been opened, and sporadic starlight fell from the window, illuminating the scene in the small courtyard. A silhouette wearing a veiled bucket hat was standing on the edge of the pond with her back to Manhwa, not moving. At that moment, Manhwa's pupils quaked. Scattered soldiers? How did he get here? Is it for the anti-general Thunderbolt special training instrument? Was that Laying Warlock just now one of his men? What's he up to? Why don't you move? A series of questions flashed through his mind in an instant, but the only thing he didn't think about was whether to move forward or backward. Mobi's froze for just a split second, and his left foot, frozen in the air, stepped toward the yard without hesitation. Ah Tao is still inside. How can he back off? Chapter 68 ELPSY can group. Think calmly. Disclaimer, all characters and their actions in this article are necessary for the plot, and I have no ill will towards these characters whatsoever. Text. A few months ago, the executive officer Scattered Soldiers, far away in the kingdom of Jiduan, received a message from Inazuma from an informant. He said that he had extracted a piece of information from the blacksmith of Tenmakuryu, and that someone had commissioned him to make a strange device at a high price. The letter was accompanied by a poorly pixelated black and white photo. The photo, which appears to be a sneak peek, shows a stone pier-like base with an oddly shaped groove in the center of the base. Scattergood instantly recognized what the alcove held once that thing had been inside him. Although he didn't know whether the information was true or not, but he preferred to be killed by mistake. The scattered soldiers immediately returned in order to get it. But what the casual soldier didn't expect was for his men to be strangely efficient in getting things this time, only to be even more efficient in losing them. The report says that a group of Lizuki pirates robbed them. What pirate would dare rob the Kingdom of Winter? Or is it just for that device? At this point, Scattered Soldier was already fully on board with this matter. He first gave the Yugi crowd and Ryu the task of searching for the device, and then after grasping the matters at hand, he also moved off to Ryu. As a result, just a few days after arriving at Ryu Harbor, the casual soldier found a surprise one afternoon. A thunderbolt chopped out from the Yujing platform. It was faint, but the familiarity escaped the scattered soldiers' senses. So the scattered soldiers gave further orders to the Yugi crowd to go to Yujingdai to further confirm the target. Why don't you go by yourself? Scattered soldiers were still a bit wary of Morex, the infamous martial god, so they first sent their men to explore the situation. The scattered soldiers waited under the Jade Capital Terrace until a familiar thunderclap lit up above them. Movies pretended he didn't see the loose cannon and tiptoed down the courtyard side hallway away from him toward his bedroom. Can't see me, can't see me. Movies walked without looking ahead. According to Schrodinger's observation theory, as long as I don't look at the scattergunner, he is in a superposition of finding me and not finding me. However, Manhwa's ostrich mentality didn't work. The scattered soldiers had spotted him, his little friend, long before the first moment, or rather, he stood at the risk of being spotted by the Rock King Emperor at any moment, just waiting for him. Ho ho ho? Seeing me walk in instead of backing up? Kind of interesting. Where did you get this stuff, little friend? Scattered soldier asked, turning his back on Manhwa. Though the sound was not loud, it was clear and distinct enough in the stillness of the night. At this time, Manhwa had just walked halfway. Hearing the scattered soldier's question, he did not pause or hurry, keeping his original speed in walking, his tone as calm as water. Chapter and verse. The adults in the family bought it on the black market. He wouldn't expose the existence of Nimbus and Hokuto. What if the scattered soldiers turned around and went after them again? The casual soldier didn't care about the answer to the question. That was just a hello. Now he was asking what he wanted to know. The lightning strike just now. Did you make it? No. Feeling that it was a bit impolite to answer with only 2 words, Manhwa added after a pause. The device moved itself. The casual soldier raised an eyebrow. How? The most important thing you can do to keep yourself safe from an unbeatable and dangerous person is to make them feel that they are in control of the situation. So Manhwa tried to explain it as plainly as possible. Charge it with the lightning element, then trigger the switch through the trap and it will attack automatically. As he spoke, Manhwa had already walked to the bedroom door. Just then, the bedroom door suddenly opened a crack, followed by a budding prune eye appearing in the crack. Little Walnut woke up just now, and she heard Mamoru talking. But upon arriving at the bedroom door and listening carefully, it looked as if Mao was talking to someone, and in a nervous tone of voice, and was making his way to the bedroom. So Little Walnut didn't make a sound, but waited with bated breath. Manhwa's heart, which had been a bit flustered after seeing Little Walnut's eyes, suddenly settled down. Okay, now it's time to figure out how to deal with the current situation. El Sai Kangru. Movies raised his hand without moving and pretended to rub his eyes, but in fact, he made a silencing gesture at his mouth. Seeing this, Little Walnut's lifted heart instantly relaxed and blinked obediently, indicating that she knew. With a wordless laugh, Movies turned around, his back to the bedroom door, and looked out into the yard at his unwelcome visitor. Chapter 69, No one will break the defense here, right? Disclaimer, in this article, the ability and strength of all the characters are based on the game to carry out a certain 2 setting. Will not be too outrageous. The purpose is only to serve the plot. Please do not mind. At this moment, Scattered Soldier was verifying what Manhwa had just said, only to see that he stretched out the palm of his hand, and a purple light flew towards the eye of the false god of the Anti-Thunder Army Special Training Instrument. Is this thunder elemental power mobilized through the evil eye? Manhwa couldn't quite figure it out, and silently watched as the casual soldier energized the Anti-Thunder General's Special Training Instrument, while shouting incessantly in his heart, "Charge more! Charge more! Charge it up to 8W8 and then chop yourself in one shot." To Manhwa's dismay, however, the casual soldier stopped after only a few seconds of rushing, then found the switch and pressed it. Shoo! Scatterbrain dodged the chopping block with a slight jump to the side. So weak, but it's really Thor's move. Is there really a god's eye in there? The casual soldier nodded, suddenly thinking of something and twisting his head to ask, how did you energize it? He had carefully sensed this little boy. There was no elemental force fluctuation in his body. He was completely an ordinary person. The electrical crystal used, heated to stimulate the lightning element inside. Movies stayed back. Still, the casual soldier, also knowing for the first time, froze for a moment, then asked with interest, "You found out on your own?" "Ah no," Manhwa denied it. He didn't want to arouse the other side's interest because of it, in case he was caught back in the House of Fools to be research fodder for the doctor. "It's, my teacher told me." "Teacher?" "Well, her name is Lisa and she's very proficient in thunder magic. If you have anything to do, go to that Thor of Mond, please." The casual soldier didn't say anything more at that, but just secretly memorized the name and asked again. "Little friend, you don't seem too afraid of me? Why do you have so many problems? You sympathetic person, can't you just get your stuff and go? You're not afraid of trouble?" Manhwa spat in his heart, but his face made an innocent expression of doubt. "Why should I be afraid of Big Brother?" Little Walnut behind Mo's back widened her eyes at the words. She hadn't heard Mauve speak in that tone before. "Kind of cute." And Mauve's was in a state of discomfort when he finished. "I never thought I'd have a day where I'd be cute to a man. No, scattergories are just dolls. They shouldn't be counted as men. It makes me feel better to think that way." The casual soldier sniffed, then smiled grimly. "Because I'm the bad guy-o? But bad people don't usually say they're bad, just like good people don't say they're good. It's kind of fun. Is that what your teacher told you too?" Yeah. The casual soldier became more and more interested in the one called Lisa, but there was business to be done now. The casual soldier ended his idle chatter and pulled out the photo his man had given him, comparing it to the device in front of him and finding the location of the Eye of God, only to see the scattered soldiers reach out and directly gouge down the pedestal false god's eye, underneath which lay a chess piece flowing with purple light. Manhwa, due to the distance, could only see the little bit of purple light, and the suddenly ugly face of the scattered soldiers under the light's reflection. The first time he picked up the thunder god's heart, scattered soldier sensed that it wasn't at all the same god's heart that had been installed in his body in the first place. TSK. Sure enough, it's a fake. It was because it had already been anticipated that the scattered soldier felt more and more like a clown at this point for foolishly tracking down Ritsuki's own self. Scattered soldier was originally the first mannequin created by Thor, but the mannequin with God's eyes installed actually shed tears, and Thor thus felt he was too fragile and sealed him away. Later, after a series of coincidences, the mannequin was transformed by the fools and fitted with an evil heart made for him by the doctor. At this moment, the casual soldier was filled with anger after being teased, and the negative emotions seemed like black mud kept pouring out of this heart. "Little friend, do you really have no idea where this device came from?" The casual soldier's tone was as undulating as before, but Mobile sensed a chill in it. No. No one's going to break defense here, are they? Is this what Thor calls vulnerable? Manhwa resisted the urge to turn around and run, maintaining the persona of a small child as he replied, "Mommy says a good boy doesn't lie, so I never lie." As he spoke, Manhwa's hand hidden behind his back kept gesturing, and Little Walnut immediately understood what he saw. "Good boy. Ha ha." The scattered soldiers laughed, then steeply changed their faces grimly. "You've been yakking away since just now. Are you trying to stall?" "I don't know what you mean." Mobile stepped back slowly, keeping close to the door of the room. The scattered soldiers also took a step towards Mobile's at this time. "It means, you're too loud and I want you to shut up." As soon as the words fell, the evil eye on the scattered soldier's body lit up, and a purple light brewed in his hand. "Crazy. This guy is clearly in a bad mood and wants to vent," Manhwa cursed, his LV-3 crisis radar allowing him to react quickly. "Ah Tao!" Manhwa let out a low, snappy cry, and the bedroom door opened in response, and he stomped his legs, followed by a reactionary retreat into the bedroom, then immediately closed the door with his backhand. The next moment, the lightning left a scorched mark on the wooden door of the room. "Oh, reacting so quickly? Or were you prepared?" The casual soldier looked at the closed door of the room with mild surprise, feeling more and more convinced that taking the little guy back was a good choice. "I'm sure that Dr. Guy will be pleased." The casual soldier intends to approach the house without slowing down. He had observed that the windows on either side of the house in front of him were within the courtyard, and that the window at the back was the edge of the Eugene terrace, with no way out. In other words, the two little guys inside are now fish in a barrel. "I'm sure they're hiding in a corner right now, shivering. Ha ha ha." A flicker of pleasure flashed across the casual soldier's face, just as the door to the room was suddenly opened. "Emperor save me." "What? The Rock King Emperor?" The casual soldier panicked and looked back to see that no one was there before realizing that he had been tricked again. When he turned back in anger, he noticed a water bottle flying towards him. "What's that?" Scattered soldiers waved their hands and struck the water bottle with a precise lightning strike, and then something unexpected happened. The water bottle erupted with a violent light when it was shattered by the lightning. "Nice. The flashbangs are working. After throwing the homemade flashbang, Movies grabbed Walnut, who was wearing pajamas, and ran out of the bedroom, then ran for the entrance to the small yard without stopping for a second. He also knew that staying in the house was a dead end, and that the only way to have a chance of survival was to run outside the courtyard to join up with the family guards, and then delay until the Thousand Rock Army returned. That's why he signaled ahead for Tao to bring out the flashbangs he made a few days ago, just to buy time to escape from the front. By the way, this homemade flashbang is actually just a glass bottle with a highly concentrated geohistoric solution at the bottom and an electrical crystal powder as well as powdered lime in the paper liner above. To use, simply shake the bottle vigorously and throw it. Manhwa felt the effect was average when he experimented with it, but he didn't expect scattered soldiers to use the lightning element to attack directly, making the flashbangs overpowered. Movies darted away pulling Little Walnut, and within seconds it became Little Walnut pulling Movies away. Little Walnut was still a little confused at this point, but listening to Mao Mao and running as fast as he could to the outside of the yard was the end of the story. As Manhwa ran after Little Walnut, he kept watching the scattered soldiers with his afterimage. Now the scattered soldiers are standing in the center of the courtyard with their eyes covered, while Manhwa and Walnut need to run along the corridor from the bedroom to the entrance of the courtyard in an L. The total distance is less than 50 meters, according to their speed, less than 10 seconds to run to, and although he just shouted "Emperor save me," although he couldn't call out to the Rock King Emperor, it was still more than enough to wake up the guards at home. Movies could see the lights coming back on outside the yard. Faster! Run faster! We're getting there! Just get to that place. Chapter 70, Ah Tao. Look! Magic exists! Just as Little Walnut and Movies had just turned the corner, the scattered soldiers' vision finally recovered a little from the whiteout. Good! You're good! The scattered soldiers gritted their teeth, and by now they were already furious. He never thought he'd be on the receiving end of a little kid. No harm done but extremely insulting. The scattered soldier reached out and pointed at the two small ones running, his evil eyes flashing and lines lighting up on his skin at the same time. Something felt familiar to Manhwa. Wasn't this the same movement that had preceded the attack of the Anti-Mine Army's special training instrument? Go to hell! At the moment when the scattered soldiers struck out with anger, it was clear that the warning of the crisis radar had already reached LV5s, but Manhwa's mind grew calmer and calmer. He kept a dead eye on the casual soldiers' movements, and made a judgment the instant the lightning struck. The point of attack was a little in front of him. Manhwa predicted the casual soldier's prediction. Too late to say more. Immediately let go of pulling Little Walnut's hand. Little Walnut, because of inertia, continued to run forward. Manhwa himself was a sharp stop slipped on the ground. In the next second, lightning at least a meter wide flashed through the middle of Manhwa and Little Walnut, chopping violently at the fence. Movies didn't have time to celebrate, but was the first to speak sharply to Little Walnut, who was trying to come back to pull him in. Ah Tao! Quickly run! Go out and call someone. Hurry! Now they were only 10 meters away from the entrance to the small courtyard, and the footsteps of the guards were getting closer and closer. They would be safe soon. Just reach that place. However, Little Walnut turned a deaf ear and ran back without hesitation, reaching out his little hand to hold Manhwa's little hand. No way! Together! As he spoke, Manhwa was pulled up by Little Walnut. He was greatly moved, but now was not the time to lament this, because just as Little Walnut came back to pull him, the madman's attack came again, and this time he didn't store up his power. The lightning went straight for the two. It was too late for Manhwa to judge where the attack would land. He could only use his fastest reaction to forcefully pull Little Walnut behind him, facing the lightning directly himself. In Little Walnut's horrified gaze, the lightning blasted straight into Manhwa's chest, and his entire body was sent flying directly into Little Walnut. Little Walnut stumbled and caught Manhwa. Looking at the charred scar on his chest, Little Walnut panicked. Shigeru? Mamo! Little Walnut shook Manhwa, but the latter's eyes were closed tightly and completely unresponsive, and Little Walnut's eyes suddenly flooded with tears of fear and regret. Mamo, I'm sorry. Ah Tao was wrong. Don't scare Ah Tao. Oh, slap. What a touching scene. I'm going to cry. Everything was back under his control, and the casual soldier was in an incredibly happy mood. He clapped his hands in admiration. Those rushing household guards outside the courtyard he didn't put in his eyes at all. They were all just mortals without the eyes of God. As long as he wanted to, he could take the people away at any time. Now, it's time for the hunter to play with his prey. Bad people. Little Walnut looked angrily at the casual soldier and called out. Ha ha ha, that's right. I am the bad guy. Oh, I just said that. He doesn't believe me. What can I do? Scattered soldiers walked nicely out into the corridor, and Little Walnut stepped back with Movies in his arms. But there was no way back as the wall was behind them. Now let me teach you a lesson. Real bad guys don't hide that they are bad guys. Oh? At the last few words, Scatterbrain was less than 5 meters away from the two. and he raised his hand, intending to stun the little girl. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. The unconscious Manhwa suddenly opened his eyes. His original black pupils have now turned silver-white, fluorescent in the dark night. Maro didn't actually pass out. The moment he was struck by the lightning, his chest was first stuffy, feeling as if he had been sent flying by a thick wooden pillar, and then he felt a fiery pain. But when Movies came back to his senses, the world in front of him looked as if a filter had been added, and suddenly became different. Purple particles drifted around in the air, and the homemade flashbang residue solution sprinkled on the ground not far away glowed a little purple, and around the scattered soldier's evil eye, there were so many purple particles that they had connected into a purple mist. When Movies closed his eyes, instead of disappearing, these purple particles were perceived more clearly, and Movies even had the feeling that he could control them. And then Movies really did it. It was as if the idea had transformed into countless invisible hands that could grab and fiddle with these purple particles with abandon. These are thunder elemental forces. In the instant Manhwa made his judgment, the unnameable became palpable, and the cognitive barriers were shattered with a bang. All the previous doubts about elemental forces were instantly cleared up at this moment. The door to the new world had opened. In perception, the purple mist slowly approached, and suddenly began to coalesce towards the scattered soldier's hand. This clear flow of lightning elemental force made Manhwa's mind realize that it was about to attack. It was 10,000 times easier to anticipate an attack from this viewpoint. Almost subconsciously, Manhwa felt that he could do the same, so he used his mind to control the lightning elemental force gathering around him. Then Manhwa realized that the speed at which he gathered thunder elemental force was much faster than his opponent. Almost instantly, the thunder elemental force had gathered to form a blade of light, and Manhwa opened his eyes at that moment, driving the blade with his mind. Go! Only a purple blade of light suddenly coalesced in front of Manhwa, then flew towards the scattered soldiers and chopped them. The casual soldier subconsciously tilted his head to avoid it, and the blade of light passed through his veil, knocking away his bucket hat and revealing his face full of astonishment. This guy, still hiding a trick? After dodging a blow, the shocked and enraged scattered soldiers decided not to keep his hands off, and his evil eyes flashed madly. Manhwa saw the purple mist frantically surging and gathering in front of the casual soldier's body, seemingly brewing something big. That's not good. Manhwa felt that he was able to, since he could control the lightning elemental forces to gather, he could naturally control them to disperse as well. So with a thought, Manhwa's consciousness seemed to transform into a large hand that reached out to stir up the lightning elemental force that was gathering in front of the scattered soldiers. The originally gathered thunder elemental force was stirred apart, and the scattered soldiers suddenly felt as if they had been silenced. What's going on? Why can't you control the thunder elemental force all of a sudden? Is that kid messing with you? The scattered soldiers looked towards Manhwa, whose eyes were glowing with a glistening white light, and their hearts burned with anger, so they immediately gave up on continuing to cast spells and charged forward with a movement of their feet. If elemental attacks don't work, use physical means. Seeing this, Manhwa hurriedly gathered thunder elemental power and instantly sent out a lightning blade. The scattered soldier's figure lurched and waved his hand to block it. How angry is this? How dare you come over to arrest me even though you're injured? Looking at the approaching scattered soldiers, Manhwa forced himself to remain calm and continued to instantly fire his thunder light blade. 1 blade, 2 blades, 3 blades. Each blade wasn't very powerful, about the level of 1,300 points of attack power of the Anti-Thunder Army Special Training Instrument. But the blades were all aimed at the scattered soldier's face, and he had to defend against them, either by blocking them or retreating from them. Damn it! What's the end of this? The casual soldier no longer looked at Manhwa as a 5-year-old at all. He just wanted to kill him. Just then, the change regenerated. A vector of frost glowing with piercing coldness was shot at speed from the entrance of the small courtyard, aiming straight at the scattered soldiers. The casual soldier felt a strong threat, so he had to give up on Manhwa, who was already near his eyes. And his figure stopped sharply and retreated, and the vector of frost grazed the clothes on his chest and flew past, finally hitting the wall and bursting out into a large ice fog. The casual soldier could even feel the coldness as the ice arrow slashed through. However, without waiting for the scattered soldiers to stand still, the second ice arrow came again. Manhwa also took the opportunity to instantly fire another slash. The casuals had to back away again to avoid it. TSK. Difficult. Looking at the increasingly distant Manhwa, the dispersed soldiers by now already knew that things could not be done, and the intention to retreat sprang up in their hearts. He was careless this time, not expecting to miss on a little kid. The scattered soldiers were wary of the archers who had yet to show their faces, and while backing away, they gave Manhwa a deep look, as if they wanted to carve his likeness into their souls. Movies unafraidly confronted the casual soldier, his eyes even colder than his. At that moment, the third arrow followed, carrying an even more biting chill than the first two. The scattered soldiers no longer hesitated and immediately retreated in a violent manner. Mauvaise was waiting for this moment. You want to run away? After bullying the kids, the adults come and try to run? There's no such thing as a bargain in heaven. I can't believe I caused Ah Tao to shed tears. You loose cannon. Leave it for master. Manhwa fumed, his glistening white pupils glowing brightly as he desperately mobilized all the lightning elemental forces within his field of vision. Those in the air, those in the flashbang residue solution, and even a portion of the scattered soldiers' evil eyes. Mauvaise recalled that attack that he had seen the anti-Lay army special training instrument unleash on the Laying warlock half an hour ago, and mimicked it by converging Lay elemental force around the scattered soldier's body. Thunderbolt strangulation. What? This move is not her dash. The casual soldier hastily shielded his body in shock, and his backward steps were halted for a moment as a result. The next second, the arrow arrives. The vector of frost exploded on the casual soldier, and the latter fell straight down from midair to the edge of the pond with a splash and no sound. I don't know if they passed out or were frozen. Manhwa was not allowed to know, because after using the last move of strangulation, he felt as if his brain had been hammered, and he instantly became drowsy. In a daze, he saw Ganyu, who had rushed to the pond, the guards and the army of 1,000 rocks who had rushed to the pond, and Ah Tao, who was in shock and pearly. Mauvaise lay on Little Walnut's lap and with his last ounce of strength raised his hand and brushed away her tears, whispering in his last moments before passing out, Ah Tao, look, magic that is present. Chapter 71, The Mushido Limited Edition Survival Challenge Replica. Mauvaise opened his eyes, and his gradually clearing vision was of familiar and unfamiliar wooden beams and roofs. This is the Hall of the Past Life? Dead memories suddenly began to attack Manhwa, and even the sandalwood scent in the air became steeply familiar, as if he could smell images of the past in it. What am I doing back here? Am I alive? How's Ah Tao? Question after question popped up, and Manhwa suddenly felt a swelling in his brain, his temples bulging as if he had to go to school after 3 consecutive days of all-nighters. Manhwa instantly gave up thinking and emptied his head, staring straight at the familiar beams of the room in a daze. For the first 49 days after he first came to this world, he fell asleep looking at this roof. After a while, the swelling and pain finally subsided, and Manhwa regained his ability to think and perceive. Right hand palm. Warm. Manhwa twisted his head to look, only to see Little Walnut lying on the edge of the bed, sleeping soundly, with his left hand resting on his head, while his right hand was placed in his right hand. 2 tiny palms were folded together. Manhwa subconsciously squeezed his right hand, and a soft touch came from his palm. Mao Mao. Little Walnut murmured softly, then her embroidered eyebrows knitted together, instantly sitting up to look at Manhwa, holding Manhwa's right hand tightly in her backhand, a pair of watery plum blossom eyes full of surprise. Mamoru, you're awake. Aha. Mauvaise met the young Walnut's eyes and smiled, nodding, even though he now had a laundry list of questions in his head. Seeing that Little Walnut was safe and sound, Manhwa felt that all the questions were no longer questions. Mauvaise sat up propped up on his left arm and then stretched a long way, and at once every cell seemed to groan. After stretching and feeling refreshed, Manhwa asked the question he most wanted to know the answer to right now. Why don't you come to bed? Ah Tao, how uncomfortable is it to sleep on your stomach? And according to Manhwa's knowledge of Little Walnut, this girl should not let go of the opportunity to sleep together. This is very not Ah Tao. There was no mistaking what Manhwa knew about Little Walnut, and why would Little Walnut not want to cuddle Manhwa to sleep? Rather, it would be better to say that Little Walnut wanted it badly, wanted it very much, dreamed about it. 5 years. 5 whole years. Mamoru was finally back in the Hall of the Past, and he himself was finally able to sleep with Mamoru again in the crib that he had once slept in together. But, Ah Tao, I'm afraid I'll press on Mao Mao's wound. Little Walnut bowed his head, index fingers facing each other, and whispered guiltily. The crib that was once spacious enough for 2 people to roll around it is now so small that it is difficult for one person to even turn over when sleeping. If she slept on it, it would be hard for Little Walnut to make sure she didn't plop down on top of Mauve. As for the injury to Mao's chest, Walnut Jr. believes it is directly linked to her. If it wasn't for protecting her, Shigeru wouldn't have gotten hurt. What's the silly thing to say, Tao? Ouch. Little Walnut painfully covered his forehead that had been popped with a brain crash, and looked up at Manhwa in bewilderment, only to see him laughing brightly. What's a small injury of this magnitude? I'm not afraid even if 10 Ah Tao press up against me. What the hell? There's no such thing as a peach. Little Walnut instantly returned with a disgruntled pout, her sadness dissipating a bit. As soon as Little Walnut's words left her mouth, Manhwa raised his right hand again and covered her hands that were resting on her forehead, adding softly, and, Momo isn't at fault. Oh, the one who's really at fault is the bad guy. I'm happy to be able to protect you. The moment Manhwa finished speaking, It was as if there was a flash of Chinese light in Little Walnut's eyes. Little Walnut looked at the boy in front of her in confusion. She didn't know how to describe what she was feeling right now. I only felt that my eyes were sore and I wanted to cry. But I was afraid that Mao Mao would be worried. His heart warmed and he wanted to hold Mao Mao tightly, but he was afraid of moving his wounds, as well as a flutter that she herself hadn't noticed. Then, Walnut saw Malwat withdraw his right hand, open his arms, and pat his chest twice, winking at her. Little Walnut could no longer hold back his inner emotions, jumped onto the bed and jumped into Malwa's arms, tightly banded his hands around Malwa's back, and then buried his head into the nest of Malwa's neck and muffled his voice. Momo, Tao loves you the most. Well, I like Peach the best too. Movise's voice was very calm. However, at an angle that Little Walnut couldn't see, Malwa grimaced and had a twisted expression as he endured the pain coming from his chest without making a single movement. He even made hand gestures to stop his mother and Nimbus and the others at the door of the room who were trying to rush in to save him. This wave is a limited edition daily survival challenge replica from Kajamusha after 5 years. Had to taste it. Chapter 72, Eyes gradually lose their highlight, Malwat no misery. So, I slept for a whole day and 2 nights? After completing the daily sticky and replenishing the Mao Mao energy, Little Walnut finally let go of Malwa with a sense of satisfaction. Mrs. Mao and Ning Su and the others immediately poured in, leaving Little Red and Little Cherry to take Little Walnut to prepare breakfast for Malwa. Little Walnut bumbled along, happy to be able to help take care of Momo. And now, Malwa was looking at his mother and Ning Su with 7 parts concern, 2 parts heartache, and 1 part blame. Changing the medicine. Because the wound, it split. Movise also took this opportunity to get a good look at his wounds. A dark red scab of blood about a centimeter wide and 30 to 40 centimeters long ran across the chest. 2 15 to 20 centimeter wounds to be exact, as there was a roughly 2 centimeter gap in the middle that was blocked by a scaled-down version of the locks of dust. Mrs. Mao wrapped the bandage on Malwa's chest and put on her clothes, and patted it gently with heartache and anger. Mom, it hurts. You still know it hurts, don't you? Why didn't you open your mouth just now? You still won't let us in. See what you can do. You just know how to show off. Isn't this for you to find a daughter-in-law? Mom, I know it's wrong. Movise admitted his mistake decisively and sincerely. Seeing this, Mrs. Mao's heart immediately softened again, gently stroking her youngest son's chest with red eyes. Hua, it's our fault this time, leaving you alone at home and having this happen. On the night of the day of the accident, the maid, Xiao Hong, had sent the news to Mond by flying pigeon at the first opportunity. It was a good thing the pigeons didn't turn into foul meat halfway across the country. Master Mao's family got the news the next morning, then immediately ended their vacation in Mond and made a quick trip back. As soon as I got home, I heard that Malwat had been dragged to the Hall of the Living, and Mrs. Malwat almost fainted on the spot, but fortunately it was explained clearly later. Mom, it was an accident this time, so don't get any ideas. How is it that 1 by 1, 2 by 2, they all take the fault on themselves? Malhua said in relief to his mother, while casting a look of help to Ning Su, who was off to the side. Nimbus secretly rolled his eyes, but still stepped forward to help. Your ladyship, please also rest assured that we have already closed the defense loopholes of Yujing Terrace based on this incident to prevent such incidents from happening again. Meanwhile, the criminals involved this time have been put in the brig, and the country they come from, the kingdom of Jidong, will also pay the price for this incident. Ning Guang's 2 short sentences made Mrs. Mao put down her heart. Not bad for you, dependable big sister. Malhua secretly gave Ning Guang a thumbs up, and although Ning Guang's face was ancient, he was still extremely flattered inside. I've bothered you this time. Nimbus, Lord, Mrs. Mao hesitated and changed her words. This person in front of her would soon be the heavenly power star, so she couldn't be as casual as before. Ning Guang sniffed and was busy blocking the way. Auntie, you're too polite. No matter what, I'm Malhua's sister. You're my elder. It's better to call me Ning Guang. Good. Hua is really lucky to have a sister like you. Mrs. Mao laughingly took Ning Xuan's hand, then twisted her head and glared at Malhua, who was watching the show. And thank your sister. Thank you, Nimbus-sama. You're welcome, brother. Netsuko pinched Mobise's cheeks as he wished. Malhua and Ning Xuan opened their mouths to ask after a wave of sibling love in front of Mrs. Malhua. By the way, Mom, what about father and elder brother and second brother? Did the wedding of second brother and second sister-in-law go well? They came to see you yesterday and went back to work. They're still resting, but they should be here soon. The wedding went off without a hitch a few days ago. Don't worry, Malhua sniffed in relief. It was good to see that he hadn't spoiled his second brother and sister-in-law's happy event because of himself. Mrs. Mao compassionately touched her youngest son's head at the sight, and then said, Mother went to see how breakfast was prepared over at Little Peach's side. Why you talk to your sister for a while? Okay. Thanks Mom. Auntie take care. Mrs. Mao left with the servants, leaving only two people left in the house, Manhwa and Ningguang. Manhwa, who was sitting on the bed, couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he watched the gradually approaching condensed light. Sis. Gently. It was fine if Manhwa didn't speak, but as soon as he did, Ningguang immediately reddened her eyes, quickly walked to the bedside and sat down, tenderly taking Manhwa into her arms. I'm sorry, brother Manhwa. Sister failed to protect you. Ningguang is in a high position and knows more about the inside and details of this case, which was declared as a burglary case. At first, when she received the news that Manhwa was in a coma, Ningguang was just very nervous, worried and angry. But as the crime scene is scrutinized and the culprits are investigated, the more Nimbus knows, the more fearful he becomes. The charred Raying Warlock, the charred black mark a meter wide on the fence, the sixth-ranked executive of the House of Fools. Ningguang didn't know how Manhwa, a 5-year-old, felt when he was facing this, not to mention how he managed to protect Little Walnut and hold on until Ganyu arrived. All she knew was that she almost lost him. Now people thought that it was Manhwa's good luck that he mistakenly hugged the future Tianquan star's thigh at the weekly banquet. But Nimbus knew that it was actually her luck that she had picked up a sweet, understanding, genius treasure of a brother for no reason at all. Ningguang couldn't even imagine what the world would be like after losing Manhwa. Therefore, at this moment, Naked Light felt the breath and heartbeat in her arms and felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and peace of mind. The person was in the soft jade embrace, and Manhwa was a bit teary-eyed. How come a good visit has turned into a pot-sharing meeting? Each and every one of them even took the initiative to take the blame. Manhwa gently patted Ningguang's back with his backhand and comforted Ningguang with the same words he had just used to comfort Little Walnut. Sister Ningguang, how can you be blamed for this? It's those bad guys who don't follow the rules. Ningguang sniffed and let go of Manhwa, grabbing his shoulders and locking eyes with him before shaking his head. No, one size fits all. Bad people deserve to be punished for doing bad things, and this incident exposes a security problem. Emotions calming back down, Nimbus regained her usual dryness as she followed up. After this time I kind of understand. Liyue is not a place where everything will be fine with the Imperial Lord. More has to be done by us humans ourselves. What's wrong with you, brother Movise? Ningguang looked at Manhwa, whose face was a bit stiff, and asked suspiciously, Sister Ningguang, although what you said is the truth, it's not too good to make up such a story about Master Rock's old man in the Hall of the Living Dead, is it? Hakai Zhongli might be downstairs drinking tea. Manhwa thought about it, but finally shook his head and changed the topic. Nothing, just a little itchy wound. Forget it, let's hear it. The Emperor is generous and shouldn't mind the gossip. Itchy wound? Let's see. Don't strangle it too tight. Concerned, Nimbus proceeded to peel back his shirt despite Manhwa's attempts to stop him, probing in and feeling along the bandages. Is it itchy here? Manhwa's wound wasn't itchy, but now that it was being touched by Ningguang, it became itchy instead, the kind of itch that was being scratched. Itchy. What about here? Itchy. Itchy here too? What about here? It tickles too. Giggle. Movise was so tickled that he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Nimbus finally saw that her brother was playing with her. So Ningguang transformed into a weird sister on the spot and began to tickle the itchy flesh of Manhwa's armpits. So much so that Manhwa couldn't stop. Mamoru, Sister Nimbus? Manhwa and Nimbus looked over at the sound of their voices. Only Little Walnut stood in the doorway with her dinner plate. Her little face puffed out in exasperation as she called out, I can't believe you guys aren't taking Momo to play. I want to tickle Momo too. Oh, of course it's okay. Little Peach sister. Come on. Sister will help you hold down Mau Mau. Little Walnut was instantly cloudy and delighted. And, setting his dinner plate down on a nearby table, he rushed over to Movise on the bed. I say, have you asked my opinion as a wounded man? Being ravaged by the two women, Manhwa is in pain and pleasure. His eyes gradually lose their highlight. Chapter 73 Haha. A secret only Ah Tao and Mau Mau know. Had ha. After the two of them, Little Walnut Nimbus, had had enough of playing around with Manhwa. The two of them served Manhwa another bowl of skin egg and thin meat kanji with you taking a bite and me taking a sip. The genus is taken. Okay brother, time for my sister to go. Saying that, Ningguang stood up and stretched a long lazy waist, her shapely and full figure visible. It had happened late the previous Friday night, and Nimbus had been on edge from the moment he learned of it. Now that Manhwa has woken up and confirmed that he is safe and sound, Ningguang is finally in the mood to fight with the diplomats of the Winter Kingdom in Li. What is Sister Nimbus going to do? Little Walnut asked curiously, and Manhwa replied by stroking her head. Go help us punish the bad guys. Nimbus nodded and laughed at his words. That's right, oh, punish the bad guys. Just wait. Sister will help you get justice. More than just justice. Nimbus felt that if he didn't bite off a piece of flesh from the Winter Kingdom, he would be sorry for the harm that Manhwa's brother had suffered. And, that's the 6th seat of the executive officer? You can get a good price for that, right? Understanding what Nimbus was going to do next, Movai said, looking into her eyes with concern. Sister Nimbus, be safe, beware of the other side's dog. Ning Su would have smiled and hugged Manhwa short, then got up and said, don't worry, your sister is awesome. After saying that, Nimbus left the room in high spirits and went to her battlefield. Not a moment after Ningguang left, Elder Mao and the others who received the news also arrived at the Hall of the Living Future. So there were some more greetings of fatherly kindness and filial piety, brotherly friendship, and brotherly respect. And finally it was Mrs. Mao who interrupted when she saw that Manhwa was tired. Alright, let's talk about what's going on later. Huar just woke up, let him rest a little longer. Elder Mao nodded as he sniffed and barked. Huar, you take good care of your injuries in the Hall of the Past Life. We will visit you every day for these 7 days. To stay 7 days? Manhwa had just laid down, and at the sound of his voice, he sat up reflexively and asked, thinking that her son was afraid of being alone. Mrs. Mao relieved him. Well, what Mr. Zhongli said, do what he said. 7 days is fast. When you were a kid you even lived here with Peach for over a month. Don't remember, do you? Peachy remember? On the sidelines, Little Walnut shook his head at the words, then nodded. When she sleeps in this crib, she occasionally dreams of memories of her childhood, and when that happens, she sleeps especially well. As for Moa, of course I remember. I not only remember those 49 days of torment, I remember them well. However, I am no longer the weak baby that I was 5 years ago with no power in my hands. The tragic situation back then is bound to be impossible to recreate. With that thought, Movai's lay back down again. Afterward, Little Walnut and Manhwa's large family left, leaving Manhwa alone in the house. Mom said it's only about 7 o'clock in the morning, right? Why does it feel like midnight in this house? The kerosene lamp was blown out, and Manhwa lay on the bed, looking at the dark ceiling and muttering, Ah Tao, is this where he usually sleeps? Just now, it was fine to have someone around, but now, lying alone on the bed in the Hall of the Dead, I felt as if I had really died. Movai was busy shaking his head to shake off the strange thoughts. Never mind, it's just as convenient for sleeping. Movai closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep, but for a moment he was still a little sleepy, his cerebral cortex still active. There were still so many questions about what happened that night that Movai didn't understand now, so he took the opportunity to start reflecting. The fools and the scattered soldiers were supposed to be coming for the anti-mine army special training instrument, but how did they know that thing was in my yard? Why is there a false god's heart hidden underneath the false god's eye of the anti-thunderer special training instrument? There's not a single real one. The heart of the person who made this device is too dark, isn't it? What's the purpose? That said, why didn't the Rock King Emperor react that night? Something that happened right under his nose shouldn't go unnoticed, right? Or am I making a fool of myself and it's not as important as I thought? Sister Ningxuang was right. You can't pin everything on someone else, even if it's the Rock King Emperor. It's still up to you. Only when you have power in your own hands can you control your own destiny and protect the people you care about at all times. That night, why could he suddenly see and manipulate the elemental power of thunder? Why can't I see it now? Manhwa opened and closed his eyes, blocked his hand in front of his eyes and moved it away again, but there was no change in his immediate field of vision. It was still pitch black, with only a faint glow coming through the window paper. Movai pulled the lock of dust necklace out of his chest again and squeezed it in his hand. Does it have anything to do with this stuff? The wound on his chest was split in two because of it, indicating that the lightning blade had cut into it at that time, and as far as Manhwa could observe, the locks of dust were no different from before, as if they hadn't been attacked. Perhaps it really was time to go to Zhongli and ask him about it. There were many things that Manhwa was indifferent to in the past, because he didn't want to break his peaceful life, and felt that it would be good to leave everything to the emperor to arrange. For example, why he had to wear it all the time, and why he couldn't leave his home until he was 5 years old, and why he couldn't leave Yujingtai until he was 10 years old, and why he sent himself back to the Hall of the Dead this time, and so forth. The emperor must have his reasons for doing so, but not anymore. In order to keep himself and the people he cares about from getting hurt, Movai feels the need to take more information into his own hands. I will not let Ah Tao shed tears for me again. Manhwa silently clutched the locks of the earthly world and gradually drifted into a deep sleep in the darkness. Sleeping in. When I woke up, it was dusk. The dim sunset light shone through the window pane onto the bed. Not yet fully awake, Manhwa sat frozen in bed, looking at the dust fluttering in the dim light, and for a moment had a stripped sense that the world had left him. No wonder the old man of the house used to say that you can't get up at dusk, the time when the yin and the yang meet the devil. So that's what it feels like. Manhwa rubbed his face with his right hand to wake up, and suddenly felt that the palm of his left hand propped up on the bed was a little cold and the back of his hand was a little hot. Yes, cool and hot. It's contradictory, but that's really what it feels like. Manhwa looked over curiously, and his heartbeat missed a beat so steeply that he almost screamed out in fear. A white spud was squinting on the back of his left hand, and the tip of its lower end was through the palm. Isn't that the ghost of Walnut from the game? I've never heard Ah Tao talk about it before. Why did it suddenly appear now? Perhaps because the ghost was related to the walnut. Manhwa didn't feel afraid. Instead he extended his right hand with some curiosity, and the ghost didn't hide, letting Manhwa touch it. Hiss. It's hot to touch the surface, but as soon as you push your hand through it, it feels cool and ethereal, and it's amazing, isn't it? Is this a ghost? Just as Manhwa was conducting all kinds of pulling, slapping, and flinging tests on this ghost, a light and sharp footstep suddenly came from outside the door, then stopped at the doorway. Then the door to the room was gently pushed open a crack, and Tao, covering the top of her head, cautiously peeked in. Ha! Mamoru, you're awake. Ah Tao's eyes lit up and she dodged into the house, releasing her hand over her head and laughing. Dang, Mao Mao, I've brought Xiaodo to see you. After saying that, Little Walnut's little face tilted up, with a small expression of surprised or not surprised. The bib on his head slouched lazily and lifelessly. Oh my goodness, I'm so pleasantly surprised. Thank you. Understanding MS. Walnut. Well, you're welcome. Little Walnut cocked his head, always feeling that Manhwa spoke in a strange tone. It seems the translation accent is still too far ahead for Ah Tao. Manhwa laughed at the situation and pinched Little Walnut's cheeks and said softly, "Thank you Momo, I'm so happy to see Doodle." He. Satisfied with this, Tao tilted his head and giggled. Immediately afterward, Little Walnut was surprised when he saw a white spud rising from Manhwa's shoulder. Ah, it's Ghost. Its name is Ghost? When did you recognize it? Ah Tao? Movies asked. Also surprised. Yesterday evening, Little Walnut replied. At that time, she was guarding the bedside waiting for Manhwa to wake up, when Ghost suddenly appeared from Manhwa. Agui is the name I gave it. Oh, it turns out. Manhwa sighed in relief. He was worried that because of his butterfly, Ah Tao could not meet a ghost. And what if he could not open a big move in the future? As he spoke, Ghost, as if he wasn't afraid of anyone, floated in front of Little Walnut, as if greeting him. Little Walnut thinks of Ghost as a pet too, and doesn't carry any fear at all. That's right. Is there a ghost under the sky that Little Walnut is afraid of? It's more like a ghost is afraid of her. Hello there Ghost. Ah, this is Doodle. You guys have to get along. With that, Little Walnut grabbed the small pocket from the top of his head and brought it up to Ghost. Ghost wagged his tail at Doodle, but Doodle remained motionless, seemingly invisible to Ghost. So Ghost circled around the little pocket twice, and suddenly zipped into it with a jolt. Ghost disappeared. It burrowed into Doodle's body. Little Walnut tugged at Manhwa's hand in surprise, and Manhwa was also taken aback. Was this possession or taking over? Only to see the body of the small pocket bug tremble. The originally faint white mark on its back shell became obvious, and there were two small red dots in the center that looked like Agui's eyes. The little pocket possessed by a ghost became steeply animated, flying around both Manhwa and Little Walnut. Suddenly, the ghost pocket flying in the air stagnated, fell to the bed, and then began to wriggle. Manhwa and Little Walnut looked closer and realized that a shrunken version of Agui had been slowly squeezed out of the white mark on the back shell of the little pocket, leaving only the tip of its tail in the white mark. Doodle rolled and twisted, but couldn't get rid of Ghost on his back, and finally he flopped down on the bed and didn't move. Just when Manhwa and Little Walnut thought that Little Doodle had swung for the fences and given up, Little Doodle's abdomen suddenly lit up with a lavender glow, and a trace of electric current visible to the naked eye appeared at first glance around Little Doodle. What? You still have that in you, Doodle? Ghost on Xiaodo's back instantly drew back and floated up, then floated towards Manhwa, followed by a lavender lightning bolt that chased after Ghost. As a result, Ghost swished through Moa's body, and the lightning struck Moa's chest. Mamoru? Movies froze, and Little Walnut stared in disbelief. The little pocket seemed to be aware that he had made a big trouble. The glow of his abdomen was instantly hidden, and he lay on the bed shivering. Doodle! Little Walnut was instantly about to teach Tout a lesson, only to be pulled back by the returning Manhwa. Little Walnut twisted his head, only to see Manhwa's pupils glowing with a glistening white light, and said to Little Doodle with a face of excitement, "Doodle, you've done well. You've done well." Little Walnut Agui Kitoko was puzzled at the same time. A few minutes later, Manhwa's eyes had returned to normal, and Little Walnut understood Manhwa's explanation. That is to say, as long as Doodle attacks Mauve's necklace with lightning elemental power, Mauve will become powerful? Exactly. Manhwa nodded his head. He also didn't expect Xiaodou to bring him such a big surprise. It's also thanks to Ah Tao that you captured Xiaodou back. Ah Tao, you are truly my lucky star. Little Walnut smiled happily at the words and tenderly stroked Pocket's back shell. By the way, Ah Tao, this matter should be kept secret for the time being. Oh, this is a secret that only the two of us know. Secret. Little Walnut's eyes lit up and he nodded excitedly. A secret that only Ah Tao and Mao Mao know. He. Chapter 74, True Cover Recall. After playing with the bibs together for a while longer, Little Walnut remembered that she had come to call Mao Mao for dinner. They had wanted to put both Little Doodle and Ghost in the bedroom, but the two little guys said they didn't want to stay together. So the two of them, Manhwa and Little Walnut, had to bring one with them. Little Walnut walked ahead with his little pocket lying on his head. Mauve followed with Ghost on his shoulder. Little Walnut took Manhwa out of her bedroom and acted as a tour guide for the Hall of the Living Past, excitedly introducing it. The just was Tao's room. The one next to it isn't in use right now, and I heard that Shigeru was born in this room. Ah Tao opened the door to the room. Manhwa looked inside. There was only a screen, a plank bed and a bedside table. It didn't look very dusty and was quite clean. This room is the innermost room of the corridor. Little Walnut closed the door and led Manhwa out into the corridor, introducing them in turn. This is Grandpa's room. There are lots of books. This room is for clutter. Ahem. Lots of dust. Here this corridor came to an end, and Little Walnut led Manhwa around a corner to the stairs down. Downstairs, this is the front hall, where the Hall of the Living God receives business. There's no one here yet, but they'll be here when the door opens in a little while. The front hall was large, but filled with all sorts of coffins, wreaths, urns, and other items related to funerals. And with the poor lighting and only the dim light provided by the kerosene lamps, the overall look was rather her-worldly. Ah Tao, you usually stay here. Aren't you scared? Little Walnut sniffed and cocked his head, puzzled. Scared of what? Okay, forget I asked. Nothing. Manhwa waved his hand, but in his heart he sighed. Being able to grow up healthy and still maintain an optimistic and cheerful personality in such an environment, it's no wonder that the game's Walnut was given the Eye of God. Then Little Walnut took Mauve through the front hall to the back hall. The first thing that caught Manhwa's eye was the spirit plaque that hung on an entire wall. This is the back hall. These are the past generations of hall masters of the Hall of the Past Life Law. Little Walnut had long been accustomed to this, as if he were merely introducing an ordinary piece of furniture. Manhwa gazed and swept his eyes, realizing that the spirits were arranged in order from top to bottom, left to right, with the last two spirit tiles reading above each. Spirit Tablet of Hu Xiao, the 74th generation master of the Church of the Past Life. The Spirit Tablet of Hu, the 76th generation master of the Hall of the Past Life. The name on the last spirit tablet was a little blurry, and Manhwa didn't see it. That would be Grandpa Ah Tao's own son, Mauve's guest. Regarding the question of Ah Tao's birth, Manhwa learned from the game that Hu Tao's grandfather was the 75th generation Hall Master of the Hall of the Living Past, and Hu Tao was directly the 77th generation Hall after he grew up and inherited the Hall of the Living Past. What happened to the 76th generation Hall Master? But there is no information to explain. But for 5 years Manhwa hadn't heard anyone mention this, as if everyone had forgotten about the 76th Hall Master, including Little Walnut himself. But it didn't matter anymore. No matter what happened to the 76th generation of Hall Masters, Manhwa had to do the same thing, and that was to guard everything about Ah Tao. After the introduction of the spirit level, the two men stepped out of the back room, where the light brightened up. In front of him was a courtyard roughly 5 meters square. Behind 3 of the courtyard walls were 3 or 4-story buildings, and beyond the remaining courtyard wall was the towering Yujing Terrace. There was also a large tree in the courtyard thicker than the waist of an average adult, with branches that had just sprouted green shoots reaching as high as a 3-story building. When you look up, it's like you're in a paradise, but also like you're sitting on a well. This is the inner courtyard. Little Walnut excitedly pulled Mauve under the tree in the middle of the yard and introduced himself. It is Uncle Saikiso. So it is. Mauve drifted off as the classic images in his memory began to replay. It was a summer afternoon 2 years ago, probably a few days after Ah Tao's birthday. It was then that she ran, sweaty and holding the corners of her clothes in both hands, to Mauve, who was cooling himself in his hammock. And then under the latter's puzzled gaze let the clothes down. A pile of red persimmons rolled all over the floor all of a sudden. Cover recycling. Cover recycling. JPG. Meanwhile Little Walnut was screaming happily. Mau Mau. Eat Psycho. That's right. Psycho, it's what Little Walnut calls persimmons when he's slurring his words. And Nishikiso means persimmon tree. Although Atao was able to say the word persimmon tree clearly later on, Moa thought it was cute, so he kept the name Saikiso. By the way, Atao sent persimmons over last summer too. It's Uncle Saikosu. It's so thick. Manhwa reached out and touched its rough bark, estimating that he and Little Walnut together couldn't hold the persimmon tree. According to Little Walnut, the persimmon tree is over 200 years old and was planted by the parishioner many generations ago. Thinking and doing, Manhwa immediately said to Little Walnut, "Tao, come on, let's try to hold it." Yeah. Little Walnut excitedly pulled Movise's hand around. The result of the experiment was no. It's still 4 or 5 handfuls away. Can't feel Mamoru's hand. It's okay, in a few years we'll be able to hold it. Manhwa rubbed Little Walnut's head, and the latter instantly recovered and nodded. Aha! At that moment, the aroma of rice suddenly came from the air, and Manhwa's stomach, which had only had a bowl of congee in the morning, suddenly rumbled. Little Walnut smiled cheekily at the sound and pulled Manhwa towards the room on the north side of the courtyard where the aroma came from, while calling out, "Grandpa, Mau is hungry." It'll be done in a minute. Come in and sit down first. A few minutes later, Movise and Little Walnut were sitting in rows waiting at the table, which had been set with 3 meat and 2 veggies. "Grandpa, still not well? Come on. Chicken soup." Hallmaster Who yelled and walked over with a soup pot. By now he had changed out of his work clothes and looked like an ordinary old man. "Uncle Who, thank you for your hard work. This is too sumptuous." Manhwa thanked sincerely, not knowing if it was an illusion or not. He felt that today's Hallmaster Who was particularly friendly to him. You're injured. Just what you need to eat something good to make up for it." Hu Yuan, also known as Hallmaster Who, stroked his beard and laughed. He'd figured it out since he and Little Walnut had returned from the Wangshuan last week. This granddaughter of his own is not expected to be able to take back his own age is guilty of fighting with a 5-year-old child. In retrospect, Manhwa the boy in addition to the age of a little younger, but family history, character, ability, and looks are all superior. In addition, there was the most crucial point: anyone could see that he was really fond of his own granddaughter. And this incident is even more proof of this, which makes Hu Yuan, who Hallmaster to Manhwa's good feelings directly burst. That night is personally went to carry Manhwa back to the Hall of the Past Life. And looking at the long term, when little Peach grows up, he can still help share the burden of the Hall of the Past Life. Hu Yuan thought about it and felt more and more that this boy Manhwa is a good match for Xiao Dao. So, Hu Yuan opened his mouth to correct it again. "That's right, Manhwa boy. From now on you won't call me uncle, just like little Peach. Call me grandpa." "Well, that way old man Mao should call himself dad from now on." "Not bad. Very good. Ha 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 ha." Manhwa looked at Hallmaster Who, whose mouth was grinning up to his ears, and although he was still a bit clouded, he still felt the other party's recognition. So Manhwa agreed without hesitation under the expectant gazes of Hu Tao's grandparents and grandchildren. "Okay, Grandpa Hu. As for his dad's seniority, never mind. Let's call it what it is." Chapter 75, The world will be in danger if we don't get cute. After a sumptuous dinner, Hallmaster Who changed into his work clothes and put on his Qianku and Taigua hat and went to work, very relieved to leave Manhwa and Little Walnut at the Hall of the Past Life. The Master of Hall who had just left the house, and immediately afterward the Manhwa family came to see him again, bringing a change of clothes and other items. When Manhwa saw Master Mao's depressed expression, and saw the second brother behind him covering his mouth and snickering from time to time, he guessed that his old man had run into Hallmaster Who. As for what happened when they met, I can't say. After seeing Manhwa, the whole family didn't stay long and left after a few brief instructions, leaving only Little Red and Little Cherry to take care of Manhwa and Little Walnut. "Sister Red, Sister Sakura, you guys sleep here." In the evening, while Manhwa went to take a bath, the young master, who had already washed up, very kindly arranged for the lodging of the 2 little maids, the very one next to Little Walnut's bedroom, with bedding spread out and ready for occupancy. "Thanks Ms. Walnut." Little Red respectfully saluted and thanked her, while Sakura on the side playfully smiled. "Thank you, little young lady." As soon as the words left her mouth, Red gave her a dark elbow and glared at her, the following message passing through her eyes: "It's too rude. Even if it's something like 8 or 9, as long as it's not set in stone, how can you, as the young master's maid, take advantage of his absence to call out?" Sakura instantly reacted to the fact that she had overstepped her bounds, spat out her tongue, and honestly stepped aside without another word. On the other hand, Walnut fell into a strange fantasy because of Sakura's little young lady. The Kajimusha bathing place was in a small cabin at the edge of the yard. Manhwa always felt cool when he took a shower something was looking at him, so he could only quickly finish soaping and rinsing once more. The bath did not even soak before he put on his clothes and slipped away. Old-timers, Sinners, lend a hand. As he passed through the back room, Mobius folded his hands in silence and hoped they wouldn't mind that his hair was wet. When they came to the front hall, a few of the ceremonial heralds on the night shift sniffed and looked at Manhwa, smiling in a friendly manner. But the paper figures behind them were so creepy, and the dim light, that Mobius only barely managed to return a very stiff smile before thumping up the stairs. The restroom is also in the small yard. No water tonight. Mobius went up the stairs and turned into the hallway to see Red Sakura standing in the doorway of the innermost room waiting for him. Where's Ah Tao? Mobius looked around the room suspiciously as he approached. Young master, Miss Walnut has gone to her room to rest. Red pointed to the hidden bedroom door next to Ah Tao's. Meanwhile, Sakura handed the black box she was holding to Mobius. Young master. Thanks. Mobius took the box and then said to the two maids. Sister Red, Sister Sakura, you guys should rest early too. I'll call you if something happens. Yes. Watching as Red and Cherry went back to their rooms, Mobius set his eyes on the door of Little Walnut's bedroom. It was quiet and somewhat perverse. Could it be that Ah Tao was already asleep? Thinking it unlikely, Mobius cautiously pushed open the door to the room and peered inside. Compared to the claustrophobia of the daytime, the bedroom at night seemed warmer and more ambiguous under the kerosene lamp. In the warm yellow light, Mobius saw a noticeable bulge under the white comforter but on the bed. Ah Tao? As soon as Manhwa's words fell, the pile moved slightly, and then the white sheet was lifted up, revealing Little Walnut's cute little face. Mao. After her bath, Little Walnut, wearing only a thin red short-sleeved long coat, sat on the bed in a duck-sitting position. She was draped in a white sheet, as if trying to hide herself, but those plum eyes grew brighter because of it, twinkling with joy and fondness that she couldn't hide. There's joy and fondness hidden in the eyes. New cover online. JPG. For a moment, Mobius felt like he saw an angel. Referee, I'm going to organize. Ah Tao, she's fouled. This is too cute. Oh, Ah Tao is an angel. Mamoru? Since Mobius had stood and gawked for too long, the little walnut couldn't help but cock his head in confusion. It's Crooked Head Kill. Why is dead? Manhwa was so excited inside that he wanted to scream out, but his face was very serious as he shouted. Ah Tao. You can't get any cuter. Why? If you keep being cute, the world is going to end. Outside the door, Sakura and Red, who were lying on the door listening to the wall, suddenly grew their mouths and cried out silently, while at the same time pinching the flesh on each other's waists to help force each other to calm down. Little Walnut listened and thought for a few seconds before responding with a pout. Mamoru really? Complimenting Momo on her cuteness and just saying so. Yes. Ah Tao is the cutest in the world. Well, Mobius throws a straight right instead, which embarrasses Walnut Jr. She giggled for a moment with her little red face, and when she saw that Mamoru was still standing in the doorway, she patted the bed. Mamoru, come to bed now. Mobius walked over and looked at the cramped crib, musing, does this really sleep two people? This crib is the beginning of the Who Hall Master with good pine personally to the small walnut luxury crib. Length and width are 1 meter. There are guardrails around, enough to be able to roll around on the baby period of the small walnut at will. After that, when Manhwa was born, Hall Master Who added a wooden fence across the center, with Manhwa and Little Walnut sleeping on one side. But the wooden fence proved to be bull *******, and the half-year-old Little Walnut was easily able to climb over and stick it to Manhwa on the first day. Therefore, Mr. Who removed the fence and let the two little ones chase and play as much as they wanted. Then later, when Manhwa came home, Hall Master Who removed the guardrail, and the crib became Little Walnut's single bed again, where he has slept until now. A month ago Hall Master Who also deliberately lengthened this bed by more than 20 centimeters. Otherwise Little Walnut could not hit his legs straight when he slept on it. But even then, it's too much for the crib to sleep two people. By the way, at this moment, Manhwa's height was 1 meter 15, and Little Walnut was a little shorter, 1 meter 8. It's okay, I can sleep. I'll sleep with Mao in my arms. Ah Tao pulled Manhwa to sit on the bed. She wanted to sleep in this bed with Manhwa again no matter what. Manhwa looked into Little Walnut's eyes and understood what she was thinking, so he nodded. Well then, I'm wounded, so watch out. Hey, no problem. Little Walnut was instantly overjoyed, and slapped the bed frantically like a seal urging it on. Lay down quickly, lay down quickly, lay down. That adorable look made Mobius dumbfounded, placing the black box on the nightstand and obediently lying down. Wait, Mamoru, your hair isn't even dry. Little Walnut touched Mo's wet hair. It's fine, it'll dry itself in a minute. No, you'll get a headache if it gets cold. Ah Tao will help you wipe it off. Ah Tao suddenly wasn't in a hurry to sleep with Manhwa again and took Manhwa's head over to his lap, just as Momo was considering whether or not to just wipe up the water with her clothes. The door to the room suddenly knocked, and then Sakura rushed in with a towel and threw it down and darted out again, taking no more than 2 seconds. Mock, deleted for you to post. Thank you Sakura-san. Little Walnut, on the other hand, yelled out, then took a towel and carefully wiped up the water on Mobi's head. Never mind, for the sake of the assist, Mobi's thought as he enjoyed Atao's knee pillow head rubbing service. A few minutes later, after carefully drying each and every strand of Malwat's hair, Little Walnut let out a long sigh of relief and rubbed Malwat's fluffy hair with considerable satisfaction. Okay, you can go to sleep. Little Walnut hung the towel aside and gestured for Malwa to lie upright. The excited look not at all like he was ready to sleep. Mobi's laid his head back onto the pillows and leaned his body as far to the right side of the bed as he could. Immediately afterward, Little Walnut also lay down on his side, facing Malwat, leaning towards him one by one. Mobi's asked at the same time as he moved to the right again, his ass feeling the edge of the bed. Ah Tao, is it crowded on your side? Ah Tao didn't answer, just giggled and squeezed into Malwa's arms again. Mao Mao. Malwa had half pulled his ass up in the air, and immediately felt something was wrong. Looked up behind Little Walnut, and goodness, at least 30 or 40 centimeters were empty. So Malwa gently patted Little Walnut's back, crying and laughing. Ah Tao, go over there, I'm going to fall. Ow. Little Walnut moved back about 20 centimeters, and Malwa followed, instantly feeling his buttocks solid. At that moment Little Walnut stuck up again, and this time Malwa didn't move, letting her wrap herself around him like an octopus. Mobi's turned around and went from lying flat on his back to lying on his side facing Little Walnut, looking at Little Walnut's eyes overflowing with laughter. Malwa felt like his heart was filled with something as well, and couldn't help but reach out and gather her little head into his arms, stroking his hair and whispering, "Silly girl, 5 years ago, a star landed. 5 years later, the two hearts were joined at the hip." Chapter 76, What's wrong with me? Can't I change? Mao Mao. I'm leaving At 8:30 in the morning, Little Walnut stepped out of the door of the Hall of the Living Future with heavy steps, looking back fondly at Manhwa, who stood in the front hall. Since it was Monday, Little Walnut, who hadn't taken a vacation, had to go to school. Originally, Little Walnut wanted to skip class and stay with Manhwa, but Manhwa didn't think it was necessary. He wasn't a critically ill patient who needed 24-hour supervision, and it was better for Atao to go to class normally. And by the way, he could also report peace to Little Kei-Ching and Little Shangling for him. Take care on the road. Momo, I'll be waiting for you back at home, Mobai said as he walked to the door and rubbed Little Walnut's head, who then let go of the doorknob and took 3 steps back toward the street. After watching Little Walnut's figure disappear around the corner, Mobai closed the door and went back inside. At this point, the ritual heralds working the night shift at the Hall of the Past Life had already left, and Red and Sakura had gone home for the time being, and would be back at noon with food. In other words, he was the only one in the entire Hall of the Living World at this moment. Manhwa looked around the cold front hall and decided to go sit in the slightly more young courtyard for a while. Squeaky! Manhwa was startled when he pushed open the wooden door of the back hall leading to the backyard, only to see that in the center of the empty courtyard, a broad back was sitting under the still somewhat bare persimmon tree with his back turned to him, holding a teacup and leisurely sipping tea. What's the old man doing here? Oh, there's no class for him today. That's fine. Speaking of which, this side of Kajamusha is his other part-time job, plus his real job that he hasn't retired from yet. I can't believe you're so diligent. Who the hell are you? Malwa's thoughts turned and his feet kept walking towards the courtyard while greeting. Good morning, Mr. Zhonglei. Morning. Zhongli put down his teacup and picked up the teapot to pour a cup of tea into one of the empty teacups on the stone table. This is the special Gongjian black tea from the Hall of the Past Life. Try it. Looks like it was prepared. Malwa's heart was clear, and he nonchalantly sat down opposite Zhongli, picked up his teacup and blew on it, savoring it. Mellow aroma, but a bit burnt and astringent, Mobai commented sharply after a few sips. Zhongli nodded at his words and sharply commented on Malwa's sharp comment. Not bad. The raw material of this black tea is taken from the delusional slope, and it is made through 5 processes: greening, initial kneading, curing, re-kneading, and drying, in which the drying step needs to be baked for 77 and 49 days. Therefore its flavor is mellow and thick with a burnt aroma. After listening to Zhongli's long list of words, Manhwa noticed several keywords such as the slope of no delusion and 77-49 days, and suspected that Zhongli, the old Riddler, was hinting at something, but he had no proof, so he could only nod in agreement. Oh, so that's how it works? Learned, said Manhwa. Took a few more sips, and the teacup bottomed out, leaving a few pieces of dark brown tea leaves. So again, he took the initiative to pick up the teapot himself and filled it up for himself, mixing it up in Zhongli's teacup in the process. Zhongli picked up his teacup, a hint of surprise flashed under his eyes, not expecting this little guy to be so calm. Just like that, Two people who were more than 6,000 years old combined sat under the bare persimmon tree, looked at the narrow sky, and sipped, leisurely, the special black tea from the hall of the past. Not to mention, early in the morning with nothing to do drinking strong tea, but also a different flavor. Perhaps this is the pleasure of touching the fish. It was not until the pot of tea had reached the bottom that Manhwa put down his teacup with great interest and took the lead in opening his mouth to break the tranquility in the courtyard. Mr. Zhongli, look at this narrow sky. Do we look like frogs at the bottom of a well trapped in one side of the world? Zhongli followed Manhwa's gaze and looked up. The walls of the surrounding buildings seemed to enclose the sky and nodded. Indeed. Then look at me again. Do I look like a canary in a cage? This cage is the Jade Capital Terrace, the Liyue Harbor, and this earthly lock is the chain that binds you. Zhongli let out a light laugh as he smiled, his gaze still looking at the founder's sky as he asked, "Is that what you think?" "No, just from the looks of it, it does." Mobile shook his head and spoke in a calm tone, and Zhongli finally withdrew his gaze and looked at Manhwa. "On the surface? Well, on the surface it looks like bondage, but in reality it's protection." Manhwa had actually always seen clearly that Zhongli, as the god of the glazed moon, had set all sorts of restrictions on him, even giving him the locks of the earthly world. Surely it was not for the purpose of harming him. That's why Manhwa never thought of crossing the limit. The reason why he said what he said earlier was just to introduce the topic. Manhwa didn't wait for Zhongli to speak, but pulled out the lock of dust from his chest and held it in his hand to scrutinize it, saying, not to ask why, but to live simply and peacefully, and the time will soon pass, when all questions will no longer matter. That's what I thought until the night before last. And then, what kind of thoughts are there now? Zhongli picked up the teacup to take a sip, but realized that there was no more tea in it. Tea is poorly thought out. Manhwa finally said what he was most thinking at the moment, but now I realize that running away can only hide for a while, and by the time you really face the difficulties head on, it's too late to fight back. That night, the feeling of powerlessness that little Walnut felt when she grabbed the corner of her coat behind herself and shivered, while she could only watch the lightning blade strike her chest. Mobise didn't want to experience it again. Manhwa gripped the lock of dust and removed his gaze from the lock of dust, looking straight into Zhongli's eyes and said, "Mr. Bell, I want to know everything about me. What's so special about me? What are all the restrictions for? Why do we have to stay in the Hall of the Living after birth for 79 days? Why can't you leave your home before the age of 5, the Jade Palace at the age of 10, or the Liyue Harbor at the age of 15? And what role does this earthly lock play?" And so on and so forth. Manhwa wanted to know, and I'd like to ask Mr. Zhongli to solve the problem. Finally, Manhwa said sincerely, "Well, it's complicated to say, but..." Zhongli stopped turning his teacup and opened his mouth to reply as if he had prepared for it. "I can give you an example that you are more familiar with." Familiar examples? Manhwa was puzzled in his mind, but did not say anything, quietly waiting for Zhongli's next words. "The Tang monk, Tang Xianzang, is called this name, right? Because he can live forever if he eats it. He always attracts all kinds of devils and gods who want to capture him and eat him." Manhwa's pupils shrank, as if lightning had crossed his mind. "Manhwa, you're like what you called a longevity monk from Journey to the West. Although it's not something you can eat to live forever. The situation is similar." Manhwa understood a lot at once, but in a flash more questions were born in his mind. Why is that? Because I'm traveling through? What groups are attracted to me? What attracts them to me? Can't I just change? Chapter 77, Mr. Zhongli's answers to questions and answers to confusions. Since there were so many slots, Manhwa didn't even know which one to ask first, and for a while he couldn't spit it out as it was stuck in his throat, suffocating him. "Hold your horses." Zhongli seemed to see what was in Manhwa's mind and spoke again. "If you take this necklace off, I'm sure you'll be able to figure out a lot of questions." Remove the earthly locks? Mobise froze at his words. From the moment of his birth, Zhongli had given this earthly lock necklace to Elder Mao and instructed him to make sure that Manhwa wore it at all times. So the thing was like his companion, worn in bed and in the shower. And because of it, Mobise never even slept on his back. So it and Manhwa are truly inseparable. Never separated for a second, kind of. More than a Tao, a childhood friend. Have you ever thought of removing it secretly? I thought about it, but I was afraid to die. And now Zhongli is talking about taking it down. Is it really okay? Mobise asked uncertainly. Aha. Looking at Zhongli's steady as a mountain appearance, Manhwa slightly lowered his heart and removed the necklace from his neck. There's nothing special about it, except that it's a little bit lighter, isn't there? Manhwa looked at Zhongli suspiciously. Put it on the floor in the back corner. Mobise did as he was told, but still didn't feel any change. Back away. Mobise took a few steps back. Back. Manhwa kept backing up, one step at a time, until his back was against another corner of the courtyard wall, and Zhongli didn't say another word. It didn't. What's the difference? What is this? Manhwa was just about to open his mouth to question Zhongli when he realized that the world in front of him had completely changed. The world in front of him seemed to have a layer of advanced filters added to it. The entire courtyard was enveloped by a golden transparent barrier, and colorful elemental particles floated in the air in stars. The most numerous of these were particles of a translucent subtle reddish gray, the distant gray particles drifting around erratically while the nearer ones kept drifting towards themselves. Movies looked down at his body pairs and hands and was startled again. Only those gray particles were seen attaching to the surface of his body, as if he was knitting himself a close-fitting sweater that was permeated with grayness and deadness. However, due to the lack of wool for the sweater was thin and tattered, which truly illustrated what it means to have no clothes to cover one's body. What surprised Manhwa even more was that his skin, which was not covered by the sweater, was emitting a faint white fluorescence like alabaster, attracting countless gray particles to stick to it and become part of the sweater, and became a part of the sweater, similar to the attraction of the dawn. So that's how it works. The gray particles form a sweater that hides its own peculiarities. If such gray particles were only particularly abundant in Kajamusha, it would be understandable why one was born in Kajamusha. For an instant Movies understood, but again questions arose. He was sent to the Hall of the Living to repair his sweater. But how did the sweater get torn? Because it had something to do with the strange state of affairs the other night? Unable to find an answer for a while, Manhwa didn't think about it and looked up to the center of the courtyard. I wonder what Morex, the strongest demon god, looks like in this view? The result disappointed him. The distribution of elemental particles around Zhongli's body in his field of vision was no different from anywhere else, and if he closed his eyes, he wouldn't be able to feel that there was a person sitting in that place at all. What an old coin! Movies spat darkly. Then his eyes were suddenly drawn to the necklace of earthly locks in the far corner of the wall, only to see that there were no elemental particles within a 1-meter radius centered on the locks of dust. It's shielded from perception or banished from the ranged elements? Thinking back to the 2 times he wore the necklace of earthly locks and sensed the thunder element, Manhwa was more inclined to be the former. So, the purpose of the earthly lock is to help me shield my senses from the outside world and avoid being seen as abnormal by others? Well, there's still one question left unanswered. If you're protected by a sweater and earthly locks, why are you still grounded? Before Manhwa could think about it in detail, he suddenly felt a swelling pain in his brain, the same feeling he had at the end of that night. Just then, Zhongli, who had been sitting in the center of the courtyard as steady as an old dog, hooked his finger, and the distant necklace of the lock of dust flew towards Manhwa, straight onto his neck. The dizziness instantly subsided quite a bit, and Manhwa couldn't help but feel relieved as he couldn't help but sputter. Is this thing tightly banded, its brother loosely banded? Zhongli asked curiously with a sniff. Oh, does the goddess of mercy still have the spell order loose hoop curse? Movies was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. No, I'm just saying. Manhwa rested for a few more moments before the discomfort completely subsided, at which point Zhongli opened his mouth and asked, well, how much do you understand now? I grew to understand everything. That's good, but there are still a couple of questions that I haven't figured out. You asked. So Manhwa brought up some of the questions he had accumulated just now as well as before, and Zhongli's career as a teacher came into play, answering them one by one. Finally, Manhwa has summarized some of the questions and known information as follows. First, what makes you special? Simply put, it is the ability to perceive and manipulate elemental forces without the eye of God. As for elemental perception, not only could it perceive all attributes of elemental force, but it could also perceive energies that did not belong to the category of elemental force, such as the gray particles that were particularly abundant in the Hall of the Past. As for how he was able to do this, Zhongli didn't go into detail, but Manhwa could probably guess that it had something to do with his identity as a traveler. Just as Zhongli knew that Manhwa might know his true identity but never broke it, he would not probe into Manhwa's true origins, which was an unspoken tacit understanding between the two. Secondly, what is so special about the Church of the Afterlife? Just as Manhwa had guessed, the Hall of the Past Life, as a funeral institution that had been passed down for thousands of years, gathered the death aura of the entire Liyue harbor. Ordinary people infested with death chi would be muddle-headed and mentally unstable, or seriously ill, with their vitality greatly damaged or even their lifespan diminished. And Manhwa had a special physique. Although his attraction to death chi was far more than normal, not only would he not be harmed by death chi, but he was able to rely on it to cover up his strange physique. Third, what is the purpose of the earthly locks? Shield perception. The locks of dust itself shields the outside world from elemental perceptions within a certain range around itself. When wearing the necklace of earthly locks, this range is automatically narrowed to the surface of the wearer's body so as not to be seen as unusual. The side effect is that the wearer himself is cut off from elemental perception and is unable to perceive or manipulate elemental forces. However, It is possible to attack a dust lock with an elemental force, temporarily disabling the dust lock's shielding against that elemental force. It is important to note that the attack must be an elemental force attack that exceeds a certain threshold, or it will not be able to break through the lock's defenses. This was what Manhwa had guessed, and after asking Zhongli for confirmation, he also received an affirmative answer. Fourth, why do you have a limit on your own range of activities until you reach a certain age? The answer to this question is also guessed by Manhwa. Due to the limitations of physical development, Manhwa cannot run naked for a long time. Without the protection of the earthly locks and the dead air coat, Manhwa has to face the omnipresent elemental forces and energies, which is not good for the still young Manhwa. His brain will be stuffed with a huge amount of information. In this world, there are all kinds of dirty things other than elemental power, and it's hard just to feel them. Liyue Harbor would be relatively cleaner because of the presence of the Rock King Emperor, while Jade Capital Terrace was again cleaner compared to the entire Liyue Harbor because of the 7 stars and other bigwigs living there. In addition, Zhongli gave another reason. Limiting your activities to within Liyue Harbor will also make it easier to get you back to the Hall of the Past. Movies was speechless, because that's what happened this time. Chapter 78, Goodbye, My Salty Fish Life. The doubts in Manhwa's mind were pretty much answered, and there were only a handful of questions he didn't ask. Questions like, where were you that night? If the Emperor had been there, nothing would have happened. Manhwa believed that with the strength of the strongest demon god, if it was impossible for him to not sense the small movements of the foolish crowd while he was inside the Liyue Harbor, then there were only 2 possibilities, purposely turning a blind eye or not being in the Liyue Harbor at the time. The former contradicted Zhongli's various behaviors of protecting Manhwa, so it could be ruled out. Then there was only one answer left. He's not taking advantage of the Windflower Festival to go drinking in Mond, is he? The thought flashed through Movi's mind, then shook it out. No, 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 how could the Emperor be so unreliable? No way, no way. This is something that Manhwa no longer intends to seek proof of, and no matter where the Emperor was at the time, it doesn't affect Manhwa's current thoughts. Rely on the mountain to fall, rely on God to run. If you want to protect the people you care about, the most reliable thing to do is to rely on yourself. Endeavor, self-improvement. Movies looked at Zhongli combatively and asked the last billion questions of the day. Mr. Zhongli, is there any way that I can whoosh and become as strong as Morix? Zhongli glanced at him and shook the empty teapot, saying, yes, in dreams. Skinning a little bit of fun. Manhwa laughed twice, picked up the teapot and went to the kitchen to fill it with the water that had just been boiled during the questioning and came back to mix it up for Zhongli and himself, and waited for Zhongli to take a sip of the tea in intoxication before he asked seriously, then is there any secret immortal technique that allows me to use my abilities at will for a short period of time? Like, let me grow up temporarily or something like that. Now he can't run around naked for long periods of time because he's limited by his physical development. Originally, Manhwa wanted to say Grandma Ping Shockwave, but thinking that Zhongli had never played the game, he changed his words. Zhongli sniffed and pondered for a moment with his teacup, then said, a way to grow up temporarily. There is. Really? Manhwa was overjoyed. Yet Zhongli's next words were a huge disappointment. I don't think it's the kind you want, though. Bell went on to explain. That's just a blindfold that Tomo worked out when he was bored. The kind you want involves time and is beyond the grasp of mortals. Well, Movies is dead in the water. It seems like there are no shortcuts or anything, so it's better to work on yourself honestly and grow up slowly. Manhwa poured water for his own teacup as well, and while sipping the bitter and burnt flavor of the black tea, he asked again, Mr. Zhongli, if I want to practice marksmanship, where is a good place to start? Since magic attacks can't be used at will, let's practice physical attacks. Just as Manhwa finished speaking, footsteps came from the backroom house. Yo, you two were drinking tea here? Manhwa sniffed and looked, only to see the door to the room in the back hall pushed open, and Hall Master Hu walked in with his hat. Uncle Hu, Grandpa, you're off work? Boy, going out at 7 p.m. in the evening and coming home at 12 p.m. the next day. Still on night shift. 99.6 isn't even that tough. Good boy. Can drink black tea? Good. Hall Master Hu cheerfully responded, walking over and mixing himself a cup as well, while at the same time and Zhongli greeted each other as well. What are you guys talking about? Oh, talk about Movies wanting to practice his marksmanship. Zhongli replied. Hall Master Hu's eyes lit up at his words and he turned around and patted Manhwa's shoulder and laughed. What a great idea. What strength. Movies sucked in a dark breath, his eyes twitching at the corners of his eyes. I just don't know what to practice right now. Simple. Your grandpa who teaches you. Hall Master Hu banged his chest, and that action instantly made Manhwa think of Little Walnut. So you've been doing this for ages? At this time, Zhongli, who was on the side, nodded his head and said helpfully, well, Hall Master Hu is the Hall Master of the Hall of the Past Life. and he is quite proficient in the way of spearmanship, and his Hall of the Past Life's secret spearmanship can be considered a masterpiece. After saying that, he sipped his own tea. Manhwa asked as he sniffed his heart, "Can I learn this secret gun technique of the Hall of the Past Life?" The secret gun technique, as the name suggests, is naturally only learned by the heir to the Hall Master of the Hall of the Past Life, that is, Little Walnut. Hall Master, who glanced at Zhongli, nodded and smiled. It can be learned. Of course it can be learned. Rules are dead. People are alive. Although Manhwa is not the heir to the Hall of the Living Past, he is the underscore of the heir to the Hall of the Living Past. And just as well, it's time to pass things on one by one. The more Hall Master who thought about it, the more satisfied he became, and immediately patted Manhwa's shoulder again and said, "Before it's too late, let me see how you're doing." What the hell? Come on, take a horse stance and see. The aura on Hall Master, whose body instantly changed, from a kind old man to a stern master. What? So that's what you're looking at? Manhwa sighed in relief and got up and did a horse stance. He had learned Tai Chi before, so naturally he could still do the horse stance. Well, the moves are pretty standard. Hall Master who nodded, and then slapped various parts of Manhwa's body, and Manhwa immediately became shaky. It's not stable enough. It seems that we still need to practice. This way, first tie it for an hour. I haven't had lunch yet. Manhwa and Zhongli had been drinking tea all morning, and it was almost 12 o'clock by now. Not only was he hungry, but he also wanted to let off steam. Hall Master who sniffed indistinctly and said thoughtfully, "Alright then, I'll go make dinner. You tie it up and I'll call you when it's done." Movies wanted to say something, but finally chose to shut up. Want to become stronger, how can not suffer? Now this bit of suffering is just the beginning. Manhwa was prepared for this, and he was very aware of what kind of path he had chosen. After asking Zhongli so many questions, Manhwa also figured out his situation. You think it's reincarnate the original god, live until adulthood and you're invincible? No, it's actually reincarnated as the original god, Monktang/P-Star. I just want to live well without my hang-ups. As an adult, Manhwa is only able to run around naked for a little longer, and has a certain ability to protect itself. However, the more this ability is used, the greater the probability of being exposed. So, in order to survive, in order to live well, Movies had to have other means of self-preservation, and this is the choice he made. Now that you have made a choice, you must go on without complaint. It was like that in his last life, and it was like that in this one, as it always was with Movies. Sayonara, my salty life. Chapter 79, Liyue Law Exam, by Smoke Crimson. The classroom of the first-year class at Yujingtai Elementary School during the lunch break. Well, Little Walnut slumped listlessly on his desk and let out a lament for I don't know how many times today. The front row Xiao Kei-cheng and Xiao Xiangling looked at each other helplessly. This situation has been going on all morning, and this scene is a bit familiar. They seem to have seen it a week ago, but the protagonist has been replaced with Xiao Wutao's childhood friend's desk mate Manhwa, that is. It's okay Walnut, I'll see Manhwa when I get back from school this afternoon. Come on, have a Jiayun pepper meatballs and cheer up. Little Shannon turned around and comforted, while at the same time taking a piece of red Jedi Cloud pepper meatball from the lunchbox and handing it to Little Walnut's mouth. The Little Walnut, whose thoughts drifted away, subconsciously opened his mouth, and the Little Shangling directly pitched the meatballs in. Little Walnut chewed twice, and, with a burst of energy, sat up in a blur of miso, his little hands flying to fan the wind. So spicy. Water. As soon as the words left his mouth, the early prepared cookie Haru handed the open water bottle to Little Walnut, who took it and gulped it down, swallowing the meatballs into his stomach before letting out a long sigh of relief. Shannon! Little Walnut ferociously butting screamed. This absolute cloud pepper meatballs is Shangling's new cuisine. In the noon let the students taste. The result is that no one wants to eat a second piece. Great! Finally I'm in good spirits. Well, thanks, I'm fine. The Little Walnut went limp. Xiao Shangling and Xiao Kei-ching smiled slightly at the sight. This wave of their cooperation was full marks. In the midst of the small talk, the bell rang for the afternoon class. Ms. Smokim walked into the classroom holding a large book, and the students quieted down. Good afternoon class. Rise, old teacher good. When the students were seated, Smokyheim spoke up. Class, let's skip arithmetic for today. Arithmetic is flying by the seat of your pants and it's not a problem to pause for a session or two. Today let's talk about a bizarre burglary that happened last week in Lizuki. Smokim felt that this case was very special and typical, so I couldn't help but share it with the students. Popularizing the law should start at a young age. What's so bizarre about it? Let me tell you properly. Some of the students who were in the know, such as Cookie Haru and Sayurin, probably guessed what kind of thing Miss Smokeheim was talking about, and waited quietly for what the teacher would say. First, Suspect 1. Let's call her Zhang San for now. This San, on a dark and windy night, climbed from a courtyard wall into the yard of a certain family. As a result, by coincidence, he stepped into a trap set by the head of the household and was seriously injured while alerting the head of the household. So he fell into the net. Then here I have to ask, Zhang San has just entered the courtyard and was caught before he started to carry out the theft. May I ask Zhang San what crime he has committed? And is the head of the household liable for the injuries he sustained when he stepped on the trap? Smokim spoke on the spur of the moment, and without waiting for the students to answer, he continued on his own. Yet the case is not over here. After Zhang San fell, suspect 2 tentatively called him Li Si, followed by another entry into the yard. This Li Si is more powerful. Not only did he steal the stuff, he even waited for the head of the household to come back. What is he going to do? He wants to avenge Zhang San, so he fought with the head of the household. And in the end what injured the head of the household, and himself was caught by the arriving Qi Yan army because he had dragged his feet for too long. May I ask what other crimes have been committed by Li Si in this process? Smoky tapped the thick book of laws and said with glowing eyes, the most unusual thing about this case is that Zhang San and Li Si are not from Ryu, and this is a transnational crime. Under which country's law should transnational criminals be convicted and how should they be sentenced? I think when this case is over, it will provide a very typical reference for similar cases in the future. Students listen to the cloud, but does not prevent them from listening to the fun. As long as it is not talking about math, anything is good to say. As long as it's not about math, it's all good. Smokin then gave a detailed explanation of each of the problems mentioned above, and the 2 afternoon sessions passed quickly. As soon as school was over, Little Walnut, whose heart had long since flown home, said goodbye to Little Carving Harvest and the others, and ran toward the Hall of the Living. After returning to the Hall of the Past Life, Little Walnut ran straight to the courtyard, and with her knowledge of Manhwa, he must have stayed in the courtyard. Sure enough, after pushing open the door to the back hall, Little Walnut caught a glimpse of Manhwa, who was sprawled out on a table under the persimmon tree, reading a book. Shigeru, I'm back. At this time, Manhwa was the only one in the courtyard. Zhongli didn't know where he had gone to hang out, and Hallmaster who had gone back to the house to rest. Movies lay motionless on the table, only lifting his head slightly to Little Walnut. Welcome home, Momo. What's wrong with you, Mamoru? Feeling a little weirded out, Little Walnut approached and poked Mobi's arm, which twisted limply like jelly. It's okay, just a little tired after an afternoon of horseplay. After resting for a while after lunch, Manhwa was called up by Grandpa Hu to work on his basic skills, and according to Grandpa Hu's requirements, he could only start practicing his gun after passing his basic skills. Then, Manhwa briefly explained that he was going to learn marksmanship under Grandpa Walnut, and Little Walnut's eyes lit up at that. Ah Tao wants to learn too. Ah Tao wants to protect Mao Mao too. Yeah, let's practice together. Manhwa smiled and agreed to it, and Little Walnut instantly sat down close to him with a joyful smile, then looked curiously at the book in his hand and asked, what is it? Movi smiled mysteriously. Hey, here's the ledger for the Hall of the Past. The ledger? What's there to see here? The ledgers are not pretty, but the ledgers of the Church of the Past are interesting. Look at this. Manhwa looked around to make sure Zhongli wasn't there, put the ledger in front of Ah Tao and pointed to the records on it one by one. On March 8th, the Wakuyu Tea House sent a bill for 5,000 mora. On February 13th, 3 bowls, but the post sent a bill for 3,000 mora. February. What's so special about these? Little Walnut was still a little uncertain. I can't say it well. What's going on, Shigeru, you tell me. Ahem. This. It can only be understood, you'll understand it later. Ah Tao. Chapter 80. Obviously it should be double the pleasure. The days in the Hall of the Living Dead were not as boring as Manhwa had imagined, but on the contrary, they were a bit too fulfilling. After waking up in the morning and sending Ah Tao out to school after eating, Manhwa will have to practice the basic skills for 2 hours on his own according to the requirements of Hallmaster Hu. No one is supervising. It all depends on self-consciousness. For Manhwa's self-discipline, Hallmaster Hu was still quite satisfied. After practicing the basics, it's free time until the end of school in the afternoon. Manhwa usually chose to look at the collection of books in the Hall of the Past Life, mostly related to funeral rituals, as well as some cases and notes compiled by successive generations of Hallmasters of the Hall of the Past Life, and had a lot of fun reading them carefully to understand the stories and customs. In addition to reading books, going through Past Life Hall's past ledgers was one of Manhwa's great sources of pleasure. Speaking of which, the time Zhongli, the guest secretary of the Hall of the Living Dead, spent in the Hall of the Living Dead was very little. That morning was a special case, and it was usually more than enough to see him once a day in the Hall of the Living. Every time he sees Zhongli, Manhwa seizes the opportunity and says to him, I want to see Mai. Don't get me wrong, it's not about looking at anything strange, Manhwa needs Zhongli to patch down the shield to see how the repair of his dead air code is progressing, and to get used to the running around naked mode. By the time it was time for school to end, Little Walnut was back as well. That's when Manhwa and Little Walnut would practice their basic skills together under the supervision of Hallmaster Hu. By the way, that kind of intense work around the clock is not the norm for Hallmaster Hu. At least for the next few days his routine is back to the yang state, just so he can teach Manhwa during the day. Usually after the training is done it is late in the evening. After that, after eating dinner and washing up, it is almost completely dark. Manhwa and Little Walnut play for a while longer, write their diaries, and it is time to go to bed. And the day passes just like that. During the few days he stayed in the Hall of the Living Past, Manhwa wasn't completely cut off from the outside world. Because of the special nature of the Hall of the Living, it is not appropriate for people to come here often, and even if they do, they can't stay for long, so Manhwa's family members usually come to see him once or twice, and then go back after sending some things to console him. Manhwa's classmates also entrusted Little Walnut to send him some condolences, such as flower cakes from Aunt Yoon, Little Carving Ching's mother, new dishes from Little Xiangling, new novels found by Little Xingqiu, and so on. Ningguang and Ganyu also made a trip to visit Manhwa on Wednesday to tell him about the outcome of the disposition of the dispersed soldiers. After a few days of pulling and negotiating with the To the Winter Kingdom's mission, the To the Winter Kingdom eventually compromised and paid a significant amount of compensation from the Bank of the North to redeem their executive officer. To what extent was this amount of money unaffordable? It was said that the ambassador to the Winter Kingdom's hands were trembling when he sent the bill back at the Bank of the North. Presumably, he was afraid that the rich man would be so fleshed out after receiving the bill that he would be angry with him. This large sum of compensation was the target of Nimbus from the very beginning of the negotiations, and as for what use it would be afterward. In any case, Mauve had left his portion to Nimbus to deal with it exclusively as well, just as it had always been. Manhwa's private vaults were all handed over to Nimbus to take care of, and he wasn't sure how much money there was now. In addition to the compensation, the false god's heart stolen by the scattered soldiers that night was also returned to its rightful owner, back to the hands of Manhwa, and that unlucky laying warlock, after treatment, also out of life-threatening danger, was packaged and ransomed back. As for how the end is unknown. In response, Manhwa's suggestion was to send someone to follow the situation to see if there was any possibility of a revolt. To this Condensed Light said, really ruthless, worthy of being my brother. The burglary case is now over, and the Winter Kingdom pays a small price for the unauthorized actions of the scattered soldiers, at least on the surface. It's not over yet, and that's not enough to make up for what you've suffered, brother. Before leaving the Hall of the Past Life, Ningguang said this to Manhwa, to which Mauve said, that's tough, it's a good thing it's my sister. The first few days of Manhwa's recuperation at the Hall of the Living Past, Little Walnut was considered the happiest one, because Atao noticed that Mao and Grandpa had gotten better. In the past, the two of them used to be able to argue just by sending messages through the air, but now that they had met, they got along with extraordinarily harmonious friendship instead. Favorite Mao and favorite Grandpa add up to double the joy. However, this double happiness only existed for a few days and then disappeared, because Mao and Grandpa started to fight again, and face to face, the fight was fierce. Here's how it started. With nothing else to do, Manhwa read many books related to funeral and burial in the Hall of the Past Life and the notes of the previous Hall Masters, coupled with the observation of the work content and work management mode of the Hall of the Past Life in the past few days, and with the purpose of improving the working environment, enhancing the efficiency of the work, and optimizing the experience of the customers. He politely put forward some suggestions and opinions to the Hall Master of the Hall of the Past Life. Although we are doing the work of the Netherworld, we can't pretend that we are living in the Netherworld. A change of a good environment will make the employees feel better when they work, right? There's no need to do everything yourself and organize all funerals personally. Train a few backbones and leave the general funerals to them. The Hallmaster can just grasp the overall process. It's not like there are 3 or 6 or 9 classes of funerals. It's not like we are dividing our clients into 3 or 6 or 9 classes. We have the same reverence in our hearts for death, for every funeral, and this is to give customers more choices. It also reduces the workload, doesn't it? And so on and so forth. But Hallmaster who objected without appreciation. This work environment is designed to make the ceremonial heralds understand what they are doing and to be solemn at all times. Funeral matters are complicated and elaborate, and how can a backbone be trained casually? There are some jobs that really must be done by the head of the hall. Funerals are divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and hearts are divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and people don't care what you think. To summarize, what do kids know? Of course Manhwa understood. Can he not know what the Church of the Future Life does behind the scenes? Managing the place where life and death meet, and transcending the souls that hover on the border between life and death. Therefore the main focus of every generation of past life hall masters has to be on this. That's why Manhwa hopes that the Church of the Past will make a distinction between ordinary work and special work. Ordinary work would be left to the backbone, and the head of the Hall of the Past life would only need to spare a little energy to look after it, just in time to put most of his energy into special work. Anyway, Manhwa and Hall Master who each had their own reasons, and no one could convince anyone for a while. But the strange thing is, this old and young two people, obviously the first few minutes are still quarrelsome, a few minutes later can be calm and you teach me to practice, as if the previous quarrel did not happen. Little Walnut couldn't read it and asked Mr. Zhongli, however, sipped his tea and said not to care, and after just a few repetitions of this, Little Walnut came to his senses. Maybe, Mamoru and Grandpa are still on good terms? Chapter 81 Unlocking the new vehicle, Big Black Coffin. Then again, how am I going to get home? It was now 7 o'clock on Saturday evening, and Manhwa was having dinner with Little Walnut and Hall Master Hu, when Manhwa suddenly thought of this question. Originally, it was said that it would be fine to stay in the Hall of the Living Dead for 7 days, but Manhwa thought that it was not easy to come to the Hall of the Living Dead, and the next time he would come might be 5 years from now, so he simply stayed for one more day. Yesterday, Manhwa also took a look at the repair of his own dead air coat. The whole body has been completely covered by gray particles. It is this coat of death gray and fluffy, but also vaguely glowing stars of red light. Looks a little scary. Therefore, Manhwa is now ready to be discharged at any time. Ah, are you going home, Mamoru? Little Walnut sniffed a bit of a sigh of relief. Putting aside the occasional fights between Mamoru and Grandpa, these past few days had been the happiest she'd had in her years at the Hall of the Living Past. Usually, of course, it's fun because Grandpa is there, but it would be even happier if Mama was there too. Even if I have to do horseback riding every day now, I'm still happy. Yeah, it's time to go back. After a week in the Hall of the Living Past, Manhwa had almost forgotten what the sunrise was like. Seeing Little Walnut's slightly pouting mouth, Manhwa chucked a piece of Little Walnut's favorite shrimp dumpling into her bowl and comforted her. But don't worry, Tao, I'll be back in the future. Little Walnut answered sullenly, then took a bite of the juicy shrimp dumpling. Feeling slightly better, Manhwa looked back at Grandpa Hu had just taken a mouthful of soup and smiled innocently as he burped. Hey, go back how you came. How do I know how I got here? And how can I come back when I'm unconscious? Other than carrying them, or carrying them back, and so on. Manhwa frowned, realizing that things were not simple. Tao, how did I get back to the Hall of the Living? Just carry it back. Carry back. Does that mean? So that's really how you carry it back. A few minutes later, Manhwa stood in the courtyard, staring daggers at the large black coffin on the ground, where Hall Master Hu was putting the coffin boards on, with Little Walnut symbolically helping out. I'm going back to be carried back lying here too? After a long time, Manhwa swallowed his saliva and asked Hall Master Hu, there's no need for that, is there? It's too much trouble for you, Grandpa Hu. It looks a bit heavy. And no trouble, just call a few more people. This weight is nothing. And Mr. Zhongli said that going on the road like this would, minimize the risk on the road. Wait, did you just say, on the road, Grandpa Hu? The corner of his eye twitched as Movies helplessly accepted the carrier that was too far ahead of its time for him. Extreme silence. Enjoy the respectable gaze of the passers-by, the Yin and Yang all-terrain land cruising Big Black Coffin. You deserve it. It's so nice to have an experience at a young age that others only get in the final stages. Speaking of which, this would be considered the second time I've left the Hall of the Past. I remember the first time I woke up from a nap and was already at home. Does that mean? Manhwa had some not-so-good guesses and asked Hall Master Hu for confirmation. Grandpa Hu, that time I left the Hall of the Living World when I was a child. Before Manhwa's words fell, Hall Master Hu immediately nodded his head. That's right, and it was also sent back lying in this black coffin. So I'm just 49 days old and I've already experienced the ultimate life project? Manhwa was in a complicated mood. At this time Hall Master Hu patted the solid large black coffin. The latter issued a dull ringing sound. One can hear that the material is solid, only to hear Hall Master Hu said, well, boy, come on in and get you back. Now, Manhwa looked at the sky. It was just dark. I guess there were still a lot of people on the street. If people saw Hall Master Hu carrying the coffin all the way into the Manhwa family, there might be some outrageous rumors spreading in Ritsuki Port the next day. No. Better wait for later. Manhwa quickly waved his hands and shook his head no. Hall Master rolled boy like a hay smile. He is to scare Manhwa. To solve the 2 days of noise cannot be his anger. As much as it's hard to admit it, there is some truth to what this kid says about work efficiency. Methods and whatnot. Okay then. We'll be on the road at 12 tonight. You go wash up and go to bed and when you wake up you'll be home. How am I supposed to sleep? Manhwa was speechless and turned around to get his clothes and get ready to wash up. On the side, Little Walnut hurriedly followed behind Manhwa. his plum blossom eyes sparkling, not knowing what kind of ghostly idea he had thought of. Manhwa first showered, at this time is sitting in the small walnut bedroom to write a diary, associated with later to lie into the coffin. He cannot put down the pen, always feel like writing the last words. Never mind, let's stop writing for now. Movies threw the pen away and lay down on the bed. Strange, why is Ah Tao taking so long in the shower today? She's not back yet? According to usual experience, Ah Tao should have been back 10 minutes ago, Movies thought, getting out of bed and putting on his slippers and heading out the door. He walked straight outside the courtyard bathroom and was surprised to find that there was no longer any movement inside. Ah Tao? Manhwa's heart instantly hanged, directly pushed the door to enter. Inside where there is still Ah Tao's figure. Calm down. First, go to the front hall and ask the maid if she has seen Ah Tao go out. As long as she hasn't gone out and is still in the hall of the living, Ah Tao will be fine. Manhwa took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, turning and running toward the front hall again. As he crossed the courtyard, Manhwa's afterglow glanced at the large black coffin in the center of the courtyard, and his footsteps steeply slowed down as a textual description of the walnut in the game flashed through his mind. At the age of 3, he memorized books upside down and read through volumes of famous texts. At 6, he chose a day to skip school and dived into a coffin and slept soundly. At 8, he was resident in the hall and studied funeral etiquette. Dive into the coffin and sleep soundly. Manhwa walked to the side of the big black coffin. At this time the coffin board had already been covered. He bent his ear close to it, and did not hear any movement. What if Ah Tao isn't in there? No, it won't. Manhwa hurriedly shook off his wild thoughts and directly gouged the gap in the coffin board, lifting it with all his strength and then moving it to the side by more than 10 centimeters with a flourish. Immediately afterward, Movies probed anxiously, his heart steeped in relief, only to see Ah Tao lying in the coffin with her hands covering her mouth. The bright moonlight spilled into the coffin through the cracks, illuminating half of her body, and one plum blossom eye shining brightly. After meeting Manhwa's eyes, her plum blossom eyes steeply curved into a crescent moon, as if locking in the moonlight. Oh yeah, found by Mamoru. Manhwa's anxious heart instantly softened, and the words he wanted to blame Ah Tao for wandering off were all reduced to nothing, leaving only helplessness and coddling. You. A few minutes later, Manhwa and Little Walnut were sitting shoulder to shoulder side by side on the big black coffin, looking up at the night sky and the square inch of sky. Ah Tao, from now on you can't just wander off, okay? I'll be worried. Ah Tao knows. Ah Tao won't let Mao worry anymore. Well, it's good to know your mistakes are good Ah Tao. He. But then again, what are you doing sneaking around the coffin? Ah Tao, hide and seek? Ah Tao wanted to surprise Mao, going home with Shigeru. So Ah Tao went ahead and hid inside. So, aren't you scared lying in there alone? Well, a little. It's dark and quiet in there. But Ah Tao isn't afraid when she thinks of Mao. Manhwa cried and laughed, compassionately rubbing Little Walnut's still somewhat wet hair. Little Walnut's head bobbing along, giggling one after another. Whoa, Mauve, look, there's a shooting star. Suddenly, Little Walnut pointed his finger to the sky and shook Movies excitedly and said to him. Manhwa looked up sharply, only to see the tails of 2 golden meteors streaking across this narrow night sky. Mao make a wish. After Little Walnut finished speaking, he himself closed his eyes first and made a wish with his hands together. I hope that Ah Tao will be with Shige forever. Ah, and Grandpa too. Little Walnut opened his eyes and realized that Manhwa was still looking at the sky in a daze, so he hurriedly urged him, Shigeru, if you don't make a wish, all the meteors will run away. Oh, Movies said as he looked back at the Little Walnut. Then I hope Momo will always be happy. You have to close your eyes to make a wish. Okay, I'll do it again with my eyes closed. Movies closed his eyes and made a promise not to the sky, but to the Little Walnut. I hope Ah Tao is always happy and blessed. Chapter 82. What exactly is the experience of lying in a coffin? Question: what is it really like to lie in a coffin? Mao Sunjin Coffinwa, thanks for the invitation. The person is in Ryu, just laying in. Previewing warning, not recommended for claustrophobics and depressed people. Detailed below. When you first lie down, the enclosed space is not intimidating because you can see the night sky and it is relatively spacious. For the first 10 seconds after the coffin panel is closed, the senses of sight and hearing gradually lose their effect, and the eyes and ears are given a rest, at which time the person will feel relaxed and feel that the world is supposed to be so quiet. For about a minute, you'll feel the darkness pressing in on you, but you can't move. If you don't have a big heart, it's recommended to end the experience at this point or you'll suffer from claustrophobia. After surviving this level, you'll feel like the world has left you, and a walkthrough will start playing in your head, at which point you'll have lost all concept of time. The answerer didn't experience it after that, and I personally speculate that if I had stayed a little longer, I might have sat down in place and passed away. Laughs. Well, that's all. There's a familiar face in the coffin. Anonymized. Additional comments in 2 minutes. By the way, None of the above sensations will occur if you have a girl lying next to you. It is recommended that you bring your girlfriend along for the experience. Mamoru, are you alive? I'm in O. In the darkness and silence, the senses were amplified, and Manhwa and Little Walnut were shoulder to shoulder and close together, able to feel each other's body heat and the sound of their breathing. Before going on the road, the Little Walnut pestered her grandfather to lie down with Mao Mao, who Hall Master could not argue with her, had no choice but to agree. The big black coffin was big enough for two children to lie down side by side. Movies could only feel himself moving, and had no idea where he was or where he was going. If it weren't for Little Walnut lying beside him, he felt like he would really be autistic at this rate. Thank you, Tao. He. Movies looked sideways to the side, and even though it was pitch black in front of him, he knew that Little Walnut must be looking at him and giggling at that moment as well. At that moment, Manhwa felt Little Walnut's body twist a little, and after a rustling sound of clothes rubbing together, Little Walnut's warm, soft, and greasy little hand poked him in the face. Just as Movies was puzzled, Little Walnut's little hands were all over his face for a while. Where's your nose, Mauve? Is that it? Is this some kind of blind man's game? But Tao can play it if he wants to. There's nothing to do anyway. Thinking so, Movies replied, those are the ears. The nose is down there. Well, that's the eye. Don't push. Hiss. Mamoru, I'm sorry. Tao will blow you. Saying that, Little Walnut's head slowly came closer, and Manhwa felt a warm breath blowing on his cheeks, tickling him a little, and couldn't help but shrink his neck. Does it still hurt? It's okay. Tao, you go on. Gently this time. Tao answered and quickly touched it this time. Here's the nose. Bingo, right. And this one under that nose is the mouth. Right. Then the chin. And then there's neck bar. This is Shimba. Wait, isn't that getting out of line? As Movies was confused, Little Walnut's hand was still groping downward. Belly. Soft. It feels so good to rub it. Wait, Momo, don't go any further down. Movies grabbed the small hand of Little Walnut who lie. Why? Little Walnut's disbelieving voice was heard in the darkness, followed by Manhwa's exclamation of surprise. What's this? Soft, smooth, hot. It'll even deform when you pinch it. Manhwa's face paled at his words, and then he realized that he didn't feel it. So what was it that Tao had touched? Manhwa also probed his hand and touched it, and a familiar feeling of ice and fire came from his palm. If it isn't ghost. Manhwa and Little Walnut buried their heads and looked, only to see that a ghost was floating in the middle of the coffin, emanating a bleak red halo, with a thin tail that extended into the pocket of Little Walnut's lantern pants. Tao, what's in your pants pocket? Little Walnut sniffed and put his hand in his pocket, pulling out the contents. The pockets are little pockets. By Ghost's faint glow, Movies saw Ghost's tail lodged in the small pocket's back. Good lord, you two are made for each other? After that, time passed quickly as Manhwa and Little Walnut played with Doodle and Ghost along the way. With a shaking of the coffin, Movies understood he had landed. Tao, we're here. Movies and Little Walnut clasped hands, not sure why, but just excited. Immediately after the coffin board was lifted, the darkness in front of him turned into a bright starry sky. Manhwa was just sighing with emotion. The next second several heads filled the field of vision. Yo, the two little ones are quite spirited. This was Hall Master Hu. Huar, Xiao Tao, welcome home. This is Mom and Dad. Little brother, you guys are finally back. This is a cool ride. This is Crumb's second brother, and next to him is his second sister-in-law. Young master, it was Little Red Sakura, looking at a face that showed concern. It would be a lie for Manhwa to say that he wasn't happy. Manhwa pulled Little Walnut across the coffin, then smiled heartily. Well, we're back. Early the next Sunday morning, with Little Walnut still sound asleep under the covers, Movies was awakened by his biological clock. Even though he was still a little sleepy, he didn't want to ruin a habit that had been so hard to develop, so he forced himself to get up, wash up and head out for his morning run. It may be a bit rude to say, but when he returned home after a week in the Hall of the Living Past, Manhwa had the feeling that he was back on Earth as if he were in a different world, and it seemed that even the air had become extraordinarily sweet-smelling. The more Manhwa ran, the more energized he became, and when he ran downstairs to Kukiaro's house, it took him a full 10 minutes less than usual, and it seemed that his physical fitness had improved a lot during the week. As soon as Manhwa turned the corner, he saw Carving Harvest's mother and daughter standing in the garden pruning the flower branches. It was already the end of March, just when spring was in full swing, and the colorful flowers in the small garden were arranged in a staggered, layered, visually appealing manner. The two of them, one large and one small, as if they were flower fairies residing in the spring colors, make this visual enjoyment to a higher level. Good morning, Auntie Yun and Sheng, long time no see. The two of them turned their heads at the sound of the voice, and little Kakuharo instantly called out in surprise, "Manhwa, long time no see." Saying that, she pulled her mom to the edge of the garden, and when she got close, Aunt Yun warmly ruffled her ear hair and asked, "It's been a long time, Awa. Are you feeling better?" "Aha! It's all healed already." Movies nodded, then quipped, "It's so beautiful na garden, right?" Aunt Yun sniffed and looked sideways behind her rather smugly, admiring her masterpiece, but she heard Manhwa continue, "And Aunt Yun and Haru." As soon as the words left her mouth, little Kerching blushed with shame at the compliment, and Aunt Yun smiled with a wide-eyed smile. "I didn't realize that Wa's mouth had become sweeter after not seeing her for a few days." Honestly, Manhwa's face was sincere, then said, "I'm going to keep running. Bye-bye Auntie Yin Ching." "Well, see you later." Manhwa's back gradually disappeared around the corner. Aunt Yin shook her daughter who was still in a daze. "People are gone. What are you looking at?" I didn't." Aunt Yin looked at her daughter's red-faced look of desperate denial and smiled without saying anything. Chapter 83 Liyue Overtime Head. The time came in April, and after a week Movies was back in school. In response, the teachers and students in the class showed great enthusiasm and concern. "Have you recovered yet? Is there anything else that's uncomfortable? Catch up on last week's quizzes. Homework? Make up for the Journey to the West storytelling you missed last week? What happened after the Monkey King fixed the 7 fairies? What did he do?" Movies was moved to tears. "I don't want him to miss a single paper. I don't want him to miss a single bit of knowledge. And I still think about taking his class every day." Turns out the guys were thinking about him so much. Everyone really, he cried his eyes out. So Manhwa spent half an hour casually making up a perfect score on the test. Copying. No, referring to Little Carving Harvest's homework and handing it in by the way. As for the Ode Journey to the West, MS. Ganyu very generously gave up 1.5 of her 2-period-a-week class sessions for Manhwa to talk about the book, eliciting cheers from the students. "I'm so sorry. I can't believe the main subject teacher is giving the class to the sub-subject teacher." It was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that Manhwa had seen this scene, and he couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotion. However, Manhwa knew that the underlying reason was actually because the invitation to the immortal ceremony was approaching, and the secretaries of the 7 Stars and Lunar Sea Pavilion had a mountain of things to take care of. So Ganyu just went along with it and gave up the class session. Speaking of Ganyu, Manhwa remembered the flavor of that arrow that night, biting and powerful. If Ganyu hadn't rushed back in time, Manhwa felt that he was afraid that he would be in a bad way. Therefore, Ganyu had actually saved his and Little Walnut's lives, so he should repay them properly. And Movies helping Ganyu with class meetings and lightening the workload on the school's side was a small repayment. As for how else to repay Ganyu, Manhwa had no good ideas for a while. That said, what overtime workers want most? "I'm afraid it's a vacation. How can we get MS Ganyu to take a vacation?" Eliminating some of the bold ideas, Manhwa realized that in order to take a vacation without working overtime he would have to reduce his workload. And in order to reduce his workload he would have to stop organizing the Immortal Invocation Ceremony, which was clearly not possible. This year's invocation ceremony is more special than previous years, coinciding with the alternation of the Tianquan star. In order to make sure that there were no mistakes in the various aspects of this Immortal Invitation Ceremony, the secretaries of Moonhaven Pavilion had to double-check their preparations, being careful and cautious again, coupled with the fact that a new official has 3 fires. The newly promoted star of heavenly power, Ningguang, has prepared a number of plans to be initiated after taking office, and is currently in the stage of repeated verification and refinement, which also requires a large amount of manpower. Ningguang himself had even taken up residence in the Yin Hall, implementing the 007 work schedule, and could be called the head of Liyue's overtime work. After school on the day he heard about it, Movies took the dessert to the crowded Yin Den, intending to sympathize with his worried sister Sama. "Who are you looking for, little friend?" Manhwa just walked the door of the condensation light office. A short ponytail-wearing glasses female secretary holding a pile of documents footsteps hurriedly walked out, stopping him to ask, "Hello sister, my name is Manhwa. I'm here to find Sister Ningguang." The secretary frowned at the words, feeling that the name Manhwa was a bit familiar. "I've probably seen it in the information I've been reading the last few days." Thinking so, the female secretary said to Movies, "I'm sorry, Lord Nimbus Light has been very busy lately and it's not convenient to meet guests." "So busy?" Manhwa was taken aback by what he heard and was also afraid that he was interrupting Ningguang's work, so he didn't dwell on it and handed the lunchbox with dessert to the female secretary and said, "All right, then please trouble your sister to bring this to Nimbus-sama." "Thank you." The female secretary hesitated for a moment, but took the lunchbox and then said, "Well, I'll bring it to Lord Nimbus afterward." "Little friend, let me take you out." "Thanks. No, I can find my way." Before Manhwa could finish his words, the door to Nimbus's office was opened again, and a short-haired, double-ponytailed female secretary walked out. puzzled upon seeing the two men at the door. Miji, why are you still here? And who is this? Bai Xiao. He's here to bring food to Lord Ningxuang. Nothing much, the eyeglassed female secretary, who was called Momochi, replied. Mo's memory was awakened at the same time. The game's Tianquan star Ningxuan has 3 beloved secretaries called Baixin Baixao, and each of the 3 has their own specialties. Among them, 100 Winks is calm and rational, 100 Dawn treats people decently and measuredly, and 100 Cents is good at generating electricity. No, loyalty. Previously, Manhwa had never seen these 3, and thought that he had gotten rid of them, but it turned out that they had only appeared now. 100 Dawn, after listening to 100 Cents, shot a glance at Manhwa, and suddenly remembered the younger brother that Lord Ning Su had often mentioned, so she asked with a smile, "What's your name, little friend?" Mobice took hold of his persona and replied, "Hello Sister Bai Xiao, my name is Manhwa." As soon as the words left her mouth, Bai Xiao confirmed that the little child in front of her was probably the younger brother that Lord Nimbus was holding onto, and the formulaic smile on her face became natural. "So it's brother Manhwa, please come in, Lord Ningxuang has been chanting about you for a long time." The 100 Senses on the side just wanted to say something, but they were secretly pinched by 100 Dawn, and they shut their mouths at once. Manhwa pretended not to see it and followed Bai Xiao into the office. "Brother Manhwa, watch your step." Just entering the door, Manhwa was startled by the mountains of papers in the room, but although there were many documents, they were all stacked in a well-organized manner according to categories, leaving a passage in the middle for only one person to walk. The passageway connected each of the 4 desks in the office. 2 of the side desks had empty seats, which would be where 100 Dawn and 100 Senses were. Behind a desk sat a bobble-headed female secretary at work, presumably 100 Winks. Finally, Mobai set his eyes on the largest desk at the end of the passageway, where a tall pile of papers blocked Mobai's view, and all he could see was Narima's white hair with hairpins in it. Momochi stopped as she entered and spoke. "Lord Nimbus, what is it? The hairpin doesn't move. Brother Manhwa is here." Before Momochi could say anything, Naramitsu stood up and crossed the pile of papers to meet Manhwa's eyes. Manhwa looked at Ningguang's still delicate but dark-eyed grooming, and softly called out with some heartache, "Sister Nimbus." Nimbus' heart fluttered, and then he realized that there were other people in the office, so he coughed lightly and said, "Ahem, 100 Hearts and 100 Senses, why don't you guys go and rest for a while?" "Yes." Without asking any more questions, 100 Winks got up and joined 100 Dawn in dragging 100 Cents away, taking the door with them in the process. Chapter 84, Broken Pot. Dropping a little Ning Su, Mobai scanned the various labels on them as he made his way through the mountain of papers. There are not only registered business information and asset valuation forms categorized by country and industry, but also records of population statistics in recent years for each region of Ryuki, port berthing records for Ryuki Port, and so on and so forth. Mao's scalp was numb just by looking at it, and it was hard to imagine how Ning Su was able to extract the information he wanted from this mountain of text. "How much is left to get? Can I help in any way?" Manhwa couldn't help but ask out loud as he looked at the pile of papers that were still nearly half untagged. Although his personal power was limited, a little help was a little help. Before Mobice could say anything, however, he was crouched down and hugged by Nimbus, who had stepped out from behind his desk. "That'll do it." Nimbus took a deep breath and raised his pitch. "The spirit is back to full in a flash." Manhwa at this moment cannot eat this set of things, struggling to turn around in the arms of Ningguang, reaching out and gently caressing Ningguang's black eyes heartbroken. "The spirit is back, but the body hasn't recovered. Ah, how long has it been since you haven't closed your eyes, Sister Ningguang?" After saying that, Manhwa's fingers were placed on Ningguang's temples and gently rubbed them. Ningguang instantly felt a pain, and after the pain, he felt comfortable, and he couldn't help but close his eyes and replied softly, "Don't worry, my sister has rested on time every day." "How long do you rest on time? Be honest and don't lie to me." Facing the suddenly strong Manhwa brother, Ningguang subconsciously replied in a small voice, "Just tired and squinting for a while." "How long is a while? Was it more than 5 minutes? It's not that short, 10 minutes or something." 10 minutes? That's a break? Manhwa was so distressed and angry at his words that he couldn't help but raise his voice in alarm. It's not a choice." After saying that, Nimbus noticed that her tone was actually a bit pouty and condescending, and was startled for a moment, but in her exhausted state, she no longer has the energy to maintain the persona of a mature and dependable big sister. "How many years have I always braced myself to face everything alone? I'm tired. Let's just crash and burn." Anyway, only the district's Manhwa brother saw it, so Naked Light followed up with a petulant voice, "With so many things to do, if we don't hurry up a bit, how can we finish before the immortal invocation ceremony?" The condensed light broke the jar, as if releasing the small condensed light in the jar, and his heart became a burst of relief. and even vaguely felt a hint of excitement. Mobai stared blankly at the beaming Nimbus, unable to believe that the voice that had just come from the person in front of him. Who are you? What turned you into this? Work? There's no fever either. How come? Manhwa touched Galight's forehead and whispered in wonder. Nimbus pretended not to hear and moved Mobai's hand back to his temple. Don't stop. Keep rubbing. Seems to be too much stress at work. To avoid going numb from squatting for too long, Nimbus laid down on the cot behind the desk. Mobai stood at the head of the bed, eyeballing naked Light as he earnestly did the head horseshoeing, while unable to resist rambling on. Even if there are more things to do, you can't wear out your body. If you continue to work like this, your body will be finished before your work is done. Ningguang closed her eyes and enjoyed the massage, and after listening to Manhwa's words she didn't even raise her eyelids and directly deflated her mouth. What's it gonna be? Know what to do. Get a good night's sleep first. But I can't sleep until the work is done. Ningguang's demeanor and tone gradually infantilized, and Manhwa couldn't help but use the tone of coaxing Atao, gently rubbing Ningguang's head and coaxing softly. Be good and do as you're told and go to sleep. The work will be done when you wake up. Nimbus first rubbed his head against Move's small hand, then the remaining shred of reason made himself stop. Then Nimbus muttered in dissatisfaction. You're being a baby coaxer. How can the work get done by itself? Really? Liyue doesn't lie to Liyue. You'll know when you wake up from your nap. Sister Nimbus. Sleep. Manhwa doesn't care anymore. Chapter Mouth. First tricked the condensed light to fall asleep before. Ningguang knew that Manhwa was coaxing her, but she still subconsciously believed Manhwa's words, as if his voice had a kind of magic power that made her consciousness gradually blur. Sleep. My Nimbus-sama. Sister Nimbus? Nimbus? Rich girl? I don't know how long it took, but Manhwa shouted in a low voice and saw that Ningguang was still breathing steadily and still in a deep sleep. So he stopped the massage and lullaby and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. How did the nice mature and stable big sister turn into a soft, cute and pampered girl? Don't tell me. The contrast is quite striking. Manhwa looked at Ningguang's serene sleeping face for a while longer before he got up and brought the blanket on a side chair over to cover Ningguang, covering her dimpled body. Then Manhwa went to pull the curtains of the office, and the whole office was instantly darkened, with only the light on the desk. Well, let's hope that Sister Nimbus will sleep through the night. Mobai sat in his condensed office seat and shifted his gaze to the mountains of paperwork on his desk. Well, the next step is to start doing the work yourself. Manhwa swept over the pile of papers in the center of his desk and flipped through them one by one. Master Plan for the Construction and Development of Lurid Moon Culture and Implementation Rules. Planning Report for the Construction of the Rizuki Bank, 100% increase in budget. Draft Revision of the Lizuki Economy Act, addition of finance-related. Report on the planning of the construction of the education system in Lithuania. Report on planning for the construction of a health and welfare system in Lizuna. Recommendation on the utilization of cement for the development of infrastructural works in the Rijetsu region. Report on planning for port expansion of Ryu Harbor. Manhwa froze. He didn't expect that Ningguang had actually written down all the ideas and brainstorms he usually mentioned in his casual conversations, bragging, without saying a word, and had also formed a concrete plan to be implemented. How much effort and labor must be expended in this? For a while, Manhwa had mixed feelings, touched, shocked, happy, heartbroken, and so on. Else I can grew. Calm down. Manhwa took a deep breath to calm down and began to think about the next idea for his work. He had probably guessed Ningxuan's goal. It should be that he wanted to initiate these plans after taking office. So this year's Immortal Invocation ceremony was the closest opportunity to gain the Rock King Emperor's approval. That's why Ningxuan was in a hurry to try to complete these planning programs before the Immortal Invocation ceremony. However, these programs were too extensive, and there were too many details to be confirmed and verified. So even if Ningguang and the secretaries worked tirelessly in overtime, they might not be able to complete them within a month. Thinking about it, the source that caused Ganyu and the other secretaries to work overtime every day is me. No, we can't let the guys know about this. We have to do something. Mobai looked at the stacks of papers in deep thought and finally decided, let's go home for dinner first, and report that you're safe. Tao should be waiting. Chapter 85, In the Breeze. Nimbus Light leaves questions behind. Nimbus felt like he was having a long dream. She dreamed that she had gone back to her childhood, walking alone and barefoot on the sands of Yaoguang Beach, picking up star snails along the shore. Every time you pick up a star snail, you feel happy because it means you can sell it for a little more money. So she walked and walked, picking up and picking up, for a long time, picking up lots and lots of star snails. The beach, however, seemed to have no end, and no matter how long she walked, the same yellow sand and blue sea were before her. So she continued to walk and pick up, and she didn't know how much time had passed when she suddenly realized that a blurry silhouette had appeared not far behind her. The silhouette was a little shorter than her and didn't speak, just followed her all the way. He walked when she walked, and he stopped when she stopped. Then she continued walking on the beach, walking, and before she knew it, the figure had gone ahead of her, and she tried to catch up, but she couldn't. After running for another long time, she was a bit unable to run anymore and couldn't help but shout out, "Wait for me!" The figure actually did stop and seemed to be saying something, but she couldn't hear it, only that the voice was very familiar. She racked her brain and searched her memory, finally remembering the owner of the voice, Movies. The silhouette instantly became clear. It was none other than Manhwa, and this Manhwa was a little older than he remembered, as old as himself, 7 or 8 years old. He smiled to himself and stood still waiting for her to pass, yet just as he himself came up to him, and wanted to reach out and touch his face, the dream is awake. Nimbus slowly opened her eyes to the dim office ceiling. She subconsciously reached out in front of her, but grabbed nothing. How could I have dreamed that? Ningguang sat up and stretched a long lazy waist. The cheongsam on her body was suddenly taut, outlining the charming curves, but it was a pity that no one in the office could appreciate it at this time. After stretching, Nimbus instantly felt refreshed and his brain rebooted. Strange, what did I just dream about? Forget it, let's just figure out what's going on right now. It's 10 minutes past 9 in the morning. Gaze glanced at the wall clock, then got out of bed and walked towards her desk while her mind began to recall her memories from before she went to bed. Yesterday. Wait, where are the papers on my desk? Before Nimbus had a chance to think deeply, he realized something was wrong, only to see his desktop, which was always piled with papers, become clean at this moment, with only a thin pile of papers in the center of the desktop. Also to the right of the papers lay a lunchbox, under which was pressed a letter, which Gaze drew out and read. Good morning, Sister Nimbus, or maybe it's good noon. Did you sleep well last night? Did you have nice dreams? Did you wake up today feeling refreshed? When you read this message, you should also notice that the desktop has been cleared, right? That's because they do all the work themselves. How about that? I didn't lie to you, did I? Laughs. Okay, no kidding. Actually, I was the one who looked at Sister Gaze's work plan and what she was working on, and readjusted the work plan according to how things were prioritized. The papers in the center of the desk are what you'll be working on today. Narama-san, don't overdo it. I'm coming to check on it after school. If there is a disagreement, wait until after school to bring it to my attention as well. Anyway, when I come to check in after school, there can be no unplanned work papers on your desk for the day. Got it? Last but not least, the insulated lunchbox on the table has bird's egg, milk and flour cake as well as vegetable porridge, which should still be hot, so remember to eat it. P.S. I went back to bed at 9 p.m. last night. I don't stay up late like a certain sister. Laughs. Above that, Movies stays. After reading the entire message, Ningguang pinched the edges of the letter paper with both hands in a deadly grip, and slowly covered the letter paper to her face to hide her cheeks that were so red that they were burning. It was just a shame that where the letterhead couldn't cover, 2 ears so red they were dripping exposed everything. She had recalled everything. No way. It was never me last night. I won't admit it. I was definitely possessed by something strange to get that way. It's too weird. It's too weird to think about. Whoops. How am I supposed to maintain my sisterly authority in front of Brother Movies? Ooh-hoo. I want to go back to last night and wake myself up. I want to start all over again. I want to do it all over again. Nimbus, his face buried in the letterhead, made a strange whimpering sound. Brother Movies, why didn't you stop your sister then? Why even leave a message to remind my sister of all this? Why can you write these words like a child as if nothing happened? Why? You can be so considerate and understanding, can't you? Isn't he? I'm being taken care of like a sister. Nimbus put down the letter paper with mixed emotions and turned his head to pick up the work plan in the center of the table. List of today's work programs. 1. Drop all work and go home and take a nice bath. 2nd. Hang out anywhere in Rizuki Harbor for an afternoon. 3rd. Wait for Comrade Manhwa to come back and inspect the work. Nimbus put down the list with exasperation and laughter, then very concernedly lifted his hand to sniff his clothes. Did Brother Manhwa smell something strange? No way, I took a bath yesterday. Oh no, the night before. Maybe it really is time to get back in the shower. As Nimbus thought this, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Nimbus hurriedly collected her expression, and it was then that she noticed that she had been smiling from the moment she read the letter. It took a moment for Nimbus to hide his smile and reply. Enter. Good morning, Lord Nimbus. You're awake. The one who entered was Bai Xiao. Last night, Manhwa had specifically instructed her that no one should go in and disturb Ningguang unless she woke up on her own. Bai Xiao also knocked on the door when she heard the commotion in the office. Now it seemed that Lord Nimbus was looking much better. Good morning, Momochi. What can I do for you? Much softer spoken too. May I ask what today's work schedule is? Nimbus sniffed and tapped his fingers on the desktop, glancing at the list of today's work plan and said with a light laugh. Forget it, Bai Xiao. You inform everyone downstairs to stop all the work at hand and take the day off. What? Lord Nimbus actually laughed, and smiled so gently. What? Today is a vacation? This. I'm not dreaming, am I? Bai Zhao's eyes instantly widened at his words, unable to believe what he was seeing and hearing. Just do it. Tough luck, Mom Mochi. Bai Zhao reacted with a sniff and hurriedly returned. Where? This is what I should do. I'll go inform everyone. After saying that, she hurriedly turned around and went out. She had to hurry to tell everyone the shocking news of the vacation. As for Lord Nimbus' smile? Sorry, she'll have it all to herself. After watching Bai Zhao leave, Nimbus opened the curtains and windows. Bright sunlight shone in and the office became bright. Then Nimbus returned to his seat and opened his lunchbox and began to eat his breakfast. Warm milk and diluted rice down. Ningguang only felt a gush of warmth sliding through her heart. The corners of her mouth unconsciously hooked up in a small rant. Stinky brother. Early morning breeze drilled into the house, blowing the letter paper on the table. Manhwa's message. The only question staring light without an answer. That dream about Movies last night. Was it really a beautiful dream? Chapter 86. The butterfly has begun to flap its wings. Friday afternoon, April 5th. In the first-year classroom. It was the last class session of the week, and Manhwa was sitting at the lectern telling the story of the Monkey King and Rudraksh fighting. The students under the podium looked at him and listened nervously, secretly sweating for Qi Tian de Shang. Even the ice cream in their hands did not smell good. As Manhwa swept his gaze across the room, the last row of the classroom craned with Zhongli, Smoke him, and a few other teachers, including Ganyu, who sat next to Little Walnut, in his own seat. After dinner that night, Manhwa went back to Naked Light's office and began combing through the papers on Naked Light's desk. Manhwa was not trying to help Ningguang finish the work. Ningguang plus the entire Yue High Pavilion secretary overtime could not finish the work. He had not been so insouciant as to want to solve it alone. According to Manhwa's thinking, since there is no way to solve the work, then we should solve the source of the work, the person who proposed the work. That is, ourselves. The reason for the heavy workload right now is that Ning Su wants to surprise Manhwa by completing these programs proposed by Manhwa before the invitation to the immortal ceremony. So Manhwa intends to take the initiative to cut out some of the programs and then adjust the priority of the remaining programs, which will greatly reduce the workload. And the current work with the highest priority was to let the tightly wound Nimbus and secretaries take a break and adjust their state in time for the immortal invocation ceremony in a month's time. The above work took Manhwa less than a night to get done, because the ideas for these programs were, after all, his, and doing the subtraction was still up to the task. When Manhwa finally left Nerdwang's office, he specifically instructed Nerdwang's 3 secretaries to watch the door and not to let anyone in to disturb Nerdwang's sleep. This wave is a bipolar reversal. In short, after Manhwa so sorted out and culled, the workload of Nergas and the secretaries dropped considerably. Coupled with the previous frantic rush for progress, the matters related to inviting the immortal ceremony had been pretty much prepared, and the secretaries of Moonhaven Pavilion came back from vacation to find that they could actually get off work on time every day, and Ganryu was the one who felt it the most. Obviously, before, he was still running both ways at the school Tsukai Pavilion, but now he was able to sit leisurely in the classroom, eating ice cream of the Seishin flavor while listening to Manhwa's storytelling, and Ganyu knew it was all brought on by the little guy at the podium. By the way, today's wave of ice cream was made by Ganyu yesterday when she went to Manhwa's house, where Manhwa, Little Walnut and others made the cream and she froze it. One of the newest developments by Movies is this clear heart flavor ice cream, which is very much to your liking. Ganyu scooped another spoonful of light green clear heart ice cream into his mouth. The cold and familiar flavor made Ganyu squint his eyes, remembering the days when he was a child living in his master's house. Ganyu-sensei. At that moment, a brittle voice pulled Ganyu back from his childhood memories. She opened her eyes to see Little Walnut looking at her blearily. What's the matter, Walnut? MS. Ganyu. I'll trade you a scoop of plum-flavored ice cream for a scoop of your Seishin-flavored ice cream. Okay. The plum-flavored ice cream was made by Little Walnut herself, where the plums were kindly sponsored by Little Carving Harvest's mom. Incidentally, last Sunday, because Manhwa told her that the garden at Kokshiro's house was beautiful, Little Walnut and Manhwa went to Kokshiro's house as guests. Little Walnut and Aunt Yun had a good conversation, and in the end, Aunt Yun gave Little Walnut a plum blossom sapling, which was planted by Little Walnut in the sleeping bamboo forest. Teacher Ganyu nodded happily after hearing Little Walnut's words. Sure, Little Walnut instantly and beautifully exchanged scoops of ice cream with Ganyu. Then, as he did, he swapped the neon flower flavored ice cream with Kokoharu, and the glazed bag flavored ice cream with Chi-Chi. Finally, and very reluctantly, he swapped a little bit of Jedi Cloud pepper flavored ice cream with Little Shannon. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that I can't eat any other flavor after eating too much of Little Shannon's ice cream. Ganyu couldn't help but ask curiously as he watched Little Walnut collect a circle of different flavors of ice cream into a bowl without any intention of eating it. Little Walnut, why don't you eat all the flavors of ice cream you collect? Little Walnut said with a sweet smile as she covered the ice cream and placed it in the table's stomach. This is for Mao Mao. Ganyu, as well as the surrounding students, immediately felt that the ice cream in their mouths wasn't sweet enough. Oh, except for Chi-Chi. Half an hour later, the dismissal bell rang. The Monkey King was pressed to the bottom of the mountain, and Manhwa announced the dismissal of the class under the unwilling eyes of his fellow teachers. Tough luck, Movise. Where? Ganyu got up and went to the podium to make arrangements for the end of the school day, and just as Manhwa sat down in his seat, Little Walnut took out her deluxe special mixed flavor ice cream as if offering a treasure. Mau for you. Thank you, Momo. Manhwa's heart warmed as he took the ice cream box and opened it, only to see that it contained a puddle of unknown liquid of a chaotic color. Ah, it's all melted. It's fine. It's still cold enough to be a drink. With the crisis radar vaguely alarmed and countless historical images of woe flashing by, Manhwa gulped and discreetly ticked a point with his index finger. I'll taste it first. Then, Manhwa contained his index finger under the worried and curious gaze of Little Walnut and the others. Movise frowned, savoring the feedback coming from his tongue. How does it taste? Manhwa fell into a deep thought. The specific taste he could not say. At first taste feel the flavor complex. A fine taste and can taste the layers. A little strange, but not too bad. Really? I'll try some. Little Shannon's eyes lit up. She was most interested in peculiar flavors. I didn't expect it to turn into this flavor. It's really amazing. Little Shannon tasted a spoonful and felt inspired to broaden her culinary path a little more. I want it too. Me too. Then Little Walnut and Little Carving Harvest also tasted a bite each, and said that the flavor was indeed peculiar, but how they refused to take a second bite. In the end, it was Chi-Chi who took care of the rest of the special blend ice cream. Cool, delicious. After school, Manhwa and Little Walnut returned to the small courtyard, where Hall Master Hu was already waiting. Now, every afternoon until dinner, it's basic training time for Manhwa and Little Walnut. According to Hall Master Hu, the two of them would have to practice the basics for at least another month before they could start touching wooden guns. After practicing the basic skills and eating dinner, Walnut followed her grandfather back to the Hall of the Past Life, while Manhwa headed to the Hall of the Yin to check on the completion of Condensed Light's work. It is said to be an inspection, but it is really a visit to discuss the details of the planning scheme. By about 9 o'clock in the evening, Manhwa would go home, wash up, write in his diary and get ready for bed, and by then, Manhwa's day would be over. That's basically what Movise has been doing for the past week, spending his days leisurely and fulfilling with the people around him. For this Manhwa was content, and if he could, he hoped that such days would continue. However, what Manhwa didn't know was that the breeze that he, the big fluttering moth, had already turned into a storm that swept through everything, sweeping across the continent of Taiwan. Just as Manhwa was spending his days leisurely, the invitations for Ryu's invitation to the immortal ceremony had already reached the Taiwan countries one after another. According to the usual practice, Inazuma, Mond, to Winter, Sumi, Fontaine. Chapter 87, yes. Far away on the other side of the Unrai Sea, Inazuma Narakami Island, Inazuma Castle, Tenshokaku, a beautiful woman with long, silky pink hair and wearing a red and white witch's outfit made her way to the entrance of the Heavenly Guardian Pavilion. The Ozeki congregation guarding the doorway immediately stood up straight. Yay Miyaji-sama. Oh, there's no need to be so nervous. I'm just stopping by. Yay Kamiko smiled and nodded, and without needing to confirm whether the person he was visiting was at home or not, he pushed the door and entered the Heavenly Guardian Pavilion. After all, that shadow guy, he's a super nerd. Yay Kamiko was sure she could have stayed in there forever if she hadn't tricked her into coming out once in a while. Yay Kamiko walked straight to the innermost part of the Tenshokaku, where General Raiden, who had purple hair and a scorpion tail braid and was dressed in a flashy purple kimono, was working on a Sengoku. General Thunderbolt sensed the eightfold divine child approaching and looked up at her in question. And what is the purpose of this visit? Geez, can't I come and see you when I'm not doing anything? It would break my heart to say that. The eightfold divine son covered his face with a fan and said in a desolate tone, but I'm leaving Inazuma soon. Boing boing. General Raiden stiffened for a moment, then his purple eyes glowed. Kamiko, what are you doing away from Inazuma? Where to? The eightfold divine son sniffed and put away his fan, which half of his face was still sad. No, there hasn't been. You've finally given up and come out. Shadow, General Raiden, whose consciousness has turned into a thunder movie, stuttered at the words and put down the folders in his hands and said, the way of eternity, since it cannot be broken at will. Ah yes. The Ye Divine Son had already given up on persuading Lane Movie for the time being, and simply said perfunctorily, to which Ray Movie helplessly changed the subject back. So Kamiko, why did you suddenly leave Inazuma? Kamiko walked next to Lei Movie and picked out one of the piles of Sangakus from the pile of Sangakus that had been submitted by Shibuki and placed it in front of Lei Movie, while saying, "That's the thing. Liyue's fairy ceremony is about to start this year, and we're invited, aren't we? That's why I'm going to take a look. What's different about this year's Immortal Invocation Ceremony?" Lei Movie frowned. The Immortal Invitation Ceremony was a ceremony that Liyue would organize every year, and he hadn't seen the Eightfold Divine Sun so interested before, so he thought that there must be other reasons. To say that there was anything special about this year's Rizuki's Immortal Invocation Ceremony. That's not true. Ha, just kidding. Yagyu Godson smiled and waved his hand at the puzzled Lei Movie, explaining, "Shadow, you don't know on the inside. Liyue has changed quite a bit in the past few years, and all of this has been brought about by this new upcoming heavenly power star, Nimbus. I have a feeling she'll make another big move at this Immortal Invocation Ceremony. This kind of action is not good for eternity, but Liyue doesn't have to worry about that since she has that one's presence." Lei Movie, knowing that the country is different, added at the end, "She has her own understanding and pursuit of the eternal way, but that's not even the most important thing." Lei Movie once again looked puzzled as the Eightfold Divine Sun took out a purple chess piece, which was none other than the Thunder God's heart. "What are you doing with the heart of God? I was bored the other day and had a device made with Thor's heart as its core. Then what happened was that the story accidentally got out and was suddenly stolen one night." The movement of the Eightfold Divine Sun turning the heart of God in his hand stopped for a moment as he looked at Lei Movie and asked, "Who do you think would be interested in this?" Lei Movie knew who the Eightfold Divine Sun was talking about and couldn't help but sigh. "Just leave it alone. It is a byproduct of Rai Movie's production of Raiden Shogun, a first-generation doll once known as Raiden Kakabun, but now known as Scattergories." The Eightfold Divine Sun had long felt that it was a nuisance, but Thunder Movie had been unwilling to strike because it was something he had created. As a result, it became more and more troublesome, which was why this time the Godson had thought to fish him out and see if he could be resolved. "Of course, I'm just bored to try it out. Whether it works or not is another story." "So what? What does this have to do with Liyue's Immortal Invocation Ceremony?" Lei Movie finished his sigh then asked. "I've tinkered with the imitation god's heart and can approximate its location." Kamiko narrowed her eyes and revealed a fox-like cunning smile. "Oh no, she was the fox. Guess where it is now? Lizuki? How did it get there?" Hearing Thunder Movie's question, the Eightfold Divine Sun nodded, the smile on his face growing wider. "Therein lies the interesting part. According to the information received by Kamiko, the device installed with the imitation heart of God was first stolen by a group of Tadon spies lurking in Inazuma. Then they escaped by boat overnight, only to be robbed halfway by a group of Liyue pirates. The device was also transported to Liyue. By the way, the group of spies Eightfold Divine Sun all did not move, but sent people to rescue them from a lonely island back to the Rice wife, secretly note down their appearance identity, leave a mark and then released. After that again, the device's location information stayed untouched in Rizuki. Two possibilities came to mind in response to this Eightfold Divine Sun. One is that the scattered soldiers of the Winter Kingdom really took the bait and stayed in Ryu instead of returning to the Winter Kingdom after getting the Heart of God. The second is that the scattered soldiers didn't take the bait, or failed in taking the false god's heart, and the false god's heart has remained in Ryu, regardless of which possibility it was. The Eightfold Divine Sun felt the need to go to Liyue to take a look. Kamiko explained the above in detail to Lei Movie, adding a sentence in his mind at the end. "By the way, I can also take a walk and meet Sister Gonyu. I've heard that there are a lot more novelties in Liyue Harbor lately." Lei Movie asked after listening to the Eightfold Divine Sun's words and pondering for a moment. Is it possible that it recognized that as the false god's heart and threw it at Liyue? The smile on the Yagyu Divine Sun's face stiffened for a split second before returning to its natural state and saying, "It is absolutely impossible. I imitated the heart of God with my own hands, and even I can't tell the difference." However, Lei Movie still captured the change in Yagyu Divine Sun's expression. As the original doll, the Thunder Movie had it serve as a vessel for the heart of Thor from the beginning. However, because the dolls after installing the heart of God actually shed tears, it was too fragile and not conducive to eternity, so Lei Movie discarded it and sealed it in a relic. In short, as a former god's heart container, Lei Movie thought that it was afraid that its sensitivity to the god's heart was beyond the imagination of the Eightfold Divine Sun, but Thunder Movie didn't explain. With her understanding of the Eightfold Divine Sun, the other party was probably already aware of this. She just had a stiff upper lip and refused to admit it, and there was no need for her to dismantle her. After living so long, it's not like Rei's Movie hasn't grown a bit. Emotional intelligence. There was a brief moment of silence within the Heaven's Guardian Pavilion, and the Yagyu Divine Sun suddenly stretched out and said, "Well, if it really recognized that it was the heart of a false god, I'm afraid it would be so angry that it would crush it into powder on the spot, right? Right now I can still feel the location of the false god's heart." which means it's still intact. The guy must not have recognized it yet. Ah yes. Rarely, Yae Kamiko was silenced by the Thunder movie, still in her original words. A moment later, the Eightfold Divine Son spoke again with narrowed eyes. By the way, Shadow, aren't you curious what the function of that device is? Isn't it a looker? Of course not. Guess what? As soon as Lei Movie took one look at Yae Kamiko's expression, he knew that she was going to play a trick on people again. So Lei Movie just silently looked at Yae Kamiko and came up with a death stare. Guess what? I'm not guessing. The Eightfold Divine Son didn't wait for an answer for half a day, and didn't think it was a good idea, saying with a swing, "Ha ha, you'll find out later. I hope I can surprise you then." Lei Movie's face changed slightly. The Eightfold Divine Son's surprise was not necessarily a positive word. The Eightfold Divine Son's mood instantly changed for the better upon seeing this. Well, I'm done talking about my business, so I won't bother you to delve into the eternal way. Yae Kamiko happily shook his fan and finished, turning around and about to leave the Heavenly Guardian Pavilion. At this point, Rei Movie couldn't help but call out to her and ask, "Wait, Godson, when are you leaving? And when are you coming back?" "Don't worry, Shadow, I'll be back in as little as a week, or as long as a month." Yae Kamiko, who had her back to Lei Movie, narrowed her eyes, and this time, her eyes were filled with a gentle smile. After leaving the Tenshukaku, Yae Kamiko did not return directly to Narukami Taisha, but instead went to a snack bar in Inazuma Castle called Uuti. How can you visit Inazuma Castle and not have a meal of delicious oily tofu? Yae Kamiko pushed open the wooden door of the Yuri Uti in a happy mood, and as soon as she entered, she saw that her usual seat was empty, and the table in front of her was already set with steaming hot oily tofu, which had obviously been fried not long ago. "I said why someone had been following me on the road. So it was one of your people, the little one from the Kamisato family," said Yae Kamiko as she sat down in her seat. Next to her sat a squinty-eyed young man with short blue hair. The young man's name was Ayato Kamisato, and he had just recently become the head of the Kamisato family of Shibuki. "Lord Yagyu Miyagi, I am the one who was abrupt. Please forgive me for any offense." Ayato Kamisato apologized as she rubbed her chest and owed her apologies. "That's just it. I'll forgive you for the sake of the oily tofu." Yagyu Godson waved his hand, picked up a skewer of oily tofu, and enjoyed it beautifully. Ayato Kamisato finally couldn't help but speak up as he watched Yae Kamiko intently eat skewer after skewer of oily tofu, even ordering another after finishing the one on the table and asking if he'd like one as well. "Yae Miyagi-sama, may I ask about the mission to Ritsuki?" Seeing Kamisato Ayato's anxious appearance, Yae Kamiko stopped teasing him and replied with a smile, "Don't worry," the Generalissimo agreed. Although Lei Movie didn't explicitly say so, she wouldn't stand in the way of what the Eightfold Divine Son was going to do. Then, Lord Miyagi has also agreed to take Ayaka on a mission to Ryu? That about Liyue invites the immortal ceremony invitation Zheng folded is through the god in Aya people handplay. However, before submitting his report, he took it to the Narukami Taisha shrine specifically to find Yae Kamiko, hoping that Yae Kamiko would bring his young sister, Kamisato Ayaka, along with him to be invited to Ritsuki to participate in this invocation of the immortal ceremony, and he did it out of sheer desperation. About half a year ago, the head of the Kamisato family died of a disease caused by hard work, and shortly afterward, the mother of the family died with him, leaving the Kamisato family with only Ayato Kamisato, who had recently come of age, and his young sister. Ayato Kaminari was forced to take up the position of head of the family and deal with the wolves and tigers who had long coveted the position of the shrine's bishop. In this situation, he really didn't have the confidence to protect his sister, Kamisato Ayaka. That's why Kamisato Ayato wanted Yae Kamiko to take Kamisato Ayaka with him on his mission to Ritsuki. This would be a way to get out of the way. Lord Miyagi had loved Ayaka since she was a child, and with her around, Ayato didn't have to worry about her sister's safety. Secondly, I can also take this opportunity to help my sister take a break. For half a year, although Kamisato Ayaka had been well-behaved and understanding enough to stay at home and not cause him any trouble, Kamisato Ayato could see that his sister's mental state was poor, and that the series of events had been too much of a blow to his young sister. The reason for this was naturally clear to the Eightfold Divine Son. This time when she went to Ritsuki, there did exist a reason to help out the Kamisato family, and she was extremely fond of Kamisato Ayaka. Of course, the main premise of Yae Kamiko's promise to Kamisato Ayato was still her own desire to visit Ritsuki. Otherwise she wouldn't have bothered to go that far. Wouldn't it have been better to just pick up Kamisato Ayaka back to Narukami Taisha? However, Yae Kamiko would not tell Ayato Kamisato about this. A favor for nothing. Maybe it will be useful in the future. And so the Yagyu Divine Son nodded his head and replied, "Of course, but I love my Ayaka-san the most. Thank you, Yae Miyagi-sama." P.S. Text not relevant. First of all, Tao apologizes to all the readers. I'm really sorry for not updating for 2 days. Earth to the seat oars. I'll try to finish volume 1 in the meantime, to make sure there's a relatively complete story, both for myself and for those of you reading this. Above all, thanks again for seeing this, and thanks. Chapter 88 The Rich, I'm not interested in money. Just as Inazuma had begun to make preparations for Ritsuki, on the other side of the continent, invitations to the immortal ceremony and the bailed-out casualties had arrived in the land of winter in succession. As for the winter executive officers meeting, it requires 3 or more of the 10 current executive officers to convene, and is usually held when there are important matters to be deliberated. For the executives, who are used to being alone and have their own responsibilities, it is difficult for them to resolve any major issues through the executives' meeting, except for Her Majesty's orders. But today it was an unprecedented gathering of all the execs. Oh, let's see who's back. If it isn't the billion-dollar Scaramzy. The casual soldier had just stepped through the door when he heard the obnoxious banker's cloying greeting, and all he wanted to do was punch him in the face to shut him up. I'm afraid he would have done so before, but unfortunately he couldn't change it. This time it was his unauthorized action that caused the organization's interests to be damaged in the first place. So in the face of the ninth seats, rich, mockery, the casual soldier could only silently walk to the end of the conference table to stand at the end of the conference table in the eyes of the executives of the crowd, who were all different from each other, and did not say a word. Rich was about to say something when he saw this, when the mature older man at the head of the conference table spoke up. All right, Pantalone, we'll talk about the rest later. Time is precious, so now that everyone is here, let's get started. As soon as the omnibus officer, Ugly, spoke, the rich man shut his mouth, and the other executives' faces were solemn. They are certainly not gathered here today to count the sins of the scattered soldiers. The losses caused by the dispersal of the soldiers were but a drop in the bucket, and did not affect the plans of the whole congregation of fools much, and only the rich man, who regarded money as his own life, would countenance them. The one thing that would really get the full complement of executives at this stage, of course, would be an order from the Queen of Ice. Under the extremely high level of secrecy, the main business of the executives' meeting ended smoothly, and the roosters, ladies, and other executives who had other important matters to attend to left the room one by one. The casual soldier was about to leave after him when the rich man called out to him, Scaramzy, is there nothing you want to explain about this one? As soon as Rich's words left his mouth, the other execs who were leaving the room slowed down. The casual soldier, on the other hand, turned back to the rich man with a dark look on his face. Explain what? That I fell into the hands of a 5-year-old? Even a clayman has 3 points of fire. Not to mention the fact that the scattered soldier's temper was not very good in the first place. He said grimly at once, it's not just about the money. I'll pay you back. The rich man wasn't the least bit intimidated and still had a smirking expression on his face. It doesn't matter about the money or anything. The other executives gave a bah humbug in their hearts, but the rich man continued to speak in a kind manner. I just want to know what could make the 6th seat executive of the Hall of Fools stay in Ryu. Consider it information I paid for so the rest of us don't make the same mistake. The other execs were also interested in this question, realizing that with their strength, they usually had no problem fighting and running away. Could it be that the one from Liyue has struck? The masked executive officer, Doctor, spoke up and asked. The scattered soldiers were his experiments. Oh no, co-workers. So he still had a better idea of the strength of the scattered soldiers. The casual soldier shook his head. No, I was attacked by an immortal. No wonder. If it was multiple immortals sneaking up on a stair, it wouldn't be able to run away. The execs drifted off, automatically brainstorming. The scattered soldiers didn't bother to explain in detail, but instead the conversation turned to the doctor. I did find something you might be interested in this time I went to Lizuki. Oh, the doctor raised an eyebrow outside of his mask and waited for Scattergories to follow. A 5-year-old little guy who doesn't have the eye of God or the evil eye, but can use the elemental power of thunder. The loose soldier said with a leathery smile. It was as if he had already seen the sad future of the little man caught in the doctor's lab, and a sick pleasure rose in his heart. Sure enough, his words managed to pique the doctor's interest. No God's eye or evil eye, but you can use the elemental power of thunder? And only 5 years old? This is a good material for slicing. Start slicing from the age of 5 and you can slice all the way to adulthood. You can't let go of such a rare sample. The doctor walked up to the casualty and grabbed the latter by the shoulders in a frenzied question. Who is he? Where is he? A smile grew on the face of the casual soldier. His name is Movise, and he's in Ryu Harbor. Movise. Good. The doctor repeated the name, and the other executives mentally sked as they stepped away. Even as a co-worker, this guy's level of perversion is a little too much for everyone to handle. Scaramzy, tell me, how did the Movise, how does he use the thunder elemental force? You've seen it, right? The doctor and the scattered soldiers headed out as well. I'm not too sure about the exact principle. His eyes suddenly turned glistening white, and then he was able to manipulate the thunder elemental force. he also had a teacher, Lisa, who probably taught him. Lisa, kind of a familiar name. Just as the two of them were asking and answering questions, the young girl, who had already reached the entrance of the conference hall, suddenly stopped and turned her head back to look in the direction of the scattered soldiers with her closed eyes. What is it, Columbine? The executive officer, Puppet, beside the young girl asked suspiciously. The young girl withdrew her gaze and shook her head. It's nothing, let's go. After saying this, the young girl retraced her steps and headed out the door, only chanting in her mind, Manhwa. It's called that, isn't it? Chapter 89. Atao is free? How can that be? Captain Folger, are you telling the truth? Mon City. In the office of the head of the West Wind Knights, the youthful version of Lisa Mintz asked in a puzzled manner. How could it be that she had just returned to Mon from the Sumeru Order House, and there was a congregation of fools spying on her in the shadows, and somehow became someone else's teacher? Come on, she's just a dropout herself. How can she be someone's teacher? The middle-aged man who was called the Fauga leader had a resolute face and nodded his head in a serious manner. Lisa, whether this is true or not, you need to be more careful in the meantime, and you were called here just to remind you. Alright, thanks for the heads up, I'll keep an eye out. After saying that, Lisa was about to say goodbye and leave when she heard Head Fauga say again, by the way Lisa, how are you considering joining the West Wind Knights? As I said before, I guarantee that as soon as you join, you'll become the trainee captain of the 8th squad, and you'll be able to transfer in half a year. In the face of Head Fauga's sincere invitation, Lisa apologetically covered her chest in a knight's salute and declined once again. I'm sorry Chief, thank you for your kind words, but please forgive me for not being able to take on this responsibility. Lisa had just gotten back from that nasty place in the ordnance yard, and now all she wanted to do was spread out at home for a couple of days, and then take a random class and have a relaxing time. Head Fauga sighed regretfully at his words. He really thought highly of this talented witch who was said to be once in 200 years. Alright then, but the doors of the order are always open to you. Lisa, thank you again for your love. Master Chief, I will definitely consider it. Lisa replied seriously, mentally already subconsciously starting to look for a position in the order that was a little more free. Shouldn't be bad if you get to stay in the library all the time? After saying goodbye to the headmaster, Lisa left the order, and as she passed the training grounds outside the order's gates, she saw a group of knights training, one with fiery red hair that stood out from the rest. A number of people were watching from the sidelines, the two sisters of the Gernheil family among them. Good morning, Jean, Barbara. The two sisters turned their heads at the sound and greeted Lisa when they saw her. Good morning, Sister Lisa. Lisa walked over to the two sisters and looked at Jean and Barbara, who were still little girls, and smiled. Come to see DeLuco train early in the morning? The red-haired teenager in the training ground was none other than the talented young man who had joined the West Wind Knights at the age of 10, DeLuc Legenfind. Jean's small face reddened slightly as she nodded her head and said firmly, Elder DeLuc is awesome. I'm going to learn from him and try to become a West Wind Knight. As soon as Jean's words were out of her mouth, little Barbara, who was on the sidelines, milked her sister's words. Barbara is going to be a West Wind Rider too. The people around them and even the knights who were training smiled at that. The point of becoming a knight of the West Wind is to guard a lovely being like Barbara. By this time the training had just about come to an end, and DeLuco came wiping the sweat from his face, with a sunny, enthusiastic smile that made one glance at him think, the so-called knight should be like him. Sister Lisa, Jean, Barbara, good morning, DeLuc, you've been training hard today too. Teenager DeLuco held his head high as he heard Lisa's words, all in the interest of protecting Mond, as it should be. Jean and Barbara greeted DeLuc too. Then Jean asked, Elder DeLuc, when are you leaving for Ryu? Lisa's heart fluttered at her words, and then she heard DeLuc replied, it's next week. DeLuc, you're going to Lizuki? Is it a mission? Yes, escort the mission to Ryu. DeLuc's face couldn't hide his excitement. In the 2 years since he officially became a West Wind Knight, this was his first cross-country mission. Lisa smiled slightly, but her mind was reeling. It seems, wouldn't it be nice to have a graduation trip before work? Oh, she's a dropout. Let's call it a dropout trip. In the meantime, I could go to Rizuki to meet the cheap student whom I had never met before, and fulfill my responsibility as a teacher. Lisa looked up at the sky to the southwest, a beautiful rosebud-like smile blooming on her face. The three Deluxion Barbara on the side couldn't help but shiver in unison at the sight. At this time, Manhwa didn't realize that before the immortal invitation ceremony had even begun, he had already been directly or indirectly missed. He continues to be laid back and comfortable, spending each day in a fulfilling manner. Every day, he ate, slept, went to school, teased Tao, occasionally went to the Hall of Leaning Rock to check on the work of the condensed light, and then tinkered with some gadgets in his spare time. And the day passed. If there are any changes, there are actually quite a few. First, it was announced that the Jade Kyodai Elementary School Imperial Beastmaster competition had been temporarily suspended. The reason for this is that Pocket was too strong and easily took a triple threat, causing the entire match to be out of reach. The children, who have always been 3-minute heaters, also gradually lost interest in the game of fighting bugs, and even several children's bugs were raised dead or ran away. Little Walnut was idle at school for a while, to which Mobai said, "How can this be? If you guys don't play with Little Walnut, won't Little Walnut have to play with me?" So Manhwa paused his westward journey storytelling to finally return to the original purpose of the Natural Science and Practices course, pulling out various childhood toys from his former life in the classroom, the paper airplanes, flip ropes, jump ropes, gyros, magnifying glasses to burn ants. It is bound to give the children of Liyue a complete and rich childhood experience. Of course, it's not all given to everyone at once. Manhwa plans to teach them all gradually in 1 year, and then hold paper airplane competitions, rope skipping competitions, Euro competitions, etc., respectively. That way, Little Walnut shouldn't get bored, right? As it turns out, Manhwa still knows Little Walnut well, and Little Walnut has been having a lot of fun these past few weeks, and I should say, with Manhwa around, Little Walnut has been having quite a bit of fun. Secondly, it was the condensed light side. After a day's rest, the work of inviting the immortal ceremony started again, this time more organized and smooth. Ningguang even had the leisure to come to school to listen to Manhwa's natural science class. After 2.5 months, the principal finally returned to her school. Chapter 90, Manhwa, I don't have any specialties. Back at school, Ningguang brings Manhwa good news and bad news. The good news is that in honor of the immortal invocation ceremony, the school will have 7 days off, no transfers, starting May 1st. No vacation. The bad news is that in order to celebrate the invitation to the immortal ceremony, the children of Class 1 need to organize a class party, where the principal and teachers will come to watch, and Movais was asked to contribute a program by name by the principal of the school. Brother Movais, think of ways to please your sister to your heart's content. From Ningguang's smiling eyes, Manhwa seemed to see her say this. He had good reason to suspect that this was Nimbus' revenge for the job he'd given her earlier, but he had no proof. Speaking of which, these two things were still what Manhwa had told Ning Su earlier, that holidays could stimulate consumption and celebrations could enhance people's happiness. I didn't realize that I'd be lifting a rock and stoning myself now. At this point, in the afternoon class session on Friday, April 12th, Ganyu dedicated the session to the students discussing the program and then going to sign up at the Literature and Arts Committee member, Xiao Yun Samayer. The class was buzzing with enthusiastic discussion, and the classroom was occasionally buzzing with paper airplanes flying around and zapping disciplinarian Cece's head, causing the latter to freak out. But Movais only felt the noise, and by now he was groaning helplessly as he slumped over his desk. What's the best program to perform? When it comes to the gala, the black history in the depths of Manhwa's mind comes flooding back, exaggerated big red blush, lipstick, little red flowers, tiptoeing around, swaying and singing along with the music. Can someone tell me why these memories haven't been erased after reincarnation? I don't want to go back to them. So this time, in order not to make the same mistake again, with the performance program already an established fact, Mauve had to think of a program that would definitely not leave a black history. So here's the question. What should we perform? At that moment, Little Walnut, who had tiptoed under Cece's seat to retrieve the paper airplane, returned to his seat and, seeing Manhwa's paralyzed appearance, curiously poked Manhwa's waist. Mamoru? Manhwa twisted his head to look at Little Walnut, the memory of that exaggerated makeup gradually overlapping with Atao's little face. Hiss. All of a sudden it becomes adorable. If it's a memory like that, I'll treasure it for the rest of my life. Little Walnut felt that Manhwa was looking at her strangely, and couldn't help but strangely call out softly again. Mau. Ahem. I'm fine. Movais sat up and explained. Just thinking about what would be a good show to perform, said Movais, launching back into the sadness. In fact, he had many choices, such as proceeding to tell the story of the journey to the west, or performing a small magic trick, which could be casually fooled and would not become his black history. But I don't know why. Manhwa always felt that this was almost meaningless, and he couldn't figure out what this little bit of meaning that was missing meant, so for a while he was in a tangle. Little Walnut didn't think so much about it. Her plum blossom eyes lit up when she heard Manhwa's words, and she didn't ask Manhwa what exactly he was going to perform. She just dragged her hands on her cheeks and looked at him, wiggling her legs and laughing. What's Shigeru going to perform? I'm looking forward to it. For Little Walnut, whatever Maui performs, she looks forward to it. Looking at Little Walnut's expectant little eyes, Manhwa suddenly understood what the poor bit meant. Previously, all he had been thinking about was how to avoid leaving a black history, but he had neglected something more important, that was the expectations of Little Walnut and the others, including Nimbus, who made the request. I'm sure it was expected of him as well. In that case, I'll just have to do my best to prepare. Thinking of this point, Manhwa was instantly enlightened, no longer entangled, and laughed brightly. Momo, you're looking forward to it. As soon as Manhwa's words left his mouth, little Shangling in the front row turned her head curiously. What? Movies, have you thought about what you're going to perform? No, Movies answered in seconds. Then why do you look like you're so confident in your chest? On the sidelines, Cookie Haru mentally spat. Little Shannon Ling was also stunned at her words, and then she heard Manhwa ask, by the way, Shannon, what program are you going to perform? Me? I'm not performing. I'll be in charge of cooking for everyone. Really? Yeah. Little Walnut instantly nearly jumped up and down in happiness, completely forgetting the fear of being dominated by the Jedi Cloud Pepper meatballs. The other students around them who heard little Shannon's words instantly expressed their anticipation. Is that okay? Isn't this a blatant material bribe? What? I have a craving too? That's okay. In all honesty, so far, the dishes made by little Shannon are quite tasty. What about you, Haru? What's your specialty? Movies crossed his arms and patted them under his chin as he inquired about Cookie Haru. Me? Specialty? Xiao Keqing was startled, stammered half a day to say. A small face reddened. I seem. There's nothing in particular I know. Seeing Xiao Keqing's look of being so anxious that she was about to cry out, Manhwa hurriedly consoled him. It's fine. I'm just asking. I don't have any specialties either. It's okay, Kakaru. I can't do anything either. Little Walnut also followed Manhwa and said, puffing out his chest and looking up with a little pride. Manhwa silently glanced at Little Walnut, and suddenly realized that little Yun Sumayer and little Xin Yen were walking over. Movies, have you decided what show you're going to perform? Not yet. Have any other students signed up? So far it's just Tianshu's classmates who have signed up for a storytelling program. Sayumi Sumayer said with a hard look on her face. That's why she came to ask the admired Mauve if she had any ideas. Manhwa asked curiously at the sound of his voice. Aren't you going to perform, Yun Sumayer? We have that in mind, but we haven't thought about what we're going to sing yet. For this gala, Yun Sumayer Jr. didn't want to sing the same operas she had sung before, and wanted to do something new. Manhwa let out an "oh," then looked at little Xin Yen behind little Yun Sumayer, only to see that the latter was holding a trumpet guitar? Ha, Xin Yen, what's this? Little Walnut also noticed the thing and asked curiously. Oh, this one. It's a fontaine instrument. It's a great instrument. Little Xin Yen was instantly excited about the introduction, then scratched his head awkwardly. I was going to play this at the gala, but not quite yet. The crowd drifted off, but Manhwa spoke with interest. Xin Yen, can you show me this GI instrument? Yeah. Xin Yen boldly handed the guitar to Manhwa. Manhwa took it and looked at it carefully, and found that this shrunken version of the guitar in the previous life was really similar to 8 or 9%, and it was very handy in his hand. To be honest, Manhwa is quite interested in music, and has practiced a series of musical instruments including the piano extreme and rhythm master. The guitar is the only instrument he's actually practiced for a while, not quite proficiently, but the classic chords of 4-5-3, 6-2-5-1 have been practiced into muscle memory, so the first time he got the guitar, Manhwa subconsciously swept a set of chords according to the fingerings in his memory. A silky melody floated out from the strings. Little Walnut, wow, that's nice to hear. Mao, you're great. Little Sin, amazing. Movies, you can actually play this fontaine instrument? Xiao Yun Sumayer, I didn't realize you knew this. Manhwa, so why don't you perform this? Little Shannon, it's so good blah blah blah. Kota Haru, what about the promise that you don't have much of a specialty either? MW, I'm just a little bit of everything. Looking at his classmates, who were reacting in different ways, Movies smiled and looked up. I know what the show is going to be. Have a concert. Chapter 91, The Wife's Envoy. April passed by day, and as the immortal invitation ceremony drew near, the festive atmosphere in Liyue harbor gradually intensified. People up and down the town had confident, celebratory smiles on their faces. The smiles come from their own full and happy lives on the one hand, and from the protagonist of the immortal invitation ceremony, their Lord Rock, on the other. A kingdom that is sheltered by the most powerful gods is always going to be a bit more subdued. Therefore, even though the number of foreign faces in Ryu Harbor gradually increased, the people did not panic at all, and instead, they showed 100% hospitality to the guests who came from afar. On this day, Saturday, April 26th, a passenger ship from Inazuma docked at the Ritsuki port pier at noon. Well, finally, on the deck of the passenger ship, Yae Kamiko looked out over the thriving docks where people were coming and going, and stretched out a long, lazy stretch, her ordinary witch's outfit suddenly tightening up, and her ears twitching between her pink hair. After drifting in the sea for a few days, Yagyu Godson felt like he was getting damp. She's not so bad though, at least she doesn't get seasick. It's just that she's suffering for her younger sister Kamisato Ayaka, who's traveling for the first time. Yae Kamiko looked to her side, where a small, powdered, serene white-haired loli stood playfully, only with a listless face. Sister Ayaka, are you feeling better now? Little Kamisato Ayaka sniffed, nodded forcefully, and said in a brittle voice, well, big man but big tits. Elder brother Sama had said that he himself had come to Ritsuki on a mission on behalf of the Kamisato family this time. Although Kamisato Ayaka was still young, she understood that the family was in a time of crisis, and that her elder brother Sama must be working very hard. As the eldest young lady of the Kamisato family herself, she should share the pressure for the head of the family. Therefore, on this trip to Ryu, one had to be 200% spirited and not degrade the reputation of the Shinri family. Recast the glory of godly. It is incumbent upon us. Thinking of this, little Ayaka nodded her head once again for emphasis. I'm fine. Don't worry, Kamiko-san. Yae Divine Son could see little Ayaka's bravado, but didn't say anything more, only correcting little Ayaka with a smile as he pinched her tender cheeks. How many times have I told you to call me Yezakura-san now? Inazuma's visit to Ritsuki's roster doesn't have Yae Kamiko's name on it. I'm sorry, Sakura-san. Pinched in the face, little Ayaka slurred. Well, that's more like it. Yae Kamiko nodded in satisfaction, then turned back to the pier, only to see that the Inazuma mission had already been picked up by the Tsukaiti secretary who had been waiting for a long time. Alright Sister Iowa, let's go down as well. It's not easy to come to Liyue, so we must stroll around and examine it. The eightfold Divine Son unfolded his folding fan to cover his mouth and said, little Ayahuasca's body instantly tensed up and nodded with a serious expression before following the eightfold Divine Son off the boat. Having regained her feet on the ground, Ayaka was slightly relieved, but looking at the crowded, noisy and bustling docks, she instantly became nervous again. It was the first time she had seen so many people, and in a foreign country. Don't be so nervous, just think of it as shopping. Seeing that little Ayaka was so nervous that she was walking on the same hand and foot, Yae Kamiko couldn't help but laugh softly and hold her little hand. Speaking from the heart, we're supposed to be shopping. Aye, Sakura-san, little Ayaka replied, the warmth coming from her hands easing her tension a little, then relaxing her body to follow Yae Kamiko towards the city of Ritsuki port. Take a look at the freshly caught Madaka fish for only 300 mora a pound. Fruits for sale, imported sunset fruits from Mond, sweet and crispy. Absolutely not sour. Grill. Grilled tiger fish, grilled meat skewers, grilled scallops, grilled potatoes, grilled cordial squash, grilled tofu, grilled everything. Selling pastries, plum blossom cake, green bean cake, peach blossom cake guaranteed to be delicious. Imitation Yukiadai Elementary School uniforms 20% off for kids. Come on, take a look at this latest Emperor Limited Edition Euro, with the perfect attributes of both defense and attack. You'll be invincible in battle. Yae Kamiko and Kagami Ayaka followed the crowd all the way through. The roadside merchants and vendors enthusiastically yelling and hawking, eating and drinking and wearing and playing, seen and unseen, there was everything, and the two of them were dazzled by the sight. It's really prosperous. After years of not seeing it, Liyue Harbor has completely changed. Yae Kamiko held a bag of barbecue in his left hand and sighed as he ate it. Then she pulled out a bunch of baked potato chips. This is delicious, flavorful and crunchy. Come on, Sister Ayaka, try this. Well, thank you Sakura-san, but I don't have much of an appetite. Little Ayaka regretfully declined. Still suffering from the after effects of seasickness, she didn't want to eat anything, especially greasy food like barbecue. That's a shame. Then we'll only have to try it when you're better, and I'll accompany you on your trip then. Yae Kamiko happily decided she wanted to come back for another barbecue, then mused, if you don't have much of an appetite, let's have something to drink first. It just so happens that I'm a little thirsty too. With that said, Yae Kamiko led little Ayaka straight towards a store with a line of customers lined up in front of it. She had been paying attention to it for a long time. The store is called Cold Sky Ice Room and specializes in milk tea, fruit juice and ice cream. From the signboard to the decoration of the facade, it is white and light blue, which makes it look very cool at a glance and out of place with the other stores on the harbor. Every guest who walked out of the chilly ice room had either a drink or an inverted cone of food in their hands and a satisfied, refreshing smile on their face. Looks like a very refreshing drink and food then. Little Ayahuasca got a slight appetite. With so many people in line, I hope I won't be disappointed. Yae Kamiko and little Ayaka got to the end of the line and waited up while eating barbecue. In fact, the Yae Divine Son noticed this Cold Sky Ice Room, but not greedy for its things. Well, actually a little greedy. The more important reason was that from the moment he disembarked, the Eightfold Divine Son had sensed the location of that false god's heart. It was in this Cold Sky Ice Chamber. Chapter 92 Peach, 3 words to take Cherry Blossom Girl. Although it was still spring, the midday sun was already a bit hot, and Ayaka, who was lined up outside the store, felt her head turning dizzy again. The Ye Divine Son naturally saw little Ayaka's discomfort and said without refusal, "Sister Ayaka, go wait for me under that roof over there. I'll get in line. I'm really sorry. I'm the one who dragged my feet." Little Ayaka felt that it was because she was too useless to maintain the demeanor of the Kamisato family's eldest young lady, and had disgraced the family. What silly thing to say. How can you be blamed for something like seasickness? Alright, go rest in the shade for a while. Ye Kamiko breathed a sigh of relief as she watched Ayaka go to rest under the roof of the nearby Masamo trading house. She realized that she didn't seem to be good with children, as opposed to being better at teasing them. Over here, Ayaka felt much cooler as she stepped into the shade, but her head was still a bit foggy. Little Ayaka looked at the crowds coming and going on the streets. The noise was like a raging sea wave drowning herself out. It was as if she was at the bottom of the sea. Everything was leaving her. Hello? Are you okay? Hello? In a haze, Ayaka seemed to hear someone speaking to her. She turned her head at the sound, only to see a little girl about her own age standing beside her staring at her, eyes with peculiar plum pupils shining. Are you not feeling well? Is it heatstroke? Ah, I know. You wait. After that girl finished speaking, without waiting for her to reply, she ran inside this Zhangmao trading house without a trace. Kagomari Ayaka watched this in bewilderment, and before she could react to what was happening, the girl ran out again, with an extra clear glass of water with a straw in her hand. Nah, drink some cold sour fruit juice. It'll take the heat off. That's how Mao Mao's brother got his wife. Little Ayaka didn't know who Mao Mao was or what it had to do with his second brother and sister-in-law, but just subconsciously took the glass of water. The cool touch instantly pulled her back to reality. The hazy sounds around her became clear, and her brain was reconnected to the line. Thanks. Either way, the other party meant well, and little Ayaka politely bowed slightly in thanks. He, you're welcome. The other woman's bright smile put Ayaka in a bit of a trance, and then she took a slow drag. So icy, so sour, but delicious. Little Ayahuasca's embroidered brows knitted, then stretched, and she felt much more refreshed in her head all of a sudden. It's good, isn't it? The plum-eyed girl laughed. My name is Walnut, who as in hooch, but not hooch as in run away. What about you? Little Ayaka hesitated for a moment and gave her real name. My name is Ayaka Kamisato. Wow, it's the same name as Mamoru. I'll call you Ayaka then. Little Walnut's eyes lit up at the words, and his favorability level went up. Little Ayaka tilted her head in confusion at first. Where was the difference? But she didn't have the heart to ask, and nodded, silently taking another sip of the sweet and sour juice before suddenly coming back to her senses. Oh, Walnut, how much more for this? I'll pay you. Little Walnut waved her hand in a cheerful, generous manner. No need. It's on me. You're here on a trip, aren't you? Mao Mao said. It's not fun to have friends from afar. It's good to have friends. Well said. Little Ayaka mumbled a repetition before looking up with a smile and thanking him again too. Thank you, Walnut. Little Walnut froze for a moment at the flash of the other's sweet and lovely smile, and quipped outright, Ayaka, you look so pretty when you smile. Little Ayaka's little face flushed at the words, and she lowered her head and pecked a mouthful of juice. Well, why does it feel like the juice is getting sweeter? Little Walnut thought that this little girl named Kamisato Ayaka was adorable, with white hair, snow-white skin, and a dignified demeanor, as if she were a legendary princess, and was also easily shy. So little Walnut began to make small talk with little Ayahuasca. Ayaka, are you from Inazuma? Aha, Inazuma. Aren't there a lot of cherry blossom trees? Little Walnut's eyes sparkled and he looked extremely interested. Little Ayaka thought for a moment at his words, but he was so used to seeing cherry blossom trees that he couldn't recall where else they were. There are a lot of them planted in Kamisato Yashiki, and there are a lot of cherry blossom trees in Narukami Taisha. Ah yes, there's a huge cherry blossom tree in Narukami Taisha. Big? How big? Well, it's so big, so big. Me and elder brother Sama together can only hold a small half of it. Oh, that should be a little thicker than Uncle Saikiso. After all, she and Mamoru together could hold half of Uncle Saikosu. Ha, Ayaka, you have a brother? Didn't he come with you? Ayaka nodded at his words, then said a little downcast. The elder brother Sama had to preside over the family affairs, so he didn't come. So Ayaka, you came alone? No, I followed Ye. Sister Sakura came. Ah, Sakura-san. Ayaka suddenly remembered that there was such a thing, and turning her head, she saw that Yagyu Divine Son had already stood next to her at some point, looking at her with a grimace on his face. Finally remembered me. Ayaka-san. Ye Kamiko was holding a milk tea in one hand and an ice cream in the other, a few strands of pink hair wet with sweat clinging to her forehead in a slightly disheveled manner. Sakura-san. Ayaka lowered her head in some embarrassment, but Yagyu Godson was not worried and rubbed her little head and said, It's good that you're okay. I didn't have the heart to interrupt you guys when I saw that you were having a good conversation. Saying that, the eightfold divine son looked at Little Walnut with interest. She could sense that the false god's heart was in her. Hello Little Walnut, thanks for the juice. You're welcome, Yae-san. Little Walnut wasn't the least bit shy and greeted graciously. Oh, it's okay to call me Sakura-san. Well, I already have a Sakura-san, so I'd better call you Yae-san. Oh, that's okay then. The Yaezumi godchild was still thinking about how to get out the false god's heart from Little Walnut, when he suddenly heard a gurgling sound. Ayaka, are you hungry? Little Ayaka's face reddened again, but she heard Little Walnut continue. It just so happens that I'm going to Manmin Hall for lunch too, so why don't we join you? The eightfold divine son's eyes lit up at his words. That couldn't be better. We've heard a lot about Manmin Hall's craftsmanship. Little Walnut hemmed and hawed and took Little Ayaka's hand. Let's go then. We'll have to wait in line if we're late. By the way, we can also pull in a wave of foreign guests for Shannon, who will surely be happy. Chapter 93, Mao Mao is Mao Mao. Little Walnut hopped up the grand staircase, followed by the two Yae Kamiko and Little Ayaka, and made a guest appearance as a tour guide as they walked. Up ahead is the General Services Division. On the right side is the Glazed Pavilion, and on this side is the Crescent Moon Pavilion, and the food in there is all delicious. When he finished, the Little Walnut turned left and introduced them one by one. Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce, Star Lodge, Tea House. Here, this way in is the Hall of the Living. This is where I live. Yagyu Divine Son and Little Ayahuasca looked in the direction of Little Walnut's finger, only to see that the main road where people came and went had suddenly branched out into a path that was sparsely traveled, which was very eye-catching. The Church of the Past Life. What does it do? Ayaka asked curiously. As the name suggests, the Hall of the Living is the place where the deceased is sent to their next life. Isn't this the funeral parlor? Since the Shibusha was also involved in the management of funeral and sacrificial matters, Ayaka Ogamisato responded at once and then asked in a small voice, Walnut, aren't you scared to live here? I'm not scared. Little Walnut replied as a matter of course. It's cozy and warm inside the Hall of the Living, so it's comfortable. Do you want to go in and try it out? Oh, next time. Better eat first. The eightfold divine son interrupted, and then the three of them continued to walk towards the Tiger Eating Rock, Iwakami Tea Room, Xia Chui Xing, Wayu Tea House. Finally, 10 minutes later, they arrived at Manmin Hall. Welcome. Before entering the door, warm greetings accompanied by the aroma of the meal came to the surface. Xianling, I've brought a guest. Little Walnut lifted the curtains. The restaurant was full of people, and little Shannon, who was going back and forth between the tables, looked over at the sound. It's Ah Tao. Welcome. Have a seat. A few people found seats and Walnut introduced himself. This is Yezakura-san, and this is Kamisato Ayaka. They're here from Inazuma to play day. This is Xiangling, my good friend and classmate. She cooks deliciously. It's impressive that the little girl has such a skill at such a young age. It's not that great. At least Mao Mao knows more than I do. Little Shannon twisted her body in embarrassment at the praise from Little Walnut and the big sister from Inazuma, then asked, what would you guys like to eat? Our signature dishes are the heavenly pivot pork, absolute cloud pepper chicken, and squirrel base. Listening to Little Xiangling skillfully report the names of the dishes, Little Walnut and Little Ayahuasca unconsciously swallowed their mouths, while the Yagyu Divine Son on the side said decisively, one of each. In the end, the eightfold Divine Son still didn't order a full banquet, not because he couldn't finish it, but mainly because he was afraid of scaring the others. They ordered a Jiayun pepper chicken, a pickled fish, plus a stir-fried seasonal vegetables and tomato egg soup, which were also enough for a large and two small ones to eat until they were full. After ordering, Yae Kamiko pretended to stretch, and a purple chess piece accidentally slipped out of the sleeve of her witch's dress and onto the table. True to his word, Little Walnut noticed the abnormality the first time and reached out and patted his coat pocket before pulling out an identical chess piece from it, asking in surprise, Yae-san, why do you have this chess piece too? Ah la, you too? The Yae Divine Child half hidden her slightly open mouth with a folding fan and said with the same surprise. On the side, Little Ayaka looked at Yae Kamiko's expression and knew that she was going to play a trick on people again. Only Yae Kamiko picked up the Heart of God on the dining table and proceeded to ask, Walnut, can you show your sister your chess piece? Without question, Little Walnut handed over the pieces without hesitation. Nah, the eightfold Divine Son held a chess piece in one hand, pretended to compare them for a moment, and then murmured, surprisingly, it really is it. After saying that, Yagyu Divine Son returned the piece from Little Walnut to her. What's wrong, Yae-san? Simply innocent Little Walnut asked after receiving the chess piece, and Yujinja explained smoothly. 6 months ago, I had someone make an exact copy of this chess piece, and it disappeared just as it was finished. Could that missing pawn be this me? I guess so. I didn't expect to see it again by mistake. Little Walnut sniffed and hesitated for a moment before handing the pieces back. Since it's Yae-san's thing, I'll give it back to you, returning things to their rightful owners. I'm sure Mao won't blame me. However, the Eightfold Divine Son did not pick it up as she shook her head and said, the fact that you got it, Sister Walnut, means that it is your destiny, so you don't have to give it back to me. Sister just want to know, how did Sister Walnut get it? Little Walnut sniffed and only thought that Ye-san was a good person, and immediately replied, it's Mao who gave it to me. Oh, who's Mamoru? After Yagyu Divine Son asked, little Ayaka on the side also perked up her ears. She had been curious for a long time, but she was just too embarrassed to ask. Mao. Little Walnut, however, was in deep thought. With Mauve as the person she knew best, she was surprisingly unsure of how to introduce him for a moment. A long time passed before little Walnut finally held his tongue. Shigeru. It's Shigeru. The Eightfold Divine Son's figure shifted, then asked with a smile, I wonder where this Mamoru is. Can you take sister to meet her? Yeah, Tao is going to find Momo later. You guys can come along. Little Walnut agreed instantly, then seemed to open the floodgates of conversation. I play with Mao every day. Mao he's so good. He knows everything and everything. He can make ice cream. He can barbecue and he can talk about chicken. He also knows so many stories. Pauline Lamp, Journey to the West, Naruto. Chicken he is? Naruto? Fine. I can't tell you exactly. Anyway, you'll all know when you see Mao. At this time, little Shangling walked over with stir-fried seasonal vegetables and rice, sniffing as she served the food and asked, What? Are you guys talking about Momo? Yeah, little Walnut nodded, thinking that restaurant fellows were generally better informed. The Eightfold Divine Son turned his head to look at little fragrant lady and asked, Yes, do you know him, Sister Shannon? Can you tell us about it? Of course I know. We're good friends and classmates. Little Shannon set up the meal and put away the plates with a hefty smile. The one who knows Mamoru best is right in front of you guys, you'd better ask her. Know best? A question mark slowly popped up on the heads of Yae Kamiko and little Ayaka as they looked over at little Walnut, who was scratching his head and smiling nervously. Jiyun pepper chicken and pickled fish are here. At that moment, Master Uzumaki came over with 2 other dishes, and Yagyu Kamiko put aside her other business for the time being. You can't go wrong with food. Let's eat first. Chapter 94, You're Not Human at First Sight. In the small courtyard of Manhwa, maids Sakura and Red were reporting the sales of the Cold Sky Ice Room today. Young master, the ice cream is sold out over at the Cold Sky Ice Room. That fast? Sold out in half a day today? The Cold Sky Ice House has been open for a week and is selling out faster and faster. Mobice thinks it's partly because of word-of-mouth diffusion, and more people in Lizuna Harbor know about the ice cream. On the other hand, it is because the number of visitors from outside the city has increased due to the approach of the Immortal Invocation ceremony. It's not that Manhwa is engaging in starvation marketing, it's really that the capacity is limited unless a certain coconut goat teacher is put in a small dark room and turned into a merciless ice maker. Fog. Limited capacity is as limited as it gets. He doesn't intend to make a lot of money off of it, merely wants to share the good stuff with the world. He even hoped that someone could make a copy of the Cold Sky Ice Room as soon as possible to share the pressure. Thanks for the hard work, Red-chan and Sakura-chan. You guys have a good rest this afternoon. I'm going to the school to join the practice. It's been his main focus for the last 2 weeks. In order to put on a full concert, Mobice has pulled together a Glazed Moon country band with an average age of just 6 years old, which is now in the midst of an intense and exciting ensemble. Take care, young master. Young master, take care on the road, have a safe trip. Manhwa grabbed his guitar and left the house, and within a few steps he saw Grandma Ping, who was setting up a tea stall at the entrance to the grand staircase of Yujingtai. Good afternoon, Grandma Ping. Oh, good afternoon. The silver-haired Grandma Ping smiled amiably. Is this going to school again? Would you like a cup of refreshment tea? Manhwa figured that Tao should be coming over soon as well, so he simply waited for her here. So he nodded in agreement. Yes, thank you, Grandma Ping. The tea you brewed is very fragrant. I've wanted to try it for a long time. Saying that, Grandma Ping poured a cup of clear tea, and Manhwa took it, and suddenly the heat accompanied by the fragrance came to his nose. Yummy! When Grandmother Ping heard this, the smile on her face grew even wider and her wrinkles deepened a few points. Drink more if it's good. After another refill, Manhwa and Grandma Ping chatted about things like why do you want to set up a free tea stall, and how are you doing in school. Grandma Ping can't stop talking once she opens the floodgates, but Manhwa doesn't feel bored. Grandma Ping's speech is very soft and comfortable to listen to, like an elder he will never see again. The two of them just chatted and chatted. Tao hadn't come yet, and Manhwa had drunk 4 or 5 cups of tea. Strange, how come the water in this teapot feels like it can't be poured out? Mobice peered curiously at the dark purple teapot on the table, the spout of which was a deep darkness. Could this be the dust song jar? Want to go in and take a look? Grandmother Ping asked smilingly, and Manhwa shook his head hurriedly at his words. Next time, Although Manhwa was interested in this kind of surreal immortal weapon, he had something to do later, so he let it go. At that moment, Tao's voice rang out at just the right time. Mao, Mao. A clear child's voice suddenly cut across the jade capital terrace as Grandmother Ping smiled kindly. Here's your little heel. Go ahead. Manhwa nodded at Grandma Ping and walked to the mouth of the grand staircase, where he caught a glimpse of little Walnut, who was struggling to climb the stairs, as well as the two crooked people following behind her. This way, Tao. Little Walnut looked up at the sound and quickened his pace with surprise on his face. When she neared the top of the grand staircase, Movies held out his right hand, and Little Walnut grabbed him as he stepped onto the last step, then pounced on Movies in the process. Mamoru. Movies rubbed the Little Walnut's hair, knowingly. Tao, why are you so late today? Tao went to help out in the cold sky ice room. There are so many people today. Little Walnut withdrew from Manhwa's arms, excitedly talking about what she had seen today. Then Tao met the guests from Inazuma and took them to Manmin Hall. Speaking of which, Little Walnut suddenly reacted to the fact that he had brought the two of them with him, and was busy looking back, only to see that Yagyu Kamiko and Ayaka Kagamari had just climbed up the grand staircase, the latter panting for breath. Mamoru, they are the guests from Inazuma. Yezakura-san and Kamisato Ayaka. Ye-san, Ayaka. This is Mamoru. With the introduction of the Little Walnut, Mauve and the Eightfold Godson, Little Ayaka, sized each other up. Ayaka Ogamisato is wearing a plain kimono with blue stripes on a white background, and has a snow-white, crystalline Heim-style hairstyle that's adorable for a little one. And while the older sister known as Yezakura was dressed in a normal witch's outfit, the iconic pink hair and drooping fox ears were as obvious as they needed to be, completely camouflaging a loneliness. Movies could tell at a glance that she wasn't human. And, the name Yezakura, you're really next door to Avalanche 3 to make a cameo here. Ha! Manhwa didn't expect these two to show up in Ryu at this point in time, and the game didn't mention this either. Although he was very surprised in his heart, Manhwa's face did not move and greeted him with a smile. Hello guys, my name is Movies. Welcome to Ryuki. Little Ayahuasca sniffed in realization. No wonder Walnut had said earlier that her name was the same as Mao Mao. Then, she gave a slight curtsy and said, hello. Looking at the cute little boy with a fleshy face in front of him, Ye Godson resisted the urge to pinch him and smiled with narrowed eyes. I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Shigeru. As soon as Yagyu Godson's words fell, Little Walnut, who had already greeted Grandmother Ping on the side and was hugging the teacup that Manhwa had just sipped from, busily swallowed his tea and added, Mamoru, Ye-san is here to see you. After saying that, Little Walnut poured another cup of tea and handed it to Little Ayaka, who was still gasping for breath. Ayaka, have some tea, thanks. Little Ayaka took the tea and didn't drink it straight away, but instead looked at the two-handed Eightfold Divine Son, wanting to speak. At that moment, Grandmother Ping poured a fresh cup of tea and said to Yagyu Divine Son, guests from afar, if you don't mind having a sip of tea and resting first, then thank you, Grandma Ping. Ha, Yagyu Godson knows Grandma Ping? I haven't been introduced? Manhwa was a little surprised, but on second thought, people are hundreds of years old, so maybe they've seen it all before, so it's not surprising. Right at this moment, the Eightfold Divine Son tilted his head and swept a glance at Manhwa with a smirk, and Manhwa immediately shivered and hastily retracted his thoughts. Terrible, terrible. What did Ye-san want to see me about? When the Eightfold Divine Son finished his sip of tea, Manhwa interjected and asked. The Eightfold Divine Son put down his teacup as he sniffed, and once again pulled out the heart of God. I heard Little Walnut say that Duke Xiao Mao gave her a chess piece exactly like this one, which was actually lost by my sister half a year ago. I wonder if you could tell my sister where you got this from. Chapter 95, The Fox's Retribution. That anti-Raiden General Special Training Instrument was really made by you, Yagi Shinko. Movies instantly confirmed this fact. That said, is it really okay for you to just take the Thor's heart out and shake it like that? Thoughts flickered, and Movies nodded. Sure. Manhwa's dry attitude was pleasing to Ye Kamiko, and she looked at Manhwa with a smile on her lips as she quietly waited for his next words. Manhwa actually knew what Yagyu Godson wanted to know, but he couldn't say it outright or he couldn't explain it, so he spiked his acting skills. It's set inside an oddly shaped device. Oh, the device? Is that it? Saying that, the Eightfold Divine Son took out a drawing. Yeah, that's it. This device. How did little Movies get it? Nice guy. The name calling has changed. It was purchased by a sister of mine who was a sea runner and placed in my house for temporary storage and safekeeping. Although Ye Kamiko was puzzled as to why this item was placed in the custody of a small doll's house, she did not ask any further questions in detail, but instead asked another, more crucial question. And how did you, little Movies, discover that the device contained this chess piece? Manhwa's face duly showed a hint of pain while his right hand was placed on his chest. Seeing this, Little Walnut immediately came to Manhwa and asked worriedly, Mamoru, is your wound hurting again? It's over. Overacted. Manhwa hastily withdrew his expression and pacified Little Walnut. It's okay, Tao. The wound healed a long time ago. I just recalled the feeling. Then, Tao will rub it for you, so it doesn't hurt anymore. Little Walnut pressed her small hand to Movai's chest and rubbed it up earnestly, as if to rub the hurt away from Movai's memory. As young Ayaka watched this scene, her mind suddenly conjured up a scene of her mother applying medicine to herself when she fell as a child. But now mother was gone. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly lowered, and Manhwa was a bit dumbfounded. Even the expression on the Eightfold Divine Son's face softened a bit as he softly asked Manhwa, at the time, did something happen? It's not much. It's just that a thief came to my house to steal this chess piece, and was later caught by Sister Ganyu and the Chien army. Manhwa gently explained the situation, but the Eightfold Divine Son was silent at his words. What kind of thief would go for the heart of Thor other than Thor's primordial mannequin? Combined with the wounds that Little Walnut had just mentioned, it wasn't hard for Ye Godson to imagine what had happened at that time, a 5-year-old child facing the powerful Yugongishan executive. You can feel the sense of desperation at the time just by substituting. I didn't realize that my ploy had caused such damage to this little guy. A trace of guilt arose in the Eightfold Divine Son for the first time in a long time. It's okay Momo, Mauve whispered as she took Little Walnut's hand. The young Walnut then dropped her heart, and then noticed the downcast young Ayaka. On his side, Manhwa said sardonically to the Yukyuko Divine Son, Alright Ye-san, I'm done. Is there anything else you want to ask? Mao's voice lifted the atmosphere, and Ye Kamiko and Ayaka Jr. turned back to the scene. Nothing. The things he wanted to know were known, and even the additional news that the scattered soldiers had come and fallen. But the Eightfold Divine Son couldn't be pleasant. Damn, the thoughts aren't coming through. Gotta find a way to make it up to the little guy. But what is the best way to compensate? Food? Play? Moira? Forget it, just ask. Thinking of this, the Eightfold Divine Son spoke again. Little one, sister owes you a favor. You can make a request to sister. A favor? Why do you owe me a favor? Movais was flabbergasted. Could it be feeling guilty? But it's obviously the loose cannon spot, isn't it? Seeing Manhwa's expression of doubt, Yagyu Divine Son added, you don't need to know why. Just think of it as my sister thanking you for the answer. Anyway, just mention it and my sister will try to fulfill you. Really? There's such a thing as a good thing? Anything? Movais asked tentatively. He was really just asking. Well, anything will do as long as sis can do it. Yagyu Divine Son said with a smirk, the charm belonging to a fox flowing out inadvertently. What kind of difficult request can a 5-year-old child make? Well, as Little Walnut and Little Ayahuasca looked on curiously, Mauve spoke. Can I touch your ear? Movais pointed to the pink fox ears in her hair. As soon as he spoke, the Little Walnut on the side jumped and shouted I want it too. I want it too. And even the Little Ayahuasca showed an expression of interest. The next second, however, everything came to a screeching halt. Only seeing what appeared to be a flash of lightning in the Eightfold Divine Son's slightly narrowed eyes, Manhwa hastily changed his words. Wait, I'm kidding. Sure enough, a woman's mouth, a deceitful ghost, especially a bad one. I was stupid, really, to believe her. Oh, you really don't want to touch it? The sense of crisis was not yet lifted, and Manhwa's head shook like a rattle. Yeah, well, forget it. Ye Kamiko sounded rather regretful. Whether it was really regretful or not, perhaps the reddened ears under the pink hair could tell Manhwa the answer, but it was a pity that Manhwa couldn't see it now. How many years had it been since the last time one's ears had been touched? When was it? Change your request. Manhwa sniffed, and for a moment he didn't know what to ask for. Seriously, this favor was owed for no apparent reason, and he was really embarrassed to ask the Eightfold Divine Son to do something. Movais subconsciously upended the guitar on his back and thought about what he was going to do next, and had an idea all of a sudden. Ye-san, can I ask you and Kamisato Ayaka to make a guest appearance in the audience? Chapter 96, Tao. Because I'm a Liyue female _____. Oh, yeah. The Yojinja swept his eyes at the musical instrument on Manhwa's back and readily agreed. And naturally, little Ayaka had no objections. Then, a few people said goodbye to Grandma Ping and headed for Yujingtai Elementary School. Good afternoon brother Xiao Yuan. These two are my friends, visiting the school. Good afternoon big brother Xiao Yuan. Young Master Shigeru, M.S. Walnut, good afternoon and welcome to you both. A small smile appeared on Xiao Yuan's square and resolute face. For the two of them, Manhwa and Walnut, he was very grateful. He could vaguely guess that he was able to be promoted to acting captain mostly thanks to this 5-year-old young master. Now he not only stood firm in the Thousand Rock Army, but there was still a balance in this month's military salary once it was paid out. And with the housing allocated by the Liyue government, he would be able to bring his wife and children to live in Liyue harbor on his next vacation. The family no longer had to endure the pain of separation. Manhwa didn't think so much about it. It was all due to those who did their duty. What he did was just a show of hands. After greeting Xiao Yuan, the four of them walked towards the campus, and as they did so Manhwa and Little Walnut introduced Yae Kamiko and Little Ayaka to the school and their school life, respectively. This is the drill hall, where we have gym class. There's the school building up ahead. That's where Mamoru and I have our classroom. Over there is the administration building. The Eightfold Divine Sun and Little Ayahuasca look down all the way, both with strange colors in their eyes. Little Ayaka is simply yearning for the scene of reading and playing with a group of his peers. As the eldest daughter of the Kamisato family, she stayed at home to learn various knowledge and skills from a young age, and was accompanied by her brother in the early years, but later on it was just her. The Eightfold Divine Sun, on the other hand, was thinking more. Such a large school, if it were to be filled with students in the future, how many talents would be sent to Liyue every year? According to Manhwa's description, this Ujingtai Elementary School was not a profound school such as the Sumeru Order Academy, but it was just initiation teaching. But what if, as Movai said, this initiatory teaching covered all the children of Lizuki? That newly promoted star of heavenly power is really a good courageous person. Before he has even taken the throne, he dares to spend such financial resources to cultivate Liyue's future. Isn't he afraid of making a dowry for her people? Of course, Yae Kamiko didn't know that Naramitsu's original intention for founding the school was nothing more than to build a school for Manhwa to attend. Fog. Just as the two guests' thoughts were racing, a melodious and beautiful piping sound came from the school building. Yae Kamiko and Little Ayaka were instantly captivated. Unheard melodies. Little Ayawa listened out of concentration for a while, only feeling that this shao sound was melodious and poignant, like a sob, and instantly became immersed in it, unable to resist humming along with the melody in a small voice. Although Little Ayaka's voice was small, the perfect combination of her ethereal voice and the beautiful melody of the shao instantly attracted the attention of the other three. Movais also held his breath and listened quietly, but the image from the game's CG flashed in his mind. Moonlit forests, babbling brooks, ethereal and dreamy songs, and a beautiful woman dancing alone. If only I could have witnessed this. Of course, Movais simply wanted to appreciate the beauty, nothing more. In the midst of his thoughts, the sound of the cocktail died down, and Little Ayaka stopped humming. Then Manhwa saw Little Walnut come up to Little Ayahuasca with his hands clasped, his eyes glowing in amazement. It's so good blah. It's heavenly. Ah Tao, do you like that line so much? How many times have you said it in these 2 weeks? Little Yun Sumayer, Ah Cheng, and Little Xi Yen Yen have all complimented it. Well, he taught me, though. However, Little Ayahuasca did not know about this, and in the face of Little Walnut's enthusiastic gushing praise, she blushed, embarrassedly gathered her hair around her ears, and whispered, which is so exaggerated. It's really good, Little Walnut affirmed again, then suddenly thought of something and added excitedly, why don't you join our band, Ayaka? When he finished speaking, Little Walnut twisted his head to look at Movais and winked. Movais saw this and understood it in seconds, automatically adding a can it be? Can it be? In Atao's tone in his head. It's fine with me as long as Ayaka herself wants it, Movais replied, and the smile on Little Walnut's face grew even wider at his words before he turned back to look at Little Ayaka with an expectant look on his face. The latter hadn't reacted at this point and asked dully, the band? Just singing together? We sing together? With a hesitant face, Little Ayaka subconsciously looked at the Eightfold Divine Sun. She was a bit intrigued, but she and her Yae sister were here in Ritsuki as ambassadors, and she carried the honor of her family on her back, in her own opinion, so she didn't know what to do for a moment. The Yae Divine Sun saw what was in Little Ayaka's mind at a glance, so he rested his folding fan against his chin and cheerfully laughed softly. Isn't this quite interesting? Why don't you give it a try, Sister Ayaka? May I? Sure, yeah. The moment she received an affirmative reply from the Yae Divine Sun, Little Walnut shouted with even more excitement than Little Ayaka herself. Little Ayaka was also infected by Little Walnut's enthusiasm and excitement, and a big smile appeared on her face. Little Walnut noticed it the first time. Wow, Ayaka, you look so good when you smile. Little Ayaka stopped smiling for a moment and her little face turned red. Where? Really? Smile again. Forced smile. JPG, that's how infectious Atao is. No one can say no to a spunky and adorable Atao. Little Walnut, take down Cherry Girl in 3 sentences because I'm a Lizuki girl ____. Movais watched with pride as the two little girls interacted as if they were seeing lilies blossom. Why does it feel wrong? As the few people chatted and walked, that's when the Eightfold Divine Sun walked up to Manhwa's side and asked, what was the name of that tune just now? It's called, Back to the Dreaming Immortal. Back to Dreaming in Traveling Immortal. Nice name, nice tune. The Eightfold Divine Son silently repeated and praised, then asked Manhwa, "Is that what you want us to hear?" To be honest, upon hearing such a beautiful tune, Yagyu Godson felt that the favor he owed to Manhwa had not only not been repaid, but had instead become deeper. That's just one of the songs. There are others. The Eightfold Divine Son's tone was flat, but it was unknown if he was flat inside. As he spoke, Manhwa had already led several people to the door of the empty classroom next to the first-year class, from which the sound of the shao was just coming out. P.S. Sorry. Self-conscious earthy underseat pouting assors, disappeared for a week. I'm so sorry. Job change plus cabin plus can't get motivated. Looking for inspiration these days, JoJo Complete Works, Cyberpunk Edgewalker, Lilacs, Forest Book, even dream of the Red Chamber. Now that the plot is straightened out, I'll finish the first volume in a week, probably up to about 100 chapters. Chapter 97, you don't know anything either? Manhwa pushed the door open and with a sweep of his eyes, he realized that the band members were already all here except for him and Tao. A few gazes in the classroom also looked over in unison for the first time. Manhwa, Walnut, you guys are finally here. The little Sim Yen with a guitar hanging off of him was the first to call out. Sorry for the delay on the road, Mobize explained as he walked into the classroom, followed by Little Walnut and Little Ayaka and Yae Kamiko. Good afternoon everyone. Little Walnut waved his hand happily in greeting. Good afternoon Walnut. Who are these two? Facing the puzzled stares of the band members, Mobize feigned clearing his throat and said, let's all sit down and have a cup of afternoon tea and talk over it. Haru, you guys just played so well. They were just drawn here, holding a jade shao. Xiao Kei-ching was praised and her face was flushed. The sound of the shao just now came from her mouth. Well, I'll make some tea. A few moments later, everyone was seated at a coffee table made of several desks with several plates of pastries and flour cakes, and a cup of flower tea was brewed in front of each person. Good tea, the Eightfold Divine Son exclaimed in admiration after taking a sip. Right? This is what Haru's mom made, and so are these flower cakes. Thank you Aunt Cloud for the gift. Manhwa took a sip of the flower tea with enjoyment, the warm and sweet tea wrapped in delicate pastries sliding down his throat, leaving only the fragrance lingering between his lips and teeth. Sure enough, the Light Club still goes best with afternoon tea. By the way, the Light Music Club was the temporary name given to this empty classroom by Mobize. Once both Yae Kamiko and Little Ayaka had sampled the flower tea and pastries, Manhwa poked the Little Walnut beside her. Tao, you introduce yourself. Aha! With a small wave of his hand, Little Walnut introduced himself enthusiastically. This big sister is Yae Kamiko-san, and this is Kamisato Ayaka-san. They both came from Inazuma to play. After introducing the guests, Little Walnut introduced the members of the Light Music team in turn, in clockwise order, starting from Mobize left. The first one is the principal wind player of the Light Music Band, Kokoro Kakuharu. At first, Manhwa really believed in the small carving Ching's evil, the results of a try to find zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, music and musical instruments. The miss is a little bit of everything. In the end, Manhwa chose the shao, one of the many musical instruments in Kokoharu's repertoire. No one else knew how to play it. After Little Carving Harvest comes the band's lead guitarist, Little Sim Amazing Absolute Sonic. It took Amazing Sin Jr. only one afternoon to gut Manhwa's guitar experience. After 2 days of practicing, Little Xin Yan's guitar proficiency had already surpassed Manhwa's, so Manhwa decisively stepped aside and placed Amazing Sin Jr. in the lead guitarist position. Next up was the band's vocalist and guzheng accompanist, Band Big C Xiao Yunsameyer. Not only is she well versed in music theory and a variety of classical instruments, but her stage experience is among the most extensive. Manhwa, the unqualified porter, only remembers the main melody of those tunes, and relies on Xiao Yunxian and Xiao Keiking to do all the work. The band's Big C is true to its name, and then after that, the band's arrow accompaniment, fortune-telling semi-immortal Serenade Orchid. Manhwa was truly surprised that Sayurin had such a hidden talent. He brought a pair of small round sunglasses for Sayurin during rehearsals last weekend. Not to mention, the latter looked quite in your face when he wore them. Little Walnut clapped his hands when he saw it and called him an insider, the arrow player in the funeral band of the Church of the Past Life. Then, sitting next to Sayurin was the band's only designated beatboxer, Cold Slow Rock Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi has an accuracy that rivals a metronome, which combined with then her slow half-beat rhythm creates a very postmodernist layback style, fog. In fact, it was Manhwa who made a pair of sandhammers for Chi-Chi, and Chi-Chi only needed to shake the hammers in accordance with a fixed rhythm, and the band would play according to Chi-Chi's beats. And finally, it's Tao myself. After introducing the others, Tao patted his chest and said, with curiosity in the eyes of young Ayaka on the side, Momo tapped the desk as she dubbed it. I'm the burst drummer of the band. I'm the drummer of the band Becca Monogatari. Manhwa made a drum set for Little Walnut, Who thought it was fun and sounded good and loved it? It seems that Tao really likes the name I gave the guys. It's pretty middle of the road, but as long as it's cute it's fine. Even though Cookie Haru and the others were just dying to get under the desks when Tao read out their titles as all. The Eightfold Divine Son found it very amusing, and suddenly saw Manhwa, who was snickering, so he opened his mouth and asked, "What about you, little guy? Aren't you in the band?" "Me?" Manhwa replied with a solemn look on his face. "I'm the producer of the band. Ye-san, you can call me Maui P, producer. Ma P? I'm in charge of making instruments and tunes and all sorts of things for the band." "That's right. I just didn't have enough energy and volunteered to give up the lead guitarist position to Amazing Sin Jr." While Movise reassured himself, Ye Divine Son and little Ayaka were even more surprised at what they heard. "Did you originate the tune just now?" "Ahem. Read it in an ancient book. Don't ask. Ask is what it looks like in the ancient books. The tune was co-produced by everyone. It's mostly on Haru and Yunsamire." Shaokaking sniffed but was the first to shake his head. "What the? If it wasn't for you, Manhwa, memorizing the melody of the tune from the ancient book and playing it, we couldn't have done anything." At that moment, Little Cloud Samire chimed in. "Yeah, it's thanks to Movise being able to memorize so many beautiful tunes." A wave of commercial mutual admiration from Little Kakuharo and Little Yunsamire, and Yagyu Divine Son sniffed and sighed meaningfully. Pretty impressive, Little Mawa." As soon as Ye Kamiko spoke, the real Shigerubuki, Little Walnut, spoke up. "Yup day, Mao Mao is awesome. He can do everything." Little Walnut's eyes were glowing as if she was showing off the world's greatest treasure that belonged to her. "Well, that's the kind of thing you just know." "Tao," Mobai said with a smile as he stroked Tao's head. "Now that tea has been drunk and dessert has been eaten, it's time to get down to business. It's getting late, so it's time for everyone to have a combined practice." "Yeah." As soon as the words left his mouth, the little walnut cried out happily before turning to look at Ayaka Kagamari. "Ayaka, you come too." Can I? I don't know anything." "You don't know anything either?" Movise looked at little Ayaka's shy little expression, and in his heart, he was disbelieving. If you want to take a step back, it's possible to have Ayaka join the band as a vocalist. It's okay, can try it first. Well, little Ayaka was a bit moved and looked at the Eightfold Divine Son at her side, who guffawed. "Ayaka-san, you can participate if you want. It's just right to promote cultural exchanges between Ritsuki and Inazuma. Isn't that good?" With Ye Kamiko's approval, a happy smile appeared on little Ayaka's face, and she was pulled by little Walnut's hand as she walked over to a pile of homemade musical instruments. "Then, let's start practicing." Chapter 98. If I chose not the god's eye at that time, I have to say, there is something really beautiful and cruel about talent. The Princess Shiro, who would later sing and dance under the moonlight, capturing the hearts of thousands of players, had already demonstrated her talent at this point. In just one song, Ayawa conquered the members of the light music team with her beautiful voice, making them call out Psycho Kichi. This was a phrase that Little Walnut had just learned by asking little Ayaka. Then the light music team, with new members, began practicing again, and Manhwa looked at the radiant little Walnut sitting behind the drum kit, and an involuntary smile spread across his face. Just then, Ye Kamiko's voice rang out over the band's background music. "Mr. Producer Jr., are you really not involved in anything? You don't have to add a small one." Facing the Eightfold Divine Son's flirtation, Manhwa corrected. "And I've been involved a lot. Now they can play perfectly, can't they?" A sister was hoping to see Mr. Little play an instrument. "What a shame. Boing boing." The Eightfold Divine Son's eyes drooped slightly as she said in a pitiful manner. According to her experience, when she used this move, gods from hundreds of years old down to 3-year-old dolls wouldn't be able to resist agreeing to her request anymore. However, Manhwa was unimpressed, only to see his face indifferent as he stretched out a palm and refused. "Sorry sis, that's another price." Yagyu Godson was stunned at his words, and couldn't help but smile as he looked at Manhwa's serious yet fleshy and adorable face. "Interesting little guy. And what's the other price?" Movise sniffed, once again subconsciously glancing at the pink ears between the other woman's hair. Ye Kamiko keenly caught Manhwa's eyes for a split second, and her ears twitched as if they had actually been touched. She leaned over to Movise and asked in a seductive whisper, "Just want to touch your sister's ears so badly?" Manhwa only felt a peculiar scent hit his nose, and hastily tilted his body back while explaining with a dry smile. "Ha ha, I'm just curious." Yagyu Godson sniffed and stared at Manhwa for a few more seconds before sitting back down, and Manhwa sighed in relief. "Almost thought I was going to get run over by a big car." "Oh, just curious? Aren't you afraid? Scared? Why should I be afraid?" Movise wondered how Ye Kamiko could ask such a question. "Because normal humans don't have animal ears. But I know you're not even a normal human being." Crumb fox, Manhwa thought so in his head, but on the surface he had to show an uninformed expression and play dumb. "Haru has cat ears too, but she's normal." As soon as Manhwa's words left his mouth, Cookie Haru, who appeared to be practicing in the classroom but was actually eavesdropping with his ears perked up, immediately retorted, "That's my mom's hairstyle, not real cat ears." The rest of the band stopped when Kota Haru interrupted. As it turns out, the guys weren't practicing seriously. Little Walnut was the first to ask, "Really? I don't believe it unless I'm allowed to touch it." "Really? You touch it?" Little Carving Harvest even lowered his head to make it easier for Little Walnut to touch it in order to prove that it wasn't a real cat's ear. "It's really hair. What an amazing haircut. Chi-Chi, want to touch too? Cat ears. Told you it wasn't cat ears. It's so pretty. Carving Haru's mom is really handy. I want to try this hairstyle too now." "Ah, Tao, you want to try it? Next time you come to my house, I'll let mom tie it for you." Yeah, everyone can come. You're welcome." Can I do the same?" "Of course. Ayaka, your hair is a nice color, and it must look even better when it's tied up. Mom will love it." That's right. For a while, the young members of the light music team chatted animatedly. Manhwa silently withdrew his gaze, only to see the teasingly grinning eightfold divine son next to him speak again. "Her cat ears are fake, while sis's, they're real." Oh, Manhwa couldn't understand why Yae Kamiko had a proud little expression that said, "What's the matter? You're scared, aren't you? Is this really scaring me like a little kid?" In response, Manhwa's heart didn't fluctuate, and he didn't even want to go along with the fear for a bit. He just stated it lightly. "Sister Gonyu's horns are real too. There's nothing to be afraid of." "Oh, Sister Gonyu, you touched it?" the eightfold divine son asked with interest, and Manhwa fell into deep thought at his words. "I don't think I've ever really thought of touching Gonyu's unicorn horn myself." "Why? Remember when you chose to touch the eye of God?" Thinking about this, Manhwa shook his head with slight regret. "No, and wouldn't Mr. Little want to touch it?" The Yae divine son narrowed his eyes and once again whispered in a seductive tone. Thinking. Nope, now it's about your ears, sis. What a horrible woman." Almost the topic got sidetracked. Mobize reacted with a chill down his back. Yagyu Godson turned his back to the classroom door and laughed. "What's wrong with my sister's ears?" "Sister's ears are fine." As soon as Yae Kamiko's words fell, Manhwa, who was flanking the classroom doorway, caught a glimpse of Gonyu's figure appearing within the confines of the doorframe. Gonyu's eyes lit up when he saw Manhwa. Then he walked straight to the table next to the platter table. "Mobize, you're really here." After saying that, Gonyu turned to look at the eightfold divine son next to him again, only to see the latter smiling and waving his hand at her, saying, "Hi Ganyu-san, long time no see." "It's been a long time, Kamiko-san." Gonyu snorted with his face as usual, except for the red ears that were visible from Mobize's perspective. "Is this Gonyu hearing the conversation we just had?" Manhwa now seriously suspected that Yagyu divine son had deliberately baited him just now. What a horrible woman. Only the badass woman covered her mouth and laughed softly. "What godson's sister? People don't know. Oh, I'm Sakura's sister now," said the eightfold divine son with an even bigger smile on his face. "Sister Gonyu, let me tell you, just now this producer, Mr. Little, said he wanted to. Here it comes. Like oh man, here she comes." Manhwa had long expected the bad woman to lay out so much just to want to arch the fire to see the fun, and was about to summon Tao to interrupt the enemy spell casting it, but did not expect Gonyu to interrupt with a voice first. "Ahem, MS. Sakura, I've got something on my side for Mobize, so catch up later." Mobize with a well-timed assist. "Sister Gonyu, what is it?" "There is an emissary from Mund, who wants to see you by name." "An emissary from Mund wants to see me? Who is it?" A question mark popped up on Manhwa's head, but he didn't have much of a clue for a while, so he could only cooperate first. "Let's go then. We can't keep Mund's messenger waiting." With that, Mobize popped off the bench and rushed Yagyu Shinko to say goodbye. "Yae-san, could you please look after this place?" "Of course you can, little mister. After all, my sister still owes you a request." Yae Kamiko was still smiling, but Manhwa felt that there seemed to be an extra bit of strain in her smile, as well as a bit of stubbornness. "Well, old fan art. Chapter 99, if you want to touch, go ahead. Ah Tao, you have to entertain the guests. Don't worry about going, Mao. I'll take care of it." After greeting Little Walnut and the others again, the two of them, Manhwa and Gonyu, left the light music club and made their way outside the school. On the way, Manhwa followed Gonyu a meter behind his flank and turned on the auto-tracking mode, playing a little game of guessing who the visitor was in his head as he walked. There are no penalties for guessing wrong and no rewards for guessing right, just to pass the time. It was a habit Manhwa had developed after 3 years of staying at home. Always have to find yourself some fun, otherwise the time alone would be too long. So Mobize made a mental list of the mons he knew: Chin Hip, Ah No, Head Chin, Barbara, Fischl, Barbatos, Sister Lisa. Unfortunately, at this moment, only he knew them, they didn't know him. Mond, looking for me, is he a relative of your wife? Movies chose the answer and waited for the lottery to be opened later after the meeting. Suddenly, Manhwa noticed the gradual enlargement of the thigh in front of the left side of his field of vision, and hastily stopped and stood at Ganyu's side to tilt his head to look at her. "What's wrong, Sister Ganyu?" Only Ganyu's shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip, her face slightly red as she looked at Manhwa and asked in a small voice, "Just now, did you mean what you said? Just now?" As Manhwa's thoughts turned, he instantly realized what Ganyu was referring to, so she really heard everything. The embarrassment of being caught talking about someone behind their back. Movies explained with a dry smile as his toes darkly buckled the ground. "I'm just curious. Don't mind me, Sister Ganyu." Ganyu sniffed and shook her head. Not that she minded that. She minded something else. For 2 weeks, Movies has been helping to prepare the program for the gala, coming to school every day after school and on weekends. In addition, Manhwa also helped Ganyu to reduce the workload of inviting Xiandiani so that she could have time to do other work, as well as treating her to new ice creams from time to time, all of which made Ganyu feel that she had received a lot of care from Manhwa. As the little one's teacher and Sister Ganyu, I was the one who took care of him. I'm really not doing my job. If only there was something I could do to help the little guy. With that thought in mind, Ganyu overheard the conversation between Manhwa and Yagyu Kamiko. So, did Movies want to touch his own horn all along? Though being touched by someone's horns would make one feel insecure. But if it's little Movies, it should be okay, right? So after coming out of the classroom, Ganyu thought about this all the way. How was she going to ask for Manhwa to touch her horn? Always felt a little embarrassed. The last time I felt this way was when Master told someone a story about his childhood in front of himself. But now Ganyu had already prepared herself mentally, only to see her squatting down directly in front of Manhwa, holding her head with both hands, burying her head and closing her eyes like an ostrich and saying, "Touch it if you want, Sister Ganyu." Manhwa was startled by Ganyu's sudden movement and abrupt statement, then reacted and suppressed the urge to back away. At that moment, Ganyu's pair of unicorn horns were within reach of Manhwa's eyes, while Ganyu himself had his eyes tightly closed, as if he was waiting for judgment. "Why do you make it sound like I'm a bully? I'm just a kid." Although he didn't know exactly what kind of journey Ganyu had gone through, seeing Ganyu in this nervous state, Manhwa knew he couldn't do nothing. The half-squatting Ganyu was slightly taller than Manhwa, so Manhwa raised his hand and gently placed it on Ganyu's hair. Aren't you touching the horns?" The unexpected movement caused Ganyu to freeze for a moment, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Manhwa smiling at her. "Then don't blame me for touching and messing up your hair, Ganyu-san." Then a soft, warm touch came from the top of his head. Obviously it was only a small palm, but it made Ganyu unexpectedly feel at ease, as reassuring as lying on the lawn in the morning nap on some sunny afternoon. Well, the sun is shining. Thinking so, Ganyu couldn't help but close his eyes. "Sister Ganyu? Sister Ganyu, wake up!" The call that seemed to come from the sky caused Ganyu to wake up abruptly and shiver. By this time, Manhwa had already withdrawn the hand that was resting on Ganyu's hair, and turned his hands to support the other party's shoulders. It couldn't be helped. Who made the one in front of him suddenly just close his eyes, and then the whole thing became shaky and ready to fall down at any moment. "Sister Ganyu, have you been working overtime lately? Are you too tired?" Seeing that Ganyu had woken up, Manhwa loosened his hands and asked worriedly. Ganyu also reacted to the fact that he almost fell asleep and made a big blush, explaining in a small voice, "No, it just felt so comfortable, unconsciously." "Aha, my hands do that?" Manhwa looked at his right hand in wonder. Besides being a little whiter and tenderer and meatier, there was nothing special about it? Seeing Manhwa's movements, steam was rising from the top of Ganyu's head that had been touched by Manhwa. "Well, let's get going. Don't keep the guests waiting." After saying that, and without waiting for Manhwa to respond, Ganyu hurriedly stepped forward. "Yo, still in a hurry." Movies snickered inwardly and proceeded to reverse his short legs to catch up. "Wait for me." A few minutes later, the Hall of Leaning Rock, Ganyu brought Manhwa to the handover and then hurried back to the school with a red face. At this moment, Manhwa was following by Xiao, one of the 3 main secretaries of Ningguang, towards the parlor. "Lord Ningxuang, Manhwa has arrived. Come right in." Manhwa followed by Xiao into the parlor, anticipation building up inside. It's finally time for the lottery. So who will it be? Chapter 100, Lulu. Lisa, sister, it's like you guys. Manhwa walked around the screen with the painting of the brocade mountains and rivers at the entrance, and the scene inside the parlor came into his eyes. The living room of the Yin Hall is a typical Chinese style, with exquisite furniture made of mahogany, various elegant poems and paintings, and porcelain vases and potted plants to make the living room look atmospheric and friendly. In the center of the parlor, a coffee table was placed against the window, and a circle of sofas was placed beside the coffee table. This was a reference to the arrangement of the parlor of the Manhwa family. When Ningguang often visited above, Manhwa slightly improved the environment of the parlor. After which Ningguang liked it after coming here once. To cut to the chase, there were 3 people sitting on the sofa at this time, drinking tea and chatting. One of them, Nimbus, was sitting on the single couch inside, facing the direction of Movies. Sitting on a slightly longer couch against the window side were 2 other people, a teenager with flaming red hair, wearing the uniform of the Order of the West Winds of Mond. The other has medium-length silver-gray hair. A girl? Even though it was only the side faces, even though these 2 men were a billion miles away from their remembered image. Malva recognized it at first. He had hit the jackpot. Grandma Lu, Lisa A. Sister, like you guys, but they're here for me. Why? Movies had some vague guesses. Upon seeing Manhwa come in, Ningguang's face was instantly covered in smiles as he waved at him. Brother Manhwa, what are you gawking at? Come over quickly. Lisa, who was on the sidelines, was surprised to see this. Compared to the businesslike smile that was just out of diplomatic necessity just a moment ago, the smile on Nimbus' face now had a bit more warmth to it. I didn't expect this Liyue's newest powerhouse to have such a side. What surprised Lisa even more was that this Manhwa looked only 4 or 5 years old. Was he really his own disciple in the rumor? Could it have been renamed? Lisa thought silently, watching the approaching Movies. Good afternoon, Sister Nimbus. Movies walked over to the coffee table against the trio's stairs, sweeping his gaze over Lisa and Diluc, and greeted Nimbus first. Well, good afternoon. Let me introduce you. Saying that, Ningguang pulled Manhwa to the sofa and took the latter's shoulder to introduce him. He's Movies, my brother. Then it was introduced to Movies. These 2 are guests from Mond. This is Miss Lisa and this is Mr. Diluc. Well, I know. Old acquaintance, albeit one-sided. That being said, the 2 are still pretty far removed from their in-game portrayals. First, there was Lisa, who wasn't wearing the purple Rosemary Switch costume, or the witch's hat, or even the human wife braid anymore. It could be said that it was a world away from her attire in the game, but Movies just recognized her instantly. Doing the math, Lisa is only in her late teens or early 20s now, right? In addition, there is this protagonist who seems to have stepped out of a hot-blooded teenage manga, and if not for that iconic fiery red hair, Manhwa would almost have to ask which one of you is it. Thoughts flashed by, and Movies said as he bent slightly and gave a Mon-style gentleman's salute. Sister Lisa, Brother Diluc, welcome to Lazuki. Hello Brother Movies. Grandmaster Lu got up and returned the salute, and Manhwa's heart cried out that he couldn't afford it. Oh, what a cute little friend. Why don't I just call you cutie? It's that tone, it's that smile, it's that temperament. No wonder he recognized Lisa at once. It turned out that as early as 10 years ago Lisa had already taken the first shape of a rose witch. It seems that some things are really engraved in the DNA. However, Manhwa had no intention of agreeing to this appellation. How could he describe himself as a 7-foot man as cute? It's not because Sister Nimbus doesn't look right. Oh. Movies looked straight at Lisa's smiling expression and felt like he had just come out of the fox's den and into the witch's den. Manhwa also said with a smile, there are a lot of kids cuter than me, so Lisa-san might as well call me Movies. It's a fact, like Ah Tao. Ah Tao and Ah Tao. Ah Tao is the world's #1 cutie. When Manhwa finished speaking, Lisa's smile stiffened for a moment, while Ningguang's face cleared up slightly, rubbing Manhwa's little head with secret satisfaction to warm up the scene. Calling is just a code name. Don't be so concerned. Everyone sit down first. Movies was pulled to sit beside Nimbus, and when Lisa Diluc sat down, Nimbus spoke up again saying, MS, Lisa, now that the person has arrived, take a look. Is it the person you are looking for? The Mond mission arrived in Ryu 2 days ago, and after settling down, Lisa completed the Order's diplomatic mission while inquiring about her cheap apprentice Manhwa. After inquiring, someone inquiring about Manhwa, this matter was written into a report handed to Ning Su's desk. Ningguang immediately investigated the identity of the other party and found that the other party was actually an emissary of Mengde. So Ningguang directly invited the other party to the Yin Palace and asked for the reason. It turns out that Lisa actually said that Movies was her protege, which Ning Su doesn't remember happening. And so the meeting is set up so that the 2 sides can confront each other face to face. After hearing Nimbus' question, Lisa nodded her head and placed her gaze on Manhwa's face, gazing at it for a few seconds before opening her mouth to ask, let me conk out. Cootie, we haven't met before, have we? Of course not. This world only. How could I have seen you when I haven't even left my own front door in 3 years? Movies mentally added. That's strange. Lisa crossed her arms across her chest, her right hand up and her index finger tapping her cheek. How could my sister hear someone say, I'm your teacher? Sis has only just returned to Mond from Sumeru as well. After saying that, Lisa stared at Movies with a burning gaze, waiting for his answer. Nimbus and Diluc also looked at him. Manhwa didn't give Ning Su and the others a detailed account of what happened the night of the scattered soldiers' invasion, so she didn't know about the fact that he lied about Lisa being his teacher during that time. Movies actually guessed that Lisa was here for this the first time he saw her. The reason he wasn't sure was that he didn't realize that the foolish crowd was paying so much attention to him and moving so fast. It hasn't even been 2 weeks since the loose cannon was released, has it? That Ms. Lisa, who was only mentioned in Mond, has already been targeted by the fools. For this Movies apologized. In the emergency, he had only thought to distract the casualties by saying the name of a farther away person who was skilled in lightning magic, and had not considered the effect on Lisa at all. If I had known that this fellow scattered soldier was so vindictive, I would have just reported the name of Zhongli, the guest secretary of the Hall of the Living, but there is no medicine of regret in the world to eat. Now because of their own negligence to Lisa has brought trouble is an established fact. They have to take responsibility accordingly. This is the basic bearing. So with everyone watching, Manhwa jumped off the couch, stood up straight and then apologized sincerely by rubbing his chest and bowing. Ms. Lisa, this incident was an oversight on my part, and I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you, and I'm willing to pay for it. After saying that, several people showed surprised expressions. Deluk was surprised by Mao's forthrightness. At such a young age, he already had the qualities expected of a knight. Lisa, on the other hand, was amazed at the mature stance of Movies, not at all like a 5-year-old. Ning Guang, on the other hand, asked with a frown, holding Manhwa's hand and looking at Manhwa with concern. What's going on? Movies' hands warmed and his eyes flicked over a few people. Needless to say, Nimbus was the one involved, and Grandmaster Lu's character was trustworthy, so he gave the details of what happened at that time. Among them, Manhwa made a patch and lied that he had accidentally seen the name of the genius witch of the Order House once in 200 years. After hearing this, a few people drifted off, and Condensed Light was the first to speak. So it was like this. It's not your fault for this matter. It's the Yujingdai's defense that didn't do its job. Miss Lisa, the Liyue side will take full responsibility for the trouble and loss that this matter has caused you and make compensation. The implication is that if you have any problems, call me. I'll take care of Manhwa. Sister Ningguang is mighty. Sister Nimbus is domineering. Love it, love it. Manhwa felt Ningguang clutching his hand tightly, and inwardly it would be a lie to say that he wasn't touched. Lisa replied with a smile after hearing Nimbus' words. Lord Condensed Light is overstating it. I have nothing to lose, so compensation or anything else is not necessary. Movies breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately heard the other man say, it just bothered me for a while. Lisa looked at Movies with distress in her tone. Movies took another deep, self-conscious breath. Just ask for anything, Ms. Lisa, as long as I can do it. Nimbus frowned again, but this time didn't interrupt out loud, just stared silently at Lisa. Lisa, unaffected, spoke at her own pace. That's a smart little cutie, so I'll call you Smarty, but it would be nice if you could call me Lisa-san. Sister Lisa. The smile on Lisa's face grew more and more satisfied before she made her request. Sis is very interested in the glitter bomb that Smarty just mentioned. Can you take Sis to your house to see it? Chapter 101. The first international student of Yujingtai Elementary School. Ah Wu. In the classroom of the first-year class of Yujingtai Primary School, Manhwa, who was in the last row, leaned back in his chair, opened his mouth wide, and let out a long yawn. I don't know why, but it feels like a long time has passed when it's only been a weekend. It's an illusion, isn't it? Definitely an illusion. Manhwa shook his head. Then he heard Ah Tao, who was sitting beside him, ask, Mamoru, didn't you sleep well? Don't you know whether I slept well or not? Ah Tao? Today was another day of being woken up by Ah Tao's pressure, but that wasn't the problem. Rather, thanks to Ah Tao, Mauve was now able to successfully fall asleep in all sorts of high-pressure situations. What really kept Movies from sleeping well is, from the Saturday afternoon of the day before yesterday to last night, Manhwa accompanied several women to play mahjong for a full 20 hours. I'm so stupid. Really? I didn't realize that using mahjong would take Yae Kamiko and Lisa's attention away from the anti-Raiden Shogun's special training instrument. If only I'd known that women of all ages can get addicted to mahjong. Here's the thing. The day before yesterday, that is, last Saturday, after Awa had met Lisa at the Hall of Leaning Rock, thinking that it would be better to choose a day than a day, he took Lisa to his house, only to meet Ah Tao, who had returned with his new friends, at the door of his house. Since Movies prepares delicious treats for everyone after every band rehearsal, it was only natural for Little Walnut to invite his new friends, Linghua Kamisato and Kamiko Yae, and then it's not to be, an epic meeting between the king of Mon cars and the king of Inazuma cars. I don't know if it's because of the repulsion of the same sex, but the two of them have been facing each other tit for tat since they met, as if there is an invisible smoke that fills the air between the two of them. At first, Manhwa was still watching with the mindset of fun, wanting to see which one was better. the young genius witch or the younger old fox, and secretly regretting that the king of the Liyue card was born a few years too late. Then Movies warmly welcomed them into his home. And then something went wrong. First of all, Yae Kamiko discovered that anti-thunderbolt general special training instrument hanging upside down on the edge of the pond. And I don't know what kind of tendon has suddenly laughed so hard that I couldn't straighten up. And then said something like good posture, take a picture, and other inexplicable words. And so on inexplicable words. At that time, Lisa also approached that anti-lightning general special training instrument and conducted a wave of witch's sharp evaluation, extremely low usability, ridiculously high energy loss rate, rotten toy, very low usability, ridiculously high energy loss rate, chicken ribs toy. The next development was predictable, as Yae Kamiko and Lisa once again went toe-to-toe, and as they spoke, Manhwa was suddenly pulled into the middle by the two little Mr. Little Cutie. Who do you think is right? Manhwa was barbecue on the spot, regretting that he watched the show How Not to Hide far away at the same time. Actively opened the brain to save themselves. How about a game of 7 sacred summoning versus 7 sacred summoning? Bored, tired of playing. At that exact moment, Aunt Yoon, the mother of Shao Kei-ching, came to deliver the snacks, and Manhwa counted the number of people and added himself just right. So he pulls out Pandora's box, the mahjong that had been made before, but which neither Momo nor his mother, Mrs. Shigeru, were interested in. Then hell broke loose. Forward slash 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 and cloud forward slash 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 mahjong forward slash 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 Godson forward slash 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 mahjong forward slash 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 Lisa forward slash 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 mahjong forward slash 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 Manhwa, 5 years old, forward slash 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 hell drawing, JPG. Until now, the sound of mahjong shuffling echoed in Moa's head. I'm sorry Mau. Seeing Moa's gloomy face after he finished speaking and didn't react for a long time, Tao thought that it was because of himself, and his mouth was suddenly deflated. Seeing this, Manhwa hastened to add, No, I didn't say anything about you. I slept fine. That was just a yawn of change of spirit. Really da? Well, of course, when have I ever lied to you? This is a lie. Little Walnut's eyes lit up at the words, and his face immediately turned cloudy. Then he hugged Mao's arm and giggled. Mao. Okay, class is about to start. Sit down. We have international students coming today. Little Walnut loosely sat back down, then asked curiously, bleeding raw? What's that? Is it a type of peanut? Is it good? At that moment little Shannon, who was sitting at Little Walnut's front table, turned around and asked with the same curiosity. International students are not a thing. It's a very special, Manhwa patiently explained, but halfway through, he realized that a few pairs of big eyes looking at him were full of doubts, so he had to give up his self-indulgent playfulness, and decisively said, It's Shinri Linghua. Oh, Little Walnut and Little Shangling let out long sighs of realization, while Little Kei Cheng, who was eavesdropping from the side, was slightly disappointed. So it turned out that Lu Shueshang was the nickname of that white-haired girl from Manhwa. Mao. Sister Linghua is she going to school with us? Little Walnut looked at Movies and confirmed gleefully. Yeah, great. Looks like Little Walnut really likes this new friend. Looking at the happy Little Walnut, Manhwa secretly sighed and didn't say the words that followed. Just a few days though. Just a day and a half to be exact, because the original words of the Yagyu Divine Son were, from today until the end of the Immortal Invitation Ceremony, I'm counting on you, Mr. Little. Today is April 29th, tomorrow is the last day of April, and the gala will be held in the morning, followed by a vacation in the afternoon until the end of the invocation of the Immortal Ceremony. What kind of place does that Yae Kamiko woman think I am? A daycare center? Drop the kids off and play mahjong all day? Movies thought hatefully, already ravaging the little pink fox in his mind. When. At that moment, the bell rang. Mr. Ganyu walked into the classroom. The students who were still chatting immediately returned to their seats and sat down, their eyes firmly staring at the foreign students who came in behind Mr. Ganyu. Class, this is the new interloper who will be joining you for the next few days. Ganyu introduced himself succinctly, then looked at the little girl beside him. Kamisato-san, introduce yourself. I. The small introverted Kaguri Linghua looked down at the podium nervously. It was the first time since she was a child that she had seen so many of her peers, and everyone was staring at her. Prepared in advance Liyue language self-introduction can only say the first word. The small got in the more and more anxious. Her hands stirred impatiently behind her back. If she didn't, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to stop herself from writing the word man in her palm and swallowing it in her mouth. It would be even more humiliating to do that. What to do? There are so many people. What are they saying? Are they laughing at me? Just as Kagamari Linghua's head was about to overload, a crisp voice cut through the gradually noisy classroom. Linghua daddy, go for it. As if it was a cluster of fire that suddenly lit up in the ice and snow, not brightly colored, but enough to attract all of one's eyes. Not hot, but enough to melt the space that was about to freeze. From the sound of the voice, as if a black and white photo had been recolored, Kogami Rinpoche saw that flame. Walnut waved her arms and greeted Kokiri on the podium, afraid that her classmates wouldn't know that the two of them already knew each other and were already friends. At the end, she also twisted her head to look at Manhwa beside her to confirm. Mamoru, that's how you say go for it, right? Instead of answering, Manhwa sniffed and raised his chin at the podium, signaling Atao to look over, only to see little godly Linghua face in the direction of little Walnut, sweetly tilting her head and smiling, her voice not too loud but firm as she replied. Hi, Aligardo. Aha, thanks. Put one's head in the air and kill SB with a twist. P.S. How so much white flower paper money? Collect a collection. Tao are going to squeeze out La, uncovering the coffin and rise up. Recently went to Taiwan to collect material. There is no signal there. Nonsense. I'm sorry for taking so long, give up resistance and apologize. Recently because of a variety of reasons do not have the time and mind to update the word, but really cannot be cruel heart to cut off their own heart and soul. Will sneak back to update it. The first volume of the book is definitely going to be finished, and the part about the immortal ceremony is the last part of the plot of the first volume. The second volume, if any, is tentatively scheduled to start from near adulthood, and then the plot is officially unfolded. Stubborn me still not ready to go with the original plot of the game. Stabilizing the day is not guaranteed, can only try to, but a week will certainly be at least a complete update of the plot. I hope that the small partners who still collect this book will give Tao another chance. Tao love you. I wish I could write a novel that I could smile and introduce to my family and those around me. Is it really unacceptable in the real world to invest emotion and heart in virtual characters? Chapter 102, looking forward to tomorrow. Linghua, sit here. As the little godly Linghua finished introducing herself, the little Walnut immediately waved her hand excitedly and called out, while signaling the chair beside this one which she had just moved over on her butt. Ganyu did not say anything about this, because tomorrow is the gala. In order to ensure the effect of the performance in the gala, the school has no longer classes, but all the school time is reserved for the students to prepare the program. Well, go ahead. Ganyu then nodded at the little godly Linghua, and the latter sat down between the little Hutu and Chi-Chi in full view of the public. So we'll be at the same table. As soon as little Linghua took her seat, little Walnut pulled her hand and said happily, and the latter nodded her head with a flushed little face at her words, looking at Tao's attentive appearance. Manhwa, who had been watching coldly with his head propped sideways, almost became jealous. Obviously I was first. Just as Movise was about to start reciting the Bible in his head, he saw little Ayaka smiling at him through Tao. Good morning, young sir. Movise understood instantly. Forget it, forgive Tao. Who made Sakura girl so cute? So thinking, little Walnut tilted his head in a learned manner. Little mister. Movise sniffed in dismay and gave her a gentle hand cut. Don't yell after those two weird big sisters. Well, little Walnut asked with his hands over his forehead, puzzled. Strange big sister? Who is it? Ahem. Tao, you heard wrong. That can't be passed back. Manhwa hastily changed the subject. Okay. Hurry up and start practicing. The show is tomorrow. Hurry up. Then Ayaka-san, let's go. With Ganyu on the podium announcing free time, the members of the light music team, including Little Walnut and Little Carving Harvest, went ahead to the light music club's activity classroom. Movise, on the other hand, was going to stay behind to help the class president Sama and the recreation committee arrange the program and venue for tomorrow's event. There's no way around it. Who let him abduct both of these guys into his band? These things naturally fell to him as a producer, but when it comes to arranging the venue, it's really just a matter of cleaning up the area around the big banyan tree in the center of the courtyard. Yes, That's where the venue for tomorrow's gala will be. Manhwa was thinking that tomorrow would just be a few dozen kids in their class entertaining themselves, choosing the location where everyone usually plays most often to let loose. But if it rains, it's nice to have a party in the classroom. Move the desks and chairs and benches around the classroom to make a circle of empty space in the center, and write on the blackboard in big letters, "You on New Year's Day fast happy." By then the kids will be sitting around, munching on chips and melon seeds, quietly watching the big man in the class or the second lack perform. Well, it's got that flavor. After arranging the manpower for cleaning the venue, Manhwa went back to the classroom, took the program list and started to find people one by one to confirm the practice. "Brother Tianshu, are you ready?" "Don't worry Manhwa, I've practiced so many times at home, and Grandpa says he wants to hear the story afterward, so I'm sure I'll be fine tomorrow." "Okay, I'll see what happens then." Program 1. Storyteller. "What about you, second young master?" Xiao Xingqiu shook her head with a book and skimmed. Manhwa didn't answer, just indicated the result with a louder read aloud. You practice, then I'll wait and see." Program 2. Poetry reading. "Sister Inger, your dance is awesome. Swabbing. Program 3. Dance. Tai. I'm eating more now to save my strength for tomorrow. So, you refuel and eat." Program 4. Swinging a sledgehammer. Movies had been around the classroom and beyond, and had finally gotten through the odd program. "Forget it. Weird is weird. Just hilarious. We'll take care of the press." The corner of Mobi's mouth quirked as he collected his list and followed the sound of instruments playing towards the light music club. "I'm looking forward to tomorrow." Fulfilling time always flies by, and in the blink of an eye it was 5 p.m. The sound of the ensemble in the light music club faded, and Manhwa, who had been listening from below, clapped his hands and praised the sweaty little girls. Perfect singing, perfect ensemble. It was clear that he was the only audience member, but it was shot with a mountain of energy. "Everyone is sure to be the prettiest pop in the house tomorrow." "Oh, we're the prettiest." Little Walnut, who was holding 2 drumsticks, and little Xin, who was carrying a guitar, cooperated and coaxed, and the enthusiastic atmosphere made the slightly thinner-skinned little Carving Harvest and little Ayahuasca and the others blush. But the crowd didn't refute it. After all, after practicing for a whole month, everyone was confident that they could play their best. "Alright, it's getting late. Everyone go back early today to rest and recuperate. Tomorrow everyone just play normally at the pace you usually practice." Movies recalled the expression and movement of the professional producer's ground in his memory, and pressed his hands vainly to arrange it. Not to mention, the few little girls felt an inexplicably convincing aura from Manhwa, and nodded obediently as if they were facing an adult. Sumayer Koyan, the only one in the room with experience in performing, chimed in. "Movies is right, and my master also said that you need to rest well before taking the stage." The Arts and Culture Committee had spoken, and everyone in the band had given up on practicing a few more times. Then everyone packed up their instruments individually and walked out of the school together. Yoon Sumayer, Xin, Chi, Night Orchid, see you tomorrow Haru. After saying goodbye to a few people one after another, Movies took Little Walnut and Little Ayahuasca and headed for home. Why is it so quiet? Approaching his small courtyard, Manhwa realized that it was surprisingly quiet inside today, knowing that the sound of mahjong hadn't stopped here 2 days ago. "Mamoru, what are you looking at now?" Little Walnut followed Manhwa's example of sidestepping at the entrance to the small courtyard, peeking his little head out from under Manhwa's waist and looking into the courtyard as well. "Here, it's the home of Mr. Moa Jr. and Walnut, right?" Little Ayaka cocked her head at the sight, not understanding why the two were sneaking around, and then followed suit, walking over to the courtyard door and poking her head in. Only the courtyard was empty, except for the small pocket holding a roll of white notes that wobbled and flew by. What's this?" When the little pocket flew in, Little Walnut grabbed it, removed the note on it, and then unfolded it in front of the heads of the 3 men who had come together. "The sister is going to meet her late friend, and Lady Mao has promised to let Ayaka stay, so she'll be entrusted to you, young sir, for now, Foxhead." Movies only read the first half of the sentence, and Little Walnut happily took Little Ayahuasca's hand after hearing it. "That's so good Linghua sister, we can sleep together." "You girl, do you just want to sleep with others?" Manhwa secretly spat out a sentence in his heart, but the cute girl paste is indeed quite eye-pleasing, so he didn't say anything more and turned his head to Kagamari. "Linghua, I'll have the guest room packed up later, so Ms. Kamisato can stay here tonight." The young god Linghua didn't expect to be abandoned by the eightfold divine son just like that, but at this moment, there was no other choice, so she dignifiedly returned the salute and thanked him. "Then I'll disturb young sir." "Never mind, call it what you like." Manhwa waved his hand to indicate that he was not welcome, at which point Little Walnut asked Manhwa suspiciously, Guest room? Doesn't Sister Linghua sleep with us? Little Linghua was shocked at his words. Us? Difficult. Did Sister Walnut already sleep with Mr. Little? Does she mean I have to come along too? This. It's not polite. Little Linghua's head was burning with smoke just thinking about it. Movies glanced at her, then to the still bewildered little Walnut, and without good humor, another hand slash lightly struck her on the forehead. Ouch. That's natural. Why? What why? MS. Kamisato is a guest and naturally sleeps in the guest room, but I want to sleep with Ayaka-san. Little Walnut took Movise's hand and wiggled it. Then why don't you go to the guest room too? Well, so, is Mamoru coming to sleep in the guest room too? How? Why? A man and a woman are not related, but Ah Tao and Mao Mao are also men and women. That's different. What's different? We don't sleep together all the time. Returning to the previous question, Manhwa was momentarily at a loss for words. As for the little Linghua on the side, listening to the conversation between the two, she was about to faint from shyness. She had never heard such revealing words before. In the end, Manhwa could only use the diversionary attention technique again. You'll understand later. Well, let's go eat first. After practicing all afternoon, aren't you guys hungry? Little Walnut was still about to ask, when a gurgling sound came from little Linghua's stomach, and the latter's face turned even redder all of a sudden. Now little Walnut felt hungry too, and her simple mind immediately shifted. Are you hungry too, Sister Linghua? Then let's go eat first. Relieved to see this, Manhwa hurriedly took the two to a restaurant for dinner and decided never to discuss this issue with Ah Tao again in the short term. After dinner, the three little ones were well fed. After consuming his food, Mobise sat on the porch and continued to tinker with his electrical light bulbs. Mobise took the opportunity to ask for advice when Lisa came to the house earlier, was inspired, and is continuing to make new attempts. While little Walnut accompanied little Linghua in the yard to continue practicing for the show she was going to perform tomorrow. Although it has been said not to practice to rest, but join the band only less than 3 days of the small god Linghua do not dare to slack off, afraid of their own problems, so let the small Walnut beat the rhythm to help her practice. Meanwhile, in order to build up his strength for the next day's gala performance, little Walnut paused today's basic marksmanship practice, and naturally, Manhwa followed suit and took a day off. By the way, since last week, Manhwa and little Walnut have begun practicing the basic movements of marksmanship with their wooden spears, now practicing stabbing and picking the spear 100 times a day each. Manhwa listened to the two little ones practicing while doing scientific research, occasionally looking up at the two little ones and evaluating the results of their practice, and then it was time to go to bed. In the end, little Walnut was not able to reach the all-you-want ending, and instead, under the coaxing of Manhwa, chose the more rare Sister Linghua. Finally the two little ones cuddled together and fell into a deep sleep with the anticipation of tomorrow, and at the same time, the members of the light music team at Kakeru's house, Yunahan's club, Manmin Hall, and many other places fell into dreamland with the same expectation. Tomorrow, I'm looking forward to it. Before falling asleep, Mobise thought this. Chapter 103 Happy New Year, Day 2, Tuesday, the last day of April. Early in the morning light was faint, and the three little ones were eating breakfast at the dining table in Manhwa's bedroom. After taking a sip of milk, Mobise yawned again and again, and when the little Walnut with his cheeks stuffed with bird eggs saw this, he muttered a vague question. Wha? Ha? Manhwa waved his hand at his words and said softly, a little sleepy for now. I'll be fine in a little while. Well, it's not you, it's you guys. Did you get any sleep last night? You're going on stage? Only to see Ah Tao puffing out his cheeks and about to speak again. Manhwa hastened to stop him. You finish eating. After saying that, Mobise looked to Ayaka Kagamari. The latter was being surprised that Mobise could understand little Walnut's encrypted call, and her large eyes fluttered back and forth at the two. It was only after meeting Manhwa's line of sight that little Ayaka came back to her senses, and with a blush on her face, she replied in a thin voice with a slight nod of her head. Thank you, brother Mobise. We slept well last night. At that moment, little Walnut also swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded his head in agreement with the voice. Aha! Sleep well. Aha! Of course I slept well. Waking me up in the middle of the night to hypnotize you with a bedtime story. How can I not sleep well? Last night, little Walnut and little Ayahuasca took an early shower and went to the guest room to lie down. But where could the excited pair fall asleep immediately? They started by chatting together. From the band performance on the second day to the Rizuki invitation to the immortal ceremony. From Rizuki's festivals to Inazuma's festivals. From the 7 stars who organized the ceremony to the Inazuma Shrine Bangyo. And, chatting from a variety of topics to little Walnut and her childhood friend. Walnut didn't even realize it. She just talked about herself and what she had heard. And then the name Shigeru would come up naturally. Just as naturally as he had always stayed with her. As if the two were born together. In short, the two little ones lay on the bed, sticking together and keep talking, chatting and realizing that they can't sleep even more, and the time has come late at night. So little Walnut hugged a pillow and pulled a clueless little ayahuasca and pushed open the door to Mauve's room, waking up Mauve, who was already asleep, and opening his mouth to ask him to sleep with him. Manhwa woke up in a daze, and after making sure he wasn't dreaming, he decisively refused Ah Tao's request for a 3-person bed. Kidding aside, that was the eldest lady of the Kamisato family, and Manhwa didn't want a certain sister-controlling brother to come to his door with a sword. Afterward, in order to let little Walnut and little Ayahuasca fall asleep early to nourish their spirits, Manhwa sent the 2 little ones back to the guest room to lie down, and told them a bedtime story for half an hour before he succeeded in putting them to sleep, and then Mauve went back to bed. For Mauve, who was used to sleeping through 8 hours a night, sleeping only 7 hours made him uncomfortable, so there was the scene in the morning when Mauve kept yawning, looking at little Walnut, who sleeps less than he does but still looks great. Manhwa can only sigh that you can't generalize about people and their physiques, and so on. Could too little sleep in the early days have contributed to Ah Tao's stunted growth? Mauve suddenly discovered point. Pay attention afterward. After his mind rambled for a while, Mauve felt himself awake for a few more moments and finished off the milk in one gulp, then said, "It's good to get some sleep. We'll see you guys perform today." "No problem. Watch us." Chapter 104. So the Car King attribute is hereditary. Dad. Mom, we're going to school first. Mama Shigeru, you guys have to come to school later to see Ah Tao perform. Don't worry, we'll call your grandfather to come along later. Auntie and uncle, I'll see you in a bit. After breakfast, before 7:30, the 3 little Manhwa children said goodbye to Old Master Mao and Mrs. Mao and rushed to school early. Today is a special day, and the anti-involution agreement will not be in effect for a while. However, when Manhwa arrived at the class, he realized that many students had already arrived, either talking excitedly or practicing nervously. At the back of the classroom, little Kakoharu and little Yoon Samayer were discussing something. "Morning Haru." "Good morning, Yoon Samayer." Little Walnut's tone was as meta as ever, and the 2 turned around. "There you are." "Good morning, Kakoru." "Yoon Samayer." "Good morning." "Good morning to you too, Ayaka." While the 4 little girls greeted each other, Manhwa nodded at little Kakoharu and little Yoon Samayer and asked directly, "Good morning. What's the matter? Look at your sad faces." Yeah, what are you 2 talking about?" Little Walnut asked curiously as well. Is it that obvious?" Little Kakoru Haru and little Yoon Samayer exchanged a glance. Then little Kakoru Haru spoke. "Just now a secretary sister came to the classroom to look for Ms. Ganyu, but Ms. Ganyu is not in her office. Then I told that sister that I'd pass it on for her, but to this day I haven't seen Ms. Ganyu. Ganryu hasn't come by now? It shouldn't be." Feeling a bit strange, Manhwa continued to ask, "What did that secretary sister ask you to convey?" It says that a guest will be visiting today, so Ms. Ganyu should get ready." "Guests, besides teachers and classmates, aren't only the parents of the students invited to today's gala? The one who can know about the gala and also arrange for Sweet Rain." After a moment's thought, Manhwa realized who had arranged it. Who else but his principal and heavenly power star sister? "What's that secretary's sister's hairstyle?" "Hairstyle? Let's see." Kokoshinara thought for a moment and replied, "It's short hair, similar to C's." Sure enough, Manhwa sniffed in understanding, and had a few guesses about the guests who were to come, most likely emissaries from various countries. Having understood the matter to a T, Manhwa also knew what was troubling little Carving Harvest and little Cloud Summers, and immediately opened his mouth. "I see. It doesn't matter if Ms. Ganyu isn't here yet. I'll take care of this. Now let's get everyone to help move the chairs out first." Little Kakoharu and little Yoon Samayer simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief at his words. Since Manhwa has said so, there's no need to worry. Just leave it to him without worry. Having found their backbone and knowing what they were going to do next, little Kakoharu and little Yoon Samayer instantly moved. "Okay, then let's start setting up the audience." Seeing that Manhwa had solved his friend's woes in 2 strokes, little Walnut felt inexplicably happy and shouted excitedly, "Oh, Ah Tao is here to help too." I'll help too," Ogamisato Ayaka chimed in. For some reason, it was as if she was looking at her brother's shadow in Mauve's. The next thing I know, little Kakoharu and little Yanzumi opened the door for the students who were already there to move the class chairs to the open space outside and line them up neatly. It wasn't enough to move the chairs from one class, so everyone moved chairs out of the empty classroom next to them. By the way, the stone table under the big banyan tree outside the school building had been moved, and was now a large open space, and a simple but elaborate wooden stage had been set up near the trunk of the tree, on which little Walnut's drum kit had been placed. In less than half an hour, the chairs in the audience were set up with the combined efforts of the group. By this time the time had also come to about 8 a.m. An hour before the 9 a.m. Start time, and there were already children bringing their families one after another. In the absence of teachers, Manhwa naturally took on the job of hosting the scene, arranging for students without programs to guide parents to their seats. Did you say class president Sama? After the entire light music band had arrived, the girls from Koketsuhara went off to do their warm-up exercises. The band members were both nervous and excited about today's performance. Manhwa stood at the junction of the playground and the school building. Behind him was the venue of the gala. Parents who had already arrived were talking to each other. The topic basically centered around their children, the school and the invocation of the fairy ceremony. In front of him was the school playground, and at the school gate at the other end of the playground, a steady stream of children and adults walked in, and Manhwa greeted them one by one. Little friend, it's you again. Manhwa sniffed and looked, only to see Inger's mother walking over with Inger in tow, looking at him with a smile. When the two approached, Manhwa greeted them without fluctuation. Hello auntie, hello sister Inger, my name is Manhwa. How polite. It's my sister who's being rude. Now my sister remembers your name, Manhwa. Inger's mother covered her mouth and lost her smile. When Inger, who was on the side, tugged at her clothes and said sharply, Mom, we went to school together. You're a sister. What am I? What's done is done. Let's talk about what's done. Mom, so the Rizuki Car King is genetic. The juvenile Rizuki is still a bit young, but now was not the time to watch mother and daughter go at it. And Movice put on a childish grin and interrupted. Don't you kid yourself. Inga's mom, please find a seat and wait a little while. The gala will start in a while. Inga's mother was amused by the serious expression and tone of voice of the cute little kid in front of her, full of contrasts, and was dragged by her daughter to the audience. Witnessing away the mother and daughter of the Ritsuki Car King, Manhwa withdrew his gaze and continued to greet the other students and parents. Chapter 105, We Are the Light That Is One. As the time passed little by little, more and more students and parents came to the school. Yo, Xingqiu and Chongyun, you came by yourselves? Something came up with the elders at home. So, this is the small line of Autumn and his sidekick, Shijun, who came in company. Xiangling, Uncle Mao, it's going to be hard for you today, leave it to us. This is today's chef, Sharon, and her helpers, who are responsible for making the food and desserts for the gala. Grandmother Ping, teacher Smoke him, inside please. Good morning little one. Grandma and I are really looking forward to your performance today. It's the kindly regular grandma and arithmetic teacher, Mr. Zhongli, you're here. Aha, it's a passing walker. After welcoming these people into the audience one by one, Manhwa took advantage of the gap of no one coming to breathe a sigh of relief, while at the same time wondering a little, why isn't Sister Ganyu here yet? She must have fallen asleep on some hill, right? Just as Manhwa was thinking about the east and the west, a crane suddenly sounded in the sky. When Manhwa looked at the sound, he saw a black shadow of a human appearing from the sky above Tianheng Mountain, then zooming in and out, and in the blink of an eye, it flew over the playground. It's not a hot woman? What's she doing here? As the white-furred, green-striped crane in the air continued to get closer, Manhwa discovered Hua Dot. Wait a minute, that's on her back. Ganyu and a white-haired girl. That's Little Shinhak? The spicy woman was seen hovering in the air for a moment before landing straight onto the playground in front of Manhwa amidst the eyes of people who were either surprised or flat. In a flash, the wind pressure brought up by the crane's wings blew Manhwa's eyes open. Luckily, the wind pressure only lasted a few moments before subsiding. When Manhwa removed his palms from his eyes, he saw Ganyu jumping down from the crane's back, pressing his hands on his head and fixing his windblown hair while trotting towards Manhwa. Mr. Ganyu, are you flying to work? The playground has become a tarmac. Between Manhwa's dark spit, Ganyu also ran to Manhwa and apologized. Sorry I'm late. I'm troubling you again Manhwa. Where? It's all I should do. Manhwa waved his hand, and in order to avoid falling into a whirlpool of politeness, he decisively changed the topic and asked with wide-eyed curiosity. Sister Ganyu, why are you here on a crane? That's my master. Just between Manhwa and Ganyu's question and answer, Immortal Crane had already brought the white-haired girl to stand beside the two. The crane was covered in full and brightly colored feathers, along with its long and slender legs and neck. Just standing there gave Manhwa an elegant and unattainable immortal aura. Of course, it was possible that the unattainable was because the current Manhwa was only half as tall as the other. The white-haired, white-pupiled girl on the side of the immortal crane was a bit more cool, nodding her head towards Ganyu in greeting before keeping her face expressionless as she looked ahead. Just as Manhwa was sizing up the two men, the other was also watching him. The crane tilted his head sideways and scanned him back and forth with one eye. Suddenly, her eye stalled at the position of Manhwa's chest, and she let out an eek, then pressed down her slender neck and poked her head out, directly disliking her head in front of Manhwa's eyes. So it's you kid. This immortal master knows me? Movies asked with a dry throat, the oppressive force of the other man's tiny eyes making him lean back involuntarily. Ganyu couldn't help but speak out when he saw this. Master, don't give him a hard time. This is my master, true Lord Liyue Borrowed Wind, and this is my senior sister, Shen He. Humph, I haven't said anything yet, and here you are protecting it. The true Lord of Staying Clouds and Borrowing Wind withdrew his head and stood proudly. Master, that's just it, I'm going to go talk to an old friend. After saying that, with a flutter of his wings, he walked in the direction of the audience, with Shin He following closely behind. Glancing at Manhwa as he passed by, Ganyu looked at them and then looked at Manhwa. For a moment it was not right to leave or stay, but fortunately Manhwa spoke up in time. Sister Ganyu, you go ahead and settle them down, just leave it to me here. I have to wait for father and mother and the others anyway. Manhwa's words made sense, and Ganyu didn't hesitate. Then I'll trouble you a little longer. I'll be right back to help. Aha, no need to rush. After Manhwa finished his relief, he watched Ganyu catch up with the true Lord of Staying Clouds and Borrowing Wind, then retracted his gaze and turned his head to look at the school gate. At this point in time, all the students had already arrived, so the entrance to the school became empty for a while. Why haven't the old man and the others come yet? Speak of the devil. Manhwa was just thinking about it when the figure that appeared at the entrance of the school caught his eye and he was busy welcoming him. Under the big banyan tree, back of the stage. Woohoo, that's a lot of people. I wonder if Mao got Grandpa and the others. Little Walnut peeked outside and instantly marveled, not sure if he was more nervous or excited in his tone. Little Xin Yan followed the probe and looked the same way, and perked up. Wow, so many people. Instead, Ayaka Kagamari tensed up at their words and kept sucking in her breath. Even though she was the eldest lady of the social bong, she didn't have the experience of facing so many people. Seeing this, the small carved Haru on the side was relieved, though she was a bit nervous herself. It's okay, Movai said it all. Just do what we practiced, it'll be fine. Yes, don't worry Kamisato-san, you sang beautifully, and the guests can't pick faults with our performance even if we put it in the Unihan Society. As soon as little Yun Sumeyer's words fell, little Xin came over and asked, really? Can we go to a performance at the Unham Society? What? Going to perform at the Unihan Society? Little Walnut also got excited when she heard little Xinyan's words. She had only heard the songs at Yunhan Society. She hadn't performed on it yet. I didn't say that. Koyan Sumeyer opened her mouth, but looking at the enlivened atmosphere, the words changed on her lips. My master is also here today, as long as today's performance is approved by her. Oh, go everyone. The atmosphere immediately rose, and even Sayurin, who had been adjusting the strings, couldn't help but look forward to it. That said, at first, she just wanted to blend in and gather information, but now, no, I'm not enjoying myself. It's all about information. Now we can spy on the Inazuma kingdom next door. Sayurin managed to convince herself of that, and then she heard Kokiara's voice. It's about to start. A few of the kids were still inevitably nervous as they approached the stage. Seeing this, little Walnut remembered the pumping maneuver that Mao had taught him last night, so he held out his hand and said, everyone put one hand on each. Ayaka, who was also present last night, reacted at once and was the first to put her hand up. Then there's Chi-Chi, who doesn't understand why she's doing it, but doing it is. Looking at the palms of the three men folded together, the rest of them understood what was to be done and placed their hands one after another. Little Kakaru, little Yun Sumeyer, little Xin, little Night Orchid, and finally little Walnut put her other hand on top. Feeling the weight of their hands and the warmth coming from the back of their palms, the little girls settled down at once. Warm, more than ice cream, more cozy. Chi-Chi suddenly spoke up, her hand clamped between them. This was the second time she had felt this way. The last time was on her birthday. Hearing Chi-Chi's words, its other people coincidentally smiled heartily, and then coincidentally looked at its other people. At this moment, a warmth flowed between several hearts. Mamoru says it's a companion ritual. Hearing little Walnut mention that name for who knows how many times, the others looked at each other and learned in unison. Mao, watch and learn from me. Little Walnut reddened, then changed the subject. I'm Shudo 3, so let's all press our hands down to say cheers. Knowing that time was running out, the others stopped jostling and nodded in understanding. 1, 2, 3, go for it. Asterisk 7. Next, please welcome the Yukio Terrace Elementary School Light Girls Band to give us a band performance. Chapter 106, Yunhan Society doesn't sing opera anymore? As the host, CC, finished her curtain call, little Cloud Sumeyer led several people to the stage, each taking their place with their instruments, while little Walnut sat down in front of the drum kit. This drum kit was assembled by Manhwa from the drums and gongs that were used to play funeral music for people at the Church of the Past Life, and it has a completely different feel when it is played. Little Walnut fell in love with it the first time he struck it and decided that he would add the drum kit to the funeral band at the church of the past life and the future. At the thought of Mao Mao, Little Walnut instinctively looked up at the stage, and then the first thing he saw was Mao Mao's familiar figure. As if he had always been there, he was seen standing at the end of the audience with his grandfather, waving at himself. He's saying, "Go Tao." With a reassuring smile, Little Walnut withdrew his gaze and looked around at his bandmates who were ready, nodding to each other as they each made their preparatory movements. So, the first song, The Drunkenness of the New Noble Princess, begins. The audience also quieted down at the sight, either expectantly or calmly looking at the young girls on the stage. The first thing that rang out was Xiao Keiqing's several low piping sounds, followed by Xiao Yinxian's jade finger lightly sweeping the strings of the zither, playing the sound of the zither harmonizing. The kids did a good job, but the song, it's a bit ordinary. Judgment was passed in the minds of many of the expectant adults present. However, in the very next second, as Little Walnut's drumsticks boomed down, the sound of the guzheng suddenly stirred, and the entire band felt as if it had been activated. With Little Xin Yan's guitar, Chi Chi's sand hammer, Little Ayawa's guzheng, subspinning, Little Carving Harvest's gu shao, and Little Night Orchid's arrow all joining in, a melody filled with a strong rhythm instantly burst out, startling many of the audience with their mouths open, and adults who hadn't cared before unconsciously sat up straight. The intro ended, and when it came to the main part of the song, the audience cringed again as soon as Sumire Koyumo opened her mouth. I can't believe it's not an opera accent? What kind of vernacular lyrics are these? What's the point of the young master of the Yunhan society if he doesn't sing opera? However, just a few dozen seconds later, when Xiao Yunxian, Xiao Xin Yan, and Xiao Ayawa took turns singing the main song, and the accompaniment of the slightly withdrawn, strongly melodic opera chorus sounded steeply, the expressions on the faces of the audience all turned into unprecedented amazement. Is this what the newer instruments are playing? It's kind of interesting. Zhongli, who was sitting in the first row, picked up his teacup and took a sip, continuing to close his eyes and listen intently. On the side, Grandma Ping was looking out of her mind at the little girls on the stage, her right hand gently caressing the bells on her waist, not knowing which deceased person she remembered. Humph, that's kind of funny. Further to the side, Reunion Borrowed Wind, who had thought he was just here to go through the motions, shook his wings and commented in an icy tone, but little Shinha, who sat behind her, knew that Master was quite happy to hear it. She wasn't going to say anything about it though, as her attention was now drawn to her great-nephew in front of her on the right. Chongyan, you sit down and calm down, only to see the right front of the audience. Xiao Xingqiu was busy pulling Xiao Chongyun, who was excitedly calling, to sit down. Don't you think it sounds good, Xingqiu? Good to hear, very good. Sit down first. However, little Heavy Clouds just sat down and the second chorus came back. Forget it. Xiao Xingqiu held her forehead and randomly clapped her hands. Nope, I'm going to write this scene down. He. Poor little Shichun didn't know at this point that his childhood of being taken advantage of with impunity is about to begin. There are performances on stage as well as off stage. Manhwa stood at the far end of the audience, smiling faintly as the scene on and off the stage in front of him caught his eye. I didn't realize that girl had such a talent. Beside him, Hallmaster, who gently stroked his beard, looking at the stage with eyes full of tenderness and love. So, this matter of Ah Tao wanting to join the band to perform at the funeral, I'm sure you won't refuse. Old man? Where's this going? Hallmaster, whose eyebrows immediately twisted into the word Chuan at the words, and he quickly waved his hand. No, this won't do. Seeing Hallmaster, whose appearance, Manhwa was just about to be happy when he received a blow to the back of his head. Brat! Even your grandpa who dares to tease. Manhwa covered the back of his head to look at the blowing beard and eyes of Elder Mao. His mouth opened and closed. Endured. Together they're hundreds of years older than me. Forget it. But someone avenged him, only to see that before he could say anything, Mrs. Mao's hand was quietly placed on the old man's waist. Elder Mao's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly took 2 steps forward and said to Hallmaster, who, Go old who. Let's go to the front and talk to those old guys. I saw that the old man of the Li family is here too. With that, he pulled Grandpa Walnut toward the front of the audience, as if he hadn't heard Mrs. Mao. You're just going to leave us here? Mother, you should also go ahead and find a seat in the front. Aunt Yun is in the second row. Movai spoke up. And you, Wall? My teacher gave me an assignment, I have to wait for someone. Hearing Manhwa say this, Mrs. Mao stroked his head and went to the front as well. Manhwa's gaze crossed over his father and mother, who were walking forward, as well as Elder Hu, and landed on the stage. To be precise, it landed on a glowing little Walnut sitting behind a drum kit. By now it was the last chorus of the song, and little Walnut was sweating profusely, her wet hair plastered to her face, but it did nothing to hide the enjoyment and happiness on her face. Ah Tao, who smiles so brightly, as if literally glowing. At the end of the song, the audience erupted in applause for the novelty of the instruments, for the hip music, and also for the wonderful performance of the children. Manhwa, who was standing alone at the back, also gently clapped his hands while he couldn't help but murmur softly, "That's nice." Chapter 107, Returning to the End. Don't come back. That's nice. If you really think it's a good idea, brother Manhwa, you should go up with us too. The familiar voice came from behind, and before Manhwa could turn his head to reply, another petulant laugh came from behind. He, don't you know, Lord Nimbus? To have young sir on stage, that's a different price. Careful fox, what's with the tattletale? Mobize muttered in his mind, and when he turned his head a harmless, childish smile was already on his face. Just as Manhwa expected, the honored guests that 100 Winks said in the morning were the emissaries from various countries, and at the moment Ning Su was walking in style with the guests. Lisa of Mond, Luke, Inazuma's mission and Ye Kamiko. Ah no, now Ye Sakura. There are also diplomats from Sumeru and Fontaine and Ryuki. Strange, why don't we see the messenger of the winter? I heard that it was already in Liyue yesterday. When the crowd approached, Manhwa pressed down the doubts in his heart and greeted them with a smile. Good morning, Nimbus-sama. Good morning, Ye-sama, Lisa-sama, Deluxe BAS. Good morning old brother, and all the older siblings who have traveled from afar. Welcome to the Yukiyo-dai Elementary School's gala. Kawaii. Manhwa's rather deceptive munchkin appearance and childish voice made the ladies of the Inuyasha envoys burst out of their hometowns and look at him with glowing eyes. What a polite little friend. Lord Nimbus, is this your own brother? The one who spoke was a young lady who was the leader of the Inazuma's mission, and seemed to be the clear leader. Nimbus was still wearing his navy blue secretary's uniform today. After all, there weren't many days left to wear it. She smiled and walked over to Mobize, rubbing his head in reply. More than a real brother. Oh, that's nice. My brother is giving me headaches. Okay Kobayan, let's go back to complaining. We're here to have fun today. Relax. Another young lady beside Kugayan persuaded. In order to get rid of the clutches of the condensed light, Manhwa took the opportunity to pick up the conversation. You've come just in time. The next song will begin soon. Hurry up and take your seats. They're reserved in the front. As they spoke, the light music band on the stage had already adjusted their stance and were ready to start. The second song was about to begin. Manhwa had just taken 2 steps when the back collar of his shirt was grabbed and lifted back by naked light. No, the show's about to start, so we'll sit in the back. In this way, Mobize was forced to sit in the middle of several older sisters, receiving torture from all sides. What's your little brother's name? How old is he? What did you mean about the other price just now? How do you play on vacation? Little cutie? Accompany sister Lisa to play mahjong, right? Earlier, Mr. Little said that he would write the first volume of Naruto if he lost the card. How much has he written now? Barabara. Is this the oppressive power of a mature big sister? At such a young age, I've endured so much. It hurts. It hurts too much. Fortunately, this pain was not infinite. When a shao sound rang out, as if an immortal sword had come from the sky, its sharpness cutting through the clouds, the audience, which had just been a bit noisy, instantly quieted down. Both adults and children looked at the little girls on stage with awe in their eyes. What's this track? Why haven't I heard it before? Coming. Even though it wasn't the first time he had heard it, there was still a hint of amazement in the eyes of the Ye Divine Son. For the song, for the little girl who played it, and even more so for the little gentleman who composed it. Though the little gentleman kept saying it was a sea of books, she believed it. The melodious and impassioned sound of the shao gradually ceased, and it seemed like an immortal stepped on a crane and flew away, leaving a few pieces of white feathers floating down. Then, the arrows sounded, like a sob, slowing down the regret that had drifted down. In the first row of the audience, Grandma Ping stared blankly at the stage, her eyes unfocused, as if she was caught up in long-ago memories. Suddenly, she felt a strange movement at her waist, and before she could react, a bell tied with a red ribbon floated over the stage, gently swaying to the rhythm of the Kokshiro girls. Little Walnut, Little Carving Harvest and the others were startled at first, but there was not the slightest confusion in the movements of their hands and mouths playing, and the layers of the whole tune became richer and richer. This is Soul Cleansing Bell. Staying Cloud Borrowing Wind. True Lord's eyes widened. How long has it been since she left? The Soul Cleansing Bell has not played any music. I didn't expect that today it would. Even Zhong Li's face in the front row showed a look of trance, only for it to be hidden in a whirlwind, and his gaze swept the end of the audience without a trace. Looks like you like this tune a lot, and you said how great your auto harp was, but in the end, you're still just cooperating with someone else. Grandmother Ping muttered to herself, her tone going from maudlin to teasing, and finally dissolving into a relieved light laugh. Returning to the end. Farewell. On the stage, it was as if a young girl was singing and dancing with bells and little walnut, little carving harvest and others, smiling like a flower. What's the name of this song? At the back of the audience, Naked Light asked. Mobius replied as he looked at the stage, his small hand over his chest radiating warmth from the locks of the earth. Back to the Dreamwalker. Chapter 108, Meeting Angels? Manhwa looked in amazement at the soul-cleansing bell floating in the air and playing automatically, very curious about how it worked. Speaking of which, it's been 5 years since I arrived in this world, and I've only seen this supernatural power 3 times myself, and all of them were met in this month. The first time was the night the scattered soldiers came, the second time was at the Hall of the Living Dead, and the third time is today. It was a good thing that the bumpkin wasn't the only one. Even the residents who lived in Ritsuki Harbor all year round didn't get to encounter a supernatural phenomenon once in their lives. So in the face of this immortal means, with the pleasant music, the audience broke out a great enthusiasm. The applause after the end of the music is endless, but also to continue this enthusiasm to the subsequent program. The light band's performance came to an end for the time being. They had 2 more songs that would stay for the halftime and finale, during which time the stage was handed over to the rest of the class. Real or fake Monkey King speaks, messy cloak hammering, girls dance together, highlighting a variety of flowers and 8 immortals, but the stage under the mother and father are given enough face, plus interspersed with a few parent-child interactive games and the desserts sent over by Shaoshangling girls. The scene atmosphere is lively and bustling. In the warm atmosphere, the gala finally came to an end. When the light music team obediently walked onto the stage, the children and adults on the stage cheered. Just now the middle of the song City in the Sky of the ethereal children's voices are still echoing in their minds. Coupled with the opening 2 old and new Lioli Moonwind music, the audience has completely become their fans. Even as arrogant as the clouds to borrow the wind, true monarch also had to nod his head to drop a sentence, a little bit of something. Standing on the stage once again, looking at the familiar or unfamiliar faces on the stage, Little Walnut and the others were no longer so nervous. Little Xin Yen, Little Carving Harvest, Little Yun Jin, Little Ling Hua, Little Night Orchid, and Chi Chi each stood still, and then they all looked at Little Walnut, who was sitting behind the drum set. Aha! As if they could hear each other's hearts. Several people nodded at the same time. Ready. Little Walnut crosses his arms with his drumsticks held high. Da, da, da. With 3 crisp strikes, strong notes instantly poured out from the instruments in the hands of the crowd. This last song was the longest practiced and favorite song of the Little Walnut girls, and although there were still some parts of the lyrics that they didn't quite understand, they knew that it was written about them, and that the title of the song was, Meet the Angels. After a rousing melody on the electric guitar, and a beat with the drums, the little girl's crisp vocals then told the story. 7. If we were to take all the fragments of memories, engrave, collect all and define as an object, God, I think treasure is the most appropriate understanding. Amazing, every day when the heart is filled, clouds, even breathing becomes so pleasurable. Peach, what's in front of you? It's as mesmerizing as ice cream. Night, familiar school uniforms and sneakers together. Footprints on the playground. 7. I won't forget until tomorrow. God, but can this memory be made until eternity? Peach and Carve and God in 7. Since I met you, the most beautiful of all, angels come down. This goodbye will not be the end. I'm sure we'll meet again in the future. Cloud and Amazing and Night and 7. The photo of the group, and message that goes with it. Whenever you look at it, it's always so bright. A gentle smile, as if it were the most beautiful poem ever written. Audience, the adults who are used to listening to the music of Silk, Bamboo and Orchestra said it was a bit strange but oddly good for a rock song that is completely different from traditional music. Probably the reason for this is mainly because the little girls on stage are really cute and happy and totally annoying, and the adults feel as if they are 10 years younger just by looking at them. The kids don't think so much about it, they just think the songs are good and are already shaking their arms to the rhythm. The music is slightly more raucous, and the singing is rather simpler, and I can sing it all. Liyue borrowed wind. True Lord sharply commented that she was a bit uncomfortable with the quietness of her nature, and when she turned around, she saw that her disciple was looking intently at the stage. It's simple, but it's also more sincere. Grandma Ping's gaze toward the stage grew more and more loving. What wonderful children. Ranya emotion is what can make music flow into the heart. This ice cream is delicious. The one who answered back was a bard dressed in green, who had suddenly appeared to sit next to Zhongli during the middle of the game. It was a pleasant note on the wind that brought me here, was how he introduced himself at the time. Zhongli glanced at him without saying anything and continued to enjoy the light music band. Last 2 rows. The messenger from Fontaine was the most excited compared to the other messengers who were only somewhat surprised. As a reporter for the Steam Bird newspaper, Fontaine's largest newspaper, she had volunteered to join the visiting Glaze mission because she wanted to bring back some big news, such as the change of power in the 7 stars of the glazed moon. In just a few days of coming to Liyue Harbor, She had already collected quite a lot of material, such as many new types of food, novel storytelling stories, new education models, and so on. When she heard the little amazing sim girls play that day, she heard a keen realization this was going to be big news that would shock the Fontainebleau music world. Shocked. A bunch of little Liyue girls did this with Fontaine instruments. She could already think of the incredulous and mortified looks on the faces of Fontaine's group of musicians when they saw the news. Lord Nimbus. About this concert. May I include it in the story? Excited journalists did not lose their heads. The procedures should be taken or to go. If someone caught pigtails sued to the court. It's over. You're a reporter? Aha! From the Steam Bird newspaper. Here's my press card. Steam Bird senior reporter, Shelwyn. Ningguang looked down, then stroked Manhwa's head and laughed. You'd have to ask my brother. He planned this gala. What? The reporter's eyes lit up. Another news shocker. The mastermind behind the perfect concert is a 5-year-old toddler. Manhwa, who was enjoying Little Walnut's performance, was suddenly cued, and looked back quizzically at the excited-looking reporter with red-framed glasses, who had pulled out her little book. Little brother, can my sister interview you? Did you plan this concert? Manhwa didn't answer the reporter's question directly, but instead glanced at Ningguang, instantly understanding the other party's mind. On the eve of Ritsuki's imminent establishment of her own newspaper, a veteran reporter from an established newspaper delivers the door. Manhwa immediately nodded his head and agreed with an innocent smile on his face. Yes, sister reporter, but can it wait until the gala is over? Tao's playing isn't over yet. Of course. Now enjoy the music first. Sherwin was instantly delighted at the sight and looked happily toward the stage. Manhwa and Ning Su exchanged a glance, the latter secretly giving him a compliment, while the Yagyu divine son next to him, who had been secretly keeping an eye on the movements over here, secretly called out little fox in his heart. Movies returned his gaze to the stage, where the song had come to its final chorus, a chorus of light band members. Since I met you, the most beautiful of all, angels come down, this goodbye will not be the end. I'm sure we'll meet again in the future. I'll never forget this promise, and each other's hearts will always be together. Concluded. As the last note faded away, the little girls on stage remained in the aftermath of the song, standing still without movement. The warm applause that followed woke them up. Apart from Chi-Chi, the rest of the little girls were sweating from exhaustion on their foreheads, and even breathing a little fast, but that didn't stop their surging hearts. It was great to finish the show with everyone. We all thought the same thing, and even had a more concrete understanding of the angel in the song's title. That's how Movies explained the song when he first gave it to the girls. Angels, the messengers sent by God. No, the Lord of the Rocks, to heal you, to make you happy and to make you laugh. At this moment, the little girls on stage feel that everyone is each other's angel. Chapter 109, No. Meet the Imp. What an enviable and pure friendship. Under the stage, Wendy exclaimed, and this time Zhongli couldn't help but nod along, the children's songs reminding him of some of his deceased friends. In the last 2 rows, the eightfold divine son retrieved his distant memories and stretched his back, saying, it's so beautiful, worthy of the song you wrote, Mr. Little. What? You wrote this song, little brother? Sherwin was even more shocked, stumbled across it in an old book. Manhwa was already not even red in the face when he said this. The eightfold divine son and Lisa and Ningxuan beside him smiled at that, but some naive people were still pursuing the question of which specific ancient book it was. Where did Manhwa know which ancient book it was? And after pretending to think about it, his head tilted and his hands spread out. Forgot. Sherwin's thoughts of getting to the bottom of the matter were momentarily dispersed before she heard the little brother speak again. Sister reporter, this in your bag, is it the legendary photo machine? Manhwa also wanted to get a camera before, but this point in time the camera still belongs to the stage of just invented and not popularized, so has not been able to get it. I did not expect to see it today. Yeah, it's not as exaggerated as it seems, haha. Then can I ask my sister to take some pictures for us? Of course. Well, also gained a photographer. Just then, Little Walnut, who had just gotten off the stage, ran towards Manhwa. Mamoru. As soon as Manhwa turned around, Little Walnut had already leapt to his side, pulling his hand and excitedly begging for compliments. Mao, how was it? Did Tao do well? A smile naturally appeared on Manhwa's face, and then nodded as he stroked Tao's sweat-dampened hair from his forehead. Very good, just perfect, my angel, that's you, he. Little Walnut's head rubbed against Manhwa's soft palm, a contented, silly smile on his face. The messengers around them smiled as they watched the two interact with each other. By the way, Tao, this reporter's sister has a camera. She promised to take our picture. Really? Thank you, sister reporter. Let's go shoot then. Sherwin was overcome by Peeta's adorable offense this time, and willingly followed the two youngsters toward the stage. So Manhwa took the reporter to the front of the audience and talked to Ganyu about the idea of taking a class photo. Ganyu decisively agreed after understanding the concept of a photo machine and taking pictures. It would be excellent to have a souvenir. She then called all the students up to the stage while the host, finished reading her closing remarks and organized a class photo for the group. On the stage, the teachers of each subject stood on both sides. The youngest Little Walnut and Manhwa stood in the first row, surrounded by the other members of the light music team, Little K Ching, Little Yoon Sum-ir, Little Xin Yen, Little Night Orchid, 7-7, and of course, the supernumerary chef, Little Shannon. But there's one person missing. Sister Ayaka, come on up here, Little Walnut greeted loudly. At that moment, Ayaka Ogamisada was sitting next to Yae Kamiko, looking dazedly at the children who were getting ready to take the class photo. She flinched at being called and opened her mouth. But I'm not. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was pushed to her feet by the Yagyu Divine Son. Sister Kamiko? You're a serious transfer student, right, Principal Nimbus? The Yagyu Shinko winked at her, and Gookie smiled at the little Ayaka. Kamisato-san, your name has long been registered in our school's roster. Kagomari Ayaka's eyes lit up for a moment. Hurry up and go. Your friends are going to be waiting. Aha! Little Ayawa immediately stopped hesitating and ran towards the stage with small steps. As she neared the stage, Walnut also walked to the edge of the stage and reached out to pull her up. Ayaka-san, you're shorter than me, so you can stand next to me. While Little Walnut had the tone of a man looking for a pad, Little Ayahuasca didn't care and nodded happily and stood on the other side of Little Walnut. Ah Tao, if you don't stop releasing your charms, the world will end. Movise, standing on the other side of the small Walnut, silently spat out. Attention, teachers and students, look at the circle. I will count 3, 2, 1, and when Shudo 1 everyone shouts cheese together. Okay, good. 3, Mamoru, lean over a little. Oh, 2, Mao Mao, crouch down low. 1, Mamoru, hey, it's going down. Eggplant, the picture is frozen here with a click. In the photo, the little Walnut is in a fluttering position hanging on to Maui's neck, smiling and squinting. Comparatively, Manhwa was in a state of panic, his body off balance, landing on one foot and flailing his hands in an attempt to grab hold of something, and around the two of them, there was a crowd of eaters with either big smiles or surprised expressions. Plop, time began to flow again, and the stage was instantly in turmoil. Manhwa lay on the ground, his view of the big banyan tree swaying in the breeze and the sunlight flowing between the dappled cracks. Immediately afterward, Little Walnut's giggling, adorable face appeared against this heavenly-like backdrop. This isn't an angel, it's a little devil who came to torment me. I don't know if it was by that sunlight or if Atao's smiling face was too dazzling, but Manhwa couldn't help but squint his eyes. But it's not annoying is all. Chapter 110, what a mouthful. The Light Music Team is a pan-international music community that is inspired to bring smiles with music and peace with smiles. As the young boy in front of him, who had a rather deceptive appearance, said this, an innocent smile befitting his age finally appeared on his face. And when I further asked for details about the members of the Light Music Team who made a big splash at this Ujingtai Primary School gala, the young boy who called himself the team producer reverted to his previous mature and steady attitude. The Light Music Team is more like a symbol, not a specific number of people. As long as you like music, love life and aspire to peace, you're already a part of it. Sherwin put down his pen, removed his glasses and rubbed his dry eyes. This invitation to Sien Diani made a lot of big news, and a few days passed before I could finish writing all the press releases. The reason behind the absence of Emperor Wang from the ceremony of inviting the immortals is inviting the immortal ceremony to send an oracle from the sky. The king of the rock emperor travels beyond the heavens. New officials, the big moves of the newly rising star of heavenly power. Official announcement of Ryu Bank, Ryu Newspaper, Ryu Welfare Institute and many other official organizations. Books for everyone. Compulsory education system in Rizuki is out. Reconstruction returns to the original. The 3 reasons behind it that you have to know. After a moment's rest, Sherwin dried the thick pile of manuscripts and placed them, along with his resignation, in an envelope addressed to the Fontainestein Bird newspaper. So much news, enough to post for weeks, so I'll be kind, Sherwin reassured himself. On the one hand, a small reporter of a big newspaper. On the other hand, a patriarchal manager of a newly created newspaper in a country. Not that he is not firm enough, but the other party gives too much. Then she thought of how she had finished interviewing Manhwa a few days ago, gloating that she had found another prodigy, only to turn around and become someone else's wage earner herself. Sherwin looked out the window in the direction of the Jade Capitol Terrace and couldn't help but mutter in irritation and amusement at the thought of that little boy's cute face pretending to be mature. Little fox. In the small courtyard of Manhwa, the little fox. No, Manhwa was sitting on the stone table by the pond and writing furiously, and Lisa, who was wearing a lavender lady's dress, was sitting next to Manhwa, with a faint fragrance of rosebuds emanating from her body. Through this coil power generation experiment above we can draw the following conclusions. Elemental force can materialize into elements with corresponding attributes, producing various elemental phenomena, and the existence of elements can in turn induce the transformation of elemental free force into specific elemental force. Although elemental forces are divine forces that are not easily accessible to normal people, elements are something that people often come into contact with and utilize in their daily lives, such as the thunder lamps described in this article. The applications of the elements are immensely promising, and it is hoped that this paper will serve as a key to unlocking the door to the application of the elements. Finally, special thanks to Ms. Lisa Mintz, who provided hands-on support in the experiment and guidance in the writing of this article, and Ms. Yay, you don't have to write that last one, cutie. Yes. Ms. Lisa has helped me so much. I was afraid a dry word of thanks wouldn't be enough. Manhwa smiled, but his tone was serious. For nearly 10 days after the gala, he spent most of his time in the courtyard studying the lightning elemental force, during which Lisa was like a real teacher who had popularized a lot of relevant knowledge and answered a lot of doubts for him. Lisa originally felt that she was just a student who had just dropped out of school and was not qualified to be a teacher. But when she heard Manhwa's sincere words, she dismissed the thought, and with a sly grin returning to her face, she reached out and rubbed her young student's cheeks. That's a good one, cutie. How many women have you fooled with that mouth and face? Manhwa silently counted in his heart. 1, 2, 3, oh no, it seems to be a bit too much to count. No, how can you say lie? I'm just telling the truth. Teacher, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Oh, Movice replied vaguely. The words just fell. Originally nestled in the bamboo forest between the rocking chair napping on the big fox did not know when to walk to the side of the Manhwa, looked at the end of the manuscript paper, covered the face and sobbed. Obviously people also helped a lot. I didn't expect to get just cold 4 words in return. Sad. Calling. Manhwa looked expressionlessly at the sympathetic Yagyu Shinko in front of him. Are you sure you're here to help? Not here to dilly-dally and play cards to hasten the shift? Did Yagyu Shinko help or not? Helped. She helped recharge Raikizu occasionally, and then had the peace of mind to hang out in the yard for the rest of the day. For that matter, Movice could still thank her in 4 words at the end of his paper, and he felt he'd been kind enough to do so. Okay, what do you want? Naruto Volume 2. I'd better spend a few more words thanking you. With his head buried in his hands, Movice added a few words to the end of his paper. And, the beautiful girl with both beauty and talent, Yae Kamiko. The eightfold divine son didn't succeed in his ruse, and didn't get angry, smiling as he came over to look at it, then laughed, and then asked with a smile on his face. You're a good one, young sir. How many women have you fooled with that trick? Chapter 111 Emperor's Shock of Skipping Work. Movice put the written paper away and handed it to Lisa. Please sensei, I'd love to see the faces of those old guys at vegetarianism when they realized that such a paper came from a 5-year-old. Ms. Lisa quickly flipped through Mao's paper, which she planned to send to her teacher to read first and write a letter about the situation. Movice winced as he looked at Lisa's belabored smile and turned his gaze to the sky, where the sun was hovering high above Tianhan Mountain. At this hour, Tao and the others should be at the Yunhan Society listening to opera and drinking tea, right? After the school vacation, Little Walnut heard Ayaka's sister say that she was going back to Inazuma after invoking the immortal ceremony, and immediately said that she would take advantage of the vacation to show Ayaka's sister all of Ritsuki Harbor. As a result, only a small portion of the tour was completed at the end of the invitation to the immortal ceremony. On the eve of Inazuma's mission's departure, the 2 little ones can be sad, and they don't know if it's because they're about to leave or because they haven't finished shopping in Ritsuki Harbor. Unexpectedly, the next morning, Yae Kamiko went and returned with the young Kamisato Ayaka, saying that he had something to do and would stay for a few more days. Reunited 2 people do not mention how happy, almost like a long time to meet the young couple. Today is the weekend. Tao then pulled Ayawa's sister out to play again. The relationship was so good that Movice shook his head in disbelief as he watched. After all, a green plum is no match for a heavenly drop. Of course, it was just a joke, and Manhwa was heartily happy for Tao to have such a good relationship with her best friend. I've finished my thesis. Why don't you come and play a few rounds? I took a nap and I'm in perfect shape. Movice glanced at Yae Kamiko's stretched out figure, seriously suspecting that the something she said was just a cover. Yeah, a break would be nice. Lisa readily agrees, and it's a card-addicted one, too. Then, the 2 of them put their eyes on Manhwa, who said in a hurry, I'm not coming, 2 short of 2, I'll go call for you. After saying that, he ran towards the outside of the courtyard, but as a result, he didn't run 2 steps before seeing Aunt Yun and his own mother walking towards his courtyard. Well, it turns out that the appointment was already made and there was no room for me at all, so I got ahead of myself. Hwar, what are you doing? Mom, Aunt Yoon, you're here just in time. MS, Lisa and Sister Yashije asked you to play mahjong. I'm going to go check on Sister Nimbus. Oh, there you go. Mrs. Mao nodded, then urged, Shu Yun, let's get out of here. Mrs. Mao was originally not interested in mahjong, but it wasn't until one day when she filled in for Mao Hua and played too. What's wrong with the world? Why has it suddenly become so cold? Why isn't the half-afternoon sun warmer on my body? Awa! Mao Hua was about to step outside when he was suddenly stopped by Aunt Yun, and he immediately turned back to look at the other party. What's wrong, Aunt Cloud? Aunt Yun looked at him and smiled. If you're free later, can you help Aunt Yun water those neon flowers in the courtyard? I forgot about them when I went out. Movies was expecting to reap a warm comfort, but he didn't expect to be greeted with the same oppression of the toolman. Sad. Good. It's just a matter of me going to give my dear sister Nimbus a refreshing drink. Mao Hua waved his hand to say goodbye to the two men, went to the ice cellar to carry a basket of ice cream, and went out the door and headed straight to the Yen Hall. I'm sorry, young Master Mao Hua, Lord Ningxuang has gone to visit the major mines and is temporarily away. At the entrance of the Yen Hall, Mao Hua stumbled upon Ningguang's secretary, Bai Wan, and ate a closed door upon arrival. Lord Ningxuang also said that if young master comes, let me tell you that she will come to see you after she is busy for a while, and that young master can sit in the office if he has nothing else to do. The Bai Wan who spoke was clutching a pile of documents, obviously also wrapped up in affairs. Mao Hua is not good to disturb more, so he shook his head slightly. I don't have much to do, I just came to take a look. By the way, these ice creams, please ask Sister Bai Wan to help share them with her co-workers to relieve the heat. 100 Winks laughed as he freed a hand to carry over the ice cream. Then 100 Winks would like to thank young master for everyone. Mao Hua watched Bai Wan walk into the Leaning Rock Hall and let out a long sigh of relief. Turning to look at this square in front of the Leaning Rock Hall, his sad little face squeezed into a ball. Logically speaking, even if it was a new official, the entire 7 stars shouldn't be busy to this extent. It all started with what happened on the day of the Immortal Invitation Ceremony. It was in this square at that time that almost the entire population of Liyue Harbor came to the Jade Capital Terrace in order to catch a glimpse of the grand ceremony of inviting the immortals and the dignified appearance of the emperor. The scene was a sea of people, and Mao Hua had never seen so many people in his life. When the auspicious time arrived, the newly appointed star of heavenly power, Ningguang, began to preside over the Immortal Invitation Ceremony, and then right in front of everyone's eyes, the emperor he dove, only left a magnificent language message. I have visited the heavenly realm. All matters here are fully entrusted to the 7 stars. But Mao Hua saw clearly that Zhongli was watching the fun with Wendy in a corner of the square. With this sudden pigeonholing, it was hard for Mao Hua not to wonder if Master Zhong had been abetted by some idol god. And the reason for this leave of absence is also too outrageous. And also visit the heavenly realm. This is directly take the setting of the journey to the west to make up, right? Anyway, after the emperor's words fell, the scene was chaotic for a while. But it was good that Ningxuang reacted in time, vigorously stating that what the emperor had said was something she had already known, and calmed down the scene. Condensed Light then announced a few more big moves by the 7 stars officials, directly suppressing the shock brought about by the emperor's skipping work. Management system reform. Several new agencies have been established to deal with more specific matters. Education system reform. Compulsory education is out for everyone. Reform of the medical and welfare system. Additional government-run hospitals and welfare homes to protect people's livelihoods. Reform of the cultural system. Issuance of the Ryu Dictionary. Establishment of the Ryu newspaper. And total literacy. New town planning. Building roads and bridges. Expansion of Lizuki Harbor and reconstruction of the return to the plains. One matter after another. The people of Liyue were overwhelmed. And the Liyue 7 stars have been in high-speed mode ever since. Hey, I wonder if Nimbus was this busy when he took office in the original episode. Mao Hua thought silently and took a step away from the Leaning Rock Hall. Okay, where to next? Chapter 112, A Little Friendship. The sunlight of the early May afternoon was already somewhat warm, and Movies walked along the shadows of the eaves of the street wall toward the yard of Koksheru's house. He had just remembered Aunt Yun's request for him to help water the flowers when he left the house, and with nothing else to do, he planned to go ahead and complete the task. Before he even got there, Movies could already smell the different fragrances, and turning the corner, the blooming spring presented itself, well tended. No matter how many times he saw it, Mao Hua would be amazed at the well-organized, layered, and vibrant scene that made one feel relaxed. Excuse me, Mao Hua whispered, pushing open the wooden door to the small garden and stepping inside. The first thing he saw was the row of budding neon flowers along the garden path. Shower. Lightly finding the shower and filling it with water, Mao Hua began to water the neon flowers one by one. While pouring he was humming a tune he didn't even know what it was. Growing up so fast you guys, I wonder what it tastes like when it's made into wine. Movies was in the process of inflicting earnest blessings on the flowers when he suddenly heard the window open. Movies? When Movies looked back at the sound, he saw Koketsu Haru's cat's head appear in the second-floor window. Ha! Haru, why didn't you go play with Tao and the others? In Manhwa's memory, after the gala, the light music team usually acted as a group. I have homework in the morning. This morning Little Walnut came with her little followers as usual to get Little Carving Harvest to go out and play. But today Little Carving Harvest was no longer able to go out and play with them. Missy, who has high expectations, doesn't have that much time to indulge. After a short vacation, Little Kakoharu resumed her old days, with a lot of homework assigned by her grandfather to be completed every day. The entire morning Little Carving Harvest was at home learning all sorts of things in turn, and it only came to an end at noon. Just now she was climbing on the table to take a nap when she vaguely heard a strange sound coming from the garden, and when she opened it, she found Manhwa. He was standing in the garden, standing in the sunlight, looking up at her. It's hazy like you're still in a midday dream. Manhwa couldn't help but laugh when he saw that Little Kakohara looked like he hadn't woken up and asked, "So why don't you go play with them this afternoon? You guys have a regular spot, right?" According to Tao's description, they would usually spend the afternoon first in the Yunhan Society or the Cold Sky Ice Room until the sun was not so hot. Well, I have homework this afternoon, too. Kukaharu lied. She had actually finished her homework for the day, but for one thing she was afraid to go out and play and make her grandfather angry. Secondly, there was a wave of emotions that Kokoharu herself didn't even know what it was that kept popping up from her heart like bubbles, stopping herself from going to play with the little walnut girls. By myself, and Tao and the others are different. The simple and sensitive Kakohara vaguely sensed it. Manhwa didn't know the complex thoughts of Xiao Kei-ching. He had realized by this time that Aunt Yun's task of asking him to come and water him was just a front. I'm afraid, the real purpose should have been to allow himself to take little Kakoharu for a bit of fun and relaxation. So Movies tilted his head and asked, "Want to, come down for a while?" When he asked this question, Manhwa regretted it a little. It was sunny and there was no shade in the small garden, so why did he come down to play? As soon as the words were spoken, however, Kokoharu nodded his head in response, and the cat's head disappeared out the window, and in less than 2 minutes he was in the garden, asking Manhwa with his back to his hand, "What are we playing?" Kokoshinara's fair face was starting to reflect under the hot sun. When Movies looked around, there was only a small patch of shade left by a sliver of shrubs along the trail, so Movies walked over and sat right up against the edge so that his whole body could be shrouded in shadow. Then he took off his coat and spread it on the floor beside him. "Phew, it's much cooler. Haru, come and hide from the sun too." Kukaharu hesitated, but walked over, smoothed her skirt and sat down, tilting her head to look at Movies. Manhwa said with his hands propped up on the sides of his body, tilting his head back to look at the clouds in the sky and squinting slightly. "I mean, once in a while, it's also very comfortable to be alone like this, not thinking about anything, just feeling everything in the world." It's not that Movies is lazy and can't find a fun game. He just doesn't think it's appropriate to play on a hot day. Xiao Kei-ching sniffed and followed Manhwa's example of tilting her head to look up to the sky, closing her eyes to feel it carefully. Clouds, breeze, flowers, birdsong. It seems, it's a little cozy. For a moment, the small garden was quiet, with only 2 children hiding in the shadows of the bushes for a cool nap. Just as Xiao Kei-ching was somewhat immersed, a burst of chaotic footsteps came from far and near, breaking the silence of this space. "Ching, come down and play. Haru." From a distance, the shouts of the little ones rose up. The sound of a small walnut is distinctive in it, for Movies. A smile unconsciously plastered on Manhwa's face as he turned his head to Cookie Haru. "Your little friend is here to see you." The little ones came back for her in the strongest of the afternoon sun. How did Little Carving Harvest feel when it came to hearing the voices of the little walnut girls? Presumably, those earlier bubbles, one by one, shattered in the sunlight and then dissolved in the wind and drifted into the sky. Nothing's different. Small friendships continue to take root with the sustenance of the years. "I'm here." "Ah, Haru is here. Have you finished your homework? Let's go play together." "Aha! Hello Momo." "Ha! Move, why are you here too?" Chapter 113, there should be a CG here. "Mamoru, why are you here?" Little Walnut went up to Yujingtai the first time to go back to the Manhwa small courtyard, but the result is that the mahjong-playing mother Manhwa said that Manhwa went to look for Sister Ningxuan. She thought she wouldn't see Movies before dinner, but she didn't realize he happened to be here at Haru's. "I think it's called a windfall, isn't it?" Little Walnut's eyes sparkled with delight as he watched Movies trot right into the small garden. Behind her, Little Shangling and Little Kamisato Ayaka looked at each other and also took a step inside. "Mao Mao, listen to me. A fontaine came to the docks today." Little Walnut had just run up to Manhwa and was all excited as she grabbed Manhwa's hand to share what she had seen today. Movies looked at her reddened face and sweaty head and reached out to touch it. "It's hot." "Later, come here first." so at once he interrupted to pull the little walnut into the shadow of the bush and press it to the spot where he had just been sitting. Running around in this sunny day, not afraid of heat stroke? Then, Manhwa pressed his still cool palm to Little Walnut's face to cool it down, and Little Walnut's face instantly turned into dough. Little Walnut leaned back and giggled. He ah Tao isn't afraid. You're not afraid of me. Manhwa rubbed Little Walnut's face in a good-natured manner, then turned back to Little Xiangling and Little Iowa, who were also hot with little red faces, and said to them, "You're hot, aren't you? Sit down for a while and rest too." Little Xiangling was fine, often helping out with exercise in Manmin Hall, smiled and waved her hand as she sat next to Little Kerching. It was hard enough for Ayaka Ogamisato to run half a day in the big sun after Little Walnut, and her lips were white, but even so, she sat down gracefully on her knees next to the Little Walnut, and then let out a long sigh of relief. At this point, Kakeru couldn't sit still. For one thing, according to what she had been taught, she, as the host, was supposed to serve a drink to her weary guest. Secondly, she was sitting on the other side of the Little Walnut, with Movise's coat under her butt, and Movise was standing instead, which made her feel a touch uncomfortable. So Kokiharo stood up, while saying to Ayaka Kagamari, "Are you okay? I'm going to get a couple glasses of water." Seeing this, Ayaka Ogamisato hurriedly waved her hand. No, I'm fine. No need to be so laborious. Where would little Kakuharo be polite to little Ayaka? Rinpoche said, "It's what I should do, don't mention it." After saying that, without giving little Ayaka a chance to continue being polite, he turned around and walked towards the house. It's worthy of being the eldest daughter of a big family in Liyue. She's so careful and educated. Little Ayaka silently set little Kakeru Haru as her role model and sat back at ease. At this point Little Walnut also noticed his friend's weakness and apologized. "Are you okay, Sister Ayaka? I'll go get you some water." After saying that she was about to get up, but she was pressed back by Manhwa. She raised her head in confusion and saw Manhwa speak. "Just sit back and take care of Sister Ayaka. I'll go help." Who? Little Walnut felt that Manhwa had a point, so he also sat down at ease. "Shan Nin, I'll ask for help for you to watch over the two of them. Don't worry, leave it to me." Little Xiangling was still reliable. Manhwa slightly put down his heart and followed Little Kerching towards the house. He hadn't taken 2 steps when he heard the Little Walnut shushing Ayaka's sister. "Are you really okay, Sister Ayaka? Do you want me to ask Grandpa to come and take a look?" Movise stumbled on his feet. "And the fact that your grandfather is coming means that something big is going on." In the kitchen, Xiao Kei-ching turned out the family grandfather's collection of tea leaves and mother's flower tea. For what to brew difficult, make flower tea for all of them, and 3 cups of warm water. A voice rang out behind him, and Kokiharo turned around in surprise. "Why are you here too? Come and help. Can you do it alone?" Manhwa felt that the question asked by Kokiharo was somewhat not in line with her intelligence, and then immediately became alert and reflective. No, how can you stereotype people? Reflect on that." Kokiharo looked at Manhwa shaking his head all by himself there and asked a little strangely, "What's wrong with you?" It's okay. Let me help you." Mobai snapped back to his senses and walked right up to Kokiharo to change the subject. "This is Aunt Yun's own flower tea, right? Just brew this." Because the packaging of the boxes of tea next to them looked expensive, Manhwa was afraid that Xiao Kei-ching's grandfather's heart wouldn't be able to take it when he came back and saw it. Aha! Kokiharo managed to get distracted by Movise, finding the cups and placing them on the floor, putting in the flower tea separately. Families like Movise Kagakure have hot water warmed on the stovetop all year round, so you can just use it directly when you want to use it. Cold white water is naturally always on hand. So Manhwa waited for the flower tea to be put away and then carried the kettle of hot water and rinsed in hot water separately, then poured 3 cups of lukewarm water. In the end, Xiao Kekeru found out 2 trays. Manhwa carried 5 cups of hot tea, and Xiao Kekeru carried 3 cups of lukewarm water, and went out of the house. When Movise and Koksharu arrived in the garden, the sun was slanting a little more to the west, and the shadows of the bushes were drawing longer. In the shadows, Little Shannon and Little Ayahuasca were each leaning against Little Walnut, already beginning to drift off to sleep. Little Walnut muttered in a small voice as he vaguely sensed Movise coming. Mao, you're back." "Well, I'm back. Here, have some water first." Manhwa put down the tray he was holding and brought the warm water to Little Walnut's mouth and fed it to her. And Little Carving Harvest followed suit and fed the other 2 confused little girls warm water. "What now?" Kokiharo looked at the 3 people who were lying in their garden on the verge of falling asleep, and at a loss for words, she whispered to Manhwa. Manhwa looked at the sky, estimating that it was only past 3 in the afternoon, and then replied, "Know what to do. Join them, of course." With that, he sat down a body seat next to Little Shannon under the slightly stunned gaze of Little Kajikio and squinted against the bushes. Thinking of the comfortable feeling she experienced lying here not long ago, Xiao Kei-ching temporarily put aside her fear that she would be told off by her grandfather if she didn't do her homework, and walked over to Manhwa, hesitating for a moment, and squeezed herself into the middle of the space between Manhwa and Xiao Shangling. Manhwa moved half a body to the side and opened one eye to look at the four little girls who were resting snuggled up against each other. The beautiful picture made the corners of his mouth unconsciously put up a smile and closed his eyes contentedly. 2 hours later, the front door of the Movai's house, carved Ching's mom, Li Shuyun, walked out in a happy mood. Nice hand today. I wonder if this kid Awa went to water the flowers. If he did. Li Shuyun's pace home was 3 times faster when she thought of this. Within moments, she was back outside the family's small garden, only a little disappointed by the quiet. Didn't come? Thinking this way, Li Shuyun walked into the garden, wanting to take a look at the condition of those neon flowers. Wasn't this watered? Did it come to be watered and go straight away? Li Shuyun was walking inside and was about to call out to her daughter on the second floor when the image that her afterglow suddenly glimpsed made her shut up. Up right arrow, up left arrow, CG here. These little guys. Li Shuyun was dumbfounded. Chapter 114, Genius Boys Don't Get Hurt. What? You guys are leaving again tomorrow? Sunday, May 14th, the 10th day after the invitation to the immortal ceremony. Evening, the main dining room of the Mao family. The end of dinner. Except for the absence of brother Manhwa, the 8 people present were seated on each of the 4 sides of the 8th century table, respectively, Master and Mrs. Mao, Mao's second brother, Mao Jai, and his second sister-in-law, Margaret, Mawa and Yagyu Kinko, and Ayaka and Kohotuko, Kaka Jiri. It had to be said that this woman, the eightfold divine son, could not really be picked on when she put on a show. In the few days they had stayed at the Movai's house, Movai's family had found her to be a mature, dignified, stable and dependable person, so they had taken a liking to both her and Ayaka Kagamari. Just a moment ago, Yujinja solemnly expressed his gratitude to both Master and Mrs. Shigeru for taking care of him over the past few days, and then made a request to take his leave. Little Walnut was the first to respond, asking with both surprise and dismay, Ayaka-san, are you guys really leaving tomorrow? Emotionless did not reply, slowly looking away from Yazukenko, and Little Walnut followed suit. It's for real this time. Yujinja blinked her eyes and replied playfully. Unfortunately, this did not dispel the atmosphere of parting that was gradually thickening, and Little Walnut and Little Ayahuasca's mouths deflated with a wow as they held hands and did not want to be separated. Movais looked on and twisted his head to ask, what's the rush? Deciding today to leave tomorrow? If we don't go back, someone's going to be in a hurry. After the eightfold divine son finished speaking, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. Aha! Is Mr. Little not happy to see you go? It'd be better if your tone was more sappy. With a face full of black lines, Manhwa dodged Ye Kamiko's hand that was picking his chin. Not really, okay. And Mr. Little is so desperate. Sister is so sad. Boing boing. You're not pretending at all because you're leaving tomorrow, are you? Manhwa felt that the sight of the old man and the second brother and the rest of them had become strange. Elder Mao coughed and spoke. Yay, since your itinerary has been decided, I won't say anything more. I hope we'll have the chance to see each other again in the future. I'll have someone pick up your bags in the morning, so make yourselves at home. Then thank you, Master. With our cooperation, I'm sure there will be many more opportunities to meet in the future. Ha, that's good. Hey, people are getting old and get sleepy as soon as they finish eating, so I'll go rest first. With that, Elder Mao got up with the help of Mrs. Mao, and just as Yagyu Divine Son was about to stand up to see him off, he heard Elder Mao open his mouth again. No need to send them off. You guys continue. Kid, the guests are leaving tomorrow, so you and Ah Tao will keep them company. The latter sentence was addressed to Movais, and with that he left the restaurant. Meanwhile, the second brother Mao Kai, who was eating and watching with great interest, suddenly had his foot stepped on by his wife, and the latter, who was vigorously making eyes at him, asked suspiciously, Honey, what happened to your eyes? Margaret sniffed in exasperation and grabbed him by the ear and headed out the door. Why are you still eating? Go back and count the money you've been hiding. Mao Kai was shocked at his words. What? His personal money had been discovered? At that moment, he did not care about eating melon and followed his wife out of the restaurant. Manhwa watched breathlessly as the unreliable old and young slipped away. You guys just left your son, little brother, to a man-eating fox? As soon as the people left, the eightfold divine son's expression turned into a watering look again. AI. Little mister is so desperate. Sister is so sad. Boing boing. Are you in a renewable mood? Manhwa was powerless to spit. He really didn't feel any reluctance to leave because he knew there would always be a chance to see him again in the future. So Manhwa directly changed the topic and asked, what about the second volume of Naruto Ode to You? The eightfold divine son directly staged a wave of Sichuan opera face changes at his words, and his watering eyes turned into a joyful smile. Thinking so much about your sister, Little mister really can't let go of her, right? Not really, just willing to bet. Mao's face was expressionless, which he had exported to the poker table. Pride is out of fashion. By the way, after that, just send the story directly to your sister, and put Inazuma Yashido as your address. As for the recipient, I assume you know what to fill in. Young sir? Yagami Shigeko's assured look made Manhwa a little unconvinced, and he couldn't help but think a little mischievously about whether he should write the recipient as Yagami Shigeko. Arg! Before Manhwa could say anything, Yagyu Divine Sun suddenly thought of something and looked at Manhwa with her mouth covered in surprise and said, when young sir mentioned willingness to gamble, he couldn't have been implying that sister hadn't fulfilled her agreement yet, could he? What engagement? Manhwa was flabbergasted. He only felt that the Yagyu godchild drama was a bit much. Yay, Kamiko pointed to her pink, furry fuzzy ears. It instantly dawned on Manhwa as if he and the Eightfold Divine Sun had such an agreement. Because of the dispersal incident, Yay Kamiko held a sense of indebtedness to Manhwa, and to make it up to him he said he would promise Manhwa one thing, and all Manhwa said at the time was that he would like to touch her ears, and was shocked on the spot when he changed his terms. Now Yagyu Divine Sun revisited his old appointment and seemed to be very good at talking. Even his ears moved as if asking him, won't you touch it? The two of them, Little Walnut and Little Ayaka, who were clinging to each other and talking small, also looked over, and they also wanted to touch Ye-san's ears. Now we're just waiting for Movice to say yes. However, what the Yeyoung Divine Sun did not expect was that this time, Manhwa still refused. Next time we meet, Ye-san, you let me touch your ears. Amidst the stunned gaze of the Eightfold Divine Child, Manhwa asked her with a bright smile, we'll meet again, won't we? Yay Kamiko stared at Manhwa for a while, and then looked at Little Walnut and Little Kamisato Ayaka, whose eyes were gradually brightening, and she instantly understood Manhwa's intentions. The parting vibe between the two little girls had dissipated, replaced by the anticipation of the next meeting. Is it even possible to go to such lengths to cheer up one's childhood sweetheart? What a little guy you love to hate. I wonder how many girls will be hurt in the future. I'm a little heartbroken. Yay Kamiko spoke words of unknown significance and suddenly leaned down and hugged Mauve. The soft touch and refreshing scent caused Manhwa's body to stiffen slightly, and then he heard Yagyu Godson whisper in his ear, look at yourself more too little one. For a moment, an indescribable hint of sourness flickered from the bottom of his heart, causing Manhwa's smile to stiffen a bit. Ye-san, I don't understand what you're saying eh? The Eightfold Divine Sun let go of Manhwa at his words and said with a sprightly smile on his face, if you don't get it, you don't get it. Sister is looking forward to her next encounter with you. 115. The last night. It was just after 10 o'clock at night, and on the roof of the bedroom of Movi's small courtyard, Movi's, Kohotuko, and Ayaka Kojiri were sitting side by side. It doesn't take much thought to see who caused this scene on a whim. Not wanting to spend her last night with Ayaka's sister in her sleep, Little Walnut pulled Ayaka out of bed and then knocked on the door of Maui's room. Luckily, Manhwa had not gone to bed either, so the three of them climbed onto the roof to look up at the night sky. Wow, so many stars. Yeah, airy. The two little girls let out exclamations, and as if exclamations alone weren't enough, Little Walnut shook Manhwa, who hadn't quite woken up yet, and said excitedly, Mamoru, look at the stars. In the shifting vision, Manhwa saw the starry sky, and his sleepiness instantly dissipated, but it made it even more impossible for him to tell whether he was in a dream or in reality for a moment. Out of nowhere Manhwa thought of a poem he had seen before. Drunkenly, I don't know that the sky is on the water, and the boat is full of dreams pressing against the river of stars. It could not have been used more appropriately here, so much so that Movice naturally whispered it. Little Walnut and Little Ayahuasca were right next to each other, so they naturally heard them. Even though they were still young, the two could feel the scenery depicted in the poem. Wasn't it just this scene? So beautiful. Little Ayaka sighed idiotically, and Little Walnut's eyes were even more glowing. Drunkenly, I don't know that the sky is in the water. The boat is full of dreams and presses the starry river. Good poem. Good poem. Did you write this? Mau. Amazing. No, it's something I read in an ancient book. Manhwa's pale and feeble explanation. Little Walnut didn't listen to it at all, and only thought that the poem was good. Manhwa was great, while something inside awakened. I'm going to write a poem too. Little Walnut began to shake his head in agonizing thought, only to have his little face scrunch up tighter and tighter. Manhwa and Little Ayahuasca looked disturbed, and were about to persuade Little Walnut to give up looking at the night sky when she suddenly hammered her little hand. There, 3 people sitting on the roof, looking up at a sky full of stars. Manhwa was shocked. He really made it? Even though it's a limerick, it neither rhymes nor matches, but it's already very impressive. Poetry. Snap. Movice and Little Ayahuasca clapped their hands couply, and Little Walnut gave a cheeky grin, her little head raised slightly in triumph. Not a moment later, The smug smile on little Walnut's face was replaced by surprise, only to see her stretch out one finger to point at the sky and call out, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! There are 2 stars there that are so bright." Movies and Ayahuasca Jr. looked along and saw 2 stars that shone extraordinarily brightly in the night sky. "Wow, it's true." Little Ayaka let out an exclamation as well, and little Walnut immediately took her arm in delight at her words. See it? There's a nice bright one over there too. Aha! Just the 2 of them pointing one way and looking the other. Little Ayawa suddenly had a familiar feeling, as if one night long time ago, she and her mother had been just like this, with her mother pointing to the stars and telling her a story. That seems like a really long time ago memory. Never again. Mom! Sister Ayaka, why are you crying? Little Walnut's panicked voice rang out, and little Ayahuasca realized that her face was already covered in tears. No, I'm sorry. She hurriedly wiped away her tears with her hands, but they grew larger and larger. Little Walnut didn't understand and was about to ask again, but she was pulled back by Manhwa, and when she looked back, she saw Manhwa shaking his head at her. Movies probably knew why Ayaka Kogari was suddenly in tears. She should have been holding out for a long time as well. What she needed at this point was not so much comfort, but a painful outpouring of her inner pain and sorrow. So Manhwa whispered a few words in little Walnut's ear, and little Walnut sniffed and did as Manhwa said. Although he didn't understand a bit, only little Walnut turned around and hugged little Ayaka while saying softly to her, "Cry, Ayaka-san. It's okay to cry at this time." Little Ayaka, who was already on the verge of stopping her tears, her mouth deflated at the words, and the sadness at the bottom of her heart could no longer be buried, surging out like a flood that broke the dike. Little Ayaka's bawling appearance startled little Walnut, and she subconsciously turned back to Manhwa for help, but when she saw that Manhwa nodded to her, she kept her current movements. I don't know how long it took, but little Walnut felt the clothes on her chest getting wet, and Ayaka finally stopped crying out and turned into a small sob. She rose from little Walnut's arms with red eyes and cheeks, touching little Walnut's wet lapel and whispering, "No, sorry, thanks, it's fine, you're welcome," little Walnut said with an unconcerned wave of his hand, then asked after brainstorming from the disconnected words he had just heard, "Are you missing Mom and Dad, Ayaka-san?" "Aha, well, I miss Shigeru the day I don't see him. And Ayaka-san, you must have missed them a lot after coming to Ryu for so many days." "Aha, it's okay though, we'll see them when we get back tomorrow, right?" Little Ayaka was silent, and the Manhwa on the side covered his face at the words. "Isn't this a case of which pod is which? Can't see. They've." Little Ayaka spoke slowly, unable to say the last few words halfway through the disagreement. "Are they dead?" Because little Walnut asked too directly and in a tone that was too blunt and plain. So little Ayaka even wondered if she had heard wrong and raised her head to look at little Walnut. Little Walnut also looked at little Ayaka with a natural face, but also with a little doubt, as if asking a question like, "Have you eaten?" Movies was aware that the young Walnut who had grown up in the hall of the past had long since become accustomed to the matter of death, and was unaware of some of the avoidance of it, as he had not yet learned about burial rites. So it wasn't surprising that little Walnut would ask the question directly, based on her perception. It's just that it's still a little too straightforward for normal people. Movies was about to round up a few words for little Walnut, but little Ayaka nodded and replied, "Yeah, they're dead." Little Ayaka is far tougher than Movies wants to be. Little Walnut's question made her realize that she was just running away and not wanting to believe it before, and even imagined that they would come back. But facts are facts. They can't be changed. The only one who can change it is herself. Manhwa felt that he was a bit unable to keep up with the conversation between the two little ones. Was this the world of childish talk? It's so straightforward that it's a bit scary. But it's okay. They're just dead. They're not gone. Little Walnut is continuously speaking out of turn. Under little Ayaka's astonished gaze, little Walnut pointed to the stars in the sky and continued. They just went back to the sky, to the stars where they belong. Little Ayahuasca followed the direction of little Walnut's finger and saw a sea of stars in the sky, 2 of which shone exceptionally brightly, and was suddenly shaken for a moment. They'll always be there. During the day too, just out of sight. They've always been there. Little Walnut finished, adding a final word as she took Manhwa's arm. "That's what Mamoru told me." That sentence could have been left out, and I didn't use the phrase "just died." Movies expressed concern about little Walnut's ability to paraphrase, but her words worked surprisingly well for little Ayahuasca. Only little Ayaka looked at the stars in the night sky, and a gentle smile gradually appeared on her face, as if she was seeing the past. "Ah, Tao. What's wrong, Ayaka-san?" "Thank you. You're finally smiling. Ayaka-san. You're welcome. By the way, Tao, I've been here for so many days. How come I haven't seen your mom and dad?" "Ah, Tao didn't know." "Ah, Tao popped out of a rock," little Walnut said proudly, but little Ayahuasca didn't look at her, instead tilting her head quizzically at Mauve. Movies folded his hands at an angle that little Walnut couldn't see and made a gesture of please to little Ayahuasca. Please help me perpetuate this lie again. Please, Movies said wordlessly. Chapter 116, Farewell. The next morning, a little after 8 o'clock, at the entrance to the Jade Capital Terrace, Mauve and little Walnut were saying goodbye to Yagyu Kamiko and Ayaka Kojiri. In the early morning sunlight, little Walnut and little Ayahuasca managed to wake up from their misty sleep and reluctantly took little hands. Manhwa, on the other hand, looked curiously at the empty-handed Eightfold Divine Son and asked, Ye-san, where's your luggage? He remembered that Yagyu Godson had bought quite a few things, but as a result, they had all disappeared this morning, so he didn't need the help of the Mao family's fellows to deliver them. There are still things you don't know, little mister. The Eightfold Divine Son Yin Yang finished, instantly changed his face to cover his face and cried, but it's that time of the year. Still calling Ye-san, sis is going to be sad. Oh, this drama queen fox, Movies asked with his mouth as he secretly spat. What should I call you then? Sister Kamiko? Ha, that's a good one. Let's hear it again. Calling his several hundred-year-old fox a sister isn't too bad. Really wondering where the luggage had gone, Movies struggled for a second and opened his mouth. Kamiko-sama. Olugai, Kamiko-sama. Please. Faced with Mr. Little's sudden cute attack, Kamiko was in a trance, and the old aunt's maiden heart was suddenly struck. What? Sis didn't hear me do it again. Didn't hear it, never mind. Movies, striving to preserve what was left of his modesty, cocked his head and refused. What's wrong? The disappointed Yagyu Divine Child's tone actually took on a hint of petulance, but she soon realized and adjusted, and said with a straight face, never mind, I won't tease you. When she finished, she patted her full, round thighs. Nay, the eye of God. In hero, under Manhwa's shocked gaze, a purple light flew from the god's eye to the Eightfold Divine Son's hand and transformed into a book. I got Mon's little wife with a glass of ice water. You can get this book too? No, what's the principle? Manhwa was taken aback, but he was even more surprised that the god's eye even had the function of a storage ring. For the first time, Manhwa had a desire for the eye of God. After all, who could resist a space ring? With it, you can even get rich by going to a construction site to move bricks. What? Want one? The Eightfold Divine Son also noticed Manhwa's undisguised longing and asked with a knowing smile. Manhwa nodded and shook his head again. The tangled look was curious to the young Divine Son. Mamoru, don't you want the eye of God anymore? Little Walnut asked curiously as well, remembering that Mauve had said she wanted them all earlier. Of course I want it, Movies said in an expansive tone. But the eye of God is something like this. You have to have it when it's meant to be, but you can't force yourself to have it when it's not meant to be. Good point. The Divine Child nodded approvingly. She felt that regardless of whether Manhwa had the eye of God or not, his achievements afterward would not be low, but that wasn't something she would say. It didn't fit her persona. Well, it's about time. We should get going. The merchant ship to Inazuma was a scheduled departure, and Kamiko and Ayaka Ogamesato were to arrive before then. As soon as Kamiko's words left her mouth, little Walnut let out a dismayed ah and pulled Ayaka's sister's hand even tighter, and little Ayaka was very reluctant to let go of her. Manhwa saw this and opened his mouth to offer. Momo, you can give Kamiko-san and the girls another ride. I'll get you a vacation on the school side. Little Walnut's eyes lit up at the words, and he busily nodded his head. Yeah, Mauve, you're the best. Movies smiled faintly and quietly looked at the two little ones who had regained a bit of spirit and were bouncing around holding hands. We'll be off then. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Young sir, goodbye, Kamiko-san. After formally saying his goodbyes, Yagyu Godson didn't drag his feet and turned around to head for the grand staircase. Mamoru, let's go then. Little Walnut was about to pull little Kamisato Ayaka to follow, but he didn't expect the latter to suddenly let go of his hand, fold his hands on his stomach, and give a very formal salute. I've been taking care of you for a while now. Thank you, Movies. Manhwa waved his hand at his words and smiled back. You're welcome, and you're welcome to play again next time. Chapter 117. So for the time being, I closed my eyes. Ow. Manhwa stood at the edge of the Jade Capital Terrace and looked down as the figures of the three little walnuts gradually faded into the corner of the grand staircase. That's how he'd watched little Walnut go back and forth up this grand staircase over and over again since he'd found his way there. It feels like it's been ages and ages. Manhwa stared at the world outside the Jade Capital Terrace in a daze, extending his hand outward to explore. But halfway there Manhwa stopped himself, withdrew his hand, and muttered to himself, "What's the hurry? It's been so long coming. You can't leave the Jade Palace until you're 10 years old." Zhongli's admonition was fresh in his mind, and he already knew exactly why. Although he had briefly broken through the boundaries of the Jade Capital Terrace when he picked up little Walnut earlier and hadn't sensed anything unusual, in order to be able to live a good life, it was better for him to honestly stay in the Jade Capital Terrace until he was 10 years old. Movies took a long breath. shook off his little head, and turned around, carrying his hands behind his back as he walked slowly toward the school. For now, it's better to ask for a vacation for Tao first. Strange, how come I haven't seen a single classmate yet this morning? Movies was a little puzzled as he walked down the empty road to school. According to the usual experience, there were already students on their way to school after 8 o'clock, but he walked himself from the grand staircase to the school entrance, and hardly saw a soul. The playground is empty and the classroom lights aren't on yet. Am I remembering the wrong day? It's Sunday? Manhwa walked through the empty playground, his mind getting more and more puzzled, and even began to doubt life. But it really is Monday. Just as Manhwa walked to the classroom door and was about to enter, he faintly heard a soft chanting sound in a direction that seemed to be coming from the atrium. The early morning atrium, still covered by the shadows of the school buildings, was itself rather secluded, and now with the addition of this usually unseen, vaguely chanting, Manhwa's back suddenly went a little cold. He slowly turned to look towards the atrium, only to see a little girl sitting behind the large banyan tree in the center of the courtyard. Or should I say maiden? Movies wasn't sure, because of the angle. The little girl was mostly blocked by the tree trunks and all he could see was half of her long black hair and a feather-style headdress. It seems to be personal. While Manhwa breathed a sigh of relief, his heart was a little wary. An empty schoolyard, a young girl singing alone in the courtyard. Movies had reason to suspect that she was singing on purpose to get his attention. Even the oddity of it all had something to do with this young girl, and the clothing on that little girl was obviously to winter style. Movies pondered his interactions with Jidong for a moment. There had been no other contact other than the dispersal thing, right? Anyway, Movies first categorized the young girl as a visitor, and then, sneakily took 2 steps back. One moment, please. The gentle voice rang clearly, but Manhwa did not feel warmth in his heart, because the voice did not come from under the big banyan tree, but rang directly in his mind. It seems that he has long been discovered, or rather, the other party is rushing towards his own, waiting here early. If you can escape from the first day, you can't escape from the 15th day. Instead of running away in fear, it is better to find out the other party's intention. Manhwa pondered his situation for a while, but instead calmed down and wasn't as scared as he had been a moment ago, so he stood still and asked aloud in his own clear childish voice, "Sister, are you calling me?" The feathered hair ornament on the head of the young girl sitting under the banyan tree fluttered twice. Then the girl stood up and walked out from behind the large banyan tree, and only then did Movies see the other person's full face. And then the first thing he noticed was the other person's closed eyes and white X-shaped eye patch. The eye patch. It doesn't make sense, does it? It doesn't block the light or cover the eyes. Is that the real eye of the evil king down there? What's wrong with you? No, 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 no. How can you just speculate on someone? What if the other person's eyes are really sin? Manhwa apologized for his rude thoughts and busied himself with mentally tapping the electronic wooden fish 100 times. Suddenly, the voice that had just sounded in his head again. No need to apologize. For some reason I can't keep my eyes open and have to wear this blindfold. Mind reading? Movies was in shock. Not mind reading. Manhwa sighed in relief. If there was mind reading, then wouldn't he have just heard his own thoughts? What is the evil king's true eye? And what is the disease of middle-agedness? Isn't this all red? Movies felt like he was being tricked, and the other guy clearly heard everything. That's when the other guy's voice came back on. I can't read minds. I'm just communicating directly with your consciousness. Well, Movies fell into deep thought, and after a few moments came to a conclusion. Isn't that mind reading? All of the above conversations took place in Manhwa's mind, adding up to a total of no more than 2 seconds. So the silence at this moment was extraordinarily long. For a second, 2 seconds, the young girl standing under the banyan tree finally spoke. Her voice as soft as the one Manhwa had just heard. If you don't like communicating through your consciousness, I apologize for the offense. Saying that, the other party actually bent down and bowed directly. Manhwa hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, I'm just not used to it. No need to apologize. I'm the one who has to apologize." At that the young girl straightened up and spoke softly. "Then we're even." It was obviously a very flat voice, but Movies felt like he heard a hint of a leap. Strange young girl. Shaking his head, Manhwa, who was standing at the door of the classroom, looked under the banyan tree, only to see that the young girl with her eyes closed had taken a step and was walking towards him, and not far in front of her was the stone table and bench. "Wait, watch the front." Instead of stopping, the young girl's steps skirted the obstacle with great precision. "You can see?" When the young girl approached, Movies was surprised by the other's delicate and beautiful face, but his eyes were always drawn to the wings on her head. The young girl shook her head and replied, "Feelings, okay." Movies was tempted to break down the pot and ask how it really felt, but it didn't feel very polite, so he stopped and asked instead, "Missy, what did you want to see me about?" Movies' directness surprised the young girl a bit. but she recovered immediately and was just as direct about her intentions. "I've come to confirm something." Manhwa cocked his head at the young girl, waiting for her to follow, but the young girl's words changed and said, "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Columbia. And you? You came to see me. You wouldn't know my name?" Did Movies feel that the other party was asking a question knowingly, or maybe the other party was very ritualistic and had to introduce themselves to each other for the first time? "Hello Sister Columbia, my name is Movies." Manhwa. Columbia repeated Movies' name softly, then crouched down and looked at Movies with her closed eyes. Yes, Movies felt the other man looking at him. "Movies, please don't resist." Next, Columbia reached out and cupped Movies' cheeks. Then tell me what you saw." "Ha!" As soon as the words fell, the young girl's blindfold was seen quietly floating down, and her eyes slowly opened, revealing silver-white eyes that emitted a soft glow like faint moonlight. Those peculiar eyes attracted Movies as if by magic, and he felt that his consciousness was gradually being torn out of his mind. Manhwa subconsciously struggled to resist, and suddenly his afterglow saw the brown-clothed old man and the green-hatted ladybug standing in the distance in the corridor looking this way, and immediately dropped his heart again. With these two around, it should, 80%, probably won't happen, right? Immediately afterward, Manhwa felt as if the earth under his feet had suddenly disappeared. A strong sense of weightlessness instantly struck him, and with it, his consciousness continued to fall down, falling towards a deep, bottomless black hole. Suffered. One last thought flashed through Manhwa's mind during the fall of consciousness. Haven't helped Ah Tao with his vacation yet. Chapter 118, Never Break a Promise. Why isn't the little guy moving? No problem, right? In the far corridor, Wendy looked at Manhwa, who was still motionless after a few minutes, and cocked her head at the always reliable Vulcan beside her. Upon hearing this, Zhongli didn't reply. Instead he pondered for a moment before disappearing as a yellow light, and then appeared next to Manhwa and Columbine, followed by a green light right behind him. At this moment, Manhwa and Columbine were still standing opposite each other, maintaining a staring position, and the pupils of Manhwa's eyes were also floating with a faint white luminescence, just like Columbine's. But no, there were still some subtle differences if one looked closely. Noticing the sudden appearance of the two beside her, the light of Columbia's pupils gradually dimmed until it disappeared, and finally reclosed. She slightly turned sideways to face the two gods, but Mauve remained in the same position as before, her eyes glowing with light as she stared straight ahead, but the focus of her vision seemed to be in the distant sky. Zhongli's brows furrowed slightly as he sensed it in detail. The three souls were missing a human soul, and that was the plan, to have the Fool's Crowd, maidens, guide the most human souls to soulwalk through the heavens and earth to verify some things. It was also something that Columbia herself had acquiesced to after she had approached Menami. But the maiden's guidance was over, and Movies' human soul had not yet returned to its place, as was to be expected. "What's going on?" Zhongli's tone was calm and there was no intention of questioning, but Columbia felt a huge pressure. Before, it was herself who made a promise that she would never cause any harm to Manhwa, but at this moment the situation was out of the blue, something she had never encountered before. "At first it went well. He kept following me, but halfway through he broke away from my guidance and I tried to redirect him, but I failed, so I had to follow him." Belle and Wendy listened quietly as Columbine described what had just happened. "He was very active and curious, running around, and I kept following, but eventually I couldn't." "Why?" Wendy asked. "He went there." Saying that, the closed-eyed Columbia raised her head, and Zhongli and Wendy followed her vision to the sky, their faces suddenly changing. "How did he get there?" I didn't know. I'm sorry." Columbine shook her head and continued. "I couldn't move forward after following a certain height and had to watch him continue up, but until just now, I could sense that he was up there." "Until just now?" Now, he's not up there anymore." Not being on top means two outcomes. One is not in this world anymore. The second is access to the roots of this world. Either way, it's not good news. "Mamoru!" A cry of alarm rang out from behind him, and Zhongli's heart, which had been calm for I don't know how many years, rippled once again. In the words of Wendy, who was watching from the sidelines, "Ha, Gramps, are you panicking?" A few minutes ago, on the wharf of the crowded Ryu harbor, Little Walnut and Little Linghua reluctantly held hands and said their final goodbyes. Kamiko stood aside and sipped her milk tea without urging. Anyway, there was still nearly half an hour before the ship departed. There was time for these two little kids to cling on. "Sister Linghua, I will definitely come to Inawasha to look for you when I have the chance in the future." "Aha! I'll definitely treat Sister Walnut well when the time comes." "Say yes." "Yo, when the time comes I'm going to." Suddenly, Little Walnut's voice came to a screeching halt. Little Linghua was puzzled and was about to open his mouth to ask, only to see Little Walnut Woods turn his head in the direction of the Jade Capital Terrace, and the whole person panicked in a way that was visible to the naked eye. "What's wrong, Sister Walnut?" I don't know." Little Walnut just felt his heart suddenly beating hard, as if it was signaling something. At this time, the Eightfold Divine Sun also noticed the difference over here and walked over. With a wave of her luxuriant hand, a pinkish-purple light swept over Little Walnut, but it didn't remove the latter's anxiety. The last time I was in this mood was Shigeru. It must be Shigeru. At the thought that something might have happened to Manhwa, Little Walnut became even more distracted and turned her head to apologize as she backed away. I'm sorry, Sister Linghua. I'm sorry, Sister Kamiko. I can't send you guys off. As soon as the words left her mouth, she had completely turned around and darted towards the Jade Capital Terrace. Once again, a small, fiery, butterfly-like figure weaved through the streets of Crimson Cloud Slope, running towards the top of that Jade Capital Terrace. 10 minutes later, the Little Walnut will be on fire to the school. Leaping across the playground will be seen from afar in the corridor of the school building surrounded by a circle of people. Mr. Bell, the minstrel in green, and the unrecognizable maiden in white. And, standing motionless in the middle of them was Movi's. Mamoru. Little Walnut's heartbeat missed a beat, and she hurriedly hollered to pass through the middle of several people to come to Manhwa's side, and it was then that she realized that Manhwa's eyes were emitting a faint fluorescent light, the same as that night. He just stood there, but Little Walnut felt his Movi's go far, far away. What's wrong with Shigeru? Is he okay? Worry was written all over Little Walnut's face. Rarely, John Lee was short of words, and ultimately, the current situation was caused by his trustworthiness. Seeing that the always reliable Mr. John Lee didn't even say anything, Little Walnut instantly realized the seriousness of the matter, and his eyes suddenly turned red, and tears began to swirl inside, looking about to fall. Suddenly, don't cry, Tao. Familiar voice rang. Small Walnut's surprise turned his head, followed the voice to look, only to see Manhwa again live, is smiling at her, eyes emitting white light gradually faded, or I'll be punished by rock eating. Mamoru, you're back? Chapter 119, Never Let Go. So dizzy, Manhwa only felt a trance of consciousness, came back to his senses, felt that his body was light, just wanted to look down to see his hands. The consciousness fed back an immortal spirit emitting a glistening white light, as if it was a 360-degree panoramic surround camera view. It's me. Move's consciousness moved again. The perspective moved away from himself to look around, and then he saw a large white fairy spirit in front of him. Columbia? The other party bobbed up and down for a moment, then turned around and floated away, followed by Manhwa, who felt like he was being pulled by an invisible rope to float with him. In surprise, Movi's found himself in the middle of a mountain forest, and he was being carried along as he drifted toward the snow-white mountains in the distance. The snowy mountains obviously looked far away, but they were there in an instant, and it was as if Movi's could feel the coldness brought about by the snowflakes passing through his transparent body. Then, Manhwa was taken with a jerk into the ice lake. The scene changed. He came to the underwater world. Giant corals and shells composed of civilization incomparably beautiful and dreamy. These places look familiar? Are you taking me on a day trip to Tibet BR? As it turned out, Movi's had really guessed right. The vast grasslands, the towering mountains, the fantastic mushroom forests, the torches that seem to burn the sky on the boundless desert, the abyss that goes to the center of the earth, and the ruined city where the sun and the moon are inverted are all in ruins. Places he had seen and not seen in his previous life flashed by one, and many places Manhwa could not even savor before he came to the next place. So he wondered if he could control his direction, and he succeeded. All around are barren land, so Manhwa cast his eyes to the sky, but he remembered the sky has always been hanging a small island. It is rare to open the creation mode. I wonder if it can go up. So Manhwa flew towards the black spot in the sky, and after an unknown period of time, he finally reached the city in the sky. Boruth. Note, this is the spell that destroys Sky City in the movie Sky City. Movi's looked at the island of the sky and silently chanted, waiting for a moment and realizing that there was no response. Seems like old man Miyazaki couldn't care less here. In the middle of thinking, Manhwa had already drifted to the slightly dilapidated and desolate Sky Island. Everywhere he looked there were ruins and walls. Some places were still smoldering. It seemed that he had just experienced a big battle. In the center of the view was a white palace. Apart from being white and big, the most striking thing about this white palace was the huge canopy of trees that stretched out from its roof, and the branches and leaves of this canopy were also white. Movi stood at the edge of the Sky Island and looked over from a distance, noticing that the palace gates were open, through which could be seen a long dark red carpet, and at the end of the carpet was a throne with a huge white tree trunk as a backdrop. Vaguely, Manhwa seemed to see a figure sitting on the throne, obviously far away from each other. Obviously he just sat there quietly. Obviously nothing happened, but Manhwa's heart was unconsciously panicked. Well, that's it for today's Sky Island stroll. Manhwa stopped his footsteps and was about to turn around to get off the island when he suddenly realized that he couldn't move back the slightest bit. In panic, Manhwa looked back at the throne, only to see a pair of starry eyes without any emotional color slowly open in the shadows. And then what? Seeing that Manhwa, who was looking at the sky, stopped describing the delay in opening his mouth, Columbia couldn't help but ask after him. Zhongli and Wendy's gazes were also fixed on Manhwa, and they had a vague guess about the figure he described from his mouth. By now Little Walnut had held back her tears and was also curious about the rest of the story, hugging Manhwa's hand and looking at him. And then Manhwa fell into reminiscence. His gaze at the sky slowly lost focus, but soon he came back to his senses. His eyes regained clarity, and he twisted his head to look at Little Walnut with a smile as he replied. Then I heard Momo's voice and came back. Really da? I'm awesome. At this Little Walnut also smiled happily and hugged Manhwa endlessly. Yes, Tao is the best. The remaining three glanced at each other, all obviously not really convinced by this answer, but looking at the two little ones happily interacting, they didn't know how to open their mouths to pursue the question for a while. Mr. Zhongli, how come no one came to class today? It's a temporary vacation today. Ganyu has already gone from house to house to notify them. Vacation? There was no greater surprise for the students, and Little Walnut sprang up to 3 feet in the air, and Manhwa, who had been caught by the hand, was nearly torn up. Calm down, Tao. Are you so happy that you've forgotten the sadness of sending your friend away not so long ago? Emotions come and go quickly in children, and Little Walnut had apparently forgotten about it, and was at that moment full of ideas about what to do for fun today. Mau, let's go catch some fish today. Where's the fish? From our family. Manhwa wanted to fight for the ornamental fish in the yard, but looking at Tao, whose eyes were still red, he could only say sorry to them. You have to be gentle. Aha! Let's go. Goodbye, Mr. Zhongli. See you two young ladies. After saying that, Little Walnut had already dragged Manhwa's hand out of the school building. Manhwa could only helplessly turn around and wave to the three of them, following Tao away. Looking at the fading backs of Manhwa and Little Walnut, the three of them tacitly agreed not to explore the figure Manhwa saw again. Wendy was the first to come back to her senses, pointing at her face in shock as she asked Zhongli, "Two young ladies? Me too?" Belle glanced at him and broke into a smile. "Is it still me?" he said, glancing at the sky again before turning and walking towards the office, leaving only a message behind. "The deal fell through and the contract is null and void, but you should know what to say and what not to say." Columbia's face changed slightly, her thin lips pursed and then loosened as she turned and bowed slightly in the direction that Zhongli had left. "I understand." When she finished speaking, she turned back to look at the two youngsters, who were far away in the sunrise, and could faintly hear their conversation. "Okay, it's okay to let go of me. No release. Never let go. If I let go, Shigeru will run away again." "No it won't. I'm back here, aren't I? Don't put it on. Don't put it on. Don't put it on." What a wonderful two little ones. Columbia misses the old days at the fireplace house. It seems Katanina is still over here, right? Go check on her later. But the thought of the man in the sky as described by Movies, and the fact that he had disappeared from Sky Island for some time, Columbia's slightly fluttering heart couldn't help but be covered with a layer of gloom. Hopefully I won't be the one to blame for that little girl. Information that can be disclosed. Columbine's soul attraction. Communicate with the target's soul through the pupil, or perform attraction. When used on an immortal spirit, it can be used for direct traction. When used on humans and other creatures, it requires the target to let go of the heart. And there are 3 stages of soul invocation. Split soul separates the human soul from the target's soul, which copies all of the body's memories and has a slight sense of autonomy. Soul drawing a person's soul into action, during which memories are accumulated and there is a risk of losing them. Returning the soul, fusing the person's soul back into the body. Any new memories added during the induction period will be synchronized to the body. The memory loss of the human soul replication will not affect the body memory, but will affect the body spirit, depending on the degree of loss. The light is not spirit often dazed. Late conditioning can be restored. The heavy sleep addiction, difficult to recover. If the person's soul is not returned to its place, the body will become demented in the slightest case, or become a vegetable in the worst case. Chapter 120 Miracles. Every ordinary daily routine we spend may be a continuous miracle. Movies had always loved that saying, and now he was even more convinced of it. After all, reincarnation is already a miracle beyond imagination. And on top of that, there's a rich, powerful and harmonious family, with food and clothing, no need to go to work, even if you want to stay out of school, free to do whatever you want every day, and especially in the company of many people who love you and whom you love. How can you say that a day that brings together all of the above, even if it is uneventful and nothing happens, is not a miracle of miracles? But in recent times, Movies has found his miracle day slipping away a little too quickly. Since that day when he had traveled to the heavens, he had been lost in thought from time to time, and if no one disturbed him, He could be lost in thought for a whole afternoon at a time, the first few times as unusual, but suddenly, a month has passed. Manhwa carefully recalled actually found himself awake for only a few hours. This situation could already be considered an anomaly, and Little Walnut was the first to notice it, because this one had come and gone, and she and Mamoru were spending much less time together than before. Although the people are together, but the Little Walnut feels that if you do not pay attention to Mao Mao began to daze, called several times to wake up, as if Mao Mao will disappear at any time. Hearing Little Walnut's concern, Manhwa was also alerted, vaguely sensing that his abnormality should be related to the day he divinely traveled to Sky Island. That day, because Little Walnut was present, and fearing that she might worry if she heard it, he concealed what had happened after the throne figure had opened his eyes. He couldn't move as if he was immobilized. He didn't know how long had passed. It could be a long time, or it could be an instant. He abruptly found that the scenery around him had changed, and he had already arrived before the throne inside the palace. He could no longer remember what the figure looked like, and all that remained in his mind were those eyes so dazzling that they were as unseeable as day stars, and as if they hid an abyss that would draw him down into it. Too late to think. He heard a silent snort of laughter as cold and contemptuous as if an ordinary man on a walk had seen an ant at his feet. And then, like an ordinary person kicking an ant out of the way at random, it's not in the way or in the way. It's just passing by, not caring if it lives or dies. It's just randomly kicked to the side of the road. An invisible force roughly threw itself against the pale trunk of the tree behind the throne, as if the tree were a trash can. Immediately afterward, Manhwa felt as if he had fallen into the floodgate of the Hoku Falls, and his consciousness was instantly hit by a torrent of memories, and his ears were filled with the cacophonous noises from the torrent of memories. Injustice. I can succeed, I can succeed, I can succeed. Ha 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 ha. Daddy will be back tomorrow. It's going to be okay. We'll be back, we'll be back, we'll be back, we'll be back. Come, 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 come. Where did my puck go? It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. It was as if I had become part of the torrent, being swept downstream. I don't know how much time had passed, but when Moa's consciousness was about to be washed away, he vaguely heard a voice from above the riverbank. Mao, Mao, Mao Mao, Mamoru. The voice grew clearer and clearer, and finally Mo's eyes jerked awake. It was Tao's voice. I have to respond to her, otherwise she was going to drop her little pearls and worry. Manhwa struggled to reply, but his voice was instantly drowned in a flood of memories and could not be conveyed. He looked up and saw a crack above him that was permeated with light, so he struggled to fly upward, but the torrent of memories underneath him suddenly transformed into countless hands, desperately pulling himself, and tearing off countless pieces from him. No one is going to stop me. Roll na! Manhwa's soul roared, and immediately countless palms were shaken down, and he took the opportunity to fly upwards. As he gradually approached the slit, he saw that behind it was a pair of small, white hands that were opening up at him, as if waiting for him to shake them. Ah Tao! The distance was getting closer and closer, and I could see that one of my hands had already reached the gap, when suddenly, a loud whistling sound rang out from the distant flood of memories. Moo! A huge whale-shaped shadow that occupied the entire river came, and wherever it went, all the memories were smashed and blended into the whale, and in the blink of an eye, the giant whale had already swum half the distance and was about to sweep through. Mao Mao, come back soon. Determination flashed in Manhwa's eyes, and he struggled upward to free himself from the countless memories, not stopping at all, even though his body had already begun to crack because of too many hands pulling on him. Ah hi! The sound that seemed like cloth tearing rang out, and Manhwa's upper body had already crossed the gap. Immediately afterward, the giant whale attacked and swept away the lower half of his descending body as well as the countless palms attached to it, and Mobi's grasped the hand in the light as he wished. With the whale gone, the flood of memories finally subsided, becoming as calm as the surface of a lake after a rainy day, with the exception of the fluorescent-colored fragments in the lake, which represented that someone had been there. Suddenly, the calm surface of the lake rippled again, and a slightly surprised eek sound rang through the space, and then, the fluorescent-colored fragments in the lake began to slowly converge. Are you saying that you were thrown into the world tree by that man, and then you came out when you heard Walnut's voice and lost half of your body? On the last day of June, which was also the last afternoon before the vacation of Ujingtai Elementary School, under the big banyan tree of the school, Zhongli, with a heavy face, took a sip of tea and concluded. Yes. Manhwa nodded his head as he purposely found a time when Little Walnut wasn't around and approached Zhongli to explain his situation. Lately I've been in a lot of days, in a trance, and hours have passed without me noticing. Is this the effect of what happened that day? That's right. When a person's soul is lost, they can be in a trance, or they can't take care of themselves. Your case as it were. Ha? Is there a cure for that? Manhwa felt like his time had been stolen from him this month, and he didn't want part of his future life to somehow disappear as well, much less worry those who cared about him. Smiling as if he had already prepared an answer, Zhongli immediately spoke. There, according to your description, half of your human soul was devoured, which is considered relatively serious, but your symptoms are relatively mild, presumably because your divine soul is stronger than normal. Plus you're still young enough to not use any medication, and rest and recuperation is the best plan. And how long will it take to get back to normal with rest and recuperation? Let's conservatively estimate 3 to 5 years. 5 years. Well, it's not like I'm going to stay in Yujingdai until I'm 10 years old anyway, so it's not like it's going to be a few years. Movies was quickly relieved. There was just one thing he was more concerned about. So is there a way to fix or alleviate this symptom that I'm often unconsciously out of my mind? Under Manhwa's expectant gaze, Zhongli once again nodded dependably. Also, Chapter 121, The Walnut Diary, 3705. 4. 12 Sunny. Learning to write numbers. It's much easier than 1, 2, 3, 4. Mao Mao is great. 3705. 4. 28 Cloudy to sunny. So happy. I met my new friends, Ayaka-san and Kamiko-san. They came by boat from Inazuma, and Mamoru said he'd take Momo on a boat ride later. 2. 3705. 4. 30 Sunny. I had so much fun today. So many people came to see us perform. Mao Mao said we did a great job. 2. 3705. 5. 5 Clear to cloudy. Oh, my god. This year, the immortal ceremony, Lord Rock, didn't show up. Mamoru says his old man is thinking of retiring. Strange. Do gods retire too? 3705. 5. 9 Light rain turned cloudy. Ayaka-san is leaving, but Mamoru said that there's no such thing as an unending banquet, so we can go to Inazuma to look for her in the future. So looking forward to it. 3705. 5. 10 Cloudy. Ayaka-san didn't leave. She and Kamiko-san are going to play for another week. I'm going to show them a good time in Rizuki Harbor. If only Mao Mao could go down to Yujingtai. 3705. 5. 15 Cloudy to sunny. Today it felt as if Shigeru had gone somewhere far away, but he came back in a flash. But Ah Tao was still so scared. 3705. 6. 1 Light rain. Mao Mao said today is the children's holiday, so the school gave everyone lots of good food and a vacation. But Ah Tao is not happy because Mao Mao has been fuming all afternoon ignoring Ah Tao. 3705. 6. 2 Een. Mao Mao was fussy for a long time again today. The doctor said he wasn't sick, and Mao Mao said he wasn't sick, but Ah Tao was still so worried. 3705. 6. 10 Cloudy. What was Mao Mao thinking about when he was fuming? 3705. 6. 14 Sunny. Mao Mao only had one session of fidgeting today, and he said in 2 weeks he'll be on summer vacation. Summer vacation means no school for 2 months. 3705. 6. 19 Cloudy to sunny. Momo has dawdled for 2 classes today, and Ah Tao and Ah Ching Shannon are worried. But Momo makes a lot of sense when she says that dawdling in class is not considered a waste of time. 3705. 6. 29 Heavy rain. Mao Mao didn't wake up all day today. It seems like he's gone far away again. Everyone is worried about him. Mom Mao and sister Xiaohong's sister Xiaotao are crying. Ah Tao wants to cry too, but Cantor Mom Mao will be even more sad. 3705. 6. 30 Great sun. Summer vacation is over. 2 whole months of fun ahead. It's so much fun. The happiest part is that Mao Mao says he won't be dazed so often anymore. Just needs to sleep in a coffin at night. 3705. 7. 1 Sunny warmed up. Sleeping in the coffin really helped. Mao Mao hasn't been foggy all day, and Ah Tao is in high spirits. Tonight Ah Tao is going to continue to sleep inside the big black with Mao Mao too. A large black coffin with 2 matches lying inside. JPG. 3705. 7. 2 Clear. It's nice to sleep in a big black coffin. 3705. 7. 15 Sunny. I'm so happy today. Mao Mao has prepared another gift for me. It's a photo machine. Mamoru said that this would leave a picture of Ah Tao as she is now. Ah Tao thought so too. And so many friends spent their birthday with Ah Tao, and ate a lot of birthday cake. I'm so eager to have my next birthday soon. 3705. 7. 16 Sunny. Ah Tao shot a lot of people today. Mao Mao, Xiao Hong Xiao Cherry, Xiao Duo, Mama Mao, Papa Mao, Ah Ching, Grandma Ping, Chi Chi, Yun Sumi Xin Yen. Xian Ling is not at home. Grandpa, Ah Tao is going to keep shooting tomorrow. 3705. 8. 10 Sunny. Yunsun's new opera is so beautifully sung. It's a pity that Mao Mao can't go to Yunhan Society. 3705. 8. 12 Sunny. Ha ha ha. Today Mao Mao got a shock, because Ah Tao invited Yunhan Society to perform at Yujingtai Elementary School. The teachers and students loved it. Mao Mao was pleasantly surprised. 3705. 8. 20 Sunny. Today Grandpa taught new shooting techniques. Mao Mao is so good he learned it in one go. Ah Tao has to practice hard to protect Shigeru too. 3705. 8. 29 Sunny. I just realized there's summer homework. You can't go to school if you don't finish your summer vacation homework. But Momo didn't do it either. And Ah Tao didn't panic at all. 3705. 8. 30 Light rain to sunshine. Summer vacation homework is done. Ah Tao and Mao Mao have been writing all day together in the big dark. Doodle keeps glowing like a candle. It's so much fun. School starts tomorrow. I can see my classmates. 3705. 9. 1. School's in session. So much happened today. Xiangling has the eye of God now. She's been away from Liyue all summer. So it turns out she's been traveling, and brought back a new friend called Potpourri. 3705. 10. 1 Clear. Today is the Moon Festival. Mao Mao made so many yummy mooncakes. Love it. 3705. 11. 11 Sunny. Mao Mao is so awesome. Wrote down all the stories of Qi Tian de Shang. What a thick book. Now everyone can see the story of the great sage of Qi Tian. Next up for Mao Mao is the story of the nine-tailed demon fox. I'm looking forward to it. 3705. 12. 30 Sunny. Mao Mao is 6 years old tomorrow. Ah Tao has prepared a surprise. Hey, we have to go to bed early today and wake up tomorrow. Good night, Mao Mao. 3706. 1. 1 Sunny to cloudy to rainy. I'm so happy today. No, I was so happy yesterday. Momo was shocked to see Ah Tao's surprise. We went to Yukio Terrace Elementary School together for the Sea Lantern Festival Parade. So much fun and yummy food. And we even crossed the new year together at the end. But Mao Mao kept yawning behind him, very sleepy, and went to sleep after New Year's Eve. And now it's noon the next day and he hasn't gotten up yet. Let's see how I wake him up. Ha ha ha. 3706. 1. 2 Light rain. Ah Tao didn't wake up Momo. 3706. 1. 3 Overcast to light rain. Mao Mao. 3706. 1. 4 Rain. Mao Mao. 3706. 1. 7 Clear. Mo finally woke up. Ah Tao thought that Momo would never wake up again. Mao said he just slept for a few days and told Ah Tao not to worry. But now Mao is whiter than Ah Tao and as white as a guest at the Hall of the Living. Ah Tao is still so scared. Ugh. 3706. 1. 10 Een. The past few days were spent sleeping with Mao Mao. And every day Ah Tao worried that Mao Mao wouldn't open his eyes. It was so hard. 3706. 1. 28 Een. Today, the Hall of the Dead met a guest who was obviously still breathing and had a heartbeat, but he couldn't wake up, just like a sleeping Mao Mao. Grandpa said he's lost his soul and has turned into a wooden stiff, which can't be cured. Oh, Mao Mao, don't turn into a wooden stiff. 3706. 2. 1 Clear. There are so many first graders coming to school this year. Momo said that Ah Tao is a schoolmate too. He. 3706. 3. 15 Heavy rain. It's raining heavily. We can't go out to play, but I can play with Mao Mao at home all day. Happy. 3706. 3. 19 Light rain. It's been raining for days. 3706. 3. 20 Light rain. Mao Mao didn't wake up again today. 3706. 3. 23 Rain. Rainy day. Bummer. 3706. 3. 26 Cloudy. Lost soul syndrome. Ah Tao doesn't want Mao Mao to turn into a wooden stiff. Ah Tao has decided that Ah Tao is going to find a cure for soul loss. There are so many books in the Hall of the Living Dead. I'm sure I can find them. 3706. 3. 28 Sunny. The sun is out. Mao Mao is awake again. 3706. 4. 14 Clear to cloudy. Found it. 3 souls and 7 spirits. The human soul is the main consciousness. The lost one is like a wooden stiff. Ah Tao wants to get Mao Mao's human soul back. 3706. 4. 19 Een. It looks like it's going to rain again, and Mao Mao is becoming uninspired. Where to find the human soul? 3706. 5. 5 Clear. Today, I attended the Immortal Invitation ceremony with Mao Mao. Sister Ning Guang is so powerful, but King Rock still didn't come this year. I wonder if he found the Heavenly Palace. 3706. 5. 21 Sunny. Liyue Harbor is starting to expand. Mao Mao won't even have to take a boat to Lone Cloud Pavilion from now on. 3706. 6. one clear. Today we all hid a treasure together. Mao Mao said it's called the time treasure box and you can't open it until you're older. Ah Tao has hidden so many treasures. I envy Ah Tao when he grows up. I wonder what Mao Mao will be like when he grows up. He. 3706. 6. 3 light rain. Hate the rain. 3706. 6. 5 light rain. It is written that the lost souls, because the main soul is still in the human world, will stay in the human world and gather in the border place. Ah Tao asked Grandpa, but Grandpa would not tell Ah Tao where the border place was, and got angry. 3706. 6 light rain. Today, I was caught sneaking out of town with Grandpa. Grandpa promised to help find Momo's soul when he went to the border. 3706. 10. Grandpa came back without finding Mao Mao's human soul, but Mao Mao woke up. I hope the next rainy day comes later. 3706. 15 rain. Ah Tao must find Mao Mao's human soul. On Walnut's 6th birthday, for the first time, she did not receive a birthday present from Maui. Or perhaps it was heaven's mercy that when she lay on her back on the big black coffin and lifted her head with determination, a red eye of God was already resting silently on the coffin board. It was Walnut's 6th birthday present, but Walnut didn't want any of it. Chapter 122 The Changing and the Unchanging. Movies did not expect at all that Ah Tao would obtain her God's eye so early and under such circumstances. He had been determined not to let her go through the growth that came at the cost of loss in the original plot, and even if he never had the eye of God in his life, he was willing and confident that he would be able to protect her and care for her. But Manhwa never expected that the bullet from fate's recoil would hit his brow in such a way. If this is destiny, then what change has my existence brought? For a moment, Movies was ostentatiously skeptical, but the truth is that a lot has indeed changed already. Yukio Terrace Elementary School, which was created out of nothing, make friendship buddies at school, the half-centered teacher who grows with her students, early as the condensed light of the heavenly power star. The foolish crowd was defeated at Ritsuki's eating, early retirement pendulum swing for the Rock King Emperor, the ice cream westward journey that has taken the streets of Ryuki by storm, the Inazuma missions trip to Rizuki, a refreshing new type of band. We are determined to innovate and fully develop the ever-changing port of Rizuki. Business segmentation decentralization is gradually clearing the way for Hallmaster Who. In retrospect, so many people and so many things have evolved differently, so there is no need to be presumptuous. So-called destiny has always been in the hands of mankind itself. Figuring this out, Manhwa was much more permeable and in better spirits, and he could even feel the elemental forces floating in the air while wearing the locks of dust, even if it's raining today. And the most important point of all, the walnut. She had changed and stayed the same after acquiring the Eye of God. She began to feverishly look through the tomes within the hall of the past life. She wanted to find the place where the human souls were. She had also become extra motivated and serious about practicing with her spear, which she would use to drive away the demons and ghosts on the road. She was no longer clueless, she had found her way to wish fulfillment. These changes are based on her constancy. She's still fiery and innocent, like a butterfly that never stops. She still trusts her loved ones and associates 100% and infects everyone with a heart of gold. Her wish has always been the same, that she could be with her favorite person forever. She's always been the one who travels the streets of Ryu and tugs at the heartstrings of Manhwa, the crimson wonder called Walnut. The first day of October in the lunar new calendar of 3706, the day of the moon festival, was sunny. In the evening, a group of gods or fairies stood around an elementary school student under a large banyan tree at Ujingtai Elementary School. Movies, are you ready? Trouble Grandmother Ping and all the immortals. Manhwa rushed to the main position of the formation. Grandmother Ping, and the remaining 3 directions of the Jedi 3 immortals in turn, bowed and thanked him, and took a deep breath. Outside the formation, Don Yu held the little Shinha, looked at Mr. Zhongli who was as steady as a mountain on the side, and slightly lowered his hanging heart. Everything was ready, only to see the main position of the formation. Grandmother Ping's handprints fluttered, golden light suddenly bloomed in her eyes, and her wrinkled face became vaguely smooth. With an explosion of immortal sounds, yellowish-white flames of immortal power ignited on all the immortals in the 4 directions, and the formation was instantly revealed. One could only see the sinuous and coiled textures converge at the eye of the formation, that is, at Manhwa's feet, and then burst out with immortal power flames that were just like those on an immortal, engulfing and enveloping Manhwa's entire being. Manhwa only felt that his limbs and bones were suddenly swollen and painful as if they had been filled with a large amount of gas, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Bell only said it would be a little hard, but I didn't think it would be this hard. It went on like this for half an incense stick of time, and just when Manhwa felt like he was about to swell and explode, the flames of immortal power on the 4 immortals' bodies gradually extinguished, and the sense of beatific energy subsided as well. Is it over? Ganyu saw this and greeted the master's direction, but his gaze was unconsciously cast toward the eye of the formation. As the light faded, a figure of about 7 feet with well-proportioned limbs appeared, and a familiar shadow could be vaguely seen on his handsome face, which was clearly the teenage version of Manhwa. At this point in time, Manhwa, compared to the previous toddler version, has less fat cheek flesh, longer eyebrows and eyes, and his short arms and legs have become longer and more proportional. Growing up Manhwa. So that's how it is. The teenage version of Manhwa's appearance and looks could only be said to be in line with the average level of immortal aesthetics, slightly upwards. So Ganyu was more than surprised in his mind at the moment. Movies was also getting used to his grown-up body. He could clearly feel his arms and legs growing out of his body, and although he was also under his own control, it was dull, more like wearing a doll's coat. It's amazing. Is this immortal magic? Manhwa sighed. There were so many things in this world that were beyond his perception. That said, this ceremony was actually supposed to take place 3 months ago. 3 months ago, Manhwa planned to use his grown-up form of himself to play with little Walnut for a day as her 6th birthday present, so he approached Zhongli and asked him to use the second method to give him a temporary growth form. Chapter 78. Zhongli, because he felt quite indebted to the loss of the Manhwa human soul, agreed decisively. But alas, Maui didn't wake up on the days of little Walnut's birthday, so after 3 months, Manhwa decided to make up for little Walnut's birthday present this year on the day of the month-by-month festival, though he didn't want to admit it. In addition to compensating for his birthday gift, Movies had another hidden layer of apprehension. There is no telling how much time one can be awake. Anyway, in this context, Zhongli summoned several immortals, with Grandma Ping presiding over the formation, and changed Manhwa's appearance into a teenage youthful version of Proplus. Manhwa hereby thanks all the immortal seniors and Grandmother Ping. Everyone has worked hard. Manhwa clasped his hands and made a bow at the 4 directions to thank them, his movements slightly raw because he was not yet familiar with his body. Oh, it's fine. It's just a matter of being asked. You're welcome, the immortals each responded, while Grandmother Ping said with a smile, alright, Manhwa, you only have 2 hours. Go about your business. We'll just taste the mooncakes you sent us here, and check out the city later as well. Aha, Grandma Ping, you guys enjoy yourselves. Mr. Zhongli, Teacher Ganyu, Sister Shenhe, I'll leave first. Manhwa bowed again and straightened up before smiling and blessing. Happy month-by-month day to all. Happy Moon Festival. After saying that, Manhwa turned around and walked towards the outside of the school, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. Well, stop staring at little human friends. They're gone. Suddenly borrowing the voice of true Lord Feng Luyun, Ganyu then came back to her senses. Her pretty face became red all of a sudden. Good thing the sky was already dark, so the average person couldn't see it. Look at you, ninny. You blush when you say a word. Do, sensei. Ganyu yelped in shame, not having meant that at all herself. Just thought. Think the teenage version of Movies, smiles just like the original Movies. It made her feel like she was back on that sunny afternoon, napping in a rocking chair by herself, as full of reassuring and comforting temperatures. Chapter 123, Happy Moon Festival. In Liyue Harbor, at the beginning of the lights, a steady stream of customers entered the Cold Sky Ice Room and left a few moments later holding a cup of drink that was either steaming cold or steaming hot. After a while, the Cold Sky Ice Room door closed, hung up the sold out today sign, attracted the late guests, pounded their chests and regretted. When the sky was completely dark, 2 little pink and jade girls came out of the Zhangmao merchant house next to the Cold Sky Ice Room, and they were none other than little Hutio and little Carving Ching. The 2 little ones each held a steaming cup of milk tea and sipped it, each carrying a cup in their hands. Thank you, Haru, for your help. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to close so soon today. You're welcome. I'm also doing this so I can go play earlier. Don't we have an appointment? We'll go to Chi-Chi first, then we'll go to Xiangling. Aha! Depart. 20 minutes later. Manmin Hall. Shannon. Potpourri. Here we come. Xiangling, who was helping to cook in the store, looked up at the sound and responded with a surprised wave of the spatula, and a cute little panda beside her jumped up and down in greeting. Look. Seeing this, Master Mao spoke directly to his daughter. Go on, Shannon. Don't keep your friend waiting. By now it was already past the busiest time for dinner, and there were only 5 or 6 tables of guests left in the Manmin Hall slowly eating and drinking, which he was able to handle completely on his own. Thank you, Pops. Pops worked hard. Shannon excitedly kissed her dad, then unclasped her cook's apron, washed her hands, grabbed her food box and ran down the street to meet up with her buddies. Nah, Xiangling, please drink milk tea. Happy Moon Festival. Happy Moon Festival. This is the mooncake I made. Let's all taste it later. This time it's the normal flavors. Ah, there's one you want to eat too. Chi-Chi. Ice mooncakes. Also like. Happy Moon Festival. Well, let's not stand here. Let's walk and talk. Right. Right. I heard that there are so many fun things to do at the temple fair this year. Let's chat while we stroll around. An agreement was reached and together they headed for the temple at the harbor. Aren't the Yun Samayer girls coming? The Yun Han Society has a special performance this year, and she and Xin Yen won't be out until later. Hey, did Xin Yen join Yun Han Society too? Right. It's a shame. I was hoping our light music band would play again this year. Haha, it's alright. Next year the Immortal Invocation Ceremony will have a chance for you guys to perform. What about Night Orchid? She's got something going on too. Her dad's taking her to. Along the way, a few little ones walked and chatted, asking about the little friends who could go to the temple fair together today. That Movai's Xiangling words just said out of the mouth reacted. Every time this kind of Yu Jingtai below the activities, Manhwa is not able to come. Xiangling carefully glanced at Hu Tao, but unexpectedly found the latter picking up the conversation with a look of excitement. Mao said he's going to give Ah Tao a surprise tonight, though Ah Tao wasn't sure what the surprise was. Anyway, just looking forward to it. Looking at Walnut's excited expression, Kerching and Xiangling were also infected with anticipation. Maui's surprises never disappoint, especially for Walnut. Just beyond the anticipation, there was a hint of envy within the two men that they didn't even realize. Talking and laughing, the four little ones had already walked to the bridge connecting Tiger Eating Rock and Crimson Cloud Slope, when suddenly Chi stopped drinking milk tea and looked up. Mao what? Mao. Where? Walnut barely jumped up and looked around. 7-7 followed the perceived scent and raised her hand to point ahead, where there was only a teenager staring at the night sky from a fence. Chi was puzzled. She sensed that Move's aura was emanating from that teenager. Carving Haru and Xiangling also looked around suspiciously and did not find a familiar figure. Xiangling asked, "Where is it? There isn't one? Chi, are you sensing something wrong?" Carve clear but locked his eyes on that teenager. 7-7 never lie. So, either Chi has misrecognized him, or, eliminating all the impossibilities, that teenager is. Just as Kajukiyo wanted to come closer for further confirmation, the walnut beside her had already swept towards the teenager with a butterfly flame. Shigeru. The teenager turned back at the sound of his voice, a look of surprise on his face, which then dissolved into a hint of tenderness that melted into a familiar doting smile. It's really him. At this moment, Kakaru was certain, and Walnut had leapt forward and flung himself into Movai's arms. Seeing this, Manhwa hastily stabilized his weight and opened his hands to catch his opponent head-on. Thump, thump, thump. The impact carried Movai back 3 steps, but luckily he still managed to catch it steadily. Moa sighed in relief. Even through the doll suit-like body made of immortal energy, Manhwa could still feel the heat coming from little Walnut's body. Mao. Happy Moon Festival. Happy Moon Festival. How did you recognize me? Tao. Manhwa was puzzled, and the approaching Kakaru Xiangling Chi also looked suspiciously at the walnut hanging around Manhwa's neck. Only Walnut lifted his head from Movai's chest and replied as a matter of course. Mao is Mao. I'm afraid it only took one look for Walnut to recognize Manhwa. The thought popped up in everyone's mind, with varying flavors in their hearts. Movai said with both emotion and bitterness. Hey, was going to say I'm from 10 years from now. This won't fool Ah Tao. He. Walnut smiled smugly, then reacted with anger. Ma wants to tease Ah Tao again like last time. Chapter __. Movai snorted and said, well, don't hang on to me, your neck is going to break. Well, despite all the reluctance, Walnut jumped off of Movai's, only to curiously survey what the teenage version of Movai's looked like. Mamoru, how did you grow so big all of a sudden? You've gotten thin. Kakaru Shannon nodded in agreement and looked at him curiously. Was I fat before? Movai spat, then said, to put it simply, I asked the immortals to help me grow up temporarily. We'll talk about the details as we go. Let's go to the temple first. It's not easy to come down once, so we can't waste it. Speaking of which, Walnut perked up again all of a sudden. Well, Mao, you finally came down. There are so many fun places in Liyue Harbor. Ah Tao will take you all over. Good, then I'll follow you guys in action tonight. Ah Tao. No problem. Leave it to us. Ah Tao patted his chest in reassurance. Manhwa looked at Kakaru, Xiangling and Chi and said, Ah Ching, Xiangling, Chi, Happy Moon Festival. Happy Moon Festival. Moon Festival. Happy, by. Happy Moon Festival. Hurry up. The fireworks show is about to start. Depart. Mao. I want to ride a big horse. Like this? Wow. Ha, so high. Can look good far away. Ah Ching, Xiangling, and Chi, you guys come up and take a look too. Wait, where can I carry so many people? Fortunately, the body cast by Immortal Chi was sturdy enough, and in the end, Manhwa froze without falling apart with one on his left shoulder, one on his right shoulder, one on his left arm bending, and one on his right arm bending. From a distance, Manhwa turns into a mobile cat climbing frame. hung with cute kittens and cats, attracting passers-by to look at it frequently. What a happy family. This big brother is awesome. Chapter 124, I'll wait for you in the future. Carve Haru-chan and Shichi experienced a moment to get off the ground and walk on their own, mainly because of embarrassment. And Walnut didn't stay on Manhwa's shoulder for long before he started clamoring to go down as well. It wasn't because of dislike. On the contrary, Walnut couldn't give up very much. It was a unique opportunity to be lifted high by Mao. But when Walnut heard several successive stallholders uttering, "Little brother, your sister is so cute. Why don't you buy her a doll? Little sister, your brother really dotes on you. Why don't you buy him a bouquet of flowers? Yo, bro, your big girl is so smart. Come check out this latest imitation Ujingtai Elementary School uniform." After something like that, she couldn't stay any longer. Manhwa looked on and didn't say much, just smiled and rubbed Walnut's head and took her little hand. In an instant, Walnut beamed with joy, his fluttering heart transforming into a bouncing pace as he pulled Manhwa into a run. Perhaps because this was Manhwa's first time to go down to Ujingtai, coupled with the freshness brought by the teenage Manhwa, Walnut had been very excited throughout the night, taking Manhwa back and forth to the garden fair stalls 3 times. Walnut then took Manhwa on a stroll from Zhangmao Trading House to Eat Tiger Rock Shipyard, and then from Wanmin Hall to Bubulu, with each familiar place name and the feel to match up. For a moment Manhwa really had the feeling that it was like a dream, but fortunately the real touch and warmth coming from his fingertips told him, it's all true. During that time Manhwa and Walnut sent Xiangling and Chi-Chi back home, and Carving Harvest also met Aunt Yun on the way and left first, and finally only the 2 of them were left to come down from the big steps of the Unabomber Lodge. At this time, it was already close to the end of the Moon Festival, and most of the people had already returned home to enjoy the joy of reunion. So from afar, the lights gradually rest, the street pedestrians are few. Quite a few minutes after the bustle of the unique sense of depression and loneliness, not divination hut this side is even more rare to people. Rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors, cloth, yay, 10 steps. Walnut waved his fists happily. According to the rules, winning with rock was a full 10 steps down. By the way, winning with cloth was down 5 steps, and scissors was 2. 1, 2, 3. Walnut read the numbers aloud with each step he bounced down, and the long shadows bounced along in the bright moonlight, which was very cute. 6. At the count of 6, Walnut's voice got noticeably louder, because that's when she managed to overtake Movai's. 9, 10. With the last jump standing, Walnut looked back to Movai's, who was a few steps away, a smug smile spreading across his face. Shigeru, if you don't cheer up, Atao is going to win. Oh. There are only about 10 steps left before Walnut reaches the end, which is the ground, whereas Movai's hadn't won since a couple of rounds ago. Not moving a step, he was now finally being overtaken by Walnut. That's not necessarily true. Manhwa held a light smile, and from Walnut's perspective, the surface of half of his body was shrouded in moonlight, emitting a faint glow, as if it was dissipating a little bit. Come on, scissors rock. In a daze, Movai's raised a right hand and Walnut came back to follow with a punch. Boo, I won this time. Manhwa shook his right hand with a V twice and said proudly, the scissors are only 2 steps away. Move, you're still behind Atao. Walnut was not amused. That's not necessarily true. Manhwa repeated his previous words, and then took a long leap under Walnut's gaze, which was full of surprise and incredulity. In a flash, Movai's had jumped in front of Walnut. On the second hit, Movai's had jumped to the ground. He turned to look up at Walnut on the steps with a victorious smile. Walnut, after the initial shock, then reacted and shouted, no, no, no. Mao, you're breaking the rules. The rule is that scissors win 2 jumps. It's not like it says how many steps a step is it? At the words, Walnut's expression stagnated, wanting to retort but unable to do so, so his small face reddened as he called out, well, Shigeru, you're cheating. Atao. Walnut racked his brain trying to think of something threatening to say to counter Manhwa's cunning. She wanted to say, I'm not going to play with Momo, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. So Walnut, who was at a loss for words, could only mutter her name over and over again. Atao. A soft call brought Walnut back to her senses, and she looked downward at the sound, only to see Manhwa opening her hands to him. Before the brain could decipher the action, Walnut's body had already moved. The tiny body also leapt forward, and swooped down with precision into the arms of the teenager, who also caught the other steadily. It wasn't until the warmth of the touch came from Momo's chest that Walnut had the afterthought to realize what she had done. It was only then that the coolness of the evening breeze across his face, the weightlessness of his body's free fall, the ever-enlarging face of Mao, and finally the heaviness of being held tightly came all too late, and the excitement caused Walnut to unconsciously grip Mao's limbs tighter. Tao, will you forgive me? I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with you without some little tricks. Aha! Walnut, who was buried in the hollow of Movai's shoulder, answered in a muffled voice. though she hadn't heard what Movies was saying. Well, it's getting late. Time to go back. Your grandfather should be waiting. We had agreed that we would go home after the game of steps, so Walnut gave a good hum despite her reluctance. With that, Manhwa hugged the walnut and walked in the moonlight into the green stone path between the lotus ponds in the direction of the Sangtang. Walnut lifted her face and found a comfortable angle to place her chin into the nest of Manhwa's shoulder. And then she realized that Manhwa's shoulder was really slowly dissipating little by little into a point of light. Mamoru! Walnut shrieked and braced himself, looking at Manhwa's familiar and unfamiliar face as the latter smiled and whispered, "It's okay." 3 simple words made Walnut instantly calm down, remembering that it was just fairy time coming up. "Okay, then Mamoru, can you make the fairy?" No, not like that." Walnut was about to say something, then shook his head violently and gave himself a pep talk. His little cute face was full of seriousness at this moment. "Mamoru." Movies met Walnut's plummy eyes and returned the same serious look. "Will you wait for Tao to grow up?" "Well, I'll wait for you." Without any hesitation, Manhwa replied instantly, "I'll be waiting for you in the future." Tao, pull the hook. Hook and line. 100 years, no change. 2 pinkies hooked tightly together. For Movies, it was an agreement, more than a promise. With the contract in place, a smile reappeared on Walnut's face as she struggled to jump from Manhwa's arms to the ground, then looked up at Manhwa and said, "Mao, you should go back to stay with Mama Mao and the others as well. Tao can go back by herself. See you tomorrow, Mao." After saying that, and without waiting for Manhwa to reply, Walnut scattered his feet and ran through the archway of Himawari Slope. The belief in seeing each other again is due to the fear of parting. When she ran for a while and then looked back, Movies was no longer on the other side of the archway. Mao. With a frustrated mumble, Walnut quickly pulled herself together again. "It doesn't matter. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you the day after. We'll see you every day. And we'll see you when we're older. It's okay. Aha. Do not fear parting because you believe you will see them again." Volume 1, The Man on the Stage is Like Jade. End. 124. 5. Why are there 2 of me? Lum doesn't remember how long he's been unconscious. All she remembers is that one night, she and her brother were about to leave this world when they were stopped by a white-haired woman. They fought in the sky, and in the end, my brother was teleported somewhere by the other side and passed out himself. By the time she woke up again, she had no idea how many days had passed again, much less where she was, and could only see the wreckage around her. Well, it didn't take much effort. Fluorescence found the main road and learned his location by asking passers-by. Liyue returned to the original. In addition, the kind passers-by told her that if she went south, she would find the Liyue harbor, and if she was quick, she could still catch the moon festival this evening. So the confused Fluorescent decided to go to Ritsuki Harbor, banking on the hope that she would find her brother or news of her brother there. However, the results were disappointing. Luna Harbor was bustling, the fireworks at the moon festival were great, the residents were very welcoming, and there was even a cute little girl who brought herself a drink in the afternoon. But walking alone on a busy street, the surrounding noise only makes Fluorescence feel doubly lonely. "Brother, where are you?" In the end, Lum avoided the bustling crowd and hid on the connecting porch beside a lotus pond. She was going to deal with the night on the bench of the connecting porch tonight, but for a short time she couldn't sleep, so she had to lean against a pillar and look out over Ryu Harbor at night. After a few more moments, she suddenly heard a familiar voice, a very recognizable clear laugh. She looked back and saw the little prune-eyed girl who had brought her a drink that afternoon walking by holding the hand of a teenager next to a little girl in a hat. Is that their brother? That's nice. Looking at the little girl's happy smiles, Fleur's eyes were unconsciously drawn to them. She watched the 3 of them walk up the steps of the Unabomber's lodge, and then saw the little girl with the prune eyes and her brother playing a game down the steps, saw the brother playing a trick and catching the little girl in a flying leap, saw the siblings walking and chatting and then saying goodbye, and saw the teenager was seen darting and ducking to the connecting corridor after saying goodbye to the little girl and leaking. Lum watched as the handsome teenager who had just been 5 feet 8 inches shrunk to a chubby little man of less than a meter in front of his eyes. Well, not too fat, just chubby in contrast with short arms and legs and a fleshy face, and objectively, cute and square. The unexpected situation had left Flux a little confused, and her mind was starting to wander. This shrunken teenager was, naturally, Manhwa. Manhwa didn't think that he would be able to experience the feeling of leaking air one day, and his short arms and legs were quite kind after he recovered his true self. It's better to be original. By the way, Manhwa's clothes are still the same as in the afternoon, and the clothes that catalyze the immortal law are made of immortal power. While he was secretly lamenting, Manhwa suddenly realized that there was a figure in front of him looking at him, so he fixed his eyes on it, and a series of questions popped up in his mind. How come there are 2 of me? How come there are 2 of me? Oh, this is the master. No, this is the sister. The master is quite good looking. Why is my sister here? Wasn't Paimon there? Wait, is she the main character or the anti-master? Forget it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. Manhwa, who had transformed back into his original body, should not stay here for long now, so he planned to politely say hello and go back, but he didn't expect the other party to speak first. Your sister is cute. Average. Just the world's #1 cuteness, I guess. Thanks for the compliment. Although he didn't know why the other party would suddenly say this, sniffing Manhwa added with an involuntary smile on his face, but Ah Tao is going to be 5.5 months older than me. Seeing this, Flux sighed from the bottom of his heart. That's nice. Manhwa clearly sensed the envy in Lum's tone, and it seemed that she and her brother had separated. Has the plot already started? For a while Manhwa didn't know what to say, and as his head started to become groggy, he realized that he really should go, so he simply excused himself. Sister, it's time for me to go home. Have a happy month-by-month festival. Bye. Fluorescence is usually a person who seldom takes the initiative to open his mouth, and this time, he also opened his mouth because of the touching feelings, and sniffed and said dryly, Happy Moon Festival. Bye. Manhwa waved his hand and turned to leave, but within a few steps, he turned back under Lum's puzzled gaze. This goes along the road all the way. Cross a bridge and see the lotus pond, then turn right across the bridge and walk 100 meters. There is an orphanage on the side of the road that is recruiting. If you don't mind, sister, you can go and land there for a while first. Just say that Manhwa told you to go. After saying that, Manhwa felt that his words were a bit of a moral abduction of the other party, and hastened to add, it's not particularly short of people, so if you have other plans just forget I said anything. Bye. Before the words goodbye had even left his mouth, Manhwa had already slipped out 10 meters away, leaving only a small back shadow for Fleur. The orphanage. Lum cocked her head and rested her cheeks and thought for a moment before finally taking a step. Just start looking for your brother in this city. The stupid author sent the wrong volume. Can't delete the bitterness as if you didn't see it, you readers. Can we just move this chapter to volume 2 when the chapters are duplicated? Tomato's design is really a bit inhumane. Since I can't delete this chapter, and I have to make up 1,000 words, I'll allow Ah Tao to shred for a while. Consider this the end of the first volume. I should have said it at the end of chapter 124, but there was too much to say in the writer's words, so I didn't say it at that time, and now I'm taking this opportunity to talk about it. Let's start with the birth of the book, the birth chapter. Quite simply, there are stories that Ah Tao wants to write. To make it even simpler, there was an image that Ah Tao wanted to draw out in words. What about this image? About walnut, about mauve, about growing up, about emotions, about Ah Tao's love for the game Harakami and the characters in it. With such enthusiasm, the story of this book begins. Bullet Operator chapter of Sailing Bullet Operator. In the beginning, Ah Tao also went around to learn about the do's and don'ts of writing a book in Tomato, ready to go solo until 100,000 words. But fortunately, after just a few tens of thousands of words, Ah Tao received positive reviews and messages from people who liked the book. Although it was later learned that this was most likely an automated message from the Tomato bots, but it doesn't hurt that Ah Tao has drawn motivation from it, realizing that there are many reader lords out there who like the cute little walnut just as much as they like the story they've written, and think they do. And so Ah Tao wrote the book all the way to its 100,000 word debut, and then as Ah Tao expected, there were too many peach eaters in the world. There are many people see this book and leave comments. That time Ah Tao's favorite thing to do is to turn over the book's reviews, whether it is paragraph reviews or chapter reviews or rating messages or reviews of the replies, all of them a praise point over. Now that I think about it, perhaps it was with the companionship of this book and those of you who liked it that Ah Tao was able to survive the days of wandering alone in a foreign land. Remember, it was in the 70-something chapters when the protagonist was sent to the Hall of the Living that the book was put in the darkroom. How can I put it? This point in time coincides with the unfolding of the plot of this book and the steamrolling of all the statistics of this book. Then the little darkroom closes and it's all gone to zero. But it's okay, there are still people reading it, and Ah Tao continues to update it, changing the text while going to appeal for unblocking. Once, twice, 3 times, Ah Tao read the entire text over and over again, changing things that looked like they might be wrong, but each time it didn't work, and so a month went by. In the past, I would have been able to update at least 50,000 words a month, but because of this incident, Ah Tao only updated a handful of chapters. The book was finally put in rough when, a month later, Ah Tao removed the harem tag from the blob, but this time Ah Tao sadly realized that while coding, the character in his mind was like being fixed, no longer acting on his own like before. Ah Tao only needed to record it. The protagonist's time stopped. After that, Ah Tao returned to his hometown, and the reality of what was going on, and his mind went back to thinking about the novel's plot often, but only very occasionally do I have time to sit down and code quietly for a while. During that time, I smoked a full life. full essence Hulk with my previously earned draft fee, which is kind of a woolly thing to do, laughs. After that, after half a year of silence, I finally decided to come back and finish the story, because the image that Tao first thought of hadn't been drawn yet. Thank you for reading this far. We'll see you in Volume 2. Chapter 125, I'm back. Volume 2, a young man has never worn a sword, but he is already in the jungle. Mao, I'm back. On a bright morning at the end of December in the year 375 of the new lunar calendar, the familiar shouts resounded again at the grand staircase of Yujing Terrace, and the neighborhood smiled when they heard them. That girl Walnut is back for her Mao. Over the years, such a daily, not to say every day, but also every 3 to 5 to come once in a while. Over time the neighborhood are used to it, and even one day less than this voice is still a little regret. For them, it is a great happiness and sense of fulfillment to witness the blossoming of a 15-year-long innocent relationship. That said, once the Sea Lantern Festival is over this year, the Mao family's third young master should come of age, right? Just as the residents in the neighborhood were calculating how much money they should prepare for their portions, Walnut, who was wearing a Qianquan Taigua hat on his head and a work uniform from the Church of the Past Life, had already leapt up the grand staircase. She wasn't the short-legged one from 10 years ago. Nowadays, Walnut had grown up to be a beautiful woman and possessed long, slender, white legs that could cross several steps in a single step, and in just a few steps she was on the platform at the center corner of the stairs. Walnut looked back. The familiar window did not appear familiar people, but the familiar two ceramic dolls still stand in the window looking out the window. It was a gift to Manhwa when Walnut was 5 years old, and it was still in perfect condition 10 years later, except that it had been repainted twice due to fading, and the color scheme was still different each time. Without delay, Walnut continued to take 2 steps together and leapt up to the Jade Capital Terrace. Good morning, Grandma Ping. Good morning, acrid little girl. Saying hello to Grandma Ping, who was setting up a tea stall at the stairway, Walnut hoofed it to the Mao family compound again. Good morning, Uncle Dahai and Uncle Dashin. Walnut ran into the compound, snapping greetings as he made his way to the Movi's compound. Mao, I'm back. Walnut called out a second time as he crossed the moonlight gate like an athlete crossing the finish line and jumped into the small yard. Yet this time there was still no one to respond to her. Not caring, Walnut first walked down the connecting corridor to the door of the main room, opened the door and probed inside. Mamoru? The room was cleaned and empty. Walnut retracted his head and continued along the connecting corridor to the side room, only to see a large black coffin being placed in the center of the room. At this time the lid of the coffin was in the state of being moved open. Mao. Undeterred, Walnut walked over to Dahei and looked in. The coffin was empty. Really not at home, and neither is Red and Sakura-san. Confirming this, Walnut wasn't in a hurry. There were only a few places that Mao frequented, so he could always find them. So Walnut went to the pond and pulled out fish food from under the stone table and sprinkled a handful into the pond. Eat more, grow more meat before it tastes good. Looking at the ornamental fish competing for food, Walnut thought of the pickled fish that Shangling had made with Mao's recipe, and his mouth began to water. Can't wait. Hurry up and find Mao to go to Manmin Hall for a big meal. Retracting her saliva, Walnut then walked outside the courtyard, and when she passed by the sleeping bamboo forest, she suddenly stopped and came to the plum blossom tree in the bamboo forest. Hey shoo! With a gentle hop, Walnut folded off a budding plum blossom, then took another leap and ripped a bamboo leaf from the drooping bamboo, interlocking the plum blossoms and bamboo leaves in front of his eyes and looking at them. Walnut nodded in satisfaction, then removed his hat, took off the already somewhat wilted plum blossoms and bamboo leaves clamped on it, and clamped the new plums and bamboos onto the rim of the Qianquan Taigua hat. Perfect. Putting on his hat again, Walnut buried the replaced plum blossom bamboo leaves under the plum blossom tree, and then went straight out of the Mao house. Gone, girl? Aha! I'll go look for Mao. By Grandma Ping. Chapter 126. Welcome back. Coming down from the Jade Capital Terrace and through the moonlight gate of the Crimson Cloud Slope, Walnut walked straight to the Ashio Hall. To say that Mao was #1 place to go in Ryu Harbor, Walnut felt that it was none other than the Hall of the Living. She estimated that the probability of seeing Movies there had to be at least 90%. The remaining 10% of the possible places are Yunhan Society, Wayou Tea House, Man Hall, orphanages, and so on. There were many changes on this route that had been traveled countless times since childhood: more spacious streets, busier stores, and the still welcoming people of Ryu. Yo, Hallmaster who is back, help me ask your family, Manhwa, when the latest volume of Magical Beast Master will be available for manuscripts. No problem, Boss G. Hallmaster who, take one of the freshly baked fried chestnuts back. Thank you, Master Tang, here's your money. Walnut, come up and sit down for a while, won't you? Xingqiu, you're soaking in a tea house early in the morning? Is Mao there? Not in. Oh, forget it then. We'll talk about it later. See you later. Darting all the way, Soon Walnut arrived at the entrance of the Hall of the Past Life. Good morning, Sister Jade. Jade is an orphan who was taken in by the orphanage a few years ago, and chose to work at the Church of the Past as an adult, and is now the ceremonial director of the Church of the Past, as well as a ferryman during the day. Good morning, Hall Master. You're back. Aha, is Mamoru there? Jade was just about to reply when Walnut interrupted again with a change of tone. Wait, I'll go in and see for myself. With that said, she hemmed and hawed and gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Nowadays, inside the Hall of the Living Past, it is no longer as gloomy as before. Several electric lamps shine every corner of the hall, so it can be said that any ghosts have nothing to hide. Past the lobby, the hearse is lit with warm-colored lamps, warm and bright without losing the solemnity and respect for the deceased. At last the wooden gate leading to the courtyard was opened, and the scene within came into view. Under the bare persimmon tree, a young boy lay in a rocking chair with his eyes closed, and the light of the sky cast down on him from the patio surrounded by the eaves of the house, as if it were guiding him to ascend. Walnut carefully closed the door, then gingerly walked over to the rocking chair and looked down to admire the teenager's sleepy face, which he never tired of looking at. 100 times better looking than the night of the Moon Festival 10 years ago. Immortal magic isn't omnipotent. At least it can't predict Mamoru's beauty. Yes, the teenager in front of him was none other than Mauve, who was about to reach adulthood. After Walnut sighed, then he was no longer satisfied with just watching, and reached out his hand to slowly approach towards the other's face. Just then, Manhwa steeply opened his eyes. Ah Tao. So not sleeping. Walnut smiled happily, and without the fear of waking the other man. There was no need to tiptoe around, only to see her hand like lightning to reach for Manhwa's cheeks. Looking at this situation, after grabbing it is bound to be a lot of ravishment. Manhwa does not want to go out with a big swollen face, legs back and knock rocking chair feet. The whole person will follow the rocking chair shuttles down, to avoid the walnut clutches. Mamoru, undeterred, Walnut stomped his foot and screamed, leaning in fast to strike again, while Manhwa pranced and dodged as he backed away. The two of them chased each other around the yard like this, and after a few minutes, Walnut finally gave up and stood under the persimmon tree huffing and puffing. Mao, I haven't seen you in a couple days, can't you just give me a break? I swear, I'll be gentle. Mauve stood a meter in front of her and returned a wide smile. Welcome back, Momo. So Mao are you saying yes to? But I refuse. The smile on Walnut's face bloomed halfway to a steep freeze, then indignantly said, why, that's what you said last time. I will this time. Mao, you have to trust me. I'll make a promise. Walnut's pleading expression made Manhwa hesitate for a moment, then nod. Okay, you stand. Mauve, you're looking down on me too much. Just stand. Walnut huffed and went back inside to get a pen and paper. 10 minutes later, Mauve regretted it. Chapter 127, The New Store of the Hall of the Future. The note strip. Ah Tao promises to rub Mao's face very gently today, and if he doesn't comply, he will punish Ah Tao for not being able to eat the pickled fish. Signature, Peach, thumbprint. So are you planning to never eat pickled fish again? Ah Tao? Mauve asked as he applied an ice pack to his swollen face. Forever? No. At that, Walnut waved his hand in mock surprise, then pointed to the text above the note strip and said, today only look ahead. Today. Isn't this pure and simple word deception? I'm so stupid. Really? Thinking alone that if Ah Tao made a note he'd tighten up a bit. Manhwa still underestimated Walnut's obsession with his handsome face, but what else could he do? Who let her be Hu Tao? In fact, apart from the fact that it was easy to leave marks, Mauve was not averse to such contact. Count on you. At that, Walnut raised his chin slightly in a smug smile, but it froze in the next second. I hope you're not drooling when I eat my sauerkraut later. Ha? What's going on? Mamoru, you can't be so cruel. Walnut grabbed Manhwa's sleeve and kept swinging it and started to play tricks. Ah Tao knows it's wrong. Just let me have a bite. One bite, can't you? Manhwa, however, is unimpressed and drags Walnut forcefully towards the outside of the yard, whereupon Walnut makes the ultimate move, the jackhammer, only to see Walnut's legs bent, directly squatting in place. The small leather shoes scratched 2 traces on the ground. Manhwa suddenly became difficult to move. He turned back around and looked down just in time to meet Walnut's pitiful eyes, which instantly broke. Hey, convinced you. Walnut immediately went up the pole. Mamoru, you promised. Let's see you behave. Yeah, let's go to Manmin Hall at noon then. Walnut finally let go of his hand and stood up straight to follow behind Manhwa as he walked and asked. Manhwa went to the courtyard door, took the earthly lock from the door knob behind him, and stuffed it into his coat pocket. Which time have you come back that you didn't go to Manmin Hall? After saying that, striding into the spiritual hall, straight tends to life outside the hall to go. Hey, Walnut, who was following behind, smiled sarcastically and asked as if he suddenly thought of something. By the way, Mao, where's my grandpa? Going to the branch again? Well, it went over early in the morning. and I didn't even block anyone when I came. After the business of Khao Sangtong has been consolidated and subdivided by Manhwa, the general business has been divided to the new store in Eat Tiger Rock, which is more spacious and bright, and customers who have been there have said it is good. The store manager of the new store is none other than one of the current stewards of the Manhwa household, Sister Hong. By the way, Sister Sakura is now in charge of managing Cold Sky Ice Room's chain of 5 stores in Ryu Harbor, and the old hallmaster retired 3 years ago, passing the hallmastership to the then 12-year-old Walnut, and the main business of the Hall of the Past Life was gradually handed over to Walnut to handle. Since then, Walnut has been going out every once in a while for as little as a day or as long as 3 or 5 days. Retired old masters still cannot be idle. Drinking tea and listening to books are something he is not accustomed to, so all day long head to the new store to guide the business development. Manhwa and Walnut saw that he was enjoying himself and his spirits were getting better, so they let him go. Alright, so where are we going now? Walnut followed Manhwa all the way to the entrance of the Hall of the Living Future, when suddenly Manhwa turned around and stopped her. I'm the one going somewhere. You must have been up all night again last night. Manhwa looked serious and earnest. Now, you go right up to bed and I'll call you at lunchtime. Mamoru, you really look like an old man. Knowing that she couldn't fight back against this, Walnut could only drop a harsh sentence and ran upstairs and into the small dark room, then puffed up and covered her head with a big blanket, and before she had time to criticize Manhwa's harsh demands on her work and rest, sleepiness had already struck her. Zzzzzzz. Mau mau. Giggle. Pickled fish. Chapter 128, Toward the Stars and Abnormal Reboot. After listening to the movement on the second floor and making sure that Walnut had already entered the house, Manhwa took the chestnuts she had brought back and left the Hall of the Living Past. 3 years ago at the beginning of the first few months he himself was keeping her asleep before he left. By the end of the day Walnut was very self-conscious knowing how he couldn't get away with it. After all, the morning after an all-nighter was really good for sleeping. Manhwa stopped at the entrance of the alleyway of the Hall of the Past Life, looked up at the clear, washed-out sky, sighed a word about the good weather, and then took a step to merge into the bustling crowd of people. Along the way, there were people who recognized Manhwa and greeted him, and Manhwa responded with either a nod or a smile, with a look of familiarity. There is no way, as a small reputation since childhood, Mao, the lower mortal Wensu star, the second richest in Liyue Tianquan star, her brother, the future to the Hall of the Living son-in-law, the good and charitable third son of Hua, coupled with the last 5 years in the port of Liyue's the sneak behavior in more and more prominent appearance conditions, is to be subjected to some of the reputation of the trouble. He has already been used to it. Mao Hua, who is about to celebrate his 15th birthday, has a height of 1.75 m and is still growing taller, and his weight of less than 140 pounds makes his slender and well-proportioned body look a little thin, but the head of fresh, short, broken hair and clear, bright eyes make people who see him cannot help but emit the exclamation of ah. This is the third son of the Mao family. The third son of the Mao family. In addition, Manhwa's most recognizable traits counted his temperament, a warmth and idleness that was grossly at odds with his apparent age. To put it nicely, it's called maturity and stability. But to put it less nicely, at this moment, Manhwa was carrying chestnuts in his left hand and the lock of dust on his right, walking slowly and leisurely in the direction of Eating Tiger Rock, looking at the things sold at the roadside store stalls from time to time on the way. Not buying, just watch. I don't know who I learned it from. Anyway, Manhwa just wandered all the way around, chatting with the entertaining Chudi about Night Orchid's return at the Awagami tea room, watching the action for a while at Shietsue Row, booking pickled fish for lunch with Master Mao at Manmin Hall, and finally arriving at the Liyue Adventurers Association. Welcome to the Adventurers Association. Ritsuki Catherine spoke her welcome formulaically, but when she saw the visitor, her whole body instantly stiffened. Anomaly. Reboot. Instead, as if he hadn't heard it, Manhwa gently tapped the Adventurers Guild's counter with the knuckle of his right index finger. Cut the crap. Is this how your Adventurers Guild treats gold masters who issue commissions? Anomalous. However, Catherine still had not recovered and seemed to be trying to avoid something. Seeing this, Manhwa sighed. Catherine's appearance of fearing herself like a snake. In the end it was because of herself. From the time he was 10 years old, he came to the Adventurers Association to carry out the Turing test on Catherine, who was said to be a robot, and asked a series of classic questions such as time paradox and God paradox, which successfully caused Catherine to go down 8 times and reboot 16 times, and lagged many times. Asked a series of classic questions such as time paradox and God paradox, and successfully caused Catherine to go down 8 times, reboot 16 times, and lag for I don't know how many times, so that now when Catherine sees Manhwa, she turns on the auto-protection mechanism. It's a sin. Regretting the loss of the opportunity to debug the Turing machine, Manhwa added, "No more questions for you this time. I'm here to get my stuff." At the word, Catherine switched on at the speed of light, her dumbfounded expression immediately replaced with a formulaic business smile. Toward the stars and the abyss. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Mr. Movies. Thank you for choosing the Adventurers Guild. Your commission is complete and ready for pickup. Chapter 129 Catalina, 10 years. Movies didn't choose to pick it up right away, he had places to go first. Movies walked through the 1,000-year-old sycamore trees next to the Adventurers Guild to the stairway leading to the harbor, and his vision opened up, in addition to the blue sky and the vast ocean. A quick glance at the old hall master, who had set up a free tea stand on the platform below the stairs. Old master, if you set up a tea stand in front of the branch of the Church of the Living, not many people will come to drink it even if they pour money into it. Manhwa descended the stairs, came to the tea stall, took a look at the brightly decorated storefront store past Life Hall next to it. At this time 2 shopkeepers were cleaning up. Movies spat while making a move to pour himself some tea. Don't drink it if you don't like it. Lying in the rocking chair, the old man did not raise his eyes, grunted. Manhwa sniffed without caring. His hands did not stop moving, tilted his head and drank a cup. What a thirst quencher. Putting down his cup, Manhwa added, your granddaughter is back and has gone to bed. When he finished speaking, Manhwa keenly noticed that the old hallmaster secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his body muscles relaxing quite a bit. If you care so much about your granddaughter, just wait honestly in the hall of the past life. Arrogant little old man. Can't you have something to do? Go about your business? Don't just stand here. The old man looks impatient to drive away. Manhwa see through it. Since the message has been brought, he should also slip away. Remember to come to Manmin Hall for lunch at noon. I'm pulling out. After saying that, Manhwa returned the same way, went to the Adventurers Guild to take a large bag of commissioned items, walked to the square where the Xiechui Xing was located, and then turned left and crossed the wooden bridge. Technically speaking, after crossing the wooden bridge, it was considered to be out of the urban area of Liyue Harbor, and according to Zhong Li's request it was not allowed to go out of the city. But for one thing, Manhwa was already approaching the age of 15, and his brain development wasn't too bad for a couple of days. And for another thing, the place Manhwa was going to was very close, and it was just a short turn to the left after the wooden bridge. Happy Blue Sky Orphanage. This orphanage was founded more than 10 years ago with donations from Master Mao, and since then the Mao family has continued to donate money every year to keep the orphanage running and to adopt more orphans, and people from all walks of life have also made donations from time to time. To this day, the Happy Blue Sky Orphanage is the best and most famous orphanage in Liyue, where orphans are well cared for and receive a basic education, and if they are not adopted midway through the process, they are able to grow up and earn a living in Liyue Harbor at the very worst. Before Manhwa could get to the entrance of the orphanage, he was seen by the child on duty, and then the other darted out into the yard to ventilate the situation. Brother Manhwa is here. Brother Movies is here. Sister Katerina. Brother Nikolai. This shout was as if it had stirred up a hornet's nest, and instantly dozens of little carrot heads poured out of the house. Brother Manhwa, you're here. Good morning Brother Movies. Brother Manhwa, what fun have you brought this time? Brother Manhwa, didn't Sister Walnut come? Brother Manhwa. For a moment, the orphanage looked like a food market, and Manhwa pressed his hand in a habitual manner, waiting for the little ones to quiet down a bit before speaking. Good morning y'all, there's certainly fun to be had today. And where's Sister Walnut waiting to come over this afternoon? Now, everyone should eat and do their winter vacation homework, and I'll call everyone when I'm ready, okay? Yes. The children finished their not-so-tidy promises and returned to their rooms with anticipation, and only then did Movies turn his attention to the only 2 adults in the yard. Good morning M.S. Carter Brother Nicholas. Young Master Manhwa, can't you call us by our names normally? Katerina, the thief Thunderfly Warlock who burglarized the Movies house 10 years ago, has agreed to stay behind in Ryuki as a double agent as her brother Nikolai is retrieved by the Ryuki Thousand Rocks army from the layered rock abyss. Chapter 130, From the Hall of the Past Life to the Watson Institute. And Katerina was a double agent for 10 years. Although it is said to be a double agent, Shigeko thinks that both Ritsuki and Jidong know it very well. When Katerina was first arrested on a mission in Ritsuki, she was released after a few days of detention. But for the Yugi side, the point of Katerina had become incompletely trustworthy anyway, and naturally, she would not be entrusted with any classified missions anymore, and Ryu's side didn't expect to get any confidential missions from Katerina, merely idly using her as a barometer-like presence. So in such a situation, Katerina stayed in Ryu, and since there had been no mission, the idle Katerina wanted to find something to do, and it just so happened that at that time, the Happy Blue Sky Orphanage was hiring, so she came to apply for the job. Thanks to Katerina's experience as a child growing up in a fireplace home, she applied for the job with no problem and was very good at her job. Her brother Nikolai was later retrieved by Chian-kun and stayed with her at the orphanage as well. Incidentally, about 10 years ago, a blonde girl worked as a temp at the orphanage for a year, then quit. but then came to help out from time to time. After Katarina's siblings stabilized at the orphanage, their daily routine gradually stabilized, and they basically never received any missions. At most, the Yugi congregation that came to Ryu on a mission found them temporarily settled at the orphanage. To Winter Resides Glazed Moon Happy Blue Sky Embassy had belonged to be. Okay, I won't call you anything. And Sister Katya, you shouldn't call me young master either. Manhwa is fine. Still not used to being called young master. Manhwa corrected himself, then immediately pulled away from the topic and said, "It's been a hard few days for you guys. As the Sea Lantern Festival is approaching, the orphanage has also started to prepare for the program at the New Year's Eve party. The Sea Lantern Festival New Year's Eve Gala, which began 7 years ago, was called the Ryu Spring Festival Gala by Manhwa, and is now a familiar name to the people of Ryu. Although there is no TV station, the stage is located in the expanded People's Square of Ritsuki Port, which allows the people of Ritsuki to watch it from all angles, and it is a great event every year. Also, since 7 years ago, the orphanage has been preparing an annual spring festival program, mainly a children's chorus with occasional skits. This year's words are also a chorus, which is currently in final rehearsals. Brother Manhwa, if you think we're working hard, just bring less novelties to disrupt rehearsals these days. Katarina said quietly. Every year at this time she would be anxious beyond measure, fearing that the program would have an accident on the spring festival scene and anger the heavenly power star to be sent back home. Though it wasn't nice to say that, Katarina felt like she didn't want to leave Ritsuki anymore. Combine work and rest. Movai snorted. You guys go ahead and carry on. I'm going to go get my own first. Go. Waving goodbye to Katarina's siblings, Movai's walked straight to a cabin in the backyard of the orphanage. This is Movai's lab after Movai's blew up his bedroom once testing elemental properties when he was 11. Movai's was forbidden to experiment at home, so he scouted out a new lab at the orphanage. Therefore, since then, the main place of activity for MOA is the MOA Institute of Elemental and Life Soul Science and Technology, or Hwaseng Institution for short, which is located in the orphanage. In addition to the Hisang Hall, Wayu Tea House, Man Hall, and Iwakami Tea Room, the Watson Institute currently has only 2 members, Labman 01, Manhwa, as President and Chief Technology Engineer, Labman 02, Walnut, as Chief Technology Assistant. Chapter 131 Elemental Visualization. Manhwa opened the small wooden door of the Watson house and stepped into the sunlight, and it was as if he had entered a new world. The interior of Watson house is decorated in an industrial style that is quite different from the simple appearance of the wooden house. The entire interior is only 30 square meters in size, but it is a small place with all the essentials. First of all, there is an L-shaped operating table that takes up half of the room, which is made of solid wood, large and wide, and sturdy and durable. Various tools, hammers and pliers and wrenches and whatnot, as well as some hand-built guns and swords and so on, hang from the countertop of the console and from movable pegboards on the walls. At the end of the L-shaped operating table there is a display case with various experimental materials on the lower shelf, such as dead branches from the earth's veins and nectar from tricked flowers. The middle tier upwards holds glass jars with different colored liquids, which are the products of experimentation, and in the mouth of one of the lavender jars crawled a tiny ghost-hooded worm, stealing thunder elemental liquid again. This ghost doodlebug is none other than the little doodle that came to the Movai's house 10 years ago. Now that 10 years had passed, instead of looking like it was nearing the end of its lifespan, it had gradually turned into an elemental creature-like existence, which was amazing. Movai's reached down and removed the small bib and tossed it into the bucket of waste liquids next to the cabinet, spitting at the same time. Tastes are getting picky. In addition to the operating table, the lab has a small space partitioned out by a curtain with a small couch for lab members to take a nap. Movai's walked over to the operation desk and set up the commission items he had received from the Adventurers Guild. One by one, out of the cloth bag, a brand new sprout of the earth's veins, a bag of crystals, a bag of floating ghost cores, a bottle of slime original. Then Manhwa took down pliers, wire, and other tools from the wall's material shelves, and buried his head in them and began to operate them. Today, Manhwa will once again validate the project elemental visualization in practice. The theory part has been argued many times. Just as the eyes can see images and the ears can hear sounds, the biggest difference between ordinary people and the original gods is that they don't have the god's eye, an organ that can sense the elements and possess the ability to drive them. Since this is the case, Manhwa thought that through some method, so that ordinary people can through the existing 5 senses to sense the existence of the elements, then the most intuitive is to use the eyes see. There are 2 concepts to be understood here: elemental and elemental force. Elementals are elements with many forms: fire, water, wind, rock, thunder, ice, grass, and in Manhwa's perspective, the smallest in the form of particles distributed in all corners of life. Elemental power, on the other hand, is an ability to drive the elements, the flames, sea water, thunder and lightning, etc. that people see in their daily lives are figurative manifestations of the elements, not the elements themselves, much less the elemental forces. In simple terms, we can say that flames contain the element of fire, or we can say that in an environment where the element of fire is strong, it is easier to drive these fire elements through elemental forces. Now, what Manhwa wants to solve is the problem of ordinary people seeing the elements. As for why you're going to the trouble of researching this, even if an ordinary person can see the elements, what's the use? Without the eye of God, without the power of the elements, they are still 100,000 miles away from being able to use them. Movies didn't really know why, and hard to trace the root of the problem. Maybe it was all a choice of the stone gate of destiny. Of course, it's also possible that he's too idle. Chapter 132 Elemental Kaleidoscope. Time always flies when you're concentrating, and when Manhwa looked up again, 2 or 3 hours had passed. By now it was sunny outside the window, and faintly one could hear the sounds of playfulness coming from the yard. Movies stretched, grabbed the gadget he had spent the morning completing, and pushed his way out of the lab. Just as soon as he opened the door, Manhwa saw Walnut, who was having fun playing eagle and chicken with a group of children in the yard. Well, Walnut is the old mother hen, and she uses her height advantage to keep the kids firmly behind her, and the catching eagle kids can't do a thing about it. Big bullying small and still having so much fun. Aren't you ashamed? Ah Tao? Seeing Manhwa come out, Walnut's eyes lit up, and he was not the least bit bothered by Manhwa's taunts. I grew up beforehand by Ben. What's there to be ashamed of? She crossed her arms. Justified arrogance. Look at the children froze, and even think that such a Walnut sister is very handsome. Swell, you're not convinced? Mau. Then come and get us. After saying that, Walnut looked provocatively at Manhwa, and the chicks behind him followed suit. Ha, let me show you my strength then. Manhwa readily answered the challenge, and Walnut sniffed with his hands spread wide and legs slightly bent, his whole body poised and alert for Manhwa's attack. However, Manhwa didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. He walked nonchalantly in front of Hutu, looked at the group of chicks she was guarding behind her, and held up the small prop he had made in the morning with a bad smile. Watson Academy's newest toy, the Elemental Kaleidoscope. First come, first served. Whoa, Move, you are so mean. But it's useless. People won't be tempted by such petty gains. As soon as Walnut's words were out of the old hen's shelter, some little witches came out of the old hen's shelter and voluntarily threw themselves into the eagle's arms. Good. A person who knows the time is a good person. Little flower, you're very good. Look here. Shigeru laughed as he handed the surrendered Hana an elemental kaleidoscope and taught her to put the eyepiece of the kaleidoscope in front of her eyes. Whoa! The exclamations made by Little Flower turned into the best persuasive technique, and one after another chicklet couldn't resist the temptation to surrender voluntarily. Walnut saw this and yelled to stop it, but it didn't help, and a large portion of the chicks ran away. How about it, Momo? This is the mature method that belongs to adults, mean but useful. Mau differential a few days adultwa proudly said the declaration of victory. Walnut's sniffing speech blocked. Can only huffed and puffed and stomped his feet, and then the expression changed. Curiously called out, I want to see it too. When he said that, he went over to Little Flower, but there were too many children around, so Walnut jumped left and right and couldn't find an angle to see the mystery of the elemental kaleidoscope. Seeing this, Manhwa laughed dumbly before speaking. Ah Tao, you just don't grab toys with the kids, take it. After saying that, Manhwa pulled another elemental kaleidoscope out of his pocket and threw it at Walnut. Walnut turned around at the sound of the voice, and saw a black shadow flying head-on, and easily grabbed it with a deft hand. Wow, it's still Mau. Let me Kong. After saying that, Walnut did as Manhwa taught him, and couldn't wait to put the kaleidoscope in front of his right eye, and before he could put it in place, his mouth had already turned into an O shape, and he followed the example of the children to let out an exclamation of amazement. Wow! Ha! In the field of view, there was only a space in the shape of a yin and yang fish, filled with some liquid and black and white particles respectively. There's nothing special about it. Walnut was puzzled when Manhwa's voice rang out at just the right moment. Take a slow turn. Walnut sniffed and did as he was told, slowly turning his finger, the liquid from one side of the yin and yang fish running down the edge and dripping onto the small black pellet. At once, the magical sights in the kaleidoscope caused Walnut to let out an exclamation just like the children's, only to see into the eye. The black particles bloomed on the not-too-strong orange-red fireworks, followed by the reflection in the kaleidoscope wall mirror. The light and shadow began to interweave and change, and gradually drew a colorful fantasy scroll. But that's not all. When the kaleidoscope turned to the other half of the yin and yang fish, the liquid outflow on the other side mixed with the white particles, and Walnut's eyes were suddenly transformed into a magical image composed of blue and white, as if he was in a magnificent ice palace. After a short turn, Manhwa felt that he had entered the nest of the dollfish, surrounded by wow sounds of amazement. especially Walnut. So big mushroom, but also like a child. But this naivety is what makes Walnut so adorable, isn't it? Mobile smiled faintly as he watched Walnut, who was competing with the children for the kaleidoscope, and then sighed imperceptibly. But sometimes, too much innocence isn't a good thing. Chapter 133, Coaxing Walnut, We're Professionals. A few moments later, on the way to Manmin Hall, Walnut followed Manhwa while slowly rotating the elemental kaleidoscope in front of her right eye, and every time an elemental reaction occurred, Walnut's mouth would open into an O shape, letting out a small gasp of amazement. Then when the elemental response waned, she would bite her tongue again, leaving only a sliver of pink, and carefully continue spinning the kaleidoscope. So much for having fun week after week. Manhwa walked ahead to open the way, looking back every now and then, just finding the other person cute and funny, then suddenly stopped. Ouch! As expected, Walnut, who was fully invested in the elemental kaleidoscope, crashed into Manhwa's back, and his right eye was gently poked, leaving a shallow circular mark. Mamoru, why did you stop all of a sudden? Who was it that just said to keep one eye on the road? Well, isn't Shigeru driving the road? I've entrusted my path forward completely to Shigeru. Shigeru, how can you betray Momo's trust? Walnut rubbed his eyes and justified his witticisms before being met with a headbutt. Ouch! Rewarding Walnut with a brain crash, Manhwa turned and took a step, saying at the same time, don't be ridiculous little panda. Hurry up and keep up. We'll see later. Ow! Walnut obediently agreed to keep up with the footsteps, then reacted half a beat slower and grabbed Manhwa's arm. Ha! Who's a little panda? Mobize looked at Walnut's right eye socket without saying anything, and she finally responded. Mamoru, today's Manmin Hall is no longer the small one-room workshop it was in the game. After years of development, Manmin Hall has expanded into a two-story grand hotel, just like the third largest hotel in Liyue Harbor after Crescent Moon Xian in Lulating. When Manhwa and Walnut came to Wanmin Hall, it was already close to 12:30 p.m. It was the best time for the restaurant's business, so it was very lively with people coming and going. It was good that Manhwa had reserved a seat in advance, a card seat by the window in the first floor lobby. Manhwa did not book a private room, one is not many people do not use, and secondly, eat in the hall more lively. As soon as he entered the store, Manhwa saw that someone had already arrived at the reserved seat. The old hallmaster and Zhongli were drinking tea and chatting at the same time. Good noon, old master. Mr. Zhongli is here too. Good noon, grandpa. Mr. Zhongli. Manhwa and Walnut greeted and settled down across from the two old men. It didn't take long, did it? Oh, if you guys don't come, we'll be full of tea, the old hallmaster joked, while Zhongli smiled and didn't say anything. He was just a dabbler. It was fine to wait for how long. Manhwa understood and called out to Junior. Then what are you waiting for? Serve. Okay, come on, Kaji, serve the food. The store assistant's clear voice penetrated through the lobby straight to the back kitchen, and within a few moments, the dishes that Manhwa had ordered were brought to the table one by one, and among them was the pickled fish that Hu Tao loved to eat. Just now Grandpa wanted to ask, what's wrong with your eyes, little peach? How did it turn into a panda? While the food was being served, the old hallmaster opened his mouth and asked, and Zhongli also cast a curious gaze. Walnut sniffed and retracted his 3 feet of salivation, huffing and puffing and suing for blackmail. It's all Mao Mao's fault. Ha! The old man instantly widened his eyes and glared furiously at Manhwa, feigning anger. He bullied you? Grandpa will help you take revenge. After saying that, he made a gesture to give Manhwa a big bout, while Manhwa cooperated and shrunk his neck. However, just as the old hallmaster raised his palm, he was stopped by Walnut, who got up in a hurry. Grandpa, wait, it's not Mao Mao's fault. What? Actually, it's... Walnut sat back down on the bar stool and explained in a small, blushing whisper. I didn't look where I was going and accidentally hit it. Seeing this, Manhwa and the old hallmaster exchanged a glance. The latter raised an eyebrow, while Manhwa narrowed his eyes slightly, stating, don't worry, leave the rest to me. So Manhwa sighed and spoke. Hey, it's still my fault. Who made my invention of the elemental kaleidoscope so fascinating? I'll punish myself with a drink. He said. He picked up his tea and drank it all in one go, looking at Walnut in disbelief. The expressions of Manhwa and hallmaster, whose movements were not concealed, and Hu Tao saw it all in her eyes. Combining their words before and after, she finally came back to her senses and pouted. Hooray! Grandpa, you're bullying Ah Tao with Mao Mao too. Seeing that things were lost, the old hallmaster held back his laughter and picked up his teacup to make amends. It's Grandpa's fault. Grandpa also punished himself with a cup. The successive apologies of Manhwa and the old hallmaster made Walnut a little ashamed, so she also raised her teacup. I shouldn't have sued for blackmail either. I did it too. After saying that, he downed a mouthful of booze. Now 3 of the 4 people at the table had toasted. and naturally the eyes of the three gathered on the remaining man. Zhongli was silent for a moment and raised his teacup. I'll drink a glass of my own. Although he did not do anything, he was just a guest secretary who came to rub his nose in it. The former boss, the current boss and the current manager have all done it, so how can he not do it? But then again, the old hallmaster and Manhwa, the old and the young are getting more and more in tune with each other on the matter of coaxing Hu Tao to be happy. I really don't know what to say. Okay, the food is up. Let's eat. After they all punished themselves with a cup, the leaves were served, and Walnut looked at the pickled fish with his mouth watering, and couldn't wait to greet them. Chapter 134, Strange, Look and Look Again. After satisfying some of their mouths, Manhwa and the others chatted as they ate, and the first topic of conversation was the elemental kaleidoscope that Walnut had just mentioned. Nah, Grandpa, Mr. Bell, look, you guys. Walnut handed the elemental kaleidoscope to her grandfather as if offering it as a treasure, and after both of them had read it as she said, she couldn't wait to ask, how was it? Isn't it amazing? Ooh, that's really nice. Good looking. It's like fireworks. The old hallmaster was very cooperative as the comic relief. Walnut smiled looked at Manhwa proudly, and then moved his eyes to Zhongli who had just put down the kaleidoscope. How about how? Walnut took the opinion of the most knowledgeable Zhongli guest minister of the Hall of the Past Life very seriously. Magnificent indeed. The four simple words represented the guest minister's approval, and Walnut was instantly beaming with joy. After Zhongli put down the elemental kaleidoscope, he seemed to have thought of something and raised it to his eyes once again. Only this time a layer of light yellow light emerged from his pupils, which appeared and disappeared. A moment later, Zhongli put down the kaleidoscope and spoke again. Fantastic indeed. This time, there was more than a hint of surprise in Zhongli's tone compared to the praise from earlier. If an ordinary person looks at this elemental kaleidoscope, I'm afraid that he or she will be amazed at the complex and magnificent color pattern changes in the tube. If the possessor of the god's eye had watched it, he might have been mesmerized by the changing of the elements of ice and fire from week to week. And if someone could have both a mortal perspective and a god's eye perspective, then he would realize the image seen from both perspectives is identical. There is no difference whatsoever. What ordinary people saw was the elements of ice and fire that could only be seen with elemental vision. If it wasn't for Zhongli noticing that something was wrong and using his divine power to shield his elemental perception to look again, I'm afraid that he would have to look away, unblocking his divine power from elemental perception. Zhongli picked up the elemental kaleidoscope for the third time under the astonished gazes of the Walnut grandparents and grandchildren. Is it that good? Years of getting along. The two know that the guest secretary is extremely knowledgeable. The eye is also quite high, and then good and rare things in front of the eyes, at most surprised at a glance, which is like this time, are three eyes, very rare. Elder who immediately some heart itch up. Just now he only looked at a little bit and then busy coaxing granddaughter to go. At this time only want to see again this elemental kaleidoscope in the end. What is the magic? Walnut, on the other hand, was so excited that she looked at Manhwa with honor. To be able to have Zhongli politely praise it twice, it's worthy of being an invention of our Watson Academy. We too are awesome. Mobize echoed with amusement as he stuffed a piece of deep-pricked sauerkraut meat into the other man's mouth. Yes. Ah Tao, as the first assistant, plays an absolute role in the supply of fire elements. Delicious pickled fish coupled with neutral words. Walnut was so happy that his plum eyes bent into an arc, and ate 2 big bites of rice in a row on his good mood. Walnut's bountiful eating made Manhwa's appetite grow as well, and he chucked a slice of huevos rancheros down his throat. At this point, Zhongli obediently put down his elemental kaleidoscope to look at Manhwa, seemingly seeking clarification, but in fact, he said to the two people next to him in a scientific manner, use what is in the nucleus of a floating psionic core as a guide, a mixed solution of ground vein powder and slime stock as a medium, and then use the crystal core wall to separate the 2 psionic cores. When the kaleidoscope rotates, the solution flows out to contact the nucleus, stimulating the elements contained in the nucleus. But because of the proportion of the solution is moderate, the elements are contained therein but not here, precisely in the state of manifestation but not changed, so all with the extraordinary can be seen. Wonderful. And what is in this nucleus? One of its ingredients is similar to the saltpeter of ice making, while the other fire-inducing substance, to my shame, I have not been able to distinguish clearly. I wonder if Dean Mao can tell. It's white phosphorus. I added white phosphorus. Mobize answered immediately, just short of raising his hand. Of course he was well aware that Zhongli wasn't unaware of what the fire-inducing substance was. Just kidding. What else does the demon god of rock not know about that grows out of the ground? Zhongli asked this extra question, but it was just to give him, the inventor, a face. One could only say that it was worthy of a god to see with only 3 eyes the creation that he had spent years of his free time on. Mr. Zhongli has good eyesight. Admire kid toasts you. Movies raised his teacup and drank it. Dean Mao's ingenuity. Very wonderful, very wonderful. Zhongli also lifted his cup and drank. The sight of the walnut and her grandfather watched two people you back and forth business blow each other up. At this time from just science caused by the dizzy effect of waking up, smashed his eyes, and then made a look of realization, raised his glass to join in the business blow each other up. Wonderful. Wonderful. Do you understand me, Tao? Sure. Isn't it just that and that and that and that, mixed this way and then that? Summarized very eloquently. Great talent. It's a great idea. Wonderful. Wonderful. Mao Mao. Grandpa. You guys. Okay, I just don't get it. Haha, nothing, your grandpa didn't get it either. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just look good. Manhwa and elder who spoke to each other, making Hu Tao anxious for a while and laughing for a while, looking at Zhongli and shaking his head. It seems that this old man and young man's understanding goes beyond coaxing walnut. Chapter 135. It's time for Mr. Mao to pay the bill. In the midst of laughter, a lunch drew to a close, and by now it was close to 1 p.m. And the guests in the Manman Hall gradually became fewer and fewer. Manhwa and the others were about to finish up and leave when a silhouette walked out of the back kitchen, and the sharp-eyed Walnut immediately waved his hand and called out, "Shannon, good afternoon." Walnut, great. I thought you guys had already eaten and left. The little cook, Xiangling, had a gleam in her eye and came over while untying her apron, a chubby little panda following behind her with a twist. Today's Xiangling has grown into Ting Ting Girl. Young has been the chef of Manman Hall, and at the same time it is the eye of God and the magic god pet. Can only be said to be worthy of the planning of the pro-daughter. Grandpa Hu, Mr. Zhongli, Manhwa, good afternoon. Hello little girl, the food was delicious. Good afternoon, and thanks for the hospitality. Old Hallmaster Hu and Zhongli nodded their heads in praise, and Xiangling smiled and waved her hand. You guys paid for it, no need to thank me. It's good that you like it. Movai said hello too. Good afternoon, and Potpourri. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Potpourri immediately ran over and hugged his calf. Pout. Potpourri still likes you so much. I don't know what you've been feeding it. Movai's. Manhwa spread his hands. He can't help the attraction brought by his monk meat. Spitting sourly at Potpourri, Shannon withdrew her gaze and continued. As soon as I heard Pop say at noon that Manhwa had made a reservation and ordered pickled fish, I knew you were back. Walnut. Walnut sniffed and glanced at Manhwa with a he giggle, then asked, Shannon, are you done? Aha, the busiest time is over. I'll leave the rest to Pops, Shannon said with a nod. Let's go then. Just as well we've finished eating. Xiangling came to find Walnut in order to go to Yunhanshi together to help Yun some Xin rehearse for the spring festival program for a while. Mamoru, are you coming to help too? Mobai sniffed and shook his head. No. Yesterday, Bai Xiao said that Sister Ningguang was looking for me, so I'll go there this afternoon. You guys cheer up. Okay. I'll see you tonight then. So a few of Malwa's men helped clear the table and left Manman Hall, then parted ways at Eat Tiger Rock Plaza. Walnut and Xiangling went to help out at the Yunhan Society in Crimson Cloud Slope, while the old hallmaster and Zhongli drank tea and listened to books and chatted at the Hiyu tea house next to the square. Manhwa, on the other hand, was heading in the direction of the Chuanyu Pavilion outside the city. Just as he walked across the bridge, he saw several children, both male and female, rushing out of the Happy Blue Sky Orphanage, all carrying one-shoulder satchels containing today's Liyue Daily News. Good noon, Brother Movais, Brother Manhwa, you're back? Before they even got close, the little newsboys greeted them. Passing through, Mobai smiled and greeted the children. Newspaper boy is the job given to the orphanage by the 7 stars of the glowing moon. Every morning the paper boys go to the printing house to collect the newspapers to be sold that day, and in the morning they go to the vegetable market, the wharf, the general affairs division, and other places to hawk them, and they can usually sell them all by noon. The rest of the newspapers the paper boys would sell out in the afternoon at various tea houses, theaters and other venues, and finally received their paychecks by giving the proceeds to Katrina at the orphanage. The orphanage, on the other hand, settles its accounts with the printing house once a month, and the newspaper boys keep a record of how many newspapers they have taken in that month, which is used to calculate the price to be paid and to reserve the next month's newspapers. Newspaper sales minus the cost of the newspaper minus the wages of the paper boys is the profit of the orphanage, which is used to pay the teachers, cleaners, cooks, etc., who work in the orphanage and for daily expenses. And of course that's only one of the orphanage's revenues. Although the Mao family invested in the orphanage as a charity, Manhwa knew that it was better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. So from the very beginning, he set the rule that the orphanage had to work and earn money on its own. We do not want the orphanage to make a profit, nor do we want it to be self-supporting, but we only want the children to feel the selflessness and dedication at the same time, but also realize that there is a price for everything. and there is a price to be paid in order to reap the rewards, so as not to end up raising a group of social invalids. Fortunately, everything didn't disappoint Manhwa. In the past 10 years, the orphanage has been running more and more smoothly, from the beginning when it needed a large subsidy to make ends meet, to later on when it broke even, especially after Katrina, an acquaintance from the fireplace house, joined. The orphanage prospered, and in the past 2 years, it even managed to have a balance to improve its life. Of course, there is no lack of policy support from 7 stars, and the work of selling newspapers is just one of them. You guys be safe on the road. When you're done selling, go to the Cold Sky milk tea shop to get a milk tea to drink, and bring one for everyone at the orphanage on the way. My treat. Great. Mr. Mao is buying again. I can drink milk tea again. Thank you, Brother Mao. Brother Manhwa treats you to candy. Ha ha, don't thank me, just go. Manhwa couldn't help but smile as he watched the little newsboys cheering away. Who says money can't buy happiness? And now, the second happiest person in Lizuna is going to the first happiest person in Lizuna. Chapter 136I. Manhwa. Make inventions and rely on technology, idle clouds, plus immortal power. Movies headed out of town along a concrete road that could accommodate 4 hybrids. To be precise, this stretch can no longer be considered outside the city. After 10 years of development, the city limits of Lizuki Harbor had expanded outward quite a bit, with Tianhong Mountain blocking the north and northwest. The space for development was limited, so it could only expand in the direction of the sky, the sea and the outskirts of Lusha. One of the relatively easy ones is in the direction of the outskirts of Liza. Starting from the original road out of the city at Eat Tiger Rock, along the spacious and firm concrete road, the first thing you pass is the Happy Blue Sky Welfare Center, followed by a section of street-level stores. Then there was an empty section where the original Golden House, now the Rizuki People's Bank, was located, and the former Black Rock factory boundary near the original Gold House was turned into a money printing plant for the official printed banknotes of Ryu. This idea was naturally also proposed by Manhwa, for no other reason than to lighten the load of the Rock King who wanted to retire. The Lord of the Rocks proved satisfied. It had been a long time since the House of Gold had produced a new Mora, but even with paper money, a certain guest still doesn't have the habit of taking money out of the house. Maybe the only way to get him to pay is to have a face payment someday. Manhwa, daydreaming, came to the Liyue Gang emerging commercial CBD district intersection. Here, Movies could already smell the ink and wood. Further past the Hangnam Gate, there is the industrial area of Rejetsu Port, and on the left, in the southern part by the sea, are the newspaper printing factory, Rejetsu Shusha Printing Factory, Rejetsu Cement Factory, Rejetsu Ice Factory, and other factories with some pollution. The factories' treated sewage would be piped into the sea to the south, and then flow with the ocean currents into the deep sea away from the continent, with minimal impact on the lives of the people of Ryu. By the way, the Haingnan Gate refers to the archway of the mountain that passes through Tianhong Mountain from Liyue Harbor to Lusha suburb, which is named Haingnan Gate because it is located on the south side of Tianhong Mountain. By analogy, the archway on the north side of Tianhong Mountain, the road next to Bubulu, is called Hangbei Gate. The mountain archway that one passes through when going north from Ryu Harbor to Karenagahara is named Karenagahara Gate. These names were at first named by the people to make it easier to remember, and over time after the word spread among the people, the 7 stars of the lunar moon were adopted and officially declared, and a new version of the lunar moon map was announced as a result. In just 10 short years, Ryu Harbor had become very different from what it looked like in the remembered game. And just seeing all this is just a small part of the butterfly effect he caused. Too late to feel more, Manhwa took a deep breath of the aroma, and walked toward a 7-story back office building in the money printing factory. When he reached the door, Movies pulled out his office ID and showed it to the Chien guards at the door, even though the 2 Chien guards on duty today had already recognized him. By the way, the 1,000 Rock Guards is the product of the separation of the military and the police after the implementation of the 7 stars of the Ryu, mainly responsible for maintaining public order and security, preventing and stopping criminal and illegal activities, etc. That is, the police. The original 1,000 Rock Army, on the other hand, continues to be retained as Ritsuki's armed forces. After seeing the documents presented by Manhwa, the 2,000 Rock Guards immediately saluted and stood at attention, and Manhwa nodded in return, and then walked into the office building, directly up to the 3rd floor, and came to the Chuanyu Pavilion round trip point located in the central courtyard, that is, an immortal law-enhancing floating stone. At this time there is only one on duty at the round trip point Qianyanwai. Manhwa showed his ID as usual, and then walked through the boarding channel to the floating stone, and finally pressed the switch on the wall representing upward in a familiar manner, only to hear a sound of organs turning. In the perspective of Manhwa, 6-arm-thick milky white ribbons slowly floated into the floating stone along the 6 special fences that were stuck to the floating stone. The milky white band is immortal power. Immediately after that, the 6 fences slowly retracted, while at the same time, a ring of translucent barriers for preventing passengers from falling and sheltering them from the wind and rain lit up around the floating stone. Without the binding, the floating stone began to float upwards under the drive of immortal power. The 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 6th floor, and the 7th floor. The moment it flew out of the airport building, the view in front of it opened up, the towering Tianhong Mountain, the wide and open road, the rows of houses, and the prosperous Liyue harbor in the distance. All of them could be seen, and gradually became smaller and smaller. A view like this, no matter how many times you see it, you're going to be blown away, right? Provided you can get over the fear that comes with the seemingly barrier-less elevator. Manhwa stood on the immortal power version of the elevator, looking at the ever-decreasing port of Ryu in the field of vision, and could not help but sigh in his heart. This kind of unscientific thing like the immortal method, it is really useful. I can only say that true Lord Liyue borrowing wind is worthy of being Liyue's organ art expert, and there might be some creativity in air. Extraordinary, but technically it's absolutely impeccable. Manhwa only provided the idea of improvement, and the true Lord of Liyue borrowing wind was able to realize the idea perfectly with her exquisite organ technology and a little bit of immortal power assistance. The immortal power elevator under the foot is just one of the inventions, and there are also inventions such as the immortal power hybrid vehicle and the immortal rice cooker and so on. I also don't know how the research on a dynamic image display organ based on colored elements proposal given to IdleCloud a few weeks ago is going. Just as Manhwa was pondering, a shadow enveloped him, and when he looked up, he saw a cluster of floating islands that covered the sky right in front of him. Far more shocking than the one he saw in the game, the Chuanyu Pavilions. Yes, the Chuanyu Pavilion here is not only an empty island, but by a main island plus 6 sub-islands composed of a floating island group. Chuanyu Pavilion resides in the main island Wonsu. The arching sub-islands were Greedy Wolf, Giant Door, Luk Cun, Wonsu, Lianjin, Wutsu, Military, collectively referred to as the Group of Jade. The name Chuanyu is used to describe them. In the game, Nimbus had gone to great lengths to create only one Chuanyu Pavilion, but now it was 7 straight away. As for why there was such a change, probably because it's too rich. A few moments later, the immortal power elevator docked at the airport located directly south of the main island. Manhwa stepped down from the elevator, greeted the 1,000 rock guards on both sides of the guards and then ascended to the main island. Facing him was a huge square, and the exquisite and magnificent pavilion in the distance was the Chuanyu Pavilion. Although it didn't look far, looking at the mountain, the main island was far larger than in the game, and it would take at least a small 20 minutes to walk there. So Manhwa skillfully walked to the booster car pickup point at the edge of the square, randomly picked one and stood on it, pressed the power button, and the booster car drove up under the drive of immortal power and thunder elemental power, and sped towards the direction of Chuanyu Pavilion. This hybrid power-assisted car is naturally also the handiwork of Manhwa and Liyue borrowed wind true lord. The reason why it is hybrid, because Manhwa has never been able to solve the problem of directly inducing the energy riot brought about by the thunder elemental force in the solid battery, which will damage the durability of the mechanical structure, and sufficiently gentle immortal power is currently the most recent program to crack this problem. Just a small trace of immortal power can stimulate the thunder elemental force in the solid battery made of electrical crystals, biomass, slime gel, and many other materials, thus driving the motor and converting it into power. At the beginning, Manhwa and IdleCloud's plan was to use a small piece of pumice stone as an immortal power battery, and thunder elemental power battery together into the 2 rounds of cars, but the ability of the small piece of pumice stone to store immortal power is limited, and could not be activated a few times. Even so, this 2-wheeled vehicle that can travel automatically makes the people around Manhwa feel very magical and play with it, playing the Ghost Fire Maiden all day long on Yujing Terrace. If not for Manhwa's foresight in limiting the power output of electricity from the solid batteries, the Hall of the Past Life is afraid that it will have to do a few more business. Later, with the construction of the Chuanyu Pavilion, and seeing that the entire base of the empty island was made of floating stone, Manhwa thought of charging through it, and after telling IdleCloud that it was indeed feasible, he made the hybrid booster. On the island of Chuanyu, which is made of pumice stone, the booster car can replenish immortal power from the pumice stone at any time, realizing the freedom of immortal power. When the hybrid booster was introduced, it was strongly praised by the secretaries of the 7 stars. Chuanyu Island is good at everything, but it's just too big, and the appearance of the booster greatly reduces the distance they need to walk. So with a wave of the gel fiber optic hand, the hybrid power-assisted vehicle became the exclusive commuting tool of Gunjak Island before it could become popular. Chapter 137. Come on, make your choice. The entire main island of Wonsu was about the size of 2 standard soccer stadiums, and Manhwa stood on a booster and made his way through the front plaza, a small park, and to the Chuanyu Pavilion, which served as an office building. Behind the spacious and atmospheric office building, there are dormitory living areas, sports and recreation areas, etc. In general, whether as a place of life or work, the environment is considered to be very superior. All the staff are proud to work on Gunjak Island, but I'm afraid not many of them would want to stay on the island for a really long time. No other way, the Sky City floats too high, too far away from the city's population, and the average person is prone to autism if they stay there for too long. That's why the average person on Chuanyu Island works 2 shifts on and 1 shift off. As for the unusual people, the working hours are different, such as when today's power star, "Good afternoon Sister 100 cents. How long has she not been down there?" Manhwa walked into the Chuanyu pavilion and went straight to the outer room of the 3rd floor Tianchuan's office, asking for Baisi, who was on duty today, while pulling out in his hand a few candies that had just been stuffed to him by the children. "Baisi-san, please have some candy." "Thanks." Momiji took the candy, then glanced back at the half-hidden door to the inner room, reached out and made a V, then covered his mouth and whispered to Moa, "2 weeks, been staying here since vacation. Mr. Shigeru, go on in, leave it to me." Manhwa nodded and gave an okay at the words and pushed the door directly into the room. In Ryu, he was the only one who could enter Tian Chuanqing's office directly without informing or knocking, and not be subjected to any harsh criticism. Watching Manhwa enter the inner room, the door automatically closing, 100 Senses had nothing to say but envy. The layout of the Heavenly Power Office of the Chuanyu Pavilion and the Heavenly Power Office of the Iyen Hall were identical, except for the size of the space and the material workmanship of the furniture items which had been upgraded across the board. It could be said that they were exactly the same. Entering the office, Manhwa saw at a glance the silhouette standing by the window looking out, smooth as a waterfall of 3,000 silver strands, bright as jade-red pupils, as it was 10 years ago. But the difference is that the simple navy blue secretarial clothing has been replaced with a gold silk Phoenix Rue's gorgeous cheongsam, when the young assistant, now as the financial power, are pouring the world's Tian Quanxing between the hands and feet to show the majesty, maturity and nobility. "It's been a long time, Gnarl-san," Movies greeted. Ningguang turned around at his words, raised his jade hand and hooked it. The door behind Manhwa instantly closed tightly, and in the next second his majesty-filled expression instantly collapsed. "Exhausted. Come and press me," said Nimbus. Had taken a few steps over to the couch and sat down. That complaining tone and light-hearted physique, where was there any semblance of the image of a heavenly power star? It was completely like a neighboring sister. In fact, Ningguang had always treated Manhwa as his own brother, to be precise, more than a normal blood brother, because Nimbus didn't have any other relatives. In her imagination, if she hadn't become a celestial power star and was just an ordinary person and actually had a younger brother, this would have been the way they would have gotten along. It could be said that Manhwa, the younger brother she recognized at the time of her minutiae, was a self-sustaining place within Ning Su, and for Manhwa, the cheap sister who was initially only recognized for the purpose of investing in advance and hugging the thigh, has also long been a real sister-like existence. So for Nimbus' sudden switch in style, Manhwa said that he was very used to it, and naturally walked behind the sofa and began to give his old sister a shoulder and neck massage while opening his mouth to ask, "Finished with your work? Home for dinner tonight?" Hiss, Under the pain Ningguang just nodded, and gradually, when adapted to the force of Manhwa's hand, he replied, "Pretty much. The rest of the year is all about getting down there and getting it done." There was a pause after that, switched to the other side, then went on to ask, "What's on the menu for tonight?" "The old man has been catching a lot of fish lately. It should be a whole fish feast. I'll stick with the cafeteria. And Rakugo, then you can go back and eat." After a few minutes of small talk about family matters, Manhwa also finished his 8-8-beat shoulder and neck massage package and clapped his hands. "Okay, who dash?" Nimbus sniffed and rotated her shoulders around a few times before stretching a long, lazy waist, emphasizing the wonderful curves that were far more mature than they had been 10 years ago. Manhwa hastily averted his eyes and looked at a few papers on the coffee table. "What is it?" Manhwa's change in vision of course could not be hidden from Guguang, who possessed the eye of God, and she lowered her hands without changing her face and replied, "Just look at it," said Nimbus as he leaned over and picked up the papers on the coffee table, maintaining his seated position and raising them behind his shoulders. "Stinky brother has grown up." Manhwa took the document, and before he had time to think about why he was suddenly and rarely shouted at for being a smelly brother, his attention was drawn to the contents of the document. Organizational work on the professional group for planning eco-tea plantations in the sinking Tamagok region. Sumaru Shashuan study abroad dispatch program, first phase, on the military exercise between the Knights of the West Wind of Mond and the Thousand Rock Army of Rijetsu. List of exchanges in the Fontainebleau branch of the Luri Monitor newspaper. Application for access to the Ritsuki Inazuma trade route Feiyan Chamber of Commerce. Invitation to the Natalie's Night of Fire tour of watching the game. Application for a diplomatic visit of Rizuki State to Toho State. These are, one by one, read down. All the documents in the list of columns are left a blank. Manhwa has understood these what, for a time cannot say. Feeling the temperature on her face drop a little, Nerguang turned to Manhwa and said in a well-traveled tone, "Don't be too touched, pick one. Consider it a coming-of-age gift from your sister." Looking at the condensed light to himself, a person who has been grounded for 15 years, prepared a big gift package of any tour of the 7 countries of his choice in Tibet. It is false to say that he is not touched. Don't look at just a few thin sheets of paper. Behind each of these documents, contains a series of complicated work, not at all a short time to prepare. Wow, sister, do you have to be so desperate to kick me out when I've just come of age? Movies calmed his touched emotions by making a fake hurt gag. Even Solstice, I'm going, can I come back? Keep in mind that Manhwa, despite his young age, is already hanging out with several Yugonishan execs. Ningguang replied to Manhwa's first question with a blank stare and then answered the second question saying, "Safety is of course guaranteed for you by the entirety of Lazuki. No need to worry. Sister can arrange for you to go wherever you want." With that said, Ningguang had gotten up and paced over to Manhwa, leaning over to his ear and asking softly, "So, which one do you choose, brother?" Chapter 138 Development. Development. Actually, I already have other plans. Feeling that he had failed to live up to Nimbus' good intentions, Manhwa scratched his head in embarrassment. Ningguang sniffed and immediately came over to Manhwa, curiosity flickering in her red pupils. What plan? Manhwa's head was busy tilting back while answering. Confidential. Oh, Ningguang let out a long sigh of dawning realization. Something that could make Manhwa tell her to keep it a secret. She instantly guessed who it had to do with. Alright, my brother has grown up and has his own ideas. He no longer needs my sister to arrange this and that. The saddening Sue said that he was going to take back a few documents in the hands of Manhwa. Movai saw this and immediately went along with the performance. A straight-up drawn-out emotional value given to it. Nothing like that, sis. Sis, you've worked hard. Sis, sit down, I'll keep pinching your shoulders. Manhwa's doggy look made Ningguang out of the scene for a second. She let out a light laugh and smoothly sat back down on the sofa, allowing Manhwa to massage her up again, enjoying herself for a moment before opening her mouth again. Since you already have a plan, let's forget about all that for now, until you need it. Thank you, sis. You're so nice. Sis, okay, that's almost enough. In response to Manhwa's shameless compliments, Ningguang said that his heart was a bit unable to withstand it, and immediately changed the topic and asked, "By the way, how have you been feeling lately? Feeling better, HM? Which one are you referring to? Sister Nimbus?" Nimbus sniffed curiously and asked back, "Of course it's hypersensory. Do you have any other discomforts? Wait a minute, you're not still sick from your disembodied soul, are you?" Manhwa was stunned and realized that he had blurted out his words, because his public statement was that he had not had an attack on his soul for a year. The cause of the disease is the absence of the human soul, resulting in occasional brain downtime and direct sleep death. The good thing is that the disassociation can improve as Movai's body and brain develop. He basically slept through it between the ages of 5 and 10, with the frequency and length of downtime gradually decreasing after age 10. In the last 2 years, the soul has not actively attacked, but need to ensure that a certain period of time dormant to soul. In the eyes of onlookers, an ordinary sleep is no difference. So Manhwa claimed that he was cured of his disembodied spirit syndrome in order not to worry those around him, but in reality only he knows. He hadn't dreamed in 10 years. The disembodied soul syndrome has long since been cured. I've just been eating too much dry food lately and still have a bit of fire. Ningguang stared at Manhwa for a moment, seeing that he always had a straight face, before he added, "You better be on fire. What about the super sense? Can it take it?" Manhwa sniffed and replied with an okay in a relaxed manner. "No problem. Hypersensitivity is the reason why Zhongli gave Manhwa the restriction of not leaving home at the age of 5, not going off the stage at the age of 10, and not leaving Hong Kong at the age of 15, a name he picked up later. The cause of the disease was Manhwa's unusually strong mental power from childhood, which allowed him to uncontrollably perceive transcendent powers beyond the limits of what his current brain could withstand, such as all kinds of elemental powers, immortal powers, and so on. For this reason Zhongli also made a necklace out of the lock of the earthly world, which can shield perception, and gave it to Manhwa as an amulet, and restricted Manhwa's movement. Again, the condition gradually improved as Maui's brain and body developed. So amazingly enough, the disembodiment instead eases the load on the brain caused by the hypersensory disorder to some extent. After all, there is no perception when Movai sleeps to death. And ever since that attack by the dispersal soldier and learning about the cause of extrasensory disorders, Movai has spent the last 10 years of his waking hours repeatedly testing the edges of his brain overload, using his extrasensory abilities to probe all the transcendent powers he can perceive: thunder elementals, rock elementals, fire elementals, ice elementals, death aura, fairy power, etc. Moa's idea is simple. The brain feels tired in two ways. One is the development of the brain itself, which is the innate material foundation, and can only be eaten and slept well, given enough nutrition and development time. The second is the degree of development of the brain area, which can be enhanced by constant exercise. Although the process was painful, the burning sensation at the end of each brain overload seemed to vaporize the medulla oblongata and scald the soul through, making the then Manhwa want to hit the wall. But after waking up from his sleep, Movies could practically feel the enhancement of his perception, and the coolness as if he had been doused with ice-cold Sprite through his soul made him want to go on and on. Above all, Manhwa didn't want to experience the powerlessness of watching Walnut stand in his way one more time, as well as, definitely don't want to see her sad and crying over him again. In summary, Movies' activities in the decade between the ages of 5 and 15 can be summarized as follows. Awakening from the spirit of dissociation, eating for development, play with Ah Tao, exercise your perceptions, and explore the extraordinary powers of invention, chatting with Ah Tao. The psychotic episodes fall into a deep sleep while cooling the brain. To streamline it a bit more, that's development, or development. If you look at the word development and think about it, it becomes Ah Tao, or Ah Tao. And after 10 years of development, Mo felt awfully strong, laughs. Within the confines of Ritsuki Harbor, one would not be tired at the end of the day now that he or she had removed the lock of dust senses to do nothing at all. Now exactly how strong his perception was actually Manhwa didn't know, but he had done comparison experiments with people around him, taking the manipulated elemental's ability as an example. Manhwa, with his senses at full power, clearly perceived the number of lightning elemental force particles induced by a single lightning strike from Kodo is 1 unit. The total thunder elemental force and fire elemental force induced by the combined state thunder and fire strike of Shoto and Agui is 27. The fire elemental power required for Shannon to make a potpourri and breathe fire is 393. The value of thunder elemental force required to charge a hybrid booster for 100 kilometers is 600. The thunder elemental power required to chop out a sword from the anti-thunder army training device is 1000. The ice elemental force induced by Ganyu completely freezing the pond in the Malwat small courtyard is 2200. The rock elemental power needed to casually coalesce a fist-sized gem 5 years ago by Nimbus Light was 399. Walnut was outrageous. The first experiment drew only 130 fire elemental force at full power. But every experiment after that the data increased dramatically. The second was 797. Third time, 4000. The fourth time, half a year ago on his birthday, he was already able to invoke 10,000 plus quantities of fire elemental force at a time. And the lightning elemental force induced by the scale of the lightning shock that repelled the scattered soldiers that time when Manhwa reverted to the age of 5 was only 5,000. Nowadays, Manhwa, on the other hand, was able to do so by easily invoking the elemental force in the entire Manhwa small courtyard, with all types adding up to 50,000 to 60,000. I guess, any more than that he hadn't tried, and all in all he felt like he was sort of defending himself somewhat, right? Bells don't count. Manhwa was fortunate enough to have seen Zhongli reinforcing the barrier to Yujingtai once. At that time, he only saw Zhongli gently waving his hand, and then countless rock elemental forces came pouring over from the ground and mountains, and the number, incalculable. Chapter 139 10 Years of Liyue's Development, Part 2. Seeing that Manhwa looked like he had a plan, Ningguang didn't ask any more questions, knowing that this younger brother of hers wouldn't joke around with his own little life. Subsequently condensed life to take advantage of the end of the work, a rare half a day of leisure, and Manhwa while playing chess while chatting. From parents to Liyue development, from the opening up of the land to repair the road to talk about the industrial base, Manhwa said he had not a drop left. His own little bit of insight accumulated thanks to the information explosion has been hollowed out to a drop left. Ryu has now become a bright and dazzling pearl, showing amazingly rapid development in all fields, be it economy, education, science and technology, industry, culture, transportation or people's livelihood. First of all, the city of Ryu Harbor is expanding like a balloon. Not only that, but the new city of Gileyuan, which is an important transit point for overland trade, is booming, with traffic and caravans flowing in and out of the city every day. At the same time, the new harbor located on the south side of the giant abyss of the Layer Abyss is also becoming more and more prosperous, taking on the heavy responsibility of trading a large amount of raw materials and fine processing, constantly injecting fresh blood into the industrial production of Liyue. Let us look at Chang Tsz Chuang and Chaoying Chuang, which have been successfully transformed into unique cash crop cultivation bases as well as popular eco-vacation resorts. In recent years, these two places have attracted many tourists and investors by virtue of their unique advantages, and have achieved quite remarkable development results. With the flourishing of various undertakings, the demand for labor in various talents throughout the month of Liyue is growing in a blowout manner. The generous and attractive salary is like a powerful magnet, attracting a large number of workers from foreign countries to seek opportunities for development. At the same time, the population of Ritsuki's own country has expanded dramatically in just 10 years, like a rocket going up in the air. The most notable example is the expenditure on compulsory education, which has doubled year after year. Take the Ujingtai Primary School as an example. It now has 5 grades and as many as 50 classes, and the total number of students has exceeded the 2,000 mark. Other schools are even larger in size and number of students. Facing such a rapid development momentum, the future prospect of Liyue is undoubtedly full of infinite possibilities, and all Liyue people also firmly believe in this, and everyone's face is full of happiness and hopeful smiles, believing that tomorrow will be better. It is also because of the feeling of the people's ardent hope. The glazed moon 7 stars more dare not slacken, but there's still a need for a combination of labor and rest, whether it's the 7 stars or the entirety of Lizuki. Movise exclaimed, and Nimbus smiled at his words. Well, isn't this being a break? The Sea Lantern Festival's vacation has also been extended to 2 weeks. This is something that all the Ritsuki hitmen have to thank you for. After all, making money is for a better life. If you have money and you don't have time to spend it and enjoy it, then it's not a waste of money. Movise spat, then thought of something and asked, say, Nimbus-san, do you have enough money? Manhwa is aware of this. Don't look at the world's wealth all go to Liyue. Liyue wealth all gather 7 stars, but the 7 stars spend money speed is not comparable to spread money. The construction of new towns such as Gili City, Mingyun Town, Kayawi Ingzwang, and Light Ceremony Village, the construction of various infrastructures such as transportation, water and electricity, the construction of social security such as education, medical care, and pensions, as well as Naramitsu's ultimate goal of his personal hobbies, Gungyoku Sky City. Each item is like a floodgate to consume a huge amount of money, but it is also because of this huge amount of money pouring into all walks of life in Liyue. Laborers are getting more and more wealth in their hands, which indirectly pushes the consumer market, and ultimately creates a hot and prosperous Liyue nowadays. Oh, looks like brother made a lot of money this year and wants to invest in sister? Ningguang raised an eyebrow at his words, and Manhwa added weakly as he saw this and felt something was wrong. Not much. At the risk of asking, how much money did you make this year, Sister Nimbus? Nimbus replied after a moment of contemplation. Haven't done any specific math. Probably able to build 2 more sets of Chuinyu Islands. It's okay. Excuse me, 2 sets. Enough to smash the demon god Ocelot 14 times. Manhwa in the past few years threw technology and capital into several factories and companies. Now earn some money, but also thought to compare with the richest sister. Did not expect only enough for a few Chuinyu Pavilion, next to the secondary island. Incidentally, during the development of the Lonely Cloud Pavilion a few years ago, Nimbus and the others with the 1,000 Rock Army took the initiative to inspire the 100 unforbidden talismans, releasing the seal of the demon god Ocelot. The first few hundred rounds of Ningguang's improved Manhwa finalizer knocked on the door and woke up the tenant who had been sleeping for many years. The guest's wake-up call is then soothed with a Chuinyu side island. Then when Othel's hazy sleepy eyes cleared up a bit, she asked for rent from the tenant who had been whoring out the Lone Cloud Pavilion for years. It's not too much, just 100,000 mora a year. Such a big piece of land. It's not too much to say that it's a cabbage price. Osel has lived for a total of nearly 3,000 years. Make up a whole, counting 3,000 years. Then the previous rent is a total of 300 million mora. And in light of Ocelot's past rent arrears, if it wanted to continue to live there, it would need to pay rent at current prices 10 million a year and pay a deposit in advance for 100 years, totaling 1 billion mora. In other words, Ocelot would need to pay a combined 1.3 billion mora if she wanted to continue living there, or make up the 300 million mora in rent if she didn't want to. So here's the question, what if I don't have any money? Of course it's selling your body, scratch that, and working part-time. Looking at the 3 Gunjitsu sub-islands plus 1 main island erected behind Nimbus, Ocelot made a very wise choice. The parties enter into a labor contract on an equal, voluntary and consensual basis and abide by the terms and conditions set forth in the contract, including, but not limited to, the following. Party B, Ocelot, agrees to take up a supernumerary security job position at Lone Cloud Pavilion according to the work needs of Party A, Glazed Moon 7 stars. Working hours, 7 by 24 hours on call. Place of work, outside the sea area of the Lone Cloud Pavilion Islands. The seal has not been completely lifted, and the range of activities is restricted to the Lone Cloud Pavilion. Duties, responsible for guarding the waters of the Lone Cloud Pavilion, protecting passing legitimate merchant ships, and warning the enemy if there is a foreign invasion. Salary and benefits. The salary is a base salary of 100,000 mora per year, but there is also a bonus of 4,900,000 more if the achievement of a full year without security problems is reached. That means a maximum salary of 5 million more a year. This generous salary is already more than 80% of the people of Lizuki, but although Ocelot has 3 heads, it can only be considered a labor force. In addition to the basic salary, Party A, Glazed Moon 7 stars, also includes food, seafood buffet, housing, liven the company, 5 insurance policies, the highest death insurance compensation up to $300 million, which can help Othello to pay off the debt directly. After that there are a few bits and pieces such as compensation for damage. The generous paychecks make Ocelot exclaimed long live the Rock King. Surprisingly only need a district of 5 years to pay off the debt of 3,000 years. It is simply too cost effective. If it called his wife Trex which also, the two can even only need 1 koan year to pay off the debt to regain their freedom. With that, Orsay became the head of security for the Lone Cloud Pavilion in Lizuki and called in his wife a year later. The waters of the Lone Cloud Pavilion were secured, and there were no more constraints on the Lizuki harbor expansion plans.